Autumn year 48 of Konoha. Deep within the Nara clan's compound from a modest wooden house the sharp cry of a newborn baby rang out. The medical nin placed the wrapped infant before the exhausted mother. Her face was beaded with sweat, wisps of black hair clinging to her pale cheeks, yet she managed a tender smile. Her name was Nara, she a member of the Nara clan's branch family. Her husband, an ordinary chunin of the clan, was on a mission at the border of the Land of Fire, and could not return in time. The infant in the swaddle cried a few times, then fell silent, staring with pitch-black eyes, unnaturally calm. Ingjian was born carrying complete memories. A moment ago he had been an ordinary college student on Earth, huddled in his dorm room staying up nights to finish a thesis. Then his vision went black and he knew nothing more. The next moment an unstoppable force squeezed him through a narrow passage, cold air rushed into his lungs and he instinctively let out the first cry of his life. Then he heard the surname. Nara. Nara. Konoha. Naruto. He forced his eyes open with all his might. A newborn's vision was too blurry to distinguish more than light and shadow, but he still saw. Beside the woman holding him, a line of text floated at the edge of her shadow. Pharmacology, dear Antler. Ingjian blinked hard. His vision was still blurry, but the text did not disappear. He then turned his head with effort toward the other figure in the room, the medical nin who had delivered him. At the edge of her shadow was also text, Yin Release extension. It was translucent, glimmering faintly with dark purple light like a brand embedded in the edge of the shadow. Ingjian's crying abruptly stopped. Not from shock but from fear. He had transmigrated into the world of Naruto. He knew how this world ended. The fourth great ninja wore the ten tails, the infinite Tsukuyami and Kagaya Atsutsuki. That was a battle among gods. If an ordinary person got caught up in it, they wouldn't even count as cannon fodder. And now he had become a member of the Nara family. The Nara clan. Their hereditary secret technique was the shadow imitation technique. They were generally highly intelligent, but their battle power was only slightly above average among the Konoha 12. There was only one thought in Ingjian's mind: this is bad. Why has he stopped crying? His mother asked nervously. Maybe he's cried himself tired. The medical nin smiled. This child is rather quiet. Ingjian truly did not want to cry. He was rapidly processing with his newly born little brain. First, figure out what this ability actually was. He could see the tags inside other people's shadows. Pharmacology, dear Antler, was probably his mother's talent, and Yin Release extension was likely the medical nin's ability. These tags seemed to be the embodiment of some talent or trait. Next was to determine whether this ability was useful. If it was only seeing, at best it was a support skill and couldn't change the fact that he was cannon fodder. But what if there was a deeper use? The most important thing was the third question. Could he rely on it to live comfortably enough to never have to do anything in the future? Just then a commotion came from the direction of the main house. Lady of Lord Shikaku has also given birth. A boy too. What a lucky day, 2 Nara children born on the same day. His mother lifted her head slightly, glanced in that direction, and said softly, the same day. Ingjian stored this information in his mind. Lord Shikaku's child was born on the same day as him. That is to say, Nara Shikamaru, that genius with an IQ over 200 who later became the chief strategist of Hokage, was his cousin. Even though he was a child of the branch family, being born on the same day as the main family's eldest son meant the relationship was not too distant. Not bad. At least he wasn't some villain who would destroy the world. Ingjian gave a small yawn. To everyone else it was just a natural reaction of a newborn tired from crying. But only he knew that it was the first strategic decision he had made about his future life. First, take a nap. Whatever happens, deal with it after waking up. After all, the first step of lying flat is to be able to fall asleep anytime, anywhere. Year 49 of Konoha. Ingjian was 1 year old. That year he figured out the first part of his golden finger. He could not only see the tags in other people's shadows but also copy them. He discovered this mechanism one afternoon. His mother was holding him on the porch to bask in the sun. The autumn sunlight was warm, casting the shadows of the two of them onto the wooden floor. Ingjian was idly observing the tags at the edge of his mother's shadow. Pharmacology, dear Antler. Yin Release stealth housework proficient, when he suddenly felt his own shadow move. It wasn't caused by the shifting light, it moved by itself. His shadow, like a pool of living mercury, stretched out silently and touched his mother's shadow. At the moment of contact, the Yin Release stealth tag on the edge of his mother's shadow lit up. Then, like a petal blown off by the wind, it drifted out of her shadow and merged into his own. The whole process took less than a second. His mother noticed nothing and was even softly humming a lullaby. Ingjian's heart pounded. That night he had a long dream. In the dream, his shadow repeatedly practiced a certain technique: how to make itself thinner and fainter, how to move silently in darkness, how to blend with surrounding shadows. He was both an observer and a participant, spending a long focused period of practice in the dream. When he woke up the next morning, he found that his shadow really could stealth. Previously, his shadow had obediently followed at his feet with even color and clear edges. Now, as long as he concentrated, the shadow's color could become paler, and its edges blurry like a drop of ink diluted. Although the change was tiny, it was real. Yin Jian lay in his crib staring at the patterns of light cast through the window lattice on the ceiling, lost in thought. The mechanism of this golden finger was probably that when his shadow touched another person's shadow, it could copy one of that person's talent tags. The copied tag did not disappear. His mother still had the Yin Release stealth tag that day, but he also obtained a copy. The copy needed to be analyzed and integrated during sleep before it could finally be turned into his own ability. So he needed to do two things: touch more people and sleep more. Yin Jian turned over and buried his face in the little pillow. Touching people was a bit troublesome. He was a baby now with limited range of movement, and the people he could contact were only a few. But once he could walk, things would be different. The Nara clan was not exactly large, but not exactly small either. There were dozens of relatives and clan members in total. Everyone had unique tags, especially those related to the shadow secret arts. If only he could collect all those tags. Yin Jian yawned. Forget it, I'll deal with it later. For now, sleep. After all, sleeping was also part of getting stronger. Year 50 of Konoha. Yin Jian was 2 years old. He could walk now. He could also speak, though he only said what was necessary. When Uncle Shikaka came to visit, Yin Jian was practicing standing while holding on to the porch pillar. The moment Shikaka's figure appeared at the gate, Yin Jian's eyes lit up. Not because he missed his uncle, but because of the string of tags floating at the edge of Shikaka's shadow. Tactics Big Picture View. Yin Release immobilized Calm Jonin Commander. The dark purple glow was far denser than that of any clan member he had ever seen. Shikaka walked over, crouched down, and patted Yin Jian's head. Little guy, you stand quite steadily. Yin Jian reached out his arms and called out in a childish voice. Carry! Shikaka laughed, and picked him up. The instant their bodies touched, Yin Jian quietly extended his shadow and made it touch Shikaka's shadow. The brightest tag in that cluster, Tactics Big Picture View, gave a soft flicker and drifted over. Yin Jian contentedly buried his face in Shikaka's shoulder. That night he had a long dream. In the dream he was in front of a huge map, strategizing, deploying invisible troops, and anticipating every enemy move. That feeling was wonderful, not learning concrete tactical knowledge, but cultivating a vision, an instinct to view the battlefield from a higher dimension. After waking up, Yin Jian found that when he looked at anything he would unconsciously notice the relationships between things. The positional relation between building blocks, the spacing of trees in the yard, the layout of his mother setting the table. It wasn't deliberate analysis, it was just naturally seeing it. This was Tactics Big Picture View. It wasn't instilling knowledge, it was optimizing the way of thinking. Yin Jian sat on the porch looking at the shadows of the deer in the courtyard, and suddenly felt that this world wasn't so frightening. If every copy could bring an improvement of this level, then with enough time he could completely absorb and integrate all the shadow secret arts of the Nara clan. By then, at least in the field of shadow manipulation, no one could be stronger than him. And shadow was the core of the Nara clan's combat. Controlling shadow meant controlling everything. Yin Jian lowered his head and looked at the small shadow under his feet, whose color had already changed from light gray to dark gray. Take it slow, he told himself. No rush. In the distant sky, clouds drifted slowly. Year 51 of Konoha. Yin Jian was 3 years old. That year he got to know Shikamaru, the eldest son of Uncle Shikaku, his cousin born on the same day as him. Their first formal meeting was at the clan's autumn gathering. The adults were drinking and chatting inside while the children were left to play by themselves in the yard. Yin Jian was leaning against a tree, lost in thought, when a small figure walked over and sat down beside him. Yin Jian turned his head. The other boy had similar features, a small ponytail tied in his hair, and a lazy expression that didn't match his age. Are you Yin Jian? Shikamaru said. I'm Shikamaru. I know. They both fell silent for a few seconds. Then Shikamaru said, Your shadow, isn't it darker than mine? Yin Jian's heart skipped a beat. He looked down at his own shadow. After more than 2 years of collecting, he had unconsciously copied the Yin Release tags of more than a dozen clan members. The shadow's color had gone from light gray all the way to dark gray. Usually no one noticed such a detail, but Shikamaru spotted it at a glance. It's a matter of lighting, Ing Jian said with an unchanged expression. Shikamaru tilted his head, looked at the angle of the setting sun, then at the two shadows. His own shadow was normal light gray while Ing Jian's was indeed darker. He opened his mouth as if to say something but in the end just shrugged. Forget it, too lazy to think. Ing Jian sighed in relief. Shikamaru's greatest virtue, he truly hated trouble. What are you looking at? Shikamaru followed his gaze to the sky. Clouds? What's so interesting about clouds? They're pretty, Ing Jian said. You don't have to think about anything. Shikamaru was silent for a moment, then also lay down beside him. The two children lay side by side on the grass watching the autumn clouds drift slowly across the sky above. Not bad indeed, Shikamaru said. That was the first time Ing Jian felt that having a cousin was quite nice. That night lying in bed, Ing Jian recalled the day's conversation. Shikamaru had noticed the abnormality in his shadow. Although Shikamaru said, too lazy to think. With that brain of IQ over 200, it was only a matter of time before he pieced together the truth. But Ing Jian wasn't worried. He knew Shikamaru's personality too well. As long as you didn't cause him trouble, he wouldn't meddle. And Ing Jian's way of existing was exactly the type that caused the least trouble. Not fighting, not grabbing, not showing off, just quietly staying in the corner. This was the survival path he had designed for himself. Ing Jian turned over and buried his face in the pillow. The moonlight outside the window poured through the paper screen, casting faint shadows on the floor. His shadow lay quietly, a restrained dark gray, like a secret known only to himself. Inside his mind, 3-year-old Ing Jian quietly calculated at this rate, as long as he came into contact with more clan members, his shadow manipulation level would surpass most Chunin. By then he would have enough capital to keep playing dead. After all, if people found out how strong he was, trouble would follow. And trouble meant work. If he had to work, he couldn't lie around watching clouds. If he couldn't lie around watching clouds, what meaning was there in life? So he must not be discovered. This was a perfect closed-loop logic. Ing Jian was very satisfied with his reasoning, then closed his eyes and sank into the next dream filled with tag fragments. In the dream, his shadow was becoming darker, more agile, and more like a part of himself. All he had to do was sleep well. Leave the rest to the shadow. My year 52. Ing Jian was 4 years old. The Niliang clan compound was not large, several dozen households scattered among the maple forest connected by winding paths. On an autumn afternoon, most of the clan's adults were busy, some tending the deer, some mixing herbal medicines, some organizing clan documents. The children gathered in small groups to play or were forced by their parents to recite clan rules and practice hand seals. Ing Jian was not among them. He was strolling slowly along the path connecting the houses, looking as if he were just idling. But if anyone observed his route carefully, they would notice a pattern. He always passed by the places where clan members were, seemingly by chance. Ing Jian. Out playing again. An aunt who was drying herbs in her yard greeted him with a smile. Ing Jian obediently nodded, walked over, and reached out to hug the aunt's leg. This was the customary way Niliang children showed affection. Oh my, this child is so clingy. The aunt smiled and patted his head. Ing Jian lowered his head, letting his shadow silently extend to the aunt's feet. At the moment of contact, the tag pharmacology formula on the edge of the ant's shadow faintly lit up and drifted over. Another medicinal herb-related tag. Ing Jian silently noted in his heart, this was already the 7th pharmacology-type tag he had collected in the clan. From pharmacology deer antler to pharmacology processing, from pharmacology compatibility to pharmacology formula, the heritage of the Niliang clan as Mai's top pharmacist family was being copied into his shadow piece by piece. Goodbye, aunt. Ing Jian let go and continued forward. His real target today was his uncle at the east end of the compound, Niliang Yanping. Yanping was one of the few Chunin in the clan who specialized in combat, and he had long been responsible for patrol missions on Mai's border. Last month Ing Jian had seen him once from afar at a clan gathering and noticed several deep-colored tags floating at the edge of his shadow, one of which was especially striking, Yin Release extension. That was the ability he wanted most right now. Ing Jian's own shadow manipulation range at the age of 4 was already quite good. He could extend it about 3 meters in front of him. But Yanping's Yin Release extension was said to have the farthest range among the clan's peers. If he could copy that tag, his shadow's coverage radius would increase by at least 30%. Yanping's home was a small detached house with a yard where several training stakes were set up. As Ing Jian reached the gate, Yanping, bare-chested, was striking a wooden post, his fists hitting it with dull thuds. His shadow spread out under the afternoon sun, the tags at its edge clearly visible. Ing Jian stopped at the gate and called out in a childish voice, "Uncle Yanping." Yanping stopped, turned to see who it was, and grinned. "Hey, isn't this Ing Jian from Chi's family?" What brings you here? I got lost, Ing Jian said without changing expression. Yanping burst out laughing. A Niliang kid getting lost in his own clan compound. You're even lazier than your brother Luan. You can't even be bothered to remember the way. Ing Jian didn't argue, he simply walked into the yard and sat down in the shade of the veranda. Yanping fetched a jug of water from the house, took a few gulps, then plopped down beside him. Since you're here, take a rest. Your uncle Yanping just got back from patrol and is exhausted. This was exactly the distance Ing Jian wanted. He shifted slightly, letting his shadow extend silently within the shade of the veranda. Yanping's shadow was half a meter away. The two shadows slowly approached each other on the wooden floor. At the moment of contact, the brightest tag on the edge of Yanping's shadow, Yin Release extension, drifted into Ing Jian's shadow like a dark purple leaf. A chill came from the tip of his shadow. Unlike the previous tags he had copied, this touch was exceptionally clear. It felt as if something was being stretched, not his body but a certain boundary of his shadow. Ing Jian could feel his shadow yearning to stretch farther, like a potted plant suddenly sensing a wider expanse of soil. What's wrong? Yanping noticed his absent-mindedness. Nothing. Ing Jian looked away. Uncle Yanping is patrol very hard. Hard. Yanping took another gulp of water. More than hard. The border is all swamp and dense forest. Every trip leaves my legs covered in insect bites. But what can I do? Since my shadow has a long reach, patrol suits me best. He patted Ing Jian's head. When you grow up, if your shadow range is long enough, you'll probably have to do this too. Ing Jian thought seriously for a moment. Then I'd better keep my range small. Yanping laughed and scolded him as a little rascal not taking it seriously. When Ing Jian came out of Yanping's house, the sun was already low in the west. Instead of going home directly, he made a detour to the deer barn in the north of the compound. The deer raised by the Niliang clan were an important asset. Deer antlers were precious materials for secret medicines, and the deer themselves shared an ancient contract with the clan members. Ing Jian had little interest in the deer themselves. He came here because of the clan uncle in charge of the deer, Niliang Jingjia. Jingjia was a taciturn middle-aged man, low-key in the clan, and usually kept to himself. But Ing Jian had once accidentally caught a glimpse of his shadow, almost dazzled by the glow of several tags: contract deer, Yin Release, resonance, perception, affinity. Especially the tag Yin Release resonance, which was so deep in color that it almost merged with his shadow. Ing Jian had never seen this tag on anyone else. Jingjia was examining a doe in the deer barn. The doe lay quietly on the straw, showing no resistance to Jingjia's touch, even tilting its head slightly as if enjoying it. Ing Jian stood at the barn door silent. Jingjia didn't turn around, only said lightly, "Come in. Don't stand in the draft." Ing Jian walked in and crouched by the straw. The doe glanced at him, no wariness in its dark eyes. Ing Jian reached out. The doe lowered its head and touched his palm with its damp nose. At that instant he made his shadow extend and touched Jinjia's shadow. Yin Release resonance lit up. The sensation of that tag merging into his shadow was unlike any before. It wasn't cold, wasn't warm. It was a kind of resonance. It was as if something inside his shadow began to vibrate gently, forming faint connections with everything around. The doe's breathing, the rustle of straw, the faint herbal smell from Jingjia. All these perceptions suddenly became sharper, not through the five senses but through his shadow. "Your shadow," Jingjia suddenly spoke, "is moving." Ing Jian's heart skipped a beat. Jingjia turned around and looked at Ing Jian's shadow on the ground. A 4-year-old shadow was small, its color an inconspicuous dark gray. But Jinjia's gaze was sharp, the gaze of a man accustomed to observing subtle changes through long years with the deer. "It's listening," Jingjia said, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "Listening to this deer's breathing." Ing Jian didn't know how to answer. This was the first time someone had seen through the abnormality of his shadow on the spot. Luan had only noticed a difference in color, but Jingjia had seen the shadow's behavior itself. It was actively sensing the life around it. "I don't know." Ing Jian lowered his head, letting his shadow retract to his feet. Jingjia was silent for a moment, then continued checking the doe as if nothing had happened. "Deer are very sensitive animals," he said without looking up. "They can perceive people's hearts. Kindness, malice, fear, calm, they know all of it." He paused. "Shadows are the same. Shadows can perceive far more than people think." Ing Jian crouched by the straw, motionless. Jingjia didn't look at him again, nor did he say anything more. When Ing Jian stood up to leave, Jingjia suddenly spoke again. "If you want to come see the deer in the future, you're welcome any time." Ing Jian looked back at him. Jingjia was still facing away, focused on caring for the doe. Sunlight slanted in through the wooden lattice window, casting the shadows of the man and the deer on the straw quiet and gentle. "Thank you, Uncle Jingjia. That night Ing Jian lay in bed unable to fall asleep for a long time. Jinjia's words echoed in his mind. Shadows can perceive far more than people think. He had previously treated his shadow as a tool that could extend, split, and lurk. But Jinjia seemed to be hinting at something else. The shadow itself was an extension of perception. It wasn't that he used the shadow to sense. It was the shadow sensing on its own. Ing Jian closed his eyes, letting his consciousness sink into the half-awake haze. He could feel the Yin Release extension copy from Yanping being analyzed, the boundary of his shadow slowly pushing outward. And from the Yin Release resonance something subtler seeped out, a power to resonate with the surrounding environment. It wasn't hearing, it was feeling. Feeling the flow of air, the faint vibrations beneath the floor, and the even breathing of his mother in the next room. All this information came back through his shadow without him having to consciously perceive it. Ing Jian turned over, burying his face in the pillow. He was growing stronger and stronger. From Yanping he gained extended range, from Jinjia perceptual resonance added to the lurking, splitting core and resilience tags he had collected earlier from other clan members. His shadow was evolving from a single manipulation tool into a multifunctional high-precision perception and combat compound system. And he was only 4 years old. At this rate, by the time he entered the academy, his shadow manipulation level would probably surpass most Chunin. Ing Jian sighed silently. It wasn't that he didn't want to become strong. He just didn't want anyone to discover that he was strong. If discovered, there would be expectations. Expectations lead to missions. Missions require work. Work means no time to lie around watching clouds. A perfect loop. So he had to find a way to hide these abilities. Not that he wouldn't use them, only that he wouldn't let others see him using them. Ing Jian opened his eyes in the darkness, staring at the blurred wood grain on the ceiling. A vague idea was taking shape in his mind. What if he could control the intensity his shadow displayed? Like adjusting a lamp's brightness, revealing only a tenth at ordinary times, then releasing it all when needed. But now was not the time. He needed more tags and a stronger foundation before he could attempt that level of fine control. Ing Jian closed his eyes again. Tonight's dream would likely have deer. The doe's damp nose. Jinjia's silent back, the rustling sound in the hay. And in the depths of his shadow a faint newborn resonance. It was the shadow listening. 4-year-old Ing Jian sank into sleep. His shadow lay quietly on the floor, its color slightly darker, a subtle change almost imperceptible. Konoha year 53. Ing Jian was 5 years old. According to the clan rules, every Nara child of 5 had to begin formal basic training. Chakra refinement, hand seals, physical conditioning, and the secret art passed down through the Nara clan, the shadow imitation technique. The training ground was in the dojo at the center of the clan compound. Every morning all children from 5 to 7 gathered there to be taught together by the clan's senior members. Ing Jian and Shikamaru, cousins born in the same year, were naturally placed in the same group. Today we practice shadow extension. The instructor was the clan's Chunin teacher Nara Naruto. He was a lean man in his early 30s, his hair tied in the Nara family's signature ponytail. His eyes were sharp and he spoke quickly. Apparently he had once been a member of Konoha's intelligence division when he was young. After an injury he had stepped back from active duty and returned to the clan to train the younger generation. The heart of the shadow imitation technique is the synchronization of chakra and shadow. Naruto stood in the center of the dojo, his shadow clearly visible under the lights. It isn't about using chakra to push the shadow, but about letting chakra become part of the shadow. You have to feel your chakra flow out from the soles of your feet, seep into your shadow, and then. His shadow suddenly stretched outward like a black snake, gliding silently across the wooden floor and precisely wrapping around a wooden stake 3 meters away. And make it an extension of your body. The children let out low gasps. Ing Jian stood in the back row, his expression calm. He had already been able to do this 2 years ago. Not just extension, he could split his shadow into 3 strands, lurk in dark places, and sense an object's temperature and texture through contact. But in the dojo he simply wore the same amazing expression as the other children. Shikamaru stood beside him and yawned. Let's start with the basics. Naruto retracted his shadow. Today's goal is to extend your shadow by 10 centimeters. No more than that. First establish the sense of synchronization between chakra and shadow. Spread out and find a place to practice. The children scattered, each taking a corner of the dojo to try. Ing Jian found a spot by the window, sat down cross-legged, and let the sunlight fall from behind, casting his shadow onto the floor in front of him. He closed his eyes and pretended to concentrate hard. In reality he was only controlling the degree of his display, letting his shadow extend slowly and clumsily for about 10 centimeters, then stopping and deliberately trembling to make himself look unstable. Not bad. Naruto walked past him. Keep it up. Ing Jian nodded and continued his performance. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Shikamaru's shadow extend a short stretch as well. It was about the same as his, around 10 centimeters, somewhat unstable, its edges trembling faintly. Shikamaru still wore that lazy expression, but there was a glimmer of focus in his eyes. That was something Ing Jian rarely saw on Shikamaru's face. He suddenly realized that Shikamaru was serious. Not an affected seriousness, he was truly practicing with all his heart. Shikamaru's shadow had extended a little faster than his performance, about 1 or 2 seconds quicker. The difference was tiny, but Ing Jian could see it. His cousin really was a genius. After training, the children left the dojo in 2s and 3s. Ing Jian and Shikamaru walked side by side along the path through the maple grove, neither speaking. The autumn maple leaves had begun to redden, and sunlight filtered through the gaps between the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Your shadow doesn't tremble anymore. Shikamaru suddenly spoke. Ing Jian's steps faltered. Last week when you practiced, your shadow still trembled when you extended it 10 centimeters. Today it doesn't. Shikamaru's tone was flat, as if stating an irrelevant fact. Very fast progress. Ing Jian was silent for a few seconds. Yours doesn't tremble either. I practiced. You didn't. Shikamaru turned to look at him. You've never really practiced. Maple leaves fell between them. Ing Jian did not deny it. He knew he could not hide it from Shikamaru. Ever since the year they were 3, when Shikamaru first noticed the unusual color of his shadow, this cousin had been watching him. Shikamaru never asked, but that didn't mean he didn't know. You're hiding, Shikamaru said. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. Ing Jian stopped walking. Shikamaru stopped as well. Maple leaves drifted quietly around them, and their 2 shadows were broken into fine fragments by the tree shadows on the ground. When did you find out? Ing Jian asked. I only became sure just now, Shikamaru said. Your speed and stability when extending your shadow are both better than mine. But you deliberately slowed down, and deliberately added some unstable trembling. He paused. You mimicked it well. But the frequency of the trembling was too regular. Real instability wouldn't be that regular. Ing Jian looked at his cousin. Shikamaru was 5 years old. 5. He could already notice the frequency pattern of a shadow's trembling. What a pain, Shikamaru said with a sudden sigh. If you want to hide, hide. I can't be bothered to care. But there's one thing. What? Mom said you're coming to our house for dinner tonight? And Yoshino made sukiyaki. Ing Jian was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help smiling. Okay. That evening Ing Jian sat at the dinner table in Shikamaru's house facing a steaming pot of sukiyaki. Aunt Yoshino's cooking was indeed excellent. The beef was sliced evenly, the vegetables were neatly arranged, and the balance of salty and sweet in the broth was just right. Shikaka sat at the head of the table picking up meat with his chopsticks while asking Ing Jian about his recent training. Ing Jian answered with a perfectly standard reply. Progress was fine, his shadow could extend 10 centimeters now, and his chakra control still needed work. Shikamaru ate quietly beside him, occasionally glancing at Ing Jian, but said nothing. After dinner the 2 children were shooed into the yard to settle their stomachs. The stars were bright in the night sky, and the courtyard of Shikaka's house was full of moonlight. Shikamaru sat down on the veranda and Ing Jian sat down beside him. The silence between them was not awkward, it was simply quiet. Why do you hide? Shikamaru suddenly asked. Ing Jian thought for a moment. Because it's troublesome. Troublesome. If people know you're strong, they'll have expectations. If there are expectations, there will be missions. If there are missions, you have to work. If you have to work, you can't lie around watching clouds. Shikamaru was silent for a long moment. That makes sense, he said. Ing Jian turned his head to look at him. Don't you think I have no ambition? What's the use of ambition? Shikamaru yawned. My dad is ambitious enough, isn't he? He's the commander of Konoha's Jonin forces. Every day he's so busy his feet barely touch the ground, and when he comes home he still has to read documents. He doesn't even have time to play shogi. He looked at the night sky. I think, like you said, being able to lie around and watch clouds is pretty nice. Ing Jian suddenly felt that having a cousin like this was truly wonderful. Not because Shikamaru would cover for him, he would, but that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Shikamaru understood him. He understood why Ing Jian wanted to hide, why he was afraid of trouble, why he would rather play dead than step into the spotlight. Because at heart they were the same kind of person. Shikamaru. If there's ever trouble in the future, Ing Jian paused. I mean the truly troublesome kind. Shikamaru waited for him to finish. I'll help you. Shikamaru looked at him, then gave a small smile. That was the first time Ing had seen Shikamaru smile at him like that, not a perfunctory social smile, but a real one with warmth spilling out from his eyes. What a pain, Shikamaru said. But fine. Under the moonlight, two shadows lay side by side on the wooden veranda. One darker, one lighter, both equally quiet. That night Ing returned home, lay in his futon, and could not fall asleep for a long time. His conversation with Shikamaru that day reminded him of something. He had been collecting skill entries and growing stronger, but he had never seriously thought about what he would do after he became strong. No, he had thought about it. He had thought about it countless times: become stronger, then hide, then lie around watching clouds. But Shikamaru's words today made him realize there was a flaw in that plan. If he ever encountered real trouble, the kind that threatened the people he cared about, could he keep hiding? Sasuke would defect. Naruto would go after him. Shikamaru would take the mission to bring Sasuke back, setting out with Choji, Niji, Kiba, and Rock Lee. In that mission everyone had nearly died in the original story. If he hadn't transmigrated, all of this would just be manga plot. But he had transmigrated. Shikamaru was no longer a character in a manga but a cousin who had grown up with him, watched clouds with him, and shared the same table eating sukiyaki. If he kept hiding, Shikamaru might die. Ing opened his eyes in the darkness. He needed to become stronger. Not to show off. Not to be a hero. But so that when that day came he would have enough strength to stand beside Shikamaru. Not to fight. To protect. Ing turned over and buried his face in the pillow. Moonlight from outside the window filtered through the paper window, casting a faint shadow on the floor. His shadow lay quietly, its color a subdued dark gray. But beneath that layer of gray, the extension copied from Shurhei, the resonance copied from Shinsuke, and the various Yin Release skill entries copied from more than a dozen clan members were silently interweaving, merging and settling. They were waiting. Waiting for the day they would be needed. Ing closed his eyes and drifted into sleep. In tonight's dream there were no skill entry fragments, no analysis processes. Only the moonlight on the veranda of Shikamaru's house and two shadows lying side by side. In the 54th year of Konoha, Ing was 6 years old. On the day the Ninja Academy entrance notice was posted on the Nara clan's bulletin board, Ing was lying on the veranda. The autumn sun had lost its ferocity. Slanting through the gaps between the maple leaves, it cast shifting patches of light across the ground. His shadow lay spread across those shifting patches, pale in color, soft at the edges, looking no different from the shadow of any other Nara child. Shikamaru walked over and sat down beside him. They sat an arm's length apart, neither of them speaking. That was their tacit understanding. There was no need to fill every silence with words. School starts tomorrow, Shikamaru said at last. We're in the same class. Naruto is in that class too. Ing's eyes opened a crack. Naruto. That golden-haired boy. Once at a clan gathering he had seen him from a distance, a boy whose shadow bore a dazzling layer of golden tags. Yin Release Life 4 Suzumaki, large capacity, and at the very center a mass of light sealed away behind a barrier too dim to discern. It was the purest Yin Release he had ever come across. Entirely unlike the fragments of Yin Release he had harvested from his clansmen, it was the extreme of a completely different kind of power. And Sasuke, Shikamaru added. Ing's eyes opened completely. Sasuke Uchiha? He had never seen him face to face, but he knew what that name represented. The lone orphan of the Uchiha clan, the reincarnation of Indra, another extreme of Yin Release. If Naruto stood for the life of Yin Release, then Sasuke stood for the form of Yin Release. What are you thinking about? Shikamaru turned his head to look at him. Thinking. Ing closed his eyes again. About what to have for lunch tomorrow. Shikamaru was silent for a moment. You're getting worse and worse at lying. Ing did not deny it. On the day of the entrance ceremony the weather was unexpectedly fine. Golden sunlight flooded the whole of Konoha, and the sky was so blue it seemed freshly washed. The gate of the Ninja Academy was packed with adults sending their children to school, and admonitions and crying rose from every corner. Ing's mother Chi escorted him to the gate, then crouched down to straighten his collar. Listen to your teacher at school. Get along with your classmates. And don't spend all your time sleeping. Ing nodded. Your lunch is in the bento box, remember to eat it. Come straight home after school. Don't go running around. Ing nodded again. His mother looked at him for a few seconds, then suddenly reached out and ruffled his hair. You've never liked to talk much, not even as a little child. I don't know who you take after. Like my father, Ing answered in his heart. But he didn't say it, he merely let his mother finish ruffling his hair, then turned and walked through the school gate. Quite a few children were already seated in the classroom. Out of habit, Ing Jian chose the second-to-last seat by the window, a position that allowed him to take in the whole classroom, while keeping his back to the wall with no one able to pass behind him. Shikamaru sat one row ahead, already yawning. Ing Jian's gaze swept across the entire classroom. The shadow devouring eye activated automatically. At the edge of every child, shadow tags of different colors floated. The plump golden-haired boy of the Akimichi clan Choji had expansion endurance, and Yin Release physique at the rim of his shadow. The girl with the golden ponytail Ino had mind transfer, empathy, and perception acuteness along the edge of her shadow. Shino Aburame in his hooded jacket had insect master synchronization, and Yin Release stealth floating at his. There were also Kiba Inuzuka, Hinata Hyuga, Rock Lee Tenten. Every single tag was a unique mark of talent. Then his gaze came to rest on the golden-haired boy. Naruto Uzumaki. He sat in the front row by the window with several seats around him empty. No one was willing to sit next to him. His posture was sloppy, one foot propped on the edge of his chair, drawing something on the desktop with a crayon. But that was not what Ing Jian was looking at. He saw the layered tags at the edge of Naruto's shadow. The outermost layer was a warm gold Yang Release Life Force Uzumaki Large Capacity Unpredictability No. 1. The middle layer was a deeper gold like molten gold, and the words Yang Release Ultimate and Light of Azura flickered faintly in and out of view. At the deepest core was a mass of light hidden behind a seal, burning so intensely it was nearly blinding. Ing Jian could barely discern the characters at its outermost edge. Ninetales. The brightness of those tags surpassed anything he had witnessed on any Nara clansman. Just then he sensed an entirely different presence. Cold. Extremely cold. Ing Jian turned his head instinctively. At the classroom door a black-haired boy was walking in. His skin was very pale, his features nearly too refined for a child his age, and his dark eyes held a cold aloofness that did not match his years. The children around him unconsciously made way for him. Sasuke Uchiha? Ing Jian's pupils shrank slightly. At the edge of Sasuke's shadow drifted tags of violet black. Yin Release Ultimate Uchiha Lurking Shadow Fire Release Talent. And at the very deepest point rested one tag wrapped in darkness, Indra's Darkness. It was not veiled behind a seal like Naruto's innermost tag, but wrapped in a layer of pure condensed darkness like a black seed sleeping at the bottom of an abyss. The ultimate Yang and the ultimate Yin. They were present in the same classroom less than 5 meters apart. Ing Jian's fingers tightened slightly. He could feel his own shadow trembling softly beneath his feet, not from fear but from a kind of instinctive craving. From the day of his birth his shadow had been absorbing fragments of Yin Release from his clansmen, from his father, from every Nara clansman who had ever come into contact with him. Those fragments had granted him a command of Yin Release far surpassing his peers. But alongside the Indra's Darkness and Sasuke's shadow they were like a creek beside the deep sea. And Naruto's Light of Azura was an ocean of a different order entirely. Hey, Pineapple Head number 2! Ing Jian was dragged back from his thoughts. Naruto had somehow appeared in front of him, one hand clapping down on his shoulder without the least ceremony. Physical contact. Shadows overlapped. Ing Jian looked down and saw his own shadow interwoven with Naruto's in the darkness beneath the desk. At that instant of contact the brightest tag at the edge of Naruto's shadow, Yang Release Life Force, gave a gentle flicker. Then it floated over. Like a petal of gold it parted from Naruto's shadow and merged into his own. A warm sensation spread from the tip of his shadow. Unlike the cold dense sensation of copying a Yin Release tag, this time it was warm like water heated by sunlight, rising all the way from the end of his shadow and seeping into his chakra pathways. The warmth was not scorching, yet it was unmistakably clear. Ing Jian's heart skipped a beat. Your hair is so strange. Why is it pineapple-shaped just like Shikamaru's? Naruto, having noticed nothing wrong at all, just went on chattering. Are all you Nara people like this? Oh, by the way, what's your name again? Ing Jian. He forced himself to answer. Ing Jian. What a strange name. Whatever. Naruto flashed a grin. We're classmates from now on. Nice to meet you. He held out his hand. Ing Jian looked at that hand, paused for a second, then took it. Nice to meet you. Ing Jian did not absorb a single word of the entrance ceremony. The third Hokage was on the stage lecturing about the will of fire. Irika-sensei kept order at the side, and the children were some excited, some nervous, and some already crying. Only Ing Jian kept his head low, watching the shadow beneath his feet. On the surface nothing had changed. The color was still that restrained dark gray, the edges soft, lying quietly on the ground. But he could feel that something was changing within the shadow. The fragment of Naruto's Yang Release Life Force, like a grain of golden sand dropped into a pool of ink, was rotating slowly in the depths of his shadow. It had not fused with his original Yin Release fragments, they remained as separate as oil and water, yet along their boundary a faint, almost imperceptible mingling was taking place. Each time they mingled a wisp of exquisitely fine pure black would take shape. That black was neither the violet black of Yin Release nor the transmuted gold of Yang Release. It was something else, heavier, steadier, more complete. It lasted for less than a single breath before dissipating, but Yin Jian had captured it. The nascent form of Yin Yang Release. The power by which the Sage of Six Paths created all things was hidden within that fleeting wisp of black. Yin Jian. Shikamaru's voice came from the front. Yin Jian looked up and realized the entrance ceremony was already over. The children were filing out of the classroom in turn under the teacher's direction. Shikamaru half-turned and in a voice audible only to the two of them said one line. "Your shadow just flashed." Yin Jian's fingers stiffened slightly. "Gold," Shikamaru said, then turned back around as if nothing had happened. Yin Jian remained in his seat looking at Shikamaru's back. His cousin asked no further questions, displayed no curiosity, and did not so much as glance at him again. But Shikamaru had deliberately told him about it, and the meaning was perfectly clear. "I saw it, but I won't ask." "Watch yourself." Yin Jian lowered his head and looked at his shadow. It lay there quietly, its surface nothing more than the most ordinary dark gray. But beneath that layer of gray a grain of golden sand was slowly turning. On his first day at the academy he had copied the Yang Release fragment of Naruto Uzumaki. This was the first turning point on his path of collection. In the first week of school, Kagemi made no move to approach Sasuke. He simply watched. Sasuke sat near the front center of the classroom, always surrounded by a cluster of girls. Sakura and Ino competed every day for the seat beside him, while Sasuke himself remained entirely unmoved, his gaze fixed straight ahead as though the clamor around him meant nothing. His posture was impeccable, his attention never wavering during lessons. When called upon by the teacher he answered with concise precision, never faltering. A perfect model of an honor student. But Kagemi had noticed something others failed to see. Sasuke's shadow never reached out on its own. Children of the Nara clan were taught from childhood that a shadow is an extension of the body. It flows forward naturally with each step, and its edges tremble faintly when emotions stir. Yet Sasuke's shadow appeared weighed down by something, lying quiet against the ground, its edges sharp, never spilling forth, like a pool of still water frozen beneath ice. That was not control. That was suppression. Kagemi had seen it, the darkness of Indra resting at the edge of Sasuke's shadow. Wrapped in a layer of pure darkness, it lay buried at the shadow's deepest core like a seed waiting to break through the soil. Sasuke himself might not even sense its presence, but his shadow did. And so his shadow dared not move. It was afraid. In the second week of school during taijutsu class, Kagemi finally waited for the right moment. That day's lesson was basic sparring paired off. The sensei assigned partners at random, and Kagemi found himself matched with Sasuke. Shikamaru let out a soft tch from behind him. Kagemi didn't turn around, but he knew what Shikamaru was thinking. At the center of the training hall, Sasuke had already assumed his starting stance. His posture was textbook perfect, left foot forward, weight lowered, fists guarding the center line, one ahead of the other. For a 6-year-old to hold such a stance was truly remarkable. "Begin." Sasuke struck first. His speed was remarkable. Kagemi shifted sideways to evade the first punch, feeling the wind of it brush past his ear. The second punch followed immediately, aiming for his shoulder. Kagemi stepped back half a pace, the knuckles grazing his clothes. Sasuke's assault never paused, one punch after another, one kick after another, like a precise machine. The other students around them murmured in awe. Kagemi kept evading. It was not that he couldn't counterattack, he needed time to position his shadow. During taijutsu sparring, both their shadows moved rapidly across the ground, making it difficult to find the moment of overlap. Sasuke executed a sweeping kick that forced Kagemi backward half a step, then pressed his advantage forward. Now. Kagemi stopped retreating. His feet drove hard into the ground, and instead of backing away he surged forward, crashing his body into Sasuke's. Both lost their balance and fell to the ground together. Physical contact. Shadows overlapping. In that instant Kagemi clearly saw the Yin Release ultimate inscription at the edge of Sasuke's shadow light up. A violet-black radiance detached from Sasuke's shadow like a cold flame drifting into his own. Cold. Extremely cold. Unlike the warmth of the Yang Release fragment from Naruto, this sensation was like a drop of ice water falling into the core of his shadow. That cold was not superficial, it penetrated to the bone, as though something at the very deepest part of his shadow had awakened and opened its eyes. The surrounding noise, the sensei's whistle, the feel of the floor beneath him, all of it receded in that instant. Only the icy pulse within the shadow remained vividly clear. Draw, the sensei announced. Sasuke was already on his feet, brushing dust from his clothes. He glanced down at Kagemi, and in his eyes there was something that hadn't been there before. You react quickly? 3 words, and then he turned and walked away. Kagemi remained seated, his heart pounding like drums. Not because of Sasuke's words, but because the 2 fragments deep within his shadow were reacting. Naruto's Yin Release vitality rotated slowly on the left side of the shadow, emitting a warm golden aura. Sasuke's Yin Release ultimate coalesced into a dense cluster on the right, cold and solid like a violet-black ice core. They were wrapped and separated by his shadow, circulating in their own domains. But at their adjacent boundary something was merging. Not fusion. Exploration. Golden threads of light and violet-black cold mist touched gently at the boundary, and each contact produced a wisp of extremely subtle pure black. That blackness vanished in an instant, but Kagemi had caught it. It was different from the blackness produced when only the Yin Release fragment existed. It had been like a thin ink color mixed from a single pigment. Now it was as though 2 ultimate pigments met for the first time on a palette. They had not yet fully merged, but the outline of the final color was already visible. Deeper. Heavier. More complete. Kagemi. Shikamaru's voice came from above. Kagemi looked up. Shikamaru stood before him, a water bottle in hand. Drink. Shikamaru handed him the bottle, then added in a voice meant for only the 2 of them, that shadow of yours. It went cold for a moment. Kagemi took the bottle. Violet-black, Shikamaru said, and then turned and left. Kagemi uncapped the bottle and took a long gulp. The water was warm, but it could not extinguish the icy pulse deep within his shadow. That afternoon after school, Kagemi did not go straight home. He sat beneath the shade of a large tree behind the school, closed his eyes, and let his consciousness sink into the depths of his shadow. This was the first time he had actively chosen to look inside his own shadow. Usually he let it run on its own, passively receiving the refined abilities only during sleep. But today was different. The 2 fragments from Naruto and Sasuke were too extraordinary. In his consciousness he saw them, one golden, one violet-black, each rotating within the depths of his shadow like 2 stars that would never collide. And at their adjacent boundary that subtle merging continued. Each merge lasted less than a breath, and the blackness it produced vanished in an instant, but the frequency of these merges was increasing. He observed for about 15 minutes. The merges at the boundary went from occasional at first to happening roughly once every few heartbeats. The frequency was rising. And the blackness was lingering longer, from a mere flash to a duration of about half a heartbeat. Kagemi opened his eyes. The sunset was sinking, dyeing the sky in shades of tangerine. His shadow stretched long across the grass, its color a subdued dark gray. He suddenly recalled what Shikamaru had said on the first day of school: your shadow just lit up. Golden. Shikamaru had seen the gold. Today Shikamaru had perceived cold, likely referring to that violet-black fluctuation. Shikamaru did not possess the Shadow Devourer's eye and could not see the inscriptions themselves, but he could sense the chakra fluctuations released by Kagemi's shadow. The gold was the warmth of Yin Release, the violet-black was the cold of Yin Release. But Kagemi himself, at the moment the merge occurred, felt something, a third thing entirely. Pure black. It was neither cold nor warm. It was a sense of completeness. As though his shadow had originally been a picture drawn only halfway. Naruto's fragment had filled in the right corner, and Sasuke's fragment had filled in the left. Though the full picture was far from complete, the outline had already emerged. The outline of Yin Release. Kagemi stood up and brushed the grass from his clothes. In the distance Naruto's signature booming voice could be heard. He seemed to be arguing with Sakura again. Sasuke was likely already far gone. He always left immediately after school and never lingered. The 2 bearers of extremes were each living their own lives within their own worlds. They did not know what slept in the depths of their shadows, nor did they know that someone had taken a fragment from each of them beneath that great tree that afternoon. Kagemi turned and began walking home. His steps were slower than usual, not from fatigue but because his shadow was digesting. He could feel the 2 fragments rotating slowly in the depths of his shadow. Each merge at the boundary caused the shadow to grow slightly warm, then slightly cold. This alternating warmth and cold was subtle, uncomfortable, but it made one instinctively want to stop, sit down, and close one's eyes. Then sleep. Kagemi quickened his pace. Tonight would be a long night of refinement. With 2 extreme fragments existing simultaneously in the shadow, what the shadow needed to do was not refine them separately but find a way for them to coexist. Kagemi had an intuition that when he found that way, something entirely new would be born within his shadow. Not Yin Release. Not Yang Release. It was Yin and Yang. That night Kagemi lay in bed for a long time without sleeping. Moonlight filtered through the window paper and cast a pale shadow on the floor. His shadow lay quietly there, its color a subdued dark gray with soft edges. But deep within the merge between gold and violet black continued. Each time the blackness produced by the merge lingered slightly longer than the last. Kagemi closed his eyes. It was not that he did not wish to grow stronger, it was that he did not want others to discover he had grown stronger. But if one day Shikamaru were in danger or if the village faced a real threat, he needed sufficient power to protect them. Not to show off. To make all troubles end as quickly as possible so he could go back to lying down and watching the clouds. So he would collect. From Naruto. From Sasuke. From anyone who possessed a fragment he needed. His shadow trembled faintly under the moonlight as though responding to his thoughts. Beneath that dark gray surface gold and violet black were slowly irrevocably drawing closer to each other. Chapter 6 Refinement. Kagemi had a fever. On the Wednesday morning of his second week his mother Iki came to wake him as usual only to find him curled beneath the covers, his forehead burning hot as a heated stone. She hurriedly fetched a thermometer. The mercury column shot up to 39 degrees. Iki immediately sent someone to the clan pharmacy for fever medicine and asked another to relay a message to the ninja academy that Kagemi was taking sick leave for the day. Half-conscious Kagemi sensed someone feeding him medicine, replacing the wet towel on his forehead, coming and going. He knew it was his mother, but he lacked the strength to respond. Most of his consciousness sank. Deep within an expanse of primordial cakes, golden light and violet black mist coexisted, and along the boundary where they met pure blackness was ceaselessly born. His shadow was laboring at full capacity. The fragment of Naruto's Yin Release and the fragment of Sasuke's Yin Release had been under analysis since the very night he copied them. But this time the scope of the analysis exceeded anything that had come before. The previous entries, whether the Yin Release fragments of his clansmen, or the sundry talents gathered in daily life, had been like streams flowing into a lake. The shadow had only to dismantle them, classify them, store them, and transmute them into muscle memory. This time, however, the shadow confronted two oceans. The golden Yin Release fragment and the violet-black Yin Release fragment each bore an information density that vastly surpassed his current capacity. The shadow could not directly dismantle them. They were far too condensed, like two metal spheres compressed to their utter limit, their surfaces impenetrable to any ordinary method of analysis. And so the shadow altered its strategy. It no longer attempted to analyze them separately, instead it made them analyze each other. Fusion. Every time a strand of golden light met a wisp of violet-black cold mist at the boundary, the two antithetical forms of chakra underwent a momentary mutual dissolution and reconstitution. That thread of pure blackness was the product of that reconstitution. The shadow was leveraging the antagonism between the two forces, allowing them to grind against each other, permeate each other, and transform each other. And it greedily drank in the blackness produced by each fusion. In the midst of chaos, Ingjian dimly perceived the truth. What he had copied was no pair of ordinary entries. Naruto's Yin Release fragment bore the concept of life. Sasuke's Yin Release fragment bore the concept of form. When life encountered form, the blackness that emerged was existence. The nascent form of Yin Release. By noon, Ingjian's fever had fallen to 38 degrees. He woke once, drank the kanji his mother handed him, then sank back into profound sleep. Not ordinary sleep. The shadow had forcibly drawn him into a state of deep analysis. His body needed rest to cooperate with the shadow's work. Every fusion consumed enormous physical strength, and the rising temperature was a side effect of accelerated energy metabolism. In the evening Shikamaru arrived. Through his haze Ingjian heard his mother speaking with Shikamaru at the door. His fever has eased a little. He's still sleeping. I'll put today's notes on his desk. Then came the quiet sound of footsteps. Shikamaru walked into the room and paused beside the bed for a while. Ingjian felt his gaze rest upon his face, then shift to the shadow pooled upon the floor. Shikamaru said nothing. He set down the notebook, turned and left. But Ingjian knew Shikamaru had seen it. His shadow was running a fever. Not a metaphor. A genuine fever. The edges of that deep gray shadow carried a faint, nearly imperceptible ghost blue glow, like thin mist brushed by moonlight, trembling at a frequency almost impossible for the naked eye to discern. That was the shadow's outward sign of operating at full tilt. Shikamaru saw it, yet asked nothing. He had come merely to deliver the notes, and then he left. Ingjian committed that silence to memory. Late at night his temperature finally dropped to 37.5 degrees. He rose from the deepest layer of chaos, his awareness far clearer than it had been during the day. He could sense that the frequency of fusion between the two fragments in the depths of his shadow had climbed sharply. Initially once every several heartbeats, now each heartbeat triggered 2 or 3 fusions. The wisp of pure blackness was no longer evanescent either. It began to linger briefly within the shadow. Not complete integration, but once generated at the point of fusion it could persist within the shadow for roughly 2 heartbeats before gradually dissipating. Yet it did not vanish after dissipating. Yin Jian could sense that the blackness was being absorbed by the shadow. Each time the blackness born of a fusion faded, it left a nearly imperceptible trace in the shadow's substance. Like ink dripped into clear water, at first merely thin filaments, yet every filament forever altered the color of the water. This was the truth of the analysis. His shadow was not digesting the 2 fragments. They were far too formidable. His current shadow capacity was entirely inadequate to digest them. What the shadow was doing was borrowing strength to strike, letting the 2 extremes oppose and polish each other, then absorbing the sparks that flew from their collision. Yin Jian opened his eyes. Moonlight filtered through the paper window, casting faint luminous shadows on the floor. His shadow lay spread there quiet. The ghost blue glimmer at its edges had receded. The color remained deep gray, but if one looked closely one would notice an extraordinarily faint undertone added to the gray. Not purple. Not gold. Black. An extremely thin, almost indiscernible black. Yin Jian closed his eyes again. This time he truly sank into sleep. Not the chaos of an analytic state, but authentic restful sleep. Deep in the shadow the fusion of gold and violet black continued, yet its tempo had slackened, like an engine that after a frenzied sprint settled into a steady cruising hum. Over the following 3 days Yin Jian ran a fever every day. Each morning it subsided to just above 37 degrees and each evening it climbed back to around 38, an endless cycle. His mother, frantic with worry, invited the clan's finest apothecary to examine him. Everyone concluded it was an ordinary cold, and that a few days of rest would suffice. Only Yin Jian knew that this was no ordinary cold. It was his shadow conducting an unprecedented analysis. On the 3rd night the fever broke. Completely. His temperature returned to a normal 36.5 degrees. The ache throughout his body dissolved, and his mind was as clear as though it had been rinsed clean. Lying beneath his quilt, Yin Jian opened his eyes. Outside the window moonlight still shone brightly, laying a swath of silver upon the floor. His shadow rested there, still deep gray, the result of his deliberate concealment. But when he loosened his control and let the shadow stretch out naturally, a layer of the faintest black underlight showed through beneath the gray. Not a pitch black, but a shade hovering between deep gray and pure black, like the profoundest night sky before dawn. It was not merely a change in color. Yin Jian moved his fingers slightly. No hand seals, no focused gathering of chakra. The shadow reached out and touched a small stone in the corner of the room. The stone's tactile presence returned to him immediately. Temperature shaped the subtle unevenness of its surface, and even the hairline fissures hidden within it all echoed with perfect clarity in his perception. This was not the tactile feedback of before. The living shadow had formerly been capable of perceiving only an object's surface temperature, material, and shape. But now he could perceive its inner microstructure, the cracks inside the stone, the grain of the wooden floorboards, the distribution of straw fibers embedded in the walls. When the shadow touched an object it no longer merely felt the surface. It seeped inward, perceiving the interior architecture. The first qualitative transformation wrought by the fusion of yin-yang released the depth of perception. Yin Jian drew his shadow back, letting it spread beside him. The shadow's edges quivered faintly, and he could clearly perceive his mother's breathing rhythm from the adjacent room, her body temperature, the delicate rustle of her quilt as she turned over. And not merely that. He could also perceive her emotions in that moment, the anxiety of a mother fretting over a sick child, tossing and turning unable to sleep, delivered into his awareness through a faint resonance between shadow and shadow. Emotional perception. Not mind reading, but sensing the broad contours of emotion, anxiety, calm, joy, sorrow. Yin Jian recalled the words that Uncle Shinsuke had once spoken. The shadow can perceive far more than people think. At the time he had only grasped the surface. Now he comprehended the true depth of Shinsuke's meaning. The shadow had never been merely a tool. It was the antenna connecting the Nara clan to the world. And the fusion of Yin-Yang Release was now extending his antenna into still deeper realms. Yin Jian gathered his shadow and let it quietly recede beneath his feet. Tomorrow he would return to the academy. He had fallen behind by 3 days of coursework and needed to study Shikamaru's notes. More importantly, he needed to confirm one thing, whether his perception of Naruto and Sasuke had also been transformed. Naruto's Yang Release fragment had come from his shadow. Sasuke's Yin Release fragment had likewise come from his shadow. Now that these two fragments were fusing within Yin Jian's own shadow, would his perception of these two sources develop some kind of special connection? Yin Jian had an intuition that the answer would reveal itself tomorrow. He closed his eyes and sank into true sleep. No analysis was needed tonight. The shadow had completed the first stage of fusion. The two fragments still existed. Golden Yang Release and Violet Black Yin Release continued to rotate independently in the shadow's depths, but a bridge now spanned between them. Every trace of blackness yielded by each fusion became part of that bridge. And at this end of the bridge, Yin Jian's shadow waited serene and patient. It awaited the day when the two oceans would finally merge. The next morning, Yin Jian walked out the front door, school bag slung over his shoulder. The autumn sunshine flooded the village road with dazzling brightness. His shadow stretched long behind him, a restrained deep gray with soft edges indistinguishable from the shadow of any Nara child. At the academy gate he encountered Shikamaru. Shikamaru glanced at him once. Just once, and then looked away. Feeling better? Better. Shikamaru nodded and asked no further questions. The two walked through the gate side by side, sunlight throwing their shadows behind them. Yin Jian knew Shikamaru had noticed. The color of his shadow had not changed, but its depth had. Beneath that layer of gray lay an additional undercurrent of the faintest black light. Shikamaru had seen it, but he would not ask. Such was the understanding between them. In the classroom, Naruto was sprawled over his desk, hurriedly completing missed assignments. Sasuke sat in his seat, quietly gazing out the window. When Yin Jian entered, both raised their heads at the same instant. Naruto waved his hand with easygoing cheer. "Yo, Pineapple Head number 2. You're recovered." Sasuke merely glanced at him before shifting his gaze away. But Yin Jian sensed it. His shadow trembled faintly in that moment. From Naruto's direction a warm surge flowed toward him, like the touch of sunlight. From Sasuke's direction came a cool crystalline surge, like the touch of moonlight. Two utterly different sensations arrived through his shadow simultaneously. The connection had been established. On his very first day back at the academy, Yin Jian confirmed one thing: his perception of Naruto and Sasuke had indeed changed. It was not an active perception on his part. It was passive, impossible to shut off. It was as if someone had strung two invisible threads in his shadow, one tied to Naruto, one tied to Sasuke. Whenever they were near, the threads would vibrate. The one connected to Naruto trembled with a fiery, chaotic rhythm, like beans scattered across a drumhead never settling down. The thread connected to Sasuke trembled cold and regular, like the sound of water dripping in the dead of night, even intervals unchanging emotion. Yin Jian spent the entire morning adjusting to this new sense. Before, his shadow could sense the life around him too, but it had been vague and general, like seeing figures through frosted glass. Now it was different. The presences of Naruto and Sasuke had become two clear, sharply outlined silhouettes on that frosted glass. He didn't even need to look back to know that Naruto was hunched over his desk, drawing with crayons, pressing down far too hard, with every stroke snapping the crayon tip 3 times. He also knew that Sasuke was resting his chin on his hand and staring out the window, his gaze fixed on a certain branch of the big tree, not changing his posture since class began. This was not normal. Yin Jian looked down at the shadow on his desk. It lay there quietly, a subdued dark gray with soft edges. But beneath that gray the merging of gold and black continued. Every merging produced a thread of darkness that made the vibration of those two threads just a little clearer. The deeper the fusion, the tighter the connection. At lunch, Yin Jian carried his bento to the big tree in the corner of the schoolyard. It was his usual spot, enough shade, a good view of the whole training ground, and not too much attention. He had just opened his lunchbox when Naruto dashed over. "Pineapple Head number 2. Why are you eating alone over here?" Naruto flopped down beside him with zero sense of personal space. Yin Jian's shadow trembled faintly. It wasn't him controlling it, the shadow reacted on its own. When Naruto came close, the warm fluctuation intensified and the shadow instinctively tilted toward him like a plant leaning toward the light. "It's quiet here," Yin Jian said. "What's so good about quiet? Food tastes better when it's lively." Naruto opened his own lunchbox, revealing a bowl of ramen. Ramen again. Yin Jian glanced at the bowl, wondering just how much this guy loved ramen. "Don't you get bored always being by yourself?" Naruto said with his mouth full of noodles. "Shikamaru's always alone too. Are all you Nara like that? Shikamaru has Choji and Ino." "Oh right." Naruto thought for a moment. "Then what about you? Who's on your team?" "I don't have a fixed team yet." "Then do you want to team up with me?" Naruto's eyes lit up. "When we get assigned to squads later. Me, you, and Sasuke. The 3 of us would be unstoppable." "Sasuke." Yin Jian's shadow trembled again. Not warmth, coldness. He looked up and found that Sasuke had walked over at some point carrying his own bento. He didn't come closer. He just sat down at the edge of the tree's shade, close enough to hear the conversation yet far enough not to be part of it. Sasuke, come over too. Naruto waved at him. Sasuke didn't respond, lowering his head and eating quietly. But his shadow stretched across the ground, separated from Injien's and Naruto's by less than a meter. Injien could sense the field among the three shadows. Naruto's was warm gold like a little flame dancing without rest. Sasuke's was violet black like a piece of ice silently resting at the bottom of water. His own was a dark gray between the two, with a wisp of extremely faint black showing through its depths. The three shadows never touched, but the space between them was not empty. Something was flowing, from Naruto to Injien, from Sasuke to Injien, then converging inside his shadow. Injien lowered his head and ate, pretending he felt nothing. Hey, Pineapple Head number 2. Naruto suddenly leaned in and lowered his voice. Don't you think Sasuke's been acting kind of weird? Weird how? I can't really say. Naruto scratched his head. Sometimes I feel like he's really far away. He's right next to you, but you can't reach him. Injien paused with his chopsticks. Naruto had felt it. He didn't have the shadow-devouring eye, he couldn't see the Indra's darkness wrapped in darkness deep within Sasuke's shadow. But his instincts sensed it, that innate distant aloofness in Sasuke. It wasn't a personality flaw, it was the influence of the Yin Release fragment. Ultimate Yin Release is a power of inward contraction. It makes a person instinctively close themselves off and keep the world at arm's length. What about you? Naruto asked. Do you ever feel that way? Injien was silent for a moment. Yes. Naruto bit down hard on a fish cake. I knew it. That's why I'm trying to pull him in. If you stay alone, you'll drift farther and farther away. If the three of us are together, we won't drift apart. Injien looked at him. Naruto had no idea how profound his words were. He was just acting on instinct. If Sasuke was lonely, he'd pull him in. If Injien was always alone, he'd come over. No reason, no strategy. That was Naruto's way. Deep in Injien's shadow, the golden Yang Release fragment gave a faint glimmer. It wasn't the light of copying, it was resonance. It had sensed the unreserved openness in Naruto's words. The essence of Yang Release is the life force that gives outward. Hey Sasuke! Naruto called again. Give me one of your tomatoes. Why should I? I'll treat you to ramen tomorrow. No thanks. Then I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen. What's the difference? Ichiraku's chashu is thicker. Injien listened to them bicker, and the corner of his mouth moved involuntarily. Sasuke refused aloud, but in his lunchbox one of the tomatoes had been pushed to the edge by his finger. The afternoon lesson was shuriken throwing. The training ground was an open space behind the ninja academy with several wooden targets set up. After the teacher explained the basics, the students practiced on their own. Injien stood before the farthest target, 3 shuriken in hand, holding back. It wasn't that he couldn't aim. He had copied the throwing precision trait from the clan's hidden weapon master. At 5 he could already hit 8 out of 10. But here he needed to miss. He raised his hand and the 3 shuriken flew. 2 hit the edge of the bullseye and 1 landed 2 inches off. A perfectly average genin performance. A low murmur rose beside him. Sasuke stood at the next target. All 3 of his shuriken pierced the bullseye, arranged in a triangular formation with spacing so even it looked measured by a ruler. The Uchiha clan's shuriken technique was already showing brilliance in 6-year-old Sasuke. Sasuke-kun is amazing. Sakura's voice came from the watching crowd. On the other side, Naruto's results were disastrous. Of his 3 shuriken, 1 missed entirely, 1 stuck into the target's edge, and 1 barely hit the outer ring. He scratched his head, unconvinced. One more time. Injien watched Naruto throw another round. Still inaccurate. But his shadow perceived that every time Naruto threw, a faint burst of chakra erupted inside his body. It wasn't intentional, it was instinct. He was trying to use chakra to amplify the power of the throw. But the control was too rough and it sabotaged his accuracy. The Yang Release talent hadn't yet found its proper outlet. Injien looked towards Sasuke. Sasuke was retrieving his shuriken, neat movements, expressionless face. But in Injien's perception, the edges of Sasuke's shadow were trembling faintly. That was a sign of suppression. He was holding something down. Every time someone praised him, every time he displayed ability beyond his peers, the Indra's darkness contracted slightly like an eye curled up in the dark. Ultimate Yin Release is drawn to loneliness. The more outstanding you are, the lonelier you become. The lonelier you are, the deeper the Yin Release grows. It was a self-reinforcing loop. Yin Jian turned his gaze away and continued throwing shuriken. Still an average score still. Ordinary genin level. But his shadow was silently recording everything around him, the flow pattern of Naruto's chakra during each burst, the way Sasuke's Yin Release contracted with every suppression. Not copying, observing. Those two fragments had given him a channel. Once a channel was established, information would flow. After school, Yin Jian waited as usual under the big tree to walk home with Shikamaru. When Shikamaru approached, Choji and Ino were behind him. Choji was eating potato chips. Ino was complaining about how tiring today's lessons were. Shikamaru walked in the middle with his usual lazy expression. Yo, Yin Jian. Ino waved. You did pretty well with shuriken today. It was average. You're just like your brother, you both love to pretend. Ino pouted. The Nara kids have never been bad at shuriken anyway. Yin Jian didn't respond. Shikamaru glanced at him but said nothing. Choji held out the chips bag. Want some? Yin Jian reached over and took a chip. The four of them walked toward the school gate. The setting suns stretched their shadows long, overlapping one another. Yin Jian could sense each person's emotions, Ino's energy, Choji's placidness, Shikamaru's calm. And farther away, the already distant Naruto and Sasuke still made those two threads tremble faintly. Naruto's thread was warm and chaotic, Sasuke's was cold and regular. Both left traces in his shadow. That night, Yin Jian lay in bed, letting his consciousness sink into the depths of his shadow. The merging of gold and black continued. Its frequency stabilized at 2 merges per heartbeat, and the black it produced now lingered for about 3 heartbeats. The longer it stayed in the shadow, the higher the proportion that was absorbed. The base color of his shadow was slowly shifting from dark gray toward pure black. Then a question occurred to him. The fragments from Naruto and Sasuke had both come from the same day, the day of enrollment. But he hadn't actively copied Sasuke's fragment until the second week. The 2 fragments had entered his shadow at different times, yet they merged within the same resolution cycle. His shadow hadn't waited until the second fragment entered to begin fusing. The moment the second fragment entered, it instantly recognized the unity of opposites it shared with the first. That was no coincidence. His shadow instinctively craved that unity of opposites. The Nara clan's secret Yin Release technique was in essence shadow manipulation, turning an intangible shadow into a tangible weapon. That was the ultimate application of Yin Release. But a shadow itself was never just Yin Release. A shadow was created when light was blocked. Where there is light there is shadow, where there is yang there is yin. A true shadow had always been the coexistence of yin and yang. His shadow was simply returning to its essence. Yin Jian opened his eyes and looked at the faint wood grain on the ceiling. Moonlight filtered through the paper window, casting pale light and shadow on the floor. His shadow lay quietly there, its color a little deeper, so slightly deeper it was almost impossible to notice. Beneath that gray, gold and violet black were slowly, irreversibly drawing closer to each other. One day they would completely merge. When that day came, his shadow would become true black, not the violet black of Yin Release, not the gold transformed black of Yang Release, but a pure black capable of devouring all light. The black of Yin Yang Release. Yin Jian closed his eyes. The autumn of Konoha's 54th year in Yin Jian's memory consisted of countless quiet afternoons. The lessons at the Ninja Academy proceeded at an unhurried pace. Basic theory, taijutsu, sparring, shuriken throwing, chakra refinement, none of these required any extra time for Yin Jian. He only needed to maintain an average facade, then devote all his remaining energy to one thing: observation. Within the first month at the Ninja Academy, he had already read through all his classmates' trait entries. Choji Akimichi's Baika endurance and Yang Release constitution, Ino Yamanaka's mind-body switch, empathy and perception, keenness, Shino Aburame's insect master tuning and Yin Release stealth, Kiba Inuzuka's beast release scent and dynamic tracking, Hinata Hyuga's Byakugan purity and gentle fist talent. Each trait entry was a unique mark of talent floating at the edge of each person's shadow like stars of differing brightness across the night sky. But the ones Yin Jian cared about most were always Naruto and Sasuke. Not because their entries were the most dazzling, though they certainly were, but because those 2 ultimate fragments deep within their shadows were slowly merging inside his own. Every night when he lay in bed and sank into sleep, his shadow automatically began to work. Gold and violet black met at the boundary, producing a thread of pure black, then that thread was absorbed into his shadow as part of its base color. The process was slow, steady, and irreversible. After a month, the base color of his shadow had advanced from deep gray to nearly ink black. Of course, this was the state before suppression. Under the shadow seal's restraint, its outward appearance was still light gray. Today was taijutsu class. The teacher had the students practice basic grappling in pairs. Ingien and Shikamaru naturally formed one group. Ever since enrollment, as long as the teacher didn't force a pairing, they would automatically team up. It was the unspoken understanding between twins, no discussion was needed. Shikamaru's grappling techniques were clean and sharp, but his strength was always just enough to pass, never exceeding by the slightest bit. Ingien was the same. The two rolled around on the ground, their movements by the book, yet utterly devoid of passion, like completing a routine task. "That Naruto kid," Shikamaru suddenly said in a low voice, "has been hanging around Sasuke a lot lately." Ingien pressed down on Shikamaru's arm and answered in the same low voice, "And Sasuke hasn't chased him off?" You don't seem surprised." Ingien released his grip and let Shikamaru turn over and get up. "Naruto has his own way." Shikamaru glanced at him but didn't press further. This was the understanding between them. When Ingien didn't want to talk about something, Shikamaru wouldn't ask. But Shikamaru knew in his heart that Ingien's attention to Naruto and Sasuke far surpassed his attention to anyone else in the class. It had been this way ever since the first day of enrollment. Practice ended and the children scattered to rest. As usual, Ingien walked to the big tree at the edge of the training ground and sat down. The shade was thick, and when the autumn wind blew, a few leaves swirled down. He leaned against the trunk, closed his eyes, and let his shadow's perception spread outward. Naruto was on the other side of the training ground. His chakra was pulsing in a cheerful rhythm, like a little ball bouncing endlessly. Through the shadow, the emotion he sensed was excitement, probably pondering some new move again. Sasuke was farther away. His chakra was quiet and steady, like a deep pool whose surface barely rippled. The emotion was calm, or rather something buried very deep and unwilling to be noticed. Two strings, one warm and one cold, were both vibrating clearly in his perception. Footsteps approached. Ingien didn't open his eyes, but from his shadow's perception he already knew who it was. Light steps that weren't quite steady, chakra that was lively but not quite refined, and an emotion of pure curiosity. Pineapple Head number 2. Naruto plopped down beside him. "Why are you sleeping again?" "I'm not asleep." "Then why are your eyes closed?" "Listening to the wind." Naruto tilted his head thought for a moment, then closed his eyes too. "Let me listen as well." There was about 3 seconds of silence. "I can't hear anything." Ingien opened his eyes. "You did hear it." "Huh." "The wind blowing through the leaves." "The voices over by the training ground." "Footsteps." "Your own heartbeat," Ingien said. "You heard all of them. You just don't think that counts as hearing." Naruto stared at him blankly, then broke into a grin. "The things you say are weird, just as weird as Shikamaru." "Are all you Nara like that?" Ingien didn't answer. His gaze went past Naruto and landed on Sasuke at the edge of the training ground. Sasuke was standing alone in front of a wooden post practicing shuriken. His movements were precise and mechanical. But the tremor at the edge of his shadow was more noticeable than before. Ingien stood up. "I'm going to get some water." As he walked past Sasuke, their shadows overlapped for a single instant in the afternoon sunlight. It was only an instant, but it was enough for Ingien to sense more. Deep within Sasuke's shadow, the darkness of Indra contracted slightly at that exact moment. It wasn't because Ingien's shadow had touched it, it was because of Naruto. Naruto had shouted something loudly over at the training ground, and when the sound carried over, Sasuke's shadow reacted. Ultimate Yin Release was resisting Ultimate Yang Release. It wasn't hostility, but something more instinctive, like two magnets of opposite poles sensing an invisible repulsion as they draw near. But Ingien also sensed something else. Alongside the repulsion, deep within Sasuke's shadow, there was a wisp of longing so faint it was almost imperceptible. That longing was suppressed very deep, wrapped in layer after layer of cold Yin Release, but it truly existed. Indra's darkness was yearning for Azura's light. Only Sasuke himself didn't know yet. After the afternoon classes ended, Ingien and Shikamaru walked together toward the clan compound. As they passed the Chiraka Ramen, Naruto's signature loud voice came from inside Old Man. "Double chashu." Shikamaru's steps paused. "That guy really eats ramen every day." Ingien also stopped. Not because of the ramen, but because he sensed another chakra inside the ramen shop. Cold and steady like deep water. Sasuke was inside too. The two who embodied those extremes were now sitting in the same ramen shop. A few empty seats separated them. Neither spoke, but neither left. "Let's go," Shikamaru said. The two continued forward. Maple leaves covered the village path, rustling beneath their feet. Shikamaru suddenly said, "Lately you seem to pay a lot of attention to Sasuke." Ingien didn't deny it. "Does his shadow have something on it as well?" Ingien's steps faltered slightly. Shikamaru didn't have the shadow-devouring eye and couldn't see the trait entries, but he could reason. From the way Ing Jian had focused on Sasuke since the first day of enrollment to that accidental fall during Taijutsu class to the direction in which Ing Jian's gaze had been lingering lately, Shikamaru fitted all the pieces together and reached the correct conclusion. Yes, Ing Jian said. Like Naruto. Not the same. Naruto is light. Sasuke is darkness. Shikamaru was silent for a while. What about you? Ing Jian looked down at his own shadow. Under the setting sun it was stretched long, its color a suppressed light gray. But beneath that gray, gold and violet black were merging, producing pure black. I'm the one in the middle. Shikamaru asked no more. Walking side by side down the maple-covered path, their shadows overlapped behind them. That night Ing Jian had a dream. Not a dream of analyzing trait entries, but an ordinary dream belonging to a 6-year-old child. In the dream he stood on a vast grassland, the sky so blue it looked translucent. On the left stood Naruto, his golden hair almost dazzling under the sun. On the right stood Sasuke, his dark eyes quietly watching the distance. None of them spoke, they simply stood side by side. Wind passed through the space between the three and waves of grass surged. When Ing Jian woke, the sky outside the window had not yet brightened. Moonlight spilled through the paper window, casting faint patterns of light and shadow on the floor. His shadow lay quietly there. The image from the dream still lingered in his mind. Naruto on the left, Sasuke on the right, and he in the middle. It hadn't been deliberately arranged, it was natural. Yin Release and Yin Release, light and darkness, vitality and form. And he, whose shadow was slowly fusing the two, had happened to stand right in the middle. Ing Jian turned over and buried his face in the pillow. He only wanted to lie around and watch clouds. But fate seemed to be pushing him in a different direction. Not to become a hero, not to stand under the spotlight, but to become the one standing between light and darkness. To connect the two ends, balance the two ends, and keep the two ends from breaking. Just like what his shadow was doing, letting gold and violet black merge at the boundary to produce pure black. Ing Jian closed his eyes. He still had school tomorrow. Naruto would probably come bounding over again, and Sasuke would probably sit far away again. The two strings, one warm and one cold, would both tremble in his perception. This was his daily life. The daily life of an ordinary child of the Nara clan, one connecting light and darkness. In the 55th year of Mai, Ing Jian was 7 years old. On the first day of the second school year at the Mai Ninja Academy, Ing Jian discovered that he had grown 3 centimeters taller. The proof was that the ninja sandals he had worn last year were now too tight, so his mother Chi had to go to the village's ninja tools shop to buy him a new pair. Lu Wan had also grown taller, and was 1 centimeter taller than him. After learning this, Lu Wan rarely showed a smug expression that lasted about 2 seconds. The difference between 3 centimeters and 1 centimeter is only because you measured yourself first, Lu Wan said. I measured first, so you're taller than me. Because you measured first, I had no pressure. Without pressure, I grew faster. Ing Jian looked at Lu Wan. Lu Wan did not change his expression. This was the logic of a genius from the Niliang family with an IQ above 200. The new school year seating had been rearranged. Ing Jian still sat in the second-to-last row by the window, and Lu Wan sat in front of him. This seating combination had persisted since the first semester, and had never changed. It was not arranged by the teacher. Every time seats were changed, Lu Wan would persuade the teacher with an extremely reasonable excuse to let them stay in place. Ing Jian and I are cousins, sitting in front and behind makes it convenient for us to supervise each other. When Ing Jian first heard this, he almost choked on his own saliva. Lu Wan supervised him. Lu Wan himself slept half the time during class. But the teacher believed it because Lu Wan's grades were indeed good. Mingren sat in the front row by the window, and still no one was willing to sit beside him. Suizhu sat in the front middle area, surrounded as usual by a circle of girls. The battle for seating between Jingyi and Xiaoying had begun on the very first day of school, and it ended with the two of them sitting diagonally behind Suizhu's left and right sides, a result no one was satisfied with, but neither could do anything about the other. Ding Xi sat to the right of Lu Wan, convenient for sharing chips during breaks. Ji Nai sat in the corner, his presence as faint as his insects. Ye sat in the seat near the door with Chi Wan lying at his feet, occasionally letting out a bark. Chu Tian sat diagonally behind Mingren, and every time Mingren turned his head she would blush. Xiaoli sat in the exact middle of the first row, his back straight as a spear planted in the ground. Tian sat next to Xiaoli, and on her desk 3 sharpened pencils were always neatly aligned. This was the seating chart of the 72nd class of the Mai Ninja Academy. Ing Jian could draw everyone's position with his eyes closed, as well as the traits floating at the edges of their shadows. A year's time had been enough for him to read the traits of all his classmates. Chiodao Ding Ci expansion endurance Yang release physique appetite conversion. The final trait was something Ying Jian had only noticed later. Every time Ding Ci ate chips, that trait would faintly light up, converting the energy of food into chakra reserves at an extremely high efficiency. This was not ordinary eating, but the prototype of the energy conversion secret technique passed down through generations of the Chiodao clan. Shanzhong Jingyi mind transfer, empathy, perception, keenness, spirit penetration. The third trait was extremely light in color, almost transparent. Ying Jian spent several days confirming its existence. It was the mark of the Shanzhong clan's spiritual secret technique, not the control of other spirits, but the projection of one's own spirit outward. Jingyi herself might not have realized the existence of this trait. Yang Jinai insect master synchronization Yin Release stealth destructive bug symbiosis. The third trait was purple-black, similar in color to Ying Jian's own Yin Release trait, but completely different in texture. It wasn't controlling insects but coexisting with them. At the edge of Jinai's shadow there was always a layer of extremely faint, continuously flowing specks of light. That was the projection of the destructive bugs within his shadow. Chuanzhongya beast release scent dynamic tracking Qi-Wan resonance. The third trait connected Ye and Qi-Wan. Two chakra threads intertwined in the depths of the shadow, forming a two-way sensory channel. Ye could sense Qi-Wan's emotions and Qi-Wan could sense Ye's intentions. Rishiang Chu Tian white eye purity gentle fist talent introversion suppression. The third trait was gray, pressing down on the white eye and gentle fist traits like a thin mist. When Ying Jian first saw this trait he remained silent for a long time. That was not a suppression of talent but a suppression of personality. Chu Tian possessed the purest white eye in the Rishiang branch family, an extremely high gentle fist talent, but she herself did not believe she had these. That great trait was something she had imposed on herself. Li Loka Taijutsu ultimate effort conversion ninjutsu deficiency. The third trait was gray-white like a blank. Shaoli had no talent for ninjutsu, even the most basic chakra refinement was difficult for him. But he had the other two traits, the potential of Taijutsu ultimate and the amplifier of effort conversion. Whenever Ying Jian saw Shaoli's combination of traits he would think of that figure in the original story who opened the 8 inner gates, and almost kicked his way to the finale. In this class no one had a higher ceiling than Shaoli. Tian weapon affinity space perception multi-target lock-on. All 3 traits were silver-white like polished blades. Tian's talent was not in ninjutsu itself but in the matter of wielding weapons. The edge of her shadow always carried a subtle sharpness which was the projection of her weapon affinity talent in her shadow. There were others. Niliang Luwan Yin Release quick wit genius trouble aversion. Ying Jian would want to laugh every time he saw the third trait. Even a personality trait got written into the traits. But he also knew that trouble aversion was not a weakness. Lu Wan's trouble aversion was choosing the least effortful option after precisely calculating all the alternatives. That was not laziness, it was the ultimate efficiency. Then there were Ming Ren and Zhuo Zhu. Over the course of a year Ying Jian had gained a deeper understanding of those two extreme fragments. Ming Ren's Yang Release fragment was outwardly diffusive. It caused him to instinctively release chakra, outward release goodwill, release presence. That was why Ming Ren could never stay still, always spoke loudly and always crowded toward where people were. It wasn't his personality. It was his Yang Release driving him to connect outward. Zhuo Zhu's Yin Release fragment was inwardly contracting. It caused him to instinctively withdraw chakra from the outside, withdraw emotions, withdraw presence. That was why Zhuo Zhu always stayed alone, never spoke, and remained outside the crowd. It wasn't just the trauma of the Yzibo clan's massacre, it was his Yin Release driving him to seal inward. Connecting outward, sealing inward. Two completely opposite driving forces coexisted every day in the same classroom. Ying Jian was the only person who could sense both of these driving forces at the same time. Ming Ren's Yang Release pulsed on the left side of his shadow like a small flame that would never be extinguished. Zhuo Zhu's Yin Release slumbered on the right side of his shadow like a piece of ice that would never melt. And his shadow stood exactly between the two, allowing them to slowly merge at the boundary. After a year of merging, the base color of his shadow had advanced from dark gray to ink black. The pure black produced by each touch of gold and black lingered for a duration that had extended from the initial 3 heartbeats to roughly 10 heartbeats. It was transforming from an instant into a stretch, from a spark into a flame. But he remained that ordinary and unremarkable Niliang Ying Jian. His grades were average taijutsu, mediocre ninjutsu, ordinary. He slept in class and daydreamed after class. His classmates' impression of him remained fixed on the 2 labels of Lu Wan's cousin and also pretty lazy. Nobody paid attention to him. That was exactly what he wanted. Ingjian. Lu Wan's voice pulled him back from his thoughts. During lunch break the two sat under the big tree behind the school. Lu Wan held a shogi box in his hand, a birthday gift from Lu Jiu. One game. Ingjian looked at the board. I don't know how. You do know how. Lu Wan set up the board. You've watched my dad play. Ingjian did not deny it. He had indeed watched Lu Jiu play. More than once. When Lu Jiu did not know it, his shadow had already copied the trait tactics strategic vision. Shogi had ceased to be a strange thing to him from the day he successfully copied it. But he had only played with Lu Wan once. That time he deliberately revealed a weakness in the mid-game and conceded. Lu Wan won and said nothing. But the next day there was an extra layer in the way Lu Wan looked at him. It wasn't wariness, it was understanding. I won't go easy on you today, Lu Wan said. You didn't go easy on me last time either. Last time you weren't serious. This time be serious. Ingjian looked at Lu Wan. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light and shadow on the board. Lu Wan's expression was his usual laziness, but there was a rare seriousness in his eyes. Ingjian took black, Lu Wan took white. The game began. Lu Wan's playing style was just like his personality. Precise, effortless, every move landing on the most necessary spot. There were no wasted moves, no flashy formations, but every step forced you to respond. Ingjian's style, however, was not something even he himself was sure of. He played very slowly, thinking for a long time on every move. Not because he didn't know how, but because he had too many things to simulate in his mind. Shogi and shadow manipulation shared the same underlying logic. Both were about controlling space. Every move of shogi was a compression or expansion of space. Lu Wan's control was precision strikes, using the fewest pieces to lock down the most critical positions. Ingjian's control, however, was unconsciously evolving into another form. His pieces were not concentrated anywhere but scattered, spread out like a shadow extending soundlessly across the ground. Lu Wan's brows furrowed slightly. Ingjian's moves had no aggression nor any obvious focus of defense. But whenever Lu Wan wanted to break through a position, he would always find that a piece of Ingjian's was already waiting there. It was not interception, it was already there. It was as if Ingjian knew in advance that he would make this move. You're reading my moves, Lu Wan said as he placed a piece. No, I'm not. Ingjian also placed a piece. Then how did you know I would move here? I didn't know, Ingjian said. I just felt that if it were me I would move here. Lu Wan's hand paused for a moment. If it were me I would move here. They were not twins. They were cousins born on the same day, carrying the blood of the Niliang family, sharing similar intelligence, and a similar aversion to trouble. But they had never been the same person. Lu Wan's thinking was proactive, analyzing, deducing, judging, deciding. Ingjian's thinking was being changed by his shadow into another mode, not active analysis but perception. Perceiving the flow of space, perceiving the opponent's intentions, perceiving the inclination of every position on the board. Not calculation but sensation. I'm done playing, Lu Wan suddenly said. Ingjian looked up. If we keep playing I'll lose. Lu Wan put the pieces back into the box, his expression calm. That feeling of yours is more accurate than my calculations. Ingjian said nothing. Since when did you start playing by feeling? Ingjian thought for a moment. I don't know. It's just. It felt right to move that way. Lu Wan put the shogi board away and leaned against the tree trunk. Troublesome. Ingjian leaned against it too. The two sat side by side, watching the leaves above cut the sunlight into fragments. Your shadow, Lu Wan suddenly said, is darker than before. Ingjian did not look down. He knew Lu Wan was telling the truth. It was not just the ink-black layer beneath the shadow seal, even the outer layer after suppression was a shade deeper than before. The shadow seal was a technique he had developed at the age of 5. Its principle was to seal a large amount of chakra deep within the shadow, leaving only a tiny portion on the outside. But over the past year the black produced by the fusion deep in his shadow had grown more and more, and the total amount the seal needed to suppress was getting larger. The seal itself had not loosened, but the thing sealed within was growing. Someday the shadow seal would no longer be able to hold it. It wasn't that the seal was not strong enough, it was that the shadow's growth rate had exceeded the seal's capacity limit. Lu Wan. If one day my shadow changes color, the true color, Ingjian said, what would you think? Lu Wan did not answer immediately. He looked at the leaves above and was silent for a long time. How else could I look at it? He said. You're my cousin. No matter what color your shadow is, you're still my cousin. A breeze passed and a few leaves drifted down. However, Luan added. Ing Jian waited for him to continue. When that time comes, remember to tell me in advance, so I can think of an excuse to make up for you. Ing Jian was stunned for a moment, then laughed. It was the kind of laugh that surged up from the depths of his throat and couldn't be suppressed. Lu Wan also smiled, the kind of lazy smile with only the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. The two cousins leaned against the tree trunk laughing in the afternoon shade like two ordinary 7-year-old children. From the distant training ground came Ming Ren's loud voice and Zhu Zhu's cold reply. A warm string and a cold string trembled faintly in Ing Jian's perception. His shadow spread on the ground, its color a suppressed light gray with soft edges. But beneath that layer of gray, gold and purple black were merging, and the pure black they produced was irreversibly altering the base color of his shadow bit by bit. Someday it would rise to the surface. But today was not yet that day. The winter of Konoha year 55 came a little earlier than usual. In the middle of November the first snow had already fallen. Ing Jian remembered his mother once saying that winters in Konoha were usually mild, snows seldom fell, and when it did it melted quickly. But this year's snow was different. It began to fall at dusk and had not stopped by the next morning. The whole village was buried under a deep layer of white, rooftops, treetops, and streets alike all covered in soft, fresh snow. Ing Jian crouched on the veranda outside his home and stretched out his hand to let a snowflake land on his palm. It melted into a tiny drop of ice-cold water and slid along his palm line. His shadow lay across the wooden floor behind him, paler than usual against the reflected snowlight. But Ing Jian knew that was only because of the light. A shadow's essence never changed because of light. Let's go. Shikamaru's voice came from the compound gate. He was bundled in a dark green coat, his collar pulled high, the lower half of his face buried in it. The white mist of his breath was especially visible in the snowy light. Ing Jian stood up and patted the water drops off his hands. The two of them walked side by side into the snow. The Ninja Academy didn't cancel classes because of snow. The stove in the classroom burned hot, and the coals crackled now and then. A thin film of mist had formed on the windows, blurring the snowy landscape beyond into a smear of white. The children's minds were already far from the lesson. Everyone kept glancing out the window. Even Irika-sensei noticed. Before the third period began, he announced that the afternoon taijutsu class would be changed to free time in the snow. The classroom erupted in cheers. Naruto's voice was the loudest. Ing Jian stayed in his seat looking through the misted glass at the outside. The snow was still falling, lighter than in the morning but steady. He could feel Naruto in the front row, too restless to sit still, his chakra churning like a pot about to boil, bubbling with warm steam. Sasuke was much quieter, his chakra steady as ever, but Ing Jian sensed a faint, extremely subtle tremor in it. Not excitement. Something lighter. Anticipation. After the lunch break, the children burst into the playground like sparrows released from a cage. In no time the snow was covered with messy footprints. Naruto was the first to charge out. In less than 10 steps he slipped and landed face first in the snow. The other children burst out laughing. Naruto lifted his head from the snow, his face coated with white, blinked for a second, then started laughing too. Take this. He grabbed a handful of snow, packed it into a ball, and threw it at Rock Lee. The snowball shattered into powder against Lee's shoulder. Rock Lee's eyes lit up. This is a duel of youth. He bent down, scooped up 2 handfuls of snow, and threw them at Naruto and Kiba at the same time. Instantly a free-for-all broke out. Snowballs flew through the air as the children automatically divided into factions. Naruto, Rock Lee, and Kiba formed one team, Sakura Ino and Tenten formed the other. Choji sat on a bench at the edge of the playground eating chips and watching the battle. Shino stood under a tree, snow gathered on his shoulders without being brushed away, making him look like a quiet statue. Hinata stood at the edge of the field, wanting to join but not daring. She clutched a handful of snow and hesitated to throw it. Ing Jian watched all of this from under the eaves at the corner of the playground. His shadow stretched across the wall behind him, sheltered by the eaves, its color a subdued pale gray. But his perception blanketed the entire playground. Every snowball's trajectory. Every child's chakra fluctuation. Every laugh and every shriek. All of it flowed back through the shadows like an invisible net cast over the whole field. He could sense the slight surge in Naruto's chakra every time he threw a snowball. The instinctive release of Yang Release, unrefined but filled with pure power. He could sense Sasuke standing under the eaves at the other end of the field, his chakra quiet as ever, yet that thread of anticipation had still not faded. Sasuke didn't join the snowball fight. He just stood there watching. But Ing Jian perceived that his gaze was following the snowball's arcs. Not watching the snowballs themselves. Watching the people throwing them. Ing Jian. Naruto ran toward him from the middle of the battlefield, his face red from the cold, his hair dusted with snow. He was clutching a lopsided snowball in his hand. Why are you standing alone again? Come play. Yin looked at him. Naruto's chakra was leaping wildly like a flame swaying in the wind. The Yin Release fragment deep in Yin's own shadow seemed to sense something and flickered faintly. I don't know how to throw snowballs, Yin said. I'll teach you. Naruto pushed the lopsided snowball into his hand. Just pack it tight, then aim. He turned and shouted across the field, Sasuke. Sasuke looked over. Catch. Naruto took the snowball from Yin's hand and hurled it with all his strength. It traced a crooked arc and landed 2 meters in front of Sasuke, crumbling into a puff of snow. Sasuke looked down at the scattering snow, then raised his head and looked at Naruto. Then he bent down, scooped up a handful of snow, squeezed it twice with one hand, raised it, and threw. The snowball flew across half the field in an almost perfectly straight line and struck Naruto directly on the forehead. That hurt. Naruto crouched down, clutching his forehead, but his mouth was grinning. You're way too rough. Sasuke didn't answer. But he scooped up another handful of snow. Yin watched from under the eaves. Through his shadow he sensed fluctuations from 2 directions. On Naruto's side his chakra was leaping in a cheerful rhythm. After being hit he wasn't discouraged at all. He was even more excited. On Sasuke's side his chakra was still quiet and steady, but that thread of anticipation had finally taken shape. Not the anticipation of playing in the snow. The anticipation of connection. Extreme Yin Release makes a person close inward, but being closed off doesn't mean having no need for connection. In the moment Sasuke stood there, and through the snowball his chakra waves briefly intersected with Naruto's and Yin's perception. Not merging. Just touching. Like 2 strings brushed by the same wind, sounding at the same time. Yin stepped out from under the eaves, bent down, and scooped up a handful of snow. Part of it melted quickly in his palm, the rest he pressed into a not quite round ball. He raised his hand, took aim, and threw. The snowball wasn't aimed at anyone. It flew toward the center of the field. Naruto jumped up, smashed it in midair, and the snow scattered into a fine glitter of light beneath the sun. Pineapple Head number 2. Come on. Naruto waved at him. Yin packed another snowball. This time he aimed at Naruto. The snowball traced a modest arc and hit Naruto's shoulder. Naruto let out an exaggerated yell, grabbed 2 handfuls of snow, and threw both back at once. Yin sidestepped one, and another grazed his ear. Cold. But he hadn't dodged that second one. The snowball fight lasted the entire afternoon. When it was over everyone was soaked. Naruto's hair stuck to his forehead like a drowned golden fox. Rock Lee's green jumpsuit was covered in snow stains. Kiba and Akamaru were rolling around in the snow, impossible to tell where the boy's hair ended and the dog's fur began. Even Sasuke's coat had a few snow stains, making him look less neat and more like a 7-year-old should. Iruka-sensei had shouted for everyone to gather several times from the side of the field, and in the end he had to drag the children back one by one. Yin walked at the very back of the line. His shadow stretched across the snow, pulled long by the afternoon sun. The snow reflected white light, making the shadow's color look fainter than usual. But he knew that wasn't true. Just now, when Naruto and Sasuke had stood together on the field, the 2 fragments deep in his shadow had produced an unprecedented intense convergence. Golden filaments of light and cold black mist touched at their boundary, and the pure black they created lingered for nearly 20 heartbeats. Not a fleeting flicker, it lingered. Like a drop of ink falling into clear water, there was one whole rounded moment before it began to spread. In that moment Yin perceived an unprecedented sense of completeness. As if his shadow had been 2 separate pieces of a puzzle, one tilting left, one tilting right, and in that instant some force had pressed both toward the middle, joining them into one. It lasted only 20 heartbeats, and then the pieces separated again. But they had once been whole. After school, Yin walked back toward the clan compound with Shikamaru. The snow had stopped. The setting sun dyed the entire snowfield orange-red. Their footprints stretched across the snow, one large, one small, of uneven depth. You threw a snowball today, Shikamaru said. You used to never take part in things like this. Yin didn't answer. He wouldn't have before. Ever since enrolling he had deliberately kept an appropriate distance from everyone, not estranged but not close either. Average grades, a place at the edge of activities, a barely noticeable presence. That was the survival strategy he had set for himself. But today, when Naruto had pressed that crooked snowball into his hand, he hadn't refused. Not because he couldn't refuse, but because in that moment the Yin Release fragment deep in his shadow had flickered. Not the flash of copying. Resonance. It had sensed Naruto's unreserved outward giving openness. And then it had wanted to be open too. Naruto is something else, Shikamaru suddenly said. He's got a strange kind of power. Injian turned his head. He hasn't actually done anything, but you just can't say no to him. Shikamaru stuffed his hands into his coat pockets and exhaled a white breath. Troublesome. Injian looked away and watched the snowy road ahead. It's Yin Release, he said. Shikamaru's footsteps paused. Naruto's chakra is extreme Yin Release. The essence of Yin Release is life force pouring outward. That's why he can't be alone. Injian's voice was soft, as if he were talking to himself. He has to connect outward, has to form bonds with others. That's not personality. It's instinct. Shikamaru was silent for a while. What about Sasuke? Sasuke is extreme Yin Release. The essence of Yin Release is the shape of contracting inward. That's why he can't initiate closeness. It's not that he doesn't want to, instinct makes him close inward. Then what about you? Injian stopped. The setting sun stretched his shadow long across the orange-red snow. Beneath that subdued pale-gray surface, gold and violet-black revolved quietly. I'm in between. Shikamaru looked at him. Not at his face, at the shadow under his feet. The snow was reflecting orange-red light, making everything seem bright and warm. But in all that brightness, Injian's shadow kept its own color, not pale gray, not dark gray, but an unnameable something in between. Your shadow, Shikamaru said, is turning black again. Injian looked down. He loosened one corner of the shadow seal. Just one corner. The restrained pale gray layer vanished for an instant, revealing the true color beneath. Ink black. Pure untainted ink black. It lasted less than a second before Injian tightened the seal again, and the shadow returned to its harmless pale gray. Shikamaru watched the whole process without changing expression. When did it start? This afternoon? When I threw the snowball. Shikamaru nodded and asked no more. He turned and continued walking at the same unhurried pace as before. Injian followed. Their footprints continued side by side through the snow toward the clan compound. Shikamaru. Aren't you curious why? Curious, Shikamaru said, but too lazy to ask. You'll tell me when you feel like it. Injian walked several steps in silence. It's Naruto and Sasuke, he said. Shikamaru didn't turn around. Their chakra merged inside my shadow. This afternoon? For the first time. Merged into what? Black. Shikamaru's footsteps paused, then continued. Black. He repeated the word as if tasting its weight. So the color of your shadow isn't getting darker. It's turning into that kind of black. Will it last? I don't know, Injian said. Today it only lasted a short while. But what? But it existed. Things that have existed leave traces. Shikamaru asked nothing more. They entered the clan compound, where the maple grove was covered with snow and white tufts hung from the branches. Occasionally a clump of snow slipped from a branch, hit the ground with a soft rustle, and crumbled into powder. At the fork in the path, Injian stopped. The left path led to his home, the right to Shikamaru's. See you tomorrow, Shikamaru said. See you tomorrow. Injian turned and walked a few steps before Shikamaru's voice came from behind him. Black. Shikamaru stood at the fork, hands in his pockets, the white mist of his breath unusually clear in the twilight. If your shadow ever really turns black, he paused. That wouldn't be bad. Injian looked at him. The shadows of the Nara clan have always been gray. From pale gray to dark gray, there's never been a black one. Shikamaru said, you're the first. So. Shikamaru turned and headed toward his house. If anyone asks later, say it's a new secret technique of the Nara clan. I already thought of a name for it. His voice came through the dusk, growing distant. The Book of Shadows. Injian stood where he was, watching Shikamaru's figure disappear into the snowy shadows of the maple grove. Dusk closed in and the lights in the compound came on one by one. His shadow lay on the snow, a subdued pale gray with soft edges. But beneath that gray, the trace left by this afternoon's fusion still remained. Not full black. Only a trace. It was like a drop of ink falling into clear water. Even after the ink threads had diffused until they were invisible, the water was no longer the same transparent color. His shadow, too, was no longer its original gray. Injian raised his head. The last snowflake slid from a maple branch, landed gently on his forehead, and melted into a drop of cold water. Winter had only just begun. The spring of the 56th year of Konoha arrived silently. In the Nara clan's maple grove, new buds had broken through the branches overnight. The tender green leaf buds clustered thickly along every bough like countless half-open eyes in the morning light. The deer in the clan's enclosure had shed their thick winter coats, and their new fur gleamed with a soft luster in the sunlight. The air carried the mingled scent of grass and earth, the smell of the ground beginning to breathe again after the snow melted. Injien was 8 years old. On the first day of the third school year at the Ninja Academy, he left home 7 or 8 minutes earlier than usual. Not because he had grown more diligent, but because his mother had just made him a new spring jacket and insisted he try it on. The moment the fitting was over, he fled out the door. The new jacket was light gray, almost exactly the same color as his shadow's camouflage hue. Standing under the maple tree at the compound gate, Injien looked down at his own shadow, then at his sleeve. What a strange coincidence of color! When he reached the clan compound's exit, Shikamaru was already waiting there. Shikamaru was also wearing a new jacket of the same cut but in dark blue. The two exchanged a glance, then simultaneously looked at each other's jackets. "Your mom made that?" Shikamaru asked. My mom made this." They were silent for a moment, then sighed in unison. The mothers of the Nara clan seemed to have reached some terrible consensus at a time, and place the two of them had never known. Konoha in spring was utterly different from Konoha in winter. In winter the village was quiet and white like an ink-washed painting. In spring it was noisy and colorful like a pot of boiling water. The cherry trees along the road were heavy with buds, and a few impatient ones had already opened several blossoms. The air carried the scent of pollen and grilled dango. There were more people on the streets too. Vendors' cries, laughter, and the sound of children chasing one another wove together in the morning light. Injien walked unhurriedly. His shadow stretched out behind him, its color a subdued light gray with soft edges. But beneath that gray, after a winter had passed, the shadow's base tone had deepened by another shade. It was not a sudden change but an accumulation. Every night gold and violet black met at the boundary, and produced pure black. The black born from each merging lingered a little longer than before. From 20 heartbeats to 30, then to 50. Now when the merging occurred, that wisp of pure black could persist for about 70 heartbeats. 70 heartbeats, roughly the time it took an adult to walk from one end of the playground to the other. Not long, but long enough for the shadow to absorb most of it. "We're getting new seats today," Shikamaru said suddenly. Injien pulled himself out of his thoughts. "How do you know?" "Yesterday when I went to hand in homework I saw Irika-sensei drawing a seating chart." Shikamaru yawned. "We're in the row by the window. You're third from the back, I'm second from the back." You remembered all that from one glance. One glance was enough. Shikamaru's tone was flat, as if saying something not worth boasting about at all. Injien did not reply. He had long since learned to appreciate Shikamaru's memory. Once last year Shikamaru had casually glimpsed the draft of a ceiling formula Injien had sketched, and 3 days later asked offhandedly, "Why did you draw the second node from the left on the third layer of that draft twice?" Shikamaru had looked at that draft for less than 3 seconds. 3 seconds. When the two of them walked through the school gate, quite a few people were already on the playground. Naruto's golden head stood out in the crowd. He was crouching under a cherry tree digging at something. Sakura and Ino stood on the veranda not far away, both gazing in the same direction. Sasuke was walking slowly along the wall at the edge of the playground. He wore a dark blue high-collar top, his pace unhurried. The spring sunlight fell on his face, making his skin look almost translucent. Injien's shadow trembled faintly. After a winter had passed, his perception of Naruto and Sasuke had grown sharper. It was not just sensing their presence but sensing something far subtler. Naruto's emotional surges, Sasuke's suppression of his own emotions, and the invisible, almost imperceptible pull between the two, all of it reached his shadow clearly through those two strings. He had noticed something interesting. Neither Naruto nor Sasuke seemed aware of that pull. Naruto simply instinctively wanted to gravitate towards Sasuke, while Sasuke instinctively did not want anyone to come near. But neither of them knew why. Injien knew why. Because deep in their shadows slept two forces that 1,000 years ago had once been one. And in his own shadow those two forces were slowly, irreversibly merging into one. The opening ceremony was held in the classroom. Irika-sensei stood at the podium speaking about expectations and notes for the new school year. Injien sat in his new seat, indeed as Shikamaru had said, third from the back by the window, and swept his gaze across the classroom. He saw Hinata. Hinata Hyuga was sitting diagonally behind Naruto, much as she had last year. But what caught Injien's attention was not her seat. It was the change in the few trait tags at the edge of her shadow. Byakugan purity and gentle fist talent were still there, but introversion, suppression, the thin gray mist pressing down on top of those two tags, had faded a trace compared with last year. An extremely subtle trace. If Injien had not been observing everyone's trait tags every day, he would never have noticed. But it had indeed faded. Injien shifted his gaze to Naruto. Naruto was lying on his desk drawing little figures on the edge of his textbook with crayons. He had no idea that the girl behind him was because of him slowly and painfully breaking free bit by bit from the shackles she had placed upon herself. Injien withdrew his gaze and looked at his own shadow on the desk. The power of Yin Release ran far deeper than he had imagined. It was not strength on the level of battle, it was strength on the level of influence. Naruto himself did not know that the vitality he released without reservation was like spring sunlight silently melting the ice in the hearts of those around him. Hinata's introversion suppression was fading. Sasuke's Indra's darkness was still wrapped in darkness, but the number of layers around it seemed to be decreasing. And in his own shadow the merging of Yin Release and Yin Release was accelerating. The first week of the new term passed quietly. Injien maintained an unremarkable facade. He daydreamed in class, slept during breaks, and during taijutsu drills he and Shikamaru slacked off together. His shadow continued its day after day merging. Gold and violet black touched at the boundary produced black, and the black was absorbed. The shadow's base color deepened by yet another shade. The change came in the second week. That afternoon Iruka-sensei announced that starting that term an extra practical combat training session would be added every Friday afternoon. No longer basic sparring but comprehensive training simulating real missions. 3 people per team. Teams formed freely. The classroom erupted. The words 3 people per team landed on the calm surface like a stone stirring ripples. The children immediately began whispering to one another looking for teammates. Naruto was the fastest to react. He jumped straight onto his chair and shouted at Sasuke, "Sasuke! We're on the same team." Sasuke did not answer, but he did not refuse either. Naruto took that as agreement. Then his gaze swept the classroom and landed on Injien. "Pineapple Head number 2. You're with us too." Before Injien could answer, Shikamaru's voice came from beside him. "He's on my team." Naruto blinked. "Huh. But you're both from the Nara clan. If 2 out of 3 use shadow techniques, isn't that redundant?" "No," Shikamaru said flatly. "He's control on tactics." Injien glanced at Shikamaru. Shikamaru did not look back. But Injien knew what Shikamaru was thinking. This was not like sparring in taijutsu class, it was a simulation close to a real mission. In such a setting what Injien needed was not drawing attention but not letting his true strength be discovered. With Shikamaru on the same team, Shikamaru could cover for him. "Then I'll join your team too." Naruto's eyes lit up. "Me, you and Injien, 3 people. Ino Shikacho," Shikamaru said. "What?" "Nara Yamanaka Akemichi. Konoha's traditional 3-man squad composition." Shikamaru leaned back in his chair. "In our generation that's Ino, Choji, and me." "You don't fit in." Naruto's face fell. But the dejection lasted less than 3 seconds before he perked up again. "Then I'll go find Sasuke." "Sasuke, the 2 of us should be okay, right? The teacher said 3 to a team, but 2 should also work." Iruka-sensei's voice rang out at just the right moment. "It must be 3 per team. Those without enough members will be assigned by the teacher." Naruto sagged again. The final grouping was Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji. The next generation of Ino Shikacho formally formed. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, who had been assigned by the teacher, the prototype of Team 7. Injien was assigned to a team made up of 2 classmates, one named Tanaka, skilled in Earth Release, and one named Yamada, skilled in Taijutsu. Both were honest, well-behaved children with above-average grades, quiet temperaments, and no inclination to cause trouble. Injien was quite satisfied with this outcome. The first practical combat training session was a flag capture battle. 3 flags stood in the center of the training ground. 6 teams entered from different directions with the goal of seizing a flag and bringing it back to a designated point. Any means were permitted, but serious injury was forbidden. Iruka-sensei and 2 other Chunin teachers were stationed around the training ground to monitor and judge. Injien's team entered from the east side of the training ground. Tanaka took the lead using Earth Release to sense vibrations in the ground. Yamada walked in the middle, keeping watch around them. Injien walked at the rear, his shadow spreading silently across the ground. He did not use the power beneath the shadow seal, only the most basic shadow perception covering a range of about 15 meters around him. "Enough. 2 people left front," he said in a low voice. Tanaka stopped and turned to look at him. "Are you sure?" Injien nodded. Tanaka did not ask further and changed their course. Yamada followed behind, giving Injien another glance. After they rounded a thicket, there were indeed 2 members of another team moving toward the flag. Tanaka and Yamada exchanged a glance, flanked around them, and took the 2 down cleanly. "How did you know?" After the fight, Yamada could not help asking. "Shadow perception," Injien said. A basic Nara clan ability. He had not lied. It truly was a basic Nara clan ability. It was just that he said the word basic with barely any weight. The flag was on a small hillock in the center of the training ground. When they arrived, another team was already there. Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji. Shikamaru sat on top of the hillock holding the flag, yawning. Ino stood beside him with her hands on her hips. Choji sat on the other side eating potato chips. Too slow, Shikamaru said. Tanaka and Yamada got into fighting stances. Ingjien stood behind them, his shadow quivering slightly on the ground. 3 against 3, Ino said, flexing her wrists. Shikamaru, how do we play this? Shikamaru glanced at Ingjien, just once. Ingjien glanced back, just once. Choji, Tanaka, Shikamaru said. Choji put down his chips and stood up. Under everyone's gaze, his body swelled a size, partial expansion jutsu. Not a full expansion, only increasing the volume of his arms and torso to about twice their normal size. At 8 years old, Choji could already control it to that extent. Tanaka formed hand seals and a wall of earth rose from the ground before Choji. Choji punched it to pieces, sending fragments flying. Tanaka quickly backed away while forming hand seals again. A crack split the ground and Choji's right foot sank into it. Yamada shot in from the side at high speed. He was one of the best in the class at taijutsu. His target was Ino. But Ino had already completed the hand seals for the mind transfer jutsu. Yamada's body froze in place. Ino successfully seized Yamada's consciousness, then used his body to lunge at Tanaka. Caught off guard, Tanaka was tackled to the ground by his own teammate. Choji pulled his foot from the crack and brushed the dirt off his hands. From start to finish, the fight lasted less than 20 seconds. Shikamaru had not moved the entire time. He sat on top of the hillock, flag in hand, and had not even changed his posture. But Ingjien knew that every step of the fight had been within Shikamaru's calculations. Tanaka would block with Earth Release, countered by Choji's expansion jutsu. Yamada would strike from the side, countered by Ino's mind transfer jutsu. 2 counter chains, clean and neat. There's one more. Ino withdrew from Yamada's body and looked at Ingjien. Shikamaru, what about your cousin? Shikamaru looked at Ingjien. Ingjien looked at Shikamaru. The afternoon sun stretched both their shadows long. Shikamaru's shadow was an ordinary light gray and Ingjien's shadow was also a subdued light gray. The 2 shadows lay close together on the hillock's slope, almost touching. We concede, Ingjien said. Tanaka and Yamada turned to look at him at the same time. We can't win, Ingjien said flatly. Shikamaru has already factored in everyone's abilities. From the moment we entered the training ground, every step was within his predictions. Shikamaru's gaze shifted slightly. Not in surprise, in confirmation. How do you know? Ino asked curiously. Because he's my older cousin. Shikamaru stood up from the hillock and tossed the flag to Ingjien. Take it. Huh. Ino's eyes widened. We won though. Why give him the flag? The purpose of the drill is training, not winning or losing. Shikamaru walked down the hillock with his hands in his pockets. I've already figured out Tanaka and Yamada's abilities. Ingjien's. No need to figure out. When he walked past Ingjien, he said in a voice only the 2 of them could hear. Your shadow just now, your sensing range was more than 15 meters. Ingjien did not deny it. 30 meters, Shikamaru said. You deliberately cut it in half. 32 meters, Ingjien said. Shikamaru's footsteps paused for an instant, then he kept walking. What a pain. After school that day, Ingjien and Shikamaru walked home side by side. The spring sunset dyed the entire village road orange-red. Cherry blossom petals drifted through the air, landing on their hair, their shoulders, and their shadows. At today's flag battle, Shikamaru suddenly said, you deliberately conceded. Ingjien did not deny it. It wasn't because you couldn't win. It was because you didn't want Tanaka and Yamada to see more. They don't need to see more, Ingjien said. Shikamaru was silent for a while. 32 meters. Since when could you sense that far? At the beginning of this year. And now? Ingjien looked down at his own shadow. In the setting sun, it stretched long across the orange-red ground. Beneath that subdued light gray, a winter of merging had pushed the shadow's base color to nearly ink black. His sensing range had expanded along with it. 45 meters, he said. Shikamaru stopped. He turned to look at Ingjien. His expression was still the usual lazy one, but in his eyes was a seriousness Ingjien rarely saw. 45 meters. Shikamaru's own shadow sensing range was currently 12 meters. Most Nara Chunin had a shadow sensing range of between 20 and 30 meters. Shikaku at Jonin level was said to be able to reach 50 meters. Ingjien was 8 years old. His shadow sensing range was already close to Jonin level. Shadow Book, Shikamaru said suddenly. Ingien paused. The name we talked about last time. I've decided it. Shikamaru kept walking. Once your shadow turns black, it will be called the Shadow Book. Because a book contains everything. And your shadow contains everything too. Ingien caught up with him. Behind them the sunset stretched, their shadows long overlapping each other. One deep, one pale, both equally quiet. Shikamaru. How much longer do you think it will be? Shikamaru did not answer immediately. He looked at the village road ahead. Cherry blossom petals drifted between them. I don't know, he said. But it probably won't be much longer. Ingien looked down at his own shadow. Beneath that gray, gold and violet black were slowly rotating. The black produced by each merging lingered a little longer than the last. 70 heartbeats, 80-90. One day when the black produced by the merging could remain forever, when his shadow completely transformed into that pure black, that day would be the birth of the Shadow Book. But not today. Today he was just an ordinary Nara clan child with a shadow range of 45 meters who had voluntarily conceded in the flag battle. Ingien looked up. A cherry blossom petal landed on his shoulder, as light as a dream not yet formed. Spring had only just begun. The rainy season of Konoha's 56th year stretched on longer than in previous years. After June arrived, the rain had barely ever stopped. It was not the torrential rain that falls in sheets, but a fine dense silver thread that seemed as if it would never end, falling from morning till night. The entire village of Konoha was steeped in a layer of gray moisture. Roofs, leaves, and stone-paved roads were all coated with a wet sheen. The air was filled with the mingled scent of soil and moss. Occasionally a breeze blew from afar, carrying a faint elusive fragrance of gardenias. Ingien disliked rainy days. Not because he could not go out. He did not like going out much in the first place. It was because on rainy days shadows became very faint. Light was weakened layer upon layer by the clouds and rain, so the shadows cast on the ground had blurred edges and pale colors like ink that had been washed by water. This made his shadow seal easier to maintain. From the perspective of hiding, rainy days were actually the safest weather. But he still disliked them. His shadow was the other half of his existence. When his shadow faded, he felt his own body grow lighter, so light that it no longer felt real. Classes at the Ninja Academy continued as usual on rainy days. Only the taijutsu lessons were moved to the indoor dojo, and the combat drills were adjusted accordingly. Iruka-sensei had changed this week's combat class into sensing training in an indoor environment. Everyone was blindfolded and had to judge their surroundings using hearing, smell, and chakra perception. This was a common subject in the Chunin exams and also the easiest item for genin to fail. In the dojo, more than 20 children stood scattered about, black cloth strips covering their eyes. Iruka-sensei walked among the group, occasionally producing subtle sounds, footsteps, kunai splitting the air, and practiced shuriken thrown from different directions. The children had to judge the direction and distance of each sound source, and respond with the appropriate dodge or block. Blindfolded Ingien stood in the corner of the dojo. The cloth covered his eyes, but it could not cover his shadow. His shadow perception was unaffected by light, or rather, the weaker the light, the freer the shadow became. At this moment his shadow was hugging the dojo's wooden floor, extending outward silently. He had not deliberately expanded its range, it simply covered the entire dojo, about 30 meters to a side. That was enough. He could sense each person's location. Shikamaru was about 5 meters to his front left, his chakra fluctuations as steady as the surface of a still pond. Naruto was in the center of the dojo, his chakra like a leaping flame. Sasuke was by the wall to the right front, his chakra quiet and condensed. Ino was to Naruto's left, Sakura to Sasuke's right, and Choji in the corner. His chakra fluctuated the slowest, like honey flowing gently. Iruka-sensei made his move. His footsteps began at the entrance to the dojo, and moved along the wall toward the left. The steps were light, but in Ingien's perception each one left a clear mark on the floor, not as sound but as the slight tremor produced when the foot landed, transmitted through the wooden boards into his shadow. He saw Iruka walk up behind Rock Lee, raise his hand and throw a practice shuriken. It was made of wood and had no edge, but its speed was not slow. Rock Lee shifted his body and the practice shuriken grazed his shoulder. It was not hearing, it was instinct. Ingien sensed that Rock Lee had begun to move before Iruka even raised his hand. His body had perceived the slight disturbance in the air and reacted before the sound reached his ears. The instinct of a taijutsu genius. Iruka continued moving. This time he walked toward Naruto. Naruto's chakra jumped violently. He sensed something, but he was not sure what. Iruka raised his hand. The practice shuriken flew out. Naruto ducked his head sharply and it passed over him, lifting a few golden strands of hair. That was close. Naruto shouted. Don't talk. Irika's voice came from another direction. Sound will reveal your position. But Naruto had already been exposed. Not because of his voice but because of his chakra. Jian could sense that when Naruto was nervous his chakra burst outward like a flame suddenly leaping high in the wind. To a sensor-type ninja such a burst was as conspicuous as a bonfire in the dark night. Extreme Yang Release had a natural disadvantage in the art of concealment. Irika walked towards Sasuke. Sasuke's chakra showed no change at all. It was not suppression, he had simply been born without fluctuation. Extreme Yin Release made his chakra like a stone sunk deep in water. No matter how the surface was stirred, the inside remained utterly still. Irika stood behind him for 3 seconds, and then walked away. It was not because Sasuke had sensed him. It was because Irika himself felt that standing behind Sasuke was meaningless. That boy's presence was so still that even an experienced Chunin would instinctively overlook him. Jian stored this discovery in his mind. Extreme Yin Release had a natural advantage in the matter of presence. It was not invisibility, it was making others unconsciously ignore you. If Sasuke ever learned to actively use that trait, he would become a truly terrifying assassin. Irika walked toward Jian. Jian did not move. His shadow lay spread across the floor, sensing every movement Irika made, the footsteps, the breathing, the heartbeat, even the faint sound of cloth rubbing. All of that information converged into a continuous trajectory so clear in his perception that it was like lines drawn with an ink brush on white paper. Irika stopped behind him and raised his hand. The practice shuriken flew out. Jian shifted his body. It was not a large dodge, he simply moved his center of gravity from his left foot to his right, his shoulder veering aside by about 3 inches. The practice shuriken grazed his cuff and landed on the floor behind him with a light tap. Not bad, Irika said with a hint of surprise in his voice. Your perception is very steady. Jian did not answer. Beneath the cloth his eyes were closed. As for that dodge just now, he could have reacted even earlier. Before Irika raised his hand, he had already sensed the precursor of the man's muscles exerting force. But he had deliberately waited until the moment the practice shuriken was released before moving. He could not perform too well. Being average was enough. After training ended, the children walked out of the dojo in 2s and 3s. The rain was still falling. A row of water curtains hung from the eaves, blurring the outside world into grayish-green. Jian stood under the eaves staring blankly at the rain. His shadow spread across the wooden floor behind him, made even fainter than usual by the damp air. Pineapple Head no. 2. Naruto walked over from behind, sawdust still in his hair, probably from scraping the floor while dodging. You were amazing just now. Even Irika-sensei praised you. It was fine. You always say fine. Naruto pouted. Shikamaru always says fine too. Is fine the only thing the Nara clan can say? Jian did not take up the conversation. His gaze landed on a direction in the rain. Sasuke was walking along the eaves toward the other end, neither fast nor slow, raindrops dripping from the eaves and shattering into fine spray at his feet. His shadow followed behind him, the purple-black inscription almost invisible in the dim gray light. But Jian could feel it. That darkness of Indra was trembling slightly. It was not the quiet sleeping state it usually held, it was trembling. Like a seed buried deep underground, having sensed a call from beyond the soil, beginning to grow restless. Following the direction of that trembling, Jian sensed another chakra. Naruto. Naruto was standing right beside him, hands on his hips, watching the rain and muttering, when will this rain stop? His chakra was the same as always, warm and radiating outward like a small flame that would never die. Sasuke's shadow was responding to Naruto's chakra. It was not a deliberate response but an instinctive, uncontrollable response. Extreme Yin Release in the presence of Extreme Yang Release produced a physiological reaction similar to resonance. Like the two poles of a magnet, they could feel each other's pull even at a distance. But Sasuke himself did not know. On the level of conscious thought, he only felt somewhat uncomfortable. Every time Naruto came too close, a vague irritability would rise in him, making him want to distance himself. He attributed it to Naruto being too noisy. He did not know that it was the darkness of Indra deep in his shadow 1,000 years later, once again sensing the presence of the light of Azura. Hey Jian, Naruto suddenly said, do you think that Sasuke guy has been even weirder lately? Jian turned his head. Before he just ignored people. Lately he's been, how should I put it, like he's avoiding something. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Am I really that annoying? Jian was silent for a while. It's not your problem. Then whose problem is it? It's nobody's problem, Jian said. It's just that your directions are different. Naruto tilted his head and looked at him, obviously not understanding. But Ing Jian did not explain further. There were some things that even if spoken Naruto would not understand. It was not because Naruto was foolish but because some things could only be seen clearly by someone standing in the middle. The direction of light was outward expansion, the direction of darkness was inward contraction. These were two opposite instincts. Naruto would never understand why anyone would want to seal themselves up, just as Sasuke would never understand why anyone could open themselves unreservedly. And Ing Jian, whose shadow was fusing these two opposing forces, happened to stand where he could see both directions at the same time. The rain was still falling. After school, Ing Jian and Shikamaru walked toward the clan compound holding umbrellas. Two umbrellas, one gray and one blue, moved slowly through the rain. Raindrops struck the umbrella surfaces, making a dense soft sound like countless fingers gently tapping a drumhead. Today's sensing training, Shikamaru suddenly said. How long did Irika-sensei stand behind you? About 3 seconds. You only avoided it after he released it. Ing Jian did not deny it. Can you sense his movements before he releases? Ing Jian paused for a moment. Yes. How early? The moment his muscles begin to tense. Shikamaru's umbrella tilted slightly. That is about half a beat earlier than the release. Half a beat of lead is enough for you to dodge completely or counter. But you deliberately moved only after he released it. Ing Jian did not answer. Raindrops pattered against the umbrella. You're controlling even details at this level, Shikamaru said. It was not a reproach but a statement. Ing Jian turned his head and looked at him. There was no expression on Shikamaru's face, his eyes were fixed on the rain ahead, his pace unhurried. Are you tired? Shikamaru asked suddenly. Ing Jian was stunned. No one had ever asked him that. His mother had asked, is your body tired, and his father, on the rare occasions he came home, had asked, is training tiring? But that was not what Shikamaru was asking. What Shikamaru was asking was, you control yourself every day, from your shadow to the fluctuations of your chakra, from the timing of your dodges to your exam scores, from your presence to the impression you make on others. Are you tired? Ing Jian opened his mouth then closed it again. The sound of rain filled the silence. It's all right, he said at last. Shikamaru asked no more. The two continued onward. The rain was slightly lighter than before, and the clouds seemed to be thinning. The sky changed from murky gray to silver white with a hint of brightness. The two umbrellas were slightly offset, one ahead of the other, raindrops slipping off their rims and splashing into fine droplets on the ground. Shikamaru. Thanks. Shikamaru did not answer. But Ing Jian saw the hand holding his umbrella move slightly. That was the way the Nara men expressed I heard you. From Shikaku to Shikamaru they were all like this. That night the rain finally stopped. The clouds parted around midnight, and moonlight spilled down again, washing the whole clan compound in silver white. Ing Jian lay in his futon unable to fall asleep. His shadow stretched across the floor, looking a few shades deeper than in daylight. It was not that the shadow's nature had changed, it was that moonlight was stronger than the diffused light of rainy days, so the shadow's contrast was higher. He thought of the question Shikamaru had asked during the day. Are you tired? Yes, he was. Controlling the intensity of the shadow seal so that his appearance looked just right. Controlling the sensing range of his shadow, to see when he should see and pretend not to see when he should not. Controlling the rhythm of taijutsu sparring, letting it be either too fast nor too slow. Controlling the accuracy of his shuriken, hitting 3 targets and missing 2. Controlling his grades, upper, middle, either bottom nor top. Everything had to be controlled. But he could not relax. Because once he relaxed, the true colors of his shadow would show. Beneath that restrained light gray, after one spring had passed, the fusion of gold and purple black had advanced one layer further. Now when the fusion occurred, pure black could be maintained for about 110 heartbeats. Nearly 2 minutes. 2 minutes of yin-yang release. It was not permanent yet, but it was enough for his shadow to undergo a qualitative change into a true shadow book in that brief span. Not enough. He needed more fragments, more fusion, more black. From Naruto he had copied the life fragment of Yang Release. From Sasuke he had copied the form fragment of Yin Release. But those were all superficial fragments. The light of Azura at the deepest core of Naruto, and the darkness of Indra at the deepest core of Sasuke he had not yet touched. It was not that he did not want to, his shadow had told him, now was not the time. Those 2 ultimate fragments could only be accommodated after his shadow's capacity had reached a certain level. Otherwise it would not be fusion but mutual annihilation. Ing Jian turned over and buried his face in his pillow. From outside the window came the after-rain chirping of insects, dense and fine like another silent rain. Moonlight cast his shadow onto the tatami, a restrained light gray with soft edges. But beneath that gray, gold and purple black were silently revolving like two rivers that would never converge yet were forever drawn to each other. One day they would converge. But not today. The summer of Konoha year 56 began with a muffled rumble of thunder. That rumble rolled across the sky above Konoha late one night in early July. It was not loud, but it was deep and long, like a giant beast turning over at the edge of the sky. When Ingjien was woken by the thunder, rain was already falling outside the window, not the fine silver threads of the rainy season but summer rain, heavy drops hammering on the roof tiles in a crackling uproar. He lay under the covers, eyes open, listening to the rain. His shadow lay beside him, lit and dimmed by the occasional flash of lightning. A spring had gone by and the base color of his shadow had advanced one more layer. The pure black that emerged from the fusion of gold and violet black could now last for about 130 heartbeats, over 2 minutes. But it still wasn't enough. What could 2 minutes of Yin Release do? Fight a brief battle, accomplish a surprise attack, or turn the tables at a decisive moment? Then it would fade back to ink, retreating to the state where Yin and Yang Release were separate. What he needed was permanence. Not a 2-minute fusion, a complete irreversible change in kind. Thunder sounded again, closer this time. Ingjien turned over, pulling the blanket over his head. He still had school tomorrow. Summer rain came and went quickly. By dawn it should have stopped. He closed his eyes and sank once more into sleep within the interweaving of thunder and rain. His shadow lay quietly at his side beneath its restrained pale gray, gold and violet black were still slowly spinning. Every contact made that wisp of pure black linger a little longer. A little, then a little more. When morning came, the rain had indeed stopped. Ingjien walked to school as morning light made the wet village road gleam. Shallow puddles stood in the low spots of the road, reflecting the rain-washed blue sky and tattered clouds. He carefully avoided the puddles, not because he feared wetting his shoes but because the reflection in a puddle would throw his shadow into a brief disorder, and that feeling was deeply unpleasant. Shikamaru walked half a step ahead, a blade of grass in his hand, folding it into various shapes as he walked. He made a triangle, took it apart, made a square, took it apart, made a lopsided deer head. He looked at it dissatisfied and tossed it casually into the roadside drain. "Did you hear the thunder last night?" Shikamaru asked. "Yeah." "Did it wake you?" Me too," Shikamaru yawned. "Then I couldn't get back to sleep. I thought about shogi for a long time." Ingjien turned his head and glanced at him. Shikamaru's shogi skill had already left no opponents among his peers in the clan. Lately he had begun pestering Shikaku to play. Shikaku occasionally played a game or two with him, but most of the time declined on the grounds of being too busy. Ingjien knew Shikaku didn't lack the desire to play. His son Shikamaru was just improving too fast. Last year he could still give him a 2-piece handicap, this year only 1. At this pace, by next year Shikaku would have to go all out. Being pushed to equality by his own 8-year-old son, for the Jonin commander of Konoha, that was probably a complicated feeling. "What were you thinking about last night?" Ingjien asked. "The king's moves," Shikamaru said. "In shogi the king is the only piece that cannot be captured. Every other piece can be sacrificed, only the king must survive to the end. So the king's way of moving isn't about attacking but about surviving." Shikamaru shoved both hands into his pockets, his tone flat. "My dad said the hardest thing on the battlefield isn't winning, it's surviving. Winning only takes one correct decision, surviving means never making a mistake. I was thinking what it might look like if the king were a shadow technique." Ingjien's steps faltered slightly. The king of shogi applied to shadow techniques. That way of thinking was something only Shikamaru could have. "It would be the shadow that doesn't exist," Ingjien said. Shikamaru glanced sideways. "A shadow can't be captured anyway because a shadow has no substance." Ingjien looked down at the shadow at his feet, stretched long by the morning light, a restrained pale gray, its edges soft. "You can't hit it, stamp on it, or cut it. It's always there, you just can't grasp it." Shikamaru fell silent for a while. "A shadow that doesn't exist. Interesting." He chewed the phrase over for a moment, then nodded. "I'll try it later." Ingjien didn't ask how he intended to try. Shikamaru's try usually meant he had already run the idea through his head countless times. All that was left was to verify it in reality. In the classroom, Naruto lay sprawled across his desk, catching up on sleep. Last night's thunder had probably woken him too, but he clearly lacked Shikamaru's self-control of once awake can't go back to sleep. Instead he had chosen to come to class early, and keep sleeping. Drool ran from the corner of his mouth and pooled on the desktop. Sakura, sitting behind him, hid her view behind her textbook with a look of disgust. Sasuke sat by the window looking out. The morning light traced a clean outline along his profile. Injien sat down at his own seat. Third row from the back by the window. Several rows lay between him and Sasuke, one at the front of the classroom, one at the back. But shadow perception needed no distance. He could sense Sasuke's chakra fluctuation. Today it was heavier than usual. Not suppressed heavy. Like more ink dissolved into a cup of water. The color hadn't changed, but the density had increased. That shard of Indra's darkness was growing slowly, not through training but through time. As the reincarnation of Indra grew older, Yin Release would naturally deepen. Just as Naruto's Yang Release would continue expanding outward as he aged. This was the power of bloodline, impossible to replicate, impossible to stop. Injien again turned his perception toward Naruto. Even in sleep, Naruto's chakra kept a warm fluctuation like a lump of charcoal wrapped in ash, tranquil outside, scorching within. Yang Release was growing too. The possessors of the two extremes were going ever further along their separate paths, one outward, one inward. Opposite directions equals speed. He meanwhile stood in the middle. Deep in his shadow, gold and violet black were still merging. Each fusion produced a black that was slowly changing the base color of his shadow. He was growing too, at no less a speed than anyone. The afternoon lesson was ninjutsu theory. Iruka-sensei drew Chakra's 5-element circulation diagram on the blackboard. Fire, wind, lightning, earth, water, mutually generating and restraining one another, forming a closed ring. Then he placed a dot at the center of the ring. "What is that?" a student asked. "Yin and Yang," Iruka-sensei said. "Beyond the 5 elements there are Yin and Yang. Yin Release governs spirit and form, Yang Release governs body and life. The 5-element techniques are jutsu. Yin Yang Release is the principle of jutsu. You don't need to understand it deeply yet, but you should know it exists." Injien looked at the dot on the blackboard. Yin and Yang. Beyond the 5 elements, the principle of jutsu. Iruka-sensei's explanation stayed at a basic level, but Injien knew that if this passage were expanded inward, it pointed to the most fundamental power system of the shinobi world. The Sage of 6 Paths used Yin Yang Release to create the tailed beasts and all things. That was not jutsu, that was creation. And the 2 fragments in his shadow were the 2 halves of that creation power. It rained again when school ended. Summer rain came as it pleased without warning. Injien stood under the eaves at the school gate, staring blankly at the curtain of rain. He hadn't brought an umbrella. Shikamaru had been dragged off by Ino to Ino Shikacho extra training. As he left, he dropped the line, "Choji has an umbrella, find him." But Choji was already gone. Only he and Sasuke remained under the eaves. Sasuke stood on the other side of the pillar, his profile turned toward the rain, his expression its usual coldness. His bag hung from one shoulder, he held no umbrella. Injien didn't speak first, and neither did Sasuke. The two stood apart with a pillar between them, each watching the rain. The rain was loud, falling on tiles, on the ground, on leaves, woven into a dense white noise. In that noise, silence didn't feel awkward after all. Injien's shadow spread a little across the ground. It wasn't deliberate, it was habit. In the dim light of rain, shadow perception became keener than usual. He could sense Sasuke's chakra fluctuation. The cup of denser water was trembling slightly now. Not suppression, an emotion had been touched. Rain. Sasuke remembered things on rainy days. Injien didn't know exactly what they were, but he could sense the outline of that emotion, gray-blue, blurred at the edges like an old photograph soaked in water. It wasn't sharp pain, it was dull and lingering beyond words. When Naruto came charging through the rain, both were caught off guard. "You two don't have umbrellas." Naruto was drenched, his blonde hair plastered to his forehead, his clothes wringing wet. But he held up 3 umbrellas, from somewhere unknown. "I ran and bought them. Here." He shoved one umbrella at Sasuke and one at Injien. Sasuke looked down at the umbrella in his hand, silent for a moment. Meddlesome. But he opened it. Injien opened his too. 3 umbrellas. 3 people walked side by side out of the school gate through the rain. Naruto took the middle, Sasuke the left, Injien the right. Raindrops beat on the umbrellas, making 3 different sounds. Naruto's umbrella was new and its sound was crisp. Sasuke's was old, and its sound was muffled. Injien's was either, and its sound lay between the two. "Hey Sasuke," Naruto said suddenly. Sasuke didn't answer, but neither did he speed up. "What were you thinking under the eaves just now? You had a strange look." Sasuke's umbrella tilted slightly. "Nothing. Liar." Naruto turned to look at him. "Every rainy day you're like this." Injien's shadow quivered faintly. Naruto had noticed. He had noticed the shift in Sasuke's mood on rainy days. The guy everyone thought was oblivious had been watching Sasuke all along in his own way. It wasn't analysis, wasn't reasoning, it was instinct. Yang Release's innate perception of Yin Release. Just as Sasuke's shadow instinctively answered Naruto's chakra instinctively sensed the ripple of Sasuke's shadow. The connection between them had never been one way. Injian watched raindrops slip from the rim of his umbrella. His shadow lay across the wet ground. Beneath its restrained pale gray gold and violet black were merging more actively than usual. Was it because Naruto and Sasuke were right beside him? 3 umbrellas, 3 people, 3 shadows moving side by side through the rain. Yin Release, and the shadow that was fusing the two. This was no coincidence. From the moment Naruto clapped him on the shoulder on the day they entered school, from the moment he fell side by side with Sasuke in Taijutsu class, he had been drawn into some greater trajectory. Not fate, the mutual pull of Yin and Yang themselves. Pineapple Head number 2 Naruto suddenly called to him. What were you just thinking about? You're quiet too. Injian thought. When the rain would stop. Me too. Naruto's eyes lit up. This rain is so annoying. I still want ramen tonight. Sasuke let out an extremely soft snort. What do you know besides ramen? Ramen is the greatest. No class. What did you say? In the sound of rain, the 3 walked out of the school gate and onto the village road. Naruto and Sasuke bickered while Injian walked beside them. Water beads on the brim of his umbrella formed a thin line falling at the edge of his shadow. At the distant edge of the sky, another muffled thunderclap sounded. Low, heavy, like a giant beast turning over deep within the clouds. Summer had just begun. The summer of Konoha year 56 was heaped up from cicada song. After late July arrived, the temperature climbed higher day by day. In the maple grove of the Nara clan grounds, the cicadas began singing early in the morning and continued without pause until sunset. It was not 1 or 2 of them, but tens of thousands, voice layered upon voice like an impenetrable net cast over the entire clan grounds. Injian sat beneath the eaves of his own house, his back against a wooden pillar, his legs dangling over the edge of the veranda, eyes closed. His shadow lay spread across the wooden floor behind him, compressed by the afternoon sunlight into a small dark patch. Summer was the season when shadows were at their shortest. At noon his shadow almost shrank back to the soles of his feet like a blotch of ink melted by the sun. That made him uncomfortable. The smaller the shadow, the smaller the range of his perception. At midday his shadow perception could plummet from 45 meters to less than 15 meters. Just enough to cover his own house and front courtyard. Yet he had gradually discovered that although summer shadows were short, they were denser than those of any other season. Not darker in color, greater in density. A shadow of the same area could convey about 30% more sensory information in summer than in winter. He thought for a long time before he understood the principle. Summer sunlight was the harshest, and shadows were pressed out by that harshest light, so their density was naturally the highest. Just as a rice ball pressed with force is always firmer than one pressed lightly. Everything has 2 sides. Where there is loss, there is gain. Injian, his mother, she called from the kitchen. Go to Uncle Jinjia's place and fetch some deer antler powder for me. Injian opened his eyes. The cicada song beneath the eaves rushed into his ears all at once as if a switch had been thrown. He answered, rose to his feet, and put on his wooden clogs. The clogs made a sharp clack-clack sound on the stone path, mixing with the cicada song into a rhythm unique to summer. Jinjia's deer shed stood at the northern edge of the clan grounds. Injian followed the path north through the maple grove, sunlight slipping through the gaps between leaves and casting countless trembling specks of light on the ground. His shadow moved among those specks of light, now bright, now dim, now short, now long. The deer shed appeared at the end of the path. Before he even drew close, he caught the smell of dried grass mixed with deer droppings. It was not an unpleasant smell. It was warm, carrying the fermented scent of fodder, a smell that could even make one feel at ease after a while. Jinjia was crouching at the entrance of the deer's shed, feeding medicine to a small fawn. The fawn was about 2 or 3 months old, its legs still thin, trembling slightly as it stood. Its left foreleg was wrapped in bandages, probably from stepping on something sharp. Jinjia held a bowl of medicine in one hand and pried open the fawn's mouth with the other, pouring the medicinal liquid in little by little. His movements were slow and patient, like coaxing a child who refused to take medicine. The fawn struggled a few times, likely tasting the bitterness, its forelegs kicking wildly. Jinjia did not press it down by force, he simply placed his palm gently over its neck. Shadow touched shadow. Injian saw that exact instant. Jinjia's shadow met the fawn's shadow. Then the fawn quieted. Not by suppression but by comfort. Jinjia's Yin Release resonance passed through the shadows, sharing his own calm with the fawn. Injian stood at the entrance of the deer's shed and stored that image in his mind. Shadow resonance could be used like this too. Not perception, transmission. Passing a certain state of one's own shadow to another living being. You're here, Jinjia said without lifting his head. Mother sent me to get some deer antler powder. Inside on the third shelf of the left rack. Take it yourself. Ingjian stepped into the deer shed. Inside was much cooler than outside and the air was thick with the scent of medicinal herbs. On the third shelf of the left rack several clay jars stood in a neat row, each bearing a label. Deer antler powder, deer antler frost, deer blood pills, deer glue. Most of the Nara clan's medicinal ingredients came from deer. He stopped before the third jar and reached out to take it, catching sight from the corner of his eye of an unlabeled clay jar on the bottommost shelf. The jar was dull gray, as if it had not been touched for a very long time. His shadow touched the jar first. An extremely faint chakra fluctuation came from within. Not medicine, a seal. Something was sealed inside that jar. Ingjian's hand paused in midair, then he casually picked up the deer antler powder jar, turned, and walked out of the deer shed. Jinjia had already finished feeding the medicine, and was gently stroking the fawn's back. The fawn lay at his feet, eyes half closed, letting out a faint rumbling sound from its throat. Ingjian set the deer antler powder jar on the stone platform beside Jinjia. Uncle Jinjia. That jar on the bottom shelf, what is inside it? Jinjia's hand paused. Only for a moment, then he continued stroking the fawn's back. The cicadas were shrilling in full force outside the deer shed, making the silence stretch especially long. You sensed it, Jinjia said. It was not a question, it was a statement. When the shadow touched it there was a chakra fluctuation. Very faint, but it was there. Jinjia was silent for a moment. That was the old clan leader's shadow. Ingjian froze. Nara Kagemiru. The previous clan leader Shikaku's father, and the grandfather of both you and Shikamaru. Jinjia's voice was flat, as if he were speaking of something long past. Before his death he sealed part of his own shadow inside that jar. Not a complete shadow, just a segment. Of memory. What memory? The shadow prototype, Jinjia said. The original form of the Nara clan's secret shadow arts. The old clan leader spent 40 years studying the source of shadows and finally reached one conclusion: the Nara clan's shadow arts had never been complete from the very beginning. All we use is the shadow of Yin Release, half a shadow. A complete shadow should contain both Yin and Yang. Ingjian's fingers tightened slightly. A shadow in which Yin and Yang coexisted. That was the path he was currently walking. He had obtained the life of Yang Release from Naruto and the form of Yin Release from Sasuke, letting the two fragments merge within his own shadow to produce pure black. That was not a path he had pioneered himself, it was a path that the ancestors of the Nara clan had once explored. Why did he seal that memory away? Ingjian asked. Because he could not find a source of Yang Release, Jinjia said. The Nara clan's natural chakra nature is Yin. Without Yang the fusion could never be completed. The old clan leader tried all his life, and at best he could make his shadow appear black for a short time. But that was not true Yin-Yang Release, it was merely a false black, simulated with Yin Release. Before he died he said the path was correct, but those of the Nara clan could not walk it. An external Yang Release was required. Jinjia looked up at Ingjian. In those eyes, long accustomed to living among deer, there was a quiet gaze that seemed capable of seeing through everything. Your shadow is already turning black. It was not a question, it was a statement. Ingjian did not deny it. He had long known that Jinjia could see. From the first time he had visited the deer's shed at the age of 3, Jinjia had seen his shadow. Listening. Now 5 years later Jinjia had seen it again. His shadow was turning black. It's not false black, Ingjian said. Jinjia nodded and asked no further. He lowered his head and continued stroking the fawn's back. The fawn had already fallen asleep, breathing evenly, its injured leg twitching slightly. Perhaps it was dreaming. What is in the jar was left by the old clan leader for his descendants, Jinjia said. He said that if a child of the Nara clan ever appeared whose shadow truly turned black, that jar was to be given to him. Ingjian stood where he was. The cicada's song suddenly seemed very distant, as if separated by a layer of water. I am only a child of the branch family. Shadows do not distinguish between the main house and the branch house, Jinjia said. Shadows only recognize shadows. Ingjian did not take the jar. It was not that he did not want it, he simply felt the time had not yet come. The shadow prototype left by his grandfather contained the Nara clan's entire exploration into the source of shadows. The endpoint of that exploration was the very road he was walking. But he had not yet finished walking it. Gold and violet black had been merging in his shadow for more than 2 years, and the pure black they produced could last for about 130 heartbeats. 2 minutes. What could 2 minutes of Yin Release accomplish? His grandfather had used his entire lifetime, and could only make a shadow appear black for a short time. That had already been the highest achievement of the Nara clan in several hundred years. But what he wanted was not a short time. It was permanence. When he truly finished walking this path, it would not be too late to come back for the jar. Yin Jian picked up the deer antler powder jar, gave Jinjia a slight bow, and turned to leave the deer shed. The cicada song rushed at his face, deafening. Back on the path, the sunlight was still scorching and the specks of light were still dazzling. Yin Jian looked down at his shadow. The noon shadow was short and dense, gathered beneath his feet like a puddle of sun-melted ink. Beneath that restrained pale gray, gold and violet black were quietly revolving. His grandfather had spent a lifetime proving one thing: the Naruto shadow was incomplete, and it required an external Yin Release to be made whole. And he had obtained Yin Release from Naruto, and the ultimate Yin Release as its counterpart from Sasuke. 2 fragments, precisely the 2 poles needed to complete the shadow. This was not luck. It was the mutual attraction of Yin and Yang themselves. His shadow-devouring eye could see the affixes in every person's shadow. Why was it that only Naruto's and Sasuke's affixes had merged within his shadow? It was not because their affixes were the most powerful, but because their affixes, Asura's light and Indra's darkness, had shared the same origin from the very beginning. 1,000 years ago they had been one body. Yin Jian walked into his own courtyard. His mother Chi took the deer antler powder jar and muttered about why he had been gone so long. He said that Uncle Jinjia had been feeding medicine to a fawn, so he had stayed to watch a while longer. His mother accepted the explanation and turned into the kitchen. Yin Jian sat back down beneath the eaves, leaned against the wooden pillar, and closed his eyes. The cicada song was still deafening. The summer was still long. The autumn of Konoha year 56 began with a single maple leaf. On a quiet early morning at the end of August, that leaf's edge blushed red, hanging from the old maple tree at the entrance of the Nara clan's compound like a letter that had not yet been sent. Yin Jian walked beneath the tree and looked up. Summer was over. The summer of his 8th year ended abruptly in the final days of the loudest cicadas. After that the cicada song grew thinner day by day, like the tide receding, at first a mighty clamor, then slowly, irresistibly quieter and quieter. The second term of the 3rd year at the Ninja Academy began on the first Monday of September. When Yin Jian walked into the classroom, he saw that the seating chart had been changed again. Iruka probably believed that changing seats every term prevented small cliques from hardening. But with a single glance, Yin Jian saw the real reason this time. Naruto had been moved next to Sasuke. Not front row and back row, but side by side. Naruto sat by the window on the left, Sasuke was by the wall on the right, only a narrow aisle between them. Naruto had been excited since morning. He tossed his bag onto the desk and leaned over it toward Sasuke. Sasuke. We're deskmates now. Sasuke faced the blackboard, not turning his eyes aside. But Yin Jian could see clearly the trembling along the edge of Sasuke's shadow. It was not dislike, the distance was simply too close. Extreme Yin Release in the presence of Extreme Yang Release triggered an instinctive response, like 2 like poles of a magnet pushing apart. It wasn't that Sasuke wanted to dodge Naruto, it was his shadow that was dodging. But the classroom was only so big, and the seating was the teacher's decision, so there was nowhere to dodge to. Yin Jian took his usual seat by the window in the 3rd row from the back. Shikamaru was in front of him, still in the second to last row. This front and back combination had not changed since enrollment. Yin Jian sometimes suspected that Iruka had long accepted that putting the 2 Nara kids together saves trouble. It did save trouble, though not for the reason the teacher believed. The morning lesson was the will of fire. Iruka wrote several large characters on the blackboard, then turned around and asked a question: what do you think? What is a companion? The children's answers were all over the place. Ino said somebody you fight with. Choji said somebody you eat with. Rock Lee said somebody you pour out the sweat of youth with together. Naruto said somebody you eat ramen with. The classroom burst into laughter. Iruka smiled too, and then his gaze landed on Sasuke. Sasuke, what do you think? Sasuke was silent for a few seconds. I don't know. Iruka didn't press him. He probably knew about Sasuke's family, and knew what the word companion meant to this child. The edge of Yin Jian's shadow trembled faintly. He could sense the surge deep inside Sasuke's shadow when he said I don't know. It wasn't coldness. It was a severance. The destruction of the Uchiha clan had cut every connection between him and the idea of companion. It wasn't that he didn't know what a companion was, it was that all the companions he once had were gone. After that the word companion became an empty blank. Yin Jian withdrew his perception and looked down at his own desk. There were connections in his shadow too. Naruto's Yin Release fragment and Sasuke's Yin Release fragment, 2 strings, one warm and one cold, quivered in his perception every single day. They came from 2 different people, yet they merged in his shadow. He did not merely perceive them; in a sense, he carried part of them inside himself. Did such carrying count as companion? At lunch break, Yin Jian sat as usual under the big tree behind the school. The autumn light was no longer as fierce as summer, filtering through the leaves that were beginning to yellow at just the right warmth. He leaned against the trunk, closed his eyes, and spread his shadow sense outward. On the field, Naruto was chasing Rock Lee, probably having agreed to some strange challenge again. Sasuke was under another tree about 20 meters away, holding a blade of grass and snapping it absent-mindedly. 2 directions, 2 strings, both trembling. Yin Jian suddenly remembered the jar his grandfather had left behind. Nara Suzaku, the previous clan head, had spent 40 years studying the origin of shadows. His final conclusion was that the Nara clan's shadow was incomplete, and it required external Yin Release to complete it. He had found the direction, but he could not find a source of Yin Release, so all he could do was use his own Yin Release to simulate false black. What grandfather had lacked, Yin Jian had obtained from Naruto. Not just Yin Release, also Sasuke's Yin Release. Not the innate Yin Release of the Nara clan, but the extreme Yin Release descended from Indra. What would happen if the Nara clan's Yin Release and Yin Release merged? Grandfather had never thought about that question because he couldn't even find Yin Release. But Yin Jian had it. He possessed both. Gold and violet black had been entwined within his shadow for more than 2 years, and the pure black they produced could persist for over 130 heartbeats. That wasn't grandfather's false black. It was the true black born of Yin and Yang fused. But he still felt it wasn't enough. Not because the duration was too short, but because the fusion wasn't deep enough. Gold and violet black still revolved on their own within his shadow, touching only at the edges. Like 2 rivers that had met but for a long stretch kept their separate waters, half clear, half muddy, with a distinct boundary. True fusion should be complete, thorough, without separation, like ink dropped into water until the entire cup turned black. How could that depth of fusion be achieved? He didn't know. The answer might lie in grandfather's jar. But his intuition told him that he would only truly understand that answer after he himself reached that step. Before that, reading it would be useless. Pineapple head number 2. Yin Jian opened his eyes. Naruto had run over at some point, drenched in sweat, holding 2 rice balls. Here, take one. Shoji gave them to me and I can't finish both. Yin Jian took the rice ball. It was plum-flavored, sour, and a little salty, handmade by the Akimichi family. Naruto plopped down beside him and took a big bite of his own rice ball, cheeks swelling like a squirrel's. What are you thinking about? You're always sitting alone. Shadow stuff. What's there to think about shadows? Naruto looked down at his own shadow, then at Yin Jian's. Your shadow is a bit blacker than mine, you know. Shikamaru said that once too. Yin Jian didn't answer. Oh right, how does a shadow get so black? Naruto was just asking casually. Yin Jian paused. It absorbs light. Huh. A shadow is what appears when light is blocked. Only with light is there shadow, only with yang is there yin. A shadow becomes black because it absorbs more light. Naruto tilted his head, obviously not understanding. But he didn't question it. He just stuffed the last of his rice ball into his mouth, and said indistinctly, you talk just as hard to understand as Shikamaru. Are all you Nara people like this? Yin Jian didn't answer. His gaze fell on Sasuke in the distance. Sasuke was still under that tree, the blade of grass already snapped into pieces scattered across his knees. The sentence he had just spoken was for Naruto to hear, but it was also for himself. A shadow turns black because it absorbs more light. Grandfather had spent a lifetime trying to simulate black but never truly possessed it. Because he only had yin, he had no yang. Without light, a shadow could never truly become black. But Yin Jian was different. In his shadow was light he had absorbed from Naruto. After school, Yin Jian and Shikamaru walked back toward the clan compound together. The September maple leaves were turning color, some all green, some red at the edges, some already burning into a tree of fire. Shikamaru walked half a step ahead, holding a fallen maple leaf up to the setting sun to study its veins. Today Iruka asked what a companion is. Why didn't you answer? Shikamaru suddenly asked. He didn't call on me. If he had called on you, what would you have said? Yin Jian thought for a moment. I don't know. Shikamaru lowered the maple leaf. You also said I don't know. Because I really don't know. Yin Jian looked down at his shadow. In the setting sun it was stretched long, spreading over the leaf-covered path in a muted, restrained pale gray. Are Naruto and Sasuke companions then? Shikamaru did not answer at once. He walked a short way before saying, you asked are they, which means you already think the answer is yes. You just don't want to admit it. Injien didn't deny it. You've been like this since you were little, Shikamaru went on. You've already made up your mind but you pretend you haven't. You've already started doing it but you pretend you haven't. You've already treated people as companions but you pretend it's just a coincidence. Injien stopped walking. Shikamaru stopped too. A maple leaf drifted down between them. I was thinking, Injien said, that if one day the things inside my shadow were found out, and then, would they still treat me as a companion? Shikamaru turned to face him. The sun was behind him, hiding his face in shadow, only his eyes catching the light. What is in your shadow? Naruto's light and Sasuke's dark. What else? The road the Nara clan hasn't been able to finish for hundreds of years. Shikamaru was silent for a long time. Maple leaves fell one after another, landing on their hair, their shoulders, and their shadows. Then finish it. When you've finished, show them the result. What if they don't accept it? Then they don't accept it. Shikamaru's tone was flat. A companion isn't a companion because of what kind of person you are. It's because you first become their companion that they become yours. Don't get the order reversed. Injien looked at Shikamaru. His elder cousin was 8. At 8 he had already figured it out. Not because his IQ was 200 but because Shikamaru had been the eldest son of the main family since birth, watched by everyone as he grew up. He understood better than anyone what it felt like to be expected of, and he had learned earlier than anyone how to keep his own form within those expectations. Shikamaru. When did you figure it out? Shikamaru thought. Around 5, I guess. That early? My dad taught me. Shikamaru turned and continued walking. He said that the men of the Nara clan spend their whole lives doing one thing. Inside everyone's expectations, find the road you truly want to walk. Once you find it, keep walking. No matter whether others accept it or not. Injien caught up. Their shadows overlapped behind them, stretched long by the setting sun. Grandfather had found that road but he could not reach the end because he lacked the materials needed to complete it. That material was not in the Nara clan. It was in Naruto and Sasuke, in two people with no blood relation to him whatsoever. He had crossed family, crossed bloodlines, crossed the fate of the two brothers split apart 1,000 years ago, and gathered those two fragments into his own shadow. That act itself was a connection. Not a Nara connection but a connection he had chosen himself. The maple leaves rustled beneath their feet. Autumn had only just begun. The winter of Konoha's 56th year was the coldest winter in Injien's memory. After the first snow fell in November, the temperature never rose again. The maple trees on the Nara clan grounds had shed every last leaf, their bare branches reaching toward the gray-white sky like countless gaunt hands. In the deer sheds the herd huddled together for warmth, their breath forming a thin layer of frost inside the stables. Injien's 9th birthday arrived quietly in the depths of that bitter winter. No celebration, no gathering. The Nara clan did not make a custom of birthdays. Shikaku had once said, it's not like celebrating a birthday makes you any stronger. Such a hassle. But his mother Chi still cooked him a bowl of longevity noodles and topped it with a poached egg. As Injien sat on the veranda eating, snow began to fall from the sky again. Fine snowflakes fell into the hot broth and melted instantly. He lowered his head to look at his own shadow. Winter was the season when shadows grew the longest. Even at noon his shadow stretched 3 or 4 meters, pale in color, and blurred at the edges like a pool of diluted ink. Yet beneath that subdued light gray the true shadow had deepened to a shade near pure black. After one autumn the fusion of gold and purple black had deepened another layer. The pure black created by that fusion could now last for about 160 heartbeats, more than 2.5 minutes. Yet he still felt it was too slow. Not that the fusion was slow, rather his longing for permanence grew ever more urgent. 9 years old. Naruto was 9, Sasuke was 9, Shikamaru was 9. All 12 rookies were 9. 3 years remained until graduation from the Ninja Academy. 4 years remained until Sasuke's defection. As for the 4th Great Ninja War, there were less than 8 years to go. Time was like a frozen river, the surface lay still, yet beneath the ice flowed a silent rushing current. At the first practical training class of the new school year, Irika-sensei made an announcement. From this semester onward, practical exercises would introduce cross-class battles. No longer would training be limited to paired sparring within a single class, instead the entire grade would be mixed into teams to simulate small-scale skirmishes between different ninja villages. It was a rehearsal for the practical portion of the Chunin exams and also an important reference for genin selection. A ripple of excited murmuring ran through the classroom. Naruto was the first to stand. I want to be on Sasuke's team. Sasuke didn't look at him but didn't say no either. Iruka-sensei pinned the team assignment chart to the blackboard. Injien's gaze swept across and found his own name. Team 7. Members Ijien Nara Hinata Hyuga Shino Abirame. His gaze paused. A sensory team. Hinata Hyuga, Byakugan, the strongest reconnaissance bloodline limit in Konoha. Shino Abirame, Kikeichu insects expert in wide area search and tracking. Injien Nara, shadow sensing, the widest ranging and most detailed close-range perception. The three abilities overlapped heavily, yet each had its own focus. This was no random assignment, someone had deliberately arranged it. Injien looked at Iruka-sensei at the podium. Iruka was answering another student's question and did not look back. But Injien knew it must be Iruka's doing. Not because Iruka had seen through his true strength, but because he had noticed the steadiness Injien displayed during sensory training. Not the strongest but the steadiest. Iruka probably thought that putting three sensory types together would let them complement and corroborate one another. He had no idea what kind of team he had inadvertently assembled. The first cross-class battle came 3 days later. Team 7's opponents were Team 3, Kiba Inuzuka, Rock Lee and Choji Akimichi. An assault-type team. Kiba's olfactory tracking, Lee's taijutsu blitz, Choji's expansion-powered heavy attack. All three were masters of frontal breakthrough. The battle zone was the training ground behind the school, a sparse mixed forest about 200 meters square. The rules were simple: knock out all opponents, or capture the enemy camp's flag. Injien crouched on a branch, his shadow spreading flat against the trunk. Winter trees had no leaves and the bare branches offered little cover for sight, but that also meant there was almost no shade on the ground. Without shade, shadows had nowhere to hide. They're coming from the front. Shino's voice came from inside his collar. His Kikeichu bugs had already spread out. The insects moved sluggishly in winter's low temperatures, but there were enough of them to still cover the main routes. 3 people. Kiba is in front, Choji in the middle, and Lee is at the rear. Shino paused for a moment. Lee is very fast, he's charging up. Injien's shadow had already sensed it. Not sensing the position but sensing the flow of chakra. Lee's chakra was converging into his legs in a peculiar pattern, the rudiment of the 8 gates. Though it couldn't even count as the first gate, yet the explosive pattern of the chakra had already taken shape. Kiba's chakra intertwined with Akamiru's, forming a two-way amplification circuit. Choji's chakra was steady and heavy like a boulder slowly rolling forward. Hinata, Injien said in a low voice. Hinata stood on a branch to his left, hands forming seals. Her Byakugan's field of vision already covered the entire battlefield. Kiba and Akamiru are 40 meters ahead, moving very fast. Choji is 20 meters behind, moderate speed. Lee, she paused. He's disappeared. At that same moment Injien's shadow sensed it. Lee hadn't disappeared. His speed had suddenly surged, allowing him to loop from behind Choji directly to the right flank, racing along the edge of the training ground in a wide arc. Not a charge, a flanking maneuver. Their opponent's plan was clear. Kiba and Akamiru would draw attention from the front, Choji would act as the backbone ready to support, and Lee would use his speed advantage to circle behind and cut off the escape route. Simple but effective. Shino intercepts Lee. Use your bug net, and just delay him, Injien ordered. Hinata, keep an eye on Kiba. Tell me when he gets within 20 meters. I'll handle Choji. By yourself. Hinata's voice was laced with worry. That's enough. Injien leaped down from the branch. The moment he landed, his shadow spread across the thin layer of snow. In winter, shadows were pale, but he didn't need depth of color. He only needed range. A perception radius of 45 meters was enough to cover the entire engagement zone. Choji was 30 meters away, advancing steadily along the forest path. His pace was not fast, but every step was solid like a moving hill. Injien did not approach him directly. He sidestepped a few paces and stood behind a thick tree trunk. His shadow extended from beneath his feet, hugging the ground, silently gliding over the snow. Choji's shadow lay 5 meters ahead, stretched long by the midday sun. The moment the two shadows touched, Injien's perception flooded into Choji's chakra network. It was thick, slow, but enormously abundant Yin Release chakra. The Akimichi clan's expansion technique was essentially the body expansion of Yin Release, pouring physical energy into every cell, causing them to swell several times in a short span. This chakra's density was lower than Naruto's Yin Release, but its scope was broader, like a slowly flowing tide of honey that enveloped the entire body. Injien's shadow lightly touched Choji's shadow. Not an attack, just a touch. Choji's steps faltered for a moment. Who? He looked around and saw nothing. Injien had already withdrawn his shadow. In that single instant of contact he had done one thing, Using shadow resonance, he sent his own calm into Choji. Not the forced mental intrusion of the mind transfer jutsu, but the kind Jinjia had taught him, sharing the state of one's own shadow with another person. Choji stood on the forest path, and suddenly felt much less tense. The faint anxiety he had felt about the fight inexplicably dissolved, fading by more than half. He scratched his head and continued forward. But his steps were a little slower than before, and his wariness had unknowingly dropped. Ingien stepped out from behind the trunk. Choji turned, saw him, and assumed a combat stance. Ingien. I won't hold back. Ingien assumed no stance at all. He simply stood there, his shadow spreading over the snow. Choji charged, his right arm swelling mid-run, partial expansion. His fist grew larger than his head and slammed toward Ingjien's chest with a muffled whoosh. Ingien sidestepped, the fist grazed his coat and smashed into the tree trunk behind him. The withered tree shuddered violently and snow shook from the branches. Choji did not stop. His left fist also expanded and swept around. Ingien stepped back, letting the blow pass just before the tip of his nose. He was observing. Choji's expansion technique required about half a beat to activate. From normal state to partial expansion needed about half a beat of chakra concentration. That half beat was the opening. Choji expanded both arms simultaneously, clasped his hands together, and smashed downward. The limit of partial expansion, both arms expanded at once for a combined strike. Ingien did not dodge. His shadow rose from his feet like a thin black veil creeping up Choji's legs. As Choji's arms came crashing down, Ingien extended one hand. Not to block, to guide. The shadow's binding was not brute force control but redirection. At Choji's joints his shadow applied an extremely light lateral force, so light that Choji himself couldn't feel it. Yet the landing point of the arms shifted aside. The clasped hands slammed into the snow to Ingjien's right, sending snow flying and leaving a shallow crater in the ground. Ingien stood where he was completely unharmed. Choji panted, his arms reverting from their expanded state, his face full of disbelief. How did you do that? Your expansion technique is strong. But it takes half a beat to activate, Ingien said. Choji froze. No one had ever told him that. The Akimichi clan's expansion technique had such a short activation time that in battle it was virtually negligible. But for someone with sufficiently keen perception, half a beat was half a beat. That side should be over by now. Ingien turned to look deeper into the training ground. Lee had been ensnared by Shino's bug net. Not a hard restraint, a delay. Shino had woven a sparse net among the trees with his insects, and each time Lee burst through a layer his speed lessened by a fraction. Layer after layer, each one sapping momentum. By the time Lee reached Shino, his speed had dropped to that of an ordinary person. Then Hinata cut in from the side and sealed his tenketsu with a single gentle fist palm strike. Kiba and Akamaru, while chasing Hinata, were lured into Shino's insect formation. The bugs did not attack, they simply swarmed around them, disrupting their sense of smell and hearing. By the time Kiba broke free of the insect formation, Ingien had already captured the flag. First cross-class battle team 7 victory. On the way back to the classroom, Hinata walked beside Ingien, hesitating several times before finally speaking. Ingien-kun, how did you deflect Choji-kun's attack just now? Shadow redirection, Ingien said. I applied lateral force at the joints. But Choji-kun's strength is so great. The greater the strength, the higher the center of gravity. The higher the center of gravity, the easier it is to redirect. Ingien looked down at his own shadow. The weakness of the expansion technique is its unstable center of gravity. He just didn't know anyone could exploit it. Hinata was silent for a while. Ingien-kun, you're amazing. Ingien didn't answer. His shadow sensed that as Hinata spoke, the gray tag introversion suppression at the edge of her shadow had faded a little more. Not because she was praised, but because she was speaking of her own accord. Hinata Hyuga was step by step, painfully, bravely crawling out of the shell she had built around herself. And this victory made her believe she could do it. At the coldest point of winter, Shikaka called a family meeting. Every adult ninja of the Nara clan attended, even Ingjien's father hurried back from the border. The meeting was held in the main hall of the clan's principal residence, paper doors shut tight and lamps blazing. Ingien and Shikamaru were placed in the small room next door to play by themselves. Paper doors could not block his shadow's perception. He heard the entire meeting. Border friction was intensifying. Kumogakure of the Land of Lightning was becoming increasingly active along the northeastern border of the Land of Fire, and several small-scale skirmishes had already broken out. Konoha's high command judged that Kumogakure might be probing Konoha's defensive limits. The Nara clan, as the core intelligence and analytical force of Konoha, would need to strengthen its support for the border intelligence network. Shikaku's voice was steady and composed as he assigned tasks one by one. Who would go to the northeastern border, who would remain at the clan lands, who would be responsible for coordinating with the Yamanaka and Akimichi clans. After the meeting ended, Shikaku kept a few core clan members behind for continued private discussion. Ingjien withdrew his shadow, sensing those matters were not for him to hear yet. But the phrase border friction lingered in his mind. What would Kumogakure's probing eventually become? In the original story those years were a blank, he did not know. But one thing was clear to him: peace had never been a matter of course. It was like a frozen river in winter. The surface looked solid, yet beneath the ice there were always undercurrents. That night Ingjien lay in bed unable to fall asleep for a long time. Outside the window the snow had stopped. Moonlight fell upon the accumulated snow, washing the entire courtyard in a cold silvery white. His shadow spread across the tatami. Beneath that subdued light, gray, gold and purple black were intertwining more actively than usual. Not because of battle, but because he had sensed something far greater. Border friction, undercurrents, war. All those words pointed to the same force: the opposition and fusion of Yang Release and Yin Release on a larger scale. Between villages, between nations, between people, all were seeking balance. And the two shards inside his shadow were a microcosm of that balance. Ingjien closed his eyes. Winter was still long. But winter would eventually pass. The spring of Konoha's 57th year began with a single clap of thunder. The thunder cracked in the small hours of early March, brief and violent, as if a rift had been torn in the vault of heaven. Ingjien woke with a start and lay motionless under his covers. Outside the rain came hard on the heels of the thunder, not the fine silver threads of the rainy season, but a cold spring rain laced with ice pellets crackling against the roof tiles. His shadow lay spread over the tatami beside him. Beneath its restrained pale gray surface, gold and violet black were mingling more restlessly than usual. It was not the thunder. It was because spring had come. In this season of revival, Yangqi rose while Yinqi sank. On Jingxia, the waking of insects, the flow of yin and yang between heaven and earth reached a delicate threshold, and his shadow sensed that meeting on the scale of heaven and earth. The pure black born of the convergence had lingered a little longer, from 160 heartbeats last winter to roughly 175 now, nearly 3 minutes. 3 minutes of yin-yang release. Enough to do a great many things. But Ingjien knew that the true qualitative leap did not lie in how long the black remained, it lay in whether the black could leave a mark after the convergence ended. Like a drop of ink in clear water, what mattered was not how long the ink held its shape, but what color the whole cup became in the end. His shadow was changing from water to ink. This process had gone on for 3 years. It began on the day he entered the academy, when he copied a fragment of Naruto's Yang Release. Then in Taijutsu class he obtained a fragment of Sasuke's Yin Release. After that came countless cycles of convergence, analysis, absorption, and convergence again. After each convergence dispersed its black, left a barely perceptible trace in the base tone of his shadow. 3 years, more than 1,000 days and nights, tens of thousands of convergences. That trace could no longer be called merely a trace. The base color of his shadow had gone from pale gray to dark gray to ink, and now, if one looked carefully under the noon sun, there was a layer of extremely faint pure black undertone beneath that gray. It was not false black, it was the true black of Yin-Yang Release. Still faint, still requiring far more convergences to surface fully, but it was already there. Once something has existed, it never truly disappears. The 4th year of the Ninja Academy officially began on the first Monday of April. When Ingjien walked into the classroom, he saw the seating chart had been changed again. The shake-up was substantial. Nearly everyone had moved. Naruto had been taken from beside Sasuke and placed in front of Hinata, while Sasuke had been moved to a window seat on the opposite side of the room. The distance between those two extremes had gone from side by side to the full diagonal of the classroom. Naruto was unhappy about it, and had been muttering since morning that Iruka-sensei had done it on purpose. Iruka-sensei had in fact done it on purpose. With the Chunin exam approaching, he needed to make sure every student could face various situations independently rather than relying on a fixed teammate. Ingjien still sat by the window in the 3rd row from the back. Shikamaru was directly in front of him in the 2nd row from the back. That front and back arrangement had not changed since the first day, like a permanent fixture in the classroom. Iruka-sensei has given up splitting us up, Shikamaru said without turning his head. Maybe he thinks there's no point. There is a point. It's just troublesome. Ingjien did not answer. His gaze settled on Sasuke, who sat in his new seat with his profile turned toward the window. Spring sunlight fell across Sasuke's face, making his skin look nearly translucent. But what Ingjien sensed was not the face, it was the shadow. At the edge of Sasuke's shadow, that shard of Indra's darkness was trembling faintly. It was not the quiet dormant state of ordinary days, it was the tremor before waking. Like a seed buried deep in frozen soil, sensing the ground warming in spring, it had begun to grow restless. 9-year-old Sasuke's Yin Release was entering a phase of rapid growth. Between the ages of 9 and 12, Indra's reincarnate experienced the first eruption of Yin Release. That was not the result of training, it was the awakening of the bloodline. Ing Jian filed the discovery away in his mind. Naruto's Yang Release would probably experience its first eruption around the same time. Two extremes growing simultaneously in opposite directions at the same speed. And he caught between them, had to expand his shadow's capacity enough to contain a far more violent convergence before they erupted. Otherwise the balance would break. Ing Jian. Shikamaru's voice came from the front. You've been staring at Sasuke for a while now. Ing Jian withdrew his gaze. Just thinking. Shikamaru did not press further. Instead he pulled something from his bag and set it on Ing Jian's desk. It was a shogi piece, the king. Made of wood, its surface polished smooth by frequent handling. My father gave it to me. He said the king was not the strongest piece, but the piece that must not die. That non-existent shadow of yours. I tried it, Shikamaru said. What was the result? It's true that a shadow cannot be captured. But it can be sealed. Shikamaru's tone was even. Sealing is the natural enemy of shadows. You can use your shadow to seal others, and others can use sealing against your shadow. Ing Jian looked down at the king piece. Shikamaru was reminding him of something. The shadow seal was his greatest trump card and also his greatest weakness. If he could seal power into his shadow, it meant others could use the same principle to seal his shadow. His grandfather had spent a lifetime studying the origin of shadows and in the end sealed his own shadow inside a jar. That was not preservation, it was a warning. Shadows can be sealed. I know, Ing Jian said. Shikamaru put the king piece back into the side pocket of his bag. Just remember that. During the lunch break, Ing Jian did not go to the great tree. He went to the school archives. The archives were on the top floor of the main building, a long narrow room with small windows and dim light, the air carrying the mixed smell of old paper and insect repellent. The Chunin teacher in charge checked his student ID and pointed to the shelves along the wall. The basic theory section is over there. Forbidden techniques are off limits to you. The borrowing log is by the door, write it yourself. Ing Jian walked between the shelves. He had not come for forbidden techniques, he had come for the history of the Nara clan. The phrase the embryonic form of shadow he had heard from his grandfather made him realize something. Everything he knew about the Nara shadow arts came from copied entries and fragmented oral family tradition. Those entries told him how to use the shadow, but never what the shadow was. At the very bottom of the basic theory section he found a slim booklet. An inquiry into the origins of the Nara clan's shadow arts. Its cover was dark gray, the corners badly worn, the thread binding loose along the spine. The pages were yellowed and brittle, exuding the faintly sour smell of aged paper. The flyleaf bore only one line: a shadow is the yin form. Where there is light there is shadow, where there is form there is shadow. A shadow is neither substance nor nothingness. Between existence and non-existence. Ing Jian silently recited those words. Between existence and non-existence. That was the essence of the Nara shadow. It was not physical, so physical attacks could not destroy it. It was not nothing, so it could touch, bind, and transmit perception. His shadow devouring eye could see the talent entries in other people's shadows, because talent itself was something between existence and non-existence, not a physical entity, yet genuinely there. He continued flipping through the booklet. Near the middle a passage made his fingers stop. Nara Ingzong, the second clan head, once said that a shadow has a distinction between capacity and density. Capacity is the limit of what a shadow can hold. Density is the compactness of the shadow itself. The greater the capacity, the more external chakra it can contain. The greater the density, the stronger the shadow's resilience. The two complement each other, neither can be lacking. Capacity and density. Ing Jian set down the booklet and looked into the dusty darkness at the back of the shelves. What he had been doing all along was increasing the shadow's capacity, copying entries, expanding his sensory range, stretching the duration of yin-yang release. But he had never deliberately cultivated the shadow's density, the shadow's own compactness, its resilience, its endurance. The fact that his grandfather could seal his own shadow in a jar for decades without it dispersing, that was density made manifest. You're here. Ing Jian turned. Shino stood at the other end of the shelves holding several old books on insect ecology. Shino Aburaim, host of the Kekkei, possessed the least presence in the entire class. In over 3 years at the academy, Ing Jian had spoken to him no more than 10 times. But they had been teammates in cross-class sparring, fighting together in 2 matches. In those 2 battles, Shino's insect net and Ing Jian's shadow perception formed a nearly perfect complement. No words, no hand signals. The insects and the shadow naturally found each other. "Research," Ing Jian said. "About shadows." "How did you know?" Shino adjusted his sunglasses. "When your shadow touches my insects, it darkens slightly. Few people would notice, but insects are more sensitive to chakra than humans." Ing Jian fell silent for a moment. So Shino had known all along. Not that his shadow contained fragments of Naruto and Sasuke, but that his shadow was absorbing something. What the insect sensed was probably the chakra fluctuation produced when the shadow converged. "How long?" Ing Jian asked. "Since the first cross-class match," Shino said. "After your shadow touched Choji's, its color changed." "The insects told me?" "You never mentioned it." "There was no need." Shino's tone was as calm as if he were speaking of the weather. "Everyone has secrets. The insects taught me one thing: observe but do not disturb." Ing Jian looked at him. Shino Abirame, 9 years old. The quietest person in the class, perhaps the one who saw the most clearly. "My shadow is turning black," Ing Jian said. "I know. It may keep turning black." "I know. What it will eventually become, I don't know either." Shino was silent for a while. Between the shelves, the smell of insect repellent and old paper mingled. In the dim light, their shadows on the floor nearly overlapped. "When insects change color," Shino said suddenly, "it is because they are adapting to a new environment. Moving from one state to another. It is not becoming better, and not becoming worse. It is simply becoming what it needs to become." Ing Jian looked down at his shadow. "Your shadow is only becoming what it needs to become." With that, Shino walked to the lending desk. His steps were light as his insects. That evening, Ing Jian sat alone on the low hill behind the clan compound. This was the highest point of the Nara clan grounds, offering a view of the entire maple grove and further off the silhouette of Konoha. The setting sun set the sky ablaze with orange-red, stretching his shadow long from the hilltop down across the grass. The shadow seal was restrained, so the surface of his shadow remained pale gray. But he knew that under that gray something was stirring. Not the fragment of Naruto's Yin Release. Not the fragment of Sasuke's Yin Release. It was his shadow itself. He took out the booklet, An Inquiry into the Origins of the Nara Clan's Shadow Arts, from inside his robe. The line on the flyleaf was already etched into his memory. A shadow is the yin of form. Where there is light there is shadow, where there is form there is shadow. A shadow is neither substance nor nothingness, it lies between existence and non-existence. Between existence and non-existence. His shadow-devouring eye could see the talent hidden in another's shadow. His shadow-devouring touch could copy that talent. His shadow analysis could integrate the copied fragments into his own ability. These 3 abilities were all manifestations of a shadow's being between existence and non-existence. He was not stealing other people's talents, he was recording the traces those talents left in shadow. Because a shadow lay between existence and non-existence, it could record things that likewise lay between existence and non-existence. This was not plunder. It was witnessing. Ing Jian closed the booklet and watched the sun sink slowly beyond the distant mountains. The orange red at the edge of the sky faded into deep purple, then into ink blue. When the first star lit, he felt an extremely faint tremor from deep in his shadow. Not the tremor of convergence, a deeper one that came from the shadow itself. Like a long dormant seed stirring quietly in the dark. Capacity and density. He had been expanding his shadow's capacity, holding more entries, more fragments, more black. But the shadow's density was another thing entirely. Density was the compactness of the shadow. It was the intrinsic strength of his own shadow, the shadow belonging to the person called Nara Ing Jian. The copied entries were the water poured into a vessel. The thickness of the vessel's walls was what truly determined how much water it could hold. Ing Jian stood up from the hillside. Dusk closed in and the lights in the clan compound came on one after another. His shadow stretched across the grass behind him. Beneath, the restrained pale gray, gold and violet black were rotating more quietly than usual. Not because the convergence had weakened, but because it was changing from violent collision into slow permeation. Before, it was like 2 rivers colliding and churning out foam. Now, after the meeting, the 2 rivers were beginning to truly, slowly, irreversibly mix. The foam was less, but the river itself was changing color. Ing Jian turned and walked down the hill. Shikamaru's house was already lit, warm yellow light spilling from the windows, especially striking in the twilight. He did not go home. He walked toward that light. There was something he needed Shikamaru's help with. Not about shadows, about density. Among this generation of the Nara clan, Shikamaru had the deepest understanding of the shadow arts, Not the deepest control but the deepest understanding. The non-existent shadow he had conceived was in essence an exploration of the shadow's density. To make a shadow uncatchable, one did not hide it, one changed the shadow's nature. He needed Shikamaru to think it through with him. Two people were always faster than one. When he reached Shikamaru's door, the paper door slid open from within. Shikamaru stood there holding 2 boxes of shogi pieces. "I was just about to come find you," Shikamaru said. "How did you know I was coming? Every time you solve something you come to find me." Shikamaru handed him one of the boxes. "Come in. Mom made red bean soup." Jian took the box, removed his shoes, and stepped inside. Warm yellow lamplight, the sweet fragrance of red bean soup, the clatter of shogi pieces. In Shikamaru's room the board was already set. It was not a fresh match, it was an endgame puzzle. A puzzle Shikaku had left the night before. Dad said he worked on this for 3 days and couldn't solve it, Shikamaru said, sitting down at the board. "He wants us to try." Jian sat down across from him. The position was highly complex, black and white pieces interlocking like jagged teeth with no obvious advantage for either side. Jian did not look at the board, he looked at Shikamaru. "Shikamaru. Your non-existent shadow, how far have you taken it?" Shikamaru's hand stopped above the piece box. "I can maintain it for about 3 seconds. For those 3 seconds no chakra perception can catch the shadow. Even Dad's. 3 seconds." From the moment Jian proposed the concept, it had taken Shikamaru only a few months to turn a purely theoretical idea into a practical technique that lasted 3 seconds. "That was true genius. How did you do it?" "By changing the shadow's density," Shikamaru said. "Compressing it from the edge of physicality to below the threshold of perception. Like squeezing a lump of cotton into a tiny ball, the volume shrinks and the density rises. Perception-type ninja detect shadows by the chakra fluctuations they give off. The higher the density, the smaller the fluctuation. Once it is small enough, it can no longer be sensed." Jian looked at Shikamaru. The density of a shadow. So this was what the old text meant by quality. The path Shikamaru was walking and the path Jian needed to walk went in the same direction. "Teach me." Shikamaru did not ask why. He simply pushed the board aside, took a sheet of white paper from the shelf and spread it between them. The sun had fully set. The only light in the room was an oil lamp. The flame wavered across the paper, casting the shadows of both of them on the wall. "A shadow is a projection of chakra," Shikamaru said, setting an ink dot on the paper. "Chakra flows out from the soles of the feet and into the shadow, so the density of the shadow depends on 2 things. First, the density of the chakra itself. Second, the way it is injected." He made another ink dot beside the first, then drew a line connecting them. "For an ordinary Nara, chakra flows into the shadow like this, one path, one direction. Chakra runs from the body into the shadow and stays there. Density is maintained by flow rate." Jian stared at the line between the 2 dots. One-directional flow. His shadow's chakra injection method was one-directional too. It flowed from the body into the shadow, then spread, was consumed, and was replenished. Whatever flowed in was simply stored. "Try this." Shikamaru drew a ring on the paper using a closed line to join the 2 ink dots, forming a circuit. "Do not let the chakra stay in the shadow. Let it flow. From the body into the shadow and from the shadow back to the body. Not one-way pouring but circulation." Jian looked at the ring. "Circulation?" As chakra moved ceaselessly between body and shadow, each cycle would add a fraction to its density. It was like a river flowing through its channel. The riverbed was scoured deeper and deeper, the current faster and faster. Not by increasing the amount of water but by changing the way it flows. "How did you think of that?" Jian asked. "Shogi," Shikamaru said. "The king cannot leave the 9-square palace, but it can move to any square within it. Not because it is strong but because it keeps moving within a small space. Something that keeps moving is harder to catch than something that stays still." Jian closed his eyes. Deep in his shadow, chakra was reconstructing its flow along the ring Shikamaru had drawn. It did not stop once it reached the shadow. It flowed there, and then flowed back. A closed circuit. At first he could barely feel any change, but after a dozen circuits, he noticed it. The edge of his shadow had become a little more solid than before. It was extremely subtle, but he could sense it. Capacity was how much a shadow could hold, and density was how solid the shadow itself was. For 3 years he had been expanding capacity so his shadow could hold more entries, more fragments, more convergences. But the density had not kept up. The vessel had been stretched larger and larger, while its walls grew thinner and thinner. The circulation Shikamaru had taught him was a way to thicken those walls again. "Thanks," Jian said, opening his eyes. "The red bean soup is getting cold." Shikamaru stood and walked toward the kitchen. At the doorway he paused without turning back. There's something in your shadow. I won't ask what it is. But if it ever spills over, tell me. Ingjian looked down at the shadow lying across the tatami. The oil lamp flame wavered against the paper door, making the shadows flicker bright and dim. Beneath the restrained pale gray gold and violet black were flowing along a new path. No longer one-way convergence but circular convergence, from yang to yang forming a closed ring. The pure black produced by the convergence was no longer a static mass. It had begun to flow. At the very depth of the shadow it ran like an extremely slow black undercurrent. Spring had only just begun. The summer of Konoha year 57 was the quietest summer in Ingjian's memory. Not because the cicadas had grown fewer. Their cries were as deafening as ever, enshrouding the entire Nara compound in a net woven of sound from dawn to dusk. What had grown quiet was something else. In the final season of his 9th year his shadow entered a long period of silence. Gold and violet black continued to merge, but they no longer produced pure black as frequently as before. Previously each heartbeat triggered 2 or 3 instances of merging, now it had dropped to roughly 1 merge per 2 heartbeats. The frequency had halved. But Ingjian was not anxious. He knew this was not regression but settling. The cyclic flow Shikamaru had taught him changed everything. Chakra circulated ceaselessly between his body and shadow, and with each circuit the shadow's density increased by a thread. The frequency of merging had decreased, but the black produced by each merge lingered longer. From 175 heartbeats in spring it now stretched beyond 200 heartbeats by the end of summer. More than 3 minutes. And the traces left behind after the black dispersed ran far deeper than before. If the previous merges were like the spray kicked up where 2 rivers met, frequent, brief, gone in an instant, then the present merge was the river water itself after the confluence. The spray had diminished, but the river was slowly shifting from clearly divided layers of clear and murky into a single unified color. Slowly, irreversibly. Ingjian sat beneath the veranda leaning against the wooden pillar, his legs dangling over the edge. Summer sunlight was chopped into fragments by maple leaves and scattered across him, his shadow shrinking beneath his feet, compressed into a small dark mass by the noonday light. Summer was the season when shadows were shortest, yet also when their density was highest. He closed his eyes and let his perception spread out along his shadow. The range had not expanded, still around 45 meters. But the resolution of his perception had sharpened. Previously he could sense a deer passing 40 meters away and know its position, speed, and approximate build. Now he could sense the angle at which the blades of grass bent beneath the deer's hooves. It was not seeing, it was sensing. The information relayed back through his shadow had gone from outline to detail. Ingjian. Shikamaru's voice came from the courtyard gate. Ingjian opened his eyes. Shikamaru stood at the entrance holding a paper bag, fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Walking this far in summer was already a considerable amount of exercise for him. My mom made ryokan. She told me to bring it over. Ingjian took the paper bag. Aunt Yoshino's ryokan was a celebrated delicacy of the Nara compound, the red bean paste ground exceedingly fine, sweet yet not cloying, and especially delicious chilled in summer. He opened the bag. The ryokan was wrapped in bamboo leaves and still carried the coolness of well water. He broke off half and handed it to Shikamaru, who took it and sat down beside him. The two sat side by side eating ryokan, the cicadas' chorus thundering overhead. Your shadow has been getting quiet lately, Shikamaru said suddenly. Ingjian turned his head. Your shadow used to have a kind of fuzz along its edges, Shikamaru said, taking a bite of ryokan. Like the surface of water ruffled by the wind. It's gone now. Ingjian looked down at his shadow. He had restrained his shadow seals so its exterior remained light gray. But Shikamaru was not talking about color, he was talking about texture. The ragged edge of the shadow had vanished. That layer of fuzz was actually the subtle fluctuation produced by frequent merging within the shadow. Once the merging frequency dropped, the fluctuation naturally settled. The shadow's edges had become smooth and still, like a deep pool, placid on the surface yet hiding undercurrents in its depths. I've been trying that circulation you taught me, Ingjian said. And the result? The merging is slower, but the black produced by each merge lasts longer. Shikamaru stuffed the last bite of ryokan into his mouth and chewed for a while. Then it's working as it should. In shogi there's a move called quiet stance. On the surface every move looks slow, as if nothing is being done. In truth it's building up force. Once enough force has accumulated, a single move delivers checkmate. Ingjian looked at the bamboo leaf in his hand. Quiet stance. His shadow's current state truly resembled a shogi game that had entered a quiet stance. No change was visible from the outside, yet the most crucial transformation was taking place within. Gold and violet black no longer clashed violently, instead they slowly permeated along the circulation loop. With each cycle the boundary between them blurred by a thread. At the moment the boundary vanished completely, merging would no longer be merging, it would be oneness. Practical combat classes at the Ninja Academy were suspended for the summer. It was too hot. Irika-sensei, fearing the children would suffer heatstroke, converted all outdoor training into indoor theory lessons and chakra control exercises. The classroom was suffocating as a steamer, and not a breath of wind slipped in even with all the windows wide open. Naruto propped his textbook upright and fanned himself, earning 3 callouts from Irika-sensei. Sasuke sat ramrod straight, fine sweat beading on his forehead, yet his posture did not budge an inch. Yin sat in the 3rd row from the back, his shadow spreading out beneath the desks and silently covering the entire classroom. A 45-meter perception radius was enough to blanket the entire school building. He could sense what the children in the neighboring class were doing, some dozing off, some secretly flipping through manga beneath their desks, some poking the backs of the classmates in front with pencils. He could sense Irika-sensei's chakra fluctuations, steady and gentle like a summer well, surface warmed by the sun, depths perpetually cool. He could sense the 2 strings that were Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto's Yin Release was exceptionally active in summer. The hotter the temperature, the more vigorously that small golden flame burned, and the stronger the urge of his chakra to surge outward. All morning Naruto's right leg had been bouncing non-stop beneath his desk, not from nervousness but because Yin Release was driving his body to move. Extreme Yin Release became difficult to suppress in summer, like a flame burning more fiercely in dry air. Sasuke's Yin Release was the opposite. His chakra grew heavier, stiller, and more inwardly withdrawn in summer. Like a stone resting at the bottom of a river, the warmer the water the deeper it sank. Yin filed away this starkly contrasting perception in his mind. Naruto's Yin Release was at its strongest in summer, Sasuke's Yin Release was at its deepest. One yang, one yin, one radiating outward, one drawing inward, both reaching their respective extremes in the same season. This was no coincidence, it was the inherent law of yin and yang. Yang governs action, yin governs stillness. In summer Yang Chi is at its zenith, so Yin Release is most active, and Yin Release correspondingly requires deeper withdrawal to maintain equilibrium. His shadow existed between the 2, learning how to contain both opposing extremes simultaneously. When school let out, dark clouds had piled up at the horizon. Summer thunderstorms arrived the moment they pleased. As Yin reached the school gate, the first raindrop fell, striking the dry ground, and leaving a dark imprint the size of a coin. In the next instant a curtain of rain came crashing down from every direction, as if someone had overturned a basin in the heavens. Yin retreated beneath the eaves. He hadn't brought an umbrella. Shikamaru had been dragged away by Ino for extra Ino Shikicho team training, and he had taken the umbrella with him. Choji had left as well. The space under the eaves quickly filled with children who hadn't brought umbrellas. Naruto stood at the very front, reaching his hand into the downpour to catch water. Sasuke leaned against the veranda pillar, his profile turned toward the rain, his expression as indifferent as ever. Hinata stood at the edge of the crowd, both hands gripping her schoolbag straps, quietly waiting for the rain to stop. Shino stood deepest inside a film of mist, fogging his sunglasses. He didn't wipe them away. Kiba crouched on the ground, Akamaru sprawled across his knees with both ears drooping. Akamaru did not like rainy days. Rock Lee was doing squats beneath the eaves, declaring he would use the waiting time to train, while Tenten counted the repetitions beside him. Yin stood at the very back of the crowd, back against the wall. The rain was loud, striking tiles, ground, and leaves, interweaving into a dense veil of white noise. Amid that noise his shadow perception became even sharper than usual. Rainy days had weak light, allowing his shadow to spread wider. Within the 45-meter perception radius, he could distinctly capture where every raindrop landed, the quiver of every leaf struck by rain, and the chakra fluctuations of every person. Naruto's Yin Release remained lively even in the rain, like a fire that could not be doused. Sasuke's Yin Release had sunk even deeper, the sound of rain becoming yet another barrier sealing him off from the outside. Hinata's chakra trembled gently like a fledgling that wanted to peek out of its shell before shrinking back inside. Shino's chakra was nearly imperceptible, blending seamlessly into the sound of the rain. Pineapple Head number 2. Yin snapped back from his perception. At some point Naruto had squeezed in beside him, hair dripping wet, probably having doused his head while reaching out to catch the rain earlier. Droplets slid off the tips of his hair and landed on Jin's sleeve. "You're spacing out again," Naruto said. "Just thinking." "You're always thinking. Shikamaru's always thinking too. Can you Nara folks even do anything besides think?" Jin did not answer. When his shadow perceived Naruto drawing near, the Yang Release fragment within it gave a faint shimmer. Not the shimmer of merging, the shimmer of resonance. Naruto's Yang Release fragment had come from Naruto himself. When the two stood close enough, the fragment would resonate faintly with its source. Like two tuning forks of identical frequency, strike one and the other trembles in sympathy. This resonance was especially clear on rainy days. Naruto. Have you ever felt something moving inside your body on rainy days? Naruto tilted his head and thought for a moment. Maybe. Can't really put it into words, but it feels kind of tingly. Like I want to run around or jump. Run, jump. Yang Release instinctively wanted to discharge outward on rainy days. Because Yin energy was heavy on rainy days, Yang Release would rise in spontaneous opposition, trying to drive away the surrounding dampness and chill with its own warmth. The tingle Naruto felt was the restlessness of Yang Release within him. Ing Jian did not explain any of this. Some things, even if explained, Naruto might not understand. But there was one thing he could say. If you want to run, then run. Naruto blinked. The rain won't last forever. Ing Jian gazed at the rain curtain beyond the eaves. When it lets up a little, just dash back. Naruto stared at him, then broke into a wide grin. You're right. He turned and rushed back to the edge of the eaves, shouting at the rain. His voice was mostly swallowed by the downpour, but he didn't care. Sasuke turned his head from the pillar to look at Naruto. Just one glance, then he looked away. But Ing Jian perceived the change in that instant. At the edge of Sasuke's shadow, the Indra's darkness gave a faint tremble when Naruto shouted. Not rejection, something far more complicated. Yin Release would grow heavier, stiller, and more inwardly withdrawn on rainy days. But Naruto's shout, that unreserved vitality bursting outward, pierced through the rain curtain and pierced the barrier of Yin Release as well. It pierced for only an instant before the barrier sealed shut again. But it had been pierced. Ing Jian stored that instant in his mind. Ultimate Yin Release was not unreachable. It required Yang Release of sufficient strength at the right moment in the right manner. The rain stopped in the evening. The clouds parted and the setting sun spilled out from the western horizon, gilding the entire village road in brilliant gold. The rain-soaked road mirrored the sky like countless shattered mirrors. Ing Jian stepped through puddles on his way to the compound, his shadow spreading across the wet ground and stretching long in the sunset. Shikamaru caught up from behind, umbrella in hand, clothes completely dry. He hadn't been caught in the rain at all. Ino dragged me into practicing the mind transfer technique. Shikamaru yawned. 20 times. 20 times. Every time she fails to transfer into Choji's body, she uses mine instead. I got hit by her 20 times. What did it feel like? Like someone knocking on the door inside your head. 20 knocks. Shikamaru rubbed his temples. What a pain. Ing Jian pictured the scene. Ino's spiritual projection knocking on the door in Shikamaru's mind, Shikamaru answering from within, then Ino transferring to Choji, failing and coming back to knock on Shikamaru's door again. 20 times. Next time you could try not being there. What? When Ino knocks, you're not there. Shikamaru's footsteps faltered for a moment, then he continued walking. Not there. A shadow can choose not to exist, can't it? Shikamaru was silent for a while. The setting sun stretched both their shadows long across the puddle-filled village road, one deep, one faint. Interesting. I'll try it. That night Ing Jian lay in his futon listening to the cicadas outside the window. The day's rain had washed the cicada song clean, yet by night it was even louder, as if someone had turned the volume up to maximum. He closed his eyes and let his consciousness sink into the depths of his shadow. Gold and violet black were still flowing in circulation along the closed loop Shikamaru had taught him, from yang to yin, from yin to yang. With each cycle the boundary between them blurred by a thread. At this pace, how much longer would full fusion take? He did not know. But today, beneath the eaves, at the moment when Naruto's Yang Release fragment resonated with the Yang Release fragment in his shadow, he had felt a new possibility. If he could actively trigger that resonance, not only with Naruto but with Sasuke as well, he might be able to accelerate the fusion. Not by forcing the fusion from within, but by drawing resonance in from without. Let Naruto's light illuminate the Yang Release fragment in his shadow. Let Sasuke's darkness settle the Yin Release fragment in his shadow. Let both sources vibrate at once, pressing inward from both ends toward the center. When the pressure grew sufficient, fusion would no longer be slow permeation, but an instantaneous transformation. Like the quiet stance of shogi, building power until the final moment, then checkmate in one move. Ing Jian turned over and buried his face in his pillow. The cicadas outside the window were deafening. Summer was still long. He had ample time to test this idea. The autumn of Konoha's 57th year began the moment a single leaf fell. That leaf broke away from the old maple at the entrance to the Nara clan's compound, spiraled past Ing Jian's eyes and landed on the flagstone path at his feet. The petiole was still fresh and green where it had broken, but the veins had turned thoroughly red, not withered red. Like a flame lit by autumn, it had burned away the last trace of green. Ing Jian was 10 years old. On the day of his 10th birthday, his mother Chi cooked him a bowl of longevity noodles as usual, with a poached egg lying in it. As he sat on the porch eating, a maple leaf fell into the bowl. He picked it out, looked at it, set it on the edge of the porch, and went on eating. A 10-year-old body was noticeably taller than a 9-year-old's. The summer shirt had become too short by autumn, its cuffs riding 2 inches above his wrists. His mother said she would make him a new one when winter came. Ing Jian did not care about such things. What he cared about was his shadow. After one summer, his shadow had grown heavier by another layer. Not in color, outwardly it was still the restrained light gray, but in density. The chakra circulation Shikamaru had taught him had become instinct. Chakra flowed between his body and his shadow in an endless loop, and every cycle increased the shadow's density by an infinitesimal sliver. Over one summer, tens of thousands of cycles. His shadow's substance had changed from cotton to wood, and from wood it was changing to stone. He had tried it once. Late at night, alone on the rear mountain. The shadow seal was open to its fullest. The shadow spread out from beneath his feet. It was not the restrained light gray it showed in daily life, but the true foundation color accumulated through 4 years of merging, ink black, pure ink black without a single impurity. Its range was no longer the restrained 15 meters but 45 meters. In the fully open state, everything within a radius of 45 meters appeared in his perception, with every last detail laid bare. The bending angle of every blade of grass, the movement of every insect's leg joints, the path of every wisp of night wind threading through the maple grove. He could even sense the breathing rhythm of Uncle Jinjie in the deer shed, and the faint sounds of the young deer, now grown half its full size, chewing its cud as its stomach churned. The duration of Yin Release had stretched from 200 heartbeats in summer to around 240 heartbeats. 4 minutes. 4 minutes of Yin Release at its fullest. What was that enough for? Enough for him to do anything he wanted on this rear mountain with no one ever realizing it. But he had never used it for anything. Except for sensing, except for confirming his own growth, he had sealed the power back into his shadow exactly as it had been. It wasn't that he had no need for it. The time for need had not yet come. The 5th year at the Ninja Academy officially began on the first Monday of September. When Ing Jian walked into the classroom, he saw that the seating chart had changed again. This time the change had a clear target. Naruto had been moved next to Hinata. Sasuke had been moved to the opposite side of the room, sharing a desk with Rock Lee. The distance between the two extremes was even greater than last semester. Naruto had been slumped over his desk since morning, cheek pressed to the wood, eyes fixed on Sasuke across the room like a little dog tied to a leash. Sasuke did not look at him, not even once. Iruka-sensei's intention was growing more obvious. The Chunin exam was less than 3 years away. He needed to make sure these children, especially those with the most exceptional gifts, could adapt to any teammate, any opponent, any environment. Dependence is poison to a shinobi. Naruto depended on Sasuke, not in battle but on something deeper, something even Naruto himself could not put into words. Sasuke depended on solitude. He used it to protect himself, and he also imprisoned himself inside it. Iruka was trying to break those dependencies. By changing the seating. Ing Jian still sat by the window in the 3rd row from the back. Shikamaru sat ahead of him in the 2nd row from the back. That front and back arrangement had become a fixed landscape in the classroom, like the Konoha banner on the wall that would never be taken down. Iruka-sensei has changed the seating 3 times this year, Shikamaru said without turning around. 4. He changed it once in spring too. 4, Shikamaru corrected. Every time he left the 2 of us out. Probably because he thinks we don't need to be split up. We don't. Or is it that splitting us up would be useless anyway? Shikamaru said. Ing Jian did not answer. Both statements were true. During the lunch break, Ing Jian sat as usual under the big tree behind the school. The autumn sun was no longer as fierce as summer. It fell through the maple leaves that were just beginning to redden, and its warmth was just right. He leaned against the trunk, closed his eyes, and let his shadow's perception spread. On the school field, Naruto was chasing after Rock Lee, the first contest of the new semester, something like 30 laps around the field. Rock Lee was half a lap ahead, and Naruto was chasing with gritted teeth. Hinata stood at the edge of the field, her hands clutching the hem of her clothes, her eyes following Naruto's back. Sasuke sat under another tree about 25 meters away, holding a blade of grass and snapping it absently in his fingers. Jian could sense Sasuke's chakra fluctuations. That cup of water with ever-increasing density had settled a little deeper after another summer. Between 9 and 12 Indra's reincarnate experiences his first Yin Release eruption. Sasuke was 10 now, and the eruption was drawing closer. The deeper the Yin Release sank, the more violent the eruption would be. Naruto's Yang Release was also building. After the active summer period had passed, that little golden flame did not settle down. Instead, it converted all the heat it had absorbed over the summer into a contained inner temperature. It was not burning outward, it was compressing inward. Like a balloon being filled, its surface still looked the same size, but the pressure inside kept rising. Inside, Jian's own shadow, gold and violet black, flowed quietly along the circulation loop. From yang to yin, from yin to yang. With every circuit, the boundary between them blurred another trace. Over the summer, he had envisioned actively triggering resonance, letting Naruto's light illuminate the yang fragments in his shadow, letting Sasuke's darkness deepen the yin fragments, pressing inward from both ends to accelerate fusion. But he had not tried it for the entire summer. It wasn't because he couldn't, it was because his intuition told him that method was missing one crucial condition. Resonance requires the same frequency. Naruto's yang frequency and Sasuke's yin frequency were not yet on the same wavelength. It wasn't their problem, it was a problem of timing. Naruto's yang release was still expanding outward and Sasuke's yin release was still converging inward. With opposite directions, their frequencies could not be the same. Force resonance would only make the two fragments oscillate separately, not fuse. He had to wait. Wait for Naruto's yang release to begin folding inward, wait for Sasuke's yin release to begin pouring outward. Wait for the two extremes to simultaneously turn toward the center from opposite directions. That time had not come yet. Jian-kun. Jian opened his eyes. Hinata was standing in front of him, hands behind her back, gaze drifting toward the tips of her shoes. Hinata Hyuga was 10 years old, the heiress of the Hyuga branch family with the purest Byakugan. At the edge of her shadow, the gray tag introversion suppression had faded another trace compared to last year. During the last cross-class battle, the shadow deflection you taught me, I went back and practiced it. Hinata's voice grew quieter and quieter. But I can't do it very well. Jian thought for a moment. The basis of the gentle fist is releasing chakra from the palm. Shadow deflection doesn't require release, it only requires deflection. Try keeping the chakra in your palm without releasing it, just changing its direction. Hinata was startled, then lowered her head and opened her right palm. A very thin layer of blue chakra surfaced, the chakra release of the gentle fist. She did not let it shoot outward but kept it in her palm. Then she tried to make that chakra change direction. The chakra trembled in her palm and tilted a trace to the left. Only a trace, but it truly tilted. You did it, Jian said. Hinata looked up, light shining in her eyes. Really? The gentle fist is a point, deflection is a line. You are used to points, so you are not used to lines. Jian looked down at his own shadow. But your Byakugan can see the lines. The lines of chakra flow, the lines of the meridian network, the lines connecting every tenketsu in the body. Deflection is just applying a very gentle lateral force to those lines. You can see the lines, so you are better suited to learning this than anyone. Hinata looked at him blankly, then nodded hard. Hey Hinata. Naruto's voice came from the field. What are you standing there for? Come over here and watch my ultimate showdown with Rock Lee round 42. Hinata glanced at Jian. Jian nodded. She turned and ran toward the field, her steps much lighter than when she had come. After schooling, Jian and Shikamaru walked back to the clan compound. The September maples were turning red in large patches, dyeing the whole village road into a winding red corridor. Dry leaves rustled underfoot. Shikamaru was walking slower than usual today. Dad talked to me last night, Shikamaru said suddenly. Jian turned his head. He said that after the Chunin exam, the Inoshikucho would begin taking on formal missions. Shikamaru took a maple leaf from his shoulder and held it up to the setting sun to look at its veins. Ino, Choji and me. We'll do D rank and C rank first, then gradually move up. Dad said he was leading A rank missions when he was 15. He said I didn't have to be that fast, but I couldn't be too slow. Jian was silent for a while. What did you answer? I said it's too troublesome. Shikamaru tossed the maple leaf into the wind. But I'll do it. Jian looked at the side of his face. Shikamaru was 10 years old. Already thinking about A rank missions. It wasn't that he wanted to think about it himself, it was the identity of the Nara main family's eldest son pushing him forward. Shikaku had led A rank missions at 15, so Shikamaru couldn't be too slow. It wasn't competition, it was responsibility. The Nara clan was Konoha's core of intelligence and analysis, and every eldest son of the main house had to prove he was worthy of that position. Are you worried? Ingien asked. About what? Ino and Choji. Shikamaru's steps paused for a beat, then he kept walking. Choji's strength is still a little short. The activation time of the partial expansion jutsu needs to be compressed by another half beat. Ino's mind-body switch technique has enough precision, but the consciousness switch when she withdraws still needs to be faster. She knows it too, so lately she's been dragging me into practice. He had explained both of their weaknesses clearly and the direction for improvement just as clearly. What Shikamaru worried about was never whether it could be done, but whether he could keep them alive on the missions. You can do it, Ingien said. Shikamaru did not answer. Maple leaves drifted between them and the rustling of footsteps filled the silence. That night Ingien did not go home. He went to the low hill behind the clan compound. The autumn night sky was high, the stars sparser than in summer, but every single one was exceptionally clear. He lay on the grass on the hillside, his shadow spread beside him, rendered extremely faint by the starlight. The shadow seal was in its restrained state, its exterior a light gray. Inside, gold and violet black flowed quietly along the circulation loop. Yin Release could last about 240 heartbeats. 4 minutes. But Shikamaru's words today made him realize one thing: time waits for no one. Shikamaru was already preparing for the Ino Shikacho's missions. Naruto's Yin Release and Sasuke's Yin Release were both building up, waiting for their respective eruptions. Hinata was slowly breaking free from the shackles she had placed on herself. Shino was quietly observing everything. Everyone else was moving forward. He was moving forward too, but his way of moving was waiting. Waiting for Naruto's Yin Release to turn, waiting for Sasuke's Yin Release to turn, waiting for the moment to ripen. What if the moment never ripened? What if that reversal of the two extremes required an external shock powerful enough to trigger it? In the original story, that shock was the Valley of the End. The full-force collision of Naruto and Sasuke at the Valley of the End made the Yang and Yin Releases clash head-on at their limits. That collision changed both of them, and it also changed the direction of the two forces flowing within their bodies. If he could complete the fusion within his own shadow before that collision happened, he would have the power to influence its outcome. Ingien opened his eyes. The starry sky stretched overhead, vast and silent. He sat up from the grass and looked down at his shadow. Beneath the starlight, his shadow was as faint as a pool of clear water. But under that layer of water, ink black was slowly moving. For years. From copying fragments of Naruto's Yang Release at the age of 6 to copying fragments of Sasuke's Yin Release at 7, to countless cycles of blending, parsing and absorbing from Shikamaru, teaching him the circulating flow, to Jinjie showing him shadow resonance, to Shino telling him that insects change color to adapt to a new environment. In 4 years his shadow had gone from light gray to ink black, and from ink black it was becoming pure black. Only the final step remained. It would not be a matter of accumulating quantity, it would be a qualitative leap. What he needed was not waiting, but actively creating the conditions for that leap. Ingien stood up from the hillside. The autumn wind passed through the maple grove, and the red leaves over the whole mountain rustled like countless palms applauding softly. He turned and walked down the hill. The lights at Shikamaru's house were still on, warm yellow glows spilling from the window. He did not go home, he walked toward that light. There was one thing he needed to confirm. Shikamaru was still awake. He sat before the window of his room, a shogi board in front of him, holding the king piece. When Ingien stopped outside the window, Shikamaru looked up. I knew you'd come. Shikamaru pushed the window open. Ingien did not climb inside. He stood outside the window, moonlight casting his shadow onto the tatama in Shikamaru's room. Shikamaru. The non-existent shadow you mentioned last time, it can last 3 seconds. If during those 3 seconds when the shadow doesn't exist you stuffed another shadow into it, what would happen? Shikamaru's eyes brightened. It was not the glint of doubt, but the glow of being struck by an idea. He did not answer at once. Instead he lowered his head and set the king piece gently in the center of the board. A non-existent shadow. What that means is that it lies beyond everyone's perception and outside the capture range of any jutsu. Shikamaru tapped his finger on the king. If you stuff another shadow into something that doesn't exist, that shadow will become non-existent too. Ingien looked at the lone king on the board. The other shadow would also become non-existent. But if the shadow you stuff in is strong enough, Shikamaru said suddenly, strong enough that even non-existence cannot hold it, then it would change from non-existence into something else. Not existing again, but creating a new container. Ingien stored those words in his mind. Create a new container. Not by waiting for the shadow to slowly transform, but by actively creating a state where it could not be contained. Let the black produced by fusion become so abundant that even non-existence could not accommodate it, forcing the shadow to break past its own limits. Thanks, Ingjian said. When do you plan to try? Not yet. Ingjian looked down at his own shadow. In the moonlight it lay quietly on the grass outside Shikamaru's window. It still needs to build up. Shikamaru nodded, not asking what power or how long. He pushed the shogi board aside. Come in. My mom made ryokan. Ingjian climbed in through the window. Shikamaru's room was just as always, the shogi board, old books, ninja tools piled in the corner, and a potted green plant on the windowsill whose name no one knew. The two sat on the tatami eating ryokan, neither speaking. Outside the window autumn insects chirped, their voices fine and long-drawn like another silent rain. Autumn still had a long way to go. Konoha year 57 began with a gust of wind. That wind at dusk one November day swept through the maple grove of the Nara clan's compound, and tore the last few red leaves from the branches, flinging them up into the gray-white sky. Ingjian stood at the gate of his own yard, watching that red leaf tumble and rise higher in the wind until it became a tiny dark dot and dissolved into the twilight. His 11th birthday arrived quietly 3 days after that wind. His mother Chi made her customary bowl of longevity noodles and set a poached egg on top. He was eating beneath the porch when snow began to drift down from the sky. Not the fine close-grained snow of last year. This was real snow and large broad flakes which fell into the hot soup and took a long while to melt. He looked down at his own shadow. Winter was the season when shadows were longest. At dusk the shadow stretched from beneath the porch all the way to the courtyard wall, pale in color, and blurred at its edges. But beneath this subdued pallor of shallow gray the true shadow had already advanced to a near total ink black. One autumn had passed and the circulation had pushed the shadow's density up another level. Stone was turning to iron. The duration of Yin Release had stretched from 240 heartbeats in autumn to about 270. 4.5 minutes. But he knew the lengthening of time was only an outward sign. The true change went deeper. The boundary between gold and violet black was beginning to blur. Not the edge where they mingled, but the boundary of each one in itself was dissolving. Like two blocks of ice put side by side, to the eye they were still two blocks, but where they touched they had already begun to melt, each entering the other, each inside the other. At this rate, how long before they fully dissolved? He could not say. Yet instinct told him that point was drawing closer. 11 now. Shikamaru sat down beside him, a cup of hot tea in his hands. Aunt Yoshino had asked him to deliver some rice cakes. After he delivered them he did not leave but sat down to watch the snow with him. My father said that 11 is the age at which the Nara clan formally begins training in the high-level shadow arts. Ingjian turned his head. Shikaka had never told him that. Probably because he was a child of the branch family and matters like that were ordinarily left to a father to say. But his father was away on missions all year, coming home no more than 3 times a year. Each time he returned he would stay a few days and then leave again. When leaving he would touzle Ingjian's head and say, "Listen to your mother. What high-level shadow arts?" "The shadow contract." Shikamaru drank some tea. A long time ago the shadows of the Nara clan and the deer of the Nara clan were bound by a contract. Not a summoning contract, it was a connection at the level of shadow itself. That art was lost later. Dad said Uncle Jinjie has been trying to restore it. Ingjian thought of the unlabeled clay jar on the shelf in Jinjie's deer's shed. The shadow prototype his grandfather had sealed within. Jinjie had never spoken of that jar on his own and never asked whether Ingjian intended to take it. He was simply waiting for Ingjian to arrive at that step by himself. "Has Uncle Jinjie come to you?" Ingjian asked. "He did. Last month." Shikamaru put the teacup down on the edge of the porch. "He asked whether I was willing to try." "I said I was not that person." "He asked who it was?" "I didn't say." Ingjian fell silent. Shikamaru knew that the person was him. Jinjie knew it too. The shadow prototype sealed in the clay jar was waiting for a child whose shadow had truly turned black. The path that the Nara clan had not completed in several centuries was waiting for an heir who possessed both Yin Release and Yang Release. They all knew that person was him. But they all waited. Waiting for him to become ready, waiting for him to walk to that step himself. "I am not ready yet." "I know." The snow was falling more thickly. On the branches of the old maple in the courtyard a thin layer of white had begun to gather. "But you have already started preparing," Shikamaru said. Ingjian did not deny it. Last autumn he had asked Shikamaru about the ultimate principle of the shadow that does not exist, and after that through the whole autumn and winter he had been storing up strength. He kept chakra circulating between his body and his shadow, letting gold and violet-black seeps slowly along the circuit, letting the pure black produced by their fusion accumulate bit by bit. He was not waiting for the moment to ripen, he was deliberately driving the shadow toward that critical threshold. During the winter of the 5th year at the Ninja Academy, practical lessons moved entirely indoors. Irika-sensei shifted the focus of training from individual matches to small team coordination. The Chunin exam was less than 2 years away. The standard for genin selection lay not only in personal power but in teamwork. The next generation of Ino Shikaicho, Shikamaru Ino Choji, was held up over and over as the model. Naruto's shadow immobilizes the target. Yamanaka's mind-body switch seizes the mind. Akimichi's expansion completes the harvest. 3 generations of hardship, 3 generations of mutual understanding. The core of Ino Shikaicho is not individual ability, it is trust. Irika-sensei wrote that word on the blackboard. When Ino projects her consciousness outward, her body is completely defenseless. She has to believe that Shikamaru's shadow will protect her. After Choji expands his movements slow, he has to believe that Shikamaru's strategy can create the perfect opening for him to attack. When Shikamaru makes a plan, he has to believe that the two of them will carry it out perfectly. Remove any one of them and Ino Shikaicho no longer exists. Ingjian sat in the 3rd row from the back, his shadow spread silently underneath the desk. Trust. In his shadow were a fragment of Naruto's Yin Release and a fragment of Sasuke's Yin Release. The 2 fragments came from 2 people and they had been intermingling inside his shadow for over 4 years. Did he trust them? Not trusting that they would never go out of control, trusting that in the end they would fuse into what he needed. Turning his own shadow into a vessel for 2 opposing forces was itself an act of trust. Trusting the nature of Yin and Yang to give birth to and conquer each other, trusting they would ultimately be one. At lunch, Jian did not go to the big tree. He went to the archive room. Shino was there too. Aburaim Shino, host of the Kekkei, the person with the least presence in the class, and the one who saw the most clearly. Since that conversation in the archive room last year, the two had fallen into an unstated rhythm. Every Wednesday lunch break they met in the archive. Not by agreement but naturally. Shino looked for material on insects, Jian looked for material on shadows. Each read in silence with only an occasional word passing between them. Your shadow has grown heavier lately. Shino did not lift his head. The hand Jian had on the page paused. Heavier? The bug said so? Before, when your shadow lay on the ground, the insects crawling over it felt nothing. Now when they crawl over it they can feel pressure. A very faint pressure, but it is there. Jian looked down at his shadow. Density. Since last spring he had been using Shikamaru's circulation method to raise the quality of his shadow, from cotton to wood, from wood to stone, from stone to iron. The greater the density, the stronger the pressure the shadow exerted on its surroundings. Insects were sensitive to pressure, so Shino's Kekkei had noticed it first. Will it affect the bugs? No. Shino pushed up his sunglasses. They only told me. Bugs do not judge, they only observe. Jian went back to the pages. What he had been searching for lately were records regarding the shadow contract. Shikamaru had said that the shadows of the Nara clan and the deer of the Nara clan had once been linked on the level of shadow, and that the art had been lost. He had looked in the clan archive and found no such record. The Ninja Academy's archive was the most basic repository in Konoha, and the chances there were even smaller. Even so, he came. Some things were not in the records themselves, they were in whatever else one happened to find while looking for them. He came across a thin pamphlet on the origins of the secret arts of the clans from the earliest days of Konoha. It was very thin, its paper yellowed and fragile, clearly a hand-copied volume from long ago. The front page bore the collection seal of the Konoha archives, dated Konoha year 12. The entry on the Nara clan was only 3 short paragraphs. The Nara clan is famous for its Yin Release secret art, the shadow imitation technique. The first clan head Nara Ingzome formed an alliance with the Yamanaka and Akimichi clans and entered Konoha together with them. Ingzome once said, a shadow is what light casts away. Where there is light there is shadow, where there is yang there is yin. Shadow is neither real nor empty, it lies between existence and non-existence. The Nara shadow takes yin as its substance and control as its function. Yet the root of shadow is the symbiosis of yin and yang. A shadow of pure yin is but half a shadow. Half a shadow. The conclusion his grandfather had reached had been spoken by the first clan head long before. The Nara shadow had been incomplete from the very beginning. A shadow of pure yin was only half of a shadow. The true shadow should be the symbiosis of yin and yang. The first clan head knew it. His grandfather knew it. Jinjian knew it. Shikamaru knew it. They all knew that the Nara shadow was only half of itself, but none of them had ever found the other half. Because there was no source of Yin Release. The Nara clan's innate chakra nature was it could not produce Yin Release from within. And so for centuries no one had walked that road to its end. Yin Jian closed the booklet and put it back on the shelf. The first clan head's conclusion was half a shadow, his grandfather's conclusion was an external Yin Release is needed. The two had said the same thing, but his grandfather had taken one step further. He had pointed out the direction. It was not a problem the Nara clan could solve from within, an outsider was required. And that outsider at age 6 had put his hand on Yin Jian's shoulder by himself. School let out and the snow was still falling. Yin Jian stood under the eave at the school gate looking at the lead-gray sky. The snow fell slowly in huge broad flakes, landing on the roof tiles on the ground on his shoulders. Shikamaru had been dragged away by Ino for Ino Shikacho training and had left his umbrella with Yin Jian. Yin Jian opened it and walked into the snow. The village roads were nearly empty, the snow had already swallowed the soles of his sandals and every step made a faint creak. He paused outside Ichiraku Ramen. There were only 2 people inside. Naruto sat at the innermost seat, before him a bowl of steaming miso ramen. Sasuke sat near the door, before him a bowl of soy sauce ramen that had barely been touched. Several empty seats lay between them. Neither spoke. Yet neither left. Yin Jian closed his umbrella and stepped inside. Naruto spotted him first. Pineapple Head number 2. What are you doing here? Come sit. Yin Jian sat down next to Naruto. Old man Ichiraku poked his head out from the kitchen. What can I get you? A small miso. 3 bowls of ramen. 3 people. Naruto was at the innermost seat, Yin Jian in the middle and Sasuke by the door. Steam from the noodle soup rose in wisps among the 3, wavering as cold winds swept in from the entrance. Naruto ate with gusto, slurping the noodles into his mouth until his cheeks puffed out like a squirrel's. Sasuke ate slowly, lifting a few strands with his chopsticks and putting them down again as if eating were a task to be completed. Yin Jian ate at a moderate pace. His shadow spread across the space beneath the counter, sensing the chakra fluctuations of the two. Naruto's Yin Release had withdrawn a great deal in winter. The small golden flame no longer radiated outward as it did in summer. Instead it gathered into a compact ball, burning quietly at its core. It was not weakening, it was turning inward. Like a fire contracting into charcoal, the surface temperature fell, but within it grew hotter. Sasuke's Yin Release, on the other hand, was slightly more active in winter than in summer. The cold air made his chakra withdraw even deeper, yet at the extreme of withdrawal a faint outward radiation began to emerge. Like ice at its coldest point, which can burn the skin. One contracting, one expanding, one cold, one hot. Both of them were turning toward each other. Hey Sasuke! Naruto lifted his face from his bowl. Your noodles are getting cold. None of your business. Cold noodles are no good. Old man Ichiraku's ramen should be eaten while it's hot. Sasuke did not answer. But he lifted a few strands of noodles and put them into his mouth. Satisfied, Naruto bent back over his own bowl. Yin Jian took a sip of soup. The miso was rich, and there was a generous amount of scallion. In winter it warmed the body all the way through. His shadow registered a tiny subtle shift in Sasuke's chakra fluctuation the moment he took that mouthful. It was not a change in Yin Release itself, but at the edge of the shadow, that fragment known as Indra's darkness, trembled faintly. It was not Naruto's words that moved it. It was the heat of the soup. In the cold winter air, the warmth of a single mouthful of soup made the shard of ultimate Yin Release loosen for a second. Not merge, only loosen. But loosening was enough. It meant the shard was no longer a monolith. It could be affected by temperature. It could be touched by the simplest things. Yin Jian filed the discovery away in his mind. After finishing, all 3 walked out of the shop together. The snow was lighter now, fine grains spinning under the streetlights like a swarm of tiny moths. Naruto had no umbrella. Neither did Sasuke. Yin Jian opened the umbrella Shikamaru had left him. It was not large, barely enough for 2. Naruto ducked under it. Sasuke stood in the snow. Yin Jian tilted the umbrella toward him. Sasuke did not move. Are you coming? Naruto poked his head out from under the umbrella. If not, we're leaving. Sasuke was silent for a while, then stepped under the umbrella. 3 11-year-olds huddled under one not quite large enough umbrella. Yin Jian stood in the middle, Naruto on the left, Sasuke on the right. Snow fell on the umbrella with a fine soft patter like countless tiny fingers drumming on a skin. Naruto's shoulder pressed against Yin Jian's shoulder. Even through the thick winter coat a faint warmth passed through. Sasuke's shoulder did not touch his, but the umbrella could only cover so much, and occasionally their sleeves brushed. Every time they did, Jian's shadow gave a faint tremor. The gold and the violet-black beneath the umbrella and only one person apart hummed with a faint resonance. As they crossed the wooden bridge connecting the Academy District and the residential district, Naruto stopped suddenly. The river under the bridge had not yet frozen. Its black surface reflected the lights on both shores, breaking them into countless flecks of golden shimmer. "What Iruka-sensei said today about trust," Naruto said abruptly. "I've been thinking about it for a while." Jian waited. "He said trust means putting your back in your companion's hands. I tried to imagine putting my back in Sasuke's hands." Naruto paused. "And I thought, maybe it's not impossible." Sasuke said nothing. But Jian could feel that at the edge of Sasuke's shadow the fragment known as Indra's darkness trembled faintly when Naruto said not impossible. It was not the tremor of loosening but something more complex. Like a seed buried deep in frozen earth sensing a tremor on the surface above. Distant, faint, but it had sensed it. "What about you?" Naruto turned to look at Sasuke. Sasuke looked at the river below the bridge. He was silent for so long that Naruto thought he would not answer. "I don't know." Naruto did not press him. He shoved his hands into his pockets and walked ahead. Jian and Sasuke followed. 3 sets of footsteps left 3 trails in the snow, the middle one deepest, the ones on either side one deep and one shallow. That night the snow stopped. Jian lay in his futon. Moonlight filtered through the paper window, casting a pale shadow on the floor. His own shadow lay spread over the tatami, and beneath its restrained gray veil gold and violet-black moved quietly along the circulation circuit. Today at the ramen shop, Sasuke's Indra's darkness had been moved by a mouthful of hot soup. On the bridge the fragment had been stirred by a single sentence from Naruto. Neither was earth-shattering. But the extreme Yin Release was precisely the kind of thing that could not be shaken by great events. Great events only made it close in on itself more tightly. What could loosen it were the simplest, most unguarded moments. The warmth of a mouthful of soup. A casual, not impossible. Jian turned over and buried his face in his pillow. He had been waiting for Naruto's Yang Release and Sasuke's Yin Release to turn toward the middle from opposite directions. He had thought it would require a catastrophic external impact, a collision like the Valley of the End. But perhaps it did not. Perhaps the turning had already begun, and every ordinary moment he had considered insignificant. The umbrella Naruto had handed to Sasuke, the bite of tomato Sasuke had accepted, the stretch of road they had shared under one umbrella. Jian closed his eyes. Outside the window snow slipped from the maple branches and fell in a soft hush onto the ground, shattering into powder. The winter was still long. The spring of Konoha year 58 began with the birth of a fawn in the deer barn on the Nara clan grounds. The fawn came into the world in the small hours of a late February morning. Shinsuke had kept watch all night, and Kagemitsu had kept watch all night too. It was not planned. Kagemitsu could not sleep and had been walking through the clan grounds in the dead of night when, drawing near the deer barn, he caught the smell of blood and the warm, faintly sweet scent unique to new life. He walked in. Shinsuke was crouching beside the doe, his hands covered in blood but his eyes were shining. The fawn lay on the straw pile, its 4 legs tucked beneath its body, its damp fur gleaming dark red in the lantern light. Its eyes were not yet open, but its shadow was already there, a very, very faint little patch like a drop of pale ink falling on rice paper, its edges still trembling slightly. "It survived." Shinsuke's voice was hoarse. Kagemitsu crouched down and looked at the newborn shadow. He had seen many shadows. Shadows of clansmen, shadows of comrades, shadows of enemies. But he had never seen a shadow that had just been born. That shadow bore no inscriptions, no talent imprints conferred from the outside, only the purest projection of life itself. Extremely faint, extremely fragile, as if a gust of wind could blow it away. But it existed. "When does a shadow come into being?" Kagemitsu asked. "From birth." Shinsuke wiped his hands with a cloth. "When there is light it casts down, when there is no light it is still there. A shadow is not made by light, it is made by existence. Light is only what makes it visible." Kagemitsu watched the fawn's gently trembling shadow. Made by existence. He was 11 years old. From the moment he had been born his shadow had been beneath his feet. When he was 6 he had discovered that he could see the inscriptions inside other people's shadows. Then came the ability to copy, to merge, to let gold and violet-black slowly fuse within his own shadow. For more than 4 years he had devoted all his energy to making the shadow stronger. Copying more inscriptions, fusing yin and yang more deeply, expanding its capacity, and increasing its density. But he had never once asked himself a question: what did the shadow itself want to become? "Uncle Shinsuke, does a shadow have a form it wants to become?" Shinsuke was silent for a long time. Outside the deer barn, the early spring wind passed through the maple grove with a hollow howl. "I don't know," he said. "But the old clan head once said, a shadow is the projection of existence. Whatever kind of existence one has, that is the kind of shadow one has. If you want your shadow to become something, you yourself must first become it." Kagemitsu remained crouching in place, watching the fawn's newborn shadow, one that still carried no inscriptions at all. You yourself must first become it. For 4 years he had been absorbing from the outside world, Naruto's Yin Release, Sasuke's Yin Release, the Nara clan's shadow arts talent fragments copied from everyone around him. He had poured all those fragments into his shadow, letting them merge, react, and transform within it. He had believed the shadow's growth was passive, something that would naturally happen once enough fragments were absorbed. But if a shadow was the projection of existence, then the fragments he had been pouring in were never the shadow itself. They were only nourishment he gave to the shadow. What the shadow would eventually become depended on what kind of existence he, Nara Kagemiru, this person, was. What kind of existence was he? A transmigrator. Someone who hated trouble. Someone who kept growing stronger for the sake of an easy, peaceful life. Someone standing between Naruto and Sasuke, carrying half of each one's fragments. Someone chosen by his grandfather, awaited by Shinsuke, and quietly protected by Shikamaru. All of these were him, but none of them was the whole of him. What was the whole of him? He did not know. But the fawn's newborn shadow told him it was all right not to know. Existence itself was the finest foundation for a shadow. It was not about becoming something. It was about existing first. Then the shadow would find its own way. The fawn's eyes opened. Amber wet and bright, reflecting the lantern flame. It raised its head unsteadily, looked at Shinsuke, then looked at Kagemitsu. Then it lowered its head and touched its own pale little shadow with its damp nose. At that same moment Kagemitsu's shadow touched the fawn's shadow too. Not copying. Not merging. Just a touch. His shadow, a shadow that had undergone 4 years of merging, whose density had gone from cotton to iron, whose color had gone from light gray to ink black, gently and quietly touched a shadow that was less than an hour old. In that instant he perceived something he had never perceived before. Not chakra, not talent, not any attribute that could be captured by an inscription. It was existence itself. The fawn did not know it was a deer. It did not know its shadow was a shadow. It did not know that the human crouching in front of it could see the inscriptions in shadows. It was simply existing. And its shadow faithfully projected that existence, pure unadorned existence. Kagemitsu withdrew his shadow and stood up. Shinsuke was giving the doe water, his movements very gentle, as if he were caring for his own kin. "Uncle Shinsuke! That jar of grandfather's, I want to see it!" Shinsuke's hands did not stop. "Have you made up your mind?" "No," Kagemitsu said. "But if I wait until I am certain, I might never get to see it." Shinsuke set the water basin beside the doe's mouth, stood up, and walked to the back of the deer barn. When he returned, he was holding the unlabeled clay jar, a dusty gray body, its mouth sealed with a thick layer of wax. He placed the jar on the straw in front of Kagemitsu. "The old clan head said that the way to open the jar is not on the outside but on the inside. From the outside all you can do is smash it. But if you smash it, what is inside will scatter. Only one whose shadow has truly turned black knows how to open it from within." Kagemitsu looked at the jar. His grandfather Nara Suzaku, the clan head of the previous generation, had spent 40 years studying the origin of shadows, and in the end he had sealed a part of his own shadow inside this jar. Not his complete shadow, only a memory. The embryonic shadow, the original form of the Nara clan's shadow arts. His grandfather had spent a lifetime proving one thing: the Nara shadow was incomplete, and it required external Yang release to be made whole. He had found the direction, but he could not reach the end. He had sealed the starting point inside this jar, waiting for someone who could reach the end. Kagemitsu reached out and laid his palm over the jar's sealing wax. He did not smash it. He did not probe it with chakra. He simply placed his hand on it, and let his shadow touch the jar's surface. From inside the jar came an extremely faint ripple. Not chakra, the ripple of a shadow. The fragment of shadow memory his grandfather had sealed inside had sensed the touch of another shadow. It did not open, but it stirred. Like a seed that had been sleeping for decades, sensing the warmth of spring in the ground, it turned over gently in the darkness. Kagemitsu withdrew his hand. "Not yet." Shinsuke nodded and put the jar back in its place. When Kagemitsu walked out of the deer barn, the eastern sky was already paling into the whitish gray of dawn. The early spring wind was bitingly cold, but his shadow spread beneath his feet warm, not because of Yang Release, but because it had just touched a newborn shadow and a memory that had slept for decades. The spring of Konoha year 58 came earlier than usual. In early March, the maple grove on the Nara clan grounds had already begun to sprout. Tender green buds densely covered the branches like countless half-open eyes in the morning light. The last spring of Kagemitsu's 11th year, the 6th year at the Ninja Academy, officially began on the days when cherry blossoms lined the village streets. The seating chart in the classroom had been changed again. Naruto had been moved next to Sasuke. Not front and back, side by side. The bearers of two extremes had finally been seated together in their 5th year at the academy. From morning, Naruto was as excited as a dog let off its leash. He sat completely sideways facing Sasuke, his mouth running from the start of class to the end of class without a single pause. Sasuke faced the blackboard, his back straight as a rod, and did not look at Naruto once from beginning to end. But Kagemitsu sensed it. At the edge of Sasuke's shadow, the mark of Indra's darkness trembled slightly every time Naruto spoke. It was not rejection, but something far more complicated. Like a block of ice blown by a continuous hot wind. The surface had not melted, but the inside was already loosening. During lunch break, Kagemitsu sat beneath the big tree behind the school. Spring sunlight filtered through the fresh maple leaves and the temperature was just right. Naruto came over carrying a bowl of ramen and plopped down beside him. Pineapple Head number 2. You've been all alone lately. Where's Shikamaru? Ino Shikacho training. Oh right. Naruto slurped up a huge mouthful of noodles, cheeks puffed out. That Sasuke guy actually didn't ask to change seats today. Every time before, when the seating changed, he would ask the teacher to move him. This time he didn't. Maybe he couldn't be bothered. No way. Naruto chewed the noodles. That's just how Sasuke is. If he wants to change something, he can get it done. If he didn't change, it means he didn't want to change. Kagemitsu turned his head to look at Naruto. 11-year-old Naruto with ramen broth on his lips and golden hair almost dazzling in the spring sunlight. When he said Sasuke didn't want to change, there was no pride or showing off in his voice. He was simply stating a conclusion he had observed. Have you been talking to Sasuke lately? Does he answer you? He answers, Naruto said. Before he'd answer once for every 10 things I said. Now it's once for every 5. Progress. Right. Naruto grinned. That's what I think too. Kagemitsu looked away up at the fresh green overhead. Naruto was getting closer to Sasuke in his own way. Not strategy, not technique. Just relentless talking, relentless approaching, endlessly using that little flame inside him that never went out to bake away Sasuke's ice. The effect was slow, but it worked. Sasuke went from answering once every 10 sentences to once every 5. From never looking at Naruto to occasionally turning his head. His shadow, which used to instinctively contract whenever Naruto came near, had changed too. Today, sitting side by side, the degree of its contraction through the entire morning had weakened by nearly 30% compared with last term. Sasuke himself might not have been aware of any of these changes. But Kagemitsu sensed them. After school, Kagemitsu did not go straight home. He went to the mountain behind the school. In spring it was completely different from winter. Fresh green had pushed up through the withered yellow grass and fern shoots had emerged from beneath last year's fallen leaves. Sunlight leaked through branches that were not yet fully dense, casting countless flickering patches of light on the ground. He lay down on the grassy slope. His shadow spread across the grass beside him, sliced into countless fragments by the dappled light. Today in the classroom he had sensed something more than just Sasuke's change. He had also sensed a change in his own shadow. Gold and violet black had been flowing through the circulation circuit for nearly 2 years. At first it needed deliberate maintenance, later it became instinct, and today, he suddenly realized they no longer needed the circuit at all. It was not that the circulation had stopped. It was that the circulation had been internalized into every fiber of the shadow. Like blood flowing through veins, you do not have to push it deliberately. The heart beats on its own. His shadow had learned to circulate autonomously. The discovery did not make him joyful. Instead, it filled him with a strange calm. 4 years ago he had copied his first Yin Release fragment from Naruto. At the time, every merging was like walking a tightrope, cautious as if treading on thin ice. Later he copied a Yin Release fragment from Sasuke. The two extreme fragments confronted, collided, and tested each other inside his shadow. Every night he dreamed of gold and violet black tearing him in half. Later still, Shikamaru taught him circulation, Shinsuke taught him resonance, and Shino told him that insects changed color in order to adapt to a new environment. With help from everyone, though none of them knew it, he had gradually turned 2 tightropes into a bridge. And now the bridge was complete. He no longer needed to carefully maintain the balance. The bridge balanced itself. Kagemitsu lay on the grass looking up at the maple leaves overhead. The new green leaves were so thin they were almost transparent. Sunlight passed through them, casting soft pale green shapes of light and shadow on the ground. He thought of that moment in the deer barn at dawn when he had touched the fawn's shadow, a newborn shadow with no inscriptions, as clean as a blank sheet of paper. His shadow was no longer a blank sheet. After more than 4 years of merging, copying, analyzing, and circulating, his shadow had been filled with fragments copied from dozens of people. But from another angle, those fragments were not filling it, they were constituting it. It was not staining a blank piece of paper, it was using countless pigments to paint a picture that only he could paint. Naruto's gold, Sasuke's violet, black, the gray of the clansman's Yin Release, Shinsuke's resonance, Shikamaru's circulation. Everyone's fragments fused within his shadow into a color that had never existed before. Kagemitsu sat up from the grass. The sun was sinking in the west, and the sky was burned orange red. His shadow stretched long from the top of the hillside all the way down into the maple grove below. The shadow seal was contracted, its surface light gray. But beneath that layer of gray ink was quietly breathing. Not flowing. Not circulating. Breathing. Like the fawn's newborn shadow, it trembled gently and rhythmically. His shadow had come alive. Not the alive of consciousness, the alive of a heartbeat, of breathing, of all things growing. It was no longer a tool for him to manipulate, nor a container for him to fill. It had become part of his existence, breathing with him, sensing with him, waiting with him for the moment of final transformation. Kagemitsu stood up and brushed the bits of grass from his clothes. As he turned to walk down the mountain, he sensed 2 chakra presences. Naruto and Sasuke, in the direction of the training ground. They had not gone home after school, they were there. Kagemitsu's steps did not stop, but his direction changed. The training ground was behind the ninja academy, a sandy dirt-packed field enclosed by wire fencing. In the sunset, 2 small figures faced each other in the center of the field. Naruto's clothes were covered with dirt, and the corner of his mouth was split, seeping thin threads of blood. Sasuke's breathing was faster than usual, his black bangs plastered to his skin with sweat. There were no shuriken in his hands, it was taijutsu sparring. Kagemitsu stood outside the wire fence, not going in. His shadow spread from beneath his feet and covered the entire training ground. Naruto's chakra was like a flame fanned by the wind. Every punch and kick carried unreserved power bursting outward. Sasuke's chakra was like a piece of iron hammered again and again. Every block and every dodge was so precise it might have been measured with a ruler, without a single wasted movement. 2 extremes, 2 completely different ways of fighting collided again and again on the sandy field under the setting sun. No ninjutsu, no shuriken. Only fist and foot. Kagemitsu made no sound, he only watched. He remembered last winter at the Ichiraku ramen shop when Sasuke's Yin Release had been stirred by a mouthful of hot broth. And on that bridge that same fragment had been shaken by a single sentence from Naruto. Neither of those times had been caused by anything major. And now the same 2 people were carrying on a repeated dialogue of fists and footsteps on the sandy earth. Every punch was a sentence, every kick was an answer. Naruto's fist said, "Come closer." Sasuke's steps said, "Stay away." Naruto's persistence said, "I won't leave." Sasuke's silence said, "You'll leave sooner or later." They themselves could not hear this dialogue, but Kagemitsu's shadow heard it. Gold and violet black inside his shadow trembled faintly with every collision on the training ground. Not resonance, something deeper. Like 2 tuning forks brushed by the same wind sounding at the same time. Naruto fell to the ground. Sasuke's final sweeping kick had struck his ankle precisely, sending him onto his back on the sandy earth, and stirring up a small puff of dust. Sasuke stood in front of him, breathing heavily, fists still clenched. "Still want to go again?" His voice was hoarse. Naruto lay on the sandy ground looking up at the sky deepening into twilight. Then he smiled. "Tomorrow." He raised one hand towards Sasuke. "We'll continue tomorrow." Sasuke looked at that hand. The setting sun stood behind him, hiding his expression in shadow. He stood there for a long time, so long that Kagemitsu thought he would not respond. Then he reached out, took Naruto's hand, and pulled him up from the ground. The 2 hands clasped together in the sunset, their shadows overlapping on the ground. Gold and violet black brushed lightly against each other in that moment. Not merging. Not resonating. Just a touch. Like a fawn's nose touching its own newborn shadow. Like Kagemitsu's palm pressing against his grandfather's sealed clay jar. Like the first new leaf of spring pushing aside a dead branch and reaching toward the sky. Kagemitsu turned and walked away from outside the wire fence. His steps were light as his shadow. The setting sun dyed the entire village road orange-red and his shadow spread out ahead of him breathing. Spring had only just begun. In the spring of Konoha's 58th year, Jian's memory was built from countless firsts. The fawn opened its eyes for the first time, his grandfather's clay pot pulsed from within for the first time, Naruto and Sasuke's hands met for the first time. And for the first time, he himself had walked into that light of his own accord. One afternoon in mid-March, Jian sat in his classroom seat, his shadow spread quietly beneath the desk. At the lectern, Irika-sensei was explaining chakra nature transformation. Chalk scraped against the blackboard in a fine dense rhythm. Naruto lay slumped over his desk, textbook propped upright to hide his face, probably catching up on sleep again. Sasuke sat beside him, back straight and eyes fixed ahead. But Jian sensed his chakra stirring slightly more than usual, not because he was paying attention but because Naruto's elbow, lost in sleep, had crossed the invisible line on the desk and brushed against his sleeve. He didn't move away. Jian filed that detail into his memory. From one reply for every 10 sentences to one reply for every 5, from never looking at him to occasionally turning his head from a shadow shrinking by instinct to an elbow brushing a sleeve and not pulling away. Sasuke's defenses were peeling away layer by layer with agonizing slowness. Not because they had been breached. They were coming loose by themselves. Extreme Yin Release, when faced with extreme Yang Release, shifted from an instinctive rejection to discomfort, and from discomfort to trying to adapt. This process had gone on for almost 5 years. After school, Jian didn't wait for Shikamaru. Shikamaru had been dragged off by Ino for extra Ino Shikacho training. As he left, he tossed back, "It'll probably be dark before we're done." Jian walked out of the school gate. The spring sunlight made the village road blaze with brightness. He didn't head toward the clan compound, he turned toward the center of the village. He was going to the Konoha archives. Not the small records room at the Ninja Academy that only had basic information. The real central archives, where all official documents since Konoha's founding were kept. Genin were not permitted to enter, but a child of the Nara branch family was. As the core of Konoha's intelligence and analysis, Nara branch members who had turned 11 could apply to consult certain non-classified historical materials related to their clan. He was 11. The archive stood west of the Hokage building, a gray-white stone structure with narrow windows, its outer wall covered in aged ivy. A bespectacled old archivist sat by the entrance. He looked over Jian's application and the Nara clan crest, then pointed upstairs. "Nara materials are in the 3rd room on the left on the 2nd floor. C rank and below may be browsed. B rank and above require direct approval from the Hokage." Jian climbed the stairs. The wooden stairs creaked faintly beneath his feet. Sunlight fell through a high window in the stairwell, turning the dust in the air into countless slowly drifting golden particles. The 3rd room on the left on the 2nd floor was a long, narrow archive. Wooden shelves rose to the ceiling on all 4 walls, and scrolls and bound volumes were arranged on them in neat rows. The air carried the smell of old paper and insect repellent, the same as the Academy's records room but heavier, deeper. Like the scent of time itself after fermentation. The Nara materials occupied 2 shelves against the wall. Jian started from the bottom. Most of it was mission records, personnel changes within the clan, and correspondence with the Yamanaka and Akimichi clans. He skipped over those. His fingers slid along the spines of row after row of scrolls, searching for any phrase related to the origin of shadow, or Yin Release. On the middle shelf of the 3rd bookcase he found an untitled scroll. The scroll's cover was dark gray, unlike ordinary paper. It was some specially treated animal hide, faintly cool to the touch, like the nose of the little deer in Jinjia's deer shed. He pulled it out and untied the cord. The inner pages were well preserved, the ink clear, the handwriting precise. On the flyleaf was only one line: Ingzong's notes, remaining fragments. Nara Ingzong, the first clan head of the Nara. The man who had allied with the Yamanaka and Akimichi clans and entered Konoha together with them. The man who had said, "A shadow is what light casts away." Jian sat down on the floor and spread the scroll across his knees. The notes were miscellaneous tactical analyses, clan affairs, and observations on the relationships among the clans during Konoha's early years. But in the latter half of the notes the handwriting suddenly changed. It was no longer neat official script but a hurried, urgent private scrawl, as if written while chasing after something. "Today I tried to fuse Yin and Yang. It did not work. Yang Release was insufficient. The Nara shadow takes Yin as its body. To incorporate Yang Release, external Yang is required. Yet that external Yang must share a source with one's own Yin. Yin and Yang that are not of the same source are like water and fire, incompatible. What shares a source? Since the Sage of 6 Paths, Yin and Yang split into 2. Indra received Yin, Azura received Yang. Those of the same source are only these 2 bloodlines. Ing Jian's gaze rested on those lines. Nara Ingzong, the first clan head, had already reached this conclusion when Konoha was first founded. For the Naro shadow to be completed, external Yang release was needed. And that Yang release had to be same source with one's own Yin release. Same source meant Yin and Yang split from the same root. The sage of six paths divided Yin and Yang. Indra inherited Yin, Asura inherited Yang. Only the Yin and Yang of these two bloodlines possessed true same source nature. Only then could they fuse. Ingzong knew this. But he couldn't find them. The reincarnations of Indra and Asura did not appear together in every generation. And even when they did, they were not guaranteed to intersect with the Nara. Ingzong waited his entire life and never saw it. He wrote his conclusion into his notes, sealed them on the shelves of the archives, and waited for someone later. The later one arrived. His grandfather Narajuchu arrived, but he had only found half. He located the direction, confirmed Ingzong's conclusion, and even simulated false black with his own shadow. But he had not seen the reincarnations. Naruto and Sasuke were born after his death. And now Ing Jian sat on the floor of the archive's second floor, the first clan head's notes spread across his knees. In his shadow, gold and violet black were circulating on their own. He had copied a fragment of Yang release from Naruto and a fragment of Yin release from Sasuke. These two fragments came from the reincarnations of Indra and Asura, the only truly same source Yin and Yang in the ninja world. What Ingzong had waited for, what his grandfather had waited for, he had obtained. Not because he was stronger than them, but because he happened to be born into this era. In the same year as Naruto. In the same year as Sasuke. Enrolled on the same day in the same classroom under the same umbrella. Ing Jian rolled the scroll, closed-tied it exactly as it had been, and put it back on the shelf. He didn't leave in a hurry. He kept searching. At the very top of the same bookcase he found another set of notes. The cover read Chuchu's notes. The handwriting was newer and the paper was not as brittle. His grandfather's notes. He untied the cord. The notes opened in grandfather's usual rigorous style, recording experiments and deductions on the shadow's secret arts. But the further he read, the more ragged and private the handwriting became. Today I saw Naruto. That child carries the 9 tails and Asura as well. His Yang release is so pure that I have never seen its equal. If I could take a fragment of his Yang release, perhaps the Naro shadow could be completed. But I am old. My shadow has already declined, too weak to bear external Yang. It is not that I am unwilling. It is that I no longer can. I have seen that child Sasuke too. The last of the Uchiha, the reincarnation of Indra. Yin release at its extreme, same in source with our clan's Yin, yet different in nature. If one could take one Yin fragment and one Yang fragment from these two children and place them in the same shadow to fuse, true Yin-Yang release might be achieved. But who could do such a thing? Whose shadow could simultaneously bear the darkness of Indra and the light of Asura? Ing Jian's finger stopped on the last line. Whose shadow could bear both the darkness of Indra and the light of Asura? When grandfather wrote those words, he had probably already known that he would never see that person. But he wrote it down anyway, sealed the notes in the archives, and sealed the embryo of shadow in the clay pot in the deer's shed. For the one who came later. For him. Ing Jian rolled up his grandfather's notes too and returned them to the shelf. He stood dust from the archives floor, clinging to his knees. Outside the window the sun was already sinking. Orange-red light streamed through the narrow windows, cutting the archive room into alternating bands of light and shadow. He stood in that light, his shadow stretching long behind him. The first clan head waited his whole life and never saw it. His grandfather waited his whole life, saw the reincarnations, yet lacked the strength to bear them. 2 generations. 2 Nara clan heads. Both had walked their road to its end, then written down the finishing line and left it for the next one who could keep going. He was not chosen by fate. He was the one who received the baton. When Ing Jian walked out of the archives, the clouds at the edge of the sky were burned orange-red by the sunset. The village roads were growing crowded, adults leaving work, children out of school, ninja returning from patrol. He walked among the people, his shadow lying quietly behind him. Suddenly he sensed 2 chakra signatures. Naruto and Sasuke in the direction of Ichiraku Ramen. Last time it had been winter, and the 3 of them had squeezed under the same umbrella. This time it was spring. When Ing Jian lifted the curtain and stepped inside, Naruto was sitting in the innermost seat, a steaming bowl of miso ramen in front of him. Sasuke sat near the door, a barely touched bowl of soy sauce ramen in front of him. Several empty seats lay between them. Neither said a word, but neither left. The exact same seats as last winter, the same ramen, the same silence. Ing Jian sat down next to Naruto. Small miso. Naruto looked up from his bowl. Pineapple head number 2. How did you know I was here? Just passing by. You're always just passing by. Naruto pointed at him with his chopsticks. Under the umbrella last time it was passing by. On the school grounds the time before that it was passing by. Did you attach some kind of tracker to me? Injian didn't answer. Through his shadow he sensed an extremely subtle change in Sasuke's chakra as Naruto said it. It wasn't wariness. It was attention. Sasuke was paying attention to Naruto's words. Not because of the words themselves but because of the unreserved warmth Naruto released while speaking. 5 years ago that warmth would have made Sasuke's shadow shrink by instinct. Now his shadow did not shrink. The old man at Ichiraka set down a small bowl of miso ramen. Injian lowered his head and drank a sip of soup. The miso flavor was rich and the scallions were generous, the first new scallions of spring more tender and sweeter than winter's. Hey Sasuke, Naruto said suddenly. Sasuke didn't answer but he stopped eating. Are you coming to the training ground tomorrow? Silence. The sound of Injian drinking his soup was especially clear. Coming, Sasuke said. One word. But Naruto's face lit up like a lantern, his whole being brightening. Then it settled. Don't go after school tomorrow. I thought up a new move yesterday specially to counter your leg sweep. You can't counter it, Sasuke interrupted. How do you know? Because you only charge from the front. Then I'll charge from the side. The side isn't where a leg sweep is weak either. A leg sweep's weak point is. Sasuke stopped suddenly. He realized what he had been about to say. Naruto's mouth hung open waiting for him to finish. The ramen shop went quiet for one beat, only the soup pot bubbling with steam. At the instant the weight shift Sasuke finished. His voice was much lower than before. Naruto froze for a second then slapped the table hard. I knew it. Every time before you do a leg sweep you move your left foot first. So it was the weight shift. Sasuke didn't answer. He lowered his head and ate his noodles. But Injian sensed it. At the edge of Sasuke's shadow that piece of Indra's darkness had softly brightened as Sasuke said the instant the weight shifts. Not a trembling glimmer. It was a luminous glow. Extreme Yin Release for the first time actively released information outward. It wasn't passively loosened by the baking heat of Naruto's Yang Release. It was deliberately consciously giving part of itself away. The curtain of Ichiraka ramen was lifted by the spring wind. Injian drank the last of his soup and put down the bowl. Through his shadow he sensed that the gold and violet black in his own shadow had also resonated once following Sasuke's active release. It was not a resonance of fusion but a resonance of shared origin. Indra's darkness, Azura's light. Two fragments from two reincarnates had coexisted in his shadow for 5 years. For 5 years they had gone from opposition to probing, from probing to fusion, from fusion to circulation. But they had never truly resonated. Because resonance requires both ends to vibrate. Before only Naruto's end had vibrated, his Yang Release constantly pouring outward, ceaselessly knocking against Sasuke's Yin Release. Sasuke's end was silent, withdrawn, refusing to answer. Today Sasuke answered. With one word. Coming. With one sentence. The instant the weight shifts. But it was the reincarnation of Indra for the first time actively reaching out to the reincarnation of Azura. Not pulled over, extending his hand himself. Injian stood up, left money on the counter, and walked out of the ramen shop. The spring breeze was just right. The cherry trees along the village road were already 7/10 in bloom. Petals drifted in the sunset like a slow pink snow. His shadow lay across the petal-strewn flagstones. Beneath the restrained pale gray, gold and violet black were resonating at a frequency they had never reached before. The vibrations at both ends had finally synchronized. His grandfather's question, whose shadow could bear both the darkness of Indra and the light of Azura. He had spent 5 years answering with his own shadow. Not by bearing. By letting them learn to resonate on their own. Not by force fusion. By waiting for the day when both ends were willing to vibrate together. When Injian stepped into the Nara clan grounds the sky had already darkened. The maple grove stood silent in the twilight, new green leaves swaying gently in the evening wind. He didn't go home. He went to the deer shed. Shinja wasn't there. Only the little deer was in the shed, lying on the hay with its legs folded beneath it. Its shadow was a little darker than at birth, no longer the pale ink that a breeze could blow away at any moment. Its edges had become clearer, its form more stable. Injian sat down beside it. He did nothing, he just sat. The fawn's nose touched the back of his hand, damp and cool. Its shadow touched his shadow too. Not copying. Not merging. Just touching. Exactly like that early morning 1 month ago. Existence itself is the best foundation for a shadow. His shadow carried Indra's darkness, and Azura's light. It carried the weighting of generations of the Nara clan. It carried Naruto's warmth, and Sasuke's silence. But it was still his own shadow. Not the shadow of a vessel, but the shadow of the person Nara Ingien, an 11-year-old child who hated trouble and kept growing stronger for the sake of an easy life. Ingien stood up and walked out of the deer's shed. Moonlight flooded the clan grounds. His shadow spread out ahead of him, breathing. Spring was still long. In the late spring of Konoha year 58, Ingien witnessed a birth within his own shadow. It did not happen all at once, not in a flash of lightning, not as a sudden epiphany. It was a birth as long as slow as spring itself. One night in early May, Ingien lay on the slope of the rear hill. This habit had formed years ago. When he could not sleep, when he could not think things through, or when he wanted to think about nothing at all, he would come here. Lying there looking at the sky, letting his shadow spread out beneath him. The spring night sky was high, the stars were sparser than in winter, yet every single one was exceptionally clear. Insects chirped in the grass, dense and delicate like another unseen Milky Way. He closed his eyes and his consciousness sank into the depths of his shadow. Gold and violet black flowed quietly along the circulation loop. Since Shikamaru had taught him the circulation last spring, chakra had moved between his body and his shadow countless times over the past year and more. Each cycle added a thread to the density of his shadow and made the black left by their merging linger a little longer. But tonight what he perceived was different. The gold was no longer merely gold. The Yin Release fragment he had copied from Naruto had for 5 years kept a warm outward spreading radiance. Like a small flame burning quietly on the left side of his shadow. But tonight its edges had begun to soften. It was not that the light had dimmed, it was that the light had changed from radiating outward to gathering inward. Like a flame drawing back into embers, like a river merging into a deep pool. The violet black was no longer merely violet black. The Yin Release fragment he had copied from Sasuke had for 5 years maintained a cool inward coalescing form. Like a piece of ice resting at the bottom of water, it hung quietly on the right side of his shadow. But tonight its edges had begun to bleed outward. It was not that the shape had spread, it had changed from self-enclosure to slow release. Like ice melting into water, like a deep pool overflowing into a stream. The two fragments turned at the same time. From opposite directions they turned toward each other. Ingien held his breath. He was not the one moving them, they were moving on their own. The gold drew inward, the violet black released outward. One shifted from outwardness to inwardness, the other from inwardness to outwardness. They were no longer opposing poles. They had become two arcs on the same ring. Then they touched. It was not the tentative mingling at the edges. In 5 years that kind of mingling had happened countless times. It was core touching core. The deepest point of the gold and the deepest point of the violet black met at the very center of his shadow. Ingien's consciousness was pushed by a gentle force. It was not rejection, it was entry. He entered the deepest place of his own shadow. It was not dark there. He had thought the depths of a shadow would be black, ink black, absolute black, the black of Yin Release. But it was not black. It was transparent. Like the clearest spring water, like rice paper not yet touched by a brush, like the shadow of the newborn fawn before it had gained any entries. Transparent yet not empty. At the exact center of the transparency a pearl was suspended. It was very small. Smaller than a little finger's nail. Its color was black, a pure black free of any impurity, a black that could devour every ray of light. But on its surface lay an extremely faint halo, not gold, not violet black, but an indescribable color somewhere between the two. Like the night sky in the last moment before dawn, like the daylight seen from the bottom of a deep pool. It was a crystallization of Yin Release. Gold and violet black revolved slowly around it. They were no longer two separate fragments, but two threads entangled with each other. A golden thread and a violet-black thread twisted together like strands of yarn woven into a small ever-spinning cocoon of light. And that pearl hung at the very center of the cocoon of light. Ingien looked at it. It was small, but he knew what it was. It was the destination of all the merging over 5 years. It began on the day Naruto clapped him on the shoulder at the academy, and on the day he and Sasuke fell together in taijutsu class. Countless analyses during sleep, countless infiltrations through the circulation, countless resonances he had sensed between Naruto and Sasuke, all had gathered into this tiny pearl. It was not an end. It was a beginning. He extended one finger. In the realm of consciousness, he did not know what form he wore, but he extended one finger. His fingertip touched the surface of the pearl. What he felt was cool, not cold. Like water from a mountain spring, like a stone at the bottom of a deep pool, like the first snowflake of winter landing in one's palm. It was not the piercing cold that cuts to the bone, but a coolness carrying warmth. Or rather a coolness that transcended cold and warm. Then the pearl trembled once. Like a heartbeat. Like a fawn opening its eyes for the first time. Like the shadow memory grandfather had sealed in the clay jar turning over gently in the darkness when it sensed his touch. Injian's eyes snapped open. The night sky stretched above him, the stars still in their places, the insects still singing. He lay on the slope of the rear hill, and the late spring night breeze passed through the maple grove, setting every green leaf on the mountain rustling. He sat up and looked down at his own shadow. In the moonlight the shadow lay spread across the grass. On the surface it was still the restrained pale gray the shadow seal maintained the disguise. But he could see, beneath the seal the pearl was turning quietly. It was small but it was turning. The golden thread and the violet-black thread wound around it like two streams that would never part. Yin Release. Not the fused state that lasted for 270 heartbeats, but a permanent solidified Yin release that belonged to his shadow itself. That pearl was the core condensed from his shadow after 5 years of merging. A Yin core. Injian stood up. The moonlight stretched his shadow long all the way from the top of the slope down into the maple grove below. He tried to mobilize the pearl. The pearl turned a gentle half-circle. Along the edge of his shadow rose an extremely faint black halo, not false black, not ink black, but true pure black. It appeared for only an instant before the shadow seal pressed it back. But in that instant the range of his perception changed. His 45-meter perception radius expanded to roughly 60 meters in that single moment. It was not an increase in quantity, but a change in quality. In the past perception had been touch. Whatever his shadow touched he sensed. Now perception was permeation. The mere existence of his shadow turned the surrounding space into a medium that could be sensed. He no longer needed to extend his shadow deliberately toward a target. As long as the target existed within the field of his shadow he would perceive it naturally. Like a stone sinking into water, the surface would automatically ripple. Injian withdrew the pearl. The 60-meter perception field contracted back to the conventional 45-meter range. It was not that the pearl could only last an instant, he had withdrawn it of his own will. The time had not yet come. Grandfather's clay jar had not yet been opened, the founder's book of shadows had not yet been fully read, and the turning of Naruto and Sasuke had only just begun. He needed to wait. Wait for them to come to him or for him to go to them. The next day Injian walked into the classroom as usual. Third to last row by the window with Shikamaru in front of him. Naruto was beside Sasuke, a narrow aisle running between them. Same as yesterday, same as the day before. But what Injian perceived was no longer the same. Before, when he sensed Naruto, he perceived that outward spreading golden flame. Before, when he sensed Sasuke, he perceived that inward contracting violet-black ice core. Now what he perceived was the source of those two threads in their shadows. Deep within Naruto's shadow there was a golden thread. Extremely fine and long, extending from the core of his shadow through his body across the desk, across that narrow aisle. Deep within Sasuke's shadow there was a violet-black thread. Equally fine and long, it extended from the core of his shadow through his body across the desk. The two threads touched gently in the middle of the aisle. Not connected, merely touching. Like the first new leaf of spring pushing through withered branches reaching toward another new leaf. Naruto and Sasuke had no idea at all. Naruto was drawing little figures in the margin of his textbook, tongue sticking out as focused as if he were completing some magnificent work of art. Sasuke faced the blackboard, back straight, eyes fixed straight ahead. But their shadows had already touched where they would never know. Injian withdrew his perception and looked down at the shadow on his desk. The tiny yin-yang core turned quietly in the depths of his shadow, the golden thread and the violet-black thread coiling around it like a miniature ever-rotating cosmos. He recalled the words in the founder's notes. Yin and yang that share no origin are like water and fire, irreconcilable. Those that share an origin, only these two lineages exist. Indra and Azura had split from the same root 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years later their fragments had recoalesced into a single core in his shadow. It was not that he had chosen them. They had chosen each other. He had only provided a place. A shadow quiet enough, patient enough, spacious enough to contain two ultimate powers. Like the shelves of the archive room bearing the founder's notes, and grandfather's notes. Like the clay jars of the deer shed sealing away grandfather's embryonic shadow. Like the slope of the rear hill where that child, so often sleepless, so afraid of trouble, had lain countless times. During the lunch break Injian did not go beneath the big tree, nor did he go to the archive room. He went to the deer shed. Shinsuke was crouching at the entrance combing the coat of the fawn that had grown into a half-grown deer. The fawn's coat had changed from dark red to light brown with a few white spots emerging on its back. Its shadow was much denser than when it had been born, No longer the faint ink that could be scattered by any wind. Its edges were clear, its shape stable. Injian crouched down beside Shinsuke. The deer recognized him and touched the back of his hand with its damp nose. Uncle Shinsuke. I want to touch grandfather's jar again. Shinsuke's hands did not stop. He placed the comb on the fawn's back, stood up, and walked into the depths of the deer's shed. When he came back, he was holding the unlabeled clay jar. Dusty gray body, the mouth sealed with a thick layer of wax. Exactly the same as last time. But this time Injian was not seeing the jar. What he saw was the shadow memory sealed inside it for decades. Grandfather Nara Suzaku, at the peak of his own shadow, had cut off a part of his shadow and sealed it into this jar. Not a complete shadow, only a memory. The embryonic shadow. Injian reached out and placed his palm over the sealing wax. This time he did not merely touch it. He let the yin-yang cord deep in his shadow turn once lightly. The pearl's rotation was extremely small, perhaps only a fraction of a turn. But in that instant the nature of his shadow changed. From a shadow that contained yin-yang fragments, it became a shadow that possessed the yin-yang core. It was not a difference in quantity, but a difference in essence. The former was a vessel, the latter was a source. A ripple came from inside the clay jar. Not the faint tremor of turning over in its sleep from last time, but a clear, powerful heartbeat-like pulse. The shadow memory grandfather had sealed inside had sensed the shadow possessing a yin-yang core. It was not responding to touch. It was being activated. A fine crack split through the sealing wax from within. Then a second crack, then a third. The cracks spread like a spiderweb from the center of the wax toward the edges, fine and even. At last the entire block of sealing wax shattered silently into a pile of fine wax shards, falling into Injian's palm. The mouth of the jar stood open. Inside there was no light, no smoke, nothing visible at all. But Injian sensed it. A length of shadow flowed slowly out of the jar's mouth. It was not the flow of liquid, it was the flow of shadow. Like ink dropping into clear water, like cloud shadows sweeping across a hillside. That shadow was extremely faint and light, a pale gray close to transparency. It flowed out of the jar, slid down the back of Injian's hand and touched his shadow. Then it melted into it. Not copying. Not merging. It was returning to its place. Like a stream joining the river it had always been meant to join. The shadow memory grandfather had sealed away for decades was precisely the missing piece in the puzzle of the Nara clan's shadow arts. Now it had found its place. Injian's consciousness was gently pulled. He closed his eyes and saw grandfather's memory. An old man with white hair sat beneath the veranda, a sheet of white paper spread before him. The old man's hands were thin, his knuckles prominent, trembling slightly as he held the brush. He drew a circle on the paper. Very slowly, with complete focus, as if completing the last important task of his life. The circle was finished. It was not a perfect circle, its edges were slightly crooked and the finishing stroke forked slightly at the end. The old man placed a single ink dot at the exact center of the circle. A shadow is the yin of form. Where there is light there is shadow, where there is yang there is yin. His voice was hoarse and calm. The narrow shadow takes yin as its substance and control as its function. Yet the origin of shadow is the coexistence of yin and yang. A shadow of pure yin is only half a shadow. He set down the brush, picked up the paper, and held it up to the sunlight beyond the veranda. Sunlight passed through the thin paper, casting the ink dot and the imperfect circle as a translucent silhouette. I will not reach the end. But wherever I reach I will record it. Those who come later can spare themselves this stretch of the road. The old man folded the paper carefully and placed it in a clay jar. Then he lowered his head and looked at the shadow at his feet. His shadow spread across the afternoon sunlight, colored in the deep gray unique to the Nara clan. He reached out and covered the shadow with his palm, like stroking a child's head. Then a small piece of his shadow split away, an extremely light thin piece like a wisp of ink powder scraped from a large ink stick. He placed that piece of shadow into the jar too. Wax seal. There the memory ended. Injian opened his eyes. He was still crouching at the entrance of the deer's shed, his palm covered with fine wax shards. The jar was empty. Shinsuke stood beside him looking at the empty jar, silent for a long time. The old clan head shadow has returned to its place, Shinsuke said. Injian looked down at his shadow. Moonlight, no, it was afternoon sunlight now, came through the latticed windows of the deer's shed and cast his shadow onto the haystack. On the surface it was still the restrained pale gray. But deep within the shadow beside the tiny yin-yang core there was now an extremely faint watermark-like pattern. That was grandfather's shadow memory. Not an entry, not a fragment, a memory. The memories of generations of the Nara clan exploring the origin of shadow had now all flowed into his shadow. The founder's notes, grandfather's notes, Shinsuke's resonance, Shikamaru's circulation. All their paths led to him, not because he was stronger than any of them but because he happened to stand where all their destinations converged. Injien poured the wax shards from his palm into the empty jar and stood up. Uncle Shinsuke. The Book of Shadows the founder spoke of, did grandfather find it? Shinsuke put the empty jar back into the depths of the deer's shed, came out, and crouched beside the fawn. The fawn rubbed its head against his hand and he laid his palm on its forehead. The old clan had said that the Book of Shadows is not a book. It is a person. When the Nara clan produces a child whose shadow turns truly black, that child is the Book of Shadows. Because on that child are written all the roads that everyone has walked. Injien stood where he was. The afternoon sunlight poured through the latticed window and pulled his shadow long. Outside the deer's shed, the maple leaves of May were at their deepest green, layer upon layer of new leaves cutting the sunlight into countless fine patches of light. The fawn stood up, its forelegs still unsteady, but it took a step toward Injien. Its shadow also took a step toward Injien's shadow. Touch. Not copying, not merging. Only touching. Like the first new leaf of spring pushing through dead branches reaching toward the sky. Injien crouched down and held out his hand. The fawn's nose touched his palm, damp cool. Its shadow touched his shadow too. The Inyan core turned once gently. He was not the one turning it, it turned on its own. Like a heartbeat, like breathing, like the newborn shadow of the fawn on the night it was born beneath the lantern light, still without any entries. Injien stood up and walked out of the deer's shed. The May sunlight spread dazzlingly over the clan grounds, and the maple grove surged with green waves in the wind. His shadow stretched out before him, breathing. Spring was almost over. But summer had not yet come. The summer of Konoha's 60th year arrived earlier than any before. June was barely half over when the cicadas' cries already filled the maple grove on the Nara clan grounds. Injien sat on the veranda of his home, back against the wooden pillar, legs dangling over the edge. His shadow spread across the wooden floor behind him, compressed by the afternoon sunlight into a small dark patch. Today was the graduation exam at the Ninja Academy. He hadn't gone. Not because he forgot, he simply didn't need to. Uncle Shikaka had told him 3 days ago that his graduation paperwork was already taken care of, not as a regular genin but as an ANBU candidate. His records would not enter the Academy's graduate roster. His ninja registration number would be issued separately, and the instructor field would be left blank. The classmates who went to school today would receive their forehead protectors in the classroom, be assigned to teams, and take the class graduation photo. He wasn't in that photo. What are you thinking about? Shikamaru's voice came from the courtyard gate. Injien opened his eyes. Shikamaru wore the newly issued genin vest, his forehead protector tied across his forehead, and held a craft paper envelope in his hand. Yours. Shikamaru tossed the envelope over. Injien caught it. The envelope was unsealed. Inside were only a key and a slip of paper. Written on the paper was an address, the 3rd basement level of the Hokage building next to the ANBU archives. The key was for a storage locker in the ANBU equipment room. There was no congratulatory message, no signature. Dad asked me to bring this to you. Shikamaru sat down on the veranda. He said you know what to do. Injien tucked the key away. Shikamaru didn't ask what to do meant nor when he would go. He just sat there looking at the old maple tree in the courtyard. The maple leaves were still green, they wouldn't turn red until autumn. We took the graduation photo today, Shikamaru said suddenly. Naruto asked where you were. Iruka-sensei said you had special arrangements. Naruto grumbled all afternoon, saying the graduation photo was missing one person. Injien said nothing. He could picture Naruto grumbling, lips pursed, brows furrowed, arms crossed, complaining in a whisper that everyone could hear. Sasuke was probably standing at the edge of the line, expression indifferent, but his gaze would sweep the crowd once, confirming that the figure who always sat in the third-to-last row by the window was indeed absent. Hinata might quietly ask Ino, "Why isn't Injien-kun here?" And Ino would shake her head, saying she didn't know. Shino probably wouldn't ask anything, but his Kekkei would sense the surroundings for him, confirming that Injien was nowhere. He could imagine all of it. 6 years in the same class was enough for him to carve everyone's reaction into his mind. What a drag. Shikamaru stood up, brushed the dust off his pants. I'm heading out. Mom's making sukiyaki tonight, she said come over and eat. Injien nodded. Shikamaru walked to the gate, paused. Injien. The path you chose is a lot more troublesome than mine. Injien didn't answer. Shikamaru didn't wait for one. The clatter of wooden clogs faded into the distance. The next morning Ingien went to the Hokage building. The Hokage building had been badly damaged during the Chunin exams and scaffolding still covered its exterior walls. But the underground area was untouched. Ingien went down the stairs to the third basement level and used the key to open the door to the ANBU equipment room. The room was small, its walls lined with iron-gray lockers. The light was cold white, casting shadows so faint they barely existed. He found the locker with the matching number and opened it. Inside was an ANBU uniform, a gray sleeveless top, black pants, arm guards, leg guards, and a mask. The mask was shaped like an animal, not a cat, not a dog, not a fox. It was a deer. The deer of the Nara clan. The mask was grayish-white all over with two black markings painted around the eye sockets stretching from the corners of the eyes to the jaw like two silent trails of tears. The antlers were simplified into two curved lines that rose from the brow and met at the crown. Ingien picked up the mask and turned it over. Two characters were carved on the inside. Shadow. He set the mask down and changed into the ANBU uniform. The clothes were tailored to his build. The arm guards fit the curve of his forearms, and when the leg guards wrapped around his calves he could feel a thin layer of iron plates sewn into the lining. He put on the mask. His field of vision narrowed, leaving only two horizontal openings at the eye sockets. But shadow perception didn't require vision. His shadow unfurled from beneath his feet, extending silently through the cold white light spreading across the entire equipment room. A perception radius of 45 meters was enough for him to see everything on the third basement level of the building. The Chunin on duty in the ANBU archives was dozing off in the weapons storage next door. Someone was counting shuriken at the end of the corridor. Two ANBU were changing posts on the stairs. He drew back his shadow and walked out of the equipment room. The two ANBU changing posts in the corridor saw him and hesitated mid-step. Not because they recognized him. The mask was new, the uniform was new. It was his shadow. The mask hid his face, but it couldn't hide his shadow. His shadow spread out under the cold white light, a restrained pale gray in color, but the density was wrong. ANBU sensory-type ninja could detect that wrongness, not a matter of color but the shadow's presence. His shadow was heavier than an ordinary person's. Like a stone of greater density sinking into water, the surface showed no difference, but the water pressure was different. The two ANBU said nothing. The rule of the ANBU was to ask nothing. Ingien walked past them and climbed the stairs to the ground level. At the reconstruction site of the Hokage building, workers had already begun their day. Sunlight blazed across the site, stretching his shadow long among the gravel and timber. The deer mask gave off a grayish-white matte sheen in the sun. From now on the name Nara Ingien would vanish from all public records. Only one code name would remain, Shadow. The first ANBU mission came 3 days after he joined. The mission was to deliver intelligence. Not assassination, not infiltration, not combat. Just delivery. An intelligence post on the border of the Land of Fire had obtained information about movements of Kumogakure, and it needed to be brought back to Konoha with all speed. Routine intelligence transmission had fixed channels, summoning beasts, codes, encrypted scrolls. But this piece of intelligence had a classification marked A-class, and required a dedicated courier. The order Ingien received was simple: retrieve the intelligence from the border post and deliver it to the analysis team of Konoha Intelligence Division. Along the way he was not to make contact with anyone, and was not to leave any trace. He reached the border intelligence post in 2 days and 1 night. Along the way he avoided every village relay station and ninja patrol route. His shadow perception stretched out ahead of him. Within a radius of 45 meters any living being's chakra fluctuation would be captured in advance. Like a shadow stirred by the wind he passed silently through forests, rivers, and valleys. After retrieving the scroll at the post he immediately turned back. The journey there had taken 2 days and 1 night. The return took 1 day and 2 nights. Not because he was faster, it was because the route was already etched into his shadow's perception memory. On the 4th day at dawn he handed the scroll to the analysis team of Konoha Intelligence Division. Mission complete, he returned to the ANBU base. No casualties, no battles, and no one had noticed he had ever left Konoha. This was the daily life of ANBU. Not every mission was breathtaking. Most were simply delivery, surveillance, confirmation. Like countless invisible culverts beneath the village's foundation, silently channeling water from one place to another. Without those culverts the foundation would collapse. No one knew those culverts existed. The ANBU were Konoha's culverts. Ingien removed his gear at the ANBU base. He set the deer mask on his knee and looked down at the character, Shadow, carved on the inside. The third Hokage said he had placed Ingien in ANBU because he had seen the color of his shadow. The shadows of the Nara clan were gray. No one had ever possessed a black shadow. The third knew what that meant. The path the Nara clan had not finished walking in several hundred years Ing Jian was walking now. So he placed him somewhere he could be seen. Not surveillance, protection. The third had not lived to see Ing Jian finish that path. But he had handed him the baton. Not as the Hokage but as an old man. Ing Jian put the mask on. As he came out of the equipment room a person approached from the other end of the corridor. White short hair, a red striped mask, a white haori over the standard ANBU uniform. The third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. Ing Jian stopped. The third stopped in front of him. Through the red striped mask Ing Jian couldn't sense his expression. But his shadow could sense more. The third's chakra fluctuation was calm and steady like a well frozen over in winter, still on the surface yet slowly flowing in the depths. The eyes hidden behind the mask were looking at him. Not scrutinizing, confirming. Shadow, the third said. Yes. The first mission. Completed. Yes. The third said nothing more. A moment of silence filled the corridor, broken only by the low hum of distant ventilation ducts. Then the third reached out and pressed a hand on his shoulder. It was light. Like the press of an elder's hand on a younger one's shoulder. Not an entrustment, not encouragement, just a confirmation that you are here. Then the third withdrew his hand and walked past him. The sound of footsteps gradually faded down the corridor. Ing Jian stood still. His shadow sensed the third's chakra fluctuation, turn a corner at the end of the corridor, climb the stairs and merge into the sunlight on the ground level of the Hokage building. He lowered his head and looked at his own shadow. Under the cold white light the shadow lay on the floor. Beneath the restrained pale gray the yin-yang core was spinning quietly. The third had said he placed Ing Jian in ANBU to protect him. Not to protect Konoha, to protect him. To let him grow where he could be seen, to keep Danzo's hands from reaching out, to keep the darkness of ANBU from swallowing him. The third was in his own way atoning for the sins he owed to White Fang, to Hizashi, to the Uchiha, to Orochimaru, to Naruto, to Sasuke. Ing Jian withdrew his shadow and walked toward the other end of the corridor. He didn't need the third's protection. But the third had given it, and so he accepted it. Just as he accepted the third's letter, accepted that call of Ing Jian. Accepted those words. Not for Konoha but for you. He accepted them not because he needed them but because they were the last things the third had to give. An old man using all the time he had left to make amends for the mistakes of his youth. Ing Jian was 12 years old but he understood. In his first month in ANBU Ing Jian carried out 7 missions. 3 intelligence deliveries, 2 VIP escorts, 1 outpost sweep, 1 target elimination. The target elimination was the 7th. The mission briefing was just 1 line: a missing nin was discovered within the Land of Fire. The former Konoha Chunin Kusanagi Sasuke, after stealing village secrets, had defected. Kill on sight. Attached was a photo: a man in his 40s, short hair, a square face, and an old scar on his left brow bone. Ing Jian found him on a rainy night. Kusanagi Sasuke was hiding in an abandoned mine in the southeastern part of the Land of Fire. The entrance was well concealed and 3 layers of warning barriers were set up around the perimeter. Ing Jian spent an hour breaking through all the barriers. Not with barrier-piercing jutsu. His skill in that area was only Chunin level. He used shadows. The barriers sensed chakra fluctuations, but his shadow could fade to near nothingness on a rainy night. He lowered the density of his shadow to its minimum, spreading it like a thin film of water across the barrier's sensing range. The barriers did not trigger. Deep in the mine Kusanagi Sasuke was organizing scrolls. Spread before him were more than a dozen classified documents stolen from Konoha. Defense maps, code tables, intelligence post locations. A single candle lit a small space. His shadow fell on the mine's rock wall, swaying slightly with the flame. Ing Jian stood in the darkness 3 steps behind him. Kusanagi Sasuke didn't notice. He was rolling up a defense map and stuffing it into his ninja tool pouch, moving quickly, clearly planning to relocate before dawn. Ing Jian didn't act immediately. His shadow spread out, sensing Kusanagi Sasuke's chakra fluctuation. Earth nature primary, wind nature secondary. His chakra level was around that of a Chunin. There was an old injury on his left knee, chakra flowing through it hit a slight blockage. The meridians in his right shoulder were thicker than those on the left, caused by long-term use of a particular jutsu, likely the habitual exertion of throwing shuriken or kunai with his right hand. He was tense. His heart rate was 20% faster than normal, his breathing short. Not fear, urgency. Eager to leave, eager to hand the intelligence to the buyer. Ing Jian withdrew his perception. His shadow extended silently from his feet and touched Kusanagi Sasuke's shadow. Shadow contact complete. The shadow seeped into his body through skin, muscle, and ribs, spreading a paper-thin shadow film across the surface of his heart. Kusanagi Sosuke's hand stopped. He finally felt something, a slight tightness in his chest as if an invisible hand had gently squeezed it. Who? He never had the chance to say another word. The shadow film contracted. Kusanagi Sosuke's eyes flew wide, his mouth open, his pupils dilated. His body paused for an instant in the posture of organizing the scrolls, then pitched forward. His forehead struck the rock wall with a dull thud. The candle flickered but did not go out. Injian withdrew his shadow and walked over. He gathered the scattered scrolls and sealed them into a storage scroll. He didn't touch Kusanagi Sosuke's ninja tool pouch. Inside it, besides the classified Konoha documents, were several coded letters exchanged with the buyer. He took those letters as well. Then he stood up and looked at Kusanagi Sosuke's corpse. Under the candlelight, the corpse's shadow fell on the rock wall exactly as it had in life. It just would never move again. Injian turned and left. The rain was still falling. He walked into the curtain of rain droplets sliding along the arc of the deer antlers on his mask, dripping from the tips of the two black markings at the jaw. The shadow's strangling heart technique was used for a mission for the first time. Kusanagi Sosuke died without ever knowing how he died. He never knew the one who killed him wore a deer mask. Nor that the person was 12 years old. Injian stopped in the rain. Not because of the shock of his first kill, that shock had already passed during ANBU training. It was because he had sensed something in Kusanagi Sosuke's shadow. At the instant the shadow film contracted and the heart stopped, Kusanagi Sosuke's shadow produced an extremely faint fluctuation. Not a chakra fluctuation. Chakra dissipates quickly after death. It was a fluctuation of the shadow itself. Like a drop of ink falling into clear water, there was a complete seamless instant before it fully dispersed. In that instant Injian perceived the entry within Kusanagi Sosuke's shadow. Not the ones he had possessed in life. Earth, nature, wind, nature, throwing techniques, barrier techniques. It was an entry he had never seen before, grayish-white in color like a blank space. That entry appeared only in the instant of Kusanagi Sosuke's death, then faded away along with his life. Injian couldn't copy it. But he remembered its shape. When a person died, their shadow would reveal the final entry of their life. Not a talent, not an attribute, it was the last imprint condensed from that person's whole life. Kusanagi Sosuke's final imprint was a pale gray. Not black, not white, blank. His life at the moment of death had been judged. Blank. Injian shook off the thought and kept walking. The rainy night drenched the entire forest into blurred outlines of deep black. His shadow moved through them silent and soundless. 12 years old, code name. Shadow. First kill. He told no one. It was 3 days later when he returned to Konoha. Injian handed the classified documents Kusanagi Sosuke had stolen to the analysis team of Intelligence Division. Mission complete. Night had fallen by the time he took off the deer mask in the equipment room at the NBU base. Moonlight streamed through a high window, casting his shadow across the iron-gray lockers. He placed the mask in the locker and closed the door. Then he leaned against the locker and slowly slid down to the floor. Not because he was tired, because he could finally stop. 7 days, 7 missions, 1 kill. His shadow spread out in the moonlight. Beneath the restrained pale gray, the Inyan core was rotating slower than usual. Not fatigue, sedimentation. Every mission, every use of his shadow caused a barely perceptible change in the rotation of the Inyan core. Not faster or slower, but smoother. Like a stone repeatedly polished by flowing water, its edges worn away without notice. Injian looked down at his own shadow. The grayish-white entry from before Kusanagi Sosuke's death still lingered in his perceptual memory. Grayish-white. A blank. A person who had lived in this world for more than 40 years, and in the end the mark he left was a blank. It wasn't because Kusanagi Sosuke had done nothing. He had done a lot. He stole secrets, he betrayed the village, he planned to sell the intelligence to Konoha's enemies. But none of that was the meaning of his life. He had lived his whole life, and to the very end he never found the one thing that could make his shadow no longer blank. The third had found it. The third had also made mistakes in his youth, acquiescing to White Fang's death, pressuring Hisashi, indulging Danzo. His shadow in that phase was probably grayish-white too. But he spent the second half of his life atoning. Not atonement in words, through every choice, every burden shouldered, every time he valued another's life above his own. In the end he traded his own life for Konoha's future. When the third died, the final entry in his shadow must not have been blank. Injian stood up from the floor. The moonlight stretched his shadow long from the lockers all the way to the equipment room door. He pushed open the door and walked into the corridor. There was light at the end of the corridor, warm yellow light spilling down from the ground level of the Hokage building, completely different from the cold white light of the AMBU. He walked toward that light. Not because he needed it, but because the third had once waited for him in that light. And he would walk over and tell the third, "The thing you entrusted to me, I am doing it. Not for Konoha, not for you. For myself. Because I don't want the entry that appears in my shadow when I die to be a blank." The corridor was long. His shadow spread out ahead of him, breathing. Summer had only just begun. The summer of Konoha 60 in Ingjian's memory was made up of countless silent passages. He slipped through forests, through veils of rain, through the alert barriers along the border, through the corridors and stairways of his target's dwellings. Like water seeping into soil, like ink spreading across rice paper. No trace, no sound. In his second month in the Umbu, he carried out 4 more missions. 2 intelligence deliveries, 1 VIP escort, and 1 coordinated operation. The target of the coordinated operation was a missing Nin Chunin hiding in the mountain forests of the northern land of fire, surrounded by layers of traps and detonating tag arrays. Ingjian carried it out alongside another Umbu codenamed Crow. Crow was responsible for the frontal feint, while he was to infiltrate through shadows and complete shadow contact the instant the target's attention was drawn by the feint. By the time the target's heart stopped, Crow's shuriken hadn't even grazed the hem of his clothes. After the mission, Crow glanced at him. "Your shadow is faster than last month." Ingjian didn't answer. He had felt it himself too. It wasn't that the speed had increased, the gap between shadow contact and shadow kill was shrinking. Previously, the entire process from infiltration to constriction took about 1 breath. Now it had shortened to half a breath. It wasn't because his technique had become more practiced, it was because his shadow's reading of the target had grown faster. The instant his shadow touched the target's shadow, his perception automatically flooded into the other's chakra pathways, locating the heart, tracing the flow of meridians, and marking every node that might offer resistance. This information used to require conscious analysis. Now the shadow did it on its own. Like a hand jerking back from flame, no command from the brain necessary. This was the deeper application of shadow analysis. It wasn't parsing entries, it was parsing life. Every living being touched by his shadow, its chakra flow patterns, meridian structure, and organ placement, was automatically recorded, analyzed, and stored by the shadow. The next time he encountered a similar target, shadow contact's infiltration would be even faster. With every Umbu mission, he was honing his shadow into an increasingly sharp blade. But he didn't like the feeling. Not because of the killing, he had long since crossed that threshold. It was because his shadow was becoming more and more autonomous. It was no longer merely a tool for him to control, nor a vessel for him to fill. It was beginning to develop its own inertia. Like a blade that after long use finds its own target on its own. Ingjian lay in the break room of the Umbu base, the deer mask resting on his chest. The cold white light from the ceiling cast his shadow against the iron-gray wall. Beneath that subdued layer of pale gray, the yin-yang core was rotating at an extremely slow, extremely steady rhythm. Each time a mission was completed, the rotation of the yin-yang core underwent a barely perceptible change, not faster but more brown. Like a pebble washed again and again by water, its edges were worn smooth without notice, its surface becoming more polished, drawing closer and closer to a perfect sphere. He closed his eyes. His shadow's perception spread outward, covering the entire Umbu base. In the duty room, Crow was writing a mission report, pen scratching softly against paper. In the equipment storage room, someone was counting tools. Shuriken clinked faintly as they collided. On the stairs at the end of the corridor, a chakra fluctuation was approaching. White short hair, a red striped mask, and a white haori worn over the standard Umbu uniform. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ingjian opened his eyes and sat up on the bed. The third Hokage's chakra fluctuation paused at the door of the break room for a moment, then a soft knock came. Here. The door opened. The third Hokage stood in the doorway without his Hokage hat. His white hair gleamed silver-gray under the cold white light. His chakra fluctuation was heavier than when they last met. It wasn't a decrease in quantity but a sedimentation in quality. Like a cup of water left sitting too long, the surface remained calm while sediments slowly gathered in the depths. Ingjian stood up. "Come with me," the third said. "A mission. Not a mission. A walk." The walk, the third Hokage meant, was from the Umbu base on the third basement level of the Hokage Tower all the way along the underground passage to the old training ground at the village edge. Ingjian had walked through this passage many times but never to its end. His missions never required him to go that far. The passage was long, and every 10 steps a cold white lamp on each wall stretched and shrank their shadows. The third walked ahead unhurried, his back perfectly straight. Ingjian followed at his side and slightly behind, keeping about 1 step's distance. You've been in the Umbu for 2 months, the third began. Yes. 7 missions, 1 coordinated action, 1 solo elimination. The target of the solo elimination was Kusanagi Sasuke. Yes. Kusanagi Sasuke, former Konoha Chunin, 39 years old, primarily earth-natured with wind-natured secondary. He took part in intelligence work during the Third Great Ninja War. After the war, he was reassigned to storage management. 3 years ago he began stealing village secrets, and last year he defected. The third's voice was flat as if he were reading a file. When you killed him, he was sorting scrolls. A defense map, 3 code lists, and 2 intelligence point locations. You recovered all the classified documents along with his secret correspondence with the buyer. Clean work. Ingjian didn't respond. He knew the third wasn't praising him. He has a daughter. Ingjian's steps faltered slightly. 6 years old. His wife died of illness a year before his defection, and the daughter was sent to live with her grandmother in the southern land of fire. He stole secrets to save enough money to take her away. A Konoha Chunin's pension wasn't enough for him to start a life outside the village. The passage fell silent for a beat. From somewhere far off came the low hum of ventilation ducts. Did you know any of this? The third asked. No. Now you do. Ingjian didn't answer. The third continued walking, his pace unchanged. I'm telling you this not to make you regret it. Umbu missions don't allow room for regret. Kusanagi Sasuke's defection was a fact. Stealing secrets was a fact. Selling information to Konoha's enemies was a fact. He deserved death. But he also had a 6-year-old daughter. Both of those things are true. They reached the end of the passage. The third pushed open the iron door at the end and sunlight burst in. Ingjian narrowed his eyes. The old training ground lay in a mixed grove at the village edge, abandoned for many years. The training posts were covered in moss and the ground was carpeted with fallen leaves soft underfoot. Sunlight leaked through the branches, casting countless quivering patches of light on the earth. The third walked to the center of the training ground, sat down on a fallen tree, and patted the spot beside him. Ingjian walked over and sat down next to him. When I was young I did many wrong things. The third gazed into the mixed grove, his voice calm as if speaking of something long past. Some of them still keep me awake at night when I think of them. He was silent for a while. That's why I'm telling you this. Not because I want you to do something for me, but because I want you to know, you will also do wrong things someday. Everyone does. But what matters most is what you do after you've done wrong. He turned to look at Ingjian. You'll still kill many people in the future. The Umbu's job is to kill. Kill traitors, kill spies, kill everyone who threatens Konoha. Every person you kill has their reasons. Some do it for money, some do it to survive, and some have been driven to a dead end. Their reasons are not excuses, but their deaths are not mistakes either. Remember 2 things. First, you kill them because they threaten Konoha. That is your duty, and it needs no regret. Second, they are also people. They have names, they have pasts, and they have people waiting for them to come home. You must remember both. If you remember only the first, you become a tool. If you remember only the second, you'll never be able to strike. Ingjian was silent. A leaf broke free from the branch above, spiraling past his eyes and landing at his feet. I understand. The third nodded. He rose from the fallen trunk and brushed the mossy scraps from his trousers. Let's go. The road back is long. Ingjian stood. The sunlight stretched his shadow and the third's long across the leaf-covered ground. Old and young, 2 shadows side by side. The third turned and walked toward the passage. Ingjian followed. Before stepping into the passage, he looked back at the old training ground. Sunlight was still drifting slowly through the trees and leaves were still falling one by one. After returning from the old training ground, Ingjian carried out 3 more missions. One evening in late August, after completing a mission and returning to the Umbu base, he took off the deer mask in the equipment room and opened his locker. Inside, besides spare uniforms and tools, there was an extra item. A craft paper envelope unsealed. He took it out and opened it. Inside was a photograph, a 6-year-old girl with short hair, a round face, and a gap where a front tooth should be when she smiled. On the back of the photo was written a name, Kusanagi Hana. Kusanagi Sasuke's daughter. Tucked beneath the photo was a note in the third Hokage's handwriting. She started elementary school today. Her grandmother took her. Her backpack is pink. Ingjian looked at the photograph. The girl was laughing happily. She didn't know her father was dead. She didn't know the person who killed her father was holding her photo at this moment. She didn't know part of her living expenses came from the old man who had ordered her father's death. She was just smiling, missing a front tooth. Ing Jian put the photo back into the envelope, placed the envelope back in the locker, and closed the door. He leaned against the locker for a long time. Moonlight streamed through the high window, casting his shadow on the iron-gray locker. Beneath that subdued layer of pale gray, the yin-yang core was rotating slowly. He had never taken out Kusanagi Hana's photo again, but he knew it was there. Every time he returned from a mission and opened the locker in the equipment room, the envelope was still in the corner. The third never placed a new photo there, nor did he mention Kusanagi Sasuke again. But the photo remained. In September, Ing Jian carried out 5 more missions. One evening at the end of the month, he received a new order. It was not a routine mission but a dispatch personally issued by the third Hokage. The mission scroll was delivered by Crow's own hand, its sealing wax stamped with the third Hokage's seal. Ing Jian broke the wax and unrolled the scroll. Mission Rank B. Mission Type Covert Protection. Protection targets Team 7, Uzumaki Naruto Uchiha Sasuke Haruno Sakura, and their supervising Jonin Hatake Kakashi. Mission Location Land of Waves. Mission duration until Team 7 completes its mission and returns to Konoha. Special instructions: do not reveal your identity, do not interfere with Team 7's normal mission progress. Only when the targets face a lethal threat beyond their ability to handle may you act. Ing Jian's gaze stopped on the words. Land of Waves. He knew the name. In the original story, this was Team 7's first real mission, a C-rank escort mission to protect the bridge-building expert Tazuna on his return to the Land of Waves. On the way they would encounter the rogue ninja of the Hidden Mist Momochi Zabuza and his attendant Haku. That was Naruto and Sasuke's first true battle of life and death. The third Hokage knew this mission was dangerous. A C-rank mission theoretically shouldn't encounter ninja. But the Land of Waves, a small country controlled by the shipping magnate Gato, Tazuna's act of building a bridge was in itself a provocation to Gato. The third Hokage had probably judged that the mission's true danger level was far above C-rank. Yet he still let Team 7 go. Because he knew that some kinds of growth could only be achieved between life and death. He couldn't keep Naruto and Sasuke under his wings forever. But he sent Ing Jian. At the bottom of the scroll was a line in the third Hokage's own hand. They are in the light, you are in the dark. They don't need to know you're there. But they need to come back alive. Ing Jian rolled up the scroll and put it into his ninja tool pouch. He put the deer mask over his face. Moonlight streamed through the high window, casting his shadow on the iron-gray locker. Beneath that subdued layer of pale gray, the yin-yang core was rotating slowly. Land of Waves. Zabuza. Haku. And Naruto and Sasuke's first. Ing Jian pushed open the door and stepped into the corridor. Beyond the cold white lights at the corridor's end lay the September night. His shadow spread out ahead of him, breathing. Ing Jian caught up with Team 7 at dusk on the third day. The usual route from Konoha to the Land of Waves ran southeast along the coast, crossed the Land of Fire's border, and then crossed the sea by boat. Team 7 had already been gone for a day, and he needed to make up that day's gap. He did not take the main road, he cut across the forest in a straight line. His shadow perception spread at full force, sweeping past every chakra fluctuation within a 60-meter radius, not searching but ruling out. Deer, wild boar, bird, snakes. Not these. He would never mistake Naruto's chakra. That flame of gold was more conspicuous in his perception than any campfire. At noon the next day he caught that flame. Looking down from a cliff, he saw the main road winding along the foot of the mountain. 4 figures were moving along the roadside. Kakashi walked at the front, his silver-white hair especially striking in the sunlight. In the middle was Tazuna carrying his bridge-building tools, his steps heavy. Naruto and Sasuke walked side by side at the rear, Sakura beside Naruto. Ing Jian stopped at the cliff edge, his eyes closed beneath the deer mask. His shadow clung to the rock face and stretched downward, drawing all 4 chakra fluctuations into his perception. Naruto's chakra was like a flame stirred by the wind, every step carrying warmth that spread outward. Sasuke's chakra was quiet and dense like a stone sunk at the bottom of the water. Sakura's was slender and steady. Kakashi's, Ing Jian's perception lingered on him for a moment longer. That man's chakra flowed with extraordinary elegance, the lightning nature carried a unique trembling frequency through his meridians, the mark of Chidori. And beneath that layer of lightning nature, deeper still, was a chakra that did not belong to him, silent as a tear sealed in amber. Obito's Sharingan. Ing Jian withdrew his perception and leapt off the cliff. He did not appear before them, only followed far behind. Mountain roads, fields, the edges of villages. Team 7 took the main roads and he took the treetops. When they rested he stopped on a distant branch. When they ate he crouched by a stream and drank a few mouthfuls of water. Kakashi occasionally lifted his gaze, the one exposed eye sweeping towards some direction before casually turning away. Ing Jian was not sure whether Kakashi had sensed him. Most likely not. The shadow seal had pressed his chakra fluctuations to the minimum. Beyond 60 meters was blankness. But Kakashi had Umbu origins and Umbu instincts did not need chakra sensing. At dusk Team 7 set up camp on an open patch outside a small village. Kakashi went to lay warning barriers around the area. Naruto and Sasuke gathered firewood and Sakura organized her ninja pouch. Ing Jian crouched in a large tree about 50 meters west of the camp, his back against the trunk, letting his shadow spread flat against the bark. At this distance he could clearly hear the conversation in camp. Naruto emerged from the woods carrying a bundle of dead branches, leaves stuck in his hair. That's Sasuke. He didn't even wait for me to gather firewood. He ran off so fast all by himself. Sakura didn't look up. Because he gets things done, unlike you. What do you mean I don't get things done? I gathered more firewood than he did. Sasuke walked out from the other side, also holding a bundle of dead branches. He set it down, brushed the dust off his hands, and sat by the fire. Naruto sat down too and began whittling a branch with a kunai. Hey Sasuke, Naruto said suddenly. Sasuke didn't answer. What do you think that guy Ing Jian is doing right now? Behind the mask Ing Jian's eyes opened. Sasuke's hands paused. Don't know. We haven't seen him since graduation. Naruto threw the whittled branch into the fire. Shikamaru said he was assigned to some special department. What special department? He didn't even come to the graduation photo. I asked Iruka-sensei and he wouldn't say either. Umbu, Sasuke said. Naruto froze. Huh. His abilities suit the Umbu. Sasuke's tone was flat, as if talking about something unrelated to himself. The shadow imitation technique was never meant for frontal combat. Assassination, infiltration, intelligence, those suit him better. Naruto was silent for a while. The fire crackled, sparks rising and melting into the deep blue night sky. But the Umbu is dangerous, isn't it? Naruto's voice was lower than before. I heard Umbu missions are the kind that people die on. Sasuke didn't respond. That pineapple head number 2 is always so lazy, looking like he doesn't care about anything. Naruto wrapped his arms around his knees. But he's actually amazing. I could tell even at the Chunin exam. His shadow is different from Shikamaru's. Shikamaru's shadow is to trap, his is. He paused as if searching for a word. It's to go inside. On the tree trunk Ing Jian tilted his head slightly. Inside. Naruto had used the word inside. He did not know of the shadow devouring eye, did not know of the shadow's ability to copy affixes, did not know that Yin Release had been fused for 5 years. But he had sensed it. Ing Jian's shadow was not just control, it was infiltration. The extraordinary intuition granted by Yin Release allowed him with no information at all to grasp the core truth by instinct. He'll be fine, Sasuke said suddenly. Naruto turned his head. That guy has been hiding things since the first day he entered the academy. Sasuke stared at the fire, his voice as cold as usual but slower than usual. In Taijutsu class, every time he fell he landed somewhere he wouldn't get hurt. In shuriken throwing, every time he missed in the same direction. It wasn't that he couldn't hit the target, he deliberately threw it there. Naruto's mouth opened slightly. He's even better at putting on an act than Shikamaru. The corner of Sasuke's mouth moved, a tiny motion gone in a flash. Shikamaru puts on an act because he can't be bothered. He puts on an act because he doesn't want anyone to know. How did you know? I saw it, Sasuke said. Not with my eyes. With here. He raised his hand and tapped his temple. People of the Uchiha clan are trained to observe from childhood. Before the Sharingan awakens we first learn to see with our minds. Every time he missed the target his wrist paused at the same angle. That pause was too stable. People who genuinely can't throw accurately make a different mistake every time. His mistakes were always in the same place. Naruto rested his chin on his knees. So he'd been pretending since way back then. He'd been pretending for years. Why did he pretend? Sasuke didn't answer. A dead branch in the fire burned through and gave a small crack. Sasuke didn't answer. A dead branch in the fire burned through and gave a small crack. Maybe because he's afraid of trouble, Naruto answered himself. Shikamaru is afraid of trouble too. The whole Nara clan is afraid of trouble. It's not fear of trouble. Kakashi's voice suddenly cut in. They both turned at the same time. Kakashi had come back at some point, leaning against a tree trunk not far away, still flipping through that never-ending Ika paradise. The Nara clan isn't afraid of trouble. It's afraid of causing trouble for others because it isn't strong enough. Naruto blinked. So they deal with trouble in advance where no one can see. Kakashi turned a page. Shikaku was like that. Shikamaru is like that. Jin is like that too. Naruto lowered his head and looked at his palms. The firelight danced on them bright and dark in turn. Then why didn't he tell us? His voice was very soft. We're his companions. Kakashi didn't answer. Sasuke didn't either. The fire crackled, sparks rising and dissolving into the night. After a long while Sasuke opened his mouth. When he comes back, ask him yourself. Naruto turned his head. He's not the kind of person who disappears forever. Sasuke stood and walked toward his sleeping bag. He's just doing what he has to do. Naruto watched Sasuke's back, then grinned. You're right. He put his hands behind his head and lay back on the grass looking at the stars overhead. When he gets back I'll make him treat me to ramen. He ran away without a word, so he owes me at least 3 bulls. No, 5. In the distance the corner of Kakashi's eye curved. 50 meters away in the treetops Jin leaned against the trunk, eyes closed beneath the deer mask. His shadow spread across the bark, and under that restrained pale gray the yin-yang core was rotating more slowly than usual. He had heard everything. Naruto said he would make Jin treat him to ramen, 5 bowls. Sasuke said that when he came back he would ask him himself. Kakashi said the Nara clan was afraid of causing trouble for others because it wasn't strong enough. Sasuke used his mind, not the Sharingan. From the first day at the academy he had been watching the positions where Jin fell in taijutsu class, the direction in which his shuriken missed, the angle at which his wrist paused. 6 years of observation had condensed into a single sentence: he's even better at putting on an act than Shikamaru. The Sharingan could see chakra flow clearly, but Sasuke didn't need the Sharingan to see through him. Because Sasuke was also someone who had always been hiding. Hiding loneliness, hiding pain, hiding that night when he lost everything at 7. So he knew what a person in hiding looked like. Jin didn't move. He only pushed the mask up slightly and let the night wind touch his face. The night wind of the land of waves carried the salt of the sea entirely, unlike the smell of maple leaves in Konoha. The moon slid out from behind the clouds, casting his shadow among the branches. Nearly 4 months had passed since he had disappeared from the Ninja Academy. 4 months, 12 missions, 3 independent eliminations. He had thought that he had no connection left with the boy who sat in the window seat in the 3rd row from the back. But Naruto was still counting bowls of ramen, and Sasuke was still assembling his silhouette from 6 years of observation. Kakashi said that the Nara clan was afraid of causing trouble for others because it wasn't strong enough. Maybe that was it. Maybe what he had always feared was not trouble itself, but that he was not strong enough to protect the people he did not want to trouble. Jin pulled the mask back down. The mission in the land of waves had only just begun. The shadows of Zabuza and Haku were waiting for Team 7 at the end of this road. He would stand where they couldn't see him until the moment he had to act. The next morning Team 7 set out again. Naruto walked at the front in much better spirits than the day before. Probably because he had said all those things last night, and emptied out the what happened to Pineapple Head number 2. That had been stored up for months. Sasuke walked at the back, his stride the same as always. Sakura walked beside Tazuna, occasionally reminding him to watch the tree roots at his feet. Kakashi walked in the middle of the group, still flipping through that book. Jin still hovered in the canopy. His shadow spread through the branches and leaves, drawing everything within a 60-meter radius into his perception. Birds, insects, wind, and about 200 meters ahead behind a large tree beside the road 2 chakra fluctuations were concealed. They were not ninja, their chakra was very small. Probably thugs hired by Gato. A threat at that level didn't require him to act. Kakashi didn't even close his book. When Naruto walked past, the 2 thugs jumped out from behind the tree. One held up a sword, the other swung the chain. Hand the old man over. Naruto didn't even use shadow clones, he knocked out the sword wielder with 1 punch. Sasuke came up from behind and kicked the chain wielder flying. The 2 collapsed to the ground. Naruto brushed the dust off his hands. Too weak. Sasuke glanced at him. That punch of yours just now, the angle was off. Where was it off? Your shoulder didn't turn all the way. You only used half your strength. Why are you always finding fault with me? Because you keep making the same mistake every time. Sakura sighed and walked past them. Tazuna followed behind, his expression a little complicated. Kakashi walked last, turning a page. Jin watched it all from the treetops. Sasuke was teaching Naruto in his own way. Not I'll help you, but you did this wrong. Naruto argued aloud, but the next time he threw a punch his shoulder turned a few degrees more. Ing Jian withdrew his perception and continued to follow. On the third day the fog began to thicken. The land of waves was an archipelago. Sea fog rose from the ocean and wrapped the entire land in gray-white dampness. Visibility dropped to less than 5 meters and the trees on both sides of the road became blurred silhouettes. In this environment Ing Jian's shadow perception became even clearer. The fog weakened the light, allowing his shadow to spread further. Team 7's chakra fluctuations were as clear as 4 lanterns in the fog. Naruto's golden flame, Sasuke's purple-black ice core, Sakura's slender glow, Kakashi's exquisite lightning. And another chakra was silently approaching from the depths of the fog. Water nature extremely dense, carrying an icy killing intent. Not an ordinary ninja. Ing Jian's eyes opened beneath the mask. Here it comes. The hidden mist technique shrouded the entire area in an even thicker white fog, not natural sea fog but fog created by chakra. Killing intent surged from every direction, not one current but countless. Zabuza's voice echoed through the fog, low and hoarse, carrying the unhurried ease of a cat playing with a mouse. Copy Ninja Kakashi. I've heard much about you. Kakashi had already pushed up his forehead protector. His Sharingan was open, 3 tomos slowly turning in the fog. Momochi Zabuza. Rogue Ninja of the Hidden Mist. Team 7 immediately formed a defensive formation, Naruto on the left, Sasuke on the right, Sakura protecting Tazuna. Zabuza's figure flashed through the fog and the blade of his executioner's sword grazed past Kakashi's hair, cutting off several silver-white strands. The battle erupted in an instant. Ing Jian stood in the canopy, his shadow. Kajimi stood on the outermost tree at the edge of the forest by the bridge, watching the battle upon the bridge draw to its close. The fog had already lifted. Zabuza lay fallen upon the bridge's surface, his arms pinned through with kunai, each joint, from shoulder blade to knee to ankle, studded with the weapon. Blood seeped from those wounds, spreading across the gray-white stone slabs like a dozen deep red flowers. Haku had collapsed onto the snowy ground at the opposite end of the bridge. He had gone down after intercepting Kakashi's Chidori, placing himself as a shield. Lightning had pierced through his chest, yet death did not claim him immediately. Summoning his final reserves of strength, he lunged towards Zabuza to block Kakashi's fatal strike. Then he fell as light as a feather settling onto snow, weightless, soundless. Kajimi had not intervened at all. He watched Naruto and Sasuke struggle within the intricate ice mirrors conjured by Haku, shards of frozen glass scattered across the ground. He watched Sasuke fall riddled with Saban. He watched Naruto kneel beside him, convinced his rival was dead, and golden chakra erupted for the first time in a manner Kajimi had never witnessed, not a flame but a tempest. That chakra flooded from his body, carrying the crimson aura of a tailed beast, yet at its core remained golden. It was not born of rage but of grief. It was the sorrow of unspoken words. I never got to tell him he was my comrade. In that instant Kajimi sensed something within himself. Naruto's Yin Release fragment resonated within his shadow, not copying, not merging, but resonating. Like 2 tuning forks, one struck and the other answering. Naruto's sorrow traveled through that fragment into his shadow, not as clear emotion but as something diffuse and warm, like water heated by sunlight. He understood. What he had copied from Naruto was never merely Yin Release chakra. He had copied the capacity to connect. Naruto was born with the power to bind others' hearts together, not a jutsu, not a Kekkei Genkai, but something far more fundamental. And when his shadow had copied that Yin Release fragment, it had captured the possibility of that variability as well. He had simply never truly wielded it. Because connection meant opening oneself, and he had kept himself sealed away. On the bridge Naruto was speaking to Zabuza, not in combat but in words. He knelt beside Zabuza, tears dripping onto the stone slabs one after another. Haku died for you. He was not your tool, he genuinely wanted to protect you. Zabuza offered no reply. His eyes fixed upon the snowy ground at the opposite end of the bridge where Haku lay. Tears traced paths through the bandages on his face, falling onto the stone below. I know. Kaito arrived, flanked by a group of mercenaries striding boldly onto the bridge. He kicked at Haku's body and remarked, "This dead kid was quite handsome." Zabuza demanded the kunai be handed to him. Kaito refused, but Zabuza clamped a kunai between his teeth and charged into the crowd. Without hands, every joint shattered, yet his teeth held firm. He carved through every opponent in his path until he reached Kaito. The kunai pierced the shipping magnate's throat, and Kaito collapsed onto the bridge. Zabuza fell as well, landing beside Haku. I want to go where Haku is going. Snow began to fall again. Naruto stood there, tears still streaming. He made no move to wipe them away, merely gazing at the bodies of Zabuza and Haku for a long while. Then he turned and walked towards Sasuke. Sasuke leaned against the bridge railing, wrapped in bandages, pale but conscious. Stop crying, dead lass. I'm not crying. Who are you trying to fool? Naruto sat down beside him in silence. Sasuke said nothing either. Snow settled upon their shoulders, their hair, their eyelashes. Naruto's golden locks turned white, and so did Sasuke's black hair, as though two children were aging all at once. Kagemi stood on the outermost tree at the edge of the forest by the bridge, eyes open beneath his deer mask. He had witnessed everything. Naruto's tears, Sasuke's silence, Zabuza charging with a kunai in his teeth, Haku's fall, each moment as light as a feather. These scenes were etched into his shadow, frame by frame, imperishable. Team 7 was returning to Konoha. The bridge was complete, and the people of the Land of Waves named it the Naruto Bridge. Daizana said it was that blonde boy who had restored his faith, that there were still people in this world willing to risk everything for others. Kagemi remembered the expression on Naruto's face when he heard that name. Not joy, not pride, something far more complex. Like a person seeing their own reflection in a mirror for the first time. Kagemi leaped from the tree and turned into the forest. His mission was complete. Every member of Team 7 would return alive. The bond between Naruto and Sasuke had been forged upon that bridge with Saban, and tears unbreakable henceforth. And he had gained something far more valuable than a mission report. He understood the true purpose of the Yin Release fragment within his shadow. It was not meant to make him stronger but to connect. He simply had not yet learned how to use it. Or rather, he had not yet mustered the courage. Upon the journey back, he continued trailing Team 7 from behind. Naruto no longer mentioned second Pineapple Head. Neither did Sasuke. But words passed between them more often, not casual chatter but practical observations like, "Your shoulder alignment is off." Kakashi turned the pages of his book more slowly than before, sometimes lingering upon the same page for a long time. Sakura walked beside Daizana, occasionally glancing back at Naruto, and Sasuke, a smile playing upon her lips that she hardly noticed herself. Kagemi observed all of this. His shadow perception spread outward, and within a 60-meter radius the chakra signatures of Team 7 felt steadier than before. Naruto's golden flame no longer expanded aimlessly outward, it was beginning to concentrate. Not diminishing but gathering. Sasuke's purple-black ice core no longer contracted inward, it began to emit subtle outward ripples. Not dispersing but resonating. Sakura's chakra carried more resilience than it had upon their departure. Within Kakashi's flowing lightning chakra, that alien Sharingan chakra remained quiet, but its silence had changed. Upon departure it had been dormant, upon return it felt like companionship. Kagemi withdrew his perception. Within his own shadow the yin-yang nucleus was rotating at a new frequency. Not faster but softer. Like a spinning top that had always whirled at high speed, beginning to learn how to adjust its center of gravity mid-rotation. By the time Konoha's gates came into view, dusk had settled. Kagemi halted in the forest outside the village. He would not enter with Team 7, his mission was covert escort, and it ended the moment they crossed the gate. Perched among the canopy he watched the 4 figures of Team 7 walk through the gates of Konoha. Naruto's golden hair blazed in the sunset, Sasuke's black hair tinged deep brown, Sakura's pink bob resembling a small flower, Kakashi's silver hair stirring gently in the evening breeze. They walked forward and merged into the village twilight. Kagemi turned and took another route toward the Umbu headquarters. Within the armory, cold white light cast his shadow against steel-gray lockers. He removed his deer mask and opened the locker door. The photograph of Kusarihana remained in the corner, the girl's toothless smile unchanged after 3 months. He placed the mask inside and closed the door, then sat leaning against the locker. Moonlight filtered through the high window, stretching his shadow long across the floor. The mission to the Land of Waves was over. He had protected Team 7 through his shadow, and through that same shadow he had learned from Naruto something he had never consciously known. Connection was not about surrendering oneself, it was about laying one's shadow as a path beneath others when they needed it most. When Zabuza charged with a kunai in his teeth, he was walking a path that Haku had paved for him. When Haku blocked the Chidori, he was walking a path Zabuza had paved. When Naruto wept for Sasuke, when Sasuke shielded Naruto from the Saban, they were all paving the way for one another. Kagemi looked down at his shadow. Beneath that subdued pale gray surface the yin-yang nucleus was rotating at its new gentle frequency. He did not know when he would muster the courage to lay his shadow as a path for others. But at least now he understood, the true purpose of a shadow was never control but connection. Beyond the window Konoha's twilight deepened gradually. Naruto had likely returned to his small apartment. Sasuke had probably made his way back to the empty Uchiha compound. Kakashi had likely submitted his mission report, and was walking toward the memorial stone. And Kagemi remained seated here, his deer mask stored away, his shadow spread upon the ground, his hands empty, yet feeling as though something rested within his palms. Not an answer. A beginning. He rose, pushed open the door, and stepped into the corridor. At its far end was light, Konoha's twilight seeping through floor vents, orange, red, and warm. He walked toward that light. The mission to the Land of Waves was over, but his own had only just begun. After the Land of Waves mission ended, Yin returned to the rhythm of Anbu. On the third day after submitting his mission report, Crow ran into him in the corridor, and told him the third Hokage had read the report, said nothing, and simply nodded. Yin didn't ask. He had a rough understanding of what the third Hokage's nod meant: handle it cleanly, and keep going. From May to June he carried out 4 more missions. 1 information handoff, 2 base sweeps, 1 protection detail. No solo eliminations. Whether the third Hokage had arranged it deliberately or whether there simply had been no targets that needed eliminating that month, he couldn't tell. When the final mission of June ended, Yin returned to the Anbu stronghold and took off his deer mask in the weapons depot. The photograph of the Kusanagi flower was still in the corner of the cabinet. He glanced at it, then closed the door. July arrived. Yin's 12th birthday had already passed. He didn't feel a thing. Age meant nothing in Anbu. What mattered was mission count and survival time. July 1st, the Chunin exam. Yin saw the notice in the mission briefing room. It wasn't a notice addressed to him. It was a copy posted on the bulletin board. The Chunin selection exam, hosted by Konoha and jointly held with allied nations, was to officially begin in Konohagakure on July 1st. Eligibility: genin from every village with a recommendation from their supervising jonin. The bottom of the notice bore the third Hokage's seal. Yin stared at the notice. The Chunin exam. The starting point of every turning point in the original story. Naruto would meet Gaara here. Sasuke would have Orochimaru's curse mark planted on him. The third Hokage would burn away his life under Orochimaru's blade. And where would he stand? Shadow. Crow's voice came from behind. Yin turned. Crow was holding a scroll with the third Hokage's seal in the wax. A direct order from the third Hokage. During the Chunin exam, an assignment for Anbu, codename Shadow. Yin took the scroll and broke the seal. Mission nature: internal inspection of the exam venues. Mission location: every Chunin exam venue. Mission duration: until the Chunin exam ends. Special instructions: wear civilian clothes and take the exam as an ordinary genin. Do not interfere with the normal progress of the exam. Do not actively reveal your Anbu identity. Primary observation targets: Naruto, Uzumaki, Sasuke, Uchiha, and Gaara of the Sand. If anything out of the ordinary occurs, report directly to the third Hokage. Plain clothes. Participate. The third Hokage wanted him to step into the open. Yin rolled the scroll up. Understood. Your genin records have already been restored, Crow said. Go report to the Ninja Academy tomorrow. Iruka-sensei will tell you which team you're on. Turn in the deer mask. You won't need it during the exam. Yin opened the cabinet and took out the deer mask. Ash-white deer face, 2 black lines at the eye sockets, and the character for Shadow carved into the inside. He handed the mask to Crow. As Crow took it, the character on the inside glittered under the cold white light. I'll return it after the exam, Crow said. Yin didn't reply. He closed the cabinet, walked out of the weapons depot, and the cold white light in the corridor stretched his shadow long. From last September to now, nearly 10 months, he had worn the Anbu uniform and the deer mask, completed 16 missions, and made 3 solo eliminations. Now he was going to take off that uniform and walk back into the sunlight. The next day, Yin stood at the Ninja Academy gate. Same gate. Same Konoha banner. The last time he stood here was the day he entered at 6. 6 years had gone by. The gate hadn't changed, the banner hadn't changed. What had changed was the person standing at the gate. He walked in. Corridor, stairs, classroom door. The nameplate read, Iruka. He knocked. Come in. Iruka sat behind his desk. The moment he saw Yin, the pen in his hand paused. Nara. Yin. Yes. Iruka studied him for a few seconds. Not a look of assessment, a look of confirmation. Confirming that this student, missing for nearly a year, now stood before him whole. Sit. Yin sat in the chair opposite. Iruka took a file from the drawer and opened it. Nara Yin, genin registration number 012607, graduation date March, Konoha year 60, supervising jonin, none. A dark red stamp marked the file's special assignment. Your team. Iruka pushed a list over. Teammates: supervising jonin Kurina Yehi. Members: Shino, Aburame, Hinata, Hyuga, Naro, Yin. Ingien looked at those three names. Shino Hinata. Teammates' original lineup had been Kiba, Hinata, and Shino. Now Kiba had been transferred out, replaced by him. The sensor team's configuration hadn't changed, it had only grown quieter. Shino's insects, Hinata's eyes, his shadow. 3 different modes of perception covering sight, smell, hearing, chakra, and space. The third Hokage had placed him here not because Team 8 was short-handed but because this configuration could bring out his abilities to the fullest while keeping him low-key. Sensor types don't need much communication. Each one watches, each one reports, and the information is pooled. Supervising Jonin Kurenai Yuhi will convene at Training Ground 8 this afternoon. Irika closed the file. Any questions? Ingien stood. No. When he reached the door, Irika called out to him. Ingien. Ingien stopped but didn't turn around. You've grown taller. Ingien stood still for a moment, then pushed open the door and stepped into the hallway. Sunlight fell through the corridor window, casting his shadow on the pale floor. Taller, maybe. He hadn't paid attention. Training Ground 8 was on the west side of the village in a sparse grove of mixed trees. When Ingien arrived, Shino and Hinata were already there. Shino stood in the shade, his sunglasses reflecting the light that filtered through the trees. Hinata stood beside him, both hands clutching the hem of her clothes. Seeing Ingien, her eyes brightened. Ingien-kun. Shino pushed up his sunglasses. You're back. Ingien walked over and stood next to them. 3 shadows stretched across the ground. The edge of Shino's shadow rippled faintly with insect swarms. Hinata's shadow was clean and slender, his own was a restrained pale gray. The 3 shadows lay quietly side by side. Kiba was transferred out, Shino said. He said he wasn't happy about it. But the supervising Jonin said it was the Hokage's arrangement. Ingien didn't take up the thread. Kiba's tracking ability suited an assault-style team better. Team 8 had been perception specialized from the very beginning. Here Kiba couldn't spread his wings. The third Hokage had transferred him out probably with that in mind. Footsteps came from the woods. A woman appeared. Short red hair, eyes the color of the setting sun, deep red with a hint of orange. Konoha Jonin Kurenai Yuhi. A genjutsu-type ninja skilled at creating illusions on the visual level. Ingien had read her file in ANBU records. A composite squad of genjutsu and perception. Team 8's role was more sophisticated than it appeared on the surface. Shino's insects sensed living things. Hinata's Byakugan saw through chakra. Kurenai's genjutsu interfered with the target's perception at the visual layer, and his shadow could seep into a target's shadow layer. Nara Ingien. Kurenai stopped in front of him. Mr. Shikaka's nephew. Yes. Kurenai looked at him for a few moments, then nodded. Sensors don't lack communication. This afternoon's exercise is simple. I'll enter this training ground from 3 directions. Find me by your own methods. No time limit. No restrictions. Start now. When she finished, her figure rippled like water in front of the 3 of them and disappeared. Genjutsu. Shino's insects poured out from his sleeves and crawled along the ground in every direction. Hinata formed hand seals and her Byakugan's field of vision expanded into the forest. Ingien closed his eyes and spread his shadow. Wind in the trees, leaves shifting, insects crawling, Hinata's breathing the vibration of Shino's insect wings. All of it flowed back from the edges of his shadow and gathered into a complete picture in his perception. In that picture, Kurenai was absent. Not in Shino's insect range. Not in Hinata's Byakugan. Not in his shadow sense. Absent from all perception. That was how a genjutsu-type shinobi concealed herself. Ingien opened his eyes. Shino's insects suddenly paused, not all of them, only the small group to the southeast. The insects had sensed something, but that something had no shape, no temperature, no smell. It wasn't a living thing. The insects stopped. Shino said. The eyes didn't see it. Hinata said. Ingien's shadow stretched toward the point where Shino's insects had stopped. When his shadow touched that area, he finally sensed it. Not chakra, not a life reaction, an anomaly of the shadow. The shadows of those trees fell across the ground, and at their edges was a faint unnaturalness. The direction of the shadows was off from the direction of the sunlight by about 2 degrees. Only 2 degrees. Impossible for the naked eye, impossible for the Byakugan, impossible for the insects. Only a shadow could sense that the shadow was tilted. Southeast 40 paces, the shadow of that cedar, Ingien said. Shino's insects surged toward it. Hinata's Byakugan locked onto the area around the cedar. Kurenai stepped out from the cedar's shadow, a trace of surprise on her face. How did you find me? The shadow was tilted, Ingien said. Kurenai looked at the shadow under his feet. A shadow tilted 2 degrees. A Jonin's concealment technique looks like this to your eyes. Injian said nothing. Kurenai suddenly smiled. The third Hokage was right. Putting you in Team 8 wasn't for you to learn. She turned and walked out of the trees. First round of the Chunin exam tomorrow. See you at the venue. Shino drew back his insects. Hinata released her Byakugan. Injian withdrew his shadow. The three followed. The first round of the Chunin exam, the written test. The venue was a large classroom at the Ninja Academy. When Injian walked in, the room was already packed. Genin from every village Konoha genin, and his gaze swept over the third row from the back. Naruto was slouched over his desk, scratching his head, his test paper completely blank. Sasuke sat beside him, back straight, pen slowly turning between his fingers. Sakura sat on Sasuke's other side, handwriting rapid. Shikamaru leaned against the window seat, eyes vacant, probably done long ago. Ino and Choji sat beside him. Hinata sat behind Naruto, slightly to one side, stealing glances at his back from time to time. Kiba, Shino, Rock Lee, Tenten, Niji. The 12 genin elites all present. Except that he carried one more identity as he sat among them. Naruto suddenly lifted his head and looked toward him. Pineapple Head, no. 2. The whole classroom turned to stare at Injian. Naruto leapt up from his seat, dashed over in 2 or 3 strides and grabbed his shoulder. You're back. You're really back. I thought I dreamed you treating me to ramen. Injian was shaken back a little. We're in the middle of an exam, Naruto. The exam's nothing. Naruto lowered his voice, but not low enough. Half the room could still hear him. Do you know how long you were gone? 10 months. 10 months without coming to see us. Not even a letter. You aren't allowed to write letters. Naruto was stunned. Really? Really? Naruto let go of his shoulder and scratched his head. Fine then. As long as you're back. He grinned and slapped Injian hard on the back. After the exam at Chiraku Ramen. 5 bowls. You owe me. Injian didn't refuse. Naruto went back to facing his blank paper. Injian sat down next to Shino, and his shadow spread beneath the desk. He sensed Sasuke's gaze from the other side of the room. No Sharingan, no inside eye, just ordinary Sasuke Uchiha's gaze. That gaze rested on him for a moment, then withdrew. Injian smoothed out his test paper and began to answer. The first round of the Chunin exam, the written test. The proctor Ibiki Marino announced the simple rule: get caught cheating 5 times and you lose your eligibility. The true rule was, obtain answers in a way that wouldn't get you caught. Sensor-type Shinobi's advantage was pushed to its limit in this round. Hinata's Byakugan, Shino's insects, and his shadow, 3 kinds of perception, let them locate the deliberately planted answer sources in the room without any need for communication. Injian kept his head down, pen scratching across the paper. Naruto's paper remained blank as he scratched his head in agitation. Sakura had already reached the last few questions. Kakashi's flood of practice questions training had done its work on her. Sasuke's pen moved at a steady pace. His knowledge base could handle most of the questions. He only needed the Sharingan for 1 or 2 obscure problems. Niji's Byakugan swept silently through the exam hall, while Tenten's fingers sent signals beneath the desk. Rock Lee's paper wasn't much better than Naruto's. He barely managed to hang on with Tenten's signals. Shikamaru had finished ages ago, and was staring blankly at the clouds outside the window. Everything was exactly as in the original story. Injian finished the last question and put down his pen. His shadow spread slightly under the desk, sensing everyone in the exam room, everyone's chakra, every subtle movement, everyone's tension and confidence. He wasn't here to take the exam. He was here to observe. Primary observation targets: Naruto, Uzumaki, Sasuke, Uchiha, and Gaara of the Sand. Naruto was getting through this written test in his own way, with stubborn refusal to yield, holding the line in front of a blank sheet, waiting for that loophole that would let even a blank paper pass in the end. Sasuke was doing it in his own way, calm, precise, wasting no extra effort. And Gaara, the red-haired boy from Sunagakure, sat with his arms crossed over his chest, his paper long finished. His sand didn't appear in the exam room. But Injian's shadow sensed the chakra of a tailed beast slowly churning inside his body. That wasn't his own power. That was Shikaka, the tailed beast sealed within him. That chakra was crushed beneath the seal, asleep. Injian withdrew his perception. The 10th question, Ibiki's final test: choose to take it or not. Choose not to take it, the entire team loses eligibility, but you can come again next year. Choose to take it, and if you fail you can never take the Chunin exam again. At the last moment Naruto raised his hand. Don't think you can look down on me. I won't retreat. Ibiki announced that everyone who chose to continue had passed. First round passed. Naruto collapsed into his seat like a fish washed ashore. Sakura was laughing. The corner of Sasuke's mouth twitched slightly. Ingien put away his stationery and stood. Naruto caught up from behind. Pineapple Head no. 2. Let's give it our all in the second round too. Ingien didn't turn back, he just raised a hand and waved. Second round, the Forest of Death. Orochimaru. The curse mark. He walked down the corridor, his shadow spreading ahead of him. Beneath that pale gray layer the yin-yang core rotated slowly. The true trial began with the second round. The night in the Forest of Death arrived earlier and pressed deeper than anywhere else. The towering ancient trees slashed the sky into fragments and moonlight could barely seep through. Only shadows scattered across the ground and the smell of decaying leaves remained. Ingien did not take the main road. He crouched on a high branch of a giant cedar, his shadow drawn in within 2 meters of his body, his breath pressed to the faintest minimum. The shadow seal crushed his chakra fluctuations beneath a pale gray camouflage. From the fragments he had copied from Team 7, Naruto's golden Yin Release and Sasuke's purple-black Yin Release burned in his perception like 2 lamps that would never go out, clear as etched lines in the darkness even through layer upon layer of trees. He had searched the Forest of Death for an entire day. When those 2 masses of chakra finally entered the edge of his perception, a thick stench of blood came riding on the wind. Not beast's blood, human blood. And another presence, cold, clinging, carrying the rotten sweetness of silt and decay from the depths of a swamp. Orochimaru. Ingien's pupils contracted sharply. He kicked off and like a silent arrow shot toward that direction. When he arrived, the battle had already become one-sided brutality. Not a duel, a mockery. The great serpent's body had plowed deep furrows through the forest, splintered wood and mud scattered everywhere. Sakura was hurled away by a tremendous force, her back slamming into a cedar trunk. Blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. She struggled a few times but could not rise. The disguised examinee she had been protecting had long since fallen unconscious. Naruto's shadow clones were popped one by one like bubbles. His real body was caught in the chest by the great serpent's tail, sent flying and crashed heavily against an exposed tree root. Bones made a dull teeth-grinding sound. He lay on the ground vomiting a mouthful of sour fluid, yet still tried to push himself up with his elbows. Meanwhile Sasuke was gripped in Orochimaru's own hand. When Orochimaru's body rose from beneath the earth, it slid out like a snake emerging from under rotting leaves. Not breaking ground, flowing. Tall and gaunt, his skin pale as if it had never seen light, his long black hair hanging behind him like waterweed. He wore the gray robes of Otogekure, but anyone could see that the silhouette beneath was wrong. Too long, too soft, not bone and muscle, but something like a soft body forcibly stretched and twisted out of shape. With one hand he gripped Sasuke's neck and lifted the boy off the ground. Sasuke's face had flushed purple-red. His hands futilely clawed at Orochimaru's fingers while the 2 tomo in his Sharingan spun wildly, yet they could not even cut the man's skin. The 2 tomo he had only just awakened were not even enough to grant him the right to struggle before a Sannin. Uchiha Sasuke. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse and slow like sandpaper grinding over damp snake scales. You are far inferior to your brother. Sasuke's pupils contracted violently at those words. Orochimaru's golden snake eyes narrowed slightly as if savoring the flicker of despair in his prey's eyes. Then he moved, not to attack but to bite. His neck shot forward like a serpent, and in his open mouth fangs gleamed cold white in the moonlight. Stop. A shadow was quicker than he was. Ingien dropped straight down through the branches of the giant cedar. Shadow touch was completed before he landed. His shadow stretched through the air like an impossibly thin ink-black veil, slicing precisely into the space between Orochimaru and Sasuke. Orochimaru's fangs sank into the shadow membrane. Not piercing it, sticking to it. The membrane spread like a living thing along his teeth and into his mouth, covering the cold white fangs and the crimson palate in ink. It was as uncanny as a snake being force-fed a spoonful of ink down its throat. Orochimaru's hand halted for an instant. In that instant Ingien landed. He formed no seal. A will-driven shadow hand rose from the ground and a pitch-black whip of shadow slashed across the wrist Orochimaru was using to grip Sasuke. Not cutting, prying. The shadow whip wedged like a shovel into the gap between fingers and Sasuke's throat, then wrenched outward. Orochimaru's 5 fingers were forced open. Sasuke fell to the ground coughing violently. Ingien did not look back at him. Take Naruto and Sakura and go. Sasuke knelt on the ground clutching his throat, the 2 tomo in his Sharingan still turning as he stared fixedly at Orochimaru. You cannot even stand steadily right now. Sasuke's lips pressed into a thin line. He glanced at Ingien, not at his face but at the shadow beneath his feet, the one whose color was no longer being restrained. Then he climbed to his feet and staggered toward where Naruto had fallen. Orochimaru did not give chase. He stood in place, his golden snake eyes reflecting the shadow under Ing Jian's feet, that true ink no longer restrained. The curve at the corner of his mouth widened slowly, not in anger but in curiosity, like a snake encountering an egg it had never seen before. Nara boy. His voice scraped like sandpaper. Your shadow is very interesting. Ing Jian did not answer. His shadow spread out across the ground a full 60-meter radius. Orochimaru stood at the very center of his shadow like a lump of white phosphorus dropped into an ink pool radiating a piercing cold light. Then Orochimaru moved. Not toward Ing Jian, toward Sasuke's retreating back. He moved so fast that the ground might not have existed beneath his feet. Like a snake skimming the earth, he slipped around the shadow Ing Jian had spread in front of himself without a sound. Ing Jian's pupils shrank. Too fast. But he did not turn. His shadow split outward from the ink pool at his feet, not one strand but 9. 9 shadow whips rose from the ground at once like an ink-black flower in full bloom, sealing off every direction Orochimaru could possibly strike from. Orochimaru's body twisted, folded, and slid through the gaps between the shadow whips. The whips lashed his robe, the robe split open but the skin beneath did not bleed. Wounds closed by themselves like soft mud, leaving no trace. Ing Jian clenched his right hand. All 9 shadow whips contracted at once, strangling inward from 9 directions. A moment before the killing net closed, Orochimaru's body stretched, and like a true snake slipped out through the narrow spaces of the net. Not breaking free, slipping. His bones, muscles, and skin had become a soft body that could deform at will, flowing out through the crisscrossing gaps of the shadow whips. Ing Jian's left hand had already completed the second seal. The instant Orochimaru landed, the ground was no longer ground. Shadow marsh. Shadow fused with water-natured chakra turned the earth within 10 paces into a pool of ink-black swamp. Orochimaru's ankles sank into the shadow marsh, his body faltering for a beat. Ing Jian did not waste that beat. The 5 fingers of his right hand snapped shut. Dozens of shadow spikes rose from the marsh, and pierced upward through Orochimaru's legs, flank, and shoulder. Not piercing, pinning. Orochimaru's body was nailed in place. Orochimaru looked down at the shadow spikes passing through his body, then raised his head and looked at Ing Jian. The curve still hung at the corner of his mouth. Yin Release shape transformation. Water nature collapse. You can already use 2 natures at once. Ing Jian did not answer. His right hand maintained the shadow spikes while his left hand began forming the 3rd seal. His hands were trembling slightly. Not from fear. Maintaining 9 shadow whips, the shadow marsh, and dozens of shadow spikes while also preparing a 3rd sealing formula, his chakra was evaporating from his meridians at a visible speed. But he could not stop. If he stopped, Orochimaru would slip away from his shadow. The sealing formula had not yet fully formed when Orochimaru's body liquefied again. This time it was not slipping, it was shedding. He shed himself out from the shadow spikes, leaving behind an entire layer of outer skin wrapped in shadow, while his true body slid out of the shadow marsh like a real snake casting off its old skin. The shed skin quickly dried, crumbled, and turned to ash on the spikes. Ing Jian wanted to change his technique, but for that instant his chakra flow hit a razor-thin fault line. Then he was struck. Orochimaru had circled behind him and pressed a palm against the center of his back. Ing Jian was sent flying as if hit from the side by a giant beast. His back broke 2 trunks as thick as a bull's mouth before he slammed into a 3rd giant cedar, leaving a shallow crater, and stopped. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. His ribs were probably broken, 1 maybe 2. He knelt among the fallen leaves, gasping for air, his vision blurred by sweat for a moment. Orochimaru did not pursue him. He turned towards Sasuke. Sasuke, dragging Naruto towards Sakura, suddenly sensed that icy chakra closing in from behind. He spun around, shuriken between his fingers, both tomo of his Sharingan blazing at full strength. Orochimaru lunged like a giant python at its prey, seized Sasuke's neck with one hand, and lifted him up again. Ing Jian. Sasuke forced the name out of his throat. It was not a cry for help. It was a message: I will hold him here. You strike. Ing Jian rose from the fallen leaves, both hands forming seals at the same time. Shadow touch surged up from beneath Orochimaru, not 9 strands this time but 3. 3 shadow pillars thick as water buckets rose from the ground and rammed into Orochimaru from 3 directions at once. Orochimaru's body twisted and deformed under their combined impact. Then Ing Jian heard the sound. Not the sound of shadow pillars striking flesh. It was the sound of a curse seal being planted, a dull impact like teeth sinking into skin. Everything went still. The 3 shadow pillars stopped half an inch from Orochimaru, and did not close in any further. Orochimaru lifted his head from the side of Sasuke's neck, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. 3 tomo-shaped black marks were embedded in the skin on both sides of Sasuke's cervical spine. Sasuke's eyes were stretched wide, his pupils shrunk violently, his mouth open but unable to make any sound. Then he began to scream. That sound froze Ing Jian's fingers halfway through a hand seal. Black patterns stretched out from the 3 tomo like roots boring into soil, climbing madly upward along Sasuke's carotid arteries. They crossed his jawline, climbed his cheekbones, and spread across his entire face. Sasuke's back arched like a coat hanger, snapped from within, every muscle in his body convulsing. The cursed seal was not mere chakra erosion, Ing Jian sensed it. It was natural energy course, untamed, surging into Sasuke like a flash flood, forcibly reshaping his meridians. Sasuke's body was being torn apart from within. Ing Jian moved. Not toward Orochimaru, towards Sasuke. His right hand pressed hard against the back of Sasuke's neck, his palm covering the 3 tomo that were still spreading. A shadow membrane grew from his palm, not an attack but a covering. An extremely thin membrane carrying the balanced nature of Yin Release, like a black dressing, gently adhered to the edge of the cursed seal. At the depths of his shadow, the Yin core spun at an unprecedented speed. Yin Release creates form, Yang Release gives life, the two in balance. The cursed seal's natural energy was Yang out of control, so he used Yin to harmonize it. The rampaging natural energy was a flash flood. The shadow membrane did not block it, it guided it, splitting the flood into countless small streams, slowing them in their flow, cooling them as they slowed. Sasuke's convulsing muscles relaxed slightly. The black patterns that had climbed his cheekbones paused for an instant, then with extreme slowness receded thread by thread, just a sliver. Only a sliver. But that sliver was enough to drag Sasuke's breath back from the edge of suffocation. Ing Jian's hand was seized by another hand. Cold, slippery, like being coiled around by a snake. Orochimaru crouched beside him. His golden snake eyes were inches away. Your shadow really is very interesting. His voice, hoarse and slow, scraped across snake scales like sandpaper. Yin Release shaped transformation. Water nature collapse. The rudiments of a sealing technique. And this, his thumb brushed across the shadow membrane in Ing Jian's palm. Using your own yin-yang balance to harmonize the cursed seal's imbalance. This is not a Nara clan technique. This is your own technique. Ing Jian did not pull his hand away. He stared into Orochimaru's golden snake eyes, his palms still covering the back of Sasuke's neck. The shadow membrane did not withdraw. When you have grown a little more, let me see what is truly hidden inside your shadow. He released Ing Jian's hand. His body slid into the depths of the tree's shadows like a true snake. Not disappearing, merging. The chakra fluctuation rapidly receded from Ing Jian's perception, not in a single direction but in all directions, like a drop of ink falling into clear water, losing its boundaries as it spread. Gone. Ing Jian's hand still covered the back of Sasuke's neck. Sasuke's breathing had steadied. The cursed seal had temporarily stabilized the 3 tomo embedded in his skin, their edges no longer spreading. But his body was still trembling slightly, not because of the cursed seal but because of what Orochimaru had said to him. You are far inferior to your brother. Ing Jian withdrew his hand. The shadow membrane in his palm retracted and the yin-yang core's rotation slowly wound down. The pain from his broken ribs finally surged over him, sharp and leaden at once. He leaned against the tree trunk he had broken and closed his eyes. Orochimaru had taken an interest in him. One of the Sannin, creator of the cursed seal, the man who killed the 3rd Hokage, had taken an interest in him, a 12-year-old Umbu from the Nara branch family. This was not a good thing. But that was a matter for later. He opened his eyes. Sasuke was kneeling beside him, his lips moving. Your shadow. Go check on Naruto first. Ing Jian said. Sasuke looked at him. In his 2 tomo Sharingan reflected the shadow beneath Ing Jian's feet, that ink no longer restrained. He did not ask further. He simply stood staggered and walked toward where Naruto had fallen. Ing Jian was left alone. Moonlight leaked through the gaps in the branches and leaves, casting scattered patches of light on the fallen leaves around him. His shadow lay across the fallen leaves. Beneath that ink no longer held in check, the yin-yang core still spun at a wary frequency. The night in the forest of death was still long. But the image of those 3 tomo embedded in the back of Sasuke's neck and the lingering echo of Orochimaru's words would stay with him for a long, long time. After returning from the forest of death, Shadow Sight sat for a long while in the rest room of the NBU stronghold. His ribs had already been set. The medical ninja had sealed the fracture with the palm heel technique, leaving the rest to time. He leaned against the iron-gray wall, his deer mask resting on his knee, either going on missions nor meeting anyone. Crow came by once, set the follow-up report of the Wave Country mission on the table, glanced at him, and left without a word. He was thinking about Orochimaru. Not about that man, but about his own shadow. When he clashed with Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, he had used Shadow Whip, Shadow Marsh, and Shadow Spike. 9 Shadow Whips sealed off the escape routes, the Shadow Marsh controlled the terrain, and the Shadow Spikes nailed the target down. From the standpoint of technique, every step had been correct. Yet Orochimaru slid out from those Shadow Spikes like a true serpent slipping through the gaps of a net. Soft body modification, shedding skin liquefaction. Orochimaru had not countered his jutsu. He had simply stopped being a man that his jutsu could contain. If the Shadow Marsh were twice as wide, if the Shadow Whips were 9 more in number, would that be enough to seal Orochimaru? Perhaps. But that was only a quantitative change on the same plane. The reason Orochimaru could slip out of his shadows was that those shadows only clung to the outside the target's skin, outside the muscles, outside the chakra pathway system. His shadow touch could seep into a target's shadow, perceive, control, but that penetration was superficial. A fishing net can trap a fish, but it cannot trap water. Orochimaru's body, modified by soft body transformation, had long ceased to be a fish. He was water. Shadow Sight rose, fastened the deer mask over his face, and walked out the door. The Hokage's office was on the 3rd floor. As Shadow Sight ascended, the setting sun streamed through the windows, dyeing the entire corridor a deep orange. He knocked. "Come in." The 3rd Hokage sat behind his desk, several mission reports spread before him. The orange light outside the window fell on his silver-white hair. "Shadow," the 3rd Hokage said, looking up. "You're injured." "Ribs." "Already set." The 3rd Hokage studied him for a few seconds, then tilted his chin toward the chair before his desk. Shadow Sight sat, placing the deer mask on his knee. "Orochimaru," he said. The 3rd Hokage's hand paused. "Speak." Shadow Sight recounted what had happened in the Forest of Death. Disguised as a genin from Otogekure, Orochimaru had infiltrated the exam and attacked Team 7 in the Forest of Death. Naruto and Sasuke had barely been able to put up a fight. Shadow Sight had arrived, they exchanged a brief clash, and Sasuke's neck was bitten, the curse mark planted. And there was the look Orochimaru had given him at the end, along with those words, "Your shadows are quite interesting. When you've grown a little more, let me see what truly lies hidden in your shadows." A long silence filled the office. Outside, a bird swept past, its shadow sliding across the orange floor. "What is your assessment of Orochimaru's strength?" the 3rd Hokage asked, his voice flat. "Kage-level," Shadow Sight said. "I can use my shadows to seal his conventional frontal attacks, but his understanding of ordinary jutsu has already transcended the realm of offense and defense. He is not fighting. He is using his own body as the jutsu itself. And what effect do your shadows have on him?" "Superficial shadow touch can intervene, but it cannot penetrate the core of his chakra pathway system. His chakra circuits have been broken apart and reorganized by the soft body modification. I cannot lock him down." The 3rd Hokage fell silent for a long time. The tea before him had long gone cold, the tea stalk sunk to the bottom of the cup, motionless. "Orochimaru was my most beloved student," he said. "And also the greatest mistake of my life." Shadow Sight said nothing. The 3rd Hokage picked up the cold tea and took a sip. "When he defected back then, I chased him to the forest outside the village. He was already covered in wounds, kneeling on the ground without even the strength to stand. I pressed the kunai against the back of his neck. And then I could not bring myself to strike." His voice was quiet. "Not because he was my student. It was because at that moment I realized I had not chased after him to kill him. I had chased after him to see whether he would turn back. He did not turn back. And I did not strike either. That one missed strike, I have owed Konoha for it for decades." Shadow Sight still said nothing. Silence spread through the orange light. The 3rd Hokage set down his teacup, took a scroll from the drawer, unfurled it, dipped his brush in ink, and set the tip to paper with a soft scratching sound. After writing the last character, he rolled the scroll shut, sealed it with wax, and stamped it with the Hokage seal. Then he pulled the bell beside his desk. The door opened and 2 figures entered. The first Shadow Sight recognized, from ANBU records. Yamato, codenamed Tenzo. Short brown hair, standard ANBU uniform, his gaze as steady as water that never stirs. Praised since the era of the 3rd Hokage as the pinnacle of elite ANBU ninja, he was the sole survivor among Orochimaru's experimental subjects, having been implanted with cells of the 1st Hokage Hashirama Senju, inheriting the complete water release, earth release, and the wood release bloodline limit born from their fusion. The second shadow Sight had never seen. Black short hair, skin pale as if he had not seen sunlight for a long time, a very standard smile fixed on his face, but there was not a trace of warmth in those eyes. Sai, a member of Danzo's route. A brush and a blank scroll rested in his hands, his one-of-a-kind weapons. His secret technique, Super Beast Imitation Drawing, could give tangible form to ink paintings infused with chakra, manifesting fierce beasts for attack or reconnaissance. No companions needed. No communication needed. Only a brush and inkstone and a command. Yamato. The third Hokage handed the scroll over. This is your mission order. You, Sai, and Shadow will be formed into a tracking team. Target Orochimaru. Yamato took the scroll, broke the wax seal, and ran his eyes over the text of the mission order. His expression did not change from beginning to end. Then he passed the scroll to Sai, who took it, his smile still fixed on his face, exactly the same. Mission summary: track Orochimaru's movements, investigate any bases he may have established in the land of rice fields and its vicinity, and confirm whether he is preparing his next move against Konoha. Mission rank A. Duration indefinite until sufficient intelligence is obtained or the target's trail is lost. Team composition: Yamato as Captain, Shadow as the Intelligence Corps, Sai as Scout and Support. Depart immediately. The border of the land of rice fields lay northeast of Konoha. By the time the three left the village, dusk was falling, the sunset painting the village roads orange. Yamato walked at the front, his steps steady, every stride nearly identical in length, not from deliberate control but from the muscle memory forged through years of ANBU missions. Shadow Sight walked in the middle of the formation. Sai walked at the rear, silent since departure. After passing the outer barrier of Konoha, Yamato stopped and turned. Tenzo, he said. During the mission, call me Tenzo. Shadow is the Intelligence Corps. Your shadow perception is the priority resource in this operation. Tell me your perception range and accuracy. 60-meter radius. All chakra fluctuations within that range, including concealed and suppressed ones. Shadow Sight said. Yamato nodded, offered no judgment, and then turned to Sai. Your Super Beast Imitation Drawing. How large an area can your aerial reconnaissance cover? A 3-kilometer radius, Sai replied, his smile exactly as it had been at departure. The ink beasts last about half an hour, then need to be recalled and recharged with chakra. That's enough. Alternate reconnaissance. Leave no blind spots. Yamato turned and continued forward. This was Shadow Sight's first time participating in a 3-man squad mission as a formal ANBU operative, and his first time acting alongside Yamato and Sai. Yamato was the elite pinnacle of the Hokage's direct ANBU. Sai was an emotionless combat tool cultivated in Danzo's route. As for himself, he was the shadow user of the Nara branch family, the shadow personally inserted into the ANBU by the third Hokage. Directly under the Hokage. Root. Nara. 3 people from utterly different origins crammed into the same team. The third Hokage had done it deliberately. When they reached the border of the land of rice fields, night had fully fallen. There was no road in the forest, only trails trampled by wild beasts. Yamato stopped and formed a single hand seal. The ground trembled slightly and a tree as thick as a bowl rose from the soil. Its trunk bent, branched, and wove before his eyes, forming a low shelter in moments. A simplified version of the Wood Release 4-pillar house technique. A combat shelter, not a full structure like the original, but enough for the 3 to rest in shifts. Rotate guard duty. Shadow, after we settle, and spread your shadow perception to cover the area around the shelter. Sai, get up a tree and have your ink bird circle high. Report any chakra reaction immediately. Yamato said. Sai took out the scroll from behind him, unfurled it, dipped his brush in ink and painted on the paper. An ink-black hawk rose from the surface, spread its wings, and slipped silently into the depths of the night. Shadow Sight sat down inside the shelter, back against the wooden wall, eyes closed. Shadows spread from beneath his feet, unfolding to the full 60-meter radius. The night in the land of rice fields was different from that of the land of fire. The land of fire's nights had insects chirping, wind blowing, and dogs barking in distant villages. The night in the land of rice fields had nothing. The forest was like a giant sound-absorbing sponge, drawing away every noise. It was an unnatural quiet. At dawn they continued north. All along the way Yamato walked at the front, Sai in the middle, and Shadow Sight at the rear. The ink hawks circled overhead, while shadow perception spread across the ground. The ink hawks searched the sky, Shadow Sight searched the earth. Yamato wove the two together. The trio's advance was far faster than any lone operative's. On the second day after noon, Sai's ink hawk suddenly descended and landed back on his scroll. The ink re-solidified on the paper into the shape of a hawk, but its claws held something, a scrap of cloth gray-blue, its edges scorched black. Sai took the cloth from the Inkhawk's claws and unfolded it. The scrap was about 2 fingers wide and on it lingered an extremely faint chakra fluctuation, cold and sticky. Yamato took the cloth, his brows slightly furrowed. Orochimaru's chakra residue. No more than 48 hours old. Shadow Sight's shadow extended and touched the surface of the cloth. Cold and sticky like mud from the depths of a swamp. Exactly the texture of Orochimaru's chakra in his memory. Direction, Yamato said. Shadow Sight closed his eyes. There was too little chakra remaining on the cloth, too little to track. But his shadow had once overlapped with Orochimaru's shadow in the Forest of Death. That instant of texture, that cold viscous sensation like countless fragments of souls forcibly stitched together, his shadow remembered it. His shadow touch swept across the cloth's surface again and again, then caught a thread of extraordinarily weak pull. Not pointing to Orochimaru himself but to a place where he had once stopped. Northwest, Shadow Sight said. The Inkhawk rose again. The 3 changed course and advanced northwest. On the 3rd day of tracking they found the first base. A stone fortress deep in the mountain forest designed just like that northern stronghold at the edge of the land of rice fields. The Inkhawk circled several laps above the fortress. Sai's eyes closed shared its vision. Empty. At least on the surface. The front stone door is half open. Doesn't look like an orderly evacuation, more like a hasty departure. Yamato made a hand signal. The 3 split up and approached the fortress entrance from 3 directions. Shadow Sight's shadow seeped inside first. Empty. Stone chambers, dust-covered worktables, shattered glass jars, the charred remnants of scrolls. Orochimaru had not left this place with much composure. Someone had cleaned up but not thoroughly enough. Sai crouched by the wall, drawing his brush across the floor, sweeping away the dust. Beneath the dust lay stone slabs, and on the slabs were carved patterns. Not decorative patterns, sealing jutsu formulas. Very old enough that the edges of the lines had been worn smooth by time. But the formulas themselves were intact. Tenzo-senpai, Sai said. Yamato came over, crouched, and pressed his palm against the stone slab. Would release chakra seeped from his palm into the grooves of the formula. The sealing array reacted to Yamato's would release. The cells of Hashirama Senju possessed a natural resonance with the Uzumaki clan's sealing arts. One by one the lines of the formula lit up, not because it was being broken but because it was being awakened. Then the central stone slab sank soundlessly, revealing a staircase descending into the earth. Yamato lit a torch and took the lead. Shadow Sight walked in the center, his shadow suffusing the walls on both sides of the stairs. Sai brought up the rear, his brush saturated with ink. Underground. All of Orochimaru's secrets were hidden underground. The subterranean section of this base was more than 3 times larger than the surface portion. Laboratories lined the corridor, their tables still bearing dried traces of liquids. Glass jars held biological tissue beyond recognition, dust-covered scrolls and instruments were piled against the walls, and the air carried a mingled stench of disinfectant and rotting flesh. At the end of the corridor stood an iron door. Shadow Sight's shadow seeped inside first. Empty. Within the iron door was a cell, its reinforced steel walls covered in dents and scratches. In the center of the floor was carved a massive sealing array, and at its heart was embedded a fractured curse-marked talisman stone. Within the array lingered an extraordinarily faint yet extraordinarily pure fluctuation of natural energy. Shadow Sight crouched in the center of the cell and pressed his palm against the fractured talisman stone. Someone was imprisoned here. For a long time. He could perceive it, the traces of presence left behind in the space. Shadows could sense such things. Not someone corroded by the curse mark. The source of the curse mark itself. The natural energy in his body was too pure, so pure that even Orochimaru could not fully control it, and had to suppress him with the sealing array. Yamato was silent for a moment. The name. 2 characters were carved on the talisman stone. A dialect of the land of rice fields, rough strokes. Shadow Sight read them aloud. Yugo. A brief stillness fell over the cell. The source of Orochimaru's curse mark, the one born with the ability to absorb natural energy. Orochimaru had kept him here using his bodily fluids to create the curse mark. Then some time earlier, for reasons unknown, he had been urgently transferred elsewhere. Yamato looked around the entire cell, his gaze coming to rest on the scratches on the steel plates. The sealing array suppressed his power, but it could not suppress the destructive force of his rampages. These scratches were left by human hands after complete sage transformation. Shadow Sight thought of what he had perceived during those few dozen heartbeats when his shadow had overlapped with Yugo's in the Forest of Death. The orange-haired youth crouching in the very center of the cell, both hands covering his face, his body shaking violently, repeating in a hoarse, slurred voice to everyone who approached, "Get away. He did not want to hurt anyone, but the natural energy within him had never been something he could control. The three sealed everything worth taking from the base into storage scrolls. The surviving fragments of experiment records, the pieces of the curse-marked talisman stone, the stone engraved with Yugo, and a few fragments of secret letters exchanged between Orochimaru and his buyers. When they left the fortress, dusk was already falling. Yamato unrolled the mission scroll and added a few lines. Day 4. Discovered one abandoned Orochimaru base. Confirmed that the curse mark originates from an experimental subject named Yugo who possesses a special constitution that naturally absorbs natural energy. Yugo has already been transferred, destination unknown. Continue tracking. He sealed the scroll, formed a hand seal, and summoned a messenger bird shaped from wood release. The scroll was bound to its leg and the wooden bird beat its wings, rose into the sky, and flew toward Konoha. Continue, Yamato said. Shadow's sight glanced at him. Continue. Yugo had already been moved. Orochimaru's trail might already be broken. But what Yamato said was continue, not return. The third Hokage's order to them was track Orochimaru's movements, not come back after finding one abandoned base. The order was what it was, and Yamato would carry it out to the end. The three continued north. The dusk of the land of rice fields deepened with every step. Orochimaru was preparing his next move against Konoha. The countdown to the Konoha crushed plan had already begun. Yugo had been transferred, but Shadow's sight had already carved that name into his mind. One day he would find that man. Not to complete a mission, but to know when that uncontrollable power of the curse mark met the tuned natural energy of his shadows, what exactly would collide. After Kagemi returned from the stronghold in the land of rice fields, half of July had already passed in Konoha. The official selection matches of the third stage of the Chunin exams were set for August 6, leaving a countdown of nearly a month. What had happened in the Forest of Death was sealed away as the highest-level secret. Orochimaru's infiltration, the curse seal planted on Sasuke, and Kagemi's intervention as an ANBU were all locked inside the archives under the Hokage's direct control. But everyone had seen the back of Sasuke's neck. The black curse seal shaped like 3 tomo was embedded in his skin like 3 drops of scorched ink. After the preliminaries, Sasuke never returned to the hospital. Kakashi took him somewhere, and no one knew the exact place. Naruto had vanished as well. He had not been taken away. He had run out of the hospital on his own. When he woke up, he found that Sasuke had already been discharged. The only person left in the ward was Sakura peeling an apple. He pulled out the 4-needle and rushed outside, only to be stopped at the village gate by a tall figure with white hair. Jiraiya. One of the Sannin, disciple of the 3rd Hokage, teacher of the 4th Hokage. The Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, author of the Ika Ika series and the most unreliable legend in all of Konoha. His stated reason for returning to the village was gathering material, but in truth, the 3rd Hokage had called him back. Orochimaru had appeared and Konoha needed Jiraiya. The way Jiraiya chose to help was to take Naruto away. Leave this kid to me, he said to the 3rd Hokage. At the time, Kagemi was standing outside the Hokage's office about to leave after completing his routine report. He heard those words, and he heard the 3rd Hokage's silence followed by a nod. Naruto needed a master, Jiraiya needed a disciple. In the Forest of Death, Orochimaru had seen the look in Sasuke's eyes like a snake seeing a fledgling about to hatch from its shell, and Naruto was the only anchor that could keep Sasuke from falling utterly into darkness. Jiraiya knew this, and the 3rd Hokage knew it too. Kakashi took Sasuke, Jiraiya took Naruto. Team 7 split into 2 and set out in 2 completely different directions. Kagemi stood on the rooftop of the Hokage building looking toward the village gate. In his perception, 2 masses of chakra were moving slowly, receding in different directions. Naruto's golden flame was leaping and excited, carrying the noisy energy of, is the pervy sage really going to teach me an insanely strong jutsu? Sasuke's violet-black ice core was silent and contracted, bearing the weight of I have to become stronger before August 6th pressing down on his entire heart. 2 strings vibrated in his perception, different in direction and frequency, yet both were heading toward the same goal, August 6th, the official selection matches of the Chunin exams. Teammates' training had also begun. Kurenai was a quiet woman. She was not like Kakashi, who was always late, not like Guy, who was forever burning, not like Asuma, who always had a cigarette in his mouth. She simply stood there watching you with those deep crimson eyes and telling you through silence. If you were not ready, she would wait. The 3rd stage of the Chunin exams is individual combat, but before that you need to remember one thing: Konoha shinobi never fight one by one when facing a powerful enemy. You are teammates. Shino pushed up his sunglasses. Hinata nodded while clutching the hem of her clothes, and Kagemi remained silent. So for this month's training I won't only teach you solo assault. I want you to learn one thing. When one of the three is being suppressed, the other two must launch a counter. Not a remedy, a counter. A remedy repairs a counter, turns disadvantage into a trap. Hinata's eyes lit up, and Shino's insects poked a few feelers out of his sleeve before drawing back. Live combat practice began. They took turns attacking, defending, and supporting. Hinata's gentle fist was no longer just defense and point striking. Kurenai taught her to strike directly at the weak points of Tenketsu with a chakra-charged palm building on the twin lion fists. Shino began to grow accustomed to covering with taijutsu when his insects were suppressed. As for Kagemi, he kept his shadow restrained using only basic extension and binding. No shadow touch, no yin-yang core, no submerged shadow heart strangle. Those were ANBU weapons, not genin weapons. The summer of Konoha's 60th year slipped away quietly between training and missions. In the afternoon, Kagemi went to the ANBU stronghold. Yamato handed him the consolidated follow-up intelligence from the Land of Rice Fields mission. Orochimaru's trail had gone cold in the north, but border patrols had reported several suspicious movements involving sound shinobi infiltration. He began training himself to maintain shadow perception while forming hand seals to launch an attack. At the stronghold in the Land of Rice Fields he had sensed Yugo's cell, but in the moment Orochimaru slipped away his perception had not simultaneously caught the enemy's next foothold. The gap between perception and reaction was what he needed to close next. In the evening he went to the rear mountain. The fawn in the deer pen had grown into a half-grown buck, its antlers just beginning to branch into two small tines. Shinsuke crouched at the entrance of the deer pen brushing the doe's coat. When he saw Kagemi he only gave a slight nod. Kagemi sat down on the pile of hay in the deer pen, closed his eyes and let his shadow spread. He sensed the heartbeats, breathing and churning stomachs of the deer as they chewed cud, the slow steady flow of chakra inside Shinsuke, and a single moment of his father patrolling the border, his shadow carrying back a distant indistinct pulse through Yin Release resonance. But he could not sense Naruto or Sasuke. They had gone far, far beyond the maximum range of shadow touch. He only knew they were getting stronger. Naruto was practicing the Rasengan beneath a waterfall somewhere, and Sasuke was being lit by the flash of lightning in a valley somewhere. Naruto was training with Jiraiya in the final stage of the Rasengan. The waterfall was deafening. Jiraiya sat in the shade flipping through the latest volume of Ika, occasionally glancing up at the ball of chakra taking shape in Naruto's palm. Kagemi did not reveal himself. He crouched far off behind a massive boulder downstream, his eyes beneath the deer mask watching through the mist as the blue sphere of chakra in Naruto's palm kept forming, collapsing and forming again. Naruto's palms were scraped raw. He wrapped them in bandages and continued swinging his arms thousands of times a day. Until late one night, with the waterfall roaring as deafeningly as ever, a perfect Rasengan spun at high speed in the moonlight, the mist blown backward by its vortex. He had learned it. Kagemi stood up from behind the boulder and silently withdrew into the forest. He did not say congratulations, but he kept the image of that Rasengan lighting up the mist in his heart. That was light Naruto had created with his own hands. Sasuke's training was taking place in another valley. Kakashi taught Sasuke every method of the Chidori, the order of hand seals, the condensation of chakra, and the nature transformation of lightning release. Sasuke grasped all the technical essentials of the technique in an extremely short time. His Sharingan could catch the faintest tremor of chakra in the Raikiri, and his Yin Release talent made lightning release sharper in his hands than any Uchiha's. But Kakashi was not only teaching Chidori, he was also sealing the curse seal. As the sealing formula spread over the back of Sasuke's neck, Sasuke gritted his teeth without making a sound. The curse seal was one source of his power, for revenge being sealed meant that this power could not be used for the time being. Kakashi asked whether he could accept it. Sasuke did not answer, but he did not resist. He had to become stronger before August 6th, not to win the Chunin exams, but to prove to that man, the one who had killed his entire clan together with his entire childhood, that he was no longer the child who could only kneel in a pool of blood and scream. Kagemi did not approach that valley. Kakashi's perception range was no smaller than his, and Sasuke's Sharingan was no longer what it had once been. He merely stood at the edge of the dense forest outside the valley, letting his shadow perception seep through the shallow ground. Day after day, through 1,000 piercings of Chidori, he sensed Sasuke's chakra solidifying, constricting, and being tempered into an ever-sharper black shinobi blade. One evening in early August, Kagemi sat on the hillside of the rear mountain and gazed at the distant sky. The setting sun burned the clouds orange-red, exactly like that evening on the great Naruto bridge in the Land of Waves. He remembered Zabuza charging into the crowd with a kunai clenched in his teeth, Haku, in the final instant when he stood before the Chidori, the tears Naruto shed as he knelt beside Zabuza, and the silhouette of Sasuke rushing to the rooftop after waking from his hospital bed. Every bond exists so that when one of them loses the way, someone still stands on the road that led them there. Kagemi rose from the hillside. The Yin core revolved quietly in the depths of his shadow. He had learned to operate it without the frequency of vigilance. Not because vigilance was unnecessary, but because he no longer treated vigilance as his only stance. There was less than half a month until August 6th. There was likewise less than half a month until Orochimaru's Konoha Crush plan. He still did not have enough power to seal Orochimaru's soul. Orochimaru had slipped away from him in the forest of death like a snake sliding through the gap in a net. His shadow touch could seep into the other's shadow, but it could not lock down that monster assembled from countless soul fragments. He needed a higher level of sealing arts, a deeper fusion of the yin-yang core, and to push the permeation of his shadow from the layer of chakra meridians to the layer of the soul. He also needed time. But time was almost gone. Yet he did not stop. He walked down the mountain. The light at Shikamaru's house was still on. He and Shikamaru still had an unfinished game of shogi. During that month, in the gaps between training and missions, they would set out the shogi board on the veranda at dusk, neither in a hurry to make a move. This was not a game that needed a winner. It was just two children of the Nara clan drawing unbroken lines on the board with their pieces, from age 6 to 12, from now to the future. August 6th, clear skies. The sandy ground of Konoha's central training ground was bleached pale by the morning sun, and the stands were already full. The Kazekage's green bamboo hat remained motionless on the highest platform. The third Hokage sat beside him, pipe in mouth, a wisp of smoke rising straight up in the windless air. Ingjien stood in the competitor's area, Shino on his left, and Shikamaru on his right. His shadow lay quietly on the sandy ground, drawn by the morning light into a faint gray circle. He did not look at the Kazekage, but he knew whose face was beneath that green bamboo hat. 1 month. Exactly 1 month had passed since the Forest of Death. Naruto and Jiraiya returned to Konoha at the very last moment, and Sasuke and Kakashi appeared just as the deadline was about to expire. Both now stood in the competitor's area. Naruto's golden flames no longer radiated blindly outward but had begun to gather inward, while Sasuke's violet-black ice core had become more than twice as dense as it had been in the Forest of Death. The two stood in the competitor's area without speaking, but Ingjien could sense their chakra fluctuations probing each other in some subtle manner. It was not hostility, it was acknowledgement. Confirming the other was alive, confirming the other had grown stronger, confirming that the duel unresolved in the Forest of Death 1 month ago could at last reach a conclusion today. The proctor Shirani Ginma announced the rules of the tournament. The first round matchups were posted on the bulletin board: Naruto vs Neji, Temari vs Shikamaru, Shino vs Kankuro, and Sasuke vs Gaara. Injien's opponent was a ninja from the Hidden Rain village whose name he had not bothered to remember. When the match began, Ingjien used no shadow touch, no shadow march, no shadow whip, no technique he had learned in the Umbu. He only used the most fundamental shadow imitation technique, extension division entanglement, the same technique Shikamaru had used in the preliminaries. By the time the referee declared him the winner, Ingjien had already drawn his shadow back. When he returned to the competitor's area, Shikamaru glanced at him. Showing off. Ingjien sat down beside him without rebuttal. The following matches unfolded one after another. Naruto vs Neji. Neji's 8 trigrams palms descended like a storm, but the 9 tails chakra inside Naruto seeped through the cracks in the seal, and no Tenketsu point could contain that power. On the final strike, Neji fell and Naruto remained standing. Temari vs Shikamaru. Just when everyone thought he would win, Shikamaru raised one hand and forfeited. Shino vs Kankuro. Kankuro never appeared on the battlefield, and Shino's insects never even left his sleeve. Then Sasuke walked out from the competitor's passage. Black bodysuit, white shorts, forehead protector tied across his brow. The moment Chidori erupted at the center of the arena, the air over the entire training ground was ionized. Sasuke dragged Chidori behind him and charged straight at Gaara's sand shield. The first layer broke, the second layer broke, and at the third, Chidori's lightning burst against the sand armor. Gaara was wounded. Then a single white feather drifted down from the sky. Ingjien was one of the few present who did not look at that feather. He closed his eyes and his shadow perception expanded in a single instant. In the stands, the spectators fell asleep one after another. The sand ninja tore off their disguises, and the sound ninja's hidden troops surged out from every side of the training ground. On the roof, the violet light of the 4 violet flames formation swallowed the third Hokage and Orochimaru. The Konoha crush had begun. Ingjien's first instinct was perception. His 60-meter radius opened to its full extent, and the entire training ground was drawn into his shadow's perception range. Naruto was chasing Gaara with Sasuke following behind. Kakashi was entangled by several sound ninja and Sakura was behind Naruto. Shikamaru, Shino, and Hinata were each dealing with the sand ninja's surprise attacks. All of that information poured into his shadow in an instant where it was analyzed, labeled, and prioritized. Then he moved. His footsteps stopped abruptly at the edge of the competitor's area. On the roof, the violet barrier of the four violet flames formation had sealed the third Hokage and Orochimaru together. His shadow touch could sense the density of that barrier. It was not something he could tear open. His gaze drew an extremely short line between the rooftop and the stands, then he forced it back. In the Forest of Death, the third Hokage's order had not been protect the Hokage but protect Konoha shinobi, protect those genin who had not yet grown strong enough to face a coordinated attack launched by the Sound and Sand villages. His orders were to protect them, and that four violet flames formation was not a place he was meant to go. The third Hokage had sensed this catastrophe long before it came, which was why he sent Jiraiya back ahead of time to take Naruto away and left Ingien hidden behind the scenes, keeping his strength for where it was most needed. Ingien turned toward the outer edge of the training ground without looking back. The training ground had already become a battlefield. Sand and sound ninjas surged in through every entrance, and the crack of shuriken and explosive tags rose and fell between the stands. Konoha's genin had been split into isolated pockets. Some were still asleep, some had already fallen wounded. Ingien's shadow spread outward. The first place he reached was Hinata's position. Hinata was caught between two sand ninja, her gentle fist stance already set when the corner of her Byakugan caught a third sound ninja on her flank, hurling an explosive tag kunai at her. Without forming hand seals, Ingien's shadow whip rose from the ground, coiled around that kunai, and flung it into midair, where the explosive tag blossomed into a ball of flame. The ankles of the two sand ninja were locked at the same instant by shadow touch, and Hinata's gentle fist pierced their tenketsu in that same heartbeat. She looked up, gasping, the hair at her temples clinging to her skin with sweat. Ingien-kun. Keep moving. Shino is in the left corridor. Go join him. Hinata nodded firmly and dashed toward the left corridor. Ingien did not stop. His shadow was like an ever-expanding spiderweb, and every shadow whip found precisely one Konoha genin still under siege. Kiba and Akamaru were cornered by four sound ninja. Ingien used Shadow Marsh to turn the ground under their feet into a quagmire, and Kiba's beast-human clones tackled them in the same moment. Tenten was forced back beside the armory by a sand ninja's fire release. Ingien spread his shadow mirror before her and absorbed the fire release completely, while Tenten's projectiles shot out from both sides of the mirror like torrential rain. Rock Lee's leg injury had not yet fully healed. A sand ninja swept him to the ground with a high kick, and before the next attack could land, Ingien sent Shadow Touch into the man's shadow and snapped the wrist holding his blade. Can you stand up? Ingien landed beside Rock Lee. I can. Rock Lee pushed himself up with his fists grinding his teeth. Youth will not be extinguished by an injury like this. Ingien nodded once and continued toward the next location. After Shino and Hinata joined forces in the left corridor, the coordination of Insect Swarm and Byakugan quickly cleared that area. Shikamaru's shadow roamed across the top tier of the stands, every extension precisely cutting off a squad attempting to flank. Choji's expansion jutsu smashed open a passage to the medical unit, and Ino used her mind transfer jutsu to seize control of a sand ninja squad leader, forcing him to order his men to withdraw from the spectator area. Ingien wove through the smoke and wreckage. His shadow touch had snapped the joints of countless enemies, and his shadow whip had intercepted countless shuriken and explosive tags in midair. Kurenai Yuhi was trapped on the south side of the training ground by several sand ninja, her genjutsu overpowered by sheer numbers and a barrier. Ingien cut, and at her side shadow whips rose simultaneously beneath three sand ninja, and Kurenai, gasping, regained her footing in a brief flicker across his shadow. Thanks. Leave this to me. Ingien lowered his posture and moved rapidly toward the medical unit. Behind the medical unit's position, a breach was being torn open by summoned serpents driven by a group of sound ninja. Ingien used Shadow Slash to sever the head of the leading venomous snake, then opened a shadow mirror and reflected the venom spray of the following snakes back into the swarm. Several sound ninja collapsed, seared by splashing venom. Under the cover of his shadow, Sakura re-established the barrier edge of the medical position. He passed one comrade after another. Every move he made took no longer than a single jutsu, snapping, intercepting, blocking, redirecting, and then he kept running. He was not the Hokage, not a Jonin, not anyone's squad leader. He was simply Nara Ingien, code-name Shadow in the Umbu, a Konoha shinobi entrusted in silence by the third Hokage in that long underground corridor beneath the old training ground. The four violet flames formation on the roof shattered with a dull, heavy roar. Jian was crouching on the northern wall of the training ground, sealing a sand ninja's chakra into shadow. He sensed the violet light dissolving, and he sensed Orochimaru's chakra receding into the distance. Then he sensed the third Hokage's chakra, not weakening, not depleting, but dispersing. Like a candle that had burned for more than 60 years extinguished by a gust of wind, wax-hardening embers scattering. He did not look back. His shadow still held the last sound ninja who had tried to ambush the medical unit. Shadow touch locked precisely onto the sound ninja's wrist bone, and snapped it. Then he stood up. The battle around the training ground was entering its final stage. Sand and sound ninja were falling back in defeat. Further away, Naruto's and Sasuke's chakra collided violently with the chakra of Shikaku, and Naruto's golden flame burned brightest on the most dangerous edge. He was summoning Gamabunta step by step, forcing Shikaku back. The golden flame had not gone out. Each round of impact blazed brighter than the previous one, like someone sheltering the last flame in his palm against the raging wind. He would not let Naruto's fire die today. The third Hokage's chakra had vanished completely. Jian stood on the wall, his shadow spreading out beneath his feet. Beneath that ink-black layer no longer restrained, his yin-yang core vibrated at a frequency it had never known before. In the long corridor of the old training ground, the third Hokage had guided him all that way and said not surveillance but protection. Now the man who had led the way was gone, and he no longer needed to search for direction. His shadow was the village's shadow. Wherever he walked, that place became Konoha's defensive line. In the distance, Naruto's golden chakra suddenly exploded into a blinding white light. Gamabunta's water release and Shikaku's wind release crashed together across the plain, staining the entire sky, a colossal vortex of half azure, half ochre. At the center of the vortex, Naruto stood atop Gamabunta's head, his fist raised in the air. No matter how immense Shikaku was, no matter how ferocious the wind release, he knew only that he would use those fists to punch awake the enemy who had hurt his comrades. Jian leapt down from the wall. The smoke over the training ground was beginning to clear. Hinata and Shino walked out of the left corridor. Shikamaru jumped down from the top tier of the stands, and Sakura passed Jian while supporting an injured member of the medical unit, and gave him a nod. All 12 young shinobi of Konoha were there, some wounded, some unsteady on their feet, but all of them there. The third Hokage had not been wrong. He had not asked Jian to protect Konoha in his place, he had simply entrusted these children to a boy their own age. He believed that when no one had truly grown up yet, that boy could offer his shoulders for his comrades to step on. That was enough. The third Hokage's funeral was held on a morning so quiet it felt almost unreal. There was no wind, no clouds, the sky was blue like a mirror, wiped clean again and again, so pure that no one knew where to look. Before the memorial stone stood a crowd packed with people from Jonin, directly under the Hokage, to children who had not yet graduated from the ninja academy. Every one of them wore black mourning clothes. Asuma stood in the front row, head bowed, the line of his shoulders stiffer than ever. There was no cigarette in his mouth. Jian stood in the Nara clan's formation with Shikamaru on his left, and Shikaku on his right. Shikamaru did not look at him, but one corner of Shikamaru's shadow overlapped his own. From the beginning of the funeral until the end, that overlapping corner never moved away. Hiruzen Sarutobi, aged 68, died in the Konoha crush. He did not die by Orochimaru's blade, but by the dead demon-consuming seal, at the cost of his own soul, sealing Orochimaru's hands into the belly of the death god. After the funeral, the crowd scattered little by little. Jian did not leave. Shikamaru glanced at him, released the overlapping corner of his shadow, and followed Shikaku away from the memorial stone. Asuma remained before the stone for a while longer. He set an unlit cigarette on the base, then turned and left. The last few Umbu members made hand seals and vanished, leaving only white paper flowers stirring faintly beneath the memorial base. Jian stood before the third Hokage's name, looking at the stone in which new letters had been carved. He said nothing. He simply let his shadow touch the shadow of the tombstone once gently. The day after the funeral, Jian was summoned to the Hokage building. The one who called for him was Yamato. Yamato stood at the door of the temporary archive room holding a dark gray scroll. It was found among the third Hokage's personal effects. The addressee is your name. The wax seal is intact. No one has opened it. Yamato handed him the scroll. He sealed it before the Chunin exams began. Jian took the scroll. Stamped into the wax was the third Hokage's Hokage seal, the Sarutobi clan crest at the center ringed by the flame patterns of the Land of Fire. It was the same seal he had seen countless times on Umbu mission documents. He broke the wax seal and unrolled the scroll. The third Hokage's handwriting was upright and forceful, with slight upward flicks at the close of each stroke, exactly the way he had annotated mission documents. But the writing on this scroll had been done more slowly than mission paperwork. Not in haste, in heaviness. Every stroke seemed to pause an extra beat on the paper, and the ink bled faintly at every turn. Ingjian. By the time you read this letter I should already be gone. Do not ask how I died. However I died, it was the death I chose for myself. Ingjian's fingers tightened slightly around the edge of the scroll. I called you to Konoha not because of Shikaku's recommendation. His recommendation only made me take notice of you. What truly made me decide to place you in the Umbu was your shadow. Not the power of your shadow, the color of it. The shadows of the Nara clan are gray, from pale gray to deep gray. No one has ever possessed a black shadow. The founding clan heading zone once said the Nara shadow is only half a shadow. A true shadow requires yin and yang to coexist. For hundreds of years no one has completed that path. You are the first. So I decided to step before you and place you where I could see you. Not as surveillance, as protection. You did not need to know these things, but I needed you to know that I have never treated you as a tool. I say this not to earn your gratitude. It is to tell you that there are too many people I have wronged. The handwriting paused here. A small blot of ink had spread as if the nib had rested on the paper too long, and the ink had soaked into the fibers from the tip. All my life I used the words for Konoha to mask too much cowardice and compromise. When the white fan died I did not step forward because I was afraid of standing against the village's opinion. When Hizashi died I chose to yield because I was afraid of going to war with Kumogakure. When the Uchiha clan was wiped out I silently permitted it because I was afraid to deal with the conflict between the village and the clan. When Orochimaru defected I could not bring myself to strike because I was afraid to kill my most beloved disciple with my own hands. I wrapped every one of those fears in the words for Konoha. Then I used that wrapping paper to deceive myself for decades. But the ones I feel most guilty for are two children. Naruto is the son of a hero bought by the fourth Hokage's life. I gave him a place to live. I gave him an allowance. I let him study at the ninja academy. But I never once gave him a hug. I never once crouched down in front of him when the whole village looked at him coldly and told him, "You are not a monster. You are Minato Namake's son. You are a hero of Konoha." What a child needs has never been an allowance. What he needs is someone willing to look at him before he has become a hero. I did not do that. That child Sasuke is the last orphan of the Uchiha clan. His older brother killed the entire clan and left a 7-year-old boy alone in that empty compound. I was the Hokage. I should have walked into that house, sat down in front of him, and told him, "You are not alone." But I did not. I only watched from afar, believing that leaving him undisturbed was the greatest kindness. What a 7-year-old child needs is not to be left undisturbed. He needs someone to walk toward him before he ever asks for help. From their 7th year onward the lives of these two children were pushed in opposite directions by my incompetence and cowardice. And all I can do now is entrust them to you before I die. Ingjian's fingers paused over the words "entrust them to you." Outside the window a bird swept past, its shadow sliding across the floor. The third Hokage's handwriting broke off here. When he resumed the ink was lighter than before. Ingjian. There is one thing I have never told anyone. At first I thought of training you into a second danzo. The ink pressed down on the two characters danzo more heavily than the words around it. Not to have you copy his extremism. It was to make you the true shadow of Konoha. Danzo was a fellow disciple of mine. From our ninja academy days we practiced beneath teacher Sarutobi. His ability was no less than mine and his conviction no weaker. But he walked the wrong road. He turned route into his own private army and turned protecting Konoha into eliminating dissidents. He believed that as long as he pruned away every existence that could threaten Konoha, Konoha would be safe. But he forgot that Konoha is not a single tree, it is a forest. Cut down every tree in the forest, and leave only one, and even that one will fall because it has lost its shelter. I tried to stop him. But I could not do it. Not because he held root in his hands, but because he was my junior fellow disciple. We once trained together under teacher Sarutobi, and on battlefields we entrusted our backs to each other. That bond made me choose to yield at every moment I should have acted against him. And at every moment I yielded he chose to advance. This is my fault. Not Danzo's. I gave him too many chances. So I decided not to let you become him. You have the same concealment ability as he did, and your shadow is even deeper. But in your heart you do not have his obsession with pruning away every factor of instability. You are simply afraid of trouble. A person afraid of trouble will not go looking for it. He will only, when trouble comes knocking, solve it in the most economical way. Danzo never understood this in his whole life. You understood it at 6. That is why I placed you where I could see you, not to make you into Danzo but to make sure you would never become him. to guarantee that Konoha's shadow would never become Konoha's root. Ingien slowly drew a breath. Outside the window another bird swept past, its shadow gliding across the floor. Ingien, I have nothing left to give you. A wretched old man like me owns nothing but these sheets of paper. Yet there is one thing I want to ask of you. Not as the Hokage but as an old man. Protect those two children. Naruto and Sasuke. They are in the dark and you are in the dark. They do not need to know you exist. But they need to live. Live and grow up, live and grow stronger, live and become whoever they want to become. Not for Konoha, not for me. It is for yourself, so that someday in the future you can lie on a hillside with them and watch the clouds. When that day comes, remember to come to my grave and tell me what color the clouds are. In this life I have committed too many unforgivable sins. The White Fang's life, Hisashi's life, the Uchiha clan's lives, Orochimaru's fall, Naruto's childhood, Sasuke's empty compound. These are debts I no longer have the power to repay. The dead demon-consuming seal means my soul will never be reborn. This is what I deserve. But if you are willing, finish what I should have done but failed to do. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Final words. The scroll closed in Ingjien's hand. He did not stand up at once. He sat on the floor of the archive room and watched the stretch of sky outside the window flooding with sunlight. The third Hokage had said his shadow was too bright to hide. In truth, his shadow was not bright. It was simply black to the point where it could contain light. The third Hokage had called him to Konoha, placed him in the Umba, led him through that long underground passage, and said it was not surveillance but protection. He guarded a boy who was afraid of trouble, and then let that boy guard the people he had been too late to guard. Ingjian stood up and tucked the scroll into his clothes. He walked out of the archive room and down the long corridor of the Hokage building. At the end of the corridor there was light, the fierce August sun of Konoha pouring in through the windows. The third Hokage's final letter lay quietly in his clothes. He pushed open the door and walked into that light, his shadow stretching long behind him. He did not say "I will." He no longer needed to say it. That evening Ingjian went alone to the memorial stone. No one was left before it. The flowers and offerings from the day had been neatly placed beneath the base. The third Hokage's name was carved at the very top, the inscription still fresh side by side with the fourth Hokage's name. Ingjian crouched before the base and let his shadow gently touch the shadow of the tombstone. He said nothing. He only took the final letter out from his clothes and looked once more at the last name the third Hokage had written on the envelope, Nara Ingjian. Then he put the letter away and stood up. The moon had risen from behind the mountain, stretching his shadow along the stone-paved road back to the Nara clan compound. At the entrance to the compound the light in Shikamaru's house was still on. On the paper door was the silhouette of Shikamaru sitting before a shogi board, just as it had been when he kept vigil in Asuma's hospital room. Ingjian pushed open the door of his own home. His mother Chi had already set dinner on the table, a bowl of red bean soup, a plate of pickled radish, and half a grilled fish. When she saw him return she merely said, "Wash your hands and eat." She did not ask where he had gone alone after the funeral. Ingjian sat down, picked up the bowl of red bean soup and took a sip. It was sweet at just the right temperature. The third Hokage's final letter was still inside his clothes, the paper warmed by his body heat. He put down the bowl and told his mother that the red bean soup was delicious. His mother said there was still some in the pot. He said, "Thanks, Mom." His mother was startled for a moment, then turned around and went on washing the pot. Ingjian set the bowl down and walked out to the veranda. The maple grove stood silently in the dusk, its leaves not yet red. He would keep walking. Not to atone, not to repay debts, but so that the people still alive could one day in the future lie with him on a hillside and watch the clouds. When that day came he would remember to go to the third Hokage's grave and tell him the color of the clouds. After the third Hokage's funeral concluded, Yajimi did not immediately leave the memorial monument. He stood before it until the last ANBU member had vanished, until the moon rose from the hills behind the village and shifted his shadow from the western side to the east. Then he glanced down at the sealed letter in his arms, tucked it into the deepest compartment of his ninja tools pouch, and turned toward the Nara district. The following morning Yajimi was summoned to a temporary meeting room in the Hokage residence by Shikaku. It was not Shikaku himself who came for him, but a deer dispatched in his stead. The stag, its antlers already split into 4 prongs, nudged his wrist with its nose before turning and taking a few steps toward the Hokage residence, pausing to look back at him. Yajimi followed. When he pushed open the meeting room door, 3 people were already inside. Shikaku stood by the window with his back to the entrance, while across from him sat the 2 elder counselors Furin Koharu and Minato Inen, and spread across the table before them was the fully endorsed draft of the emergency appointment. "Nara Yajimi. Furin Koharu's voice was hoarse, yet every syllable enunciated with crystalline precision, as though each word had been weighed before being released. The third Hokage has fallen in battle. Tsunade is not in Konoha. Until the fifth Hokage formally assumes office, village affairs will be administered by the Council of Advisors and the Jonin Command. There are two matters requiring your presence. First, among the final classified documents signed by the third before his death, your ANBU codename was listed at the very top of the Hokage's direct command roster. Until Tsunade takes her place, your mission assignments will fall under Shikaku's direct supervision. She paused. Minato N withdrew from his robe a craft paper envelope sealed with the dark ANBU wax insignia and slid it across the table toward Yujimi. This is the last mission dossier the third left for you. It is not a death letter, it is a formal mission commission. Yujimi broke the seal and unfurled the scroll. The third's handwriting remained as steady as ever, more concise even than his will, authorizing Nara Yujimi during the vacancy of the Hokage to operate in direct capacity, as the Hokage's personal ANBU operative with authority to dispatch Squad 8 and Squad 10 for emergency missions. The commission bore the joint seals of Furin Koharu and Minato N. Yujimi resealed the commission without asking why it had been held until now. The third had signed this authorization before his death, yet the council had waited until after the funeral to present it. They too needed to confirm whether this young man truly deserved such trust. The second matter. Furin Koharu's voice faltered slightly. Morning light through the window framed the clauses of the emergency appointment draft in a thin golden border. She adjusted her spectacles and turned the document toward Yujimi. Jiraiya has returned to the village. You should know. I do. He pursued Itachi and Kisame but failed to catch them. We wish for him to succeed as the fifth Hokage. Furin Koharu spoke steadily. He was the third's disciple, and the third's expressed wish before his death was that he take the mantle. We approve of both him and Tsunade, but Tsunade has been away from the village far too long. Jiraiya refused on the spot, saying he was not cut out to be Hokage and that Naruto had not yet grown enough for him to abandon him and take up a desk. He argued that Tsunade was the more suitable choice and offered to personally escort Naruto out of the village to bring her back. We agreed. Yujimi said nothing. But Naruto is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. We have only been able to narrow Tsunade's whereabouts to the vicinity of Tansakugai. And Orochimaru is also searching for her. With both his arms destroyed, only Tsunade in the entire ninja world can heal him. Sending Jiraiya alone with the Jinchuriki to find her gives us little peace of mind. Minato Nn's voice was friendlier than Furin Koharu's. He looked at Yujimi. Before his death, the third privately told me, should a critical mission require covert protection of Naruto, you may be assigned to accompany them. He knew you would agree. Yujimi was silent for a moment. When do we depart? Now. Shikaku finally turned from the window and pressed a newly issued mission dossier directly into his hands. Jiraiya, Naruto, and Yujimi, a 3-person team. Mission objective: locate Tsunade and bring her back to Konoha safely. Nara Yujimi will accompany in his capacity as the Hokage's direct ANBU operative. You may decide for yourself whether to wear the ANBU mask during this mission. Yujimi tucked the scroll into his ninja tools pouch. Outside the gates of Konoha, Jiraiya carried a massive scroll on his back and Naruto stood beside him, his backpack bulging to twice its usual size. When Yujimi approached from the inner side of the gate, Naruto spotted him at once. Flat top number 2. Naruto bounded over and stopped in front of him. You're not following us again, are you? Not following. Traveling together. Naruto's eyes lit up. Together. You're coming with us to find Grandma Tsunade. Yes. That's awesome. Naruto slammed a fist onto Yujimi's shoulder, the force more than 10 times what it had been 2 years ago. 3 people is faster than 2. Once I find Grandma Tsunade and bring her back as the 5th Hokage, we'll go find Sasuke. Jiraiya stepped up from behind, eyeing Yujimi from head to toe. So you're the kid the third mentioned. He kept you well hidden. I've come and gone through Konoha countless times and never spotted you in ANBU. He paused, shifted the scroll higher on his shoulder, and said, Let's move. Tansakugai is no close distance. Naruto turned and sprinted toward the main road, then paused after a few steps to turn back and wave vigorously at Yujimi. Flat top number 2. Let's go. Yujimi fell into step behind him. His deer mask was stowed in his ninja tools pouch. He had chosen not to wear it. The third had once said he looked more like himself without the mask, and perhaps now he did not need it. On the evening of the 4th day after leaving Konoha, the 3 of them stopped on a gravel bank beside a mountain stream. Jiraiya thudded the scroll he carried onto the ground and said they would camp here tonight, and cross the mountain ahead tomorrow. Naruto tossed his backpack onto a large boulder by the stream, rolled his shoulders and yelled. Pervy Sage, aren't we supposed to be looking for Granny Tsunade? How much longer do we have to walk? What's the rush? If we find her, she won't get away. But before we find her... Jiraiya walked up to Naruto, crouched down, and pressed one hand against his stomach. We need to strip off that shoddy layer on you first. Naruto instinctively flinched back at his touch, but Jiraiya grabbed his belt. Just as I thought. The 5-element seal Orochimaru put on you in the Forest of Death is still there, messing up your chakra pathways. Last time I taught you to fight Shikaku, I already sensed something off. Your chakra condenses at least 2 beats slower than normal. Jiraiya formed a hand seal with one hand and tapped Naruto's abdomen. A pale purple seal pattern surfaced on Naruto's skin, 5 comma-shaped marks linked end to end, then silently shattered, dissolving into wisps of residue carried away by the mountain wind. Naruto took a deep breath. Golden chakra rippled outward from his body, tinted orange gold by the setting sun. He looked down at his hands, clenched his fists, and grinned. I feel so much lighter. Don't get too excited. Jiraiya didn't stand up. His hand remained on Naruto's stomach, his expression turning more serious than before. The 5-element seal is just a quack plaster Orochimaru slapped on. The seal that has truly weighed on Naruto for more than a decade is another one, the 4-symbol seal, the 8-trigram seal the 4th Hokage carved with his life. Jiraiya told Naruto there was little time. He decided to simplify the principles of the 8 gates into a key, opening a small gap in the seal, letting Naruto go and have a talk with the Nine-Tails himself. It wasn't a full unsealing, but rather letting Naruto actively draw out the Nine-Tails chakra. Naruto clenched his fists. Alright. I've long wanted to fight that stinking fox head-on. Ingien stood in the shade of a tree at the edge of the ravine. His shadow tendrils had already spread silently beneath the gravel bank. His gaze fell on the seal pattern that had not yet reappeared on Naruto's abdomen, while the Inyan core slowly turned half a circle deep within the shadows. Jiraiya formed hand seals with both hands and pressed down on Naruto's abdomen once more. A hair-thin crack opened in the lock of the 8-trigram seal. Just a crack. Crimson chakra burst out of the gap, not flowing, not seeping, but exploding. The gravel at Naruto's feet was blasted outward by the chakra wave. His blonde hair began turning dark red from the roots, and his pupils shifted from bright blue to vertical beast-slit pupils. He opened his mouth. What came out was not a roar, but a shriek of materialized chakra spilling from his throat. Naruto! Jiraiya's long hair had already transformed into thousands of silver needles lashing toward Naruto, while his other hand rapidly formed seals in an attempt to reseal the seal. But Naruto moved faster than he predicted. Not Naruto, the Nine-Tails. The crimson chakra enveloped his body, forming a translucent tailed beast cloak. Jiraiya's lion's mane wrapped around the tailed beast cloak but was deflected on contact, the chakra letting out a scorched, muffled crackle at the point of impact. Jiraiya was sent flying, his back crashing into the ravine wall, sending gravel showering down. Ingien moved. The instant Jiraiya was sent flying, shadow tendrils shot up from beneath Naruto's feet. A shadow marsh trapped his legs. Shadow whips coiled around his waist and shoulder blades, forcing his torso's range of twist to a minimum. Lightning nature chakra burst into hundreds of fine blue-white arcs across the surface of the tailed beast cloak, not an attack but paralysis. The most active joints of the Nine-Tails chakra were blocked, and the edges of the cloak warped violently from the paralytic tremor. Naruto's fingers splayed. The tailed beast cloak swelled violently in an instant, from a translucent crimson veil into a colossal claw slamming down toward where Ingien stood. Ingjian's shadow mirror expanded at the same instant. The claw slammed into the mirror's surface, and the shockwave was reflected back into the ravine sky, bursting into a shower of blood-red sparks. Ingien suppressed the surging blood in his chest. The mirror cracked, but the shadow did not shatter. Naruto's chakra underwent a violent transformation beneath the tailed beast cloak. 4 tails sprouted from the crimson chakra, thrashing wildly in the air, each swing hammered huge spiderweb-like cracks across the gravel bank. 4 tails. Jiraiya wiped blood from the corner of his mouth, his face darkening. Ingien did not retreat. He withdrew half the paralytic force from his shadow whips, letting the shadow tendrils lock not onto the tailed beast cloak but onto the real Naruto beneath it. The shadow membrane spread between the violent crimson and the deep ink-black, whispering between every expansion of the Nine-Tails chakra and every rebound of the shadow mirror, forcing Naruto to awaken on his own. Naruto! You said you'd fight it head-on. Are you facing it now? The swelling of the tailed beast cloak stopped for an instant. It wasn't suppressed by outside force. Naruto's own finger had twitched. Just a twitch. Jiraiya didn't waste that instant. He cut in from the side, formed the seal with one hand. The 8 trigram seal pattern reappeared on Naruto's abdomen, and the seal's lock was pushed back into place. The tailed beast cloak peeled off Naruto as if all its strength had been drained, the crimson chakra dissolving into countless tiny specks of light that scattered through the ravine. The beast's pupils in Naruto's eyes faded back to bright blue, and his legs gave way, dropping him onto the gravel bank. "Pervy Sage, you're hurt." Naruto's voice was still hoarse. He pointed at the wound still seeping blood on Jiraiya's chest, his fingers trembling. Jiraiya clutched his chest, said it was just a scratch, and praised Naruto. That clench of his fist just now was remarkable. He had pushed the Nine Tails back by at least 30% on his own. Then Jiraiya sank down by the stream, bracing himself on his stone-dusted knees, fished half a bottle of sake from his ninja tool pouch, and muttered, "If I ever unseal it again, I'm an idiot." Injian retracted his shadow tendrils, slowly pressing the dull ache hammered into his chest by the shockwave deep into his breath. Naruto looked down at the still smoldering remnants of his chakra. It was a long time before he raised his head to Injian, and asked if he had been afraid just now, close enough to be burned through by the Nine Tails chakra hundreds of times. Injian bent down, picked up a pebble shattered by the tailed beast's chakra, and placed it in Naruto's palm. He said that next time they wouldn't steal power through the crack in the seal, they would pin it down inside the seal. Naruto clutched the half-shattered pebble tightly and didn't ask how. Sasuke was still in the snake's lair. Pervy Sage said the Nine Tails was only the first trial. He couldn't let himself be defeated at the first trial. A few days later the three of them found Tsunade in Tanzaku town. Actually, they didn't find her, they ran right into her. At the entrance of the largest gambling house in Tanzaku town, Tsunade was being thrown out by 2 burly men holding her arms. She crashed onto the stone pavement, the sake bottle rolling out of her hand, clattering all the way to Jiraiya's feet. Shizen chased out of the gambling house carrying Taunton, bowing and apologizing while fumbling to help Tsunade up, Taunton squealing as she jostled in her arms. Jiraiya bent down to pick up the bottle, walked over to Tsunade and crouched in front of her. "Long time no see, Tsunade." Tsunade raised her eyelids and glanced at him. That face was 70% similar to the smile in the portrait at the third Hokage's funeral. The eyes and brows, the nose bridge, even the faint downward curve of the lips. She wasn't unaware. She knew it all too well. That was why she had left Konoha more than a decade ago, why she lost all her money at the gambling house, why she wore that expression when Jiraiya crouched in front of her. Not drunkenness, but a weariness deeper than drunkenness. "Jiraiya, what are you here for?" "To bring you back to become Hokage." She pushed his hand away, stood up on her own, and brushed the dust off her clothes. "I'm not doing it. Only a fool would be Hokage. My grandfather was a fool, my granduncle was a fool, and the old third Hokage was a fool too. I'm not. Shizen, let's go." Naruto dashed in front of her, spreading his arms to block her path. "Granny Tsunade. Fight me. If I win, you have to come back with me." Tsunade looked down at the blonde kid who was more than a head shorter than her. She suddenly smiled a little, not mockery but something far more complex, as if she were looking at a phantom from long ago. Then she moved. One finger, just a flick. Naruto's forehead was struck and his whole body flew backward, his back slamming into the street lamp in front of the gambling house. Injian didn't make a move. His shadow perception spread beneath the stone-paved streets of Tanzaku town. He watched Tsunade's chakra circulate within her body at an extremely precise frequency, not in a battle state but with the ultimate control of medical ninjutsu. The force of her flick to Naruto's forehead was just enough to send him flying, just enough to make him hit the street lamp, just enough to make it hurt, without damaging his skull. Even her measure of anger was calculated to perfection. Naruto slid down from the street lamp, clutching his forehead and crouching on the ground on the verge of tears. But he didn't cry. He stood up, looked up at Tsunade, and said, "If you won't come back with me, I'll come see you every day until you agree." Tsunade watched him clutch his forehead, yet still refused to unclench his fist. A fleeting, almost invisible softening flickered in her eyes. She didn't agree, didn't refuse. She simply turned and walked deeper into Tanzaku town. That night, in a corner of an izakaya in Tanzaku town, Tsunade got drunk again. Not tipsy, dead drunk. Sake bottles lined the table from the tabletop to the chair legs. Shizen paced frantically beside her, apologizing on her behalf no less than 20 times. Jiraiya sat across from her. Naruto sat beside Jiraiya. Injian sat in the shadows of the corner with the sumas refueled, and well-maintained lighter lying quietly in his ninja tool pouch. "Did it hurt when the old man died?" Tsunade lay sprawled on the table, her cup tilted between her fingers. "Dead demon-consuming seal," Jiraiya said. "His soul was devoured by the death god. That really is the death he'd choose." Tsunade poured the last sip of sake down her throat. That fool! He never said anything while he was alive, and he never said anything in death. At least leave me one word. She gripped the empty cup hard, her knuckles turning white, then let go. The cup rolled to the edge of the table and Jiraiya caught it. She lay on the table, closing her drunk, hazy eyes again. Her voice was so slurred the words were barely distinguishable. Naruto clenched his fists, wanting to say something, but Jiraiya raised a hand and pressed his shoulder. Injien leaned back in the corner, watching the hand that had let go of the cup still trembling faintly on the table. He drew back his shadow tendrils and stowed those fragments of emotion mixed with alcohol and tears untouched deep into the shadows. She had refused the Hokage position, refused them, but she hadn't left. She was still sitting in this izakaya, pouring cup after cup of sake down her throat. She would agree, she just needed a little more time. Orochimaru appeared on Tanzaku Street on the evening after Tsunade rejected Jiraiya. No warning, no ambush, he simply walked over from the end of the street. Black hair hung loose, his pale skin caught a cold light in the twilight, and his golden snake eyes were vertical slits like needles. He wore the gray robe of the Sound Village, but the shape beneath it was even more unnatural than during the Forest of Death. The hands ruined by the Reaper Death Seal were exposed beneath his sleeves, skin dark purple, fingertips festering, bandages seeping pale yellow fluid. Kabuto Yakushi followed behind him, silver hair catching the light, his face as calm as if he were accompanying his mentor on a stroll. Tanzaku Street went silent at that moment. It wasn't a curfew and it wasn't a lockdown, it was fear. Pedestrians instinctively pressed back on both sides. The gambling hall's lanterns were still lit, but the hired muscle at its entrance was gone. Jiraiya stood in the middle of the street, shielding Tsunade behind him. Tsunade looked at Orochimaru, her fingers coiling slightly. Shizen stood behind her, hugging Tonton tightly. Injien stood on the rooftop to Jiraiya's left. He did not look at Orochimaru's face, he looked at the rotting hands. The memories of the Forest of Death churned in his shadow, the 3 black tomo on the back of Sasuke's neck, the dull crunch of bone when Naruto was knocked flying by the giant serpent, Sakura's hysterical crying in the rain, and the suffocating blunt pain in his chest when Orochimaru broke his ribs with a single palm. His shadow touch moved before his consciousness did. It sprang from the rooftop and bloomed silently in the gaps between the stone slabs beneath Orochimaru's feet. No probing, no restraining. The hidden shadow heart strangulation technique penetrated directly into Orochimaru's shadow and rushed toward the heart inside his chest, a heart that had been reborn who knew how many times. Crush it. But Orochimaru's body shifted shape a moment before that layer of shadow touch could envelop his heart. It was not sliding away, not shedding skin, it was collapse. His chest caved inward, bones moved out of alignment, and his heart slipped from the center of his chest into the depths of his abdomen. The shadow touch crushed nothing. Orochimaru's golden snake eyes turned toward the rooftop. Nara, kid. His voice was so hoarse it made one think of snakeskin scraping gravel. Your shadow is heavier than it was in the Forest of Death. I said it then, your shadow is interesting. Today I want to see what is hidden inside it. Injien did not answer. His shadow touch retracted and condensed in his palm into a smaller black core of Yin Release. Reason told him not to launch a full-force attack on one of the Sannin in the street, but reason had already been drowned out by Sasuke's shout in the Forest of Deathing, Jien. Naruto rushed out from the other side of the street, Rasengan spinning at high speed in his palm. Orochimaru. He slammed the Rasengan into Orochimaru. Orochimaru did not dodge. Kabuto cut in from the side, struck Naruto's wrist with one palm and used the chakra scalpel to sever the Rasengan's chakra supply line with precision. The Rasengan scattered in Naruto's palm. Kabuto shoved Naruto back with a palm and his back hit the lamppost. Naruto. Orochimaru looked at Naruto with no ripple in his eyes. The 4th Hokage's legacy is not ready yet. He turned to Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, I made my terms quite clear at the izakaya last time. I can let you see Nawaki and Dan again. Tsunade's chakra shattered in that instant. It did not weaken, it shattered. Like a crystal struck by a hammer, fragments of chakra flew silently through her body. Nawaki, her beloved younger brother, and Dan, the man she loved most. Those 2 names were the root of her blood phobia. When Orochimaru made that offer that night at the izakaya, she chose silence. Today she stood here looking at Orochimaru's rotting hands, looking at Naruto knocked down by Kabuto, looking at Jiraiya standing before her. I'll give you 1 week to think it over. In 1 week I'll come again. Orochimaru turned and walked toward the other end of Tanzaku Street, Kabuto following. After a few steps, Orochimaru paused. Nara, kid. Next time show me what is really hidden inside your shadow. Orochimaru and Kabuto vanished into the dusk. Ingjian's shadow touch was still gathered in his palm, his knuckles white from strain. He did not pursue. Orochimaru walked very slowly, unhurried with each step, but Ingjian sensed his chakra already splitting into several different trails as he left Orochimaru's usual escape method. Every trail was false, and not one was false. He could not catch up, and he could not kill him. Not yet, at least. Naruto picked himself up from beneath the lamppost, fists clenched so hard they creaked. Jiraiya pressed his shoulder and shook his head. Tsunade remained where she stood, staring at the direction Orochimaru had gone. The faint spasm in her eyelid was pushed down beneath an even deeper silence. Ingjian dropped down from the rooftop. He walked at the very back of the three. Nobody said a word. The deer mask lay quietly in his tool pouch. He did not take it out. Orochimaru had taken an interest in his shadow. That man would never give up Sasuke, and he would never give up his craving for the Uchiha bloodline. Next time they met, he would make Orochimaru see not an interesting shadow but the myriad truths of all creation, enough to seal him utterly into the shadow prison. That night Tsunade went back to the izakaya and began drinking again. Not sipping, gulping. Sake bottles lined up from the tabletop to the chair legs, while Shizen paced beside her in a panic and apologized for her at least 20 times. Jiraiya sat across from her. He did not mention Orochimaru again, he simply drank with her. Naruto sat in the corner, unusually quiet. He looked down at his fists, at the scratches that had just begun to scab, and suddenly remembered the forest of death during the Chunin exams. It was Orochimaru again. It was the same helpless feeling. He turned his head toward Ingjian, who sat in the darkest corner, and asked him how his shadow had shot out faster than he had. Ingjian was silent for a moment, then said, because of hatred. Naruto asked if hatred was useful. Ingjian said it wasn't, but it could make his shadow half a beat faster. That half beat would have let him stop Orochimaru before Sasuke was bitten. But he had not. On that first day he had been half a beat slow, so today he could not be slow again. Naruto took that answer to heart, and lowered his head to look at his Rasengan. Ingjian said nothing more. He just sat there, letting his shadow touch remain spread around the perimeter of the street as a watch. The izakaya's lanterns swayed gently in the autumn wind. Tsunade raised her cup, speaking to no one in particular. Perhaps to Jiraiya, perhaps to Naruto, perhaps to all the memories that made being Hokage too heavy. That fool. She gulped down a mouthful of sake. Every one of you walked away so cleanly. You too, the old man, you're all a bunch of idiots. She leaned the back of her head against the chair. One hand reached for the necklace at her neck from habit, but her fingertips only found her bare collarbone. That necklace was already hanging around Naruto's neck. She kept drinking in silence, making no further comments about anyone. From the shadows Ingjian saw Tsunade's lowered hand gently resting on the empty chair beside her. There was no Dan, no Nawaki there, only an empty sake cup she had kicked over, still spinning at the foot of the table. He looked away, moved his shadow touch from the perimeter of the street to the eaves above the izakaya's west window, and kept his silent watch. He knew Orochimaru would not come back, at least not tonight. But he also knew that when Orochimaru said next time, his tone was not a threat. That serpent had genuinely been drawn by something in his shadow. When they met next, he would show Orochimaru not an interesting shadow but the myriad truths of all creation, enough to seal that distorted soul permanently into the shadow prison. This was not only revenge. It was an end. He would not let any Konoha ninja be bitten by the same snake a third time. The decisive battle unfolded on the plains beyond Tanzaku town. The plain was completely bare, the withered grassland stretched from underfoot all the way to the distant ridgeline. The sky hung low, and leaden gray clouds had been piling up since morning, blocking the sunlight out completely. Tsunade stood at the very front. Behind her stood Jiraiya, Naruto, and Shizen. Ingjian crouched atop the wreckage of an abandoned water wheel on the western side of the battlefield, his shadow spreading across the rotting wood, attuned to every trace of chakra fluctuation within 100 meters. Orochimaru and Kabuto stood on a gravel slope at the other end of the plain. Orochimaru's black hair whipped messily in the wind. Those golden snake eyes passed over Tsunade, over Jiraiya, and paused on Ingjian for an instant, not scrutinizing but confirming. Confirming that the brat who had wrapped his shadow around his ankle in the forest of death was standing here again today. The negotiation between Tsunade and Orochimaru had broken down before the fight even began. Her answer to Orochimaru was not, heal him, but, no. Orochimaru curved his lips into the faintest, coldest arc. Tsunade, do you really think I need you to agree? Kabuto pushed up his glasses and walked down from the gravel slope. I've already studied Lord Orochimaru's hands. Even if Tsunade refuses to heal him, I can find an alternative. He hadn't come here to negotiate. He had come here to confirm one thing. whether Tsunade still remembered what color her own blood was. Kabuto moved. Not toward Tsunade. Toward Naruto. He had judged that among the three Naruto was the one Tsunade could never ignore. If he pushed Naruto to the brink, Tsunade would be forced to act. And once she acted, her hemophobia would become Kabuto's sharpest weapon. Naruto did not retreat. The Rasengan spun at high speed in his palm, but Kabuto's chakra scalpel was faster. The silver-white chakra blade cut into the side of the Rasengan, precisely severing several chakra pathways, and the Rasengan scattered in Naruto's palm. Then Kabuto's left-hand surgical blade sliced toward the tendon of Naruto's pectoral muscle. Naruto gave a muffled grunt, and was hurled backward, a bloody wound splitting open across his chest. He crashed onto the sandy ground, blood pouring from the wound. Kabuto turned and walked towards Tsunade. As he walked, he pulled off his gloves. The blade of his chakra scalpel sprang out from his fingertip, coldly glinting in the dim daylight. Tsunade stared at Naruto lying in a pool of blood. Her body began to tremble. Not from anger, from fear. Blood poured from Naruto's chest, and she watched that dark red liquid soak into the sandy soil. When Nawaki died, his entrails had been blown apart by an explosive tag, and his blood had soaked into the ground just like that. When Dan died, his body was drenched in blood, and she had knelt beside him, using every bit of strength she had, unable to stop it. Blood. All blood. Tsunade's hands shook violently, her pupils contracting to pinpricks. Kabuto rushed before her. The chakra scalpel drove straight for her heart. Naruto climbed out of the pool of blood. Not stood up, climbed. One hand was pressed over the wound on his chest, blood still seeping from between his fingers, but in his other hand a Rasengan was already forming again. Don't you touch Granny Tsunade! He pressed the Rasengan against Kabuto's back. Kabuto was blasted away, carving a long trench into the ground. But Naruto collapsed too. The impact of his own attack tore the wound in his chest open even wider, blood soaking through his shirt. Tsunade watched Naruto. She trembled, frightened by the blood, but she watched the golden-haired boy shout at her with the last shred of his strength. I will never die before I become Hokage. Nawaki had said those words. Dan had said them too. And now Naruto had said them. Tsunade's trembling stopped. She pressed down on her shaking wrist, clenched her teeth, rose, walked to Naruto's side, and used the mystical palm to close the most fatal cut in his chest. Then she turned and shielded Naruto with her own body from the direction of Orochimaru and Kabuto. Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword tore through the air, thrusting straight at Naruto. Tsunade did not dodge. The blade pierced through her abdomen and protruded from her back. She used her own body as a shield and took the blow. Granny Tsunade! Naruto's voice was hoarse, almost torn apart. Orochimaru drew the sword out and blood burst from the wound in Tsunade's abdomen. But she did not fall. The black markings of the strength of 100 techniques spread from her forehead across her entire body, and the instant the Yin seal was released, the wound began to close at a terrifying speed. Her hemophobia was overcome in that moment, not because blood was no longer frightening, but because she had finally found something more important than blood. Tsunade slammed her fist into Orochimaru's chest. Monstrous strength. Orochimaru was sent flying. The muffled sound of breaking ribs echoed across the plain. He slid backward to the edge of the gravel slope, while Kabuto crawled out of the trench, clutching his back where the Rasengan had hit. Both were readjusting their stances, preparing to launch the next wave of attack. Just then Jiraiya moved. His lion's mane burst from the top of his head and lashed toward Orochimaru. At the same time he bit his thumb and joined his hands in hand seals, summoning jutsu. Gamabunta dropped from the sky, the shockwave of his landing shaking sand and soil across the plain in all directions. Tsunade bit her thumb at the same time, summoning jutsu. Katsuyu's enormous body spread out across the plain, standing side by side with Gamabunta. Orochimaru wanted to form hand seals too, but his arms were useless, so Kabuto completed the summoning formula for him. Manda emerged from the smoke, its serpentine hood raised, purple scales gleaming coldly in the dim gray light. The Sannin, the three disciples of the third Hokage, simultaneously summoned their own contracted beasts on this trampled field. Gamabunta's water release clashed with Manda's serpentine body. Katsuyu's acid eroded the snake scales on Manda's flank. Lacking the ability to form hand seals, Orochimaru was driven back punch after punch by Tsunade. Kabuto attempted to flank her with a chakra scalpel, but Jiraiya's lion's mane blocked him. Injien crouched on the wreckage of the abandoned water wheel. A full 3 minutes had passed since the start of the battle, and he had been waiting for an opening the entire time. Not for Orochimaru to expose a vulnerability. Orochimaru's soft body modification made physical attacks almost useless. Not for Kabuto either. Kabuto was not the deciding factor in this battle. He was waiting for the strike that would crack through Orochimaru's defense for the moment Manda was suppressed by Gamabunta for the gap when Kabuto was driven back by both Naruto's Rasengan and Tsunade's monstrous strength, the instant when every shield around Orochimaru briefly vanished. 3 minutes. Finally it came. Tsunade's monstrous strength punch hit Orochimaru in the chest. He slid back to the edge of the gravel slope, ribs broken, right shoulder dislocated. Manda was forced dozens of meters back by Gamabunta's water release. Kabuto was driven away from the other side by Naruto's shadow clones and the shockwave of Tsunade's monstrous strength. Orochimaru's flank was exposed. Jin leapt down from the water wheel wreckage. He did not charge at Orochimaru. Instead, as he entered the battlefield, he formed hand seals with a single hand. Shadow whips spread out from beneath the ground like a spiderweb, not striking Orochimaru directly but sealing off every direction in which he could shed his skin and escape. The shadow swamp took shape at the edge of the gravel slope at the same time. Its water-natured sinking effect sealed every retreat route Orochimaru might use to shed away. Shadow touch seeped into Orochimaru's chest cavity from the front. The submerged shadow heart strangulation technique, but this time it did not strangle the heart. Instead, it expanded into an extremely thin shadow membrane that wrapped around every organ in Orochimaru's chest, locked them down, and pressed them downward. He wasn't trying to crush Orochimaru's heart. He knew Orochimaru could shift his heart out of position. What he wanted was to create a window in which Tsunade's killing blow would land on a spot where Orochimaru could neither dodge nor shed his skin. Orochimaru's body faltered the instant the shadow touch seeped in. His golden snake eyes snapped toward Jin, not with astonishment but with fury. In the forest of death, when the same shadow had tangled around his ankle, he could still shed himself free from the shadow spikes. But now the heart strangulation technique and the shadow swamp had simultaneously locked down every direction he could shed toward. Tsunade did not waste the opening. Her monstrous strength fist came down from the dead angle Jin had sealed, landing squarely between Orochimaru's 5th and 6th vertebrae. Orochimaru was smashed into the gravel slope. The rock face cracked and fissures spiderwebbed outward in every direction from the point of impact. Manda dispersed. Gamabunta's colossal form landed heavily from midair, stomping the last unbroken stretch of rock at the edge of the gravel slope into fragments. Jin dragged Orochimaru up from the bottom of the swamp and flung him onto the platform. Jiraiya moved in one step to Jin's side, forming a pincer with Tsunade that locked Orochimaru tightly inside their 3-man encirclement. Jiraiya tilted his head slightly, his gaze resting for a moment on Jin's face, which had gone faintly pale from sustaining high-intensity Yin Release. "The third Hokage said the path you walk is different from anyone else," he said. "Now I understand. You are no longer anyone's shadow." Jin did not answer. He drew the shadow touch back into the depths of his shadow, and the shadow swamp slowly receded from the edge of the gravel slope. After her final punch struck Orochimaru, Tsunade stumbled back several steps unsteady on her feet, and Shizen caught her from the side. Naruto clutched the chest wound that the mystical palm had just closed and slumped at the edge of the plain, gasping for breath. When Kabuto dragged Orochimaru out of the gravel slope, he could no longer remain standing. His spine was broken, his ribs were broken, and his right shoulder was dislocated. Those golden snake eyes moved slowly from Tsunade to Jin, then to Jiraiya. Jin stood beside Tsunade, his shadow spread beneath his feet. Orochimaru did not say, "Until next time." He did not say, "Interesting shadow." He said nothing at all. He simply let Kabuto drag him into the deep shadows, and then he vanished. The battle was over. The battle of the Sannin and Tsunade had returned. At the edge of the plain, Jiraiya helped Naruto to his feet. His chest was wrapped in bandages Shizen had hastily applied, and he was still muttering, "I hit Kabuto with the Rasengan." Tsunade glanced at him, the very corner of her eye curving up just barely. Then she turned and walked back toward Tanzaku town. "Come on. We're going back so I can succeed the Hokage." Shizen, carrying Taunton, stared blankly at Tsunade's back, then nodded firmly and hurried after her. Jiraiya hoisted Naruto onto his shoulder and followed. Jin withdrew the final strand of shadow touch and took his place at the very rear. Orochimaru would come again, not today, not tomorrow, but one day. When that day came, he would not let that serpent slip through his shadow again. The day Tsunade returned to Konoha, no one beat gongs or drums. Not that they were unwelcome, there simply was no time. Konoha was still under reconstruction. Scaffolding stood everywhere and timber was piled in mounds like small hills. The streets hung thick with the scent of sawdust and tung oil. Ninjas threaded through the ruins, some shouldering timber beams, others pushing wheelbarrows brimming with roof tiles. Children crouched by the roadside gathering nails. No one raised their voice. But every pair of eyes tracked the blonde woman as she passed through Konoha's main gate. She wore the Hokage's haori left by the third, its hem caught and fluttering gently in the autumn wind. Kageyoshi brought up the rear of the procession. They had entered the village in the dead hours of dawn, and Tsunade hadn't even paused to check into the inn. She went straight to the Hokage's office. Kohara and Hamura, the two elder counselors, had already been waiting in the conference room. Spread across the table lay the third Hokage's final appointment draft. A signature line had been left empty for far too long. Senju Tsunade. Kohara's voice was raspy, yet every syllable precise, the way one reads from a ceremonial text. The third has fallen in battle. Jiraiya has declined succession. Will you accept the office of fifth Hokage? Save your breath. Tsunade took up the brush and signed her name to the appointment. The moment the brush touched the paper, a gust of wind swept through the window and sent the documents on the table fluttering noisily. Hamura closed his eyes for the briefest instant. The corner of Kohara's mouth relaxed by a fraction so slight it might have been imagined. The succession ceremony was held that same afternoon on the rooftop of the Hokage's office. No streamers, no cannons, no lengthy speeches. Tsunade stood at the edge of the rooftop, the haori on her shoulders billowing sharply in the autumn wind. The entire assembly of Konoha ninjas stood below, from Jonin directly subordinate to the Hokage to genin fresh from the hospital with their castes just removed, all waiting for her to speak. Tsunade looked down at those sun-bronzed faces, those hands wrapped in bandages, those eyes that had not yet learned to hide their hope. She spoke only one sentence. I am Senju Tsunade. From this day forward I am the fifth Hokage of Konoha. No. I will protect this village. No. I will carry the will of fire. She merely stated her name, and then declared herself Hokage, as though the title itself were a promise requiring no embellishment, no explanation, only those four characters of Senju Tsunade falling upon the earth, and Konoha would take root anew. The rooftop fell quiet for a breath. Then Naruto was the first to begin clapping, his hands growing red from the force. Next came Sakura, Shikamaru, Choza, and Ino. Soon the entire rooftop rang with the sound of clapping, no cheers, only applause. The ninja of Konoha were not prone to raucous celebration, they were accustomed to expressing much through silence. But today they clapped until their palms burned. Kageyoshi stood at the edge of the rooftop beside Shikamaru. Shikamaru produced from within his coat an already prepared appointment document, and unrolled it before him. Among Tsunade's first personnel orders upon succession, the third item read code name Kaga. Effective, immediately transferred from ANBU intelligence to the Hokage's direct tactical support, authorized to independently determine battlefield priorities during emergencies and deploy Squad 8 and Squad 10. Not a promotion, a repositioning. Tsunade had expanded his operational scope from the ANBU intelligence network to the entirety of Konoha's defense. Tsunade dares to trust people more than the third ever did, Shikamaru said. Kageyoshi secured the appointment document within his ninja tools pouch. The third's commission had authorized him to command Squad 8 and Squad 10 solely in the interim period as Hokage's direct ANBU operative. That paper was already creased and whitened at the corners from repeated handling. Now Tsunade was making that authorization permanent, institutional. No longer an emergency measure but a formal appointment. After the ceremony concluded, Tsunade did not rest. She walked into the Hokage's office, took her seat before the desk and picked up the first file. Outside the door 7 or 8 Jonin and ANBU division captains waited in line. Shikamaru, clutching a stack of reconstruction supply inventory taller than himself, stood third in queue. Asama leaned against the corridor window and gave Shikamaru a nod, the well-maintained lighter between his fingers. From within the office came Tsunade's voice. Set down the supply inventory and bring me the medical corps personnel roster first. Naruto came barreling down the far end of the corridor, his voice arriving before he did. Tsunade-sama. I'm taking missions. Sakura followed close behind, a freshly issued medical corps internship registration form in hand. Tsunade didn't so much as glance up. Call me fifth Hokage. And we're still settling your little hospital escape. I was going after Sasuke. Heal your wounds before you go chasing after Sasuke. Sakura escorted him back. Sakura seized Naruto by the collar and dragged him backward. Naruto struggled and cried out. Second pickled vegetables, say something for me. Kageyoshi offered him no words. As Naruto passed Shikamaru, the latter peeked out from behind the towering stack of supplies. When you get back, I'll treat you to Ichiraku's. Naruto stilled for a moment, then shouted with renewed vigor. Extra chashu. That evening Kageyoshi returned to the Nara Estate district. Shikamaru was already there, seated on the veranda, that brand new lighter in hand. One strike and the flame caught dancing steady in the dusk. "Asuma-sensei went to see Kiba and Niji today," Shikamaru said, watching the flame. "Kiba said he'll visit after his cast comes off. Niji said there's no need." Kageyoshi sat beside him. Shikamaru tucked the new lighter into the inner pocket of his coat, then drew the old one from his ninja tools pouch. He topped up the old lighter with oil, flicked the wheel with his thumb, and a flame sprang to life, standing firm against the autumn wind. Fixed. Not repaired, whole again. Kageyoshi knew he spoke of both lighters. One for Asuma. One for those still breathing. "The king remains," Kageyoshi said. "I know." Shikamaru dragged the shogi board closer. The maple leaves had not yet turned fully red, but their edges were already curling into caramel brown. This autumn was still long, enough time to finish the games they owed each other, and to guard the people they needed to protect. Tsunade's reign as Hokage had begun in earnest that day, and they were no longer the genin who once queued timidly in hallway corridors. Squad 10's captain, the Hokage's direct tactical support, and the second son of the Nara branch family who had once found everything too troublesome even for a graduation photograph. They had each found their rightful place in the defense lineup Tsunade had reshuffled. After Tsunade became the fifth Hokage, Konoha's reconstruction truly began to accelerate. For the previous 2 months the village's shinobi and craftsmen had been clearing away rubble, repairing roads, and reinforcing the remaining defensive works, but those had only been emergency measures. The first administrative order Tsunade signed after taking office was not an appointment letter but the Konoha Reconstruction Master Plan. She regrouped the village's remaining construction, medical, and sealing squads, divided the ruins into more than a dozen construction zones, and assigned each zone a person in charge and a completion deadline. Scaffolding sprang up from the ruins like bamboo shoots after rain, and the streets smelled of sawdust and tung oil. Children crouched at the roadside picking up nails, while ninja cats and ninja dogs were brought in to help carry tiles. The whole village was like a machine whose spring had been rewound, every gear meshing in its own way. Ingien was not assigned any specific reconstruction task, but in the first batch of personnel changes Tsunade signed after taking office, his position was formally adjusted from Hokage's direct ANBU authorized by the third Hokage to Hokage's direct tactical support, with his authority extended across the entire defense sphere of Konoha. When Shikaka handed him the formal appointment letter, he said only one thing: Tsunade was bolder in using people than the third Hokage. Ingien took the letter, put it into his ninja tool pouch, and stored it in the same compartment as the third Hokage's commission. His new duty was to handle perimeter security while the village was being rebuilt, using his shadow perception to cover every defensive weak point under repair and make sure no enemy village took advantage of the gap. Every morning he climbed to the highest point of the scaffolding, his shadow spreading from beneath his feet until it drew the chakra fluctuations of everyone in the construction zones into his perception. Whether it was a Sunigakure envoy, a messenger from the Land of Fire's daimyo, or a stray shinobi who sometimes appeared outside the security line, Ingien pinpointed them before Shikamaru's intelligence network did mark them, then silently handed them over to the ANBU on duty. Day after day, from rubble to foundation, from foundation to pillars, from pillars to rooftop, his shadow witnessed Konoha rising from the ruins inch by inch. When Kakashi entered the Nara clan grounds, Ingien was crouching at the door of the deer shed watching Shinsuke change the dressing for Little Deer. Little Deer could no longer be called Little Deer. It had grown taller than it does, and its antlers had split into 4 tines. It lay quietly on the haystack while the medicine was changed. Shinsuke wrapped herb-soaked cloth strips around its left forehoof, one circle after another. The deer only flicked its tail once in a while. "Lady Tsunade wants to see me." Ingien stood up and brushed the grass clippings from his knees. Kakashi did not come inside. He simply leaned against the wooden fence at the entrance for once without a copy of Ika Paradise in his hand, and said that Lady Tsunade had just signed a mission brief, using the trajectory of Orochimaru's shrinking strongholds as a clue to pursue Sasuke's possible location. The objective was to confirm whether Sasuke was still under Orochimaru's control and whether his curse seal fusion had passed the critical safety line. If necessary, they were to eliminate on the spot any potential threat to Sasuke's life. The mission was A rank with 2 operatives, Hatake Kakashi and Nara Ingien. Ingien did not ask why he had been chosen. Tsunade knew he had been to the snake lair, and she knew the resonance of the curse seal between him and Sasuke had never faded. Pairing Kakashi with him was not meant to have Kakashi lead him but to have them cover each other. Kakashi's lightning release could make up for the blind spots of shadow techniques and restraining high-speed targets, while Ingien's shadow perception could cover the dead angles of Kakashi's Sharingan. On the road to chase Sasuke, Tsunade was not willing to let the two of them be separated. A few days later, Naruto caught up with Ingien at the village gate as he was about to set out. Naruto's backpack was stuffed full and Jiraiya stood behind him yawning with the huge scroll slung over his shoulder. Naruto stopped in front of Ingien and said he was going to train with the pervy sage. Ingien looked at him. Naruto's golden chakra burned quietly in the morning light, even more subdued than it had been during the battle of the 3 Sannin. 3 years, Ingien said. Naruto nodded and gave an When I get back I'll be stronger than everyone. Stronger than Sasuke. Stronger than you pervy sage. Stronger than everyone. Naruto grinned. When the time comes I'll go find Sasuke. I won't let you go alone. He slapped Ingjian's shoulder hard with exactly the same force as he had used in the school hallway all those years ago. Then he turned and ran toward Jiraiya. After a few steps he looked back. Pineapple Head number 2, Kakashi-sensei is in your care. Kakashi stood behind Ingjian, the corner of his eye curving slightly. That line should be mine. Jiraiya nodded to Ingjian, gently turned Naruto's head toward the main road, and the two of them headed out of the village. The morning light pulled their shadows long behind them, and Naruto's blonde hair was almost dazzling in the sun. On the 3rd floor of Konoha Hospital, the faint clamor of Konoha's main gate drifted in through the ward window. Tsunade set a formal training plan in Sakura's hands and said Naruto and Jiraiya had already set out. Sakura clutched the plan. Tsunade had decided to teach her medical ninjutsu and monstrous strength personally, with a training cycle synchronized to Naruto's journey. In 3 years they'll both come back incredibly strong while I'm still standing where I am. That won't do. Sakura hugged the plan to her chest, nodded firmly, and started for the door. When she reached the threshold she turned back. Lady Tsunade, I will definitely become a ninja who can fight alongside them. Tsunade did not answer. She simply picked up her pen again and bowed her head to continue reviewing the reconstruction supply lists. Outside the window the backs of Naruto and Jiraiya were melting into the morning light. Ingien and Kakashi's tracking route began in the eastern part of the Land of Fire, and followed the trail of Orochimaru's shrinking strongholds, checking each stronghold one by one. After leaving Konoha they followed the tangled forests deeper toward the Land of Rice Fields. The first stronghold was a stone fortress in the depths of the border forests of the Land of Fire. Orochimaru had destroyed most of the experiment files when he retreated, but the pattern of the ceiling array on the floor remained. Ingien extended his shadow into the heart of the array and read the residual channels of Curseal energy, turbid sticky, carrying the unique berserker traces of Yugo. Kakashi observed with his Sharingan, then wrote a line in the mission file. The Curseal residue here was from early experiments, with no trace of Sasuke. The second stronghold was deep in a canyon downstream, its entrance already blasted shut. It was not Orochimaru who had done it. At the base of the rubble Ingjian's shadow detected the lingering ink traces of Super Beast imitation drawing. Root again. Sigh again. Danzo's people had arrived at least a month earlier than them. The third stronghold was beneath an abandoned shrine, the deepest point they reached. The barrier had long since failed, and the empty laboratory was thick with a mingled odor of blood, formalin, and reptile secretions. There they found traces of pages turned by Kabuto, as well as a complete research report on Yugo's Sage Transformation Constitution on the application and optimization of the Equilibrium Constitution in Curseal development. On the title page was stamped Orochimaru's private seal. The report detailed the mechanism by which Yugo was innately able to absorb natural energy and the full process by which Orochimaru extracted that passive absorption trait, recoded it, and implanted it into other human bodies. Ingjian read the report from beginning to end and found that the footer of every page carried a tiny experimental serial number from Orochimaru's Sound Village. And the residual archives of the living corpse reincarnation technique that Kabuto had stolen were bound together with and mutually corroborated by the Sage Transformation application test data before his eyes. Orochimaru was not only turning Yugo's constitution into a cursed seal, but also turning the Curseal into a key that could seize a vessel at any time. Sasuke's Curseal, the data Kabuto had stolen, and Yugo's own constitution were all fragments of the same puzzle. He sealed this file and the research materials from the other strongholds into a storage scroll and continued northward. After months of tracking, Ingjian returned to Konoha and walked along the village road toward the Hokage building. Most of the scaffolding had already been taken down, and the newly built houses shone with the luster of fresh wood under the autumn sun. In her office Tsunade took the mission report and storage scroll he handed her. When she turned to the page on the Equilibrium Constitution, her finger paused. Yugo, she said. Yes. Ingjian briefly explained what they had found at the strongholds. Orochimaru's technical system was built on Yugo's Sage Transformation Constitution, and the relationship between Yugo's body and the Curseal ran far deeper than expected. If they wanted to track Sasuke's next stage of movement, then in addition to Kakashi's ANBU intelligence network, they should add perception markers along the route to the north of the Land of Rice Fields. Tsunade closed the report. Orochimaru's base intelligence had already been submitted by Kakashi in parallel. For the next year the two of them would continue to track Sasuke's trail through the intelligence network still at A rank. Ing Jian took the newly signed mission scroll and left the office. At the end of the corridor Shikamaru was leaning against the window flipping through a newly delivered patrol defense map. Without lifting his head Shikamaru asked, "And Sasuke?" Ing Jian stopped, and told him that Sasuke was not in any of the strongholds they had searched, but Yugo's Sage transformation data had been fully integrated by Orochimaru into the vessel adaptation system of the Curse Seal, which meant Sasuke was still the target with the highest success probability in all the Cursed Seal experiments. After hearing this, Shikamaru lightly drew a line at the edge of the defense map with his pencil, leaving only a barely noticeable gray mark, as if he had long since grown accustomed to sealing heavy information into the calmest of places. Outside the window another batch of scaffolding had come down, and children were running on the newly repaired street. Shikamaru put the pencil back into his ninja tool pouch, and said that Team 10 would be reorganized next month. Asuma-sensei had already signed. Ing Jian was silent for a moment, then sat down beside him. He said nothing, just stayed in the slanted autumn sunlight by that window. In the rebuilt Konoha the autumn maple leaves were already red. Ing Jian and Kakashi's pursuit had stretched for 3 full months through the dense forests along the northern border of the Land of Fire. Orochimaru's strongholds like hollowed-out anthills lay scattered one by one in the depths of the coniferous forest belt bordering the Land of Rice Fields and the Land of Fire. Every one they found was empty. The experimental equipment had already been relocated, and the records had been burned or taken away, leaving only broken glass jars all over the floor and a faint smell of disinfectant lingering in the air. But this time was different. When they were still nearly half a day's journey from the next stronghold, Ing Jian suddenly stopped. His shadow sense caught an immense violently disordered chakra deep in the forest ahead, not a ninja's chakra, not a tailed beast's chakra, but natural energy itself running wild. The natural energy around them was being drawn like seawater into a whirlpool, converging at a runaway speed toward one direction. "What's wrong?" Kakashi stopped. "Ahead. Natural energy is gathering abnormally. It isn't Orochimaru's chakra." Ing Jian's sage maple leaf markings surfaced soundlessly, and his perception sharpened in an instant. "It's Yugo. He's gone berserk." Neither of them said another word. They both accelerated toward the source. Deep in the forest was a scene of devastation. Towering ancient trees had been snapped in half, broken branches and pine needles were scattered everywhere, and the ground had been gouged with several enormous craters. Yugo stood in the middle of the ruins, not crouching, standing. His body had swollen to nearly twice the size. Ing Jian remembered his skin, a grayish-brown in curse-mark patterns, writhed and crawled over his skin like living things. His eyes were utterly swallowed by rampaging bloodlust, his pupils shrunk to pinpricks. With every breath a low indistinct roar rose from deep in his throat, a sound that no longer seemed human. Orochimaru's men were not there. It wasn't that they had withdrawn, they simply hadn't had time to take him. In this state anyone who tried to approach Yugo could be torn to pieces, and even Orochimaru would not take that risk on the eve of the reincarnation ritual. So Yugo had been left behind, the only trapped beast still roaring amid the ruins. "Kakashi-senpai, don't go near him," Ing Jian said. "I know." Kakashi's Sharingan was already open, its 3 tomo turning slowly. "Use your shadow to control his chakra flow. I'll suppress his bone spikes from the flank." Ing Jian's shadow spread out from beneath his feet. Shadow tendrils extended without a sound, rose from the shadow under Yugo, and wound around his ankles, calves, and waist. But Yugo's power was far beyond that of an ordinary ninja. The moment the shadow tendrils tightened, he began to struggle violently, and the shadow whips coiled around his waist let out a dull, strained groan. Ing Jian spread a shadow marsh under Yugo's feet, using earth-natured chakra to add weight to the shadow whips and trap his legs at the same time. Shadow lightning seeped backward along the whips, and hundreds of fine electric arcs crawled from his calves up to his torso, trying to paralyze the transmission of force from his lower body. Yugo's body trembled violently, but the natural energy inside him, driven by the curse-mark transformation, erupted at an exponential rate. The shadow lightning was swallowed whole by the out-of-control natural energy just as it reached his chest. "His recovery speed is faster than the paralysis." Kakashi had already moved from the side to Yugo's left, a Chidori shrieking in his palm. He didn't drive the Chidori straight into Yugo, instead he shifted its target away from Yugo's torso, and used it to blast apart the curse-marked bone spikes that were lancing toward Ing Jian from behind Yugo. Thunderlight burst, and the bone spikes were smashed into powder. Taking the chance, Ing Jian reinforced the shadow whips. But in the instant the shadow tendrils tightened again, he perceived an abnormality he had never felt before. The rampaging natural energy inside Yugo was pouring back into him along the contact surfaces of the shadow tendrils. He wasn't absorbing it deliberately. Yugo's natural energy was seeking an outlet on its own. Yugo's sage-transformed constitution was a natural absorber of natural energy. In this berserk state, the energy had expanded far beyond what his body could contain, like a reservoir with no floodgates. Once a crack appeared in the dam, the flood would crazily pour into any channel it could flow through. And for all these years, Yin Jian's yin-yang core had been maintained in a half-open state by passively absorbing natural energy. It automatically detected this stream of same-origin natural energy, and like opposite poles of two magnets, the instant they sensed each other, they locked together without needing any command. Backflow. Natural energy poured into Yin Jian's meridians at a rate far greater than the one he actively absorbed during normal training, rushing against the current along the path of the shadow tendrils into his knees, into his torso, into his palms. His sage mode was forcibly activated by this foreign energy to its deepest limit. Around his eyes, the edges of the maple leaf markings began to emit an almost invisible ultrafine black glow. Yin Jian. Kakashi sensed something wrong. The energy overloading his body is spilling out. I'll channel it down. Gritting his teeth, Yin Jian forced the uncontrolled energy that had poured back into him down into his legs and redirected it along the shadow tendrils back into the ground. He didn't need to neutralize it. He only needed to divert it, like leading a mountain flood away from a village into a river channel, safely conducting the berserk energy that could have torn Yugo apart deep into the earth. Yugo's swollen body began to shrink. His grayish-brown skin started to fade back to its original color from his shoulder blades, and the dense curse mark patterns around his eyes receded from deep black to grayish-white, then peeled away silently piece by piece. His pupils dilated, and his eyes returned to normal. He slumped to the ground, his hands braced on the ground covered with wood shavings and broken stones, gasping in deep breaths. Yin Jian withdrew his shadow tendrils, his chest still faintly aching. The natural energy that had flooded back had charged through his meridians for a time, and although it had been guided away, the residual impact still left a dull, heavy echo inside him. He walked over to Yugo, crouched down, and placed a hand on Yugo's shoulder. Yugo raised his head. His eyes had regained clarity, but deep in his pupils there still lingered the fear left by the rampage. He looked at Yin Jian, his lips moving several times. You've come to capture me. You're a leaf ninja. I'm a leaf ninja. I'm not here to capture you. Yin Jian took his hand off Yugo's shoulder and opened his palm, not in a hand-seal gesture but as a simple invitation. Orochimaru treated you as an experimental subject. Kimimaro once protected you, but he's gone now. Have you ever thought about where you could go besides Orochimaru's cage and this ruin? Yugo was silent for a long time. He looked down at his hands, which had only just recovered from the rampage, then raised his head to survey the surroundings. The fallen ancient trees, the shattered rocks, the pine needles caught by the wind. None of Orochimaru's people were here. No one had come to take him. There is nowhere. Then come back to the hidden leaf with me. Yugo was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Yin Jian. Yin Jian was still crouching before him, his palms still open. Kakashi, standing beside them, had put away his Sharingan. The hidden leaf won't let me go. I'm Orochimaru's experimental subject, the source of the curse mark. I'll speak to Lady Tsunade. Yugo lowered his head. His fingers curled and uncurled convulsively on his knees, and only after a long while did he stand up. His body had returned to its normal state, tall but silent, his silhouette casting a long shadow over the shattered woodland. Kimimaro once said that if the day ever came when Orochimaru didn't want me, I should find someone who wouldn't lock me in a cage. He paused. Are you that person? I'm not that person. But your cage can be dismantled. Yin Jian stood up and tilted his head in the direction they had come. Let's go. Kakashi brought up the rear, and the three of them headed south through the forest that had been devastated by the rampage. The forest breeze gently scattered the dust that covered the earth, and sunlight leaked through the gaps between broken trees, casting an ever-lengthening shadow at Yin Jian's feet. This shadow was leading a man who no longer needed a cage toward a place where someone was willing to accept him. On the third day after Yugo's rampage had been suppressed, Yin Jian and Kakashi brought him back to Konoha. Not as an escort, not for custody, they brought him back. The road back to the village took nearly 5 days. Yugo barely said a word along the way, but his rampage never once recurred. It wasn't because it had been suppressed, but because Yin Jian's shadow never stopped stretching beneath his feet, like a valve that would not close, always ready to channel the excess energy out of his body. The door of the Hokage's office closed softly behind Yin Jian. Tsunade picked up her brush again at her desk and continued going through the mountain of reconstruction supply lists. Outside the window, Konoha's morning light seeped through the gaps in the scaffolding onto the newly laid flagstone road. Injien walked out of the Hokage building and glanced up at the east where clouds were dyed pale gold by the rising sun. Yugo's situation was settled. He was not a prisoner and not an experiment subject but a guest of Konoha temporarily under Nara Injien's guardianship, placed in a mountain shelter on the village's northern outskirts. Yamato had set out earlier that morning to prepare the outer barrier with Wood Release. Injien. Shikamaru's voice came from the corridor corner. He was holding the newly drawn-up patrol roster for Team Tenasuma stood behind him, the reoiled well-kept lighter dangling from his mouth. I heard you brought someone back. One of Orochimaru's test subjects, the source of the cursed seal. His name is Yugo. He's not a test subject, he's a person. Shikamaru glanced at him, didn't ask anything beyond the name, and simply rolled the roster up and tapped it against his shoulder. Team 10's afternoon patrol passes the north perimeter. Is your shelter inside that range? It is. Then see you this afternoon. Asuma walked past Shikamaru and patted Injien's shoulder. Tsunade-sama says you're his guardian? The Nara clan really does breed warriors. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Without waiting for Injien's answer, he followed Shikamaru toward the village gate. The mountain shelter was in a natural cleft in the rock wall on the northern outskirts of Konoha. Yamato's Wood Release had widened the hollow into a stone room large enough for a few people, and the outside was woven with interlocking roots and vines into a camouflaged barrier. When Injien pushed through the vine curtain and entered, Yugo was sitting in the darkest corner, under the stone wall. He hadn't been locked there. It was his own choice. His back pressed against the cold rock, both hands on his drawn-together knees like a cornered beast in an unfamiliar den, not knowing whether it dared to lie down. Injien didn't summon him over. He sat down cross-legged in the center of the room, took a deerskin water flask from his ninja tool pouch, drank a sip himself, and then placed it between them within easy reach. He told Yugo that Tsunade-sama had signed the guardianship order, and that he would be Yugo's guardian. Yamato's barrier was not a prison but protection. Yugo did not react. Yugo. What does your power feel like? Yugo's eyelids twitched. It's not about what it makes you become. It's about the power itself, the natural energy inside your body. Can you feel it? Silence. Wind slipped through the gaps in the vine curtain, rustling the pile of dried grass. It's full. Yugo's voice was as raspy as two coarse stones grinding together. It's always been full. Ever since I can remember, it's been full. It's not chakra. Chakra came only later, after Orochimaru ran his experiments on me. Before that there was only it. He raised his hand and sketched a vague shape in the air. The thick calluses on his fingertips gleamed faintly white in the gloom. When I was small, I didn't know what to call it. I only knew there was a river in my body. The river had no name, no direction. It just kept pouring into me. It filled me full, and when I couldn't hold any more, it burst. After it burst, the river ran dry and I passed out. When I woke up, it started pouring again. It's been like that all along. Injien didn't interrupt. He handed Yugo the water flask. Yugo caught it, drank a mouthful, and set it back between them. I asked Kimimaro before. He's got a curse seal too, and he can control his bones. He said his power is different from mine. He was born a weapon, I was born a source. He tried over and over to apply the meridian harmonization method Orochimaru had shown him to me, but it never worked. It wasn't that he couldn't teach. It's that my body wouldn't obey him. Yugo's gaze dropped to his clenched fists, and his voice sank lower. Every time my feelings rush up, my body moves on its own. Only after the body moves does the mind catch up. The order is reversed. Injien listened, then picked up a rough stone from the corner of the shelter and placed it in Yugo's palm. The stone was utterly ordinary, its edges worn round by wind and time, its surface faintly cool in that deep rock way. What about your clan? Yugo's pupils contracted slightly. He cradled the rough stone under his thumb as if holding a fragile shell that had just been blown from the rim of a bird's nest. The wind hadn't stopped, and he didn't dare to breathe. Gone. They were gone when I was very young. What were they like? I don't remember clearly. All I remember is an old man, maybe my grandfather. He said one thing: water brimming over spills, and spilling becomes disaster. If you don't want disaster, you dig a channel. I didn't understand. Then he died. Injien didn't answer right away. He let the silence linger for a few breaths, then spoke slowly, evenly, without haste. Long ago, your clan may have been the first people on this land who could absorb natural energy. In the Warring States period, the Nishu had split apart, and the chakra system had not yet unified the continent. Back then, certain people were born able to absorb the earth's power, no hand signs needed, no contracts needed. Later, people called them sage transformed physiques. Not a cursed seal, not a forbidden jutsu. They were the most primal sensors of natural energy. Yugo's breath caught for a moment. They may have left behind no writing, no scrolls. Because they died too early in the wars. After the chakra system rose, natural-born sage bodies were treated as monsters. Your clan may have been forced to migrate, hiding from place to place until only one branch was left. He paused. What you inherited is not a curse. It is the final legacy they passed down through blood before they all died. They couldn't leave an instruction manual behind, only a body born to absorb natural energy. Yugo lowered his head. He didn't cry, but his hands tightened on his knees, knuckles pale from strain. The energy that used to explode outward during his rampage he now held locked inside his clenched fingers. When I was a kid, every time I woke up after a rampage I was lying in piles of broken rock. I'd smashed every piece of it. Even the birds wouldn't come near me. So I thought, maybe I really am a monster. Orochimaru said I was. Kimimaro never said it, but he was also afraid I'd explode on him. It's not the rampage you're afraid of. Injien looked at Yugo's clenched fists. You're afraid that after the rampage, when you wake up, you'll be alone again in a ring of broken stones. Yugo's hands loosened slightly. Your ability isn't about absorbing too much, it's about absorbing deeper, purer, and closer to the source than anyone else. It isn't useless. You just haven't learned how to use it. What your ancestors left you is only a river. Injien extended his hand palm up, not in a hand sign, just an open palm. When the water of nature flows into your body, it is only body energy. Refine, infuse it with spiritual energy, then store the refined senjutsu chakra in your meridians. That is a complete practice. Your ancestors walked the first 99 steps. The final step, the refining, they never had time to pass down. We'll fill it in. It's not about making a valve, it's about turning water into a spring. Not about blocking it, it's about letting it flow through you. Yugo looked at Injien's open palm. That hand made no hand sign, gathered no chakra. It simply lay open there like an invitation. Make it your own. His lips trembled a few times. Finally, with excruciating slowness, he lifted his hands that had clenched stones for half his life, off his knees. Not fists. Open palms. He closed his eyes and felt the river that had been pouring into him since his earliest memory surging into his meridians. He didn't push it away and he didn't close it shut. He simply let it flow, through his limbs, through his torso, through the gaps between every heartbeat. When it reached his palms, he pressed the hand full of natural energy gently against the ground. The energy followed his open palm into the dry grass beneath him, a tamed underground current seeping soundlessly into the deep earth. No rampage. He opened his eyes and looked at his open palm. The excess natural energy he'd guided down did not disappear. It soaked into the dry, fine lines of his palm, turning them into a barely visible tracery of moss-colored birth lines. His breathing was even, all around was still. There's still water in the river, but now it flows. It flows into my hand, flows into the ground. For the first time I feel like it's not trying to burst out of me. It just had nowhere to go. Yugo's voice was raspy but steadier than it had ever been. The hand that had clenched stones for a lifetime now rested gently on the ground. His fingers no longer bore any force, they merely touched the rough edges of the dry grass as lightly as if they were touching an injured squirrel's hind paw. My clan couldn't tell me how to use it. You told me. His voice dropped, mixed with the echoing forest sea beyond the shelter, like he was talking to himself. From now on I can tell it myself. I can tell it where to flow so it doesn't have to burst through me anymore. Injien looked at Yugo's hand pressing on the ground. That hand had once known only how to clench. Now it had learned to open. He picked up the water flask from between them, drank a mouthful, then set it back where Yugo's hand could reach it. Neither of them said anything more. The forest wind came in through the gaps in the vine curtain, carrying the smell of pine resin and damp soil, brushing softly across Yugo's open palm. The river still flowed inside him, as full as yesterday, as full as 10 years ago. But this was the first time he was not afraid of being drowned by it. In the first month after Zhongwu settled into the shelter, Jian would lift the vine curtain with punctual precision every morning. The purpose of the training had been clear from the very start. Not to teach Zhongwu how to suppress his rampages, but to teach him how to find the direction of that river on his own before a rampage came. Jian called it guiding the current. Zhongwu called it opening the channel. Their names differed, but both pointed at the same thing, giving the river that had been pouring into his body since birth a course that would never breach its banks. For the first 10 days Zhongwu lost control once or twice every day. Each time Jian stood beside him without lifting a hand, merely letting his shadow spread beneath their feet, waiting for Zhongwu to press that surging energy back into his palms and vent it into the ground on his own. On the evening of the 11th day Zhongwu channeled the flow on his own for the first time without Jian's guidance. He drew Jun Malu's bone fragment from his breast, placed it on the stone platform between them, and said he wanted to tell Jun Malu that he had learned to open the channel that day. Ing Jian did not answer. He simply laid his shadow touch over the back of Zhong Wu's hand, featherlight and faint. Yet, in the instant the shadow touch met his palm, he sensed something. The natural energy within Zhong Wu's body was seeping outward at an extremely slow, extremely steady rhythm. It was not a rampage, not a loss of control. Zhong Wu was using his own will to expel the excess energy from his body, like a faucet shut for decades finally turned open, letting the pent-up pressure release drop by drop. That expelled natural energy did not dissipate into the air. It followed the contact surface of the shadow touch and flowed into Ing Jian's shadow. It was not a backflow, it was a seepage. Zhong Wu was the source. His sage-transformed constitution was by nature an absorber of natural energy. In the past he absorbed far more than he released, like a wind cave that only took in and never let out, sucking all the natural energy around him into his body, and then exploding. But now he was beginning to learn how to release. The surplus natural energy expelled from his body needed a place to go, and Ing Jian's shadow happened to be the only vessel attuned to him closely enough to receive it. Ing Jian did not refuse. He simply let his shadow spread quietly beneath Zhong Wu's feet. The natural energy seeping from Zhong Wu's body flowed into the depths of his shadow, gentle and continuous, like a mountain spring running over a riverbed. He suddenly understood what this energy meant to his shadow. Zhong Wu was the source, and his sage-transformed constitution was by nature the purest conduit of natural energy. The purity of this energy far surpassed the natural energy he passively absorbed from the air. It carried the most primal and unadulterated essence of the sage constitution from within Zhong Wu's bloodline. When his shadow came into contact with this energy, it began to adjust its own density and frequency automatically, not through deliberate cultivation but through the shadow's instinct. It was like a musician who had played for years suddenly hearing the timbre of an exquisite ancient guqin. Without any instruction, the ear reaches out on its own to seize that pitch. Every time Zhong Wu released energy, the shadow adjusted by another degree. Every adjustment raised the shadow's affinity for natural energy by another degree. This process was slow and soundless. It required no technique, no hand seals, only Ing Jian sitting across from Zhong Wu letting his shadow complete this silent tempering for him. In the second month of training, Ing Jian began to notice changes in his shadow. Before, his shadow had been a receiver. When the natural energy around him was abundant, the shadow could capture it and channel it into the yin-yang core for harmonization. But now, after coming into contact with the energy seeping out of Zhong Wu, the shadow seemed to have learned some new language. It began to absorb natural energy from its surroundings on its own. No longer was it the passive receiver it had been before. This was a quieter, more sustained kind of drawing, actively capturing the extremely low concentrations of natural energy scattered through air and soil, like plants spreading their roots to drink the morning dew, silently imbibing the most primordial breath of heaven and earth. He sat on a rock outside the shelter, his shadow spreading around him. When he closed his eyes, he could perceive natural energy flowing slowly into the edges of his shadow, from the soil, from the air, from the breathing of the branches overhead. It was not he who was actively absorbing it, the shadow itself was doing this. Zhong Wu sat cross-legged across from him, both palms pressed flat on the ground, slowly feeding a wisp of pale green natural energy released from his body into the rock stratum. Then he raised his head and looked at Ing Jian. "You didn't help me channel the current today. You don't need my help anymore." Zhong Wu lowered his head and looked at his hands, which no longer convulsed. "I used to think this river was going to drown me," he said. "Now it can flow." He paused. "Every time you sit across from me, it flows the steadiest. Your shadow is like a magnet, taking away all the excess energy I release. Not draining it, taking it away, like scooping up spilled water and pouring it into another cup. So my cup will never fill to the point of cracking, and your cup will never be empty." Ing Jian did not answer, but Zhong Wu's words left an impression in his heart. A cup. His cup. His shadow was filling a little more each day. In the third month the change arrived at dawn. That night Ing Jian had not returned to the shelter. He had stayed alone in a shallow valley, bathed in moonlight, deep in the hinterland of the rear mountain. A wisp of natural energy Zhong Wu had released during the day was still slowly revolving in the depths of his shadow, like an extremely fine pulse of current rippling gently with every breath he took. At the deepest hour of the night, when the moonlight was at its fullest, he suddenly perceived that the thread of current began to resonate with the natural energy around it without any active guidance from him. It was not he who was absorbing, the shadow itself had found the frequency of resonance. Moonlight, the dampness of the soil, dew dripping from pine needles, the flow of hidden rivers deep within the rock. All these subtle sources of natural energy were captured by his shadow at once, then flowed slowly and unceasingly into the shadow's interior using the wisp of Zhongwu's energy as a bridge. The influx was not great, but it was unceasing. His shadow glowed faintly in the moonlight, not fluorescence but a layer of the very faintest deep blue halo rising along the edge of the shadow. The halo brightened and dimmed with the rhythm of his breathing like a heartbeat. Then his sage facial markings began to surface, not because he had actively summoned them but because the shadow itself was calling them forth. First the maple leaf markings around his eye sockets emerged without a sound. Then the lines began to change, the original maple leaf edges gradually folded inward forming two overlap spirals beneath the eye sockets. The spiral markings extended downward from the inner corners of his eyes, ran along the sides of his nose, curved around the cheekbones, converged at the jaw, then split into two streams that continued downward, circled the neck and met again at the center of the collarbone. From the junction at the collarbone the spiral divided into two, sliding along both sides of the rib cage toward the shoulder blades, then spiraling down the inner side of the upper arms, tapering at the midpoint of the forearms into two extremely delicate lines, and finally coming to rest on the inside of both wrists. A complete spiral on each side, the ends of the lines tilting faintly upward like a pair of wings not yet fully closed. At the exact center of the forehead a new marking was taking shape. It was not emerging from the surface of the skin but pressing outward from deep beneath it. First a minuscule point of light appeared between his brows. Then the light point unfolded slowly like a scroll unfurled by the wind, extending two straight lines to either side, crossing the hairline, forking at the crown of the head, and running backward along the scalp to vanish into the nape of his neck. The space between those two crown lines was not blank. The light point condensed to its absolute limit, quivered at first, then above the crown at the convergence of the two lines it trembled open into an extremely faint and paper-thin halo like a mirror of deep darkness that, compressed to its limit, had finally found release. The rim of the halo was inlaid with a thin layer of pale blue light, yet its center was a pure, almost transparent ink black, of the same origin as the shadow beneath Ing Jian's feet, that had been tempered for years, yet clearer and calmer like a dream eye that had not yet fully opened. The inner spirals of both arms, the halo above the forehead, the sage art markings flowing through the meridians of his whole body. At this moment his sage mode completed its second transformation, no longer a mode of borrowing, but a mode of owning. Natural energy no longer merely flowed through his body, it was stored in the depths of his shadow, becoming part of his existence. He stood up. The ink-black shadow beneath his feet spread quietly in the moonlight, its edge shimmering with an extremely faint deep blue halo. The spiral markings around his eyes glimmered faintly in the moon's light. When he returned to the shelter, dawn had not yet broken. Zhongwu was awakened by the sound of the vine curtain being lifted. He looked up to see Ing Jian walking in and froze for a moment. "Your facial markings have changed. Last time they were maple leaves. This time they're spirals and a light halo. Beautiful." Ing Jian sat down across from him and opened his palms. The two interlaced spiral markings on the inside of his wrists were still glowing faintly with pale blue light. "This is the second stage of Sage Mode. In the past it was borrowing, now it is owning. The energy you expelled taught my shadow a new language." Zhongwu stared silently at the two deep blue spiral patterns on Ing Jian's wrist. After a moment he murmured that they were the marks of the source, capable of inscribing Ing Jian as a source as well. He held Jun Mao's bone fragment in his palm and told Ing Jian he wanted to train until he reached that level, that every time Ing Jian sat across from him, and he released his excess energy, he would be right there continuing to widen the channel himself. On the early morning of that late autumn, Ing Jian wrote Zhongwu's training progress into a mission report, and sent it back to me via messenger bird. At the end of the report he added a line: Zhongwu can now autonomously control the absorption and release of natural energy in his daily state, and the risk of rampage has fallen to a manageable range. It is recommended that he be incorporated into Mai's outer sensory network. Morning light leaked down through the leaves, spreading a sheet of pale gold over the grass outside the shelter. At the mouth of the shelter Zhongwu watched the sun climbing higher and higher, gently clenched his fist, then opened it again. The cage had been dismantled. Outside there was grass, there was sunlight, and there was a village willing to take him in. And the one who had helped him tear down the cage sat beside him, hands resting on his knees, the spiral marks on his wrists glowing quietly in the morning light. The first time Yugo stood before Konoha's main gate his feet stopped for a long time. Konoha's walls had been reinforced after the Third Shinobi World War. The gray-white stone wall had been worn smooth by time, clusters of wild morning glories grew from the crevices, vines hanging over the top and swaying gently in the morning light. The ninja on gate duty glanced at Yugo, then at Ing Jian. In Ing Jian's hand was an admission permit personally signed by Tsunade, not a prisoner detention order, not a test subject transfer form, but a temporary residence permit. Applicant Nara Ing Jian. Ward Yugo. Lady Tsunade is already waiting, the gate duty ninja said and moved aside. Yugo followed behind Injian through the streets of Konoha. The village was still in reconstruction. Scaffolding and newly built wooden houses stood in alternating rows, and fresh mud and mortar marks remained on the stone paths. A few craftsmen repairing roofs by the roadside paused with their hammers when they caught sight of his tall figure. A child squatting by the roadside picking up nails looked up at him, then lowered his head and went back to picking up nails. No screams. No running away. No finger pointed at him shouting monster. Yugo's fingers curled inside his sleeve, then slowly relaxed. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade was reviewing documents. She looked up, her gaze resting on Yugo for a moment, not appraising, more like she was confirming something. Injian placed the mission report on the desk. It recorded all the stage-by-stage data of Yugo's self-managed energy drainage in the mountain shelter, as well as a stable period of many consecutive days with 0 rampages. Tsunade opened the report and read it from beginning to end. The risk of rampage has dropped from 100% to a controllable range. The energy cycle of his sage transformation constitution has stabilized. Recommend incorporating him into Konoha's outer sensory network, with me continuing as his guardian. Tsunade closed the report and looked at Yugo. Would you ever hurt Konoha's ninja? Yugo shook his head. Will you let that thing control you? Yugo shook his head again, then spoke. His voice was hoarse but clear. He didn't want to kill anymore. In the past, every time he woke from a rampage, he was among broken stones. Later, after Kimimaro was gone, no one protected him anymore, and he thought his whole life would only ever shuttle between cages and ruins. When he finished, he lowered his head and looked at his spread palms. His fingers curled slightly, the thick calluses were crossed with old marks of varying depths. Tsunade said nothing. A bird passed outside the window, its shadow gliding across the desk. Tsunade picked up her pen again and wrote a line at the end of the admission permit. Guardianship responsibility lies entirely with Nara Injian. Place of residence is the Nara clan compound. Not an outer shelter. Not a quarantine barrier. The clan compound, the ancestral land of the Nara, one of Konoha's oldest families. The Nara deer are better than my sensing barrier at distinguishing good from evil. Tsunade pushed the admission permit back in front of Injian. If the herd accepts him, the village has no reason not to. The maple forest at the Nara clan compound burned quietly in the late autumn afternoon. The maple leaves had turned deep red. Layer upon layer of them filtered the sunlight into fine golden flecks that fell on the stone path and on the wooden rails of the deer shed. Several half-grown bucks were sunning themselves by the fence. When they saw Injian approaching, they raised their heads in unison, a few maple leaves still clinging to their antlers. Yugo stood at the entrance to the clan compound, his feet as if nailed to the ground. It was too quiet here. Other than the sound of maple leaves falling and a few gentle calls from the deer's shed in the distance, there was nothing. He pointed toward the deer's shed and asked if those were deer. Injian said yes and asked whether he had ever seen deer. Yugo shook his head and said he had only seen the shed snakeskins in Orochimaru's laboratory. Injian pushed open the gate and let him in. The deer first stepped back warily. The buck with the 4-point antlers stood at the front, ears pricked straight, black nose stretching toward Yugo. It was not shrinking back, it was curious. Yugo stood where he was, not daring to move, hands hanging at his sides with fingers slightly spread like a person who had no idea what to do with them. But his chakra showed no sign of rampage. The drainage valve he had trained countless times in the shelter was now running smoothly. The natural energy inside him moved like a quiet river, slowly and steadily along his chakra pathways. The buck stepped forward, touched the back of Yugo's hand with its nose, then licked his face. Yugo froze. The buck's tongue was rough and warm, carrying the mixed scent of grass and maple leaves. Seeing their leader offer its approval, the other deer came over one after another, rubbing their necks against his sleeves. A fawn born just this spring squeezed under his arm, rested its head on his shoulder, and swung its tail lazily. Yugo stood stiff for a moment, then very slowly raised a hand and placed it on the fawn's forehead. The excess natural energy he had just suppressed did not vanish, it seeped into the dry, fine lines of his palm as a faint moss-green tint. The fawn licked his scarred, callous fingers, chewed them gently like tender leaves, then spat them out, and nuzzled into his palm as a warm, fluffy ball. It licked me, Yugo said. Why? Back when I rampaged, even the birds wouldn't come near me. Deer can sense whether a person holds malice in their heart. They felt none in you, so they came over. Yugo crouched down and let the fawn press its head against his chest. His hand was still on the fawn's forehead. His fingers no longer stiff, stroked slowly from the fawn's crown to the base of its ear. The fawn half closed its eyes, pushed deeper into his palm, and made a soft rumbling sound in its throat. He said he used to think his whole life would only go back and forth between cages and ruins. When Kimimaro died, he thought no one would ever touch him again, not even an animal's nose. Injian said nothing. He stood by the deer shed watching the buck lick the other side of Yugo's neck after licking his left cheek, watching the fawn wriggle in Yugo's arms and get its antler caught on his sleeve button, shaking its head in panic, watching Yugo clumsily free the stuck antler, and the corner of Injian's mouth rose a little so faintly it was almost unnoticeable. Shinjie came out from the back of the deer's shed holding a medicine mortar in his hand. He looked up at Yugo, then at the deer circling around him, then went back to grinding the herbs and said, "You're here." As if Yugo were not the source of the curse seal, not one of Orochimaru's test subjects, but just a boy from a neighboring village dropping by the deer shed. Yugo stood up and gave Jinjia a slightly awkward bow. Without raising his head, Jinjia pointed at the hay bale beside the deer shed. "Sit. That little one has been losing its coat lately. Don't let it rub against you too long." Yugo crouched down again and carefully tried to free the fawn that was still struggling to hook its antler onto his sleeve button. The cuff had been pulled loose by the antler, and his clumsy tugging only managed to tangle his own thumb in the thread, earning a snort from the buck as if it were laughing at him. That evening Ingjian brought Yugo home. His mother Chi stood at the kitchen door, glanced at Yugo, said, "You're here," and took an extra bowl and a set of chopsticks from the cupboard. Dinner was red bean rice, grilled fish, and pickled radish. Yugo ate cautiously, chewing each bite very slowly as if he was not quite sure the food truly belonged to him. She placed the last piece of grilled fish into his bowl and said there was still more in the pot. Yugo lowered his head, thanked her, then lifted the bowl and ate every last grain of the red bean rice. His eyes were a little red, but he didn't let anyone see. In the evening, Shikamaru slid open the paper door of Injian's house holding a shogi board. He saw Yugo sitting on the veranda, gave a nod, and introduced himself as Naro Shikamaru, Injian's cousin. Yugo stood up and gave his own name somewhat awkwardly. Shikamaru gave an set the shogi board on the veranda and told Injian that Lady Tsunade had already sent Yugo's admission permit to the council level so no one would make trouble for the time being. Then he looked at Yugo and added that Asuma-sensei was being discharged from the hospital tomorrow, that Team 10 would hold a live combat exercise at the training ground in the afternoon, and asked if he wanted to come watch. Not come down and report, not we need you for questioning. Just asking if he wanted to come watch them train. Like inviting a newly met neighbor. Like greeting someone who had already lived here a long time. Yugo didn't answer. He lowered his head and looked at the shogi piece in Shikamaru's hand. Shikamaru didn't rush him. Injian didn't rush him either. The maple leaves on the veranda trembled softly in the night wind. At some point the buck had slipped out of the deer shed, walked to the veranda, rested its head on Yugo's knee, and made faint chewing sounds in its throat. Yugo took Kimimaro's bone fragment from inside his chest and placed it on his knee. "Okay." Shikamaru nodded, laid out the board, and pushed the pieces back into the unfinished game. Injian sat between them, letting his shadow lie quietly on the veranda, merging into the deer's soft breaths and the rustling maple leaves. From then on, Yugo had a place here too. The cage had already been dismantled. The person who had shown him the way was sitting beside him, walking him through one door after another. And those willing to accept him were more than one. They waited for him to sit down on the veranda, to reach out by the deer's shed to keep his promise at the training ground, and across the shogi board waited for him to take the white pieces. When the mission scroll signed by Tsunade was delivered to Injian, he was crouching at the entrance of the deer's shed watching Jinjia change the dressing on the stag, whose antlers had already branched into 4 points. Kakashi leaned against the fence for once without his usual copy of Ika Ika Paradise in hand. Yugo stood a few paces away, letting the fawn born this spring nuzzle its head against his knee. Kakashi unrolled the mission scroll. In the northern part of the land of rice there is an abandoned hideout of Orochimaru. The remaining curse seal test subjects went on a rampage and attacked nearby villages. Mission objective: eliminate the berserk test subjects, and seal all residual cursed seal materials within the hideout. Personnel: Hataki, Kakashi, Nara, Injian, Yugo. Yugo's hand paused on the fawn's forehead. He was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "They are people who were modified by Orochimaru just like me." Injian stood up, brushed the grass clippings off his knees. "They are people who were used as test subjects by Orochimaru just like you. But they are not people who like you learned to open a channel. We have to go and stop them." Yugo pressed a bone fragment of Kimimaro gently in his palm, then stood up and followed Injian toward the village gate. Kakashi walked at the rear, his Sharingan not activated. The hideout in the northern land of rice was concealed deep within a dried-up river valley. The entrance was half collapsed by an explosion, with the remains of a half-buried clay bomb embedded in the rubble. Faint dark marks left by the rubbing of snake sheds still lingered on the stone walls. Injian crouched at the entrance, extending his shadow into the ruins. The chakra fluctuations he sensed were more numerous, more fragmented, and more chaotic than he had expected. 17 in different positions and with different intensities, but each one carries the distorted frequency unique to curse seal transformation. 17 of them all berserk. Most of them are on the second basement floor. Kakashi pushed up his forehead protector, the 3 Tomo in his Sharingan slowly spinning. Yugo, this time you take the lead. Ingjian and I will block their escape routes from the sides. Yugo did not reply, he simply walked deeper into the ruins. The corridor on the second basement floor was riddled with holes smashed by the berserk curse seal test subjects, and the stone walls were covered with claw marks and dents from impacts. The air was thick with a nauseating blend of blood, formaldehyde, and reptilian secretions. The first test subject lunged out of the darkness, his body covered in incomplete curse seal markings. His arms had swollen to twice their normal thickness, and his fingertips had become gray-black claws. Yugo did not dodge. He crossed his arms and took the claw strike head-on, and just as the other's talons cut into his skin, he pressed his palm against the test subject's forehead. "What is your name?" The test subject's body jolted violently. His name was Sato. Before being captured, he had been a villager in a herb-gathering village in the northern land of rice. One of Orochimaru's men said his constitution was special and could fetch a good price. He did not want to be sold, he still had a wife and child waiting for him to return. Then in the cage, poisonous snakes bit his arm day and night, injecting the venom of the curse seal into his chakra pathways. He had long since gone berserk countless times. Each time he was recaptured, he was bound to the operating table and injected with a more concentrated culture solution. Yugo kept his palm pressed against the man's forehead, gradually drawing out the fragments of natural energy that the curse seal had twisted within his body. The fragments surfaced from deep within Sato's curse seal markings, and the instant they touched the air dissolved into gray-white dust that sifted down through Yugo's fingers. Sato's swollen arms slowly shrank back to normal size, his claws faded into human fingers, and his pupils dilated as his eyes regained clarity. He slumped to the ground, staring at his own outstretched hands. Tears swirled in his eyes but never fell. "Thank you. I'm finally free of pain." He looked up at Yugo. "My wife's name is Sato Sakura. If you ever go to that village, tell her, don't wait for me." Yugo's hand froze in midair. The curse seal markings on Sato's chest had faded completely, but his breathing had stopped at the same time. It was not death from curse seal backlash. His body had already been eroded to its limit by Orochimaru's culture fluid. As the curse seal fragments were drawn away, the berserk energy that had sustained his last shred of vitality dispersed along with them. He had awakened from his berserk state only to say those words. Yugo knelt before Sato in silence for a long time, then reached out and gently closed Sato's eyes. "I will go." Ingjian stood at the entrance of the ruins, spreading his shadow across the entire corridor. As the ceiling array rose from the ground, the wind it stirred rustled Yugo's short hair. He stood up and continued deeper into the ruins. The second, the third, the fourth. Most of the test subjects regained brief clarity after the curse seal fragments were stripped away, and then used their last strength to say a few words. One left a comb for his mother, another clutched a small piece of crushed calcite from his hometown, one could not even utter his full name, and only managed to trace half an unfinished symbol on Yugo's palm. But some, after regaining consciousness, chose to knock Yugo's hand away. "Stay away." The man curled up in the corner still had deep darkness in his eyes even after the curse seal fragments were drawn out. "I've killed too many people. I can't go back. You're also a monster of the cursed seal. Don't touch me." Yugo's hand froze where it was. "You're right. I too am a monster of the cursed seal. But I have never killed anyone. Someone taught me to build a channel, turning the excess energy into a flowing river. It took me a long time to understand that cages can be dismantled and stones can be laid anew. If you are willing to grasp it, the river is right at your hand." Yugo gently placed his hand on the man's head. "The disturbed natural energy inside you is still surging outward. You can push me away as before or try once with me." The man's breathing grew rapid for a while, then he raised his hand and clutched Yugo's sleeve. Dried bits of blood were still caked on his fingernails. The moment the channel opened, his entire body collapsed against the corner, as if all his bones had come loose. Then he coughed violently, hacking up a dark purple curse seal fragment the size of a fingertip. The moment the seal stone left his body, it rapidly lost its luster and turned into fine ashes in Yugo's palm. The man stared at the pile of ash, then suddenly grabbed his own collar. His hands were trembling, but he no longer pushed anyone away. At dawn the next day, the last test subject stopped breathing in Yugo's arms. She had no name. All she remembered was seeing a small patch of sky through the gaps in the iron bars while she was locked in a cage. "The sky is so blue, just like the world outside the cage. If only I could see it once more." Yugo carried her out of the ruins. The northern wind was still biting in early spring. The girl, weak and helpless, turned her face aside and fixed her fading gaze on the narrow strip of azure above her. A faint smile curved at the corners of her mouth, and then she closed her eyes. Her chest no longer rose and fell. Yugo knelt on the grass outside the ruins, holding her for a long time without making a sound. Kakashi crouched down and gently placed his hand on Yugo's shoulder. Yugo did not look up, he only whispered, "Kakashi-senpai." Kakashi said, Yugo's voice was steady but his eyes were red. She had never seen the full sky. It was only when I carried her out that she saw it. "So this is what blue looks like," she said. It was beautiful. He gently laid the girl down on the grass and covered her thin body with his own coat. Then he stood up and walked toward the ruins. Ingjian trailed at a distance, neither close nor far behind him, letting him walk alone for a long stretch. That evening Yugo sat on the hillside outside the ruins. Ingjian sat down beside him. Yugo took a small cloth bundle from his ninja tool pouch. Inside the bundle were things different people had pressed into his hands: a comb, a piece of broken or half a homemade charcoal pencil, and a faded handkerchief. He said he kept everything given to him by every person who had stepped out of the cage, placing them beside Kimimura's bone fragment. Some of them woke with just enough strength for a single sentence, some could only manage one last look at him. There was one child who, from the moment he woke until his eyes closed again, kept clutching Yugo's hand and would not let go. When the child said thank you, his lips formed the words clearly, but his voice was so weak it seemed to come from the far end of a corridor. "I never understood it before." Yugo looked down at the open cloth bundle. "Why Orochimaru always said the success rate of the cursed seal experiments was so low it was negligible. He said I am the source of the curse seal, but even he could not replicate me. Kimimaro could control bones, but the curse seal in his body was extracted from me, re-encoded by Orochimaru, and then implanted. Even so, Kimimaro held on for a long time. But those who were directly injected with curse seal fragments, without any conditioning, without a body like mine that had been soaked in natural energy since childhood, simply could not endure it." Ingjian remained silent. Yugo straightened an old wooden comb with missing teeth from the cloth bundle. 2 characters had been carved on the comb's back, probably a mother's name. "They are failures," Yugo said, his voice low but clear. "Orochimaru only kept those who could control the cursed seal's power. Sasuke, Kimimaro, and me. The rest were all thrown away here, treated as discarded culture medium." Ingjian was silent for a moment. "You've remembered every name you could remember." "I have. And every one you couldn't." Yugo's fingers paused for an instant on the little girl's collar, then he placed the stone she had given him into the deepest part of the cloth bundle, right next to Kimimaro's bone fragment. He put away the cloth bundle, stood up, and walked toward the ruins. Kakashi was preparing a sealing barrier at the entrance to the ruins, and Ingjian followed him. Yugo paused before a stone wall that had been shattered by the test subjects, and reached out to trace the intersecting claw marks. Some were so fresh that their edges were still sharp, others old, and weathered by wind erosion, had left only a thin layer of pale gray. He said he wanted to erect a monument for them, even if it was just to stand up the largest piece of rubble here and carve a line of words on it. Kakashi asked what to carve. Yugo lowered his head and moistened his cracked lips with a slight touch, then said, "The cage from this moment on belongs to the past." Ingjian tightened his grip on the kunai he had taken from his tool pouch, and with the Yin Release hand seal he carved the sentence neatly into the rock wall. The stone tablet stood in the very center of the ruins. 17 names were carved on its face. For those without names, a rough lump of curse seal ashes was sealed into the crevices of the stone. Moonlight poured down through the broken walls and ruined pillars, spreading a faint silver white over the stone tablet. Yugo took one last look in the direction of the ruins. In the distant village a few lamps still glimmered, and cooking smoke intertwined with the twilight haze into a gentle veil. He said he would come back to see them again, and next time he would bring not only the bone fragment but also a bunch of maple leaves, the kind from the Nara clan grounds with curled edges, a quiet red and a soft fall into the palm like a whisper. He folded the words gently into the evening wind and left them behind, then followed his companion's footsteps heading south. By the early spring of the second year the ruins of the Fire Country's northern outpost had already been swallowed by wild grass. Patches of delicate white wildflowers dotted the slopes, scattered like stars among the rubble. Before departing, Yugo made a solitary stop to place a small bunch of maple leaves from the Nara clan's territory at the memorial stone, then returned to the village entrance where he met Shadow and Kakashi. Intelligence for the new mission arrived pre-dawn via ANBU messenger birds. Deep within the dense forests along the eastern border of the Fire Country, an abandoned shrine's underground revealed Orochimaru's backup laboratory. The ANBU reconnaissance unit could not penetrate further. The area surrounding the shrine was enshrouded in an extraordinarily intricate curse seal barrier that would trigger defensive countermeasures against anyone without a curse seal. Kakashi unrolled the scroll and showed the barrier distribution map to Shadow and Yugo. Shadow's gaze landed on the annotation marking the barrier's core, Orochimaru's signature seal, yet its structure differed from the living snake barrier he had encountered before. Concealed within this barrier was another even more hidden technique. Without the Byakugan-assisted scanning of the reconnaissance squad, it would have been impossible to detect. 2 layers of barrier, Kakashi said. The outer layer triggers defensive countermeasures upon contact with a cursed seal. The inner layer is some kind of archival sealing technique. He paused. Orochimaru hid something here. The trio set off immediately. Yugo led the way and the barrier recognized his curse seal constitution, disengaging automatically. The underground passage beneath the shrine was cold and damp, the air thick with the scent of old paper mold dust, and the faintest trace of disinfectant. Shadows spread ahead, sensing several traces of chakra so faint they were nearly indistinguishable, not enemies but curse seal fragments discarded long ago, slowly rotting in the darkness. At the end of the passage, Yugo pushed open the stone door sealed by the curse seal and paused, his hand resting on its surface. He said the fragments inside were shattered almost beyond perception. Not destroyed but worn down to nothing by time itself. He murmured to himself that these fragments had lain there for far too long untouched since the day Orochimaru left. Then he spoke a sentence that Shadow would remember for a long time. He could now distinguish whether fragments had been forcibly activated or left in slumber. The former scream, he said. The latter merely sleep. A pause. These are sleeping. They had simply never waited for someone willing to catch them. The stone door groaned open. The underground laboratory was modest in scale but better preserved than any previous outpost. Dried residue of cultivation fluid still clung to the experiment table, and the archive cabinet by the wall stood half open, its scrolls thrown into utter disarray. Shadow crouched and discovered beneath the experiment table a string of chakra residues belonging to either Orochimaru nor Anbu, precise, cold, sharp as a surgeon's scalpel. Kabuto. He had been here only days ago. Yugo searched through the archive cabinet and found several stray pages Kabuto had carelessly left behind at the bottom. The pages recorded Orochimaru's early experimental data on the immortality reincarnation technique, with a dedicated section discussing how to forcibly extract curse seal fragments upon a host's death and implant them as soul anchors within a reincarnated vessel. Kabuto did not need the complete archives. The passages on soul anchors alone were enough to graft Orochimaru's reincarnation technique onto curse seal fragments, forging an entirely forbidden art bearing his own name. Shadow sealed the stray pages into a storage scroll and in the deepest corner of the laboratory found half a burned draft of a reincarnation contract, the continuation of the very agreement discovered earlier at the Fire Country Watchtower. Every outpost confirmed the same truth: Orochimaru and Danzo's mutual exploitation had never ceased. Sasuke's body had not been cultivated as a reincarnation vessel on a whim, it had been planned for years. Yugo gathered the stray pages and said Kabuto did not want all of Orochimaru's legacy. He had deliberately selected only those passages concerning curse seal fragment extraction and soul anchor redirection, aiming to complete his own reincarnation system independently of Orochimaru. Shadow knew Kabuto would not stop at mere collection. Though now still a shadow trailing behind Orochimaru, he would one day appear on the battlefield under his own name. After the trio withdrew, Kakashi laid a permanent seal at the shrine entrance. Shadow leaned against the rough pillar of the shrine's torii gate to organize the mission records. Looking up, he found Yugo spreading his calloused palm, letting falling cherry blossoms drift into it. He told Shadow that at this time last year he had first awakened among the ruins of a canyon, and the first thing he saw was his own hands. Those hands no longer tore stone apart or ripped through the iron bars of cages. They could catch cherry blossoms, just as they could receive combs crushed or in half-used charcoal pencils extended to him by those who had walked out of their cages. This was the second year. That evening Kakashi asked Yugo what he intended to do next. Orochimaru's outposts were largely cleared, Sasuke's trail had temporarily gone cold, but the cradle plan would continue. Yugo did not answer immediately. He looked down at his palms, steady when not in a berserk state, with thick knuckles, calluses from years of gripping rock, and the dark stains of the old shrine mingled with a few cherry petals softened by his body warmth. "I want to keep following Shadow," he said. "Kimimaro once told me that if one day I no longer needed a cage, I would find something I could do. He told me not to seek revenge for him but to live my own life. I still do not know what I can do, but following Shadow this past year I have broken many cages. Those who walked out of them left me several notes. I want to keep breaking them. Not for Orochimaru, but for those people. He slowly lifted his hand from the ground as though cradling the final mementos still left by those whose names he still did not know. Last night I counted. From the fire country to this shrine we have broken more than 17 cages. Last month in that shrine's basement there were still people sleeping. I will remember them, every single one. Shadow said little, only telling him the next mission would come soon and that he should first replace the braided cord on his bone charm upon returning. Yugo nodded, pressed the bone charm into his chest, and followed Kakashi and Shadow southwest. Not long after they departed, several slender wild cherry shoots emerged from beneath the stone steps of the shrine ruins. Spring was slowly but surely reclaiming this wasteland once ruled by curse seals and cages. And the one who had once feared that every fragment of himself might wound others had now become the one who caught all their fragments. In the autumn of the third year, the canyonlands north of the land of rice fields were steeped in layer upon layer of red leaves. Maple foliage burned from the mouth of the ravine all the way down to its floor. The stream spun fallen leaves between the rocks, and the air was filled with the crisp blended scent of pine resin and cold spring water. The intelligence Injian received was sparse. Only a few lines. A large-scale natural energy outbreak had appeared in the northern gorge, far exceeding every previous abnormality, and it was suspected to be connected to an unknown ruin on the outskirts of one of Orochimaru's early strongholds. But by the time the three of them stood at the actual entrance to the gorge, every trace of the outbreak had already vanished. Not suppressed, the natural energy of the entire gorge was in an extremely delicate equilibrium. It neither rampaged nor lay still. Every vein of that energy seemed to have been plucked by an invisible hand, its resonance still hanging in the air, crests and troughs only just leveled. Yugo was the first to enter the gorge. He walked without the slightest hesitation, as though treading a path he had followed in dreams countless times before. Injian followed behind him and asked no questions. Kakashi took the rear, his Sharingan unopened. At the end of the gorge a naturally formed stone wall lay bare in the afternoon sunlight. There was no moss on it, no hollows carved by wind and erosion. The whole cliff face was as smooth as a mirror, and it was covered with murals, not writing but human figures. Those figures were remarkably similar to Yugo in build, tall and powerful, with spiral patterns engraved across their shoulder blades and along both sides of their spines. Some patterns flowed out from the palms and poured into the earth. Some rose from the ground and merged into the bodies. Others circled again and again between human and earth, forming sealed rings of spirals. At the end of every spiral was carved an open palm, not a fist, not a claw, but an invitation and a gift. Yugo pressed his entire palm against the largest spiral at the center of the mural. In that instant the whole mural came alive. The natural energy that had slept for centuries was awakened by his bloodline. It surged out from the depths of the mural and flowed through the lines of his palm into his body. It was not the reckless crashing of a rampage nor the crushing weight of losing control. It was returning to where it belonged, like a tributary rejoining the main current, like raindrops falling into a lake. The spiral at the center of the mural began to spread outward from where his palm touched the stone ring after ring, each new ring precisely covering the unfinished trace left by the previous one. Tidal pulses ran beneath his feet through the fine gravel and moss of the canyon floor, then climbed the rock face and poured back into the deepest layers of the spiral patterns in the mural like a breath that never closes. Yugo's pupils dilated at that instant. He no longer saw only the faded images on the cliff. He saw countless ancestors standing before the same stone wall hundreds of years earlier, pressing palms full of senjutsu against the icy rock. He moved his natural energy-laden palm away, traced a half-circle in the air and pressed it to the ground. The vast and tangled energy he had awakened poured down his right arm into the bedrock of the canyon floor, and the entire ground gave a faint tremor beneath his feet. It was not a collapse, it was an answer. Injian crouched on the right side of the stone wall and pressed his palm to the edge of the most badly eroded spiral. Shadow touch seeped from his palm and extended outward along the mural's grain. As Yugo channeled the natural energy of his ancestors into the ground, the most primal and most immaculate senjutsu chakra through the mural's resonance simultaneously flowed into Injian's shadow. Different channels, different rises and falls interlocked on the same stone wall. His shadow and Yugo's merged before the mural, and for the first time the senjutsu chakra of the two converged into the same recirculating dark river, flowing indistinguishably through the very depths of every spiral. Injian closed his eyes and let the embryonic truth-seeking ball surface in his palm. This time he did not actively compress it. In every previous attempt he had used the Inyan nucleus as the core to drive the seven natures into resonance with senjutsu chakra. During the missions of the first year he could stably manifest the embryonic truth-seeking ball in live combat. In the second year, among the ruins of a shrine, he further consolidated the efficiency of senjutsu energy transmission between himself and Yugo. But the embryo was always only an embryo, It could appear linger in his palm for a moment, and then dissolve. It was like a seed that was forever one polishing short separated from blooming by a layer of translucent frost. And now he stood before the mural that Yugo's ancestors had carved with their lives centuries ago, his palm pressed against the edges of spirals more ancient than any technique. He suddenly realized that he no longer needed to actively compress anything. The seven natures had already finished fusing during 3 years of battle. Senjutsu chakra had been completely tamed by his shadow through countless resonances with Yugo. The yin-yang nucleus revolved more naturally than his heartbeat. All the conditions had been met. He had only kept believing that an additional ritual was necessary. It was not. When every puzzle piece is in place, the truth-seeking ball is not made. It surfaces on its own like dew sliding from a leaf, like ripe fruit falling naturally from the branch. He withdrew all active guidance, and simply let his shadow spread quietly before the mural, letting the seven natures resonate at their most natural frequency, harmonized by Senjutsu chakra. Above his palm, the embryonic truth-seeking ball began to rotate on its own. It was not he who spun it, it spun itself. Fire's searing heat, water's mirror surface, wind's piercing edge, lightning's paralysis, earth's sinking heaviness, yin's shaping, yang's gift of life. Wrapped in Senjutsu chakra, the seven natures merged into the core at once in perfectly equal proportions, with no sequence, no primacy, not one wisp of excess escaping. Deep within his dantian, the yin-yang nucleus spun just as steadily, each of the seven natures keeping its place within the nucleus, perfectly synchronized with the truth-seeking ball forming in his palm. Then it began to condense. The translucent dim blue halo drew inward, becoming thicker, denser, heavier. Maple leaf patterns surfaced silently at the corners of his eyes. At once drawn upward by a pair of new spiral shadow markings from the center of his forehead, they wove slowly along his temples, forked at the crown of his head, and disappeared all the way into the back of his neck. The spiral patterns on both arms also kindled anew in the same instant, coiling up from his wrists, and coming to rest on his shoulder blades. A dim blue glimmer flickered on and off in the depths of the lines. When the last residual trace of the seven natures was drawn into the core, the entire small black sphere solidified completely. It was not ink black, not dark gray, not a black definable by any known color. It was pure black, a black that could devour all light. But beneath the black membrane, the luminous patterns of the seven natures pulsed outward from the core, and then withdrew ring after ring like breathing. A true truth-seeking ball, the crystallization of Yin Release and the seven natures fused into one. He had done it. Starting from the Forest of Death in Konoha year 60, and reaching the autumn of Konoha year 64 before the mural carved by Yugo's ancestors centuries ago, he had completed the final puzzle piece on the road to the realm of the six paths. And at the instant the truth-seeking ball took form, Injian sensed a deeper change quietly unfolding in his body. His shadow was no longer merely spread at his feet, it was alive. Not alive in the sense of having consciousness, but alive the way a heartbeat of breath or blood surging through veins is alive. It had become an inseparable part of him. Before he had been able to sense the boundary of his shadow, wherever the shadow extended his perception reached. But now that boundary had vanished. He could sense the texture of the stone under Yugo's palm as Yugo crouched before the mural, the silhouette of Kakashi standing at the mouth of the gorge against the light, and the slow surge of the underground river deep in the canyon as it moved beneath the rock. All perception no longer required the shadow to reach out first. The shadow was himself, his body was the shadow's beginning and end. At the very same moment his physical constitution began a quiet transformation. Injian was by birth a son of the Nara clan's bloodline with an innate affinity for Yin Release far above the ordinary. But in the end he was only a child of the branch family, and his baseline constitution was far below those with a natural sage body, or the direct bloodline of the six paths. 3 years of sage mode training had long since been gradually reshaping this body, but only when the truth-seeking ball took shape did the qualitative change truly complete itself. The perfect fusion of Senjutsu chakra and the seven natures reforged the resilience of his chakra pathways and raised his efficiency in absorbing natural energy from passive guidance to active assimilation. In the moonlight his skin gave off the faintest cold white luster. It was not the pallor of sickness, but a texture replete with chakra, as if it were moonlight itself. He reached up and untied the hair tie that had bound his hair for years. The men of the Nara clan were accustomed to tying their hair back in a ponytail. Shikamaru was like that, Shikaku was like that, and he had always been too. But now the hair tie came loose and his black hair fell free from the roots, not cut short, not tousled, but drooping naturally, the tips brushing his shoulders with the faint residual touch of Senjutsu chakra. The quality of his hair had changed as well. It had been coarse and stiff before, now it was soft and resilient. The slight arc it made in the canyon breeze was perfectly synchronized with the nearly invisible dim blue halo along the edge of his shadow. Yugo straightened and looked at Injian. Those eyes freshly washed by ancestral energy rested on the shadow behind him, on the newly reborn tips of his hair, and on the black sphere in his palm that no longer dissolved. You have changed. Your skin has changed, and so has your hair. Before your shadow lay beneath your feet, now your shadow lives in you. It is no longer a shadow you command, but a horizon extending out of yourself. Kakashi came over from the gorge entrance. He leaned against the stone wall, and watched for a long time the three tomo of his Sharingan turning slowly. Then he said something that nearly overlapped with Yugo's words. You have grown taller. He put away his forehead protector, his Sharingan capturing in its final moment the newest pattern of chakra flow within Injin. It is not just height. Your chakra circulation pattern is already beyond the reach of an ordinary shinobi. I will include the full data in the final evaluation of the Cradle Plan. Lady Tsunade will see it, Nara Injin, who has completed the leap from shinobi to sage. Injin looked down at his own hands. The two spiral patterns on his wrists still glowed faintly with dim blue light like two rings that would never be extinguished. He felt the Senjutsu chakra inside him, calmer, more abundant, more powerful than it had ever been, flowing quietly through his channels, and he felt the shadow beneath his feet now fully one with him, breathing at the frequency of his heartbeat. For years. From the Forest of Death in Konoha year 60, when Orochimaru had toyed with him in the palm of his hand, to this moment when he independently commanded a complete truth-seeking ball from a trouble-hating child who merely wanted to lie on a hillside and watch clouds, to a sage only one step short of touching the realm of the Six Paths. He reached out and held the truth-seeking ball up to the moonlight, examining it again and again. Within the sphere's deep core, the seven natures spun separately yet merged into one another like a miniature astrolabe, clearer and closer than any late-night starry sky. They were now separated from the ultimate answer left by the Sage of Six Paths by only a final wall, and 2 years later the fourth great ninja war would begin. He did not know how much he could accomplish in that war, a conflict that would decide the fate of the shinobi world, but the truth-seeking ball was already at hand, just as the source of his shadow had at last touched the first light of the far shore. That evening beside the canyon's stone wall, Kakashi handed Injin his final evaluation of the 3-year mission. At the end of the dossier, Tsunade had added a note: the Akatsuki had fully pulled back into the heart of the land of rain. Preparations for war were imminent, and the Cradle Plan had officially entered its next phase. Kakashi closed the dossier, looked at the tall figure in the distance who was silently taking leave of his ancestors before the stone wall, and tucked Make-Out Paradise back into his ninja tool pouch. The one who had once been locked in a cage had also at last opened his hands completely before his ancestors' mural. All three of them knew that this place was the end of a 3-year patrol and the starting point for their separate new battlefields. Yugo turned from the mural holding a handful of freshly picked wild primrose leaves. He said he had noticed them beside the stone wall just now, and picked them on the spot. Brewed in water, these leaves could quiet the mind. Then he put one leaf into his mouth and chewed it softly, opening his palm. In the center of his palm, the interwoven pattern of maple leaves and spirals, branded there jointly by senjutsu markings and ancestral energy, unfolded faintly like a door, like a promise spoken aloud. He said that he would remember every person who had walked out of a cage, every petal that fell into his palm, every spiral-shaped pattern on the mural, and that quiet, enormous power within the gorge. He was the heavenly scales, a born sage body, heir to this bloodline. Now he would give all of it to the next person who needed to tear open a cage. When the three left the gorge, Jin glanced back at the stone wall. In the moonlight, the spiral patterns of the human figures in the mural still glowed faintly like countless open palms calling quietly from deep within the rock to the next one returning home. Jin climbed higher alone for a while and stopped at the crest of a more open valley. Wind blew from behind him, lifting the loose tips of his hair. He took out a scroll, dipped a fine wolf hair brush into ink, and recorded item by item the accumulated cultivation of the past year from beginning to end. At the end of the scroll he wrote all the mission numbers of the second phase of the Cradle Plan. Then he sealed the scroll and bound it beside the small tube on the leg of a gray-marked falcon, the messenger bird peculiar to Konoha. The falcon burst from his shoulder into flight, and vanished into the southern dusk within a blink. That done, he headed down the mountain. Konoha's maple leaves were just at their reddest. At the foot of the mountain, Yugo was leaning on a fence saying goodbye to a stag, while Kakashi placed 2 dried flowers before the memorial stone. In the distance the gates of Konoha gleamed with familiar light in the sunset. A golden-haired boy with a huge pack on his back was running along the road from its far end, a white-haired man walking at his side. In Jin's perception, that golden flame was heavier, steadier, and brighter than it had been 3 years ago. Naruto had returned. Jiraiya walked beside him, and the scroll on Jiraiya's back looked exactly the same as ever. Jin came down the slope, his loose black hair stirring in the evening breeze. The truth-seeking ball in his palm had already turned into a very faint ink trace merged into the deep lines of his palm. 3 years earlier he had made a promise to that golden-haired idiot, when you come back we will go, and bring him back together. Now he was back, and this time Ming Jian would no longer take the backs of his companions as his boundary. The day Naruto returned to Konoha, the autumn sun was just right. The village gates had been repainted, and the old scratches left by shuriken on the wooden pillars had been carefully filled with tung-oil putty gleaming softly in the afternoon light. Naruto stood before the gate carrying a backpack 3 times bulkier than the one he had left, with his height now nearly matching Jiraiya's. The forehead protector was still the same one, but the blonde hair before it had grown longer, sweeping over the edge worn faint by time when the wind lifted it. Jiraiya stood beside him, the scroll on his back unchanged, its binding cord frayed and fuzzy at the edges. Konoha. Naruto took a deep breath and grinned ear to ear. I'm back. Sakura was the first to arrive at the village entrance. She had run straight from Konoha Hospital, still wearing the medical training uniform from Lady Tsunade's division. Her sleeves were dusted with freshly ground herbal fragments, and a roll of unarchived medical records peeked from the pocket of her apron. Naruto spotted the pink figure running toward him from afar and froze for a moment. She had grown much taller, her hair longer, and her stride far steadier than before, each step on the stone pavement ringing crisp and forceful. Then she stopped before him, slightly out of breath, and looked up at the face that now stood half a head above her own. Naruto. She spoke only his name, yet her voice was steadier than ever. Sakura. Naruto's hands opened slightly at his sides, uncertain. Sakura reached out, not for a handshake but a fist that struck his chest lightly. She had held back 90% of her monstrous strength, but it still made Naruto take half a step back. This punch is payment for what you said at the village gate back then. I will definitely bring him back. You failed the mission, but you came back alive, so one punch is enough. Naruto was stunned for an instant, then clutched his chest and laughed brighter than he ever had before. Shikamaru approached from the direction of the Hokage's office, holding a newly compiled roster of Chunin squads. He looked just the same, pineapple head intact, unhurried gait, and that lazy expression on his face. He walked over and clapped Naruto on the shoulder, the force exactly the same as it had been in the school hallway back then. Naruto looked down at the Chunin vest he wore, eyes lighting up. Shikamaru. You made Chunin. Shikamaru flipped the roster open to its first page, showing Squad 10's official Chunin formation. Nara Shikamaru as captain, with Akimichi Choji and Yamanaka Ino as full members. Asuma-sensei had officially recommended them all for the Chunin selection exam, and every one of them had been promoted. Naruto didn't ask when it happened. He silently read that page from beginning to end, then lifted his head to look at Shikamaru. What about Asuma-sensei? He led us through the final Chunin joint exercise last month. He's at the Hokage's office now, filing the mission report. He's doing great. A faint smile tugged at Shikamaru's lips when he said it. The expression he always wore when mentioning Asuma, a hint of exasperation, a hint of respect, and the fondness of someone saying, "That guy is probably wandering the hallway again with an unlit cigarette in his mouth." Kijiki stood beneath the old maple at the entrance of the Nara compound, watching the crowd gather by the village gate. He wasn't ready to go over just yet. For the past 3 years he had stretched his own shadow across every rotation of day and night in Konoha, but he still wasn't ready to stand in the middle of a crowd. Until Shikamaru turned back through the crowd and gave him an almost imperceptible nod of the chin. That was the signal. Come over now. Time to step into the light. Kijiki walked over unhurriedly and stopped in front of Naruto. Behind him followed another figure, tall with orange hair, his face honest and calm. Naruto looked up at Kijiki and noticed he had grown taller. His hair was no longer tied into the Nara clan's signature pineapple style, but hung loose over his shoulders, the ends slightly curled and glinting in the glow of the setting sun. Pineapple head number 2, your hair is loose, Naruto said, looking at him. I don't tie it anymore. It gets in the way during training. Naruto didn't press further on why. 3 years apart had taught him something. Some questions don't need to be asked in moments like this. His gaze shifted to the stranger behind Kijiki, studying that unfamiliar face with curiosity. Naruto. Kijiki stepped half a pace to the side and extended a hand toward his companion. This is Yugo. He used to be locked in a cage by Orochimaru. Now he lives in Konoha. He's my partner. Yugo stepped forward, his movements a little stiff, but his gaze was steady. He looked at Naruto's blonde hair, almost dazzling in the sunset, and recalled the name Kijiki had mentioned more than once. The never give up dead last, the Ninetales Jinchuriki, the child who had spent years making the whole village remember his name. He said he knew Naruto because Kijiki spoke of him often. Naruto blinked, then broke into that grin stretching from the base of his ears all the way to his chin. He reached out and grasped Yugo's rough palm. That guy never brought friends around before. You're the first. Then he whipped his head toward Kajiki, mouth hanging open. Wait, you said he was the one Orochimaru locked up? Orochimaru. You went to rescue him. No, wait, why would you rescue him? What in the world have you two been doing all these years? Kajiki didn't answer. He simply plucked a fallen pine needle from Yugo's shoulder and said, Let's go. Ichiraku ramen. The moment those words left his mouth, Naruto leapt into the air, then sprinted off, only to turn back halfway and grab Yugo by the sleeve, tugging him toward the village entrance. Yugo looked down at his hand being pulled along by another's. The blonde boy didn't care about his past at all. He only cared about the fact that Kajiki of all people actually had a day when he would treat a friend to ramen. When Naruto threw aside the curtain of Ichiraku ramen, Tucci was just dropping the third batch of noodles into the pot. He looked up at that familiar blonde head, and the strainer in his hand almost fell into the broth. Naruto. You're back. Ajisen. The usual. Miso chashu ramen, double chashu. Yugo, what do you want? Naruto plopped down into his customary seat and slapped the stool beside him, urging Yugo to sit. Yugo clumsily climbed onto the high stool, his eyes sweeping over the wooden menu plaques on the wall several times before Kajiki finally ordered for him, Shoyu ramen, large size, regular chashu. During the few minutes waiting for the ramen, Naruto's mouth did not stop for a second. Over the past 3 years he had traveled far, from the land of fire to the land of waves, from the land of earth to the land of wind, staying in 37 kinds of cheap inns and eating at least several hundred bowls of ramen in different flavors. Kajiki sat beside him, listening quietly, occasionally adding a word or two. Yugo meanwhile quietly poked at the pickled ginger on the small dish with his chopsticks. He wasn't used to speaking in such lively places, but whenever Naruto asked him a question he answered earnestly. Naruto asked where he lived in Konoha. Yugo said he stayed in the small hut beside the deer pen, and every morning a deer would nudge him awake with its nose. Naruto laughed so hard he choked broth through his nose, saying, When I get back to the village I'm coming to stay at your place for a night. Ever since I was a kid I've wanted to know what it feels like to be woken up by a deer. Yugo nodded seriously and said, Welcome. The ramen arrived steaming hot. Naruto raised the bowl and drank a large gulp of broth, then looked up at Kajiki. Kajiki, Sasuke and I promised we'd become the best shinobi in Konoha together. Sasuke isn't back yet. Back then the three of us said in the hallway that after graduation we'd take one big mission together. But then you got assigned straight to the Umbu and the three of us never once went on an official mission together. But before his next words could leave his mouth he was interrupted by a high-pitched screech. In the night sky outside Ichiraku's curtained doorway a Konoha messenger falcon was circling above. Hot on the falcon's heels came a flare of wolf smoke bursting in the darkness, the assembly's signal, highest priority issued by the 5th Hokage Tsunade. Kajiki rose to his feet, the bowls and chopsticks on the table trembling softly. Lady Tsunade is summoning all standby shinobi. Naruto set down his chopsticks and jumped from his stool before the broth had even been finished. Let's go. Kajiki nodded at Yugo. Yugo rose from his seat, refastened his shinobi pouch and followed the two out through the curtain. The Kazekage had been abducted and the tailed beast extraction technique had already begun. Tsunade herself had raised the highest grade signal, summoning every available shinobi in Konoha. The long night was about to begin. Running toward the Hokage's office, Naruto glanced back once at the warm lights of the village, then clenched his fist and quickened his pace to catch up with Kajiki and Yugo. 3 pairs of shinobi sandals struck the stone pavement in a dense, heavy rhythm. This time none of the 3 would be absent. The night over Konoha was torn open by a single plume of smoke. The signal flare rose above the rooftop of the Hokage Tower and burst into a crimson blossom against the late autumn sky, lingering for a long time. Every Jonin, Chunin and ANBU squad leader still on standby looked up at that signal fire at once, the highest level mobilization order personally issued by Tsunade Senju, the 5th Hokage. By the time Ingjin, Naruto, and Yugo reached the Hokage Tower, the emergency mission hall on the first floor was already crowded with people. Kakashi leaned against a pillar, his forehead protector pushed up above his brow, the Sharingan glowing faintly red in the dim light. Shikamaru stood beside him holding a copy of the map around the hidden sand village. Sakura ran up from the other stairway, her medical pouch already fastened at her waist. The sharp metallic click of the clasp echoed crisply through the quiet corridor. Tsunade stood at the very front of the hall. Behind her hung a huge terrain map of the area around the hidden sand village. Her expression was grimmer than anyone had ever seen it. Shizen unrolled the second request for aid scroll she had just received. On it was a single line: the tailed beast extraction technique had begun, and the Kazekage's vital signs were continuing to fall. Gaara, the fifth Kazekage of the Hidden Sand Village, was captured yesterday by Akatsuki members Deidara and Sasori of the Red Sand. The tailed beast extraction ritual has already begun. Based on the chakra fluctuations intercepted and triangulated by the Sand's intelligence unit, the extraction ritual is located in the border canyon of the Land of Rivers northwest of the Hidden Sand Village. Tsunade's voice was not loud, but every word hammered into the ears of everyone present like a nail. Mission assignments are as follows. New Team 7: Hataki, Kakashi, Uzumaki, Naruto, and Haruno Sakura. Objective: pursue Deidara directly and recover the Kazekage. Nara Injian will serve as tactical support, infiltrating Akatsuki's retreat route alone for flank interception and long-range reconnaissance. Yamato will follow with Yugo and the second unit, sealing every possible escape route on the outer perimeter of the canyon. Move out immediately. Naruto's fists were already clenched so tight that his knuckles cracked. That red-haired boy, Gaara, who likewise carried a tailed beast, who likewise grew up in loneliness, who had finally found companions after being feared by everyone, there was no way he was going to let Akatsuki use him as a tool. From Konoha to the border canyon of the Land of Rivers, an ordinary shinobi would need nearly 2 days. Injian's team made it in less than a day and a night. They set out in the dark. As they crossed the dense forest at the border of the Land of Fire, the only lights overhead were sparse stars, and from Kakashi's hand the occasional faint glimmer of lightning release. Sakura stayed close behind Kakashi while Naruto ran beside her, breathing hard and fast, not from exhaustion but from burning anxiety. Injian trailed at the very rear. Sage mode had already been silently activated, his sensory range stretched to its absolute limit in the night. Every trace of chakra fluctuation within 100 meters was as clear as if traced by a fine needle. He could sense beasts lurking deep in the forest ahead. Far to the left, a Land of Rivers patrol was moving along the riverbank, and farther still Gaara's life fire flickered so faintly it was on the verge of going out. He locked his perception firmly onto that faint wisp of chakra, not daring to loosen his hold for an instant. At dawn they stopped briefly by a stream to resupply. Naruto crouched by the stream and splashed handfuls of cold water onto his face. When he looked up, he saw Injian standing on a protruding rock in the current. His black hair was slightly tousled by the morning wind, but he didn't raise a hand to fix it. Eyes closed, he continued sensing what was happening farther away. Naruto shook the water from his hands, ready to move again. Injian opened his eyes, withdrew his perception, and leapt down from the rock. As he passed Naruto, he said in a low, swift voice, "Gaara is still alive." Naruto snapped his head up. Injian was already at the front of the group, his loose hair sweeping a half-arc through the morning light. Naruto clenched his fist and sprinted after him. At noon they charged into the canyon country on the border of the Land of Rivers. The blazing sun had baked the sand and soil until they burned. The cliff walls on both sides had been polished mirror smooth by wind and grit, and heat waves made the rock faces waver faintly. Kakashi stopped partway, unfolded a portable map, and quickly rechecked the coordinates sent by Sand's intelligence division. Then he looked up and pointed at the narrowest pass in the depths of the canyon. If Deidara's clade bird is retreating from the direction of the hidden sand into the heart of the Land of Rivers, it must pass through this gap. "We'll take a shortcut." "No shortcut needed," Injian said suddenly. "He's within my sensory range." A few kilometers away, veering off course from the pass and flying toward the altar ruins deeper in the canyon. "He's brought the Kazekage there. The extraction ritual must be taking place at that site. Naruto, there's still time." Naruto didn't wait for Injian to finish. His legs exploded with power, and he shot forward past Kakashi, past everyone, sprinting with everything he had toward the direction Injian had sensed. His golden chakra burst from the soles of his feet with every stride. Each leap shattered rock, and every step left a smoking footprint in the sand. Injian didn't try to stop him. He simply accelerated to match the pace, the maple leaf marks of sage mode surfacing silently from the corners of his eyes. His sensory focus narrowed, zeroed in, and locked on as he ran. That faint chakra was being drawn out from within by some kind of barrier with agonizing slowness. Each draw dimmed it further in his perception, yet it still burned stubbornly. The tailed beast extraction was still continuing. But if they could still make it in time, he could cup that last dying flame in his hands and carry it back into the world. At the end of the canyon, the altar ruins cast a twisted shadow beneath the burning noon sun. It was an ancient stone altar ground down by wind and sand over 1,000 years. Its body was carved with long-lost spiral ceiling patterns, the sacrificial remains of some clan that had vanished long ago. Akatsuki had chosen it for the one-tail extraction ritual, not for concealment, but because the land's chakra veins were unique here. Natural energy surged up from deep within the rock strata, accelerating the stripping of a tailed beast's chakra. But what Injian sensed was not the altar. He couldn't sense the altar at all. His sensory range had been occupied the entire time by something far more overwhelming, a chakra so immense, so violently disordered it seemed on the verge of blasting the canyon apart from within. That mass of chakra was swelling, twisting, and shrieking directly above the altar. Every pulse shook loose fragments from the surrounding cliff walls in a shower of falling debris. Sasori and Deidara stood on either side of the altar. Sasori hid within the puppet shell of Hiriko, his chakra fluctuations concealed beneath the venomous tail's stinger. Deidara's hands were buried in his clay pouch, and the clay at his fingertips was silently shaping itself into a new exploding bird. Behind them, bound at the center of the extraction barrier, Gaara hung suspended in midair. His chakra was being stripped from his body at a visible rate. The tailed beast cloak formed by Shikaku, the one tail behind him, had thinned until it was almost transparent. His eyes were tightly shut and his breath was faint, but he was still there. Still alive. The moment Naruto saw Gaara, the Nine-Tails chakra trembled in the depths of his chakra network. It was not anger. It was resonance, the same loneliness of having a tailed beast sealed inside you, the same childhood spent beneath the fearful eyes of the crowd, the same pain of licking wounds alone in the dark, until one day another companion finally reached out and took your hand. He loved Gaara. He loved everyone who had hurt the way he had. Injien was not looking at the altar. He crouched a few steps behind and to the side of Naruto. Sage mode fully released, the maple leaf marks and the spiral pattern on his wrist lighting up at the same time. He narrowed his sensory range to cover only the exit line of this section of the canyon, sweeping for any hidden forces that might cut into the battlefield from the flanks. Then he took a thin sealstone from his weapon pouch, pressed it deep into a crevice at his feet, and activated it with a gentle pulse of shadow touch. This sealstone was a sealing coordinate sensor he had received from San's intelligence unit before departure. Once activated, it would cross through the outer shell of Akatsuki's barrier and code all nearby signal points, and relay them back to the second unit following close behind. Once Yamato and Yugo received those coordinates, they would immediately seal the escape routes around the canyon's outer perimeter, ensuring that Akatsuki would never have another chance to pull out from here. After setting the sealstone in place, Injien hid it once more in a shadowed cleft of the rock ridge, his fingers easing open in the ripple of hand seals. Kakashi looked up at the sky. Deidara's giant clay bird had risen directly above the altar. He pulled down his forehead protector and revealed his Sharingan. Drawing a deep breath, he said to Naruto and Sakura, "Naruto, draw their attention from the front. Sakura and I will cut in from the right flank of the altar to break the sealing barrier. Injien, the eastern canyon exit is yours to seal." Naruto didn't answer. His foot had already shattered the rubble barrier at the edge of the altar, and his entire body shot straight at Deidara. Kakashi and Sakura rounded the sealing pillars on the right side of the altar, one on each side, Sharingan and monstrous strength flaring in tandem. Injien leapt down from the rock ridge, his loose hair snapping loudly in the canyon wind. From the depths of the shadow, a truth-seeking orb surfaced, hovering above his palm and rotating slowly. He held the canyon exit, guarding the only gateway of survival in this dead-end place. The altar's clamor had no sooner died than the canyon on the other side erupted with the dense ratcheting clatter of mechanisms turning. Sakura and Grandmother Chio followed the trail of Sasori of the red sand deep into the canyon's heart. Having doubled back from the eastern rock ridge, Injien chose not to return to the main battlefield. Instead, he cut in from the flank, tracking the direction his perception had locked onto. Deep in the canyon, amid a cluster of wind-eroded honeycombed rock pillars, he discovered several automatic puppet carcasses hacked to pieces. The cuts were razor-fresh, and faint green smoke still curled up where poison needles had corroded the wreckage. Sasori was nearby. Injien followed the trail of debris all the way to the innermost recess of the canyon. He crouched atop a stand of wind-hollowed honeycomb-like rock pillars. His shadow slid down the rock wall, seeping toward the floor below as his perception caught the opening of a battle unlike any fought moments earlier. This was not a duel of speed and explosions. It was a precise, grueling death match of puppet against puppet, poison against antidote, mechanism against monstrous strength. Sasori's Hiriko crouched low at the center of the clearing, every back-mounted mechanism fully exposed. In a single burst, dozens of poison-coated Senbon launched from the back-mounted ports, blanketing the entire forward area in a fan of steel. Grandmother Chio's 10 fingers blurred through movements, chakra threads yanked both her and Sakura several feet aside. The poison needles grazed their sleeves and stamped into the rock wall behind them, still humming at the shafts. "Sakura, don't touch the needles. Every needle on Hiriko is dipped in a neurotoxin," Sasori bruised himself. "If the antidote serum isn't injected within half a quarter hour of getting struck, you'll suffer total bodily paralysis and die." Sakura gave no reply. Her eyes were fixed on Hiriko's tail track as it gathered force. Sasori compressed the tail joint to its lowest setting, the whole tail bent like a bow drawn to the breaking point, aimed at the weakest seam in Grandmother Chio's defense. Then he released the mechanism. The tail lashed out at a speed the eye could not follow. The poison stinger aimed directly at Grandmother Chiyo's chest. Ingjian moved. Shadow touch erupted from the darkness directly beneath Hiriko, and caught the critical pivot of the tail track. Lightning nature chakra surged backward along the shadow whip into the mechanism's guts. Hundreds of tiny arcs detonated among gears and bearings, wrenching the tail's launch path aside by several inches. The poison stinger grazed Grandmother Chiyo's sleeve and punctured the rock behind her, eating a sizzling deep hole into the stone. Sakura looked back at the smoking perforation in the rock, said nothing, then turned her focus back to Hiriko, and shot forward with a push from her legs. She wasn't about to waste the few inches Ingjian had bought her. Grandmother Chiyo's chakra threads whipped in from the side and lashed around Hiriko's tail joint, pinning the numb tail to the rock wall. With the twin opening of Ingjian's shadow cover and Grandmother Chiyo's control, Sakura loaded monstrous strength into her right fist, and brought it down in a skull-splitting smash. Hiriko's shell split from the crown of its head, fragments blasting outward in all directions. There beneath the grotesque puppet armor was Sasori's true face, a young delicate-featured face with short orange hair, and the cold gray eyes inherent to puppeteers. He looked no older than Kakashi. He had made himself into a human puppet. Sasori leaped out of the shattered Hiriko and landed on the broken stump of a wind-worn pillar at the other end of the clearing. His expression did not flicker. From his waist he produced a sealing scroll, bit his thumb, and drew a quick crimson line across the parchment. "Let me show you what real puppetry is." The scroll burst open, and from the smoke stepped a human-shaped puppet. It wore the old Kazekage cloak of Sunigakure, its gray-white hair stirring in chakra remnants, a cluster of dark purple chakra cores embedded in its chest. The third Kazekage. One of the strongest Kazekages in Sunigakure's history, he had vanished mysteriously over a decade ago. The truth was that Sasori had killed him and turned him into a human puppet. Grandmother Chiyo's fingers froze in that instant, her aged hands trembling slightly. "You wouldn't even spare your own village." "Village?" Sasori's tone carried not anger or mockery, but the cold fact of a statement. "Sunigakure has long ceased to be a place worth my loyalty. Only the eternal puppet is worthy of eternal art." The third Kazekage puppet spread its arms, and dark iron sand poured from its body, condensing in midair into tens of thousands of fine needles. Iron Sand Shigure, the third Kazekage's Kekkei Genkai. It could atomize iron sand into a rain of needles too fine to evade piercing any defense, and sealing every escape route. Grandmother Chiyo recalled all her chakra threads in a flash. Pressing her wrist, she summoned from a sealing scroll 10 puppets clad in white cloaks surrounding her and Sakura. The 10 puppets of Chikamatsu, the crowning work of Monzaemon, the founding master of puppetry. Each was capable of independent combat. Deployed together, the 10 could take a castle. But iron sand was the puppeteer's nightmare. The third Kazekage's iron sand could worm its way into puppet joints, corrosion, and dismantling any mechanical structure from within. Every joint of the 10 puppets was exposed to the iron sand threat. Ingjian leaped down from the top of the pillar cluster, landing at Sakura's side. Shadow touch seeped into the ground and expanded beneath the 10 puppets of Chikamatsu. With the nature of Yin Release, the shadow laid a paper-thin film over every joint of the puppets. The iron sand needles rattled against the shadow membrane in a dense, sharp barrage. The particles deflected off the film, recoalesced in the air into countless tiny iron beads. The shadow membrane couldn't hold much longer. The density of the iron sand assault far exceeded ordinary weapons, and each wave sent a dense ripple across the membrane's surface. Sasori simply stood there, manipulating the third Kazekage. Wave upon wave of iron sand crashed closer together, and the joints of the 10 puppets of Chikamatsu began to shatter one by one under the persistent erosion. Blood dripped from Grandmother Chiyo's 10 fingers. 3 of the 10 puppets were wrecked beyond repair, 5 were badly corroded at the joints, and only 2 still fought to hold the defensive line. Sakura weaved through Grandmother Chiyo's increasingly thinning net, dodging iron sand with constant direction changes. Sasori shaped a massive iron sand cone and slammed it down at her landing point. Ingjian moved in front of her, spreading his shadow mirror to deflect the giant cone away into the canyon wall, where it punched a deep hollow into the rock. The edge of the shadow mirror churned violently under the impact, yet Ingjian held his ground. He sent a shadow message to Grandmother Chiyo. Sasori's chakra core was in his left chest, not a heart but the power core of his human puppet. Inside the collapsing puppet formation, Grandmother Chiyo strained against her chakra threads and unleashed the 10 puppets' final combined technique, Sanbwa-Kyurei. 3 puppets took triangular positions and simultaneously released a vacuum current strong enough to drag all matter in and pulverize it. Sasori's body was hauled by the enormous force. Half of one shoulder pulled into the vortex's core. Forced to discard the third Kazekage puppet, his own human puppet body slipped out along the edge of the suction. Then Sakura moved. She had waited for precisely this gap. Sasori didn't notice her. His every focus was on Grandmother Chiyo's fading puppet threads, on Ing Jian's unfolding shadow mirrors, on the last combined attack of the 10 puppets. He didn't notice the pink-haired girl circling behind him, shielded by Ing Jian's shadow. Her monstrous punch went clean through Sasori's chest. Not the human puppet shell, the core. The chakra core that Sasori had modified into the engine of his eternal art shattered from the impact together with the skin across his left chest. Fragments burst outward from inside his ribcage, some flying out through his back. Sasori looked down at the hole in his chest, still trailing wisps of smoke, and in his cold gray pupils something wavered for the first time. Not fear, surprise. He had likely never imagined that he would be ended by a teenage girl in such a plain, unadorned way. A rivulet of silver-gray chakra residue trickled from the corner of Sasori's mouth. Orochimaru still has a spy eye planted beside him. Go. To the Tenchi Bridge. His core shattered completely and his entire human puppet frame collapsed among the broken fragments of Grandmother Chiyo's puppets, the cold gray in his eyes fading gradually. Grandmother Chiyo drew back, her chakra threads still dripping with blood. She looked down at the spot where Sasori had fallen, and was silent for a long, long time. This rogue shinobi from Sunagekure, who had killed the third Kazekage and butchered countless of his own, had once been a child she and her sister raised by hand. The fate of a puppeteer is to be wounded by those they love most, and to wound those they love most in return. Sakura stood by a toppled pillar, clutching her arm scored by one of Sasori's kunai. Grandmother Chiyo came close, applied an antidote balm to the wound, and tied a gentle knot on the bandage with her aged fingers. Thank you, Sakura. You've saved this old woman and Sunagekure as well. On the other side of the battlefield, Naruto and Kakashi had chased Deidara from the main battle all the way to the westernmost rock ridge of the canyon. Kakashi clamped his hand over his bleeding left eye and forced one final Kamui. The space-time jutsu tore a twisted arc across the air, and Deidara's one remaining right arm was snapped off by the spatial fracture. But an instant before he fell, he reshaped his clay giant bird into a white bird with an even wider wingspan, rolled onto its back, and bolted away toward the inner lands of the Land of Rivers. Just as he lifted off, Naruto threw himself onto the pebbled slope below the bird, the place where Gaara's body lay. Gaara! Naruto crouched, pulling the Kazekage's torso onto his knees, his eager shout ringing out. Then he looked at the tightly shut eyes, and the shout died in his throat. Gaara's chest was motionless. The beast had been torn from him, his chakra had gone utterly extinguished. Naruto knelt on the rocky slope, cradling Gaara's growing cold body as tears fell one by one onto that still youthful Kazekage face. Kakashi, holding his left eye, approached step by step and laid a hand on Naruto's shoulder. He was silent for a long moment, then said quietly, "Take him home. Back to Sunagekure." When Naruto carried Gaara's body step by step back to the gates of Sunagekure, the sky was already near dark. The shinobi of Sunagekure knelt as they watched their Kazekage held horizontally in a Konoha ninja's arms. Naruto knelt on the ground, holding Gaara, tears dropping onto the Kazekage's youth-lined face. Why, he is the Kazekage. He is the strongest ninja of Sunagekure. He defeated Shikaku. Why did he have to die? Grandmother Chiyo walked slowly through the crowd and crouched beside Gaara. Her aged fingers brushed aside the bangs stuck by sweat and sand on his forehead. Because he was a Jinchuriki. Her voice was faint, as if she were talking to herself. From the day he was born, Sunagekure treated him as a weapon. He was never allowed to choose his own fate. But he chose to protect you. All of you who once feared him, ostracized him, hurt him. He didn't die for himself. She looked down at the back of her wrinkled hand. I can't save him. But I can give him this life. She pressed both palms against Gaara's chest. Sakura immediately knew what she intended and poured her own chakra into her as well. Naruto laid both palms on Sakura's shoulders. The Nine-Tails chakra was diluted into countless ultrafine golden threads that flowed along Sakura's chakra network into Grandmother Chiyo's dantian. Grandmother Chiyo's chakra seeped from Gaara's chest into the core of his chakra meridians. The heart that had stopped beating was wrapped in chakra once more. Kisho Tensei, the ultimate forbidden healing art passed down through the Chiyo clan, which revives the dead at the cost of the caster's full life. As Grandmother Chiyo's fingers lost their color bit by bit, the rhythm of Gaara's chest gradually steadied, so faint as to be almost imperceptible at first, but steadily deepening. He was breathing. The final technique dissolved into Gaara's chest, and Grandmother Chiyo's breathing stopped. Her fingers slid from his chest, and the last faint threads broke as they drifted soundlessly through the air. The greatest puppeteer who had safeguarded Sunagekure for decades spent the final moments of her life buying back the Kazekage's tomorrow with her remaining days. Grandmother Chiyo's body was buried in the center of the memorial stone row of Sunagekure's successive elders. Her grave marker faced the window of the Kazekage office just as she as a little girl had often crouched outside the Kazekage building peeking at the successive Kazekages at work. Her grave marker carried the oldest puppet master crest of Sunigakure, and in its center was an open palm. On the village's clan crest the palm meant giving. Naruto crouched before grandmother Chiyo's marker and laid a single maple leaf on the stone slab, a leaf he had brought from Konoha picked beneath the old maple tree in the Nara clan's grounds on the road back hidden at the very bottom of his ninja pouch originally intended for Gaara. But now he crouched before grandmother Chiyo's marker gently placed the maple leaf on the base. Thank you for saving Gaara. He wiped his face with his sleeve stood and turned toward the gates of Sunigakure. Jien stepped out from the edge of the crowd and walked alongside Naruto down Sunigakure's main street. Naruto kept his head down in silence for a moment, then suddenly spoke. Pineapple Head No. 2 Gaara once told me something. He said loneliness was no one's fault. Grandmother Chiyo was alone too. But in the end she wasn't lonely. When she died her palms were on Gaara's chest and chakra threads were still tangled around her fingertips. At the other end of the threads was Sakura, and behind Sakura there was Yumi and everyone in Sunigakure, and Konoha. He reached into the sunlight and made a loose fist. Next time I won't let anyone die. I won't let anyone die again. Jien took his hand, the spiral sage mark at his wrist flickering in the sun. He told Naruto that grandmother Chiyo's chakra threads were still connected to Gaara. Though invisible to the naked eye, her life had been written into the Kazekage's pulse. Naruto looked down at his fist and gave a firm nod. On the eve of the return to Konoha, Jien came alone to grandmother Chiyo's grave. She had woven her entire life into connections between puppet and master past and future Sunigakure, and Konoha herself and Gaara. He half-crouched and summoned a truth-seeking ball from the depths of his shadow. 7 chakra natures settled into place inside the black sphere hovering steadily above his palm. In the faint glow of the truth-seeking ball he saw his shadow touch, resting gently on the faintest residual chakra thread on grandmother Chiyo's grave marker. That connection had never been severed, it had only fallen quieter. The last words Sasori left behind before his death were repeated and verified countless times in Sunigakure's intelligence unit. There is still a spy I planted beside Orochimaru. Go to the Tenchi Bridge. When those words were spoken before Sakura and Granny Chiyo, Kakashi was leaning against the edge of the altar, his left eye still seeping blood beneath his hand. He did not press for answers immediately, but after returning to Konoha he wrote that sentence verbatim into his mission report. Tsunade read the report and was silent for a long time, then summoned Yamato to her office. Kakashi's left eye had been gravely wounded during the Kazekage rescue mission. The continuous use of the Mangekyo Sharingan had visibly damaged his chakra pathways, and the medical unit's diagnosis left no room for debate. Mandatory rest for at least 1 month. Tsunade gave him no room to bargain. But the Tenchi Bridge intelligence could not wait. Sasori was dead, and his spy did not yet know that Sasori was gone. This was the perfect chance to infiltrate Akatsuki's intelligence network. The new Team 7 is to be temporarily formed. Tsunade placed the mission scroll on the desk. Team Leader Yamato. Members Uzumaki, Naruto, Haruno, Sakura. Using the intelligence Sasori left as bait, proceed to Tenchi Bridge and make contact with the spy to obtain information on Orochimaru's hideouts and Sasuke's whereabouts. Mission Rank A. She paused for a moment, then looked at Shikaku. Shikaku stood by the window holding the route map just compiled by the Nara clan's intelligence analysis unit, and picked up where she left off. In addition to the 3 of you, 1 more person must take part in this mission. Sai. Danzo personally recommended him to the Council of Advisors, an elite of Root and the inheritor of the Super Beast imitation drawing. The Council has already approved. Yamato took the mission scroll, his expression unchanged. Naruto was already on his feet the moment he heard the name Sasuke. Sakura pressed the clasp of her medical tool pouch, and it snapped shut with a crisp click. Tsunade said in conclusion, Nara Jien will also accompany the team. His sensory ability was already proven during the Kazekage rescue mission, and reconnaissance requires him. Jien stood in the corner of the Hokage's office, Shikamaru beside him. Shikamaru said nothing, only pressing a freshly drawn map into his hand as he walked out the door. The map marked every known Akatsuki activity zone and Odogekure stronghold route from Konoha to Tenchi Bridge. Not a standard issue map from the Hokage's direct intelligence unit, but one Shikamaru had drawn stroke by stroke. Beside every marking was a minute annotation, his handwriting as precise as pieces placed on a shogi board. Go early, come back soon. With that, Shikamaru turned and walked into the corridor of the intelligence analysis unit. Before departure, Jien met Sai at the village gate. Black short hair, pale skin, and a standard smile fixed on his face. But that smile was unlike any he had ever seen. It was not warmth, not coldness, not mockery, it was merely there. Sai held a brush and a scroll in his hands with a tool pouch twice the usual size on his back. When he saw Ingjian, he tilted his head slightly. So you are Nara Ingjian. Lord Danzo mentioned you. He said your shadow is quite fascinating. Ingjian did not answer. He held no prejudice against Sai, but he remembered the scroll found at the watchtower in the land of rice fields. How Danzo had deployed Roots cordons to erase every trace connected to Orochimaru step by step. Sai was a combat tool raised from scratch by Danzo, but his act of leaving an ink guide mouse in the lower levels of the northern stronghold showed that a judgment of his own still remained within him. Ingjian withdrew his gaze, nodded to Sai, and joined the team. Underground Yamato's would release carved out a temporary shelter where Naruto, Sakura, Ingjian, and Sai waited for nearly an hour. Tenchi Bridge stood not far away, spanning a deep gorge at the border between the land of rivers and Kusagakure. The bridge was old, its stone pillars at both ends covered in dark green moss, and the sound of rushing water from the canyon floor echoed endlessly through the narrow ravine. Yamato used would release to disguise himself as the outer shell of Sasori's Hiriko puppet, walking step by step onto Tenchi Bridge. Sai crouched in the brush to the left of the bridgehead. The ink mouse of Super Beast imitation drawing was already waiting at the canyon floor, silently creeping along the rock crevices. Ingjian crouched among the branches of an ancient pine directly above the bridgehead, the deer-pattern umbu mask once more fixed over his face. The first time in 3 years he had worn that mask on a mission. His shadow spread through the gaps between pine needles and rock, and every chakra fluctuation within his perception range was as clear as if it had been traced with a fine needle line by line. Naruto and Sakura concealed themselves in a hollow of the cliff face at a short distance away. In Ingjian's perception, their breathing was as clear as if they were right beside him. The spy arrived. Walking from the other end of the bridge was none other than Kabuto Yakushi. He crossed the bridge and stopped before the Sasori. Yamato was disguised as giving a respectful bow of his head. Ingjian's perception captured that bow in precise detail. It was not a spy's deference to a superior, but something far subtler. In that instant of bowing, Kabuto's chakra did not fluctuate at all, and his heartbeat did not shift by a single beat. Lord Sasori, Lord Orochimaru is already halfway to the Tenchi Bridge. Everything you have arranged is about to be executed. The piece you planted beside Lord Orochimaru will likewise complete his final task as scheduled. Yamato lowered his voice and was about to respond when Ingjian suddenly spoke quietly through his earpiece. Yamato instantly drew both hands from his sleeves. Would release burst from beneath his feet, and the vines madly climbing toward the sky above met the Kusanagi blade that Orochimaru thrust out from the shadows beneath the bridge. The blade clashed with the vines and splintered wood exploded into a green mist in midair. Orochimaru flipped up from beneath the bridge, the tip of his toe landing on the top of a stone pillar, while his golden snake eyes gleamed coldly through the mist. Sasori. So you haven't fully died yet? His voice was hoarse and slow. Yamato did not answer as the wood release shattered, his disguise peeled away from him. Orochimaru looked at the face revealed through the splintered wood, his snake eyes narrowing slightly. A dog of Konoha. He turned to Kabuto. Didn't you say that Sasori had been poisoned by me? Kabuto pushed up his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses still as deferential as ever. Lord Orochimaru, I only told you the truth that Lord Sasori might already be dead, but it seems Konoha also learned of the appointment at Tenchi Bridge. We've been cut off. Orochimaru's gaze shifted from Kabuto to the bridgehead. Naruto leaped out from the hollow in the cliff, golden chakra exploding from beneath his feet as he landed on the other end of the bridge like a cannonball. Sakura followed close behind, her fists already clenched. Ingjian did not move. He still crouched atop the ancient pine, his shadow tendrils silently spreading beneath the bridge surface under Orochimaru's feet. Sasuke is far stronger than you, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse and slow, every word as if polished by snake scales. At that instant Naruto's golden chakra exploded from beneath his feet, but he did not lunge forward as he had 3 years earlier. He simply stared at Orochimaru, the man who had personally placed the 5 elements seal on his stomach, taken Sasuke from Konoha to Otogekure, and regarded Sasuke as the vessel for his next reincarnation. Orochimaru continued, a trace of lazy ease in his voice. You are not like Sasuke. He was born an avenger. Every inch of his power exists solely to kill that man. What about you? You haven't even figured out who you are. A Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and for over a decade you have done nothing but run around shouting that you'll become Hokage. You chased him for 3 years and Sasuke still chose power, not you. Naruto's body gave a violent jolt, and Ingjian sensed an immense disordered Ninetales will abruptly swelling inside him. It was not anger, it was grief. It was the obsession of chasing for 3 years and waiting for 3 years, its disguise ripped open and thrown back into his face by the one person who should never have exposed it. Naruto's blonde hair began to stain dark red from the roots. More and more Nine-Tails chakra surged into his pathways, raging wildly at the seam between tearing and rebuilding. 4 tails burst out from the translucent tailed beast's cloak. Yamato-senpai. Injian leaped down from the ancient pine, his shadow tendrils reaching into the shadow above Naruto's ankle at the same time, and with Senjutsu chakra he lightly tapped the calf muscle groups at a stable frequency specialized for tracing the reverse flow of Nine-Tails chakra. Yamato formed hand seals and would release rose from beneath the earth. Countless thick vines coiled around 4-tailed Naruto's body, and the chakra-absorbing force unique to wood release began peeling away the scarlet outer layer of the tailed beast's cloak. Roaring Naruto tore his own shirt to shreds, howling over and over again, "Give Sasuke back to me." One after another Yamato's wood release vines were shattered by the 4-tailed chakra. Even as the fragments drifted through the air, new branches were already rising from underground. Naruto struggled forward, cracking the rubble beneath his feet, one hand stretching out wildly as if Sasuke stood there in the ever-thickening shadow behind Orochimaru. Injian summoned a truth-seeking ball. The small black sphere, tempered to purity through 3 years of training, hovered steadily above his palm as it spun light patterns of 7 natures, silently rippling in rings deep within its pitch-black core. He grasped it, leaped down from the ancient pine, and landed on the stretch of bridge between Naruto and Orochimaru's scorched black bi-tailed beast chakra. At the sight of the truth-seeking ball, Orochimaru's golden snake eyes narrowed. It was not recognition, it was confirmation. Confirmation that the brat whose ribs he had shattered with a single palm strike in the forest of death now held in his hand one of the ultimate legacies left in this world by the Sage of 6 Paths. He did not know how Injian had obtained it, but he knew what it meant. Injian gave Orochimaru no time to ponder. The truth-seeking ball vanished from his palm, and the next instant his shadow tendrils exploded simultaneously from beneath the bridge floor under Orochimaru's feet. Shadow whips coiled around Orochimaru's ankles while a shadow marsh spread across the rock wall beneath the bridge in a sheet of ink-black suction cups, temporarily pinning that soft serpentine body, so accustomed to shedding its skin, to the spot. Orochimaru's body slid forward in a manner that defied the mechanics of human joints. The shadow whip slipped past his ankle, tearing off only a patch of skin coated with mucus. The earth-natured sinking force of the shadow marsh dragged him back into place, while wind nature flicked several invisible vacuum blades from the tip of the shadow whip, sealing off every direction in which he could shed his skin. Shadow lightning burst from the shadow whip, thousands of blue-white arcs spread in reverse, and slammed into the muscle fibers all over Orochimaru's body. All 4 of his limbs went numb at once, and his body froze in place. Injian's shadow tendrils rose from the shadows at the feet directly in front of Orochimaru, and seeped into his chest. "Your shadow really is as interesting as ever. Unfortunately, you're still a step short. You wanted to kill me so badly that you forgot the truth-seeking ball." The bridge shattered by Naruto's rampage just now, and the seismic waves stirred when the fragments struck the canyon floor, were a blank in your shadow perception. Your shadow is still accustomed to catching targets high above and directly ahead. It never guards against the shedding passage that rises from deep below the gorge. A snake rose without a sound from the depths of the gorge, coiled around Orochimaru's waist, and dragged him down toward the shedding passage beneath the canyon. Injian had already completed the hand seals for the shadow seal within his tool pouch. In the final moment before Orochimaru slid off the bridge, he smashed the sealing stone with the palm of his hand. The sealing formula erupted across the surface of Orochimaru's legs in dozens of ink-black rune chains, forcibly nailing his lower body to the boundary between the serpent shadow and the chasm. Orochimaru was still sliding downward, but the seal had already embedded itself into his chakra wave frequency like a brand seared into him. Injian stood at the edge of the broken bridge, and opened his fingers, letting the now empty shed snakeskin drift from his hand. His loose long hair snapped loudly in the harsh canyon wind. Kabuto too withdrew from his entanglement with Sai's Ink Beast. The Ink Eagle of Super Beast imitation drawing only managed to carve a shallow cut across his shoulder before his figure vanished into the far end of the gorge. Naruto lay on the ground, the tailed beast cloak completely gone, his blonde hair falling once more, and the rise and fall of his chest gradually steadied. Yamato knelt on one knee beside him, using a wood release seal to reinforce the 8 trigram seal on his abdomen. Sakura crouched beside Naruto, her palm pressed against his chest as her chakra seeped slowly through his pathways. Naruto opened his eyes, looked at Injian, and asked whether Orochimaru had escaped. Injian stood at the edge of the broken bridge, gazing at the ever-darkening shedding passage deep in the gorge. He told Naruto that Orochimaru had escaped but not unscathed. The seal had embedded itself into his chakra frequency, and for the next 3 years he would be unable to change bodies. Naruto closed his eyes, dropped the back of his head heavily onto Sakura's knee, and said that next time he would catch Orochimaru with his own hands. Sakura withdrew her chakra from Naruto's chest and nodded. Next time they would all be there. The Tenchi Bridge was broken. The broken stones of its deck were still falling toward the valley floor, and the echoes of their impacts against the cliff walls faded one after another into the depths of the gorge. Orochimaru and Kabuto had long since vanished into the shadows hidden by the dense woods at the end of the gorge. Only a few snake scales branded by Injian's seal lay at the edge of the ruined bridge deck, still curling with wisps of smoke seared by sage chakra. Yamato rose from the wreckage of the bridge, and the wooden tendrils of wood release slowly withdrew into his sleeves. He looked down at the broken fragments of wood on his arms shattered when Naruto had gone foretails. Then he looked at Naruto lying on the edge of the broken bridge, already back in human form. Naruto's blonde hair was stuck to his forehead by sweat and chakra residue. His breathing was heavy but steady. Opening his eyes, he looked at Injien and asked whether that bastard Orochimaru had escaped. Injien told him that he had escaped but not intact. The seal had already embedded itself into his chakra frequency. Within 3 years he would no longer be able to change bodies. The next time he shed his skin would be when the seal was weakest, and Injien would personally come for him. Naruto clenched his fist and pounded the ground once, then abruptly let it loosen. He apologized to Sakura, saying that when she had lunged toward him just now he had seen it, but he couldn't hold himself back. Sakura drew back the hand she had pressed against Naruto's chest and told him that if he ever did that again she would use her monstrous strength to blast his chakra pathways open, break them, and then rejoin them cleanly. Sai stepped out from the undergrowth on the other side of the bridgehead. The ink hawk of his super beast imitating drawing flapped its wings on his shoulder, the ink bleeding and blurring slightly in the gorge wind. He still wore that standard smile. But when he reached the edge of the ruined bridge and looked down at the direction Orochimaru had vanished, he asked no questions. He silently put away the inkhawk and added a few quick sketches to the scroll. Injien glanced at the scroll. Sai had not drawn the battle, he had drawn the scorched crack seared into the bridge by tailed beast chakra. The rendering was meticulous, each charred trace varying in depth. He was recording the fight in his own way, but he had not signed his name. Lady Tsunade, Yamato said, spreading open the mission scroll and carving the summary into the inside of the scroll with wood release chakra. The Tenchi Bridge rendezvous has been confirmed. The spy was Kabuto Yakushi. He had betrayed Sasori and returned to Orochimaru. Orochimaru appeared in person. During the engagement, Naruto entered his four-tailed state and was suppressed by wood release and shadow touch working together. Nara Injien faced Orochimaru in direct combat, and the shadow seal was successfully embedded into the core of Orochimaru's chakra frequency. Orochimaru fled. Sasuke was not recovered. Yamato paused, then added, Sai's ink mouse reconnaissance had provided reliable intelligence during the enemy detection phase on the bridge, and he recommended making it a standard part of future reconnaissance missions. The messenger falcon spread its wings and took off toward the land of rivers. Yamato turned to Injien and said that his wood release restraint on Naruto needed to be reinforced. Injien nodded, walked back from the edge of the ruined bridge and covered the 8 trigram seal on Naruto's abdomen with a thin shadow membrane. He told Yamato that if Naruto went 4 tails again, the membrane would first seal away the most violent initial surge of 9 tails chakra, extending the wood release suppression window by a few more moments. Yamato looked at the shadow membrane, and after a long pause he said that Injien's sealing precision already outmatched most of the sealing core members in Konoha's ANBU. He asked Injien how that final seal had managed to lock onto Orochimaru. Injien said it had not locked on, it had embedded itself. He had woven the shadow seal's formulas into countless infinitely fine shadow threads and let them seep through the frequency gaps between Orochimaru's chakra pathways and chakra wavelength. It was not binding the surface of the shed skin, it had penetrated deep into the meridian core of that artificially reworked soft body. Each time Orochimaru shed his skin, the seal contracted once. By the time it could contract no further, he would no longer be able to change his vessel. Yamato asked no more. He used wood release to build a temporary shelter on the cliff wall at the edge of the gorge, carry the still unconscious Naruto inside, and reinforce the wood release suppression layer over the 8 trigram seal. Sakura knelt at Naruto's side, feeding chakra steadily from her palms into his channels. She soothed the inner walls of the meridians scorched by 9 tails chakra one by one, then softened the newly formed scar tissue to prevent it from leaving aftereffects. Outside the sheltering Jien sat alone on the surviving pier of the broken bridge. The wind from the gorge rushed upward, whipping his loose long hair into wild crackling streams. He was replaying Orochimaru's final words. Your shadow is still used to targeting high places, and what is straight ahead you never guarded against the snake-shedding passage at the bottom of the ravine. His sensing range normally covered a circumference of several hundred meters, but in the two-way tug-of-war of fighting Orochimaru hand-to-hand while simultaneously suppressing Naruto's rampage, his sensory precision toward the ravine floor had degraded noticeably. Shadow Touch rose soundlessly from the broken pier. Without turning, he pulled his perception back from the ravine floor to the clifftop, refining the strength of full coverage, sensing inch by inch. Next time Orochimaru slipped down into the ravine, he would not use his ears to listen for the sound of shed skin. He would use his shadows, dragging every inch of rock wall, every stretch of wet moss, every hidden crack into his sensing web. Sai walked over to the pier, his scroll tucked under his arm. He looked up at Ingien and asked why he would go this far. Ingien stared for a long time at the dense forest being swallowed by the dusk in the depths of the gorge. He said that Sasuke had once told him in the snake lair, "I have a path I have to walk. You walk yours." But the last time Uchiha Itachi had slipped away from Konoha's patrol ring on the outskirts of the village happened right after Sasuke formally entered the snake lair. Itachi had avoided battle in that same period. That was no coincidence. A man as shrewd as Itachi knew his own time was running out. He was using his final moments to pave every possible retreat for the younger brother who was still walking his own path. He had to be at the end of that road to catch Sasuke. Sai did not answer. He added a few more strokes to the scroll, set down his brush, and sat quietly on the other side of the pier. The ink hawk landed on his shoulder. The ink dried in the valley wind, leaving fine cracks across the paper. The next morning Yamatos would release tracking locked onto the location of Orochimaru's stronghold. Following the chakra residue left behind when Orochimaru retreated from Tenchi Bridge, they tracked it deep into the forest, and found an even more concealed private hideout. The entrance was hidden in the belly of a mountain covered by conifers. There was no living snake barrier, no curse-sealed trap. Orochimaru's body had become so weak that he lacked even the strength to maintain an outer defensive barrier. Yamato extended would release into the rock, probing until he found the secret door sealed shut with ninjutsu. Ingien used Shadow Touch to trace the remaining traces of Orochimaru's chakra behind the door and confirmed Kabuto was not nearby. The chakra trail led to the medical chamber at the stronghold's deepest level, where Kabuto was stabilizing Orochimaru's body as it teetered on the edge of collapse. Ingien slipped Shadow Touch through the crack between the doors and dissolved the seal from within. They passed through several abandoned corridors and reached a dim, empty stone chamber at the lowest level of the stronghold. In the center of it Sasuke stood. A deep blue high-collar shirt, short black hair, the kusanagi resting horizontally at his lower back, a forehead protector tied at his brow. His chakra was heavier, colder, and denser than when Ingien last sensed him in the snake lair 3 years ago. Naruto stood at the entrance to the stone chamber, his blonde hair swayed slightly in the cold air lingering from the corridor. Sasuke tilted his head faintly toward them, the same angle as the day he had said, "Fight me," on the rooftop. Naruto stepped forward. "Sasuke." He only said the name. Sasuke did not answer. His Sharingan turned slowly in the dim light, shifting from Naruto to those behind him, Sakura, Yamato, Sai, familiar and unfamiliar faces one after another. Then he moved. Not forward, up. Lightning exploded beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye he tore through the ventilation shaft in the ceiling of the chamber, and a light of Chidori flashed through the rock for an instant before vanishing. Naruto chased him. Ingien chased him. But Sasuke was simply too fast. By the time they reached the opening of the ventilation shaft, he was already on the mountain ridge outside the stronghold, back turned to them, collar lifting softly in the wind. "I won't go back." Sasuke's voice was very calm. No anger, no struggle, only a quiet detachment worn paper thin by time. "I have a path I must walk." "You walk yours." Naruto knelt at the edge of the ventilation shaft opening, clenching his fists. Ingien stood beside him, watching the shadow on the ridge growing longer and longer. He did not say anything to persuade Sasuke to turn back. He knew that words could not shake Sasuke at this moment. But Sasuke did not simply vanish after saying those words. He paused for an instant on the ridge. That pause did not come from Ingien's senses but from Naruto's instincts. Naruto knelt at the edge of the opening and suddenly held his breath. He said that Sasuke was listening. He hadn't gone far, he was still listening. Ingien said nothing. He simply continued to spread Shadow Touch silently into the shadow of the ridge beneath Sasuke's feet. Sasuke paused for an instant, then flashed away again. This time he did not stop. But Naruto remembered that pause. Perhaps Sasuke had waited all 3 years just to know whether he would still stop for a voice. Back in the village, Yamato submitted the mission report to Lady Tsunade. In the report, one line had been left blank and filled in with just a few words: Sai confirmed as joining Team 7, codename undecided. He added another line at the end of the report: Sai had provided reliable intelligence support during the Tenchi Bridge reconnaissance. After reading the report, Tsunade placed the ink-soaked wolf hair brush back on its rest and said to Shikaku, "Let Sai stay in Team 7. I'll handle Danzo." That evening Naruto sat alone on the rooftop of the Hokage building staring blankly at the stars that had just begun to appear. Injien sat down beside him and opened his palm, Orochimaru's scale scorched by the shadow seal at Tenchi Bridge with charred edges and on its inner side the lifelike fine patterns unique to snake shedding still preserved. He placed it on the stone ledge beside Naruto. He said this was Orochimaru's scale the seal had been embedded. The next time Orochimaru shed his skin would be when the seal was at its weakest, and he would personally ensure Orochimaru could never take another vessel. Naruto looked down at the scale silent for a long time before he said, "Sasuke is waiting for me to grow stronger so I can't afford to lose." He clutched the scale rose and walked in the direction of Mount Myaboku. He had to train in Sage Mode anew and walk the rest of the road Jiraiya had left behind for him. Injien did not follow. Naruto no longer needed him to guide the first surge of natural energy. But on the outer edges of the mountain where Naruto would train in Sage Mode he laid a sensing barrier to make certain no one could disturb him. After the Tenchi Bridge mission concluded, autumn truly arrived in Konoha. The maple leaves in the Nara clan's compound began to turn crimson, and every morning Jinjia swept the fallen leaves at the entrance of the deer's shed. Yugo crouched by the fence letting the stag, whose antlers had already branched into 5 points, nuzzle his shoulder with its nose. He hadn't lived in Konoha for very long, but the deer had long since accepted him as one of their own, especially this stag who every morning nudged his back with its antlers urging him to get up and open the gate. By the time Injien walked back from the Hokage's office the sun had just climbed to its zenith. After submitting his mission report he didn't go straight home, instead he walked all the way to the deer shed, took off his shinobi sandals and sat down beside Yugo. Yugo turned his head and glanced at him, saying that he'd found a very old scroll in the Nara family's archive which Uncle Jinjia had asked him to look through. It contained the Nara clan's early observations of natural energy, and some of the terms were strikingly similar to what he'd seen on the canyon murals. He unrolled the scroll and showed it to Injien. The title page bore the Nara clan's crest, and below it was an inscription in the handwriting of Ingzong, the first clan head. Injien flipped through it from beginning to end and noticed a passage that specifically discussed the synergistic relationship between Yin Release shaping and natural energy frequency modulation. The handwriting was identical to Ingzong's notes he had once read in the archives. Back then Ingzong had also tried to find a way to pass down senjutsu without relying on sacred lands, but he lacked Yugo's source physique and had no truth-seeking balls to stabilize the resonance of the seven natures. So he could only take his theory this far. Injien returned the scroll to Yugo, telling him that the missing pieces of the first clan head's puzzle were now being filled in one by one. Yugo was the source, the truth-seeking balls were the stabilizer, and the theoretical framework left by Ingzong finally had experimental data to support it. Yugo was silent for a moment after hearing this, then said he wanted to compile the canyon murals together with the interpretation of this scroll into a complete atlas that could be passed down to future generations. If anyone ever wakes up in a cage like I did when I was a child, at least they'll find a manual. He carefully placed the scroll back on the shelf in the archive. A few days later Shikamaru caught up with him in the hallway of the Hokage's office. He was carrying 2 intelligence reports. One was a patrol report sent back by the Umbu, and the other was a record of Akatsuki activity compiled by Sunegaku's intelligence unit from the remains of Sasori's puppet. He said that the frequency of Akatsuki's activity had not decreased after the Kazekage rescue mission, on the contrary it had increased significantly. Unknown chakra signatures had appeared along the Land of Fire's border, and patrol teams couldn't pinpoint the targets. They needed sensory-type shinobi support. Lady Tsunade has listed sensory support for border patrols as part of our regular duties. Team 10 and I will be rotating on long-term border patrol. You should come too, your sensory range is enough to cover the patrol blind spots. Injien took the patrol schedule and looked it over for a moment. What does Asuma-sensei say? Shikamaru's lips curved slightly upward, that familiar expression he always wore when mentioning Asuma, a little helpless, a little respectful, with that fond exasperation for the guy who wanders around the hallway with an unlit cigarette dangling from his mouth. He said Asuma-sensei had already taken them on rotation for 2 weeks, and after every patrol he treated them to yakiniku. Choji said the grilled meat replenished their stamina. Ino complained that Choji ate too much. Asuma stood by with his unlit cigarette in his mouth, laughing. Everything was normal, training patrols and a team dinner every few days. Injien nodded. Neither of them was the type to talk much before a mission. They simply stood side by side in the corridor, and went over the patrol rotation from start to finish. That evening Kakashi met Jiraiya in the hospital room at Konoha Hospital. Kakashi's left eye was still wrapped in bandages. The overuse of his Sharingan had slowed the recovery of his chakra pathways more than expected. Tsunade had ordered him to stay in bed for another week, but he'd already finished reading the latest volume of Make-Out Paradise, and was now so bored he'd been counting the cracks in the ceiling. When Jiraiya pushed open the door, he was carrying a bottle of sake and 2 cups. "Hey Jiraiya-sama, you're not allowed to drink in the hospital. That's why I brought my own cups." Jiraiya filled the sake cups and handed one to Kakashi. He took a sip himself, set down the cup, and said he was going to infiltrate Amigekure to investigate the leader of Akatsuki. Kakashi's hand holding the sake cup froze midair. "Have you decided?" "I've decided." Jiraiya said that in his lifetime he had written many books and every one of them had sold quite well, but what he truly wanted to write was one last book, not another Make-Out Paradise, but a story about a disciple who would never give up. He had taken many disciples. Minato became Hokage, Nagato became Pain, and Naruto would be the future Hokage. He said the greatest failure of his life wasn't that he never became Hokage, but that he hadn't stayed in Amigekure when Nagato needed him most. So he had to go. "Does Tsunade know?" "She does. She scolded me, then gave me a bottle of military rations pills." Jiraiya drank the rest of the sake, stood up, and opened the window. The night wind rushed through the window, making his long white hair flutter loudly. He said that if he didn't come back, Naruto would be in Kakashi's hands. Kakashi didn't answer. He only slowly lifted his bandaged hand from the blanket and pressed it gently against his knee, the same gesture he always made whenever he visited the memorial stone and sat before Obito's grave. He pressed for a long while before saying a single word. "Okay." Jiraiya vaulted out the window and vanished into the night. The crescent moon, just risen in the sky, trembled slightly in the autumn wind. Kakashi sat propped against his pillow for a long time, his bandaged left eye motionless in the moonlight. Kakashi sat alone on the hospital bed, gazing at the moon that had just risen outside the window. Make-Out Paradise lay open at the title page where the author's name was printed, Jiraiya. He didn't know whether this would be the last book Jiraiya left behind in Konoha. On an ordinary evening a few weeks later, Shikamaru stood in the hallway of the Hokage's office polishing a lighter. It was one he bought himself, an ordinary silver lighter he'd casually picked out at a ninja tool shop. It was a bit like Asuma's in style, but newer and brighter. He didn't smoke, but he believed a competent tactical squad leader needed to carry a source of fire. Exploding tags, fuse cords needed to be lit, smoke bombs, fuses needed to be triggered, and campfires needed to be started when out in the field. He put the lighter back in his pocket, and continued marking next week's rotation on the patrol schedule. Asuma walked over from the other end of the hallway, that never-lit cigarette dangling from his mouth, holding the freshly approved Border Patrol mission order in his hand. He glanced at the lighter in Shikamaru's hand that hadn't yet been put away. The fine lines at the corners of his eyes creased slightly as he smiled, a little surprised with an indescribable hint of something else. "Started playing with that too. It's not for fun. It's a tactical necessity." Shikamaru put the lighter back into his pocket without looking up. Asuma didn't tease him further. He just patted Shikamaru's shoulder and told him that the whole of Team 10 would be deployed for next week's border patrol and that he should check the route map once more. Shikamaru nodded and turned the schedule to the next page. Asuma turned and headed for the training ground. The crisp sound of his geta clacking against the floor echoed through the corridor. The cigarette twirled lightly between his fingers, still never lit. That autumn passed peacefully through countless patrols and group dinners. Choji's new expansion jutsu became increasingly flexible. Now he could precisely enlarge only his left arm while maintaining full dexterity in his right arm while in his expanded state. Ino's sensory precision had improved dramatically. She could now predict a target's emotional state by reading their chakra wavelength before even activating the mind transfer jutsu. Shikamaru's tactical simulations had grown from 6 sand table scenarios to 12. Asuma time and again on the training ground helped him dissect and eliminate every flaw. Everything was still alive. Everything was still moving forward. But no one knew that Akatsuki's shadow was steadily creeping closer to the land of fire. Konoha had suffered so much over these years. The third Hokage fallen in battle, Orochimaru's 2 invasions, Sasuke's defection, and the 5th Hokage taking over a village scarred and broken. They had spent 3 years rebuilding the walls, rebuilding the houses, rebuilding their confidence. But the true test had not yet begun. The name, Akatsuki, was taking shape out of the dark clouds beyond the border, and the War Games sand table on Team 10's table, worn smooth by countless fingers, was soon to face its most brutal real-world exercise. The Jonin meeting was convened on a morning that gave no warning. The Border Patrol of the Land of Fire's northern frontier sent back urgent intelligence. 2 members of the Akatsuki, clad in black robes embroidered with red clouds, had already crossed the border line and were advancing directly toward Konoha. The identity check left almost no room for doubt. a silver-haired man wielding a three-bladed scythe and a hulking masked fighter. The immortal duo Haiden and Kakuzu. Tsunade pressed the intelligence scroll heavily onto the desk and assigned the mission teams. Sarutobi Asuma would lead Team 10 in a frontal engagement with Ataki Kakashi and Nara Injien as backup support. Yamato led Yugo and waited with the second echelon. As Injien walked past Asuma, he paused. Asuma was fastening his ninja pouch to his hip, the brand new lighter dangling from his lips, one he had just bought, whose flame caught with a single flick. He took the lighter from his lips, spun it lightly between his fingers, and raised his eyes to Injien. That truth-seeking ball of yours, to what extent can it decompose Haiden's immortal body? Injien said he had never tried it, but in theory he could strip every trace of curse-sealed chakra from Haiden's body. Asuma nodded, put the lighter back into his ninja pouch, and patted Injien on the shoulder. I'll treat you to barbecue when we get back. Injien did not answer. The battle erupted in the afternoon. When Kakashi's lightning cutter pierced Kakuzu's first heart, Haiden was using his bloody march scythe to drive back Choji's expansion charge. Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique extended from his feet and precisely intercepted the arc of Haiden's scythe, locking the joints of his right arm in midair. Injien crouched in the canopy's shadow touch, spreading silently through every shadow in the grove. Within his perception range, he locked onto the brief gap between the elemental heart switches of the four hearts remaining in Kakuzu's chest. Kakashi's second lightning cutter slid into that gap and pierced the fire-natured heart. But Haiden's curse ritual was already complete. He had bitten his tongue and swallowed Asuma's blood, and the curse circle on the ground blazed to life at that very instant. Asuma stood in place, an invisible blade running through his chest. Shikamaru's shout became distorted at that moment. He rushed over and caught Asuma. Ino knelt on the other side, pressing both hands against the gushing wound, while Choji, using a half-body expansion, shielded the three of them. Injien leaped down from the treetop. A truth-seeking ball shot out from his palm, and Haiden's right arm, along with the bloody march scythe, was decomposed at the atomic level by the black sphere. Kakuzu's three hearts were pierced in the same instant. By Kakashi's lightning cutter, Yamato's would release spikes and Injien's shadow touch. Kakuzu collapsed. Haiden cursed and roared inside the shadow touch, but he could not move. Asuma leaned back in Shikamaru's embrace and placed his old lighter, polished down to the copper base, into Shikamaru's palm. His fingers slipped from Shikamaru's palm onto the rubble-covered ground. Shikamaru did not cry. He simply clenched that lighter, his knuckles whitening from the grip. The day after Asuma's funeral, Shikamaru formally submitted his revenge operation plan to Tsunade. Tsunade signed her approval. Haiden was lured by Shikamaru into an ambush deep within the Nara clan's forest, where an array of explosive tags blew him to pieces and the scattered remains tumbled into a bottomless pit. Shikamaru stood at the edge of the pit and dropped the torch down. The firelight flickered across his face. He said nothing, only whispered one phrase in his heart: checkmate. A few days later, late at night, Tsunade stood in her office for a long time. The moonlight outside the window was bright. Jiraiya had left in the evening, carrying his enormous scroll, his wooden clogs clacking crisply against the stone pavement. He was going to the Hidden Rain village to investigate the leader of Akatsuki. The old habit of charging alone into the dragon's den was one he would never change in this lifetime. Tsunade had not held him back then. She only watched from the Hokage's office window as his back disappeared at the village gate. Then she turned around and called Injien into the office. Jiraiya has been in the Hidden Rain village for more than 8 hours. According to plan, he should have sent back his first contact signal just now. He didn't. Tsunade's voice was hoarse and calm. She knew Jiraiya's strength better than anyone, but Pain's sensory ability exceeded anyone's expectations. She said she could not let Konoha lose another him. Injien knew who that him was. The third Hokage had already died under the Reaper death seal. She could not let another disciple of the third Hokage die at Nagato's hands. Tsunade handed him a sealed mission scroll, its wax stamped with the fifth Hokage's seal. You go. Not to help him fight, to bring him back. Bring him back alive. Injien received the scroll and fitted the deer-patterned mask over his face. The rain in the Hidden Rain village never stopped. The entire village was cloaked in an extremely dense chakra net, Pain's rain tiger apple technique. Every drop of rain carried the chakra of the Rinnegan. Anyone who touched the rain could be detected. Injien covered his whole body with his shadow and moved silently through the curtain of rain. The raindrops slid off the shadow membrane's surface. Not a single drop truly touched his skin. Jiraiya's chakra fluctuations reached his senses in the southeast. He had already crossed paths with Pain, tracking the residual chakra traces as he slipped, and Injien rescued a rain shinobi prisoner pinned beneath a load-bearing pillar in a collapsed ruin. The prisoner's legs were broken. His lips quivered as he told Ingjian that Pain was at the top of the tower with 6 bodies. Ingjian laid him flat and continued deeper, his senses locking onto the shockwave of Sage Mode and Rinnegan grinding against each other far within the tower. When he finally made it to the deepest part of the factory pipes, the battle had already torn apart the entire base of the tower. Before Ingjian arrived, Jiraiya had already accomplished the hardest part of this fight. He had infiltrated the hidden rain, discovered that Yahiko's body had been made into the Deva path, and discovered that Nagato, hidden in the shadows, was using the Rinnegan to control 6 puppets. Deep in the pipes he exchanged blows with the animal path, the Preta path, and the human path in turn. The Toad's duet Genjutsu held 3 pains at once, and then a great ball spiraling sphere shredded the Azura path's arm along with its shoulder blade. But Pain's shared vision cost him dearly. At the very moment he thought it was over, the Azura path burst out of the ruins in an ambush, and a mechanical arm pierced through his left shoulder from behind. Jiraiya turned and shattered the Azura path's head with a backhanded palm strike, but his left arm was already useless. Then the splitting hound summoned by the animal path bit through his right leg, and the Preta path drained his last great ball spiraling sphere. Half soaked in blood, Jiraiya fell from the factory pipes into the ruins at the base of the tower. When Ingjian reached the ruins at the tower base, this was what he saw: Jiraiya's left arm pinned to the rock wall by a black rod, his right leg torn to a bloody mess by the splitting hounds, and his entire upper garment soaked through with blood and rainwater. The 6 paths of Pain surrounded him in the center. The Deva path hovered in midair, a black rod reforming in his palm aimed at Jiraiya's heart. Jiraiya's lips were moving. Hidden in the shadow, Ingjian heard it clearly. He was saying Naruto's name. Even here he was still saving his last chakra for Sage Fukasaku so he could finish carving the code and bring it back to Konoha. Ingjian did not hesitate. He knew he had 0 odds of defeating the 6 Pains in a frontal fight, but Tsunade's order to him had never been to win. It was to bring Jiraiya back. Ingjian hid in the shadow of a broken pipe behind Jiraiya, and in the same instant his shadow touch accomplished 3 things. First, a shadow substitute rose soundlessly from the point where Ingjian's body connected with Jiraiya's shadow, condensing in front of Jiraiya into an ink-black figure with an outline exactly like his own, with a false black rod formed temporarily from shadow stabbed through its chest. Second, a truth-seeking ball enveloped Jiraiya's body, not as an attack but as a covering. The pure black sphere opened soundlessly over his chest, and the whole mass of darkness seeped through the wound into his thoracic cavity, temporarily sealing the most lethal internal bleeding in his chest. Third, Ingjian deflected the trajectory of the Deva path's black rod. The shadow substitute was pierced, the rod stabbing deep into the darkness of the pipe, and the shadow membrane locked it to a dead stop a split second before the tip could touch the pericardium of Jiraiya's real body. The Deva path's black rod impaled the shadow substitute. The ink-dark double shattered into countless black fragments, and scattered in the rain. The real Jiraiya, wrapped in an extremely thin shadow membrane, slid down an abandoned snake-shedding channel of the factory into the depths of the earth. With one hand forming hand signs, Ingjian set the spare ceiling coordinate stones from his scroll one after another into the shadowed exits of the pipes, while the perception of the all-encompassing shadow world temporarily diverted Rain Tiger at will's tracking senses. Pain's shared vision was cut off at the instant of Ingjian's hand signs, and in those cold violet Rinnegan for the first time an extremely faint delay appeared, not shock but recognition. He recognized the chakra texture of the truth-seeking ball inside the shadow. It shared its origin with the black rods he had read about in Nagato's memories of the ancient ruins of the Hidden Rain village. Ingjian did not linger. He crushed the final sealing stone deep within the curtain of rain, and the shadow passage wrapped around Jiraiya sealed shut inside the rock wall at the lowest level of the factory. Outside the tower, Sage Fukasaku escaped with his life. Jiraiya's final code was already carved into his back, and his 2 small claws clutched a toadskin charm as he flew at full speed toward Mount Maiboku. Ingjian brought Jiraiya back to Konoha. Not openly, but hidden in the deepest shadows through an underground route that only he knew, slipping him into the A&B-only medical room beneath Konoha Hospital in the darkest hour before dawn. The medical team led by Shizen urgently treated the stump of Jiraiya's left arm. Yamato used would release to build a temporary sterile isolation barrier, and Tsunade sent Sage Chakra from both hands into Jiraiya's chest at the same time. Jiraiya's left arm could not be saved. The lung lobe pierced by the black rod had been temporarily sealed by Ingjian's truth-seeking ball, but it had grown too cold during transfer. The medical team installed compensatory support for part of the lung lobe's function. But he was alive. His heart was still beating, his breath still there. Tsunade stayed in the medical room until dawn. Ingjian leaned against the wall in the corridor outside, the deer pattern mask still on his face. When day broke, Tsunade pushed open the door and walked out, telling him that Jiraiya's vital signs had stabilized, but he had to be moved to a mountain shelter north of the land of rice fields for continued treatment. Konoha Hospital had too many people and too many eyes. For now only he, Tsunade, Shizen, and a handful of others knew about it. She needed Ingjian to keep the fact that Jiraiya was alive hidden from the outside world. This was also Jiraiya's own request. Nagato would not become suspicious for the time being, and Naruto was not yet strong enough to oppose him. He needed his proudest disciple to truly mature. Tell everyone, Jiraiya died in battle. Tsunade's voice was soft, but every word landed like a nail. Ingjian was silent for a moment, then nodded. That night Konoha's high command issued an intelligence bulletin to the entire village while infiltrating the Hidden Rain village to investigate. The leader of the Akatsuki, Jiraiya, had been surrounded by the 6 paths of pain and died fighting. The news reached every corner of Konoha. Naruto knelt beside the swing, his head lowered motionless. Sakura knelt beside him and held his hand, her tears falling onto the back of their intertwined hands. Shikamaru stood beneath the maple tree a few steps from the swing, holding Asuma's lighter in one hand while the other hand through his coat pressed against the brand new lighter over his chest. He looked like he wanted to say something, but in the end he simply put the lighter back in his pocket and turned toward the Hokage's office building, carrying the draft of Team 10's next counter-Akatsuki plan. In the mountain shelter north of the land of rice fields at coordinates known to only a handful of people, the gravely wounded Jiraiya remained unconscious. Tsunade made the secret trip every week to personally repair the lung lobe that had begun compensating after being pierced by the black rod, while slug clones changed his infusions on schedule. Ingjian leaned against the stone wall, staring at the fading trace in his palm where the truth-seeking ball had once been. That blonde fool, who was already capable of standing on his own, was probably at Mount Mayaboku, pouring natural energy into his body again and again in front of the waterfall, then being knocked back by Sage Fukasaku's staff, pouring it in again and being knocked down again. But he knew that this time there wasn't much longer to wait. Nagato's Rinnegan would eventually see through every remaining secret of that night in the Hidden Rain village, and Naruto's Sage Mode would eventually, amid the sound of the waterfall, transform completely into the final form capable of carrying on Jiraiya's unfinished will. On the 7th day after Jiraiya was secretly moved to the mountain shelter, Ingjian returned to the valley in the rear mountains. The maple leaves in the Nara clan's estate had turned a deep red, dyeing the woods in layers. In the deer shed, a stag rubbed its freshly bandaged left foreleg against the new hay spread at dawn. Yugo crouched beside it and placed Kimimara's bone fragment on the stone platform between them. The bone fragment gleamed with a soft, cold white luster in the morning light. Yugo lowered his head and said that Lord Jiraiya had not woken yet, but he noticed that Lady Tsunade had fewer frown lines than before when she came out of the shelter. Ingjian did not go to the shelter. Tsunade had relieved him the previous night and told him to get a proper sleep at Shikamaru's home before returning to his post. He had lain on the veranda of Shikamaru's home for half the night. After Shikamaru came off patrol, he reorganized the deployment map of the sensory barrier for him and in passing folded up the draft paper tucked beneath the go board. When day broke, Ingjian sat up on the veranda and watched the east slowly brighten. It suddenly hit him: the death match in Amigakure had carved the concrete parameters of Pain's 2 core abilities, shared vision and chakra absorption, into his combat memory bank. And what he needed most now was not to wait outside the sick room, but to seal himself in the valley and turn those parameters etched into his memory into the next stage of his metamorphosis. He slid open Shikamaru's paper door, placed the supplementary patrol schedule draft he had written the night before beside Shikamaru's pillow, then walked into the rear mountains through the morning dew. The valley was still the same valley. 3 years ago he had pioneered his own senjutsu system there. 1 year ago he had achieved the first resonance with Yugo's sage body there. Now he had returned to the starting point. The autumn wind plucked the maple leaves overhead one by one, and they drifted down softly onto the edge of the stone platform. Ingjian sat cross-legged in the center of the platform and summoned the truth-seeking ball from the depths of his shadow. The black sphere, refined to purity through 3 years of cultivation, hovered above his palm and rotated steadily. The luminous patterns of the 7 chakra natures rippled outward in silent rings from deep within its pitch-black core. Fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, yin and yang. In Amigakure it had been swallowed once by the king of hell of the hell path. Tearing from within at the residual chakra of Nagato, the Rinnegan wielder behind Pain, it had nearly been broken apart. Now it rotated quietly in the moonlight, restored to stability, but he could sense that an extremely fine crack had appeared inside it. It was not a crack on the physical level. Rather, the resonance frequencies of the 7 chakra natures had shifted by a few hundredths of a millimeter under the combined tearing of Tendo Pain's universal pull and the king of hell's absorption. The shift was small, but it was there. It meant that when facing an enemy at the Rinnegan level, the stability of the truth-seeking ball still had a weakness. He needed a complete metamorphosis. Not patchwork repairs. Not recalibrating the resonance frequencies. He needed to push the truth-seeking ball beyond the level of a mere weapon into a realm he had never dared to enter lightly, making it part of his body. Like Naruto's tailed beast cloak, like Hashirama Senju's Senjutsu chakra cloak, like Madara Uchiha's Susanoo. Not a state, an embodiment. Jian withdrew the truth-seeking ball into the depths of his palm, then sank his consciousness into his shadow. The Yin-Yang core rotated steadily deep in his dantian. Chakra of the seven natures surged out of his meridians, and extended along the pathways of his shadow tendrils to every inch of skin on his body. He did not guide it deliberately. He simply let the shadow spread on its own and let the seven chakra natures resonate at their most natural frequencies under the harmonization of Senjutsu chakra. After a full hour of this unforced letting go, his consciousness gradually blurred and his body began to follow an instinct more ancient than consciousness, not absorbing natural energy but letting natural energy pass through him. Yugo's sage-transformed constitution was by nature a conduit for natural energy, and what Jian was doing now was fusing that conduit quality with his own yin-yang core. Within his body, the truth-seeking ball acted as a stabilizer and controller, tuning the frequencies of the seven chakra natures into the ideal state, while Senjutsu chakra served as a binder linking the truth-seeking ball tightly to his body. This was not training. This was reconstruction. His body was transforming, evolving from the meridian system of an ordinary shinobi toward a physiology closer to that of a sage body. When the first light of dawn pierced the valley, the metamorphosis was complete. Jian opened his eyes. He could sense that his skin had grown whiter than before, not a sickly pallor but a texture filled with Senjutsu chakra like moonlight itself. He reached up and untied the cord at the back of his head. His black hair fell loose over his shoulders, soft and resilient, and the arc its tips traced in the morning breeze was perfectly in sync with the barely visible azure glow along the edge of his shadow. The change in his truth-seeking ball was the most striking of all. The crack left from being devoured by the hell path in Amigekure had completely healed. It hovered above his palm, whole and seamless, and the light patterns of the seven chakra natures no longer surrounded the outside. They had fully merged with the core. He could sense that it existed not only in his palm, it was imprinted in his shadow, fused into his meridians, and its faint resonance pulsed in his blood with every heartbeat. It was no longer a weapon, it was a part of his existence. His sage mode markings had also been renewed with deeper, more intricate lines. The maple leaf patterns around his eye sockets were no longer a simple outline. At the outer corners of his eyes, several extremely fine spiral dark lines had appeared, their tips faintly glowing with an azure luster. The spiral markings on the inside of his wrists had also deepened another layer, like roots boring into the soil, spiraling from his wrists up to the crooks of his elbows. A faint azure light flickered on and off in the depths of the markings. Jian eased the truth-seeking ball out from his palm. In the moonlight it silently transformed, from a sphere into an extremely long ink-black thread, then condensed from the thread back into a sphere. It moved at his will, as naturally as an extension of his own arm. He knew instinctively that the force this truth-seeking ball could now withstand was enough to clash head-on with a Rinnegan-level enemy. Soon after dawn, Shikamaru came off his patrol post and detoured to the entrance of the valley. In his hand was the supplementary patrol schedule draft Jian had left for him on the veranda, along with a newly drawn defense map. Jian walked out of the valley and lightly touched Shikamaru's arm as he passed him. Shikamaru saw the deeper layer of Senjutsu markings around Jian's eyes and the black hair spilling over his shoulders, softer and more resilient than yesterday, and knew at once that he had been pushing himself to the limit again. Shikamaru asked no questions. He simply pulled the defense map out from his sleeve and handed it over, saying that Yugo would bring Jian the newly plotted Senjutsu conversion stability curve after changing the dressing at the shelter. Then he turned and walked toward the patrol post at the village entrance, crushing a few freshly fallen maple leaves underfoot. Jian returned the truth-seeking ball, now free of cracks, to his palm and looked up toward Mount Maiboku. Naruto's sage mode was still being tempered under Sage Fukasaku's stern training. And pain would soon be here. In Konoha, autumn came and the maple leaves turned red earlier than in years past. In the deer paddock the stag rubbed its freshly dressed left forehoof on the hay laid down that morning. Yugo crouched beside it, setting Kimimara's bone fragment on the stone platform between them. The bone fragment gave off a cold lustrous white in the morning light. Yugo lowered his head and said that Lord Jiraiya still had not woken, but when he saw Lady Tsunade come out of the shelter there were a few fewer furrows between her brows than before. Jian did not go to the shelter. He organized every anomalous chakra fluctuation captured during yesterday's patrol into a stack of annotated maps and spread them across the desk of the temporary command center in the Hokage building. The intelligence Jiraiya had brought back from infiltrating Amigekure had been delivered to Konoha 2 days before by Sage Fukasaku. Jiraiya's final cipher was still carved on that old toad's back, and Ingjian recognized the single incised stroke. Pain's true body was not among the 6 paths. All 6 paths of Pain were remotely controlled by Nagato, while Nagato himself was hidden in the deepest part of the tower. After Tsunade distributed the decoded cipher to the intelligence division, Shikamaru sat at the table for an entire afternoon. He did not rush to draw the defensive map. Instead, he listed every known parameter of the 6 paths of Pain one by one on paper: the types and summoning frequency of the animal path, summon beast, the missile range and reload interval of the Azura path, the effective absorption range and turning delay of the Preta path, the mind-reading activation distance of the human path, the devouring repair mechanism of the Hell path, and the cooldown of the Deva path Shinra Tensei, and the preparatory movements of Bansho Tenin. Niji sat diagonally across from Shikamaru, his Byakugan glowing faint lavender under the meeting room lights. He spread an annotated chakra pathway chart in front of Shikamaru. The distribution of black rods inside the 6 panes had been circled one by one in markers of different colors. The black rods were both transmission media and signal amplifiers through which Nagato fed chakra to the 6 panes. If we can disrupt all the black rods at the same time in a short span, a blind zone will open in Pain's shared vision. Niji's fingertip traced back and forth across the chart, quickly sketching out the most likely severance paths. Kakashi pushed his forehead protector up his Sharingan slightly open and quickly swept over the positions Niji had marked. I can take charge of disrupting the 6 panes movements. Kamui of the Sharingan can briefly warp space. He raised his eyes to Shikamaru. But Kamui consumes too much chakra. I need someone to precisely calculate the timing of each use. An instant too early wastes chakra and an instant too late Pain's attack lands. There must be at least a short interval between each Kamui, and the Deva path Shinra Tensei has a longer cooldown. The intersection between the two is right here. Shikamaru overlaid the Deva path's attack pattern chart with Kakashi's Kamui timing table, circled the intersection with a pencil, then looked up at Ingjian. Your shadow touch can trace the black rod signals backward. If we give you time, how long before you can lock onto Nagato's true body? If nothing interferes, give me about the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea. But in a real fight, the 6 panes won't let me have that entire half cup. Ingjian answered truthfully. Then lock on in stages. On the sand table, Shikamaru overlaid Ingjian's shadow touch sensing path and Kakashi's Kamui timing table, then circled out a schedule of alternating cover with his pencil. Then he stood and drew a simplified floor plan of Konoha's main building complex on the blackboard behind him. When Pain invades, a conventional frontal defense won't hold for long. The Deva path Shinra Tensei will level the entire core area. We must move all non-combatants into shelters before that, and at the same time split the 6 panes apart. We cannot let them form an overlapping net of shared vision. Shikamaru picked up 6 pieces of different colors and placed them one by one on the sand table. The black piece stood for the Deva path placed at the exact center of Konoha's core area, the red piece for the Azura path on the high ground to the northeast, the blue piece for the animal path at the vantage point overlooking the entire village, the green piece for the Preta path in front of the Hokage building, and the white pieces for the human path and the Hell path at flanking support positions. The animal path must be dealt with first. Shikamaru pointed at the blue piece. Her summoned beast can attack multiple areas at once. The splitting dog's trait is that one splits into many. Ordinary attacks are useless. The conventional tactic is to destroy them with powerful attacks first, but once the splitting dogs reach a certain number, a gap will be torn in our defensive line. Leave the splitting dogs to me and Tenten. Niji stood, his Byakugan glowing faint purple under the lights. My gentle fist can sever the chakra connection between the animal path and her summoned beasts. Tenten's projectile barrage can suppress the splitting dog's flanking charges from multiple directions at once. As long as we seal off the chakra source of every summoned beast for a short time, the splitting dogs won't be able to keep splitting. Tenten leaned out from behind him, the weapon scroll on her back bulging, a freshly oiled new kunai clutched in her hand. I've already prepared the new exploding tag scroll. At the tail end of each kunai I lengthen the burning time of the tag paper so they can hang in midair for a moment, and form a crossfire net. Shikamaru pushed Niji's and Tenten's pieces directly opposite the blue piece of the animal path. Niji, you focus on the chakra connection. Tenten, you suppress the splitting dogs from the flank with a projectile barrage. Before the animal path can react, seal off all her summoning jutsu and leave her with no beast to call. Niji nodded. Tenten slid the kunai back into her weapon pouch and snapped it shut. The Azura path's missile range covers the entire core area. Its attacking habit is to prioritize locking onto heavy firepower targets on the front line. Shikamaru advanced the red piece representing the Azura path half a step from the northeast corner of the sand table toward the core area. I'll handle the Azura path. Rock Lee rose from his seat, his bandaged fist clenched at his side. His leg injury had healed and 3 years of training had raised his taijutsu to another level. With the 5th gate of the 8 gates open, my speed can exceed the tracking angular velocity of the Azura path's missiles. I can intercept the trajectory before every launch and steer the missiles toward empty ground where no one is. But opening too many gates in a short time will wear my body out. You don't need to keep them open for long. Shikamaru quickly wrote a line on the Azura path tactical briefing sheet. You only need to cut in during the reload gap between each missile launch. After deflecting the missile trajectory, immediately close the 8 gates. Leave the rest to the ANBU support squad, who will intercept them in midair with exploding tag formations. Rock Lee nodded firmly. Sweat rolled down his cheek from his forehead, but he did not wipe it. He just kept staring at the repeatedly revised defensive map beside Shikamaru's hand. The Preta path is for Choji and me. Shikamaru pointed at the green piece in the center. The Preta path can absorb all ninjutsu, so frontal attacks are useless against it. But while it is absorbing ninjutsu, its body must remain still, and there is a delay in its turning speed. Choji's partial expansion jutsu is not a traditional ninjutsu release. The muscle swelling process itself can launch a flanking impact during the gaps while the Preta path is absorbing ninjutsu. I'll use my shadow to bind its ankles and delay its turning angle. Choji put down his chip bag, wiped his fingers on his pants, and stood. His build was a full size broader than 3 years ago, but his eyes were still gentle. How many times do you want me to send it flying? At least 3. I'll pre-place adhesive exploding tag formations along both sides of your charge route. The Preta path cannot absorb the shockwave of a physical explosion. Every time it is knocked into the formation, it must reanalyze the chakra nature before it can activate absorption. That gap is the starting point for your next charge. Shikamaru turned to Ino. You move with Choji. Use your sensory ability to lock onto the direction from which the hell path might try to cut in and support. If necessary, use mind-body switch to disrupt it for an instant. Ino tied her hair into a high ponytail, hands on her hips. Leave it to me. If the hell path dares to come at us, I won't let it form a single-hand seal. The human path and the hell path must be separated. Shikamaru pointed at the 2 outermost pieces. After sweeping his gaze across the sand table for a long time, he lifted his head and turned to Hinata. The human path can read memories. Your gentle fist can strike its chakra points before it starts mind reading. As for the hell path, it can devour chakra and repair the other pains. You must use pressure point sealing to block its chakra flow before it begins devouring, otherwise after the other pains are knocked down it will pull them back up. His voice was lowered, but every word was distinct. This is not a frontal clash. It is cutting the chains that bind the pains to one another. Once the shared vision is disrupted and the animal path loses summoning cover, the pains will expose more openings during the Deva path's Shinra Tensei cooldown. Your task is to strike at the same moment that opening appears and sever the pain's route to repairing one another. Hinata clutched the hem of her clothes, her Byakugan pupils dilating slightly. It was not fear. She had waited many years to go from Genin to Chunin, and finally she could stand at the very front in the most critical moment. It's too much pressure for Hinata to take on the human path alone. Niji rose from his seat, the white pupils of his Byakugan contracting slightly under the light. The hell path and the human path often cover each other. If the hell path cuts in from Hinata's flank, her chakra will be devoured before her gentle fist can break through the human path's reading window. I'll go with her for the hell path. Rotation can block the devouring. Shikamaru looked up at Niji. He had not fought alongside Niji many times, but every time Niji stood before the branch family's younger members under his protection, his eyes had that same look, not protectiveness but resolve. The hell path has a fixed preparatory movement when it devours chakra, and rotation can interrupt its absorption during that delay. But I need someone to watch the human path. While I hold off the hell path, the human path's mind reading is your job, Hinata. Niji turned his head and looked at Hinata. His tone was steady, but Hinata could read the determination pressed deep in those white eyes. For years, the gentle fist of the Hyuga branch family was not meant to die in place of the main house, it was meant to fight side by side. Shikamaru placed Niji's and Hinata's pieces in front of the human path, and the hell path respectively, then straightened up. Every piece on the sand table was in place, but he knew it was not enough. The most critical link in the whole chain is the Deva path. Its chakra output is several times that of the other pains. Even if the other 5 paths are all tied down, a single Shinra Tensei or Bansho Tenin from the Deva path alone would have a destructive range far beyond all our preparations. There is no chance of winning a frontal clash against him. We must contain him before he launches an attack. Ing Jian stood and summoned the truth-seeking ball from the depths of his shadow. The pure black sphere hovered above his palms, spinning steadily while luminous patterns of 7 natures rippled silently in the depths of the sphere's core. In Amigakure he had already exchanged one brief head-on clash with Pain. Shadow Touch could catch the Deva Path's Black Rod Pulse in the aftermath of Shinra Tensei. If he kept Sage Mode at full output, he could hold the Deva Path's primary attention, draw it away from the core zone toward open ground, and during that time further lock onto Nagato's true body. But your Senjutsu chakra won't last long enough. Yugo stood and walked to Ing Jian's side, tucking Kimimara's bone fragment into his clothing. His hand was steady. Let me go with him. In Sage Mode I can share the output burden of his Senjutsu chakra and extend the time Shadow Touch can be maintained by at least double. I won't go berserk. No matter how strong the Deva Path is, it can't force me to lose control. Shikamaru quickly calculated the parameters on both sides, then used his pen to push Ing Jian's and Yugo's pieces together onto the sand table high ground directly opposite the Deva Path. The time the Deva Path is contained is everyone's critical window, the only chance for Niji and Hinata to seal off every escape route of the human path and the hell path. At the same moment the animal path loses its summoning cover, the Azura path has its missiles deflected, and the Preta path is knocked out of its defensive position by Choji. This window requires someone to coordinate real-time information among the teams and ensure everyone's attack timing lands at the same instant. Leave it to me. Ino expanded her sensory range to the maximum and raising her head said to all the companions looking at her, my mind-body switch technique can create a brief mental link among the teams. It won't go in deeply, it will only relay attack timing signals. Once Shikamaru gives an order, everyone can hear it at the same instant. Shikamaru placed the final piece, Ino's yellow piece, at the center of the sand table. Then he straightened, took Asuma's lighter from his weapon pouch and held it in his palm but did not light it. He simply held it, feeling the exposed copper edge where the silver plating had worn through, pressed gently into the callus on his palm, a callus worn thin by countless wargame calculations. Is every team clear on its task? His voice was not loud but every word landed solidly. No one answered but everyone stood. Niji unwound the gentle fist wraps from his wrists. Tenten put her weapons back one by one. Rock Lee tightened the bandages around his ankles. Hinata lifted her bright pupil. Byakugan Choji folded the chip bag and put it into his pocket. Ino closed her eyes and extended her sensory net to the outer edge of the entire defense line. Ing Jian retracted the truth-seeking ball into the depths of his palm. Yugo reached out and lightly touched fists with him, not a bump but a soft steady press held for a moment like before the canyon mural. Shikamaru put the lighter back into his weapon pouch. Outside the window Konoha's maple leaves were at their reddest, but no one could know whether when Pain stepped through the village gate that red would be maple leaves or blood. All he knew was that in this game he had placed every piece in its most suitable position. Now it was time to make his move. The moment the 6 paths of Pain descended upon Konoha, the sky was torn apart by the Rinnegan's violet radiance. 6 silhouettes broke through Konoha's outer barrier at the same moment from the direction of Amigakure. The sensing squad had no time to send a complete warning before the animal path's summoning array exploded above the village. Several colossal summon beasts crashed down from the smoke. The splitting hounds crushed the newly repaired houses underfoot. The centipede's tail stinger snapped a utility pole cleanly, and the rhinoceros plowed a deep furrow through the street. Missiles sprang from the joints of the Azura Path's arms, their exhaust flames drawing burning arcs across the streets. The Preta Path landed right in front of the Hokage Tower, and its absorption barrier reduced every shuriken the ANBU threw into scrap metal. The human path and the hell path slipped in together from the flank, reading the memories of the captives one by one. Pain's Deva Path hovered in midair, looking down over the entire village. He slowly opened his hands and the gravitational waves of universal pull began to condense in his palms, not directed at any single target, but at the entire central district of Konoha. Almighty push. In that instant the sky over all of Konoha seemed to be pressed down by an invisible giant hand. But Ing Jian was faster than the Deva Path. He crouched on the water tower's summit, Sage Mode already fully released. The maple leaf markings around his eyes shimmered with a faint blue glow in the morning light. His shadow tendrils spread across the ground into a sensory web that covered the entire village. The instant the Deva Path gathered chakra in both palms, his shadow caught it. Ing Jian did not try to block Almighty Push, he couldn't. The instant before the Deva Path unleashed its repulsive wave, he jumped from the water tower's summit, the truth-seeking orb spinning at maximum speed in his palm. Shadow tendrils rose silently from beneath the ground, forming an ultra-thin shadow membrane along the repulsive edge of Almighty Push. Not interception, deflection. He guided Almighty Push's repulsive wave upward along the slanted plane of the shadow membrane. A large swath of the central district's ground was still lifted away, but the surrounding houses only suffered a few shattered rows of window glass. The edge of the crater stopped just outside the foundation of the Hokage Tower, narrowly missing the temporary medical station Shizen had just finished setting up. Pain's Deva path hovered in midair, and for the first time the faintest trace of delay appeared in those Rinnegan eyes. His almighty push was deflected, by a shadow. Jian landed back on the water tower, and steadied himself, his loose hair whipping loudly in the residual repulsive wind. Yugo climbed from inside the water tower to the roof platform, his sage-transformed body's resonance fully open, pouring Senjutsu chakra without pause into the shadow tendril network beneath Jian, the network that stood against the rapidly expanding repulsion field of Pain's Deva path. "How long can you hold?" Yugo asked. "Until Naruto comes back," Jian said. Pain's Deva path gave them no more time to talk. Black rods slid out from his sleeve and shot toward the water tower's summit, boosted by the gravitational force of universal pull. Jian met them head-on. Shadow tendrils and black rods clashed repeatedly in midair, each impact exploding into a storm of blue-white arcs and purple-black chakra fragments. His task was to keep the Deva path occupied, not to defeat him. He knew how long he could last depended on the rate at which he consumed Senjutsu chakra, and Yugo's resonance could buy him more time. In that time he had to make sure none of the Deva path's almighty pushes could lock onto the central district. Meanwhile the battles of every team unfolded across the ruins. Niji and Hinata engaged the enemy head-on along the advance line of the human path and the hell path. The hell path's chakra-devouring technique locked onto Hinata's back. Niji sidestepped in front of her, and the chakra wall of his rotation deflected the hell path's devouring impact. Taking advantage of the opening as rotation closed, the human path reached for Niji's shoulder. Hinata slipped in through the gap left by Niji's rotation, and her gentle fist pierced the human path's tenketsu. But the hell path's chakra absorption looped around Niji's rotation wall from the flank. Niji expanded rotation once more, blocking the hell path's blow at Hinata's back. His chakra was burning. Each rotation drained more of his already limited strength, but he never took a step back. Hinata leaned against his back. Her Byakugan pupils trembled violently in their sockets, and the chakra pathways still carried a throbbing sting from where the hell path had grazed her moments ago, yet her gentle fist remained steadily aimed at the human path. "I can hold for a little longer," Niji said. "I won't let you hold alone," Hinata said. Rock Lee and Tenten set up an intercept on the high ground to the northeast where the Azura path was. Missiles fired one after another from the joints of the Azura path's arms, their exhaust flames carving burning furrows into the streets. Using the extreme speed of the fifth gate of the 8 gates, Rock Lee wove backward along the missile trajectories and knocked the missiles off course before they could hit the medical squad's camp. From the flank, Tenten's barrage of thrown weapons tore the splitting hound's charging formation into several pieces. The Azura path kept launching missiles. Rock Lee had already opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates. His muscle fibers were beginning to tear from the high-speed movement, but he kept sprinting. "Can you still run?" Tenten shouted. "Yes." Rock Lee's legs were shaking, but his speed did not drop. Choji and Ino repeatedly charged at the Preta path. Choji used partial expansion jutsu to charge in the intervals between the Preta path's chakra absorptions. Each absorption required a brief turning delay, and Choji stepped right into that delay, slamming his expanded right shoulder into the Preta path's side. Ino's mind transfer jutsu switched back and forth between the Preta path and the Hell path, transmitting the direction of every Hell path attempt to reinforce to Shikamaru on the flank in real time. Guided by the coordinates she relayed, Shikamaru's shadow burst out from the crevices of the ruins and pinned the hell path where it stood. The chakra devouring and the shadow imitation technique held each other in a deadlock. Shikamaru pressed both hands on his left knee, constantly adjusting the tension of his shadow, beads of sweat falling one by one onto the broken rubble at his feet. "Kakashi-sensei, how much longer?" "Now." Kakashi's Kamui activated in that instant. The space-time ninjutsu warped the hell path's absorption barrier, tearing its gaze completely away from Hinata. Tsunade stood on the rubble in front of the medical squad. Katsuyu's clones covered the entire temporary medical station, and pale green medical chakra linked every operating table into a single vast web. Her chakra was draining at an unprecedented speed, but she did not retreat. Missiles from the Azura path were shattered above the medical station by one punch from Tsunade's monstrous strength, and Katsuyu's clones absorbed the resulting blast for the most seriously wounded at the front line. Behind her, Shizen held Taunton while frantically distributing blood packs. The shinobi of the medical squad knelt over the temporary operating tables, stitching wound after wound. The wounded were carried in one after another. Some had lost an arm, some had their chests pierced through by black rods, some were still awake when they were brought and calling out their names to Shizen before slowly closing their eyes. Shizen gently pulled the white cloth over that still young face, then turned and ran to the next operating table. Tsunade did not look at the face hidden beneath the white cloth. She simply kept the chakra web of Katsuyu intact and threw another punch at the next missile diving toward the medical station. Her fists were steady. Every strike hit the weakest joint of the missile's exhaust flame, shattering the detonation core in midair before it could destroy an entire house. Her chakra was burning, but she did not stop. Jiraiya still lay in cover, Naruto had not returned, and Ingjian was still fighting desperately against the Deva path in the sky. She was the fifth Hokage. She had to push this line of defense one step further forward for those young faces that had just been covered with white cloth. Above the water tower, the duel between Ingjian and the Deva path continued. The repulsive wave of almighty push sheared away half of the water tower's roof. Ingjian flipped in midair to avoid it, and shadow tendrils pulled him back to the top along the edge of the collapsing structure. Behind him, Yugo poured Senjutsu chakra into the shadow tendril network without pause. His arms were already trembling, but the shadow tendril's transmission never broke. Ingjian's Senjutsu chakra was visibly draining away. His sage mode had evolved to the second stage, and the fusion of the truth-seeking orb with his own chakra meridians had gone further than at Amigakure, but the intensity of Pain's Deva path attacks far exceeded any estimate. Almighty Push Universal pulled Blackrod thrusts, and the Rinnegan shared vision. He was countering for attack patterns on the same timeline. Every time his shadow tendrils had to reform after colliding with a black rod, it consumed a large amount of natural energy. Yugo's resonance earned him a longer endurance, but he could not stand forever against the Deva path. He could still hold on. He had to hold on. In the ruins below, the wounded were carried into the medical station one by one. Katsuyu's clones pulled the vital signs of the critically injured back from the brink again and again. In the shelter, children covered their ears and curled up in their mother's arms. Several young genin crouched at the entrance of the passage, intently watching the shifts in the sensing barrier. He could not worry about that now. Pain's Deva path thrust a black rod at his chest again. The truth-seeking orb barely knocked it away, but Almighty Push's repulsive wave followed immediately, blowing the water tower's top out from under his feet. Yugo! Ingjian shouted from midair down to the ground. Yugo let go of his nearly numb arms and was pulled clear of the dense missile barrage by Kakashi's Kemui. Ingjian landed on a slanted precast slab above the ruins and looked up at Pain's Deva path. His Senjutsu chakra was almost spent. The stinging pain in the chakra pathways of both hands spread from his wrists all the way to his shoulder blades, and each time he clenched the truth-seeking orb it demanded more willpower than the last. But he did not close his eyes. He had to wait for that blonde idiot to return from Mount Maiboku. The moment the human path's hand closed upon Niji's shoulder, Niji's rotation had just completed its final arc. From the flank, the Hell Path's chakra-devouring force swept around his spinning barrier, driving straight for Hinata's back. Cloaked in the Rinnegan's signature purple nimbus, that devouring force carved a warped arc through the air, reducing even sand and gravel to dust in its wake. Niji's chakra had been burned to its very limit. Since the battle began, he had unleashed the rotation 3 times in succession, each one draining the last dregs of his dwindling stamina. A searing pain raced through his chakra channels from fingertips to shoulder blades. His 4th rotation spun barely half a revolution before fading helplessly into the air. Hinata! Niji twisted his body, desperate to shield her, but his legs refused to obey. The Hell Path's devouring shockwave was less than a palm's breadth from the center of Hinata's back. Hinata's Byakugan trembled violently in their sockets. Her body remained frozen in the gentle fist's opening stance, yet she knew, with cold certainty, that there was no time left to turn. The devouring force grazed her back, the fabric of her clothes began to fray and split beneath the chakra's corrosion. She closed her eyes. Then a streak of golden light swept past overhead. A Rasengan slammed into the Hell Path's chest, blasting the devouring surge, a mere breath away from Hinata's back, clear off its trajectory. A shockwave detonated from within the Hell Path's body, spraying violet chakra shards in every direction. They struck the rubble with a cascade of sharp percussive cracks. Naruto landed in front of Hinata and Niji. The golden eyeshadow of Sage Mode blazed around his eyes, his pupils shifting from azure blue to the distinctive horizontal slits of Mount Maiboku. His left hand swept back, snatching the nape of Niji's collar and hauling him away from the lamp post, while his right arm curved around Hinata's shoulder, pulling them both behind him in a single motion. Niji's back struck the broken stump of a lamp post, its jagged edge slicing a shallow gash across his shoulder blade. Fortunately, the meridians of his gentle fist remained intact. Hinata collapsed among the rubble, a lingering sting in her Byakugan pupils from the hell path's near-fatal brush. She looked up at Naruto's back. His bandaged left hand snatched the incoming human path's black rod out of midair while the Rasengan in his other hand hammered into the human path's chest. The human path's entire chest was blown open into a hollow transparent cavity. Purple chakra fragments drifted through the air for several breaths before dissolving completely. Naruto-kun, don't speak! I came late. Naruto did not look back. His gaze slid off the human path's remains, flickered over Niji's wounded shoulder, then over Hinata's pallid face. Only after confirming that either bore a fatal injury did he allow himself a faint exhale of relief. Then he raised his head. Above the ruins of the water tower, Ingjian hung suspended, locked in place by Tendo Pain's gravitational field. In that instant Naruto's pupils contracted. Ingjian's shadow touch was slowing at a visible rate. The ink-dark shadow that had once been able to intercept 3 black rods in a single instant now required ever longer moments of gathering before each extension. Tendo Pain hovered opposite him. The black rod in his right hand had just been deflected by a desperate flick of the shadow touch, and now the Banzhou Tenon from his left hand was dragging Ingjian's entire body toward him once more. The sage markings around his eyes were fading, not withdrawn by will but burned out. The ghastly blue maple leaf pattern sloughed away like a wind-eaten fresco, flake by flake, exposing the pallid skin beneath. The truth-seeking ball quaked violently in his palm. The small black sphere, tempered to purity through 3 years of grueling cultivation, now shuddered at a frequency it had never known before. It was not being suppressed by Tendo. Ingjian simply no longer possessed enough senjutsu chakra to sustain its form. Deep within the sphere's core, the light patterns of 7 natures flickered and guttered like a lamp burning on its final drop of oil. Naruto wanted to charge forward. But the very moment his right foot cracked the rock beneath him, his peripheral vision caught several exhaust trails streaking across the northeast sky. The Azura Path's missiles were still flying toward the medical squad's position. The Animal Path's summoning array had not yet fully dissipated, and the howls of the split hounds rose and fell from deep within the ruins. The Preta Path had regained its footing after being knocked out of its defensive stance by Choji. The Hell Paths remained still writhed, and the Human Path's chest continued to seep purple chakra residue. He could not be everywhere at once. Clenching his jaw, he unleashed Sage Mode sensory perception to its fullest, locking onto the Azura Path's missile trajectories, the Preta Path's movements, and the frequency of Tendo Pain's gravitational field all at the same time. He had to determine which front was the most dire before choosing where to land next. Then he saw Ingjian make his final move. Not defense, attack. Ingjian summoned the final residue of senjutsu chakra from his body and drove the truth-seeking ball straight into the core of Tendo's gravitational field. The instant the black sphere left his palm, all 7 natures blazed to life. The truth-seeking ball carved a perfectly straight black line through the air and smashed into the very heart of Shinra Tensei's repulsive force. A ring of ink-black shockwave erupted at the point of impact. Tendo Pain's entire right arm, every chakra channel from shoulder to fingertip, was shattered, violet chakra fragments bursting along its length. The black rod in his hand splintered on the spot, dissolving into countless motes of iron sand. Tendo Pain fell back half a step. It was the first time he had been driven backwards since this battle began. Yet his left hand did not relent. The gravitational waves of Banzhou Tenon remained firmly locked upon Ingjian, and Ingjian no longer had any strength left to break free. His arms hung limp at his sides, his fingers could not even form the simplest hand seal. The sage markings were utterly gone. His eyes were half-lidded, each heavy lid pressed downward by the leaden exhaustion of chakra burned to its dregs. His breath was as faint as embers scattered by the wind, but at the corner of his mouth lingered the faintest, ghostliest curve. The truth-seeking ball had landed. Then he plummeted straight down from midair. In Tendo's left hand a black rod was already taking shape. It was thicker and longer than before, its tip wreathed in the Rinnegan's telltale purple glow, aimed squarely at Ingjian's heart. Tendo Pain's left arm was already raised, the rod on the verge of release. Naruto moved. Not toward Ingjian, he charged straight at Tendo Pain. He knew Yuga would catch Ingjian. What he had to do was intercept that black rod before it could pierce him. The wind-release Raisin Shuriken spun at a feverish pitch in his palm. The humming vibration of its senjutsu chakra shook loose pebbles from the surrounding ruins, sending them skittering down. He kicked the air itself into fragments beneath his feet, shooting forward like a golden cannonball straight at Tendo Pain. The rod thrust out. The Raisin Shuriken met it tip to tip. The two forces grappled in midair for less than a single heartbeat, then came a deafening detonation. The black rod shattered from its tip, and the Raisin Shuriken's senjutsu wind blade sheared the fragments into countless slivers of iron sand that burst in every direction. The shockwave drove Tendo Pain back several paces. Residual arcs of chakra crackled along his right arm where the truth-seeking ball had shattered its pathways, while his left arm bore a fresh long gash carved open by the Raisin Shuriken. Naruto hung suspended in midair facing down Tendo Pain across a gap of a dozen paces. At the base of the ruins, Yugo leaped out from the wreckage of the water tower. His arms had been pouring out senjutsu chakra since the battle's opening moments. The swelling ache had crept from his fingertips up into his shoulder blades, and every lift of his hands demanded more willpower than the last. Even so, he opened the resonance of his sage body to its fullest, catching Ingjian's falling form with his steadiest hand while the other cradled the back of his head, gathering him close against his shoulder. They slammed into a shallow depression, Yugo's back colliding with a load-bearing wall, broken brick and gray dust showering across his shoulders. Ingjian's body was cold, terribly cold. His heartbeat remained, yet it was as faint as a pendulum muffled beneath layer upon layer of cotton, each stroke lighter than the one before. Yugo laid Ingjian flat on the dry gravel, cushioning his head with his own coat. His fingers pressed against the boy's wrist. The pulse was still there, weak and slow like a tremor just hauled up from the depths of ice. Then an immense overwhelming suction surged out from within Ingjian's body. Not chakra, senjutsu energy. His body, like a sponge dropped into still water, began to voraciously absorb every shred of callable energy in its vicinity. Yugo, being closest, felt his own senjutsu chakra drawn out by that pull and poured continuously into the depths of Ingjian's channels. He could sense his sage constitution being invoked by Ingjian's unconscious will, not stripped away but resonating. Even as his body absorbed autonomously, it was also feeding back a rapid buffering protection around Yugo's channels. Around them, natural energy was filtered layer by layer and compressed deep into the core of Ingjian's dantian. The drifting natural energy in the air was the first to be drained dry. The scattered remnants above the ruins, the ones shattered by Shinra Tensei, were gathered as if by an invisible hand, sinking slowly toward the center of the depression. Next came the vapor of the hidden river deep within the rock. Mist-like chakra, water nature and natural energy blended together within sandstone pores for 1,000 years, was forcibly ripped from the stone walls, condensing at the lip of the depression into an impossibly thin film of pale blue light. Then came the scattered senjutsu traces among the rubble, fragments left on the debris by Shadow Touch Rasengan, and black rods alike torn and shredded through countless clashes. One by one they were drawn back into Ingjian's body like dandelion seeds blown asunder, suddenly reversing course and flying home to their receptacle. Unconscious Ingjian's sage markings surfaced on their own. Maple leaf patterns spread silently outward from the corners of his eyes, their color deeper than before, their edges rimmed with a faint silver luminance. On the inside of his wrist the spiral patterns were reawakened from the deepest layers of his skin, flickering on and off like two chains being reforged on an anvil. Fragments of the truth-seeking ball began to reconverge in his palm. Unlike past formations, born from the yin-yang core or forged through senjutsu chakra resonance, this time the black sphere rose directly from his shadow, revolving in perfect sync with his heartbeat like a heart newly born. Yugo gently placed Kimimara's bone fragment into Ingjian's palm. "You'll hold. You always do," he murmured. Rising, he draped his coat over Ingjian's chest and planted himself at the entrance of the depression, blocking it with his body. Outside, Naruto's duel with Tendo had reached its most ferocious crescendo. Golden flames of senjutsu chakra and violet repulsive waves of Shinra Tensei collided again and again above the ruins, bursting into a storm of scattering light. And in the depths of the depression, Ingjian's heartbeat was steadying itself, slow, resolute, each beat more tranquil than the last. Naruto hovered in midair, confronting Tendo Pain across a dozen or so paces. The Wind Release Raisin Shuriken spun at high speed in his palm, and the hum of senjutsu chakra sent loose stones atop the surrounding ruins clattering down. He had just used that Raisin Shuriken to intercept the black rod Tendo had thrust toward Ingjian, and fragments were still scattering in midair. Tendo Pain's right arm still bore the remnants of chakra pathways shattered by the truth-seeking orb, while a long narrow gash from the Raisin Shuriken had opened across his left arm. "It seems you have also mastered Jiraiya's Sage Mode." Tendo Pain's Rinnegan showed not the slightest fluctuation. When Naruto heard the name Jiraiya, his fingers tightened involuntarily. He did not answer, but Tendo's next words came without pause. "I also studied ninjutsu under Jiraiya. Jiraiya was my former master. To you I am your senior brother." Naruto's pupils contracted in that instant. Senior brother. This man was Nagato, the answer Jiraiya had carved onto Fukasaku's back with his last breath, and Amigekyo, the answer he had fought with everything he had to make Konoha know. "You are Nagato." Naruto's voice was very low. "You hurt my master. You hurt my comrades. You hurt Ingjian. Now it is my turn." He did not wait for Tendo's answer. The Raisin Shuriken left his hand once more, carving a blinding blue arc through the air. Tendo repelled it with almighty push. In the instant the Raisin Shuriken was deflected, Naruto split off two shadow clones that closed in from left and right. As Tendo's black rod pierced the left shadow clone, Naruto's main body had already circled behind Tendo, and slammed a Rasengan into the center of his back. Without turning, Tendo used universal pull to draw Naruto into midair and thrust the black rod toward his chest. Naruto kicked off the side of the black rod for leverage, evaded, and landed back atop the ruins to steady himself. You people of Konoha claim to protect peace, but your peace is built on the sacrifice of other nations. That hypocrisy is what I will rectify with pain. Naruto thought of his white-haired master, fighting alone in the downpour of Amigakure, a black rod driven through his chest, spending his last breath to carve a code onto Fukasaku's back with chakra. He had spent his entire life searching for the answer to peace and died without finding it, yet he had never chosen to punish pain with pain. The pervy sage spent 3 years teaching me not revenge but understanding. Your pain is real. But this world is not made only of pain. There are comrades too. Universal pull and almighty push came in alternating onslaughts. The Raisin Shuriken was deflected, the Rasengan was bent off course by the gravitational field, and the shadow clones were pierced one by one in the gaps between the black rods. But Tendo's openings were also accumulating. The cooldown of almighty push stretched longer with each use, and the shared vision grew weaker as the other pains fell one after another. Naruto adjusted his tactics once more. He used the Raisin Shuriken to harry from a distance, and where Tendo down sent high-speed shadow clones to force him onto the defensive, and when Tendo's gravitational field contracted to its shortest range, Naruto's main body leapt out from the shadow behind him and slammed a Rasengan into his lower back. Tendo Pain was driven back several steps and barely managed to steady himself by planting a black rod in the ruins. Why? What did Jiraiya teach you that you still believe people can be understood? He taught me the Rasengan. He taught me how to keep moving forward when everyone said I couldn't do it. Naruto's voice was not loud, but the hand holding the Rasengan was steady. He didn't teach me how to forgive you. He said that is an answer I have to find myself. In the hollow at the base of the ruins, Ingjian's heartbeat was steadying slowly and firmly. Yugo kept watch at his side, and Kimimara's bone shard in Ingjian's palm gave off a faint cold white gleam. The natural energy floating in the air was drained dry. The fragments of energy scattered by almighty push above the ruins sank down into the center of the hollow. Vapor from the underground river in the deep rock condensed at the edges into an extremely thin pale blue membrane of light. The scattered senjutsu remnants among the ruins, energy fragments left on the surfaces of broken stones after being torn again and again by shadow-touch Rasengan and black rods, were pulled back into Ingjian's body, one fragment after another. The senjutsu chakra in Yugo's body was likewise drawn by that suction and poured ceaselessly into the depths of Ingjian's chakra pathways. Yugo could feel that Ingjian's body, while absorbing on its own, was also sending back a buffering feedback that protected Yugo's own pathways. In his coma, Ingjian's consciousness sank into a profound silence. He sensed the yin-yang core beginning to rotate again, each revolution heavier and steadier than the last. Then memories surfaced from the deepest depths, not seamless scenes but fragments. Konoha Year 54. The Ninja Academy Entrance Ceremony. Naruto clapped a hand onto his shoulder, and a golden word fragment drifted out of Naruto's shadow and merged into his own for the first time. Warm, radiating outward like a small flame that would never go out. That was the first time he had touched Yin Release. Another fragment surfaced. In Taijutsu class, he and Sasuke had fallen to the ground together, and the purple-black Yin Release fragment drifted out of Sasuke's shadow. Cold, dense like a stone sunk to the bottom of a river. The two fragments confronted each other in his shadow, colliding, tearing at his consciousness, giving him high fevers and nightmares, and splitting him in two between gold and purple-black on countless nights. But it was precisely this repeated tearing and healing that taught his shadow to seek balance amid extreme opposites. And now that balance had finally found its most distilled form. The truth-seeking orb inside his body began to tremble. It was splitting, not shattering but splitting open like a seed and giving rise from within to two perfectly symmetrical first leaves. The yin-yang core fed its last thread of senjutsu chakra into the heart of the truth-seeking orb, and the trembling ceased. The orb silently separated into two orbs above his dantian. One was pure black with yin nature at its core, bearing the Nara clan's centuries-old inheritance of shadow arts, and every move Shikamaru had taught him across the shogi board. One was pure white with yang nature at its core, bearing the first Yin Release fragment he had copied from Naruto, and the final senjutsu mark Jiraiya had pressed onto the back of his hand. The two truth-seeking orbs revolved around each other above his dantian, same speed, opposite directions, one black, one white, one yin, one yang. At that moment his sage markings vanished completely. The maple leaf patterns around his eyes faded without a sound, and the spiral lines on the insides of his wrists gradually sank beneath the skin. It was not withdrawal but internalization. His body had completely transformed into a true sage body. He no longer needed markings to indicate a shift in state. His ordinary state was now sage mode. As the markings vanished, a tiny emblem appeared in each of his palms. In his left palm was a warm golden sun mark, clean in design, surrounded by a single exquisitely thin halo of light. In his right palm was a cold white moon mark, its rim inlaid with faint, almost imperceptible pale silver arcs. The two emblems were independent, yet they echoed each other across his palms. Left hand yang, right hand yin, perfectly synchronized with the spinning rhythm of the two truth-seeking orbs above his dantian. When the sun mark brightened, the pure white yang-natured truth-seeking orb was just turning past his heart. When the moon mark surfaced, the pure black yin-natured truth-seeking orb happened to sink into his dantian. Ingjian's eyes were still closed, but the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Jiraiya's final senjutsu mark was now cradled gently in the deepest core of that pure white yang-natured orb. It was the vow he had made to bring that great hero back to the village, now engraved into his shadow core. Naruto knelt on one knee at the edge of the rubble, his left hand braced on the ground and his right hand still holding the opening stance of a Rasengan, his breathing coarse and rapid. Sage mode was still active, the golden eye shadow burning around his eyes, but a gash on his left shoulder sliced open by Tendo's black rod was still losing blood, and fragments of sand and gravel that had not been shaken loose by the aftershock of the last Shinra Tensei were embedded in his right knee. His shadow clones had long since been shattered one by one, completely severing the supply line of Senjutsu chakra. The sage energy within his body was now fading at an irreversible rate. Tendo Pain floated opposite him. The black robe with red clouds had split open in multiple places. The chakra pathways of his right arm, shattered by a truth-seeking orb, still crackled with residual arcs of electricity, while fresh wounds had opened across his left arm. Yet his floating stance did not waver. The cooldown between Shinra Tensei uses had grown longer, and the gravitational field of Bansho Tenin had shrunk, but as long as Naruto's Senjutsu chakra ran out first, none of those weaknesses would remain weaknesses. "Your chakra is almost exhausted." Tendo Pain's voice was flat. Naruto did not answer. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve and stood up again. The golden eye shadow of Sage Mode trembled faintly in the morning light. His Senjutsu chakra was truly running low. There were no more shadow clones behind him to absorb natural energy, and every Rasengan had to be squeezed out from the nearly depleted pool of his own chakra. But he still set himself back into the Rasengan stance, gathering chakra in his left hand, and stepped forward with his right foot crushing the half-broken tile beneath it. "Then I'll take you down before I run out." The Rasengan collided with Shinra Tensei once more, and the shock wave hurled the surrounding rubble into the air. But this time, after the repulsive wave deflected, the Rasengan, Tendo did not enter the cooldown as he had before. Instead, he immediately activated Bansho Tenin, pulling Naruto's whole body toward him. Naruto twisted in midair, trying to use the momentum to change direction, but at that very moment the outline of his last shadow clone dissolved completely. He had lost his only point of support in the air. Tendo Pain's black rod slid out from his sleeve and pierced through Naruto's hands and legs one after another. The first rod ran through his left palm, nailing his entire body to the rubble. The second stabbed into his right wrist, the third nailed through his left knee, and the fourth drove through his right shin. Naruto's back slammed heavily against the broken stone, and blood surged from the punctured wounds, soaking the broken rubble beneath him. He struggled to lift his head, but the black rods had sealed the tenketsu in both of his hands. He could not even make the simplest hand seal. Tendo Pain looked down at him. There was no joy of victory in those Rinnegan eyes, no satisfaction of revenge. Only a calm so thin it had been worn down by time. "Pain is the price of peace. Your death will make this world remember that." It was at this moment that Hinata rushed out. There was not a trace of hesitation in the trajectory of her leap from the edge of the ruins. The pupils of her Byakugan trembled violently in their sockets, and the stinging pain left by a graze from the Naraka path earlier still lingered in her chakra network, but every strike of her gentle fist landed on the tenketsu along Tendo Pain's back. Tendo Pain did not turn back. The repulsive wave of Shinra Tensei flung her entire body away. Her back slammed into a pile of rubble, and her spine scraped against the sharp edge of debris with a piercing grating sound. The impact dislocated her left shoulder, leaving her whole left arm hanging at her side, unable to be raised. "I won't let you hurt Naruto-kun anymore." She stood up, used her still movable right arm to force her left shoulder back into place, and charged at Tendo Pain again. Once more her gentle fist slipped through a gap in the repulsive barrier and struck the back of Tendo's neck, and once again she was flung away by an even stronger Shinra Tensei. This time she slammed into a lamppost, and snapped it in half, her whole body crashing into the rubble. Blood streaming from her temple blurred half of her vision. Below her right knee, a gash sliced open by broken stone was still seeping blood, and her left arm had lost all sensation. But she pushed herself up with her remaining right arm and stood up once more. Why? Tendo Pain did not look at Hinata, but a faint trace of confusion crept into his voice. You know you are no match for me. Why do you keep charging at me again and again? Because Naruto-kun has always been like this. Every time he is knocked down he gets back up. Every time he is hurt he refuses to give up. He taught me, it is not the strong who can protect others, those who are willing to protect others are the strongest. This time it's my turn to protect him. Tendo Pain was silent for a moment. The black rod was still in his hand, but the violet light in the depths of those Rinnegan pupils flickered faintly. He said no more. The black rod left his hand, flying toward Hinata. In that instant Naruto's pupils turned from azure to scarlet. Not anger, something more primal than anger. He saw Hinata standing in front of him. He saw her left arm hanging at her side, her right leg bleeding, her back swaying before the broken rubble yet refusing to fall. He saw the girl who had once been too timid to speak loudly now using her own body to shield him from Tendo Pain's black rod. She was blasted away, her back shattering more rubble as her spine struck the wreckage of the lamppost with a dull thud. He saw her body slide down from the lamppost, all strength gone from her legs, her knees hitting the broken stone hard. He saw her blood run from her temple to her chin, dripping onto the rubble in front of him that Shinra Tensei had ground to pieces. He saw her move. She braced her remaining right arm against the ground and pushed her upper body up. Blood had already blurred most of the vision in her Byakugan, but the corners of her mouth were still moving. She said, Naruto-kun, I'm fine. In that instant the 8 trigram seal inside Naruto shattered completely. The Nine-Tails chakra roared out from the depths of the seal. It was no longer the pale golden chakra filtered through the seal in ordinary times. It was pure undiluted scarlet hatred. The tailed beast cloak swelled around his body layer after layer. The first tail exploded from the end of his tailbone, immediately followed by the second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. He roared and broke through every black rod, piercing his body. Fragments blasted outward in all directions, embedding deep into the cracks of the surrounding ruined walls. The 7th tail burst out from his back, followed closely by the 8th. He was on all fours, the tailed beast cloak completely covering his body. Scarlet chakra burned across his skin, and the air around him screamed with a piercing whine from chakra of such extreme density. The 9th tail extended from the end of his tailbone, lashing wildly through the air. His eyes no longer held human pupils, only pure unfocused scarlet beast pupils. When his mouth opened, the sound that came out was not a roar but a shriek forced from the depths of his throat by materialized chakra. Before she lost consciousness on the pile of rubble behind Tendo, Hinata used the last of her strength to turn her gaze toward Naruto. Her lips moved without a sound, but Naruto read the shape of her words, run. Of course he would not run. A tailed beast ball began to condense in front of his mouth. It was a pure black sphere so dense that the surrounding light was being pulled into it. It began swelling from the size of a ping-pong ball, absorbing the Nine-Tails chakra around it. It grew larger and heavier, and the surrounding air was torn into countless minute cracks by the extraordinarily dense chakra. Naruto aimed it at Tendo Pain. But it was at that instant that Jian descended. He did not leap in from the distance, he walked out from the shadow at Naruto's side. His sage mode markings had completely vanished, replaced by 2 extremely small imprints on his palms. The left palm bore a warm golden sun mark, and the right palm bore a cold white moon mark. 2 true seeking orbs floated behind him, one black and one white, circling each other at the same speed in opposite directions. His ordinary state was sage mode. Shadow tendrils unfurled automatically beneath his feet, interposing an extremely thin shadow membrane between Naruto's rampaging Nine-Tails chakra and Tendo Pain. The tailed beast ball thundered toward him. Jian did not dodge. He spread both hands open at the same time, the light of the sun and moon blooming from his palms, and his shadow tendrils spread out like a net across heaven and earth, not to block but to guide. He channeled the tailed beast ball along with the rampaging Nine-Tails chakra on Naruto's body into the earth. The ground did not shake, did not crack, did not explode. That energy, enough to blast the entire village of Konoha flat, was silently swallowed by his shadow, then conducted downward layer after layer through the shadow tendrils, through the loose gravel and sand among the ruins, through the crisscrossing fissures deep in the bedrock, through the cold undercurrents of the underground water veins. At the lowest layer, earth-natured chakra dismantled all the impact force into countless imperceptible subsidence waves, while water-natured chakra wrapped the searing residue of the Nine-Tails chakra and diluted it away within the underground river. The tailed beast cloak began to peel off layer by layer, starting with the ninth tail. 864. The scarlet chakra faded away one layer after another, revealing Naruto's body already covered with bleeding wounds where the black rods had pierced through. His eyes still bore traces of beast pupils, his consciousness sinking and floating in the depths of the nine tails' hatred. Jian pressed his hand onto the 8 trigrams seal on Naruto's abdomen, and shadow tendrils seeped inward along the seal's markings. Deep in the water prison, the nine tails chakra had wrapped Naruto in a scarlet cocoon. The nine tails' hatred roared through the sealed space, and every roar made Naruto's body convulse violently in the real world. Jian stood on the water's surface, dyed red by chakra, watching the chakra remnant of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze emerge from Naruto's body. "Thank you for always protecting Naruto, Jian." Minato's voice was soft but steady. He placed a hand on the 8 trigrams seal on Naruto's abdomen, and began repairing the seal mark torn apart by the nine tails chakra. Every crack healed again beneath his fingertips, and every layer of sealing inscription reignited with his chakra. "He is waiting for you outside. Master Jiraiya is waiting for him too. Hinata saved him, and he saved everyone," Jian said. Minato nodded. His chakra remnant grew fainter and fainter within the sealed space, but the seal patterns he had repaired remained as stable as ever. "Tell him for me, his mother misses him very much." Jian withdrew from the sealed space and opened his eyes. The beast pupils in Naruto's eyes had faded back to azure. He lay at the edge of the deep pit, scorched out by his own tailed beast cloak, his chest heaving violently. Shizen and several members of the medical squad carefully lifted Hinata onto a stretcher. Her left arm had been reset and fixed, and the wound on her right leg had stopped bleeding. Lying on the stretcher, she turned her head and looked toward Naruto with those still bright Byakugan eyes. Jian helped Naruto up from the ground. "Hinata is fine. Niji is fine too. I'll handle Tendo." He pointed toward the distant tower. "Go find Nagato, reverse trace the chakra signature of the black rods. He owes us an answer." Naruto raised a hand and wiped his eyes with the back of it. He did not ask Jian when he had woken up, nor did he ask what the marks on his palms were. He tightened his grip on the Rasengan and ran toward the tower where Nagato was. Jian turned to face Tendo Pain. The 2 truth-seeking orbs revolved slowly behind him, one black, one white, one yin, one yang. He did not say anything superfluous. He simply let his shadow tendrils spread out, locking Tendo Pain's gravitational field at the very center of his sensory net. Jian stood amid the ruins, 2 truth-seeking balls floating behind him, one black, one white, orbiting each other with equal speed in opposite directions. His Sage Mode markings had completely faded, replaced by 2 minuscule seals on his palms, Sun on the left hand, Moon on the right. His base state was Sage Mode. Tendo Pain hovered opposite him. His black and red clouded cloak had been torn into multiple gashes during the earlier battle. The chakra network on his right arm, shattered by the truth-seeking ball, still crackled with residual arcs, while fresh wounds from the Rasen Shuriken lined his left arm. Jian did not turn back. He sensed Naruto's chakra hurtling toward the tower. That golden flame, though just recovered from its nine tails transformation, had lost none of its speed. Nagato was at the very depths of the tower. Naruto needed to find him, speak with him, and ask for Jiraiya, the question that had waited too many years to be asked. And Jian's task was to ensure Tendo Pain would not appear beside Nagato. Tendo Pain moved first. The repulsive wave of Shinra Tensei erupted outward from him in all directions, hurling rubble from the surrounding ruins into the air. Jian did not dodge. He spread his left hand, the sun mark blazing in his palm. The yang-attributed truth-seeking ball met the repulsive wave, its pure white halo clashing midair against the violet power of the Rinnegan. There was no explosion. The yang-attributed truth-seeking ball absorbed the repulsive wave into its core like a sponge, draining all impact. Tendo Pain's Rinnegan narrowed slightly. He then switched to Bansho Tenon, and its gravitational field pulled Jian's whole body toward him. Simultaneously, Jian opened his right hand, the moon mark flaring. The yin-attributed truth-seeking ball blocked the pull, its ink-black halo forming a shadow membrane around the gravitational field. The attractive waves of Bansho Tenon struck the membrane, and rebounded back onto Tendo Pain himself, forcing him to stagger back several steps in midair. The 2 truth-seeking balls returned behind Jian and resumed their orbit. Tendo Pain stabilized himself, and did not launch another attack. Jian did not press the attack either. Standing still, he let his shadow tendrils spread silently, seeping into the black receivers of Tendo, into his joints, into every fissure along the edges of his sleeves. They severed the chakra connection between the black receivers and Nagato, locking down all of Tendo's mobility. The shadow tendrils coiled around Tendo Pain's ankles, knees, waist, and wrists. Shadow lightning spread in reverse along the shadow whips wrapped around his wrists, and thousands of blue-white arcs blocked each chakra signal inside the black receivers. The gravitational fields of Bansho Tenin and Shinra Tensei were both locked from within by the shadow tendrils. Tendo Pain was pinned in place, unable to move or send any signal to Nagato. "You've grown stronger," Tendo Pain said, his voice still flat. "So have you. But not enough." Jian sat down cross-legged amid the ruins, his shadow tendrils holding every joint of Tendo Pain firmly. He said no more, letting his senses trail the golden flame of Naruto as it surged through the tower entrance, descending level by level, until it stopped at the feeblest, most silent source of chakra at the very bottom. When Naruto burst into the deepest chamber of the tower, what he saw was a body reduced to skin and bones. Nagato sat on a crude seat made of black receivers, his sparse red hair plastered to his scalp. His limbs were as thin as withered branches drained of all moisture. Black receivers jutted from both sides of his spine, channeling his chakra ceaselessly to the 6 paths of pain. His Rinnegan were still lit, but his eye sockets were deeply sunken, making him look like a fading ember still burning faintly. "You're here." Nagato's voice was hoarse and weary. Naruto stood before him, the hand that held the Rasengan still stained with blood from when he had been pierced by the black receivers. There was so much he wanted to say: Jiraiya's death, the ruin of Konoha, his comrades pinned to the ground. But when he spoke, he uttered only a single name. "Pervy Sage." Nagato was silent for a long time. Deep in the tower, only the residual chakra on the black receivers hummed softly. "Master Jiraiya was my first teacher. He taught me ninjutsu, taught me how to survive in a war-torn world, gave me and Yahiko and Konan hope to live. But he also taught me pain. When he left back then, I thought he would return. He didn't. I waited for him so long, until Yahiko died, until Amigekure had become what it is now, until Akatsuki had become what it is now. I never waited for him again. I chose to stop waiting for anyone. I never waited for him again. I chose to stop waiting for anyone." Naruto crouched down and looked into Nagato's eyes. "Pervy Sage said his greatest regret in Amigekure wasn't that he couldn't defeat you, but that he failed to bring you back with him that time. He was searching for you all until his death, for Yahiko, for Konan, for you. He said you were his student, not his enemy." Naruto's voice held no anger, no accusation. "So I've come to ask in his place, Nagato. Do you want to remain an enemy or become his student again?" Nagato did not answer. He lowered his head, the cold white light of the tower's depths reflecting in his Rinnegan. The silence stretched on so long that Naruto thought he would never answer. Then he spoke, his voice harsher and softer than before. "You know, in my darkest moments I thought the ninja world would never change. Hatred would go on, war would keep devouring the innocent. You of Konoha are the aggressors, we are the victims. That identity would never change. But you say you're Master Jiraiya's student. I am his student too. The day I first met him, the rain was as heavy as today. He asked if I wanted to go with him. I said yes. Later I thought he'd forgotten that promise, but he hadn't. He just ran out of time to keep it." Nagato closed his eyes and the violet glow of his Rinnegan slowly faded in the darkness. "You're right. Master Jiraiya never gave up on me. He was just blocked by too many things on his way. He didn't deceive me, he just came too slowly. But you came anyway. You're not him. Yet you came. Maybe that's enough." His hands formed the final hand seal. The light of Rinne Tensei rose from the depths of the tower. Countless warm golden pillars pierced through the ruins, grazed Naruto's shoulders, swept past the shadow tendrils still locking Tendo Pain, and flew to every corner of Konoha. Kakashi opened his eyes amid the ruins. Shizen, kneeling before the operating table and holding a wounded person's hand, let out a soft sob. Tsunade stood at the very core of the Katsuyu clone, looking up at the golden wave spreading from the top of the tower. The waves of light swept across the ruins in ring after ring, each bringing back a little warmth. Some people woke from the depths of the rubble, others would never open their eyes again. Deep in the tower, Nagato's hand slipped from the final hand seal of Rinne Tensei. His body had been drained beyond its limits. The violet glow of his Rinnegan dimmed slowly in their sockets like a lamp burning out its final drop of oil. He spoke his last words to Naruto. "Tell Master Jiraiya, his student did not shame him." Naruto knelt before Nagato, tears sliding from the corners of his eyes. He said nothing. He simply wiped his eyes with his blood-stained sleeve, then stood up and walked out of the tower. Outside, Jian withdrew his shadow tendrils. Tendo Pain's body lost all support and toppled into the ruins like a puppet with its strings cut. Jian looked down at him. The face still bore the youthful contours of Yahiko, but the violet glow of the Rinnegan had utterly vanished. He rose and walked toward the tower entrance. Naruto was coming out, and the two met amid the ruins. With his head lowered, Naruto said that Nagato was dead. He had used Rinne Tensei in the end to bring the people of Konoha back. He said Nagato asked him to tell Pervy Sage that his student had not shamed him. Jin placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, signaling him to look up. Morning light streamed one beam at a time through the fissures in the tower's shattered peak. Sunlight flooded the ruins, every ray carrying the faint golden afterglow of Rinne Tensei. The comrades who had fallen during Pain's invasion, Kakashi, Shizen, and countless wounded who had been covered by Katsuya's clones, were opening their eyes one by one in the morning light. The pure white yang-attributed truth-seeking ball in Jian's palm spun gently at his fingertip. The trace of sage art Jiraiya had last pressed onto the back of his hand was now softly lifted from the ball's core, glimmering in the morning light as a barely visible wisp of pale golden dust drifting with the wind into the depths of the tower. The moment Tsunade fell, the sky over Konoha had not yet fully recovered from the smoke of the war against Pain. After the golden pillar of the Rinne Tensei dissipated, forgotten embers quietly rekindled beneath the rubble. When the last few critically wounded discovered by Katsuya's clones deep within the ruins were carried into the temporary medical station, Shizen had already been standing before the operating table for an entire day and night. Her fingers trembled slightly as she sutured the final wound. Taunton let out a soft grunt at her feet, and only then did she realize she had not sat down for more than 20 hours. Outside the window, scaffolding for a new round of reconstruction was being erected. Konoha's shinobi moved through the ruins, clearing away the remains of shuriken and explosive tags while fresh timber streamed steadily in from the Land of Fire's border. But everyone knew this war was not over. Tsunade held on for 3 days in her sickbed. On the first day she signed the preparatory plan for the 5 Kage summit that Shikamaru had brought, then added an annotation at the end: if Danzo attends, someone must be assigned to keep watch over every attendant he brings. On the second day she reviewed the ANBU reorganization proposal Kakashi had submitted, formally transferred Sai from Root's remnant roster into Team 7, and scrawled in the margin of the proposal: when Naruto returns, tell him to come see me. I'm going to punch him with my own fists. On the third day she personally locked the cipher manual Jiraiya had left behind into the bottommost drawer of her desk. The key turned once in the lock and stuck as if someone had deliberately let it rust. She knelt half-crouched, and twisted it hard twice before pulling it out, then crouched beside the drawer, holding the key for a long time. When Shizen pushed the door open to bring medicine, she found Tsunade asleep against the drawer, the key still clenched in the palm pressed against her heart. Shizen did not wake her. She only pried her fingers gently away from the key, placed the key beside the pillow, and drew the blanket over her. Katsuya's clone transmitted Tsunade's vital signs to the medical unit. The diagnosis was forced physical dormancy brought on by chakra exhaustion, with a recovery period that could not be estimated. Shizen kept vigil by the bedside, holding her hand while Taunton lay motionless beside the bed. It was in this gap that Danzo stepped into the sunlight. When he emerged from Root's underground stronghold, Konoha's morning light was creeping inch by inch from the edge of the ruins up the stone steps of the Hokage building. 2 of Root's direct ANBU followed behind him, their footsteps silent, their animal masks hiding entirely expressionless faces. The bandage over his right eye bore the stale tint of old bloodstains under the cold white light. His left arm had been re-wrapped in sealing bandages. His pace was unhurried, yet every step carried absolute resolve. He walked through the shinobi, still clearing rubble, through the craftsmen erecting scaffolding, through the wounded waiting in line for medicine, outside the temporary medical station, like an old blade drawn once more from its scabbard, its edge still stained with blood that had not been properly wiped clean last time. In the corridor of the Hokage building, the 2 advisors were already waiting outside the meeting room. Koharu Yutane leaned on her cane, her aged face impossible to read. Hamura Mitokado murmured something to her, his voice so low that only the 2 of them could hear, then fell silent. Shikamaru stood at the other end of the corridor, the list of participants for the 5 Kage summit still in his hand, not yet handed in. He had not slept all night, and the rims of his eyes were faintly dark. But when his gaze fell on Danzo, it remained clear and calm. He knew Tsunade would agree once she woke. Danzo going to the 5 Kage summit was far better than seizing power within Konoha amid the chaos. Tsunade needed time to recover, and the village needed a Hokage, even a temporary one. Letting Danzo go to the Land of Iron to face the Raikage and the other 4 Kage was better than letting Konoha be torn apart by internal strife between a comatose Hokage and a regent Danzo. If Danzo was willing to go, then let him. But that list had been worked out by him and Kakashi over an entire sleepless night. Every escort's name had been weighed again and again, both to ensure the Hokage's safety and to keep Root from carrying away all of Konoha's defensive trump cards. Now the list was meaningless. He folded the rejected plan carefully and put it into his pocket, his motions as steady as if he were putting away an expired calendar, then turned and walked toward the temporary supply distribution center deeper in the corridor. There were still a dozen reconstruction supply manifests waiting for his approval. He had no time to stand here watching the transfer of power. After receiving his appointment, Danzo finalized the Land of Iron itinerary in just half an hour. He took Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Torian, both Root's strongest combat assets and the most elite sensory poison dual core of Konoha's defense system. Fu's sensory range was enough to cover the entire periphery of the Mount Sanlang venue in the Land of Iron, and Torian's poison insects could seal off any infiltration route in the shortest possible time. His taking these two meant that a gap tens of kilometers wide was ripped directly into the sensory web along Konoha's border. Kakashi leaned against the corridor windowsill, his Sharingan glinting faintly in the morning light. Danzo paused for an instant as he passed Kakashi. "Hatake Kakashi, your performance in the battle against Pain has been recorded by ANBU. Continue to serve Konoha." Kakashi did not answer. Only after Danzo had walked far away did he lower his voice and say to Shikamaru, "Danzo took Fu and Torian, both Root's strongest fighters. For the 5 Kage Summit security he didn't leave Konoha a single one." Shikamaru pulled the voided list from his pocket, glanced at it, and said he already knew. He had just checked the escort list Danzo submitted. Apart from Fu and Torian, every Root peripheral member was on standby at the Land of Iron border, not one had remained in Konoha. This meant Danzo had not only taken all his elites but had also deployed every combat force under his command toward the Land of Iron. In his eyes, Konoha was merely a temporarily entrusted rear not worth leaving behind a single trump card. Lady Tsunade saw Ingien in the ward before she fell unconscious, Shikamaru said. Tsunade's ward was the quietest room at the end of the top-floor corridor of the Hokage building. When Shizen pushed the door open for him, Katsuyu's clone was slowly crawling across Tsunade's forehead, leaving a very faint wet trail. Ingien stepped inside as Shizen was changing the wet towel on Tsunade's forehead. Tsunade's eyes were closed, her breathing steady but shallow, her lips slightly chapped, and the back of her hand still bore the adhesive residue from the freshly replaced four-patch. The strength of 100 seal in the center of her forehead glowed with a faint lavender light, the mark into which she had poured all her remaining chakra in the last moment before losing consciousness. She was not completely unable to awaken. She had simply locked all her remaining strength inside that mark. If Konoha needed her to rise again in its most desperate hour, she would undo it with her own hands. "Nara Ingien." Tsunade opened her eyes. Her voice was hoarse but clear, every word seeming to be dragged out from the depths of her throat, yet, as each word emerged, her gaze did not waver. She told him that Danzo would go to the 5 Kage Summit, would take his elite guards, and would leave the heart of Konoha's defenses hollow. She did not know when Danzo would return nor whether he would return at all. But while she remained unconscious, Ingien was the last line of defense directly under the Hokage. "Not Anbu, not the Hokage, him." She said Kakashi and Shikamaru would openly coordinate the sensory corps still recovering from Pain's siege, while he alone would have to fill every defensive gap Danzo had left behind in all places invisible to the eye. Konoha's safety was entrusted to him, not a request but the final order personally given to him by the 5th Hokage before she lost consciousness. Ingien knelt on one knee beside the bed. He made no extra promises, he only took Tsunade's hand hanging over the edge of the bed, and pressed the slightly loosened four-tape back against her hand. "I will." Tsunade said no more, closed her eyes, and the fine line at the corner of her eye, pressed deeper by years of the Yin seal, slowly relaxed as she slipped into sleep. Ingien rose and walked out of the ward. Shikamaru was waiting at the end of the corridor holding a new patrol schedule, and said Kakashi had assigned every sensory-type ninja ANBU could spare to the border patrol rotation. Yamato was at the northern border of the Land of Fire. Yugo was deep in the forest toward the Land of Rice Fields. Sai remained in Konoha to handle intelligence relay using the Super Beast imitation drawing. All the pieces had already been placed on the board, now they could only wait for news from the 5 Kage Summit. If Danzo doesn't come back, someone will have to clean up the aftermath at the 5 Kage Summit. Shikamaru handed the schedule to Ingien, who took it and glanced down. In Sage mode, his sensory range was enough to cover most of the defensive line from Konoha to the Land of Rice Fields, and no chakra fluctuation crossing the border could escape his eyes. He told Shikamaru that the elites Danzo had taken would not return, but the affairs in the Land of Iron were not yet over. He still needed to close out the 5 Kage Summit. Shikamaru was silent for a moment, folded a terrain map of the Land of Iron surroundings that he had prepared long before, placed it into Ingien's ninja tool pouch, and instructed, "Come back alive." Ingien nodded. He walked out of the Hokage building and headed toward the deer sheds outside the village. Jinjia was crouched by the fence grooming the belly fur of the stag whose antlers had split into 6 points. Yugo sat on a haystack. Kimimara's bone shard in his palm gave off a moist cold glow. Injien crouched down, his fingertips brushing gently over the old scar on the stag's forehead where antlers had crossed for 1,000 days. He said in a low voice, "Go tell every deer in the forest these days, listen more to the wind and watch the shadows more closely." Land of Iron. The 5 Kage summit was formally convened in the central conference hall of the main building. The 4th Reikage led the meeting, and the core topics were the threat of the Akatsuki organization and how to deal with the rogue ninja Sasuke Uchiha. Danzo attended the summit as acting Hokage. Midway through, Zetsu suddenly emerged from the ground and delivered an icy declaration. Sasuke Uchiha had infiltrated the venue and his target was Danzo. Sasuke burst into the 5 Kage summit hall. After successive clashes with 4 Kage-level opponents, his strength rapidly drained and he was pushed to the brink by Inoki's dust release. Obito warped space with Kamui and pulled him out. Injien crouched atop an abandoned watchtower on the outskirts of the Land of Iron, the deer pattern Anbu mask once again over his face. His shadow tendrils spread in silence, and every chakra fluctuation within his sensory range was as clear as if traced one by one with fine needles. On the stone bridge, Danzo activated Izanagi. The 10 Sharingan on his right arm closed one after another, and every closing was accompanied by a death and rebirth of chakra. Sasuke's Susanoo pierced Danzo's body again and again until the final Sharingan closed. In that instant, Danzo's chakra came to an abrupt halt, not because he was killed but because he stopped himself. The reverse 4-symbol seal burst from his chest and a black sealing sphere engulfed the entire stone bridge. Obito pulled Sasuke out of the seal's range with Kamui at the very last moment. Injien leaped down from the watchtower, and his shadow tendrils spread silently through the wreckage of the bridge. From the depths of the ruins he lifted a tiny, almost imperceptible wisp of residual chakra. The breath Danzo had exhaled in his last gasp before activating the seal mingled into the bloodstains, and sealed it into the outermost layer of a Yin-natured truth-seeking orb as the sole proof of Danzo's final moment. Then he withdrew, his shadow tendrils rose from the edge of the ruins and stood firm against the swirling snow, waiting for Sasuke to walk down from the stone bridge. After the black sphere of the 4-symbol seal slowly dissipated from the stone bridge, the snowstorms of the Land of Iron rushed back to fill the gorge. On the half-sliced bridge surface, gravel and glacial debris mingled, scraping against each other with a fine grating sound in the wind. Scorch marks from Susanoo's greatsword lingered along the bridge's broken edge. Several iron pellets, cooled after being scorched by Chidori current, were embedded in the stone pillars. Deep beneath the bridge, the muffled echoes of shattered ice falling into the subterranean river occasionally rumbled. The air still carried the acrid odor unique to the activation of Izanagi, along with the icy, deathly stillness that had nearly engulfed the entire bridge before the 4-symbol seal dispersed. Obito's Kamui fluctuations had completely subsided, and the last traces of spatial distortion around the edge of his mask were blown away by the snow and wind. Sasuke knelt on one knee at the edge of the remaining bridge. The skeletal framework of Susanoo had fully faded, his left arm hung limply at his side, and scorch marks from Chidori currents still clung to his fingertips. The 6-pointed star of his Mangekyo Sharingan turned slowly amidst the snow and wind, and deep within his ocular power lingered the exhaustion of being repeatedly drained by Izanagi during the fierce battle with Danzo. His chakra was running low, and the repeated expansion and contraction of Susanoo left his chakra pathways throbbing with dull pain, yet the posture with which he rose showed not the slightest tremor. Obito stood a few steps behind him. The vortex of Kamui was slowly dispersing around the edge of his mask, and the Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye cast a cold crimson glow through the hollow of the mask. Still able to stand? His voice carried no inflection, like a man checking whether a tool could still be put to use. Sasuke did not answer. He pressed his right hand against his knee and slowly straightened himself. The wind caught the corner of his cloak, revealing the torn garments beneath slashed open by Danzo's Wind Release shuriken. "Where will you go now?" Obito asked. "Back to the hideout. I need rest." Sasuke turned and walked toward the other end of the bridge. His pace was unhurried, each step pressed into the frost-covered bridge surface, leaving a shallow footprint that was promptly filled by fresh snow. Obito did not follow. The vortex of Kamui began to reappear around the edge of his mask, his body swallowed inch by the warping space, leaving only a final remark behind. "The declaration of the 4th Great Ninja War has already been delivered to the 5 Kage. You are the last living bloodline of the Uchiha. Your eyes will be the key to this war. Rest well, then come find me." Sasuke did not look back. He made his way down along the broken walls at the edge of the bridge, the wind and snow sweeping up a few torn scraps of cloth behind him, shredded by the sealing technique. As he stepped beyond the bounds of the stone bridge, his stride paused, not because of an enemy but because he sensed a familiar chakra. Cold as the night wind, steady as a deep pool, it stood not far ahead beneath the ruins of an abandoned watchtower. That chakra neither concealed its presence nor actively approached. It simply spread quietly over the frozen ground like a thin layer of frost soaked through with moonlight. Kagemiru stepped out from the ruin's shadow. The deer-patterned ANBU mask had already been removed, revealing a face that had shed even more of its boyish contours than it had 3 years ago. His long hair hung loose upon his shoulders, the tips lifting slightly as the wind pulled at them. His shadow touch spread soundlessly across the bare frozen ground between them, not as a probe, not as a guard, but just as when he had first been forced to clash with Sasuke in the forest of death, gently brushing their chakra frequencies against one another, then each withdrawing. "You've grown stronger," Sasuke spoke first. His voice was flat, as though stating a fact that needed no ornament. Yet the very fact that those words came from his mouth was itself a kind of acknowledgement. He rarely recognized anyone, least of all the one who had chased him all the way to the snake's lair on the night he defected. "You've grown stronger too," Kagemiru said. This was not empty courtesy either. He had seen with his own eyes Sasuke survive the battle against Danzo, seen him still standing straight after being ground down again and again by Izanagi, seen his Mangekyo Sharingan now able to steadily command Susanoo. Sasuke did not deny it. His gaze swept across the sun mark on Kagemiru's palm, then settled on the shadow soundlessly spread behind him. The 6-pointed star of his Mangekyo Sharingan turned slowly in the dim light. Compared to the last time their eyes had met on the rooftop of the leaf, the edges of the shadow his Sharingan perceived no longer rippled with the faintest roughness. The entire shadow lay silently across the ground like a layer of ink-black ice, tempered again and again by time. He remembered that evening on the rooftop when he had clashed with Naruto's Rasengan using his Chidori, and the one who had stood in the shadows all along merely leaned against the doorframe and said, "You were trying to kill him just now." He had not answered at the time. Now he knew Kagemiru was right. In that strike he had indeed held back half a measure. He had not wanted to kill Naruto, he had wanted Naruto to stop him. And Kagemiru was the only person who had seen through it. "Danzo is dead." Sasuke withdrew his gaze and looked at Kagemiru. "You were right there all along." "I was. Then why didn't you make your move?" Kagemiru fell silent for a moment. The snow spun between them, carrying away the last remnants of the 4 symbols seal from the distant bridge ruins. He looked into the depths behind Sasuke's 6-pointed star eyes at that mass of ocular power that had grown heavier, colder, and yet more exhausted than it had been 3 years ago. From the boy in the forest of death who had screamed his name after being bitten on the nape by Orochimaru to the Avenger now standing alone in the snows of the Land of Iron, having cut down Danzo with his own hands, Sasuke had walked too long a road. How could he have intervened? Not out of tolerance for revenge, but because he wanted to leave Sasuke's vengeance whole for Sasuke alone to finish walking. "What Danzo owed your clan you have reclaimed with your own hands. That matter needed no one else's interference. But the explanation Itachi Uchiha owes you has still not been paid." Sasuke's pupils contracted slightly. In the 6-pointed stars the reflection of a few falling snowflakes beneath the sky turned slowly in the depths of his ocular power. He knew Kagemiru was telling the truth. If Kagemiru had wanted to stop him he could have acted on the stone bridge just now. But he had not. He had let Sasuke walk that road alone, the road that had been destined to be walked alone ever since the 7-year-old boy knelt in a pool of blood. Just as in the forest of death all those years ago, when Kagemiru could have undone the seal to block Orochimaru yet chose to stand atop the canopy and let Sasuke face that curse mark himself. "That masked man's base is not in the Land of Iron." Sasuke's voice had returned to its usual cold sharpness, but the pace of his speech was slightly slower than before. "He calls himself Madara Uchiha. But his body carries none of our clan's bloodline aura. Don't die at his hands." Kagemiru recorded that piece of information into his shadow core word by word. Sasuke turned and headed toward the outskirts of the Land of Iron. He took a few steps, then stopped without looking back. "Tell Naruto that the next time we meet he and I will be enemies. Enemies in the 4th Great Ninja War. Will you see him?" "Yes." After saying that single word Sasuke's figure gradually vanished into the depths of the swirling snow. Kagemiru stood in place watching that silhouette, taller, steadier, colder than it had been 3 years ago, being swallowed up by the blizzard. He did not chase after him. The words that needed to be said had already been said. Sasuke needed to walk alone the road from vengeance to truth. Now it was time to go back. The battle in the Land of Iron had killed Danzo, startled all the 5 Kage, led Obito to formally declare war, and left Kakashi severely wounded. This information had to be relayed to the Hidden Leaf immediately. He fastened the deer-pattern mask back over his face, took a summoning scroll from his ninja tool pouch, bit his thumb, and swiftly wrote upon the scroll's surface. The leaf's messenger falcon rose from his shoulder and soared toward the direction of the hidden leaf. At the end of the scroll he wrote only 2 characters: "Come quickly." Then he turned and walked toward the safe stronghold where Kakashi was recuperating. Before the support squad arrived, he had to ensure that no threat within the Land of Iron could touch the severely wounded candidate for the 6th Hokage. The wind and snow closed in behind him, burying the ruins of the stone bridge inch by inch into the white expanse. On the stone bridge in the Land of Iron, half of which had been sheared away by the 4 violet flames battle encampment sealed, the wind and snow continued to pour through the gorge. Kajikin crouched at the edge of the ruined bridge wreckage, his shadow tendrils lifting from the depths of the debris a faint wisp of residual chakra, the last breath exhaled by Danzo before he activated the seal, a breath mingled with blood. He sealed that sliver into the outermost layer of his yin-yang truth-seeking ball, then rose and retracted his shadows. Sasuke's silhouette had already vanished into the heavy snow. He did not pursue. Obito's Kamui fluctuations had also dissipated from the bridge moments earlier, both of them were gone. Kajikin drew a summoning scroll from his ninja tool pouch, bit his thumb, and wrote rapidly across its surface. The leaf's messenger falcon took flight from his shoulder and soared toward Konoha. At the end of the scroll only 2 words were written: "Come quickly." Konoha, the Hokage's office. When the falcon landed at the intelligence division's window, Shikamaru was at his desk checking the latest border patrol roster. He opened the capsule on the falcon's leg, unrolled the encrypted report from Kajikin, and his frown deepened with every word. The message was short, but every character struck like a nail. Danzo and Uchiha Sasuke had clashed in the Land of Iron. Danzo was dead, the 4 violet flames battle encampment had been activated, and Shirsui's eye had been destroyed. Sasuke had departed alongside a masked man claiming to be Madara Uchiha. Additionally, Kakashi remained in the Land of Iron to recover, having exhausted himself with Kamui during the 5 Kage summit. "Please send backup immediately." Shikamaru fell silent for a moment after reading the report, then lifted his head to meet Sakura's gaze. She was standing at the entrance of the intelligence division holding a cup of tea she had brought for him. Seeing the look on Shikamaru's face, her fingers tightened unconsciously. "It's news about Sasuke. Kajikin ran into him in the Land of Iron. He killed Danzo and his Mangekyo Sharingan has fully matured. Kajikin said his mental state is extremely unstable," Shikamaru said. Sakura said nothing. Sasuke killing Danzo meant his revenge had advanced another step, and his hands were stained with even more blood. Shikamaru rolled the report back up and set it on the desk. Looking at Sakura's expression, he added a second line heavier than the first. Kakashi had been badly wounded by Obito in the Land of Iron and was still recovering. He had already discussed the matter with Lady Tsunade, and a support squad would be dispatched. Sakura placed the tea on the desk and said she still had an early shift the next day. The following evening the support squad assembled at the village gate. The team roster was simple: 2 A and BU medical ninja, 2 sensory type chunin, and 1 jonin leading the squad. Sakura's name was not on the assembly list. But half an hour after the support squad departed, Shikamaru saw Sakura from the intelligence division window slipping alone past the old maple tree at the village entrance, heading toward the Land of Iron. She wore no medical corps uniform, only a simple ninja tool pouch slung across her back. Her pace was unhurried but resolute. Shikamaru did not stop her. He simply called for Sai and quietly had him follow. Sakura caught up with the support squad by dusk the next day. But she lingered at the edge of the camp for less than a quarter of an hour before pulling several sleeping gas capsules out of her tool pouch. Sai crouched in the underbrush beyond the camp and sent an ink mouse created with his super beast imitating drawings silently slithering into the tent. Through it he watched Sakura crush the capsules one by one into the stew pot of the squad's evening meal. The team members collapsed into sleep one after another. Sakura gently caught the head of the last jonin to fall, eased him upright against the tent pole, then placed a farewell letter she had written into the pocket of his tool pouch. The letter was brief, only one line: "I'm going to find Sasuke-kun, don't worry about me." She shouldered her pouch and slipped silently away from the edge of the camp. Sai stood up from behind the bushes, his notebook already filled with sketches of Sakura's every move. He recalled the ink mouse, thought for a moment, then added a new line on the final page: "Sakura-san has really gone to kill Sasuke this time." Then he summoned an ink falcon anew and sped at full velocity toward the Land of Iron. Deep in the dense forest along the border between the Land of Iron and the Land of Fire, Sasuke sat beneath a massive wind-battered rock, eyes closed, steadying his breath. The fierce battle with Danzo had consumed most of his chakra, and the repeated manifestation of Susanoo left a dull ache still threading through his meridian networks. Karen leaned against the cliff wall a few paces to his side. Her wounds had barely stopped bleeding, but her strength was far from recovered. The snow and wind were blocked by the dense layers of branches overhead, and never reached him, yet a thin film of ice still clung to his cloak from the stone bridge. By the time Sakura found the forest, it was nearly dark. She parted the last curtain of undergrowth, and saw Sasuke seated beneath the giant rock, Karen leaning against the cliff wall beside him, both with their eyes closed. Her hand pressed against her tool pouch, her footsteps paused for a moment, then she took a deep breath and stepped out from the bushes. Sasuke-kun. Her voice trembled slightly in the depths of the forest, yet every word reached clearly beneath the massive rock. Sasuke opened his eyes. The six-pointed star of his Mangekyo Sharingan turned slowly in the dim light. He did not stand, only turned his head to look at Sakura, his gaze ice-cold and indifferent. Sakura stood only a few steps in front of him, her hands at her sides, fingers clenching slightly at the shoulder strap of her pouch. I came to go with you. I don't want to stay in Konoha anymore. I want to be with you and do the things you want to do. I don't care what names they call me as long as I can be by your side. Sasuke was silent for a moment. Then he stood, his black hair drifting faintly in the lingering trace of wind and snow. He walked to Karen's side, looked down at her briefly, then turned to Sakura. If you're that determined, prove it to me. Kill this woman and her place becomes yours. Sakura's fingers trembled slightly. She lowered her head and walked toward Karen. The snow had piled thick in the clearing, and every step left a deep footprint. She stopped before Karen and drew a kunai from her tool pouch. Karen looked at her, the dim, shifting glow of snow light reflecting off the kunai's edge mirrored in her weary eyes. Sakura raised the kunai. Her hand froze midair. Her entire arm was shaking. Sasuke's voice came from behind her. What's the matter? Weren't you going to come with me? His tone was cold, and his footsteps slowly drew closer from behind her. Sakura shut her eyes, the hand gripping the kunai trembling harder than ever. Then she heard the shriek of Chidori explode behind her. Cold blue lightning illuminated the entire clearing as Sasuke's Chidori drove straight toward her back. The kunai and the lightning of Chidori collided in midair. Kakashi cut in at high speed from the other side of the forest. He had been summoned directly from his recovery spot in the Land of Iron by Sai's emergency message, his left shoulder still wrapped in bandages, his Sharingan already open, 3 tomo rotating slowly. He swept Sakura pack and all out of the path and flung her toward the safe zone beside Karen, saying without looking back. Sakura, from that distance you could have dodged. Why did you just stand there waiting for him to strike first? No need for you to do this. Leave the rest to me. Sasuke looked at Kakashi and Kakashi looked at Sasuke. The skeletal frame of Susanoo expanded around Sasuke, once more purple chakra flames dyeing the entire clearing a deep violet. Lightning cutter already flared in Kakashi's right palm. If you want to kill someone, you'll have to get through me first, Kakashi said. But even as Susanoo's fist came crashing down, another light streaked in from the opposite end of the forest. The blue sphere of the Rasengan collided head-on with Susanoo's fist in midair, the shockwave blasting away every trace of snow in the clearing. Naruto landed in front of Kakashi, the lingering surge of the Rasengan making his blonde hair stand on end. He turned his head and glanced at Sakura, who had fallen beside Karen. Don't lay a hand on her, Sasuke. And stop giving Kakashi-sensei a hard time. Sasuke looked at him, the faintest trace of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth, as he slowly drew Susanoo back into his body. Naruto. You still came. His voice was soft, so soft it seemed to scatter through the deep forest wrapped in the wind and snow. You said you would face me. Naruto stood before Sasuke, barely a few steps between them. I've been looking for you ever since you left Konoha. Now here you stand. That's good enough. The wind and snow came pouring back through the forest branches, blurring both their visions. Sasuke gave no answer, but he did not move. Naruto did not step forward either. Every member of Team 7 was here, deep in this snow-blanketed forest. Sakura knelt beside Karen, her fingers still clutching the kunai she had never thrust down. Kakashi's lightning cutter had already faded, the wound beneath his shoulder bandage seeping fresh blood from the earlier interception, and Naruto stood face to face with Sasuke, one gold and one black, locked in a standoff a few paces apart in the swirling snow, just as they had stood on the same battlefield every time across the years. When the Konoha messenger falcon landed at the window of the intelligence division in the Hokage building, Shikamaru was sitting at his desk checking the latest border patrol roster. He opened the message tube on the falcon's leg, unfolded the encrypted intelligence, and his frown deepened with every line. Injien's handwriting was steady, but every word was nailed into the paper. Danzo had fought Uchiha Sasuke on a stone bridge in the Land of Iron. Danzo was dead, the reverse 4 symbol seal had activated, and Shirsui's eye had been destroyed. Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan had fully matured and his mental state was extremely unstable. Additionally, during the 5 Kage summit, Kakashi had been transported to an unknown space by Kamui. After being rescued, he had returned to the Land of Iron to recover. His left eye was overstrained and he could not engage in high-intensity combat in the short term. Please send people to meet up with us as soon as possible. After reading this, Shikamaru was silent for a while. He stood up, picked up the intelligence scroll, and walked toward the Hokage's office. At the door he ran into Sakura, who was carrying a tea tray. Seeing Shikamaru's expression, her fingers unconsciously tightened around the tray. It's about Sasuke, Shikamaru said, not hiding it because he knew he couldn't. Ingjian ran into him in the Land of Iron. He killed Danzo and his Mangekyo Sharingan has fully matured. Ingjian said his mental state is extremely unstable. Sakura said nothing. Sasuke had killed Danzo. That meant his revenge had advanced another step and his hands had been stained with even more blood. She opened her mouth to ask something, but Shikamaru did not wait for her to speak. He told her the second piece of news: Kakashi-sensei was also injured and was still recovering in the Land of Iron. He had already consulted Lady Tsunade. They would immediately assemble a medical squad and a sensor unit to form a compact relief team to head to the Land of Iron. The tea tray trembled slightly in Sakura's hands. She set it down on the table and asked, her voice soft but steady, when they would leave. Shikamaru said tomorrow. There was no time to reassign too many jonin. Only a few sensor-type chunin in the village could be dispatched at once, though the medical squad could spare 2 or 3. Sakura nodded, turned and walked out of the intelligence division. She stood in the corridor for a moment, then took the yellow Team 7 photo out of her pocket. Naruto was grinning broadly. Sasuke's lips were curved in the faintest hint of a smile. Kakashi-sensei stood behind the 2, head tilted to one side. She turned the photo over. On the back was Naruto's crooked handwriting, the marks already faded white like an old scar brushed by the wind countless times. She pressed the photo against the innermost layer of the tool pouch on her chest, then hurried toward the dormitory. The relief team assembled by dusk of the following day. The captain was a highly experienced jonin, and the team included 2 ANBU medical ninja and 2 sensor-type chunin. Sakura was assigned to the medical support group. Before departure, Tsunade specifically instructed her that she was only responsible for support and medical care on this mission, and must not act on her own. Sakura nodded in agreement, but quietly hid a poisoned kunai in the deepest part of her tool pouch. At the Land of Iron border, the snow and wind were another layer thicker than yesterday. The relief team made camp deep in the forest to rest. Sakura sat in her tent for a long time, listening to the howling wind outside and the occasional low growls of unknown beasts in the distance. Then she stood up, took out several knockout capsules from her tool pouch, walked into the cooking tent, crushed them one by one, and mixed them into the soup pot for dinner. Her fingers were steady without a single tremor. The team members fell unconscious one after another. Sakura gently caught the last jonin's head as he collapsed, steadied him against the tent pole, and laid him flat. From her tool pouch she took out the farewell letter she had written in advance, and placed it in the inner pocket of the tool pouch on his chest. The letter was very short, just one line. I'm going to find Sasuke-kun. Don't worry about me. Then she shouldered her tool pouch and vanished silently from the edge of the camp. Sai crouched in the bushes outside the camp. The ink rat from the Super Beast imitation drawing slipped silently out from beneath the tent and relayed everything Sakura had just done back to the shorthand notebook in his hand. On the last page of the notebook he quickly wrote a line. Sakura-ne is really going to stab Sasuke this time. Then he summoned his ink eagle again, tied the notebook to its leg, and chased at full speed toward the Land of Iron. He didn't know where Kakashi-sensei was right now, but he knew the ink eagle could find him. Deep in the dense forest on the border between the Land of Iron and the Land of Fire, Sasuke sat beneath a large wind-sheltered rock, eyes closed, regulating his breathing. The fierce battle with Danzo had consumed most of his chakra, and the repeated manifestation of Susanoo had left a dull ache deep within his chakra pathways. Karen was leaning against the rock wall a few steps away. The bleeding from her wounds had barely stopped, but her strength was far from recovered. Her eyes were closed, her breathing shallow and quick, and occasionally a faint muffled groan escaped from deep in her throat. When Sakura found the dense forest, it was almost dark. She pushed aside the last frost-covered bush and saw Sasuke sitting beneath the rock, Karen leaning against the rock wall at his side, both with their eyes closed. With her hand pressed against her tool pouch she stood there watching him for a long time. His hair was longer than 3 years ago, his face thinner than she remembered, and his cloak had been torn into several gashes by wind, snow, and battle. But he was still breathing. She could see the steady rise and fall of his chest and the delicate shadows his eyelashes cast on his face while his eyes were closed. Then she took a deep breath and stepped out of the bushes. Sasuke-kun. Her voice trembled slightly in the depths of the forest, but every word reached clearly to the foot of the great rock. Sasuke opened his eyes. The six-pointed star of his Mangekyo Sharingan slowly turned in the dim light. He did not stand up, only turned his head to look at Sakura, his gaze as indifferent as ice. Sakura stood a few steps in front of him, arms hanging at her sides, fingers slightly clenching the strap of her tool pouch. She paused for a moment, then spoke, her voice steadier than before. I came to go with you. I don't want to stay in Konoha anymore. I want to be with you and do the things you want to do. I don't care what infamy I have to bear as long as I can be with you. I know you won't believe me, but I've already decided. Sasuke was silent for several breaths. Then he slowly stood up, black hair drifting slightly in the lingering wind and snow. He walked to Karen's side and looked down at her. Karen opened her eyes too, and her weary pupils contracted slightly at the look on Sasuke's face. Sasuke turned to Sakura, his voice flat. Since you're so determined, what are you waiting for? Sakura's hand stopped on the shoulder strap of her tool pouch. Sasuke tilted his head slightly toward Karen. Kill the person beside you. She is the only obstacle that must disappear. I know you brought a poison kunai. Sakura's fingers slipped from the strap and dropped to her side. She lowered her head and walked toward Karen. The snow lay thick in the clearing, and every step left a deep footprint. She stopped in front of Karen and took a kunai from her tool pouch. Karen looked at her, the flickering snow light on the blade reflected in her tired eyes. Sakura raised the kunai. Her hand stopped in midair, and her whole arm was trembling. She remembered the night in the hospital dormitory when she had found the yellowed photo, remembered the faded creases where Naruto grinned wide and Sasuke's lips curved ever so faintly. She remembered telling Sasuke just now, I don't care what infamy I bear. Only now did she realize it wasn't that she didn't care, it was that she had believed she could afford to care. But she was afraid of breaking even Karen's breathing, afraid of hurting even the still damp bloodstain on Karen's clothes, and she could not bear to cut even the outermost layer of skin of a girl who had nothing to do with her. She couldn't do it. The kunai slipped from her palm and fell to the snow with a dull sound. Then she reached into her tool pouch and took out another kunai, the one coated with dark purple poison, the one she had carried all the way from Konoha and hidden in the deepest layer. This time she gripped it more tightly, her knuckles pressing hard against the hilt. Her whole body was trembling, but her eyes suddenly became utterly resolute. Sasuke closed in silently behind her. The shrieking of Chidori exploded through the curtain of snow as cold blue chakra arcs flared from his palm, illuminating the entire clearing. His Chidori did not hesitate, and did not hold back, thrusting straight at Sakura's back. The kunai and the lightning of Chidori collided in midair. Kakashi cut in at high speed from the other side of the forest. The message carried by Sai's ink eagle had brought him directly from his resting place. The ink eagle was still fluttering on his shoulder, its ink wings not yet fully solid. His left shoulder was still wrapped in bandages, and his Sharingan was open, 3 tomos slowly turning. He scooped up Sakura, pack and all, and tossed her toward the safe area beside Karen, saying without looking back, Sakura, from that distance you could have dodged. Why did you have to stand there waiting for him to make the first move? You didn't have to do that. Leave the rest to me. Sasuke looked at Kakashi, the corner of his mouth curling slightly upward. Still the same Kakashi. There was no anger in his voice, only a sarcasm worn paper thin by time. Every time you can't bring yourself to do it. Even at this point you're still playing the teacher. I'm tired of it. The skeleton of Susanoo unfolded around Sasuke, once more purple chakra flames casting the whole clearing into dark violet. Raikiri flared in Kakashi's right palm. If you want to kill someone you'll have to go through me first, Kakashi said. Susanoo's fist came crashing down with overwhelming force. Kakashi sidestepped the fist and Raikiri pierced through Susanoo's arm from the side. But at the same instant the wound on his left shoulder split open, the bandages soaked through with blood, and his movement lagged by a fraction of a second. Sasuke seized the opening. Susanoo's other fist slammed into Kakashi's side, sending him flying backward. His back broke through several thick tree trunks before he fell onto a gravel slope, gasping for breath. Sasuke gave him no time to recover. Susanoo's third fist was already falling. A blue sphere of Rasengan shot out from the other end of the forest. The shockwave blew away all the snow in the clearing and knocked Susanoo's punch off course. Naruto landed in front of Kakashi, the residual force of the Rasengan making his blonde hair stand on end. He glanced at Sakura, who was kneeling beside Karen, then at Kakashi, pushing himself upright on the gravel slope with one bandaged hand, and finally turned to Sasuke. Don't lay a hand on her, Sasuke. Naruto's voice was not loud, but every word seemed tempered by fire, landing firmly in the clearing. And don't make things hard for Kakashi-sensei either. Sasuke looked at him, the faintest curve lifting the corner of his mouth. He slowly drew Susanoo back into his body, and the light of Chidori gradually faded from his hand. Naruto. You came after all. You said you'd meet me. Ever since the day you left Konoha, I've been searching for you. Now that you're standing here, it's just right. Naruto stood before Sasuke, only a few steps between them. Wind and snow poured back and through the branches, blurring the vision of both. Sasuke did not answer, but he did not move. Naruto did not step forward either. Sakura knelt beside Karen, her fingers still holding the kunai that had not been driven down. Kakashi half leaned against the edge of the gravel slope, blood from beneath the bandage on his left shoulder dripping down his arm onto the snow. All of Team 7 were in the depths of this snow-covered forest. None of them spoke first, but none of them left first. In the depths of the dense forest where the land of iron and the land of fire met, the autumn winds swirled between the two. Sasuke stared at Naruto standing a few steps before him, the six-pointed star of his Mangekyo Sharingan slowly revolving in the dim light. Kakashi was leaning against a slope of broken stones not far behind him, the blood seeping from beneath the bandages on his left shoulder already staining his arm red. Sakura knelt beside Karen, both hands still gripping the kunai that had not been thrust down. Naruto. Sasuke's voice was as soft as if it were being borne by the autumn wind into the heart of the forest. You have come at just the right time. Naruto did not reply. He turned his head to glance at Kakashi, then looked at Sakura and Karen before finally fixing his gaze back on Sasuke. The golden eyeshadow of sage mode surfaced around his eyes, his pupils shifting from azure to the horizontal slitted pupils peculiar to Mount Maiboku. Without a word, he inclined his head toward the deeper part of the forest. Sasuke turned and walked in that direction, Naruto following. One after the other they passed through the undergrowth covered with withered yellow leaves and disappeared from the sight of Kakashi and Sakura. At the edge of the forest lay a wide open valley swept by the autumn wind. The mountains of the land of iron loomed faintly in the twilight in the distance, while beneath their feet were weathered rocks and withered grass. When the wind poured through the valley, it carried the unique chill of the land of iron. Sasuke stopped, turned around, and placed a few paces of distance between himself and Naruto. There is no one else here, Sasuke said. Naruto acknowledged. No more words were exchanged. The six-pointed star in Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan spun at a frantic speed. The skeleton of Susanoo expanded outward from his body, and purple chakra flames exploded across the valley, blasting away the rubble and withered grass within dozens of steps. Naruto remained where he was, the golden eyeshadow of sage mode glowing faintly in the autumn wind. Shadow clones split off from his sides, each one wielding a Rasengan. In the same instant both of them took a step forward. Susanoo's great fist slammed into the rocky ground, and the trail of the Rasengan carved a deep furrow through the rubble. Their movements were faster than 3 years ago, too fast for the naked eye to follow. Every swing of Susanoo's fist carried a world-destroying pressure, but Naruto's perception in sage mode was astonishingly keen each time he sprang away before the fist came crashing down. His Rasengan struck Susanoo's ribs, leaving a dense network of cracks. Before the shattered chakra fragments could fall to the ground, the fissures healed by themselves, and immediately another fist smashed into the spot where Naruto had just stood. But Sasuke's ocular power was ebbing at an alarming rate. The brutal clash with Danzo's Izanagi had drained most of his chakra, and every repair of Susanoo wrung the last drops of ocular power from the depths of his eye sockets. In the midst of the frantic rotation, the six-pointed star of the Mangekyo Sharingan began to catch ever so slightly, not from chakra exhaustion but because the ocular power itself was being pushed far beyond its limits. The edges of his vision began to blur. Susanoo's left arm did not completely heal after another repair, the violet armor fragments scattered in the wind, revealing the flickering skeleton beneath. Naruto's shadow clones weaved through the gaps in Susanoo's attacks, landing Rasengan after Rasengan on the same joint. Once Susanoo's left arm was shattered, but the mottled cracks mended within a few breaths. Naruto slid back a few steps across the rubble and steadied himself. The glow of Susanoo reflected as a dark purple in the depths of his pupils. Both of them stopped to catch their breath. This was their first true fight since the battle on the rooftop. Naruto wiped away the blood streak at the corner of his mouth cut by the gravel, rose to his feet, and crossed his hands to form hand signs. Shadow clones split out from his sides once more, this time several times as many, spreading densely, each clone holding a Rasengan. Blue chakra orbs dotted the valley like countless kindled stars. Sasuke stood at the core of Susanoo, the Mangekyo's six-pointed star spinning furiously as Susanoo's armor layered over him one coat after another. The bow of complete body Susanoo was held in his hand. At the tip of the arrow glimmered cold blue chakra flames, and the black flames of Blaze Release Kagetsuchi spread silently along the arrowhead. The flood of shadow clones surged from every side. Susanu's arrows pierced through the heart of each wave of assault with unerring precision. The frontline clones were skewered by arrows while the rear ones were caught in the arrow flames and burst apart. Yet more clones swung around from both flanks, slamming Rasengan simultaneously into Susanu's knee joints. Susanu crashed to its knees. Sasuke, deep within its core, also fell to one knee, a trickle of blood slipping from the corner of his mouth. But he did not let Susanu vanish. He forced it to rise again to lift the great bow once more. Because Naruto was still standing. All his shadow clones behind him had been exhausted, yet a Rasengan remained in his right palm. Both of them had very little chakra left. Susanu's light had dimmed by more than half since the start of the battle, and the sage markings on Naruto's face were also fading rapidly. They simultaneously dismissed all supplementary techniques. The skeleton of Susanu slowly dissolved behind Sasuke, and every shadow clone turned into white smoke scattered by the autumn wind. Only the two of them remained standing face to face on the pulverized gravel. Sasuke raised his right hand and Chidori recondensed in his palm. This Chidori did not scream with the ear-splitting shriek as before. Its sound was lower and deeper, the lightning no longer spilling outward. It was compressed with ferocious intensity, concentrating all its power into the tiny space of his palm. The same chakra caused the same precise control, the same complete absence of retreat. Naruto raised his right hand and a Rasengan reformed in his palm. This Rasengan also had no howling gale. It rotated faster, its chakra density far higher, shifting from pale blue to an almost translucent white. They both took the final step at the same moment. Chidori and Rasengan traced two parallel arcs through the air above the valley, hurtling toward each other. At the instant the two techniques were about to collide, Sasuke's vision went completely dark. The six-pointed star of the Mangekyo Sharingan dimmed sharply in the final moment of his ocular power giving out. He could no longer see where Naruto's Rasengan was. With pure instinct he thrust the Chidori forward. The Rasengan grazed his right shoulder, tearing off a large piece of his cloak, while his Chidori sliced open the front of Naruto's jacket, leaving a scorched mark on his skin from the lightning. Both of them lost their balance, staggered back, and fell onto the gravel. Sasuke knelt in the valley, his dark hair hanging down to cover half his face. He tried to stand again, but his hands scraped twice against the gravel without being able to push his body up. His eyes had completely lost focus, and the six-pointed star of the Mangekyo Sharingan slowly faded away like a candle flame blown out by the wind. He was blind. The fierce clash with Danzo Izanagi had consumed most of his ocular power. The brief confrontation with Kakashi had further squeezed the residual capacity of his Sharingan, and this final duel with Naruto drained the last shred of ocular power that held his sight together. He knelt on the gravel, fumbling with his hands before him, and only after a long while did he lift his head again toward Naruto's direction. Naruto climbed to his feet, sage mode completely gone. He looked at Sasuke's unfocused eyes while the scorched mark on his own chest still gave off faint wisps of steam. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but his throat seemed blocked. "Sasuke, listen to me." Naruto's voice was hoarse yet clear. "I know you hate Konoha. You hate the third Hokage, you hate Danzo, you hate everyone who pushed your brother to the edge. But Danzo is dead, you killed him yourself. The third Hokage is also dead, he died for Konoha. Who else is there for you to hate? Who else is there for you to kill? Who else will you point that Mangekyo at?" Sasuke knelt on the gravel, saying nothing. Naruto clenched his fists, his voice trembling. "If you still need to kill someone to fill the hole in your heart, then kill me. Your enemy is Konoha, and I am a Konoha shinobi. If you want to destroy Konoha, you'll have to step over me first. But if all you want is to clash your Chidori against my Rasengan like just now, then I'll keep you company. As many times as you want. Because we are not so different. I thought you were a genius, I thought I was a dead last, I thought we were walking on two different roads. But we bleed the same blood and hurt in the same place. You killed Danzo. I didn't stop you. You wanted to kill Kakashi-sensei. I didn't blame you either. But you can't make the whole of Konoha your enemy. Sakura is there, Kakashi-sensei is there, Ichiraku Ramen is there, and the broken bridge where Team 7 took its first mission is there. That is also the place where you grew up. If you want to hate, hate me alone. If you want to fight, come at me. You want to become Hokage. Then come back and do it openly instead of hiding in black flames and pushing everyone away. You promised we would meet again, now you have. And I promised you that no matter how far you went I would bring you back." He took a deep breath and extinguished the last lingering glow of the Rasengan in his palm. "So Sasuke, place your hatred on me. I can bear it. I will never give up on you. I was before and I always will be." Sasuke knelt on the gravel, his dark hair veiling his face. His hand continued to grope around before him. not searching for a weapon but for that patch of rock illuminated by Chidori and scorched by Rasengan. His lips moved faintly but no sound came out. Then a space-time vortex unfolded silently behind him. Obito leaned his upper body out of the Kamui dimension, the Sharingan beneath his mask sweeping coldly over Naruto, and then over Sasuke on his knees. With one hand he seized the back of Sasuke's collar, and dragged him entirely into the Kamui dimension. At the same time dozens of white Setsu burst out of the rock layers and surged toward Naruto, sealing off every route he could take in pursuit. Naruto did not retreat. He clenched his fists ready to hold his ground with taijutsu, but his chakra had been almost completely used up in the earlier clash. Then a shadow rose silently from the outer perimeter of the white Setsu encirclement, and shadow tendrils locked onto the ankles of every white Setsu in a single instant. The shadow swamp transformed the rock beneath their feet into an inky bog. One by one the white Setsu sank into it. The more they struggled the deeper they fell, and in a few moments they were completely swallowed by the shadow swamp. Naruto lifted his head and saw Ingien walking out from beneath the conifer pines at the edge of the valley. Ingien retracted his shadow tendrils and walked up to Naruto. Shadow tendrils seeped from beneath his feet into the rock, sweeping every white Setsu that might still be lurking within a few miles into his perception, locking onto, and eliminating them one by one. Then he looked down at Naruto and asked if he could still stand. Naruto nodded and with Ingjien's support pressed up from his knees to steady himself. Sasuke's eyes, Naruto said hoarsely. He consumed too much ocular power against Danzo, then fought Kakashi-sensei and finally had to take this duel as well. He can't see anymore. Ingien laid one hand on Naruto's shoulder and with the other gently set down on the rock the fragments of Susanoo he had just lifted from the white Setsu remains. Naruto looked down at the scorched wound on his hand where Chidori had cut him, then turned his gaze to the direction Sasuke had vanished. Only a concave impression in the rubble remained where he had been pulled into the Kamui dimension. He clenched his fist. I'm going to train. The next time I see him I won't let him grope alone in the dark with blind eyes. I can give him my back, but he can't even see the back of his teammate. Ingien did not answer. He merely withdrew his shadow tendrils into the shadows and stood with Naruto at the end of the valley. In the distance the mountains of the land of iron stood unyielding in the autumn wind. The world was vast and dim, and the road ahead silently stretched beneath the rubble trampled flat by two young men. When Obito brought Sasuke back to the Akatsuki stronghold, all that remained before his eyes was darkness. The hollow lay deep beneath the earth, cold white light was embedded in the rock walls, leaving not a single shadow in the entire stone chamber. Sasuke lay on the operating table, eyes tightly shut. The six-pointed star of the Mangekyo Sharingan had gone completely dark after its ocular power was exhausted, and the bitter battle against Danzo had drained the last of his light. Obito stood beside the operating table, the Sharingan beneath his mask fixed coldly on the last of the Uchiha bloodline. Your eyes are already ruined. In your current state, let alone revenge, you can barely keep yourself alive. He took a small sealing scroll from his robes and unrolled it, revealing what had been sealed within. A complete pair of Sharingan, their dark irises deep as night, 3 tomos spinning silently the instant the seal was undone. Itachi Uchiha's eyes. Sasuke was silent for so long that Obito thought he would not answer. This is the last thing he left me. Obito told him that Itachi's eyes contained the sealed power of the Mangekyo. After the transplant, not only would his sight be restored, he would gain ocular power stronger than his original eyes, and would no longer need to fear blindness. Then he turned toward the door and paused before closing the operating room door. Rest well. The war is about to begin. When that time comes, your eyes will be Akatsuki's sharpest weapon. The operating room door closed. Sasuke sank his consciousness into the depths of Itachi's ocular power, and in that mental space he encountered the last trace of Itachi's chakra consciousness. Deep in the water prison, Itachi stood before him, his eyes still as gentle and weary as ever, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Sasuke. You've come. Why? Why would you keep the truth from me all the way to death? Why leave every bit of hatred to me? Why? Itachi did not answer. He simply reached out, and just as he had when Sasuke was a child, gently tapped him on the forehead. Because you are my little brother. I wanted you to hate me because only hatred could let you live. You no longer need to hate anyone. His form dissolved completely. Sasuke slowly opened his eyes. For the first time the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan emerged in them. The six-pointed star and Itachi's 3 tomo perfectly fused the hue of his eyes deeper than ever before. He could see. Meanwhile, at the entrance to Konoha, Naruto stood under the old maple tree with a travel pack on his back. Kagemitsu stood beside him, hands thrust into his ninja tool pouch, his expression like someone about to face a shogi endgame. Pineapple Head number 2, I'm taking you to see the Great Toad Sage. He's a lot bigger than Gamabunta and he talks a little slowly, but his prophecies have never been wrong. Kagemitsu took his hand and the two of them stepped into the summoning circle for Mount Maiboku. As the white smoke cleared, morning light spilled down from the dome of the hall. The Great Toad Sage sat in solemn stillness upon the altar throne, his enormous orange body like a hill piled up by time. Around his neck hung a string of prayer beads inscribed with the character oil, and on his head rested that iconic scholar's cap. Fukasaku, who are these two children? The Great Toad Sage's voice was like lava slowly rising from the depths of a volcano. Fukasaku leapt down to the foot of the throne and answered in a loud voice, it's young Naruto, and another child of the Nara clan he brought along, Nara Kagemiru. The Great Toad Sage gave a low hum, and his clouded old eyes turned slowly toward Kagemiru. The silence stretched on so long that Naruto was about to urge him on, but at just the right moment Fukasaku lightly pressed the toad toe against the back of Naruto's hand. There is a river in your shadow. At the bottom of that river lies a seed that shattered and then reformed in the palm of your hand. You once saved one who should have sunk into the cold rain. Your shadow blocked the final black rod for him. That is good. The Great Toad Sage paused and his voice grew slower still. But there is still one thing missing from you. You have fused Yin and Yang, gathered the 7 chakra natures into your shadow and condensed truth-seeking balls into form. Your power is already immense. But you have not yet grasped that power together. Every piece fights on its own like 5 fingers spread apart. They can shatter rock, yet they cannot penetrate a mountain. Naruto blurted out, you mean Kagemiru needs to merge all of his power into one? The Great Toad Sage did not answer directly. He only closed his eyes again, his voice sinking deeper. Before the final battle at the Valley of the End, you must learn to draw the 5 fingers together. Otherwise you will not be able to stop Madara nor protect the ones you wish to protect. He was silent for a moment, then added, you also need a catalyst, a moment in which all of your chakra refuses to be separated. Not long from now it will come to you on its own. The hall was quiet for a long time. The Great Toad Sage then turned his words to Naruto, telling him he had dreamed a new dream again, a dream about an octopus. The octopus will teach you how to master true power. Find that octopus and learn to call the names of the 9-tailed beasts. Naruto looked down at his own palm in silence. Kagemiru was about to rise, but the Great Toad Sage slowly raised the toad hand, almost swallowed by the jowls beneath his chin, signaling him to wait a little longer. There is still something I wish to say. My memories are so distant that even I cannot tell which are prophecies and which are events I once witnessed with my own eyes. His voice sank, no longer carrying the murky, far-off tone of prophecy. It was as if he were turning the pages of an old book eaten ragged by insects, every page stained with the must of time. Back then I was still a tiny toad, small enough to stand on a human shoulder. My name was not the Great Toad Sage, it was Gamamaru. In that age there were no shinobi on this earth, no chakra, and none of the arts you use today. Natural energy was the air, the water, the wind. No one wished to possess it. Then Kagaya Otsutsuki descended from beyond the heavens. She brought the god tree, brought chakra, and brought war. People learned to combine natural energy with chakra. They did not know what that meant, only that it was stronger than any weapon. I saw countless Rinnegan open and fade out at once on countless battlefields. I saw natural energy no longer pure, twisted by chakra again and again into countless shapes, and human beings used those shapes to slaughter one another over and over. He paused for so long that the only sound left in the hall was the soft crackling of the rosin lamp wick. Then he opened his clouded old eyes a little and looked at Kagemiru. Then Hagoromo came. Hagoromo Otsutsuki, whom later generations called the Sage of Six Paths. He was the first human to walk into Mount Maiboku and cultivate senjutsu. Like you, he had no need for toad oil. He was by nature a perfect vessel for harmonizing senjutsu. I told him, press the purest natural energy into your dantian, and from that day on your dantian will be the source of senjutsu. But Hagoromo did not take his source of senjutsu away with him, he shared it with everyone. After Kagaya was sealed, Hagoromo founded Nishu. He inscribed on scrolls the truth that ninjutsu and the breathing of all things are both the essence of Sen, and distributed them to every person willing to use chakra to protect their companions. But the people of the world inherited only chakra and forgot the source of senjutsu. The Great Toad Sage closed his eyes, his voice growing heavier and slower. When I was called Gamamaru, I witnessed how a single person drew his 5 fingers together. Come here tomorrow and I will tell you that story exactly as it happened, not to teach you how to draw the fingers together, but so you may know the root of the Sage of Six Paths founding of Ninshu, and how he gave away everything he had. His voice trailed off and gradually became an extremely long, slow snore. Kagemitsu stood at the entrance of the hall, his shadow tendrils spreading out silently. He had left Naruto before the great Toad Sage's throne, walked out of the hall alone, and stood on the great boulder at the temple gate looking down at his open palms. The sun mark on his left hand still glowed faintly, while the moon mark on his right hand was set with a barely visible silver arc along its edge. Two truth-seeking balls, his shadow, the yin-yang core 7 chakra natures. They had always fought as separate forces. The great Toad Sage was right. With 5 fingers spread you can block many fragments, but you cannot pierce a mountain. He needed to draw the 5 fingers together and forge all of this into a single whole. And tomorrow that 1,000-year-old toad would tell him how the Sage of 6 Paths had drawn the 5 fingers together, and how he had then divided the gathered power among the entire world. When dawn over Mount Myaboku streamed down from the temple dome, Ingjian was already standing at the entrance to the main hall. Fukasaku had sent word to him the night before the great Toad Sage was in good spirits today, and he was to come at first light. Naruto was still training over at Gamariki's place, splitting a waterfall while standing on the water, howling as the violent current slammed into him, his voice audible across half of Mount Myaboku. The main hall was very quiet. The great Toad Sage sat solemnly on the altar throne, his murky old eyes slightly more open than the day before. Seeing Ingjian walk in, he let out a low long croak from deep in his throat, the familiar prelude whenever he was about to tell a long story. Yesterday I told you that in those days I was still called Gamamaru. During the time Hagoromo came to Mount Myaboku, I stayed on his shoulder day and night because he carried light upon him, not ninjutsu, not chakra. Natural energy flowed into his meridians by itself. Every leaf, every dewdrop, every breeze would turn slightly as he drew near, as if yearning to be touched by him. He said there was something in the air. I told him it was senjutsu. He asked how to learn it. I said he already knew how. No toad oil, no contract, no meditation needed. He was born knowing how to live with natural energy. The great Toad Sage paused. In the depths of his toad eyes reflected the daylight leaking through the main hall's dome. But you are different. You were not born able to merge with senjutsu. You started from zero, forging your own meridians into a vessel bit by bit. So you must take the next step, the same step Hagoromo once walked. Back then he immersed himself in the spring at the deepest point of the toad pond. There he touched the primordial pulse of all chakra. When he rose from the bottom of the pond, over 100 toads around the spring were croaking all at once, not because he had awakened them, but because they had awakened together with him. Ingjian was silent for a long time, so long that the morning light filtering through the dome slowly moved to the edge of the bluestone steps before he raised his head. How long did he sit at the bottom of the pond? I don't know. I crouched on his shoulder, and it felt like only an instant, but the moss at the pond's edge had grown a full layer thicker. The selfless state is not time-stopping, it is you yourself forgetting time. After he woke, he said to me, Gamamaru, I have perceived the deepest pulse of this world, not sound, not light, but the resonant frequency at which every living thing sends water outward from its roots. He said that after leaving Mount Myaboku he would carry this pulse to everyone who did not understand senjutsu. He named that pulse Sage Source. Later, whenever I recalled the light on his shoulder as he left Mount Myaboku, gentler than when he had come, I knew he no longer needed me to point the way. He also left a place of cultivation beyond Mount Myaboku. In a deep valley not far from here there is a withered tree that lightning shattered 100 years ago, and which has since grown new branches. He spent his final night there, then departed for the Valley of the End. Ingjian rose, bowed slightly to the great Toad Sage, then turned and walked out of the main hall. That deep valley lay hidden in the most secluded corner of Mount Myaboku. When Ingjian found the withered tree that lightning had split, and which had grown new branches again, moonlight from above the valley was spilling through gaps in the clouds, dappled light covering the old moss-layered rocky ground. The withered tree looked exactly as the great Toad Sage had described, its trunk split into two from the very center, charred cracks running from the heartwood all the way to the roots. Yet on both sides of the cracks new branches had grown, their fresh bark glowing faint silver white in the moonlight. He placed his hand upon the charred cracks and closed his eyes. Beneath his fingertips the lingering pulse of senjutsu still rose and fell faintly in the depths of the heartwood, the final breath left here by another cultivator 1,000 years ago. He sat down cross-legged at the base of the withered tree. His shadow touch spread out silently, sinking his perception into the deepest strata of the land. Moss stone cliffs, the roots of the withered tree, and beyond the roots an underground river older than Mount Myaboku. He perceived each in turn, then let it go. This time he did not actively drive yin-yang chakra as he had beside the pond at Mount Myaboku, nor did he passively wait for the truth-seeking orbs to gather on their own as he had on the battlefield against pain. He simply brought himself to stillness. His heartbeat slowed, his breathing slowed, and the density of his shadow shifted from thick ink to pale ink, and from pale ink to transparency. He no longer perceived natural energy, he made himself part of natural energy. Wind blew in from the mouth of the valley, and he did not use shadow touch to intercept it. Moonlight touched the tips of his hair, and he did not resist it. He heard the croaking of Mount Myaboku's toads in the distance rising and falling. He heard the faint sound of moisture seeping upward through the xylem at the base of the withered tree. He heard his own heartbeat gradually synchronizing with the breath of every living thing in the valley. Then he could hear no more. It was not that the sounds had vanished, it was that he no longer realized he was listening. Perception was no longer tendrils he actively extended, it had become a part of his body. No passage was needed, no relay point was needed. He only had to be present, and natural energy flowed by itself into his shadow, into his meridians, into his dantian. He had merged with nature itself, his perception and breath resonating with all things. Time blurred. He did not know how long he had sat at the base of the withered tree. Perhaps it was only a moment, or perhaps it was longer than Hagoromo had remained in the depths of the toad pond in the great toad sage's memory. In the bottom of this valley, steeped in countless nights of Mount Myaboku, his consciousness grew lighter and emptier until in an instant even he himself could not identify, he completely forgot his own existence. There was no Ingjian, no shadow, no valley, no moonlight. Only a pure transparent stillness. And in that pure transparent stillness an extremely fine and faint ripple suddenly welled outward. It was not natural energy, not chakra, not any power he had ever sensed. It was a pulse, exceedingly ancient, exceedingly faint, yet it still reverberated with unerring precision in the depths of the roots at the same resonant frequency at which it had been pressed into the withered tree 1,000 years ago. He could not tell whether that pulse came from the Sage of Six Paths or from someone even earlier. It had no name, no shape, no origin to trace. But it had never truly vanished. It had only waited so long that the withered tree was shattered by lightning and sprouted anew, so long that the entire shinobi world had forgotten that an unextinguished whisper still lay deep in the earth. The moment he touched it he understood this was the true sage source. Not Mount Myaboku, not Ryuchi Cave, not Shikatsu Forest, not any of the sacred lands. It was the final resonance Otsutsuki Hagoromo left upon this earth with his most primal and purest power. He opened his eyes. His shadow was no longer ink-colored, nor was it transparent. It had become more limpid than moonlight, softer than dawn, like light seeping naturally from within him, and yet not light. It simply existed, breathing with him, perceiving with him, and together with him, becoming part of this heaven and earth. He lowered his gaze to his open palm. The sun and moon seals were still there, but their edges had fully dissolved into the depths of his palm, lines no longer bearing any halo that needed to proclaim itself outward. He was them, and they were him. Ingjian rose from the base of the withered tree and walked out of the deep valley. At the entrance to the main hall, the great toad sage's murky old eyes were already fixed on the direction from which Ingjian came, as if he had sensed the first ripple raised by the transparent shadow beneath Ingjian's feet the moment he left the valley. He opened his mouth slowly, his voice wrapped in an ancient cadence unchanged for 1,000 years, and said that Hagoromo would be very glad. Someone had finally understood the words he had left upon this land. Ingjian asked him. The Sage of Six Paths had once said he would carry this pulse to all who did not understand Senjutsu, but what he had not had time to finish, could Ingjian complete it in his place? The great toad sage was silent for a long time, so long that the moonlight filtering through the dome of the main hall moved from the toes of his left foot to the hollow behind his right knee. Then he said Hagoromo shared the sage source with the world, letting people understand for the first time that chakra could be used to connect with one another. But hundreds of years passed, and though chakra remained, the connection was severed. You are the first since him, without a sacred land contract, without a Kekkei Genkai, to forge a perfect sage body entirely on your own. From now on your Senjutsu is no longer a branch of Mount Myaboku, not a collateral school of Ryuchi Cave, not a variant of Shikatsu Forest. You are yourself, the first perfect sage body since Hagoromo. With that he closed his mouth and sank back into his long slumber. But this time the oil character prayer beads on his chest swayed once, as if continuing in his place to rock the words he had not finished. Ingjian stood at the entrance to the main hall, the moonlight stretching the clear shadow beneath his feet long. Naruto came running from the direction of the toad pond, soaked through with a scrap of unremoved waterweed still stuck in his hair, waving at him from afar. Ingjian gently laid his shadow touch beside Naruto's feet, one gold, one ink, the two shadows overlapping beneath the moonlight of Mount Myaboku, just as they had in the school hallway all those years ago. Following the 5 Kage summit, Konoha was steeped in a tense and hushed atmosphere. The news that Obito had formally declared war from the land of iron had spread across all 5 great nations, and the countdown to the 4th Shinobi World War loomed over every ninja like a sword of Damocles. Tsunade signed the final batch of pre-war mobilization orders from her office as Hokage. Shikamaru was officially appointed acting captain of the 4th Division, while Kakashi, still with bandages wrapped around his left shoulder, had already begun assisting in formulating the Allied forces' tactical deployments. And Naruto, this Jinchuriki of the Ninetales who should have been treated as the strongest combat asset and rigorously protected, sat now on a tall stool at Ichiraku Ramen, blankly staring at the bowl of miso ramen in front of him that had long gone cold. An octopus, Naruto muttered, prodding the chashu in his bowl with his chopsticks. Toad Sage said I need to find an octopus. An octopus will teach me how to harness true power. What kind of octopus is that? There are octopus balls in ramen, but what can those possibly teach me? Kajimi sat on the tall stool beside him, a bowl of soy-based ramen largely untouched in front of him. He explained that the octopus Toad Sage had spoken of was likely not food but a person, the 8-Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. Within Toad Sage's prophecy, the octopus would teach Naruto how to control true power and learn the name of the nine-tailed beast itself. Within the shinobi world, the only Jinchuriki connected to an octopus was Gyuki the 8-Tails, whose upper body bore the head of an ox and the lower body of a giant octopus. Naruto slammed his chopsticks heavily onto the counter, about to say something, when Tsunade's voice came from the entrance of the ramen shop. You actually guessed it correctly, Tsunade said, walking in with Kakashi and Yamato behind her. She slapped a freshly received letter personally written by the Reikage onto the counter, and declared that the 4th Reikage had agreed to let Killer Bee mentor Naruto in controlling his Nine-Tails chakra. However, Killer Bee was currently concealed at a secret training grounds belonging to Kumogakure, a place called Turtle Island whose exact coordinates were known only to the Reikage and a select few trusted Inner Circle members. As the last remaining Jinchuriki, Naruto was Akatsuki's primary hunting target, so the Allied forces decided to send him to the island as well. There he would learn to control the tailed beast chakra under the 8-Tails' guidance while leveraging Turtle Island's natural concealment to evade Akatsuki's tracking. Yamato is responsible for monitoring and protecting you, and the Morning Guide team is already on the island. As for you, Tsunade's gaze fell on Kajimi. Your perceptual abilities were fully verified during the Pain War and at the Land of Iron. Turtle Island may be hidden, but Akatsuki's tracking methods far exceed the imagination of ordinary shinobi. You will go as supplementary tactical support for Naruto. The island's defensive forces consist of Yamato, the Might Guy team, and yourself. Additionally, the reason you depart last is quite simple. The smaller your presence, the less likely you are to be exposed. Naruto and Yamato must enter the island first, while the Guy team was deployed ahead of time as the defensive force. You as a perceptual ninja will infiltrate from the flank, enabling you to detect and raise the alarm the moment any anomalies appear on the outskirts. If Akatsuki truly locates Turtle Island, I need you to hold them off from the periphery, buying Naruto and Killer Bee time to retreat. Naruto bounced off his tall stool and grabbed Kajimi's sleeve. Broomhead number 2 is going too. This is amazing. This time I'm finally not the only one locked away on an island. Kakashi cleared his throat at just the right moment, adding that Master Might was also on the island and would surely look forward to conducting pre-war special training alongside Kajimi. The coastline of Kumogakure emerged and vanished within the morning mist. The location of Turtle Island was one of Kumogakure's highest secrets. Even within the Allied forces, only an extremely small number of people knew its precise coordinates. Kajimi did not depart alongside Naruto and the others. He traveled alone, infiltrating from the flank using a secret route provided by Kumogakure. He sailed across the sea for nearly 2 full days before approaching the target waters. When the silhouette of the colossal turtle gradually materialized through the sea mist, Kajimi stood motionless at the bow of the boat for a long time. That was no island, it was a living leviathan. Each plate on the turtle's shell was as large as a small sports field, and the carapace was covered in a thick layer of soil accumulated over centuries. Towering ancient trees and dense fern vegetation grew upon that earth. At the very center of the turtle's back lay an ancient ruin. Decades ago, Kumogakure had discovered this colossal turtle and used Mokutan and sealing jutsu to reinforce the spatial layer above its shell, constructing training facilities suitable for long-term Jinchuriki habitation upon that ruined foundation. The giant turtle occasionally breached the sea surface to breathe each exhale, sending waves of white foam rippling outward. By the time Kajimi stepped onto Turtle Island, Naruto was already waiting in the open area before the ruins. Standing beside him was a tall man with dark skin, wearing sunglasses and carrying multiple short swords on his back, the 8-Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. Killer Bee noticed Kajimi emerging from the sea mist, tilted his head to study him for a few moments, and then spoke in a highly rhythmic cadence. Yo, you must be that shadow shinobi, huh? Naruto kid talked about you the whole way, said your broomhead number 2 said your shadow can block-tailed beast balls, what a fool. You damn idiot. I am the strongest rapper in the world, yeah. Kajimi offered no comment on his rhyming, merely giving a slight nod. Killer Bee seemed unconcerned, patting Naruto on the shoulder, and saying they would settle in for today, and begin formal training tomorrow. The Nine Tails chakra was not easy to control. Naruto needed to prepare himself for being beaten up by the Eight Tails. Naruto clenched his fist and declared he was not afraid at all. After all, getting beaten up was hardly anything new for him. Killer Bee laughed boisterously and headed toward the depths of the ruins, but paused halfway and glanced back at Kagemi, who still stood in the open area. He said Naruto's bond with other Jinchuriki surpassed the upper limit that even Nine Tails chakra could bear, and that was precisely the kind of gift he most hoped to see from a senior comrade. Kagemi said nothing further. He simply let his perception expand outward. The waters within several li of Turtle Island, the chakra fluctuations of the giant turtle itself, the Mokutan barriers operating deep within the ruins, and the defensive positions deployed by the Gai team across the turtle's back. All of these fell within his perceptual range. He intended to ensure that any chakra signature attempting to approach Turtle Island would be locked onto the very instant it was detected. Sea mist drifted slowly beneath the moonlight. Kagemi stood upon the highest lookout tower of the ruins, silently extending his shadow feelers. The giant turtle plowed steadily through the waves while the chakra signatures of Naruto and Killer Bee burned like two flames, burning side by side deep within the ruins, stable and unyielding. It was at that moment that his shadow feelers captured an extremely faint chakra fluctuation beyond the outer perimeter of Turtle Island, almost entirely masked by the sea mist and the colossal turtle's own chakra. That fluctuation was extraordinarily cunning, skillfully exploiting the salt content of seawater to disrupt chakra perception. Had his sage mode perception not yet reached the level of a perfect sage body, it would have been utterly impossible to detect. Yet when he attempted to further lock onto the source of that fluctuation, it dispersed instantaneously like a school of startled fish vanishing into the vast depths of the ocean. Kagemi quietly filed this information away without immediately alerting Naruto and Killer Bee, who were still in the midst of their training. He simply heightened his perceptual precision and continued standing watch on the lookout tower. He knew that this elusive chakra, repeatedly blocked by Turtle Island's natural barriers at the periphery, would inevitably return. Deep within the ruins of Turtle Island, Killer Bee led Naruto to the center of the training ground. On the floor was carved a massive ceiling array, its formula lines extended to the base of the stone chamber's walls, weaving with the natural chakra pathways inside the turtle's shell into an impenetrable net. This was an auxiliary training ground that Kumogakure had built directly atop the seal node of a Jinchuriki. From the outside, almost no chakra fluctuations from within could be sensed. Listen well, Naruto. I am the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. The reason I can control Gyuki is that Gyuki and I are brothers. Killer Bee dropped his usual rapping tone. What you need now is not to suppress the Nine Tails. It is to reach a true understanding with him. The Nine Tails inside you is half yin and half yang. Your father took the yin chakra away with the dead demon-consuming seal. Only yang chakra remains inside you. Even so, that power is enough to make the entire shinobi world tremble. I don't want to make him tremble. I want him to help me. Naruto sat cross-legged in the center of the ceiling array, pressing both hands against the 8 trigrams seal. Then get on the other end of the tug-of-war rope. Killer Bee stood up, placed one hand on Naruto's shoulder, and guided him to sink his consciousness into the sealed space. Deep within the watery prison, the Nine Tails coiled behind the enormous iron bars, its scarlet vertical pupils gleaming coldly in the darkness. You again, kid? The Nine Tails' voice was low as muffled thunder. I'm here to play tug-of-war. Naruto stood before the bars. I didn't come to beg you. I came to fight you. If I win, you lend me your chakra. If you win, I'll come back and keep fighting you until I win. The Nine Tails was silent for a moment, then let out a low laugh. That was the first time it had shown Naruto an emotion other than hostility. Now that's interesting, kid. Behind the iron bars, the Nine Tails chakra condensed into a massive claw and slashed down at Naruto. Naruto dodged to the side as fast as he could, but the Nine Tails' tailed beast ball blasted in from the flank immediately afterward. This time it was not going to give him any time to test it. Inside the sealed space, Naruto wrestled again and again with the darkness inside him. The Nine Tails tore his chakra apart time after time, and time after time he gathered it back together. He lost count of how many times he had played tug-of-war. He only remembered that every time he fell he stood back up. After countless rounds he finally snatched a wisp of golden flame from deep within the Nine Tails chakra. You lasted a little longer this time than last time. The Nine Tails' voice was still low, but its tail spread slowly behind the bars and it did not attack again. Naruto panted heavily, pressing his hands on his knees, sweat dripping from his chin onto the cold water of the sealed space. Not enough yet. Next time. Enough. Killer Bee's voice came from outside the sealed space, and a hand pulled Naruto back from the depths of his consciousness to reality. Naruto opened his eyes drenched in sweat. The auxiliary formulas of the sealing array had dimmed by more than half, only the lines at the edges were still slowly flowing. Do you know what the Ninetales chakra feels like? Killer Bee asked. Golden. Naruto opened his palm and stared at his hand. Not the red kind from before. It's golden. Killer Bee sized him up through the reflection in his sunglasses. The Eight Tails murmured within him, this kid is a lot steadier than the last time we met. Killer Bee did not relay that to Naruto. He just patted his shoulder, told him to rest a moment before continuing, and walked toward the training grounds entrance, saying that Pineapple had been waiting outside for ages. Jian leaned against an ancient tree outside the training ground and opened his palm. Sasuke's curse seal fragment lay quietly in his hand, its dark gray keratin layer glinted faintly under the afternoon sun. He had come to Turtle Island not only to protect Naruto but also to do something else that could only be done here. The chakra fluctuations of the giant turtle beneath Turtle Island were steady and prolonged like the oldest toad pool on Mount Myaboku, a natural harmonizing field. He needed to use this prolonged harmonic resonance to completely purify the aberrant part of the cursed seal fragment that Orochimaru had repeatedly encoded. His consciousness sank into the fragment. His shadow touch scanned the fragment's chakra structure layer by layer at the finest frequency. Yugo's original sage transformation body at the innermost layer, Orochimaru's encoding covering the middle layer, and Sasuke's body's rejection response and adaptive modifications to the curse seal at the outermost layer. The three layers were intertwined with one another. He slowly poured his own perfect sage body chakra into the fragment, just as he had once used shadow touch at the base in the land of rice fields to calm Yugo's rampage, separating, purifying, and re-encoding it layer by layer. Yugo's bloodline was preserved intact. Orochimaru's aberrant encoding was stripped away one by one. The emotional imprints Sasuke had left on the fragment, hatred, fear, struggle, and the exhaustion of being shattered and rebuilt after Itachi's truth was revealed. He gently lifted and sealed them into the deepest part of his shadow core. After the purification was complete, he stood up and put the fragment into his ninja tool pouch. Naruto happened to walk out of the ruins entrance drenched in sweat, his hair stuck to his forehead, but his eyes were far brighter than when he had gone in. He pulled the Ninetales chakra out of the seal. Killer Bee leaned against a stone pillar at the ruins entrance, and finished the second half of Naruto's sentence for him. Only a small wisp and the Ninetales took it back within moments. But he truly pulled it out with his own hands. The Ninetales didn't lend it to him. Naruto stopped in front of Jian and looked down at his open hands. One hand was still wrapped in bandages from being burned by the tailed beast chakra during training, and the other palm golden specks of light remained, not overflowing Ninetales chakra but the broken light of dusk falling through the ancient canopy into his palm. Pineapple had that Ninetales has a foul mouth, but he has been waiting for someone. Not for some perfect vessel and not for someone who can suppress him. He's waiting for someone who makes him feel a little interesting. Before, every time I went in there I just cursed at him. Today I told him I wanted to play tug of war. Naruto looked up at Jian and grinned. I think he loosened up just a little. I think he's actually waiting for me to win. With that, Naruto turned and walked deeper into the ruins. Killer Bee, leaning against the stone pillar, said he himself had played tug of war for many years before, and after a little more training Naruto would be able to release chakra steadily. Jian did not answer. He only tilted his head slightly. In his perception, at the edge of the 8 trigram seal on Naruto's abdomen, an extremely thin golden halo was slowly flowing along the ceiling lines. Late that night, Jian stood alone on the watchtower at the edge of Turtle Island. Moonlight spread a silver-white stillness across the sea. The giant turtle steadily cut through the waves, occasionally lifting its head from beneath the surface to breathe, and each breath sent ripple after ripple across the surrounding water. He held the purified curse seal fragment above his palm. The bloodline factor had been completely preserved, Orochimaru's aberrant encoding had been thoroughly removed, and the emotional imprints Sasuke had left on the fragment had been moved into the depths of his shadow core for safekeeping. Now he could return this pure fragment to the void hidden in the deepest layer of the world, allowing it to return on its own to its most original form. He closed his eyes and spread out his shadow touch in silence. The fragment trembled slightly in his palm, emitting a pale blue glow of the same origin as the mural in Yugo's valley. However, just as he was about to press the fragment into the void, his shadow touch sensed a slight tremor in the surrounding air. It was not natural energy but another deeper chakra fluctuation, not an attack, not hostility, but an extremely faint probe. When the giant turtle came up to breathe, it would occasionally let its consciousness rise to the edge of its shell. After so many days on Turtle Island, it had finally reached out to him on its own. Jian did not open his eyes, he only slowed the movements of his hands slightly. The tendril of that consciousness gently touched the purified fragment in his palm, then paused briefly in the hollow inside the fragment, where all the negative emotions had been removed. He sensed that this ancient turtle, which had lived for endless years and had sunk deep enough for coral to grow over it like a forest, was not unaware of the training ground. It was simply that no sage had ever included it in the confrontation between tailed beast and Jinchuriki. Immediately after, the giant turtle withdrew its consciousness. But in his shadow-touch perception, an immense and oppressive mass of chakra suddenly burst open, and from the direction he knew best, deep within Naruto's sealed space, a strange will reached straight outward. It was the Nine-Tails chakra. Not the violent out-of-control surge of the past, but precisely along the contact surface between the tip of his shadow-touch and the edge of the fragment it projected itself into his shadow-touch network for an extremely brief moment. "Kid, you have the scent of a sage on you." The Nine-Tails voice exploded deep in his consciousness, low and ancient. "Not that old toad, and not Mount Myoboka's toad oil. It is Hagoromo Otsutsuki's presence. When did you meet him?" Ingien did not answer. He simply sank his consciousness into the shadow-touch network and briefly touched the Nine-Tails. The Nine-Tails will withdrew into the depths of the sealed space, leaving only one last low echo slowly dissipating at the tip of his shadow-touch. "Hagoromo has taken you as his successor. Don't die." Ingien pressed the purified Curcio fragment into the void and stood on the watchtower gazing at the boundless silver-white sea under the moonlight. He knew that what Hagoromo had left behind all those years ago was sprouting in ways he had never predicted. Now Sasuke's curse seal had been purified and the cursed seal's energy had returned to Yugo's bloodline. Only one final thing remained. The Nine-Tails' words "don't die" were not a warning but an acknowledgement. When Naruto opened his eyes inside the sealing space, he was drenched in sweat. His palms still carried the burning sensation of the Nine-Tails chakra being drawn out. He had waged tug-of-war with the Nine-Tails in the depths of his consciousness so many times that Killer Bee had knocked on the edge of the sealing array from outside several times. But this time was different. His consciousness touched another extraordinarily faint chakra at the deepest point of the sealing space. That chakra was old, so old that it had slumbered for over a decade within the folds of the seal, yet it was awakened the instant he grasped the Nine-Tails chakra. A red-haired woman stood before him. Her chakra was already so thin that it could barely hold a complete form. Its edges had been eroded by time until they were jagged and incomplete. But her eyes, those blue eyes exactly the same as his, blazed in the darkness like two flames that would never go out. "Naruto!" She called his name. Naruto opened his mouth, his Adam's apple rising and falling twice, yet no sound came out. He had never seen this face before, but he knew that voice. It had died when he was still a baby, yet for some reason it had always remained in the deepest part of his chakra. "You've grown. You're taller than I imagined, and your hair is just as messy as your father's." Kushina Uzumaki reached out and her fingertips lightly touched Naruto's cheek. The sensation of her chakra was soft like a layer of water warmed by sunlight. Standing in this mental space built from his mother's lingering chakra, Naruto let tears slip from the corners of his eyes, but he did not wipe them away. He swallowed every word he had wanted to say for over a decade to a mother he had never met, and simply stood motionless as if afraid this contact would vanish in the next second. "Mom," he said. Kushina withdrew her hand. There was little time left. The crack in the seal opened by the Nine-Tails tug-of-war would soon close again, and before she disappeared she had to tell Naruto the truth from 16 years ago. She told him that the Nine-Tails invasion of Konoha back then was not an accident. A masked man had slipped into the barrier while she was giving birth, used his Sharingan to seize the seal's weakest point, and ripped the Nine-Tails straight out of her body. Minato Namikaze had nearly exhausted all his chakra trying to stop that masked man. In the end he used the dead demon-consuming seal to seal half of the Nine-Tails into his own body, and the other half into Naruto's. "Your father said before he died that he had no regrets. I don't regret it either. The only thing we regret is that we couldn't watch you grow up." Kushina's body began to dissolve from her fingertips to her arms, from her shoulders to the ends of her hair, scattering piece by piece into pale golden particles of light. "But you've already grown up. You're stronger than both of us combined. Naruto, become Hokage. And don't blame yourself for everything anymore. Mom loves you." Her final words fell onto the dark surface of the sealing space, and the pale golden particles slowly faded. Naruto knelt on the water's surface, pressing the ball of Nine-Tails chakra he had already taken into his hand toward his dantian. At the exact center of the 8-trigram seal an extremely fine crack split open. Golden chakra surged through the crack into his chakra pathways, leaked out of his body, and bathed the entire training ground in radiant gold. Killer Bee stood at the entrance of the training ground, arms crossed, gazing at Naruto wrapped in golden chakra. Without a single shadow clone to help him, Naruto had just completed his first full one-on-one tug-of-war as a Jinchuriki. Ingien leaned against an ancient tree. Within his sensing range, Naruto's chakra was transitioning from Jinchuriki to perfect Jinchuriki. The golden aura at the edge of the 8 trigram seal was no longer the faint intermittent thread it once had been, but a ring of light flowing in a stable orbit. Ingien was about to step forward to check on Naruto when the edge of his sensory network suddenly caught an extremely subtle chakra fluctuation. It came from the secret chamber at the central point of the turtle's back. That chakra was heavy, carrying the cold sharpness unique to water nature and a density as immense as that of a tailed beast. It had remained completely still until now. Only after being jolted by the shockwave of the Nine Tails chakra explosion did it leak the faintest trace of an opening. The secret chamber was located at Turtle Island's very center. Its thick stone walls were carved with Kumogakure sealing formulas, and the gaps around the door were packed with deep-sea cotton for soundproofing. When Ingien stepped inside, a long sword wrapped tightly in bandages lay across the floor, twitching without pause, like a fish nailed to a ship's deck. Samahata, one of the legendary blades of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, a living weapon that feeds on chakra, was desperately sucking at the cracks in the door with the tooth-filled mouth at the base of its hilt. Hidden inside Samahata's belly, Kisame Hashigaki was hurriedly peeling his consciousness away from the blade. Before he could tear his way out, Ingien had already wound a thread of sage art chakra as fine as a silkworm's silk around Samahata's nerve bundles in the opposite direction. All his plans had relied on Samahata devouring Yamato's chakra to maintain perfect mimicry. But the instant Ingien chose to strike was exactly when Samahata was most greedily absorbing chakra. Sage art was not chakra, and Samahata could not swallow it down. Nara Ingien. Kisame's voice came muffled from inside Samahata's belly, hoarse and low. Even with all power to resist gone, his tone carried no panic. Killer Bee once told me about you. He said you are the shadow of Konoha. Ingien did not answer. He simply tightened his fingertips, pressed Samahata, and Kisame hidden in its belly, deep into the shadow mirror, then turned and walked out of the secret chamber. Under the moonlight he poured Samahata and Kisame out together, and casually dropped the blade at Killer Bee's feet. Kisame was confined within a sage art barrier that even a complete Susanoo could not cut through. A faint bitter smile surfaced on his shark-like face for the first time. From now on you can keep playing the role of the tailed beast without a tail in Konoha's interrogation unit. After saying this, Ingien compressed the barrier into a lock-shaped seal covering only Kisame's chest, and turned it over to Yamato to reinforce with wood release. Kisame lowered his head and said nothing more. He only murmured, "The information has already been sent out. You cannot stop the 4th Shinobi World War." Everyone's expression changed, but Ingien's did not. His shadow touch sensed that the thread of information from earlier had not traveled far. The instant Samahata swallowed his sage art tendril, he had deliberately made it devour an extremely fine tracking chakra hidden within. By following the trail this shark had left while swimming upstream, the allied shinobi forces could at least determine the approximate coordinates of several hidden layers on Akatsuki's periphery. Naruto's Nine Tails chakra mode was blooming in the night. Ingien withdrew his shadow touch and turned to look at Naruto. That ball of golden flame illuminated half the sea and lit up the eyes of every person on Turtle Island. Before the war drums of the 4th Shinobi World War had even officially sounded, conspiracies were already quietly unfolding in the shadows. Beneath an abandoned shrine on the border between the land of rice fields and the land of iron, Obito stood in the cold white light, his Sharingan sweeping coldly across Kabuto Yakushi from behind his mask. Kabuto unhurriedly slid open the coffin lid behind him. Lying inside was none other than Uchiha Madara, reanimated by the impure world reincarnation, silent in the coffin with a faint, barely perceptible sneer on his crack-covered face. "This is my bargaining chip for cooperating with you." Kabuto pushed up his glasses. "Without me, can you take on the allied shinobi forces of the 5 great nations alone? No matter how many of the 100,000 white setsu there are, they're nothing but cannon fodder." Obito fell silent for a moment. He had wanted to refuse Kabuto. The man was too uncontrollable, too much like Black Zetsu of old, with another scheme hidden behind every smile. But Madara's reanimated body was right before him, those closed Rinnegan eyes like a blade suspended over his head. In the end he agreed to the alliance, but with conditions. Kabuto was not to lay a hand on Sasuke during the war, and Obito would have people watching Kabuto's every move. At the first sign of betrayal, kill on sight. Kabuto agreed, but he didn't care about the conditions. His goal had never been Sasuke, it was to prove to the shinobi world that had never acknowledged him that he, Kabuto Yakushi, had surpassed Orochimaru. The two settled their strategic division of labor. Obito would lead the 100,000 white setsu as the main frontal force, with the demonic statue of the outer path on standby. Kabuto would deploy his impure world reincarnation army, sweeping the battlefield from the flanks with the vengeful souls of powerhouses from every generation. When Obito mentioned that Naruto and Killer Bee's location had been confirmed and that he would personally go to Turtle Island to harvest the 8 tails and 9 tails, Kabuto suddenly cut him off. That Konoha ninja named Nara Kagemiru, what do you plan to do about him? Kabuto pushed up his glasses. According to the intelligence I've gathered during Pain's invasion of Konoha, he held the Deva path in check head-on, and after Danzo died in the Land of Iron he saved Naruto. His Sage Art system is completely independent of the chakra system. My impure world reincarnation has no control over him. Obito was silent for a moment, and his tone turned even colder. He isn't coming for you. He's coming for Madara. Kabuto stared at him for a few breaths, then asked a counter-question. If Kagemiru wasn't even afraid of Madara, what could possibly stop him? So Obito gave Kabuto a direct order: extend the resurrection list. Don't limit it to Kage level strength. Resurrect every deceased shinobi whose DNA can be found. The exact number didn't matter. As long as the battlefield could be carved into countless pieces, no matter how strong Kagemiru was, he could only be in one place at a time. Kabuto agreed, but he also warned Obito the impure world reincarnation on Madara was not unlimited. Madara's will was too strong and the binding force was insufficient. Madara could break free on his own at any moment. Then let him break free. As long as he's on the battlefield, Kagemiru's target is him. Obito turned and walked deeper into the underground stronghold. I'll deal with the 8 tails and 9 tails. Deploy the impure world reincarnation army according to plan. Remember, the more the better. Kagemiru is a variable, but even a variable needs time. As long as we stall him, victory is ours. Kabuto watched Obito's figure vanish into the far end of the cold white light, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He turned and summoned the first coffin from beneath the earth. Meanwhile in Konoha, the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire, an emergency Jonin meeting was convened in the Hokage Tower. Shikamaru stood before the sand table and handed an urgent intelligence report to Tsunade. A coded dispatch intercepted by the Allied Intelligence Division revealed that Obito and Kabuto had formally formed an alliance. The 100,000 White Setsu army had finished assembling at the Land of Fire's border, and Kabuto's impure world reincarnation resurrection list had expanded considerably. Kage-level powerhouses of every era, deceased Jinchuriki, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and countless nameless elites were all on it. What drove the meeting room into even deeper silence was the confirmation that Uchiha Madara had been resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. Madara. Tsunade's voice was low. With Madara, the cards in Kabuto's hand are enough to overturn the entire shinobi world. If Madara appears on the main battlefield, the 5 Kage must engage him together. But Uchiha Madara's power cannot be stopped by 5 Kage-level shinobi. Inoki rose, leaning on his cane, his aged face complex as he stared at the marked position of Madara on the sand table. During the battle at the Valley of the End, the first Hokage and I witnessed Madara's complete Susanoo with our own eyes. If I were to face that technique again now, my old bones probably couldn't hold out for even 10 minutes. Tsunade made her decision after a brief silence. The 5 Kage would unite to face Madara head-on. That was the Allied forces' Plan A. But Plan A carried enormous risk. Madara was too strong, and even the 5 Kage together might not win. A Plan B was needed. Shikamaru took over from Tsunade, lifted his head, and let his gaze travel across the room to rest on Kagemiru, who had been sitting silently in the corner all along. Plan B is you. You're not one of the 5 Kage, but in this shinobi world you're the only one who would stand at the front without needing anyone to give the order. Leave the front to the 5 Kage and the flanks to you. Tsunade looked at Kagemiru, her tone brooking no argument, and told him to watch Madara and not leave his side. Kagemiru rose from the corner and said a single word, "All right." Then he walked toward the meeting room door. Shikamaru hurried out after him and stopped him. He told Kagemiru that word had come from the Reikage. Obito had confirmed the 8 tails and 9 tails were on Turtle Island and was preparing to strike personally. Kagemiru stood for a long time. Finally he told Shikamaru that if Plan A failed he would face Madara in the 5 Kage's place. He had deployed warning signals within Turtle Island's sensory barrier. The moment Obito approached he would know. Shikamaru nodded, turned and walked toward the intelligence division. After a few steps he stopped without looking back and said that the Nara clan would probably have to finish all the chess games left unfinished many years ago in this war. Kagemiru did not answer. He walked out of the Hokage Tower and stood beneath the eaves watching the maple leaves turning red in the distance. The war drums of the Fourth Shinobi World War had already been sounded. 100,000 white Setsu, countless reanimated corpses, Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan. Every piece was converging on the battlefield. He silently spread his shadow touch outward, covering the entire defensive perimeter of Konoha. No matter how Obito and Kabuto arranged their pieces, he would stand in that place, Not a god, not a hero, but simply Nara Kagemiru, a man who did not want to lose any more comrades. At the Land of Iron venue of the 5 Kage summit, the fourth Raikage's fist slammed down on the conference table, splitting several deep cracks across the solid wood surface. Obito had just left with Zetsu. Under his mask, the man who called himself Madara Uchiha had delivered an ultimatum to the 5 Kage. Surrender the Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails and the 9 Tails, or war would be declared upon the entire shinobi world. The Raikage's voice made the paper doors of the conference room rattle. Kumogaku will never hand over Killer B. He is my brother, not a bargaining chip for war. Tsunade's answer was equally resolute. Konoha will not hand over Naruto either. Garame, Terumi, and Inoki each voiced their refusal, one more determined than the last. The 5 Kage's decision was unanimous. The 5 great nations would not bow to terrorists, even if it meant the official outbreak of the 4th Great Ninja War. At nearly the same moment, the combined forces of Obito and Kabuto began to move. 100,000 white Setsu surged from beneath the earth, sweeping toward the Shinobi Alliance's front line at the Land of Fire's border like termites. These white Setsu could absorb chakra, mimic appearances, and weave freely through the land and plants. The Alliance's censor squads were practically useless against them. What caught the Alliance even more off guard was Kabuto's Impure World Reincarnation Army following close behind. Deceased masters of every age rose from the earth, black scara flickering in their eyes, the unmistakable mark of the forbidden jutsu, as Kabuto's talismans forced them to attack their former comrades. Sasori and Deidara emerged from the smoke of explosions. Clay bombs and puppet poison needles tore open gap after gap in the Alliance's line. The brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku wielded the legendary weapons left by the Sage of Six Paths, their Ninetales chakra cloaks blazing harshly on the battlefield. The second Mizukage summoned Giant Clam plunged the entire area into a mirage, while the second Tsuchikage Mu's split bodies slaughtered freely behind the allied lines. The third Raikage, the strongest spear and strongest shield, made the Alliance tremble with fear, while the fourth Kazekage's gold dust reaped lives like a living thing. With hundreds more nameless but equally lethal deceased elite shinobi in support, the Alliance's hard-won first line of defense was torn to shreds. Gaara stood at the forefront of the 4th Division facing his father, the 4th Kazekage Raza, controlled by Kabuto, along with 3 deceased elders of the Hidden Sand Village. Inoki engaged his pupil, the second Tsuchikage Mu, in a dust-release duel among the rock walls. Tsunade's slug clones covered half the line, while the wounded were carried one by one onto the medical squad's operating tables. But the greatest terror of the Impure World Reincarnation was not the power of these masters, it was that they could not die. Fell they reformed from black smoke, sealed new coffins would break through the earth. Kabuto sat in a cave deep within the battlefield, delicately toying with the talismans like he was playing a game of shogi that would never end. Meanwhile, on Turtle Island, Naruto finally pulled the Ninetales chakra completely out of the 8 trigram seal. A golden chakra cloak burned around his body, and the 6th Magatama design at his collar shone beneath the sun. Standing at the edge of Turtle Island, he sensed the chakra fluctuations of the distant battlefield. The hostile twisted dead, forced back into the world by violence, were streaming toward his comrades by the thousands. He could not stay here any longer. Killer B shot him a glance through the reflection of his sunglasses and asked only one word: decided. Naruto said he was going to find his friends. Then we go together. I've lost more than a few of my brothers, time to settle that score. The two joined forces, shattered Turtle Island's barrier, and headed for the main battlefield. On the way, Naruto easily avoided several Konoha genin who tried to intercept him. He moved astonishingly fast. His body flicker and Ninetales chakra mode surpassed even the 4th Raikage's lightning release chakra mode. All along the route, oblivious reanimated corpses kept trying to stop the high-speed golden flame, but Naruto never broke stride. He punched through one with a Rasengan formed on the fly, and sent another flying with his chakra cloak. As he ran, he sensed every chakra fluctuation on the battlefield. His comrades fighting desperately, enemies flooding in without end. He could not stop. Absolutely could not stop. Then he sensed 2 extremely familiar chakra signatures. One was a dark purple Yin Release, chill, familiar, and exactly identical to the frequency he had sensed from Sasuke countless times. The other was the purple halo of the Rinnegan, sharing the same source as the Deva path he had faced on the ruins of Konoha. Naruto's feet slammed to a halt. Deep in the forest, 2 figures stepped out of the shadows. Itachi Uchiha. The cracks of the Impure World Reincarnation spread across his face, but his Mangekyo Sharingan remained as deep and unfathomable as the night sky. Beside him was Nagato. Even beneath the black scara of the reanimation, the purple light of the Rinnegan remained cold as ice. Kabuto's voice came through Nagato's mouth. Since Naruto has walked right into our hands, we'll reap the 9 tails first, then deal with the 8 tails. Nagato's body began to swell as the power of the Rinnegan pooled rapidly within him. Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan slowly turned toward Naruto, but his body was forced to move in ways that were not his own. His fingers were lifting to form seals, yet his lips were barely moving, passing a silent message to Naruto. Naruto saw it in the depths of that Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi, using the last scrap of his will, was trying to tell him something. A clash was about to begin, but before Nagato could unleash universal pull, a shadow spread silently from Naruto's side. Kagemitsu landed in front of Naruto. His shadow touch unfurled, encompassing the entire forest in his perception. Behind Naruto, Killer Bee's 8 tails chakra blazed to life at the same moment. Kagemitsu looked at Itachi's Mangekyo, then at Nagato's Rinnegan, and said to Naruto, "One is the brother you owe the biggest thank you in this life, the other is the enemy you should have beaten flat in your past life." Naruto clenched the Rasengan, watching Itachi's reanimated body step toward them step by step, and murmured, "This time I'll bring them both back." Under the yoke of the impure world reincarnation, Itachi's body kept casting jutsu, but Kagemitsu's shadow touch caught an extremely subtle anomaly. The chakra inside Itachi's body was circulating of its own accord, following a rhythm separate from the reanimation's recoding. At that moment, Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly turned to Naruto of its own will. No longer was there only Kabuto's forced kill command in its gaze. He was triggering the Kodo Amatsukami he had buried inside Naruto years ago, a crow bearing the will to protect Konoha. The Mangekyo in Itachi's left eye blazed fully open. A genjutsu was cast upon himself. Kodo Amatsukami, not a jutsu to attack Naruto. It was a jutsu Itachi used on himself, protect Konoha, break free of control. Kabuto's talisman was rewritten from within by Kodo Amatsukami. In that single moment, the countless puppet strings binding Itachi Uchiha snapped completely. Itachi raised his head. His body no longer obeyed Kabuto. His eye power was no longer bound by any foreign will, and his voice was his own Naruto. "Thank you for always believing in Sasuke." He turned to Kagemitsu. "Nara Kagemiru. Thank you for standing by Sasuke even after I died." Then he turned back to Nagato and formed hand seals. While completely losing his sense of self, Nagato absorbed Killer Bee's 8 tails chakra through the Preta path, restoring his body to the full peak of his youth. But in that instant, Kabuto's control over him weakened. The last trace of his own will inside the Rinnegan was struggling desperately. Itachi's Tatsuka blade was already drawn. The sealing blade drove straight through Nagato, and pinned him against the blade's barrier wall. At the moment the sword pierced his body, Nagato turned his Rinnegan toward Itachi for the first time. He knew this would be the last time, but he also knew that what he saw at the final moment was not Kabuto's curse mark. It was Yahiko's eyes. "Itachi. I'll leave Naruto to you. I'm going over there." Kagemitsu withdrew his shadow touch and turned toward the main battlefield. Naruto shouted after him, "Pineapple Head number 2, where are you going?" Without looking back, Kagemitsu said he was going to fight. Naruto gave a wide grin. Let him go. When the war was over, he would treat him to ramen. Kagemitsu's figure faded under the trees, but his gaze had already crossed the edge of the forest, fixing on the other end of the battlefield, where a vast and ancient chakra was slowly condensing from countless shreds of impure world reincarnation. He knew Madara Uchiha was about to appear. Over the battlefield of the 5 Kage, Madara Uchiha descended slowly from the cliff. His deep blue Warring States armor cast a cold gleam amid the flames of war, and his robe snapped loudly in the mountain wind. Behind him lay countless remains of the allied forces torn apart by Susanoo. He looked at the 5 Kage lying in disarray on the ground before him. There was no pity in his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The petal-like patterns turned slowly in the depths of his pupils. The oppressive weight of his chakra pressed down like a physical mountain, making it difficult for the 5 Kage even to breathe. Tsunade lay face down, her fingertips still twitching faintly. She strained with all her might to rise again, yet could not even push her upper body off the ground. The 100 healings technique had been drained to nothing, and the Yin seal on her forehead was worn down to only an extremely faint thin ring. The 4th Raikage's lightning release armor had been shattered by Susanoo's long sword. Half of his body was buried beneath a pile of rubble, his right arm hung at an unnatural angle by his side, and a deep, bone-deep wound had been carved across his shoulder blade by the blade's edge. Mei Terumi knelt on the ground, her legs buried to the knees in sand and earth. The dying flames of lava release flickered at her fingertips, no longer able to coalesce into a complete technique. Gaara-san sprawled weakly at his side. That vast absolute defense which had once stopped countless attacks for him now merely breathed feebly among the scattered rubble. Anoki's dust release flickered out at his fingertips. The injury to his lower back left him unable even to remain standing, so he could only support himself against a stone pillar. Madara's footsteps came to a stop before Tsunade. He looked down at Hashirama's granddaughter, his voice flat and uninflected, every word like the statement of a truth long proven by time. Tsunade. You are Hashirama's granddaughter, yet you have inherited only a fraction of his monstrous strength. Your 100 healings technique may indeed keep you from dying, but not dying and winning are two different things. He turned to the wreckage slumped in the rubble. Those petal-patterned eyes still turning slowly lingered for one moment on the wreckage. Shattered lightning release armor. Fourth wreckage. Your lightning release armor is faster than the thirds, but you rely too much on speed. No matter how fast you are, you cannot outrun the Sharingan. The third wreckage once fought me and his strongest spear could barely scratch my armor. You have not even learned a fraction of his skill. Mei Terumi knelt on the ground as the last embers of lava release went out at her fingertips. Madara did not even address her with a single word. He merely glanced at her, his gaze sweeping indifferently between Mei Terumi and Gaara. As for the rest of you, you are not worthy of having me remember your names. Anoki coughed up blood and with one hand on the stone pillar tried to stand. Madara looked at this old ninja who had survived from his own age to the present, and for once his tone carried a faint elusive trace of old memory. 2 scales. You are the only living fossil of our era. Your dust release can reduce everything to nothing, and its power is even more refined than it was back then, but your back has grown too old for you to stand straight. Of all who witnessed that battle between me and Hashirama at the Valley of the End, only you remain. I remember that battle from beginning to end. How many times Hashirama's golem was chopped apart by me, and how many times my Susanoo was smashed apart by his true several thousand hands. We both thought we would die together in that battle, yet we both survived. Then he founded Konoha and I chose a different path. You have lived too long, long enough to watch the shinobi world be born from war, and long enough to watch it be swallowed by war once more. You should know that this time will end no differently than the last. Anoki coughed up blood again, his hoarse voice filled with defiance. You are wrong. Last time I fought at the first Hokage's side. This time there are 3 full generations of Konoha shinobi behind me. They are already stronger than we were. You think you are still the same Madara Uchiha who walked away from the Valley of the End unscathed, but you do not know that every ninja you have treated as a pawn has spent these decades surpassing you in his own way. Madara was silent for a moment. Not because he had been convinced, but because he had been reminded. Hashirama had once said something similar. Madara, you are strong, but you will never know that the power to protect something demands far more resolve than the power to destroy. He did not intend to argue with his own memories. He withdrew his gaze and his voice was as cold as ice. The Kage of this era disappoint me. Susanoo's longsword gathered from the void, prepared to end the 5 Kage with this final stroke. The sword rose above its head and every line along the blade gleamed with the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Just as the blade was about to fall, a pitch-black shadow rose from the darkness beneath Madara's feet, and precisely wrapped itself around the edge of Susanoo's longsword. That perfect Susanoo longsword, mighty enough to split a mountain, was forcibly held down at Madara's own feet by that abyss-deep shadow, unable to press forward even a single inch. Madara looked down at the dark shadow that had spread beneath his feet without his noticing, then looked at the young man who walked slowly out from the shadow. The density of that shadow far exceeded his expectations. It was not ordinary Yin Release, but the ultimate darkness bearing all Yin-natured chakra, a darkness that could devour every light. Even the edge of a perfect Susanoo could not break free from its confinement. Yet the aura radiating from Yin Jian's own body was exactly like Hashirama's, surge after surge of pure vivid Yang-natured chakra filled with boundless life. One Yin, one Yang, one dark, one light, fused perfectly within this young man, inseparable. For the first time a gleam of genuine astonishment rose in Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He had lived for too long, and had seen nearly every person in this shinobi world hailed as a genius, but he had never seen anyone cultivate both Yin and Yang to such a degree. Yin Release transformed into shadow black as the abyss. Yang Release entered the body, rivaling Hashirama himself. United, it was so powerful that even his perfect Susanoo longsword could not escape the binding of that shadow. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, not in anger, not in contempt, but in the pure curiosity that surfaced only when something turned out beyond expectation. An interesting brat. Madara slowly withdrew Susanoo's longsword to his side. His eternal Mangekyo Sharingan reflected the pitch-black shadow beneath Yin Jian's feet, and he suddenly burst into laughter at the sky, a laughter carrying the excitement he had suppressed for far too long. He had waited so many years, at last here was another person who dared to block his blade. Do you want to dance too? Yin Jian did not answer. He simply made the truth-seeking orbs float at his side. His left half surged with Yang Release vitality of the same origin as Hashirama's, while his right half spread a pitch-black shadow membrane bearing all Yin-natured chakra. Within him the two fused perfectly indistinguishable and inseparable. He shielded the 5 Kage behind him, turned his head slightly, and said to Tsunade, "Lady Tsunade, leave this to me." Tsunade raised her head with difficulty, and looked at Ingjian's back, a back as straight as when he had held her hand in the Konoha hospital ward that year, yet far taller and broader than it had been then. Behind him were the flames of war, the wreckage, and the fallen bodies of the 5 Kage. But he stood there in that place like a faint light rising from the abyss, a light that would never be extinguished. She no longer had the strength to say much. She could only force out a name in a hoarse voice. Ingjian did not turn back. He only told her that Shizen had already brought the medical squad and that the 5 Kage could retreat to the rear and rest. There was no need for them to worry. Tsunade closed her eyes and let Shizen lift her onto a stretcher. The medical nin hurried forward and using stretchers and slug clones escorted the 5 Kage one by one to the rear. On the stretcher, Tsunade turned her head for one last look. All she could see was Ingjian's back, the pitch-black shadow spreading beneath his feet like an abyss, Yang Release chakra whirling around his body, and the truth-seeking orbs revolving slowly at his side. That back was too steady, so steady that she suddenly remembered a saying Jiraiya had once spoken: the men of the Nara clan are not afraid of trouble, they are afraid of causing trouble for others because they are not strong enough. Madara's laughter echoed over the battlefield and gradually sank into a low trailing note. He put away his smile, and the petal-like patterns in his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan turned slowly in the depths of his pupils. This young man's shadow hid an abyss, and his body housed Hashirama. Two completely opposing forces breathed within him at the same time, like the battle at the Valley of the End when Hashirama's wood golem and his Susanoo faced each other across the valley. He had waited too long, and at last in this era he had found a person whose name was worth remembering. "I take back what I said." Madara's voice returned to calm. He formed hand seals and Susanoo took shape once more out of the void, not a half-bodied skeleton but the perfect Susanoo, its vast wings blotting out the sky. Every line along the longsword gleamed, infused with the power of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In this era at least there is one person whose name I will remember. As the great sword of Madara's Susanoo came sweeping down, the air was sucked out of the entire battlefield. Before the blade even arrived, its pressure had split the earth under Ingjian's feet in an ever-advancing crack. Gravel was lifted into the air by the raging currents, then reduced to ash in the violet flames of Susanoo. Ingjian did not retreat. The pitch-black shadow beneath his feet spread in all directions like a tide, the extreme darkness carrying every trace of his Yin-natured chakra as deep as the abyss itself, devouring all light. His body meanwhile surged with Yang-natured life force through every inch of its meridians, purity equal to Hashirama Senju's, a Yin Release vessel unique in the world after treading the path of a perfect sage body. One was a darkness born to bear, and the other was a Yang body bearing Yang. With the two united, this was the confidence that made Madara Uchiha retract his words: "The Kage of this era disappoint me." The instant the Susanoo great sword cut into the pitch-black shadow domain, its speed fell from blinding to glacial. It was not being blocked, it was being devoured. Inside the shadow domain, gravity, density, and the very sense of space were twisted all at once. An exceedingly faint silver-white ripple spread across the surface. For every inch the blade sank, the ripple expanded outward by another inch, like the silent ripples of a stone dropped onto the surface of an abyss. Madara could feel the ocular power he had poured into the great sword being silently siphoned away by this abyss. Every inch the blade advanced required several times more ocular power. The gleaming light patterns of ocular power on the blade were stripped layer by layer by the shadow tendrils, while residual purple chakra fragments cascaded down along the edge of the shadow domain. "Your shadow is heavy. I have never seen Yin Release so deep." There was no surprise in Madara's voice, only pure appreciation. Standing deep within the core of his Susanoo, he wrenched the great sword free from the edge of the shadow domain. Several tendrils of pitch-black shadow still clung to the blade, not yet fully severed. Those shadow tendrils continued to tighten. Every clench carved a few more hair-thin cracks across the surface of the Susanoo great sword. Madara looked down at the cracks slowly spreading across the great sword of his Susanoo, and the corner of his mouth lifted. Since Hashirama he had met no one capable of damaging Susanoo itself. Today he had. From this moment on the name Nara Ingjian was carved into his memory, no longer a passing stranger worth a moment's pause, but an opponent ranked beside Hashirama Senju, deserving of his full strength. They moved at the same instant, not an exchange of ninjutsu, not long-range attrition, but close-quarters taijutsu in which every blow hit flesh against flesh. Madara's right fist wreathed in Susanoo's chakra slammed toward Ingjian's face. Before the fist arrived, its pressure pressed Ingjian's loose hair flat against his forehead. Ingjian's left palm, radiant with the warm golden glow of Yang Release, met it head-on. The moment fist and palm connected, a visible shockwave exploded at their feet, shaking the already broken rock walls nearby into countless spiderweb cracks. Yin gave Madara no time to breathe. Black shadow tendrils coiled around Madara's left wrist from the flank, while a Yin Release fist aura backed by enough force to shatter boulders blasted toward his chest from the front. Madara took the combo head-on with Susanu's armor, but the black shadow tendrils had already slipped in reverse through the armor the instant they touched it, burrowing into Susanu's interior to dismantle its chakra structure from within. Those shadow tendrils moved like countless fine pliant ink-black threads, finding the most fatal joints in Susanu's armor: the chest, the armpits, the side of the neck, and every weak point where ocular power flowed was penetrated with surgical precision. Madara was forced to withdraw his sword and retreat, but Yin gave him no chance to create distance. The moment Madara touched down, Yin formed seals with one hand and unleashed Fire Release, Dragon Flame Song, and Great Fire Annihilation in the same breath. Several fire dragons blazing as brightly as lava lunged at Yin from different directions at once, sealing off every possible route of escape. Then an all-consuming sea of flames fell from the sky, turning the entire ruin into an inferno. Yin did not retreat. He slammed his palm against the ground and the shadow domain erupted outward from his feet. The instant the black shadow membrane crawled along the earth to the edge of the sea of fire, it surged upward, converting the Fire Release's oncoming force from vertical to horizontal. The flame waves were forcibly split by the shadow domains, sliding along the outer surface of the shadow membrane to either side and forming two towering walls of fire around its perimeter. Inside the domain not a thing stirred, not even a single scorch mark appeared on the black shadow beneath Yin's feet. Madara's silhouette rose from behind the wall of fire. His hand seals were impossibly fast. Before the lingering flames of the Fire Release had fully dispersed, he poured chakra into the ground beneath him. A thick tree trunk burst out of the earth and instantly turned into a wood dragon coiling upward. The colossal wood dragon lifted its head. Its armored body gleamed cold green in the firelight as it lunged toward Yin's position in a twisting, crushing strike. Yin formed seals in answer. A spiraling black line rose from the shadow domain. Not a dragon in any ordinary sense, but an ink flood dragon condensed from supreme Yin Release. The two were completely different in form. The wood dragon born from wood release cells had lifelike scales and a body as thick as an ancient tree 1,000 years old. The ink flood dragon condensed from the pitch-black shadow domain was void of light across its entire body, with only the faintest silver-white shimmer along its edges, like a shadow serpent gliding out of an abyss. The wood dragon and the ink flood dragon collided in midair, sending splinters and shreds of ink tumbling down onto the still burning edges of the battlefield. Madara's wood dragon did not recede even after being torn apart by the ink flood dragon. With his left hand maintaining the flow of wood release chakra, he reshaped the remains into a rudimentary wooden giant born of the same source as the true several thousand hands. The towering wooden giant raised its enormous foot and stamped down at Yin. Had the blow landed fully, it would have collapsed half the valley. Yin did not take so much as a half-step back. The three-headed six-armed demon god rose completely from the abyss, surging out of the ground during the gap when the wooden giant's foot was lifted. Every one of its arms gripped a long pitch-black blade condensed from supreme Yin Release. The demon god's first arm, in the instant the wooden giant's foot came down, pierced through its shin from the side. Wood chips flew and the wooden giant lost its balance. The second arm immediately sealed the chakra transmission node at the wooden giant's shoulder. The third braced against its waist and shoved the entire giant toward the outer ring of the battlefield, ensuring that Tsunade and the other Kage suffered no impact on their retreat. The fourth and fifth arms attacked Madara himself from both sides at once. Before the shadow blades even arrived, the wind-natured shadow silk coiled around their edges had already grazed Susanu's armor, raising a shrill grinding screech. Madara used the Susanu great sword to block the two shadow blades on the left. A third blade swept at his ribs from the right flank and he twisted aside. The fourth blade, carrying the ultimate penetrating force of Yin-natured chakra, drove with devastating precision into the gap between Susanu's sternum and its third rib. Susanu's regeneration slowed with every passing second, not from a lack of ocular power but because the shadow tendrils that had infiltrated it had woven an extraordinarily dense adhesive web into the core structure of Madara's Susanu, peeling the armor apart from the inner wall. Madara looked down at the slowly widening rift in his chest and made a decision Yin had not expected. He stopped repairing Susanu. He stopped reconstituting the wooden giant's remains. And he let both Susanu and the wooden giant dissolve into the wind. Madara formed hand seals again. At the edge of the skyline, a colossal meteor broke through the clouds. Its outline dwarfed every previous heavenly disaster meteor. Before its rim had fully left the clouds, the air currents beneath it had already sent all the broken stones on the ground rolling furiously across the earth. Yin did not even raise his head. Two truth-seeking orbs rose at the same moment. One black as the abyss bearing supreme Yin-natured chakra, one pure white as a corona bearing supreme Yang-natured chakra. The black orb greedily absorbed the meteor's kinetic energy and the destructive power lent by Madara's ocular jutsu, while the white orb transformed that absorbed energy into a counter shockwave. Between that single pull and push, the meteor began to crumble from within before it had ever reached the sky above the battlefield. Its fragments were dragged into a spatial vortex and ground to powder. Not even a single intact stone fell to the ground. "What other techniques do you have? Show me." Ingjian's voice was as steady as ever. Madara looked at the young man standing before him, with an abyss beneath his feet and a life force blazing from his body that was identical in origin to Hashirama's, and laughed up at the sky. There was no bitter aftertaste of defeat in that laughter, only the thrill of being genuinely entertained ringing across the whole battlefield. Even Tsunade, on the stretcher being carried by the medical squad retreating in the distance, heard it. She closed her eyes and the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. That was her first smile in this entire war. "Nara Ingjian, I have seen all your jutsu. Now it is your turn to see mine." Madara stopped laughing, his gaze falling on the black shadow domain still spreading behind Ingjian. The 6 arms of the shadow demon god drew their blades simultaneously, and wherever the blade edges passed, the air was cut into a vacuum. Madara met the attack head-on with the Susanoo great sword. The shockwave from the clashing blades blasted every piece of rubble on the battlefield skyward, and as its periphery swept across every inch of the ground, even the distant burning wreckage trembled without pause. From deep within the core of the shadow demon god, Ingjian directed all 6 shadow blades. Every blade fell upon the same joint gap in Susanoo's armor, one after another striking the same point with perfect precision. At last Susanoo knelt. Madara dropped to one knee. The crack in his chest, pierced through long ago by the shadow demon god, reopened into a gap even more fatal than before, this time not a fissure in Susanoo's armor but in his Edo Tensei body itself. The edges of the wound were flecked with the gray-white residue unique to Edo Tensei mixed with fragments of Susanoo's armor. In the setting sun it was almost impossible to tell which was colder. The wings of Susanoo folded slowly inward. Madara looked down at the crack in his chest through which the twilight was seeping, was silent for a moment, and then smiled. Not in derision, not in excitement, but with release. Since Hashirama he had never seen anyone pierce through his Susanoo. Today he had. "You win, Nara Ingjian." Madara's voice was as calm as before, no unwillingness, no resentment, only a tranquil acceptance ground thin by time. He paused. The petal pattern of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan revolved slowly in the depths of his pupils. "Tell Hashirama, I will be waiting for him in the Pure Land. Tell him not to come too soon. This era still has something worth lingering for." He did not wait for Ingjian's answer. The fragments of Edo Tensei began to creep outward from the crack in his chest, gradually wrapping his entire form in a haze of gray-white light and dust. His soul did not rise passively into heaven like the other Edo Tensei souls. He had chosen in this moment to return to the Pure Land of his own accord. He had not been sealed, nor had he been defeated. He simply acknowledged the opponent before him and was willing to step aside for him, for now. Ingjian dismissed the shadow demon god and the truth-seeking orbs and stood in the deep twilight. At the edge of the pitch-black shadow beneath his feet, the faintest silver-white light began to shimmer. Without another word he turned and walked toward the direction the 5 Kage had taken. On the stretcher, Tsunade looked back at him one last time and saw only a figure whose back remained ramrod straight in the glow of the burning battle-black shadow spreading under his feet like an abyss. Yang released chakra circling his body and truth-seeking orbs revolving slowly at his side. The 5 Kage were safe. Madara had temporarily withdrawn. But the second half of this war had only just begun. Having completely wrenched himself free of Kabuto's control within the radiance of Konoha, Tsukumi Itachi set off directly toward the cave to the north. His Mangekyo Sharingan spun silently in the gloom, and the cracks of the impure world reincarnation still crept across his face. But his will was no longer bound by any talisman. He knew Kabuto was hidden deep within that cave, and he knew he might not be able to walk out of it alive. But he knew too that as long as the impure world reincarnation continued, this war would never end. Deep in the cave, Kabuto had long since achieved a perfect fusion with Orochimaru's cells and had even mastered flawless sage mode in Ryuchi Cave. The tail of the white-scaled great serpent extended from beneath his robes. His serpentine pupils gleamed coldly in the darkness, and the snake scales coiling around his abdomen trembled faintly under the pulse of chakra. Every breath he took resonated with the natural energy surrounding him. He sensed Itachi entering the cave alone, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. "Uchiha Itachi." Kabuto's voice echoed through the cave, carrying a faint trace of mockery. "You should know that you alone cannot kill me. Even if you seal me with the sword of Totsuka, the impure world reincarnation will not be undone on its own. Unless I form the seals myself, every soul resurrected by it will never find rest." Itachi stepped out of the shadows, his Mangekyo Sharingan turning silently in the darkness. I know. His voice was as calm as still water with not the slightest trace of excess emotion. He said nothing more and made no unnecessary preparation. He simply stood there gazing at Kabuto from dozens of paces away as if confirming something that had long been decided. Kabuto struck first. Sage Art White Rage. The entire cave was engulfed at once in blinding light and high-frequency sound waves. The skeletal frame of Itachi's Susanoo trembled violently under the pressure of white rage and his chakra armor shattered inch by inch in the sound waves. Then Kabuto's demonic flute illusion bound him in place. Imitating Orochimaru's form, Kabuto burst out from beneath the earth, his serpentine tail coiled around Itachi's ankle, and as his mouth split open several venom-drenched fangs shot out. Bound by the demonic flute illusion, Itachi closed his eyes. He knew that ordinary methods could not kill Kabuto. The regenerative power of Sage Mode was too great, and Kabuto's speed was enough to dodge even the arrows of Susanoo. But from the very beginning he had never intended to kill Kabuto. He was waiting for one opportunity, a gap that lasted only a 10,000th of a breath. From the other side of the cave, Sasuke's Chidori exploded. Cold blue lightning tore through the lingering sonic barrier of white rage. Lightning Release Kirin followed, slamming into the cave ceiling, and countless lightning pillars poured down through broken fissures, turning the whole cave into a searing blue-white glare. The two brothers needed no words. Itachi's Amaterasu sealed off Kabuto's retreat from the left, black and extinguishable flames creeping silently along the rock walls. Sasuke's Susanoo's sword slashed down from the right, cutting a vacuum through the air wherever its edge passed. Moving at Sage Mode speed, Kabuto slid through the gap between the two strikes, sweeping his serpentine tail towards Sasuke's ankle, while his left hand formed seals for a second white rage. But he did not notice that Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan was recording all of it, every scene, every movement, every bodily habit that Kabuto himself had never been aware of. From the way his left shoulder sank half a moment before his tail lashed out to the rhythm in which his thumb always lagged a beat behind his index finger, while forming seals, to the defensive instinct that made him unconsciously shift his weight to his right foot whenever he dodged Amaterasu. Every detail was laid bare beneath Itachi's ocular power. The recording was complete. Itachi's left Mangekyo Sharingan slowly dimmed, losing its light forever. Izanami, the Uchiha clan's ultimate forbidden art. It required no eye contact and no ocular power lock. It only needed a long enough battle scene to be recorded, and then it could trap the target's consciousness in an endlessly looping genjutsu of death and rebirth. Kabuto's vision suddenly blurred. His hand was gripping a kunai and thrusting toward Itachi's chest. No, he had just lived through this exact same scene an instant earlier. Itachi's Susanoo's sword hacked toward his left shoulder. He dodged, but the angle at which he dodged was exactly the same as the last time. He suddenly realized he had been shut inside an infinite loop. Each cycle was a replica of the same battle, and each replica ended with him failing at the final step. He could remember with precision the angle at which he should launch his counterattack, but in the next cycle Itachi's moves were taken over by the recording again, carrying him back to the same angle where he had failed before. After countless cycles, Kabuto finally broke down. He knelt in the center of the cave. The white-scaled serpent's tail had completely receded, and his reptile pupils slowly changed back into human ones. So I always believed I had surpassed Lord Orochimaru. But I have never truly become myself. Itachi gently rested his hand on Kabuto's forehead. Tsukuyami extracted the release hand seals for the impure world reincarnation from Kabuto's mind. Kabuto formed the seals on his own, impure world reincarnation release. On battlefields all over the world, countless reanimated warriors simultaneously halted their rampage. Sasori's body began to disintegrate, and Deidara's clay bombs turned into light dust in the air. Kinkaku and Ginkaku, the second Nizukage, the second Suchikage, the third Reikage, the fourth Kazakage, and hundreds of nameless souls, all were drawn by that release seal, transforming into countless pale gold pillars of light that ascended slowly toward the Pure Land. Itachi stood at the cave's entrance, and his body too began to break apart. With the impure world reincarnation undone, his soul would also return to the Pure Land. Sasuke stood facing him, the pale gold particles rising from his brother's body reflected in his Mangekyo Sharingan. He tried to say something but found himself unable to speak. Itachi gently tapped his forehead just as he had when they were children. "Forgive me, Sasuke. This is the last time." His fingertips lingered on Sasuke's forehead for the briefest of moments, then slowly withdrew. His voice was so soft it seemed carried away by the wind from deep in the cave. "No matter which path you choose, I will always love you." His soul dissolved into pale gold light dust, merging with the first shafts of sunlight falling from the top of the cave. Sasuke knelt on the ground, tears dripping onto the cold stone. He did not wipe them away. He let the tears fall until the final wisp of light vanished into the depths of the morning glow. In the last instant before Itachi's soul faded completely, he sensed something. Among the light dust of the impure world reincarnation, one chakra was not ascending serenely toward the pure land like the other spirits. That chakra was ancient, immense, and stubborn as a glacier refusing to melt. Madara Uchiha. His impure world reincarnation had been undone, but at the very moment Kabuto formed the release seal, another summoning seal had been completed almost simultaneously with the release. Madara. Itachi's voice was so faint it was almost inaudible. He closed his eyes. So before Kabuto had been completely trapped by Izanami, he had already set his backup plan into motion. He knew he might lose, but he was unwilling to let this war end like this. Drawn by that final summoning mark, Madara's reanimated body was coalescing anew from the direction of the 5 Kage battlefield. Outside the cave the sun was setting. Kabuto knelt on the ground with a very faint bitter smile on his lips. Uchiha Itachi, you win. But this war is not over yet. As his voice fell at the far end of the skyline, that chakra belonging to Madara Uchiha had once again coalesced into the ash-white silhouette unique to the impure world reincarnation, more solid than before, more profound and ominous. And in the direction where the last wisp of pale gold light faded deep within the cave, Sasuke's hand still pressed against the cold rock. He did not turn to look at the bitter smile on Kabuto's lips. He only remembered that Itachi, after tapping his forehead, had also sealed into the Tsukuyami afterimage that stubborn chakra silhouette on the far side of the pure land, unyielding as a glacier. The last thing Itachi told him was not that Madara was still alive, but those words, that even in the pure land he would always protect him. Sasuke gripped the Kusanagi sword, rose, and walked toward the cave's exit. The battlefield ahead no longer belonged to the dead. It belonged to those who were still alive. Itachi's soul dissolved into pale golden motes of light in the depths of the cave. Sasuke knelt on the cold stone for a long time. Tears fell among the rubble, and he did not wipe them away. Kabuto had been completely subdued, but before being trapped by Izanami he had activated a contingency plan. Madara's reanimated body was beginning to reform. Sasuke stood up, gripped the Kusanagi sword, and walked out of the cave. Itachi's last words echoed again and again in his mind: no matter which path you choose, I will love you forever. What had Itachi protected with his entire life? Why had the Uchiha clan been driven to the brink of annihilation? How many secrets was Konoha still hiding? He needed to find someone who knew everything and ask directly. Just then Surgetsu and Karen arrived. Surgetsu was carrying a secret scroll that had just been found in one of Orochimaru's old hideouts. Over his shoulder he also carried Mitarashi Enko. She had been imprisoned by Kabuto in Orochimaru's old base, and the curse seal of heaven on her neck was still faintly pulsing. Surgetsu handed the scroll to Sasuke, explaining that it contained Orochimaru's records on the dead demon-consuming seal release. Sasuke unrolled the scroll. It detailed how to obtain the Death God's mask, how to guide the Death God into possessing a body, and how to cut open the Death God's abdomen to release the sealed souls, at the cost of the caster becoming a sacrifice. But Orochimaru could cheat death by using the living corpse reincarnation to seize a new body. Sasuke closed the scroll, recalling how Kakashi had once used the evil sealing method to suppress his curse mark, a technique that sealed chakra within the curse mark. Since the evil sealing method could seal chakra into a curse mark, performing the technique in reverse would release the sealed chakra from the mark. He walked over to Enko and extended his right hand palm aimed at the cursed seal of heaven on her neck. The evil sealing method was seal, and what he had to do now was release. Sasuke formed the hand seals of the evil release method, the reverse effect technique of the evil sealing method, running the sealing principles in the opposite direction to draw out the power stored in the curse mark. Black curse marks spread from his palm, swirling around the outline of the mark on Enko's neck, expanding, and then bursting. A white-scaled great serpent burst out from the curse mark, not Orochimaru's main body but a backup of his soul hidden inside every curse seal of heaven, the eternal escape route he had prepared for himself. The white-scaled serpent hovered in midair. Sasuke took a small piece of white Setsu cells from his own body and offered it as a sacrifice. Orochimaru's soul fragments fused with the white Setsu cells. Amid a rustling sound like a snake shedding its skin, they condensed back into human form. He was revived not through impure world reincarnation but as a complete rebirth of flesh and blood. He flexed his newly born fingers, his snake-like pupils sweeping around the chamber, as a faint smile tugged at his lips. Sasuke-kun, I knew this day would come. Orochimaru walked toward Kabuto, who was still trapped by Izanami. Kabuto knelt on the ground. The white-scaled serpent's tail had already faded and his snake-like pupils slowly returned to human irises. As the chakra was drawn out of him, the features of Sage Mode disappeared one by one. Orochimaru pressed his hand against Kabuto's forehead, taking back his own chakra from Kabuto's body and reading everything Kabuto had gone through during that time. How Kabuto had sought him out, trained in sage mode at Ryuchi Cave, joined Obito to launch the fourth great ninja war, and been trapped by Itachi Izanami in an endless loop. Orochimaru withdrew his hand and was silent for a long time. Then he turned to Sasuke. You want to know the truth of the Uchiha clan and understand what Itachi did and why? I can tell you, but not here. He led Sasuke, Suigetsu, and Karen deep into the ruins of Konoha. At the far end of Konoha, in the Uzumaki clan's mask storeroom, Orochimaru took down the legendary mask said to summon the Death God. Back in the hidden chamber at the Naka Shrine, he formed hand seals and the Death God mask flew up on its own and clamped onto his face. The Death God's phantom emerged from the mask and possessed Orochimaru. Orochimaru slashed open his own abdomen without hesitation, and the Death God's belly split open as well. 4 pale white soul orbs drifted out from the Death God's abdomen, hovering in the 4 corners of the chamber, the soul fragments of the past Hokage that had been sealed inside the Death God for many years. As those 4 orbs were released, the souls of Orochimaru's own hands returned to him as well. He clutched his abdomen, a thread of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Bracing himself, he forced the hand seals together. Using the white Setsu cells taken from Sasuke as a living sacrifice, he formed the hand seals of impure world reincarnation. 4 coffins rose slowly from the ground and their lids slid off one by one. Hashirama Senju was the first to step out of a coffin. He narrowed his eyes and looked around, his gaze moving past Orochimaru and pausing on Sasuke for a moment. Orochimaru again. It seems the younger generation of Konoha has come up with quite a few new tricks for ninjutsu. Tobirama Senju was the second to step out, frowning as he stared at Orochimaru. Impure world reincarnation. You have used this forbidden technique again. What is your purpose this time? Hiruzen Sarutobi was the third to step out. His time-worn eyes met Sasuke's gaze, but he did not speak immediately. He slowly scanned every face in the chamber, Orochimaru, Suigetsu, Karen, and finally let his gaze rest on Sasuke. Minato Namikaze was the last to step out with gentle surprise on his face. You're Sasuke, right? Naruto often talks about you. The Hokage of past generations descended upon the world once more, not bound by Kabuto's curse seals but answering Sasuke's summons of their own will. Meanwhile, at the edge of the 5 Kage battlefield, Kagemitsu was crouching on the remains of a massive boulder shattered by the falling meteor. He had expended enormous strength in that fierce battle with Madara. His pitch-black shadow spread slowly beneath him, and the sun and moon marks on his palm flickered in turn. Suddenly he sensed 2 extremely familiar chakra fluctuations coming from the direction of Konoha's ruins. One was Orochimaru's, that cold clinging chakra he would never mistake, now more complete than it had been during the Forest of Death, as though something missing for years had finally been restored. The other was Sasuke's. His purple-black Yin Release chakra had grown even denser since the Land of Iron, but deep at its core lay a stillness he had never sensed before. Orochimaru was together with Sasuke. Even more than that, from the direction of the Naka Shrine came 4 other completely different chakra signatures, one surging like the sea, one cold as frost, one heavy as a mountain, and one warm as the wind. Those were the chakra signatures of the past Hokage. Kagemitsu's shadow tendrils locked onto Sasuke's chakra position in the same instant. His black shadow spread soundlessly beneath him, and the next second he sank into the depths of the shadow. In the hidden chamber of the Naka Shrine, the past Hokage had just opened their eyes. A pitch-black shadow spread silently out from beneath Sasuke's feet. A shadow tendril gently wrapped around Sasuke's ankle, not attacking, not threatening, just a quick feather-light touch, much like the day he had secretly tripped Sasuke with his shadow in the school hallway. Kagemitsu stepped out of Sasuke's shadow. He said nothing, just looked at the 4 Hokage, then opened his palm. The sun mark on his left hand glowed with a faint warm gold in the chamber's dim light, while the moon mark on his right hand was rimmed by a barely visible silver arc. His pitch-black shadow spread beneath him like an abyss, and Yin Release chakra flowed slowly around his body. His sudden appearance made everyone in the chamber fall silent for a moment. Sasuke did not turn around, but he knew who had appeared behind him. He said in a low voice, Kagemitsu, what are you doing here? Kagemitsu looked at the 4 Hokage. I heard someone was bringing the Hokage back, so I came to see the commotion. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the pitch-black shadow beneath Kagemitsu's feet, then at the sun mark in his palm, and let out a soft laugh. You wouldn't even show up for your graduation photo, boy. How did you end up here? It seems you no longer need my final letter. Hiruzen shook his head. I am no longer Hokage. Tsunade did better than I did. You have already done more than enough for this old man. Hashirama walked over from beside the coffin and looked down at the pitch-black shadow beneath Kagemitsu's feet. He could sense its density. It was not ordinary Yin Release but the ultimate darkness that carried all Yin-natured chakra. The aura emanating from Kagemitsu's own body, however, was exactly like his own, surging pure and filled with boundless life, Yang-natured chakra. Are you from the Nara clan? I've seen many Nara shadows but none like you, training both Yin and Yang to such a level. What is your name? Nara Kagemiru. Hashirama repeated the name, then smiled. You carry the shadow of the shadow ancestor, and a part of mine as well. Among Konoha's younger generation you are the first to make both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama remember your name. He paused, then added that Madara actually lost to a kid from the Nara clan. It seems he didn't waste those years. Tobirama crossed his arms, his appraising gaze lingering on Kagemitsu for a moment before shifting to Orochimaru. Even you can do something useful. Speak, why did you call us back? Orochimaru said nothing, he simply turned his gaze towards Sasuke. Standing before the four Hokage, Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan turned slowly in the dim chamber light. At last he spoke. I want to know the truth of the Uchiha clan. Inside the secret chamber of the Naka shrine, the Hokage of past generations had just stepped out from the coffins of the impure world reincarnation. Dim candlelight cast the shadows of four figures onto the mottled stone walls where they intertwined with the ancient Uchiha sealing patterns engraved on the stone altar. Sasuke stood before the four Hokage, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan slowly turning in the dimness. I want to know the truth about the Uchiha clan. Why did the Uchiha clan end up in annihilation? Why did Itachi kill his own clansman with his own hands? What did Konoha really do to the Uchiha clan? Hashirama was silent for a moment. His gaze moved from Sasuke to the Uchiha clan patterns on the stone altar, worn blurry by the erosion of time. When he finally spoke, his voice was low and steady. He began with the origin of the Uchiha clan, the Uchiha and the Senjutsu bloodlines that shared the same source, both descending from Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths gave chakra to the world and founded the Ninshu, hoping that people could use chakra to connect with one another. But after his death, his two sons walked vastly different paths. The elder son Indra inherited the sage's eyes and believed that power could bring peace. The younger son Ashura inherited the sage's body and believed that love and cooperation were the true strength. The brothers' ideological divide lasted 1,000 years, hardening into endless conflict between the Uchiha and Senju clans. Until my final battle with Madara at the Valley of the End. Hashirama's voice grew heavy. We both thought that battle would end everything. Madara lost, but he did not die. He left carrying the power of the Senju, and the eyes of the Uchiha setting out on a far darker path. The Uchiha clan was accepted into Konoha, but Madara's shadow always hung over the village's trust in them. Tobirama took over the conversation, arms folded, his tone colder and more direct than Hashirama's. He explained the direct cause of the Uchiha's destruction. He himself had established the Konoha military police force and placed the Uchiha clan at the village's edge. In name it granted them the duty of keeping public order. In truth, it was to isolate the Uchiha from the heart of the village. But that policy deteriorated sharply after the Ninetales incident. 16 years earlier, a colossal demon fox had suddenly appeared before Konoha, its eyes reflecting the Tomo pattern of the Sharingan. The village's leadership began to suspect that someone in the Uchiha clan had secretly controlled the Ninetales. The clan's residential district was forcibly moved to an even more remote edge of the village, and every move they made was kept under the close watch of the Umbu. The Uchiha's resentment gradually evolved into plans for a coup. Konoha's leadership was caught in a dilemma. Suppressing the coup would plunge the village into civil war, while allowing it would also shake the very foundation of Konoha. It was at that moment that Itachi stepped forward, Tobirama said. He was the eldest son of Fugaku Uchiha, the head of the Uchiha clan, and an elite member of Konoha's Umbu. The third Hokage hoped to resolve the conflict through negotiation, but Danzo believed there was no time left. While the talks were still underway, he secretly approached Itachi and gave him a cruel choice: either slaughter the entire clan with his own hands and leave Konoha as a rogue ninja, or have the whole clan, including his younger brother Sasuke, branded as traitors and wiped out. Itachi chose the former. In a single night he killed the entire Uchiha clan but left Sasuke alive. Then he went to Danzo and traded the clan's lives for one promise: that Danzo would never lay a hand on Sasuke. Sasuke's fingers clenched against his knees, his knuckles widening with force. He remembered the last words Itachi had said to him in that cave: no matter which path you choose, I will love you forever. What Itachi had protected with his whole life was not Konoha. It was the people he cared about. With hands stained by his clansman's blood, he forcibly dragged his little brother away from the fate of annihilation. Danzo is already dead, Sasuke said, his voice hoarse and low. I killed him with my own hands. But killing Danzo cannot bring the Uchiha clan back. What I want to know now, is the will of fire you all speak of truly worth Itachi trading his life for? Hashirama was about to answer, but Tobirama spoke first. His tone turned cold. The black scara characteristic of the impure world reincarnation reflected Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Before I answer that, let me confirm one thing. Uchiha Sasuke, you still carry Madara's aura. Your eyes are exactly the same as Madara's were back then. He leaned forward slightly and a fierce chakra exploded from his reanimated body, bending every candle flame in the chamber. If you still intend to destroy Konoha, I will be the first to kill you here. Tobirama's chakra pressed down on Sasuke's shoulders like a physical weight. Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan turned instinctively, and the skeletal frame of Susanoo was about to emerge, when Ingien silently stepped in between Sasuke and Tobirama. The pitch-black shadow beneath his feet spread out like a tide and collided head-on with Tobirama's chakra pressure on the chamber floor. Before Tobirama's chakra reached its limit, Hashirama also unleashed his own presence. That presence was entirely different from Tobirama's sharpness. It was like the earth, like the forest, like the absolute will of Hashirama Senju when he summoned the thousand-armed Buddha at the Valley of the End to suppress the Nine Tails. Tobirama, that's enough. His voice was not loud, yet every word sent dust sifting down from the chamber's stone walls. Tobirama turned to look at his elder brother, and Hashirama looked back at him. The two strongest Hokage in history stood on opposite sides, each erupting with enough chakra to suppress the Nine Tails. The entire Naka shrine trembled. Then a third chakra exploded. Ingjian's Yin Release chakra swelled together with the pitch-black shadow beneath his feet, forcibly holding back the combined pressure of both Hashirama and Tobirama in the center of the chamber. The sun mark on his left hand glowed with a warm golden light in the dimness of the chamber, while the moon mark on his right hand was rimmed by a faint, almost imperceptible silver arc. He stood between Hashirama and Tobirama and between Sasuke and the Hokage, and finally spoke the words he had wanted to say ever since he first saw the previous Hokage again, and saw that Sasuke still bore Madara's aura. This is not the time for internal strife. We still have a greater enemy to face. His gaze passed over Hashirama and Tobirama and came to rest on Sasuke. Sasuke looked back at him. Ingien slowly drew the pitch-black shadow beneath his feet back around him and said to Sasuke, if you want to know whether Itachi was worth it, then listen to the rest of what they have to say. After that you make your own decision. He turned back to Hashirama and Tobirama. You two want to protect Konoha. The land beneath your feet is Konoha. There are still enemies outside to fight. If you have anything to say, argue about it after the fight. Hashirama suddenly laughed. He said Tobirama had been lectured by a junior. Tobirama let out a snort but withdrew his chakra. Sasuke silently watched Ingien's back and slowly dismissed his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Hashirama sat down cross-legged on the floor, resting his hands on his knees, and began again. Sasuke, you want to know whether Itachi was worth it? Then let me tell you. Itachi came to see me after the massacre. Well, it was in the Pure Land. A gentle look of remembering an old friend crossed his face. He said he had wronged the Uchiha clan and wronged Konoha too. I asked him then if he had to choose again, would he still do it? He said no. He would have taken Sasuke and left Konoha, gone to Jiraiya, gone to Tsunade, gone to any place willing to take in the two brothers. But he also said he had no regrets. He did not regret using his own death to buy Sasuke's life. As he said this, Hashirama moved his gaze from Sasuke to Ingien, then to the sky outside the shrine, which was gradually growing bright. He said that he too was the first Hokage. He had made too many decisions in his life and seen too many people stake their lives on the village. Itachi was only one of them, yet even now Itachi's choice still made it difficult for him to say the word worth it. Because that was not a word a Hokage should decide. Whether he was worth it is something the person he most wanted to protect must answer himself. Sasuke, there was only one person Itachi wanted to protect. That person is not me, not the third Hokage, and not Konoha. It's you. Sasuke did not answer. He only turned his head toward the depths of the chamber, toward the ancient stone wall where the faint glow had been rekindled by the Hokage of the past. The candlelight steadied again, casting the shadows of 5 people onto the modeled stone wall engraved with Uchiha clan crests. Ingien's shadow stood at the outermost edge and Sasuke's shadow pressed close beside his. Hashirama's voice echoed softly through the deep gloom. He said he knew where they had to go next, to end this war, and in place of the elder brother who never received his answer, to see with his own eyes how Sasuke would swing his sword to protect. In the secret chamber beneath the Naka shrine, the first Hokage's words faded into the gloom as candle flames swayed gently in the darkness. Hashirama sat cross-legged, his hands resting on his knees, his gaze fixed on Sasuke. He recounted the conversation Itachi had shared with him in the Pure Land, The man who bore the infamy of wiping out his own clan could not forgive himself even after death for the choice that stained his hands with his kinsman's blood, yet he never regretted trading his life for Sasuke's. Whether it was worth it is not for a Hokage to decide, it is for the person you most wanted to protect to answer. Sasuke did not speak at once. He kept his head down, black bangs hiding his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but he did not weep. When Itachi had tapped his forehead one last time in that cave, Sasuke had already shed the last tears of his life. He rose and lifted his head. The hexagram in his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan turned slowly in the candlelight. I'm going to the battlefield. Not for Konoha, for Itachi. He protected Konoha, so I'll protect what he protected. Tobirama was still watching him with cold appraising eyes, but Sasuke would not back down. Itachi is dead. Danzo is dead. Of the enemies who brought about the massacre of the Uchiha, only Madara Uchiha is left. When the war ends, I will become Hokage and change this Konoha that Itachi bought with his life. If you don't believe me, watch with your own eyes. Hearing this, Hashirama suddenly threw back his head and laughed a full-bellied laugh that shook dust from the stone walls. When the laughter stopped, he pushed off his knees and stood. Let's go. The war out there won't wait for us. Tobirama said no more. He simply took his hand from his sword hilt and added in his usual stern, low voice, keep up. Don't lag behind. Kagemitsu stepped out from behind Sasuke, a pitch-black shadow spreading at his feet. He had just sensed it, an immense, violently disordered surge of chakra from the direction of the battlefield, as if the earth itself were roaring. Without a word, he walked out of the chamber side by side with Sasuke. Above the battlefield, the demonic statue of the outer path was undergoing a suffocating transformation. Obito hovered directly above it, his Rinnegan resonating with the demonic statue. The tailed beast chakra sealed inside the statue for years began to merge at an irreversible pace. The severed tentacle fragment of the Eight Tails, a portion of the Nine Tails chakra, and the Nine Tails residue Kabuto had earlier extracted from Kinkaku and Ginkaku were all poured into the demonic statue in that single instant. The Ten Tails has revived. Kurama's voice sounded inside Naruto, low and suppressed. The Ten Tails, the progenitor of all tailed beasts, the ancient demonic beast, the sage of six paths, separated from Kagaya Otsutsuki's body, and then split into 9 with Yin Release. Its husk had been sealed on the moon for countless years until Madara awakened the Rinnegan and summoned it back to the earth, where it became Akatsuki's vessel for collecting tailed beasts in the form of the demonic statue of the outer path. Now the tailed beast chakra had finally been gathered. Though both the Eight Tails and the Nine Tails were incomplete, the Ten Tails revival had begun, and it could no longer be stopped. The statue's form began to twist violently. Its deadwood shell cracked open from the back. What poured out of the cracks was not blood but chakra flames so pure they were nearly blinding. Its body swelled with terrifying speed. The 10 columnar protrusions on its back thrust toward the heavens, and rings of violet markings unique to the Rinnegan surfaced along their length. Arms burst through both sides of its torso, each finger as thick as an ancient tree trunk. It collapsed onto the ground, the whole earth shaking, the surrounding cliff faces splitting with countless cracks from the shockwave. Then it rose again, revealing a face with 9 eyes, every eye reflecting the Rinnegan's violet patterns, yet the depths of their pupils were hollow as an abyss. What is that thing? An allied shinobi looked up at the Ten Tails, the hand gripping his kunai trembling slightly. The Ten Tails roared at the sky. Its roar was not sound but a shockwave of pure natural energy. Visible translucent ripples spread outward from its mouth. Wherever they passed, the earth was upended, trees were ripped out by their roots, and hundreds of allied shinobi who had tried to approach were hurled into the air. That single roar tore the allied forces' first line of defense completely apart. Then a tumor-like chakra core bulged from its back. Within a few breaths, the energy compressed inside it shifted from deep purple to an eerie dark red. A tailed beast ball, but this one was far larger in diameter than any tailed beast ball any beast had ever fired. Its density was so high that the light around it was pulled inward. Everyone, defend. Shikamaru's voice exploded through the sensor network. The Allied Forces Earth Release Squad raised layered rock walls in front of the position, but the Ten Tails tailed beast ball silently decomposed the first wall the instant it touched it. The wall did not shatter, did not explode. It was simply dissolved into nothingness at the molecular level. The tailed beast ball kept advancing, then was caught head-on by a golden light. Naruto burst out of the ruins, Nine Tails chakra mode fully activated. Hundreds of meters before the Ten Tails tailed beast ball could crash into the Allied core position, his Nine Tails chakra forced it off course into the sky. Wrapped in a sage art raisin shuriken, the ball flew into the clouds and exploded several kilometers above the ground. The shockwave shredded every cloud around it, revealing a vast patch of clear night sky. This thing is dozens of times stronger than the one from Shikaku back then. Naruto's voice was hoarse, the Raisin Shuriken's residual energy scattering in his hand as tiny points of light. No need to tell me. Killer Bee's octopus tentacle blocked a root-like chakra tendril thrusting up from the ground, the Eight Tails chakra surging around him. You fool. Damn it. This thing isn't afraid of any ninjutsu. The 10 Tails assault did not pause for even a moment. Its 10 tails split at the same time, reshaping the terrain for thousands of meters around into its own domain. The ground was eroded by chakra into the gray-white of dead wood, and the air was saturated with high-density natural energy that could burn the respiratory tract. When jutsu unleashed by allied shinobi landed in that domain, their power and speed were suppressed to less than half of normal. The 10 Tails continued to draw energy from the earth in which it had taken root, transforming itself into a new god tree. Its chakra density had doubled again from before its revival, and each tendril was faster, denser, and more merciless than the last. Obito floated above the 10 Tails, his Rinnegan reflecting the giant beast below as it rampaged over the allied position. The 10 Tails had completely shed the demonic statue's form and was evolving toward its complete body. But he knew that with only the 8 Tails' severed tentacle fragment, and part of the 9 Tails chakra, the 10 Tails' revival was incomplete. It needed to devour all the chakra of the 8 Tails and the 9 Tails. In other words, it needed to devour Naruto and Killer Bee. His Rinnegan turned toward Naruto's position, and he began forming hand seals to command the 10 Tails to concentrate its attacks on Naruto. Just as several of the 10 Tails' tails lashed toward Naruto at once, a pitch-black shadow rose from the ground and coiled precisely around the base of the foremost giant tail. Kagemitsu stepped out of the shadow at Naruto's side. The sun's seal on his left hand and the moon's seal on his right hand blazed at the same time, and the three-headed six-armed form of the shadow demon god wrapped around his entire body. This thing is even more troublesome than Madara's Susanoo. He forcibly dragged that giant tail away from Naruto, but several other tails slammed into the shadow demon god's torso from different angles. Kagemitsu crossed all six arms to block, held his ground, and silently extended the pitch-black shadow domain beneath his feet toward the 10 Tails' roots. The instant the shadow domain's edge touched the 10 Tails' deadwood ground, the two forces began corroding each other. The 10 Tails' chakra tried to erode the shadow under Kagemitsu's feet, while Kagemitsu's shadow tendrils penetrated in reverse, seeking a weak point in the chakra flow from the 10 Tails' roots. Obito watched that pitch-black shadow fighting the 10 Tails for ground, and the voice under his mask carried a trace of faint mockery. Nara Kagemiru, you've even got the guts to bite the 10 Tails. Not a bad set of teeth. Kagemitsu did not look up and kept wrestling the 10 Tails through underground shadow tendrils. Obito stopped probing. Behind him, the 10 Tails core condensed into another smaller-tailed beast ball aimed at Kagemitsu's position and fired with a thunderous boom. But Kagemitsu was not hit. Boom! Four enormous golden chakra palms reached out from the other side of the battlefield and forcibly pressed that tailed beast ball into the ground. Under the golden palm's pressure, the tailed beast ball was deflected in the opposite direction and exploded beside the 10 Tails, blasting dozens of its not yet fully retracted chakra tendrils to pieces. Hashirama Senju, wrapped in a chakra cloak, stood before the 10 Tails with his palms together. Wood-released divine gates crashed down from the sky, pinning several of the 10 Tails' tails to the ground. The 10 Tails thrashed violently, shattering several of the divine gates' wooden beams, but Hashirama immediately added more gates layer upon layer, completely locking down most of the 10 Tails' joints from all directions. Tobirama. Minato. Get over to Naruto. Obito is aiming for the Jinchuriki. Hashirama shouted over his shoulder while reinforcing the divine gates. Tobirama used the Flying Thunder God technique to dart through the gaps between the 10 Tails' tail lashes at high speed, anchoring the Flying Thunder God Kunai Minato through at the same time, one by one, into the rock walls around the 10 Tails, instantly forming a spatial ceiling net. Every time the 10 Tails tried to whip a tail at the divine gates, it hit the Flying Thunder God formation. Those portals randomly transferred the force of the impact to another side of its own body. The more it struggled, the more damage it took. Minato landed beside Naruto, slipping the Flying Thunder God Kunai back between his fingers. Naruto, the 10 Tails is absorbing the Earth's energy. It hasn't evolved into its final form yet. We have to stop Obito before it reaches its complete form. He broke off because his son's tailed beast ball had already whistled past his shoulder and struck the same joint on the 10 Tails' flank, the knee that Kagemitsu had cracked with the Shadow Demon God moments ago. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, landed on a rock wall at the 10 Tails' side and formed hand seals. 5 release great combo. Chakra of all 5 natures, fire, water, lightning, wind, and earth, erupted from his body at once and blasted precisely into the leg joint where Hashirama's divine gates had pinned the 10 Tails. Tsunade stood in the medical station, blanketed with Katsuyu clones, watching from afar as the 4 Hokage appeared before the 10 Tails at the same time, watching Hashirama's Divine Gates, Tobirama's Flying Thunder God formation, Hiruzen's 5 release, and Minato's Rasengan, and watching the pitch-black shadow beneath Kagemitsu's feet spread steadily over the Ten-Tails Deadwood domain. Sasuke landed beside Kagemitsu, the hexagram in his Mangekyo Sharingan turning slowly. He tilted his head and asked Kagemitsu why this Ten-Tails was tougher than Madara. Without looking back, Kagemitsu said that Madara was a natural disaster, but this thing was an earthquake, and the first Hokage had already pinned the earthquake's feet to the ground. The Ten-Tails' joints, locked down by layer upon layer of Divine Gates, let out a teeth-grinding crack. But its chakra was still expanding. Obito's Rinnegan lit up above it, and another tailed beast ball had already begun to form. Everyone. Hashirama pressed his palms together again, and a pillar of golden chakra visible to the naked eye erupted from his body. Don't let the younger generation think less of us. One more round. Above the battlefield, the Ten-Tails was pinned down layer by Hashirama Senju's Divine Gates. Its 10 tails thrashed madly between the wooden pillars, each lash splitting the ground into deep ravines. Hashirama stood on the wood golem's shoulder, palms pressed together, his chakra surging into the sky as a pillar of golden light. Yet one figure moved faster than the 10 tails. Madara Uchiha leaped out from the depths of the ruins. The cracks of the impure world reincarnation crept across his face like a spiderweb, yet those Rinnegans still blazed with scorching light. He did not look at the Ten-Tails nor at the allied forces. He only looked at the man on the wood golem's shoulder. Hashirama. Madara's voice was soft, yet it cut through the clamor of the entire battlefield. Hashirama looked down at him, the corner of his mouth slightly curving up. Madara. Haven't you lost enough? Madara gave no answer. He formed hand seals and Susanoo rose from the void, not the half-bodied skeleton but the complete form. Purple chakra flames ripped through the night sky, twin wings blotting out heaven and earth. Every line on the longsword's blade glittered brilliantly, suffused with ocular power. Hashirama clapped his hands together, and the wood golem rose from the far side of the battlefield. Its giant wooden palm, enveloped by sage chakra, met Susanoo's long sword head-on. That impact dragged everyone's memories back to the Valley of the End. The two titans collided at the center of the battlefield. The wood golem's giant palms slammed into Susanoo's armor, sending wood shavings and fragments of purple chakra flying in all directions. Susanoo's longsword hewed into the wood golem's shoulder, and cut away a block of wood release, but the severed shoulder began to sprout branches anew under the nourishment of Hashirama's sage chakra. Madara stood deep in the core of Susanoo, the cold purple glow of his Rinnegan slowly turning in the depths of his pupils, and shouted, demanding to know why Hashirama protected this village. Hashirama pressed his palms together once more. The wood golem drove Susanoo back several steps, sword and armor together. Because this place is Konoha, the place I built together with you. Your name is carved into Konoha's foundation stone too. Every shinobi of Konoha is my family. You are as well. That is why I must stop you. He paused and his voice sank. But I have never given up on you. Madara's Susanoo halted for a moment. But only for a moment. The two clashed again. The wood golem's twin fists and Susanoo's longsword collided dozens of times in midair, each blow making the earth tremble. Injien stood on a cliff at the edge of the battlefield, sensing Hashirama's sage chakra and Madara's ocular power intertwining fiercely above the battlefield. He asked the third Hokage beside him whether these two had always fought this fiercely. The third Hokage sighed and said it was a lot gentler than before. Back in the Valley of the End, Madara had brought the 9 tails. Meanwhile, Tobirama flashed through the intervals between the 10 tails tail strikes with the Flying Thunder God technique, anchoring each of the Flying Thunder God kunai that Minato had simultaneously thrown into key nodes of the battlefield. The 4 Red Yang formation, a barrier Hashirama had ordered Tobirama to lay out in advance large enough to cover the entire core area where the 10 tails and Madara fought, sealed the 10 tails and Madara's destructive power completely within a sacrificial zone that would not touch the allied forces. Tobirama landed at the exact center of the formation and said to Minato, the 4 Red Yang formation is complete. What about Obito's movements? Minato looked up to the space directly above the 10 tails. Obito was hovering in midair, his Rinnegan and Sharingan glowing at once through the holes of his mask, but fine cracks were creeping along the edges of the mask. He can't hold on much longer, Minato said. Obito's hands were trembling. The 10 tails chakra rampaged wildly inside him. The power was too vast, too primal, nearly tearing his spirit and body apart at the same time. In the depths of his consciousness, he saw darkness. In the darkness there was nothing except one name, Rin. She stood in the darkness watching him. Obito reached out to her, but no matter how hard he tried he could not touch her. He shouted that this world was hell, but Rin simply looked at him, and said that this was not what he truly wanted. Obito knelt in the darkness, pressing both hands hard against the cracks on his mask. He knew Rin was right, but he could no longer turn back. The conversation at the depths of his consciousness lasted no more than a few breaths. On the real battlefield, the Tentail's colossal body began to dissolve into countless torrents of chakra surging toward Obito. Hashirama stood on the wood golem's shoulder and suddenly stopped the wooden palm that was about to fall. Obito. Madara also sensed the change behind him and turned his Rinnegan toward the Tentails. The Tentail's 10 tails simultaneously turned into chakra and were absorbed into Obito's body. The giant beast's shell began to contract, violently twist, and deform, finally transforming into an enormous chakra vortex that swallowed Obito whole. The vortex's outer layer was black as ink, but its inner layer flickered with an eerie dark red flame, the kind of light produced only when all the tailed beast's chakra is forcibly fused under the power of the 6 paths. Every one of its rays was enough to burn through a mountain. Deep inside the vortex's core, an enormous truth-seeking ball was taking shape, and the edge of the sphere drew in all the surrounding light and chakra. Minato watched Obito's figure being endlessly stretched, torn, and twisted again by the swelling chakra flames. In a low voice he judged that the Tentail's chakra was too much. Obito was about to lose control. The chakra vortex exploded. The shockwaves swept away all the rubble and wreckage within several kilometers. Obito hovered in midair, but no longer in the form he had been in before. His skin was pale gray. Behind him spread a translucent chakra halo, and 10 pitch-black truth-seeking balls revolved slowly around him. A black rod of Yin Release extended from his palm and condensed into a 6-path staff. White hair hung down from the edges of his mask, and the distinctive Magatama patterns of 6 paths sage art emerged on his chest and back. But his form remained extremely unstable. His left shoulder kept swelling and shrinking, and the Magatama patterns on his back went out as soon as they flared to life, as if he could be torn apart again at any moment by the untamed power still raging inside him. The first Hokage's face darkened. Obito had in fact become the Tentail's Jinchuriki and entered the complete 6 paths mode. He immediately ordered Tobirama to strengthen the 4 Red Yang formation and commanded Minato to lead Ingien and the others in an attempt to approach Obito. While Obito had not yet fully controlled that power, they had to find a breakthrough as quickly as possible. As for himself, he would deal with Madara with full force and stop him from having any chance to materialize again. Tobirama answered in a low voice, and once again used the Flying Thunder God technique to flash to the 4 corners of the barrier, raising the entire 4 Red Yang formation to its highest defensive state. Minato simultaneously cast several Flying Thunder God Kunai precisely around Obito, laying down one last spatial sealing net within the barrier's suppression range. He himself landed beside Ingien, and quietly told him that Naruto would soon arrive. But Rin was still inside Obito, the name he had locked away in the deepest part of himself, and refused to let go of. That might be the breakthrough. Ingien said nothing. He simply spread the pitch-black shadow beneath his feet silently toward Obito. Madara stood deep within Susanu's core, the cold purple glow of his Rinnegan reflecting the mass of 6 paths chakra still twisting and reforming in the distance. Obito, you have finally reached this point. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth, and he began forming hand seals for another jutsu. This war was only just beginning. A pillar of chakra from the Tentail's Jinchuriki erupted into the sky, bathing the entire battlefield in an eerie crimson glow. Uchiha Obito hovered midair, gripping the Rakuto staff in his hands as 10 black Shibui Tama slowly rotated around his body. His form was highly unstable. His left shoulder continued to swell and contract repeatedly, while the Tomo patterns on his back flickered on, only to extinguish immediately, the Tentail's chakra within him threatening to break free at any moment. Naruto stood at the edge of the ruins, gazing up at the man who had once fought alongside his father. Obito's appearance at that moment was entirely different from what he had imagined. No Avenger's ferocity, no Mastermind's cold calculating gaze, but merely an old shadow wrapped in layers upon layers of scars and obsessions, yet still cracking open in places. Obito! Naruto called out to him. You said this world is hell, then tell me, after Rin died, why did you continue to live? Obito's Rinnegan pupils slightly contracted through the mask's openings. You kept living because you couldn't accept it. You couldn't accept that Rin had died, and you couldn't accept that this world would continue turning as if nothing had happened. That's why you sought to create a world inside Tsukuyumi, where you could still see her. Naruto took a deep breath, the golden flames of the Nine Tails chakra burning around him. But do you really want to live in an illusory world? Obito gripped the Rakuto staff tighter, the Tomo patterns of the Sage of 6 Paths Senjutsu emerging across his ashen-white skin. He looked at Naruto, his Rinnegan eyes cold as an abyss. He said everyone assumed he desired the infinite Tsukuyumi, but he did not want that. Behind him the Tentails opened its massive maw and a torrent of chakra crashed down toward Naruto's position. Kagemi stepped into the battlefield. The pitch-black shadow beneath his feet suddenly spread out, precisely wrapping around the forefront of the Ten-Tails chakra torrent, and forcing the impact, that which could have leveled the entire valley, to veer upward into the sky. Shadow tendrils simultaneously wrapped around Obito's Rikudo staff, forcibly severing the flow of Yin Release between the staff and the Shibui-tama. Naruto! Get closer to him, enter through his mindscape, Kagemi said in a deep voice. Naruto hesitated not a moment. The Nine-Tails chakra exploded beneath his feet, launching his entire body toward Obito. His consciousness resonated with Obito's mindscape for the first time. The two Jinchuriki chakras, sharing the same origin, recognized each other's presence in that instant of contact. Deep within Obito's consciousness, a barely visible, extremely thin chain was beginning to loosen. Naruto spoke again. You said you don't want the infinite Tsukuyomi, then what do you want? I want nothing. Obito's voice echoed across the battlefield through his mask. My dream died long ago. From the day she died, Uchiha Obito has been nothing but a hollow shell that continued living to realize the Moon's Eye plan. Naruto's hand gripping the Rasengan trembled slightly. It was not fear, it was anger. The boy who had once vowed to become Hokage now claimed his dream had died long ago. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the real world, during the gap when Obito's consciousness was disturbed by Naruto, he swung the Rikudo staff fiercely. One Shibui-tama broke free from the shadow tendril's control and shot toward Naruto at great speed. Kagemi's pupils constricted. The shadow tendrils were already too late to intercept completely. Naruto! Minato immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique to block in front of Naruto, but before him a figure cut in even faster, Hyuga Niji. He spread his arms wide, deploying the Haiten before him, but that Shibui-tama, the moment it touched the chakra barrier, directly shattered it and pierced through Niji's chest. Niji! Naruto's pupils sharply contracted. He caught Niji's falling body. Niji looked at Naruto, a trace of blood escaping the corners of his mouth, his voice faint. Naruto! You said you would become Hokage. You said you would never let any comrade die. Lady Hinata, I leave her to you. His breathing ceased. Naruto knelt on the ground, holding Niji's lifeless body, tears sliding down his cheeks. He remembered the words Niji had spoken to him during the Chunin exam preliminaries, about fate, about unbreakable chains. But later Niji had changed. He no longer believed fate was unchangeable. He said Naruto had taught him one thing: no one is born a caged bird. Obito hovered in the air, looking down at Naruto, and said this was reality. The people you wish to protect will die. The things you want to guard will be destroyed. This is this world. Naruto did not respond. His head hung low, his shoulders trembling slightly. Suddenly the boy, deep within Obito's consciousness, wrapped in layers upon layers of rage, resentment, and obsession, heard Naruto's voice. Naruto's will penetrated the Jinchuriki connection shared between the Nine-Tails and the Ten-Tails, saying that Niji was his comrade who had died protecting him, and about Obito's comrade, the person he had always longed to see once more. What was her name? Obito's Rinnegan subtly trembled. He did not wish to speak that name, yet he did anyway. Rin. Rin once trusted you. She did not trust the Uchiha Obito who sought to destroy the world. She trusted the you who wanted to become Hokage. Naruto's voice echoed deep within Obito's consciousness. You said your dream died long ago. What about Rin's trust? Has that died too? Obito closed his eyes. Deep within his consciousness he saw Rin, not the illusory phantom from within Tsukuyomi, but the real living Rin. She stood in the darkness looking at Obito, just as she had done all those years ago beneath the twilight of Konoha. She said this world was not hell. Obito did not answer. He slowly raised the Rikudo staff above his head, the 10 Shibui-tama fanning out in a ring behind him. He no longer wished to hear any of this. But Kagemi had already caught the cracks in Obito's heart. At the moment when Naruto and Obito's conscious dialogue reached its deepest point, Kagemi formed hand seals and pitch-black shadows rose from the shadow realm beneath Obito's feet. Shadow tendrils seeped into Obito's body, locking down his limb joints, and the Yin Release flowed between the Rikudo staff and the Shibui-tama, completely. Now, Niji's sacrifice will not have been in vain, Kagemi hissed. I know. Naruto gently placed Niji's body beside Hinata, wiped away his tears, and stood up again. The golden flame of Nine-Tails chakra burned around him, and the Rasengan reformed in his palm. He charged toward Obito, the Rasengan carrying the will of all his comrades, smashing toward Obito's chest. Obito looked down at the crack on his chest, being scorched by Senjutsu, silent for a long time. Then he slowly lowered the Rikudo staff to his side and said, Naruto, do you think you've won with this? His suffering will not vanish from a single strike, and this world will not change simply because of a few of you. I know. Naruto withdrew the Rasengan and stood before Obito. That's why I'm not here to defeat you, I'm here to take back your dream. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Madara's Susanoo had fully materialized. Hashirama had continuously reinforced the Myoshinman gates countless times over, yet his hands still trembled slightly. Tobirama weaved through the gaps between Madara's Susanoo swords at high speed using the Flying Thunder God technique, but Madara's Rinnegan had already adapted to the rhythm of the Flying Thunder God. A sword from the Susanoo cleaved down onto the focal point where Tobirama had just landed, shattering one corner of the four red yang formation. Tobirama was sent flying backward, his back crashing into the rock wall. Tobirama! Hashirama turned his head. Madara gave Hashirama no chance to catch his breath. His hands formed the final seal, Gedo Art Outer Buddha. An invisible shadow separated from Madara's body circled around behind Hashirama and pierced his left chest in a single strike before he could turn to defend himself. Hashirama fell to his knees. Fragments of his Edo Tensei body slowly drifted away from the piercing wound on his chest. He looked up at Madara, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, saying he had promised he would never give up on Madara, not even in death. Madara looked down at Hashirama, his Rinnegan showing no emotion whatsoever. He said that Obito's side had already reached a conclusion, there was no need to prolong this further, and he still had someone he needed to meet. With that, he no longer looked at Hashirama and turned to walk toward Obito and Kagemi's direction. Deep within Obito's consciousness, Naruto's voice and Rin's figure echoed. He slowly lowered the Rakuto staff to his side, looked into Naruto's eyes and said Rin was calling to him, but he could not look back. He had already done too many unforgivable things. Naruto extended his hand. Then from this moment on, start anew. Obito did not grasp that hand, but he did not raise the staff again either. He bowed his head and closed his eyes. Kagemi retracted the shadow tendrils, freeing all of Obito's joints from the shadow bindings. This battle was far from over. Madara was still walking toward them while Hashirama and Tobirama already lay fallen before that unsurmountable abyss. But in Naruto's hand the Rasengan remained ready. Beneath Kagemi's feet that pitch-black shadow continued to spread. And Obito had closed his eyes, not in escape but in making the most difficult decision of his life. The instant Naruto's Rasengan, cocooned in Sage Art Chakra, detonated against Obito's chest, the Magatama markings of the Six Paths Sage Mode shattered outward from the point of impact. Obito lowered his head and stared at the wound spreading across his chest, the purple radiance of his Rinnegan trembling violently in the depths of his pupils. He could feel the Ten-Tails chakra inside him resisting his control. The tailed beast chakra he had forcibly absorbed sensed the kindred presence on Naruto, and was hammering outward from within, each impact wrenching his body into violent convulsions. Naruto. Now. The Nine-Tails voice rang out within Naruto, low and urgent. Son Goku and the others are still inside him. Use my chakra to resonate with them and pull them out. Naruto did not hesitate. Golden Nine-Tails chakra blazed across his body like fire, and in the same breath several golden chakra arms extended, thrusting toward the gaping fissure in Obito's chest. In the same instant, Jian formed a one-handed seal. A pitch-black shadow rose abruptly from beneath Obito's feet and wrapped around the joints of his limbs with surgical precision, not to restrain him but to lock down the Ten-Tails' self-preserving reaction as it tried to reseal the crack. The twin yin-yang truth-seeking orbs expanded behind him, their transparent cores gleaming with a faint silver-white halo in the sunlight. At the same time he pushed his perception into Obito's body and marked for Naruto the exact position of every tailed beast's chakra. Then Sasuke's Chidori cut in from the flank, a blade of cold blue lightning striking the same fissure on Obito's back with perfect precision. The high-frequency trembling of lightning-natured chakra briefly numbed the Ten-Tails' instinctive restoration of the wound, and the fissure tore open afresh from its outer edge under the Chidori's force. Now Naruto. Naruto's golden chakra arm plunged through the rupture and into Obito's body. His hand passed through the stacked torrents of tailed beast chakra, through the chains woven from pain and rage in the depths of Obito's mind, and in the first chakra vortex it touched a core that was infinitesimally weak yet blazingly hot. He heard a voice, low, rough, carrying the dull rumble of molten rock as if rising from the earth's deepest recesses. It was the Four-Tails Son Goku, the one sealed longest within Obito, and the one most unwilling to be devoured. Your name, Son Goku. The instant Naruto shouted the name, a golden bridge was thrown between his consciousness and the Four-Tails. In that moment of contact the kindred chakras of the tailed beasts recognized each other. The Nine-Tails chakra inside Naruto and the Four-Tails chakra inside Obito reunited on the brink of life and death. The Four-Tails' muffled growl echoed in his mind, "Brat, you actually remember my name." Gritting his teeth, Naruto clenched his golden chakra arm around the Four-Tails' core, then dragged it out all at once. together with the remnants of the other tailed beasts that Obito had forcibly bound within Son Goku's body. The four tails chakra became a crimson pillar of light, and shot through the fissure in Obito's chest into the sky. The pillar spiraled above the battlefield, then rapidly coalesced into a form. The instant the colossal simian body struck the ground, the entire battlefield shuddered. It was clad in vermilion fur glowing like boiling lava. Powerful limbs supported a torso like a small hill, and the muscles knotted over its shoulder blades rose and fell with each heavy breath. The four tails slammed the ground with tremendous force. In its eyes sealed by chains for far too long, flames of fury and astonishment rekindled. "Good one, Naruto, you brat." "One more," the three tails Isabu. The nine tails roar detonated in the depths of Naruto's mind. Naruto gave Obito no time to breathe. His other golden chakra arm had already reached into a deeper chakra vortex. In that deep consciousness, crushed under the tentails, while an enormous mud-gray turtle opened its single vast eye and spoke its name in a low and bone-tired voice. Naruto dragged the three tails out with all his strength. Isabu's colossal body was wrenched from Obito's flesh. The mud-gray mass hung briefly in midair, then crashed heavily into the ground. Ingjian's shadow tendrils traced backward through Obito's body, following the flow of the remaining tailed beast chakra. He pressed his two yin-yang truth-seeking orbs at once into the still-splitting fissure in Obito's chest, locking down each strand of tailed beast chakra that tried to shrink back into the depths of Obito's consciousness. "Naruto, keep going." Naruto's golden chakra arms reached out again, each thrust harder and faster than the last. Shikaku the One-Tails clawed its way out of the fissure with a hand of sand, then came Matatabi's ghost blue flames, Koko's pure white mane, Saiken's sticky moist chakra, and Komiai's translucent wings. Six-tailed beast chakra rose from Obito's body as pillars of every hue, one after another. After crimson came ghost blue, after ghost blue came mud gray, after mud gray came pure white, after pure white came indigo, and after indigo came transparency. They watched the entire battlefield in a dazzling rainbow of chakra light. The seven-tailed beasts, Shikaku, Matatabi, Isabu, Son Goku, Koko, Saiken, and Chomei, opened their eyes as independent wills once more after countless years of silence. They ringed Obito, each one releasing a low drawn-out rumble. The one-tail's fury mixed with the four-tail's bellow echoed over the battlefield, the two-tail's pale flames reflected against the five-tail's snow-white mane, the six-tail's dank chakra seeped noiselessly into the soil, the seven-tail's paper-thin wings vibrated without rest, making a piercing drone. It was a resonance etched into the depths of their bloodlines when the Sage of Six Paths divided the ten-tail's chakra, and now in Naruto it had awakened once more. Obito's Six Paths mode began to collapse. 10 truth-seeking orbs whirled around him in chaos, colliding with one another, and shattering into ash-gray powder that scattered in the wind. The Six Paths staff slipped from his hand, and clattered onto a heap of rubble. The fissure Naruto and Sasuke had torn open in his chest widened beyond control. From its edges the gray-white skin of the Six Paths peeled away in flakes, revealing the true flesh-and-blood body of Obito Uchiha beneath. He fell to his knees, hands braced against the rubble, breathing in ragged, rapid gasps. With most of the ten-tails chakra stripped away, the ten-tails Jinchuriki, who had once stood strong enough to crush the entire allied shinobi forces, now remained only an empty shell. "This time you've won, Naruto. But this war is not over. Madara is still there waiting for me." Obito remained on his knees as the radiance of the Rinnegan and the Sharingan dimmed slowly in the depths of his eyes. "I didn't come here to defeat you. I came to bring your dream back. You once vowed to become Hokage, and those days will not vanish because of the choices you made. And the third Hokage would tell you the same. You were the heir of the will of fire Konoha most wanted to protect." Naruto drew the Rasengan back into his palm, his voice firm and calm. Obito closed his eyes and said nothing more. Ingjian retracted his shadow tendrils, lifted Obito's six-path staff from the ground and set it down gently at the edge of the ruins. He sensed Madara's chakra closing in from afar, but remained crouched where he was, using the shadow to pin down the last stray ribbons of runaway chakra, while little by little he drew out the squirming remnants of the ten-tails buried deep in Obito's chest. The yin-yang truth-seeking orbs revolved slowly behind him, their transparent cores stained with gray-white chakra fragments torn from Obito's body. "Bear with it." Almost done, Ingjian said in a low voice. Obito gave no answer, only the remnants being stripped from his chest by the shadow tendrils still crackled with the faintest sound. Gaara and Killer Bee moved at the same instant. Gaara's sand hand and Killer Bee's octopus tentacles clamped onto the chakra tails of the one-tails, and the eight tails emerging from Obito's body with unerring accuracy. The two chakras resonating with their original Jinchuriki were pulled steadily back into safety. From the flanks, Hashirama and Tobirama moved up to pin Madara's advance temporarily outside the barrier. But Madara's stride did not pause in the least. His Rinnegan had already locked on to the location of the ten-tails husk. Ingjian withdrew the last stabilized fragment of the truth-seeking orb from Obito's body. He sensed that ancient chakra still pressing toward the Tentail's husk from the horizon, and his gaze turned to the figure drawing ever closer in the distance. He's coming. Obito knelt amid the rubble, most of the Tentail's chakra having been stripped away, the glow of his Rinnegan and Sharingan dimming slowly in the depths of his pupils. The seven-tailed beasts surrounded him at the center, each letting out a low prolonged rumble. Naruto stood before him, the residual warmth of his Rasengan still faintly burning in his palm. Obito. Rin is waiting for you, not in the world of Tsukuyomi but right here. Naruto extended his hand. You once wanted to become Hokage. That dream never died. You just hid it away. Obito raised his head to Rinnegan, reflecting the golden sphere of light still pulsing within Naruto's palm. He was silent for a long time, then slowly lifted both hands. He knew the price of the Rinne rebirth. The caster would die. But his hands did not tremble. In his heart he told Rin that he could finally go to see her. The boar seal coalesced at his fingertips, and the phantom of the king of hell rose slowly from beneath the earth. Outer path Rinne rebirth. Beyond the barrier Minato watched as Obito formed the boar seal of his own accord, the light of the Rinne rebirth surging from the king of hell's mouth. But in that instant he sensed another chakra, emerging abruptly from the deep shadows beneath Obito's feet, black as ink, viscous as a swamp. Black Zetsu. Obito! Black Zetsu surged up from the ground beneath Obito, covering the left half of his body like a layer of asphalt. Obito, you think I'd let you just die like this? Black Zetsu's voice was low and hoarse, laced with mockery. Black Zetsu forcibly twisted Obito's hands, redirecting the boar seal from the fallen allied forces toward another target that had already been locked in advance, Edo Tensei Madara. Obito clenched his jaw and tried to resist, but the lingering 6 paths power left after having the Tentails extracted was no longer enough to oppose Black Zetsu's control. Countless green beams erupted from the King of Hell's mouth, but they did not fly toward the fallen allied forces. Instead they all converged toward the far end of the battlefield where Madara stood. This time I win, Obito. The price of this jutsu, your life, I'll take it. Black Zetsu's voice echoed beside Obito's ear. Obito's consciousness was fading along with the light of the Rinne rebirth, but in that final moment he heard Naruto's voice. Obito. Don't give up. You said you were going to become Hokage. In his heart he answered softly, knowing Naruto would never give up on him, but the price of this jutsu was already irreversible. The beam of chakra exploded outward. Madara's Edo Tensei body disintegrated inch by inch within the light, gray-white cracks spreading from his chest across his entire body, the shell of the impure world falling away in flakes to reveal the newly reborn flesh beneath. His heart began to beat again, and his blood began to flow anew. Uchiha Madara had truly been resurrected, not a puppet of the impure world reincarnation, not a manipulated soul, but a complete being of flesh and blood. But the Rinne rebirth revives the dead in the state they were in before death. Madara had transplanted the Rinnegan to Nagato before his death, so upon resurrection his eye sockets were utterly empty. During the Edo Tensei state he could use the Rinnegan only because of Kabuto's special modifications, but those false Rinnegan had vanished along with the crumbling of his impure world body. He opened his eyes, and saw nothing. The Rinnegan is gone. Madara's voice was hoarse but calm, not panicked, not angry, simply stating a fact. Just as I expected. I gave my eyes to Nagato before I died, so naturally this is what I'd look like after resurrection. No matter. This darkness is only temporary. Tobirama landed beside Hashirama. The eyes of Edo Madara were fakes modified by Kabuto through the impure world reincarnation. The Rinne rebirth only restores the physical body, it does not restore the chakra structure that was once transplanted away and then forcibly simulated by the impure world. So he is blind right now. Madara had lost his eyes, but his perception far surpassed that of ordinary men. He tilted his head slightly and precisely locked onto Hashirama's position. The chakra pathways sealed by his black rods still remained within the Edo Tensei shell, and to Madara's senses they were as clear as bonfires in the dead of night. In an instant he appeared before Hashirama and seized his throat. Hashirama tried to resist, but Madara had left the black rods inside his body before his resurrection. Now those rods activated once more, pinning Hashirama's limbs firmly in place. Your sage chakra, I'll take it. Madara's palm plunged into Hashirama's chest, forcibly draining the sage chakra from his body. It flowed along Madara's arm and rushed into his own body, and the face of Hashirama on Madara's chest began to show the eyeshadow markings of sage mode. At that moment, though he still had no eyes, he could already see the chakra signatures of everyone present, Naruto's golden-tailed beast chakra, Sasuke's purple-black Yin Release flames, Tobirama's cold water-natured chakra, and that pitch-black abyssal extreme darkness beneath Ikechi's feet, which even he would need to reassess. Naruto's Rasengan struck at Madara from the front. Madara sidestepped, dodging the sphere of spiraling chakra, hurled Hashirama aside and kicked Naruto away with a single blow. Sasuke's Chidori lunged at Madara from behind. Madara turned, deflecting Sasuke's wrist with his left arm, then drove his right elbow into him, forcing Sasuke back several steps. Ikechi stood at the edge of the ruins, the pitch-black shadow beneath his feet spreading out like a rising tide. The great Uchiha Madara, still this arrogant even when blind. Madara turned toward Ikechi's direction, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth, saying that their last encounter had still not determined a victor. Even as the words left his lips, Madara appeared before Ikechi in an instant, and drove a fist at his face. Ikechi's left palm, glowing with the warm golden light of Yang Release, clashed hard against it, while pitch-black shadow tendrils wound around Madara's right wrist from the side. Madara's lips curled faintly, and his left fist, wreathed in the newly absorbed sage chakra, slammed toward Ikechi's flank. Ikechi protected his ribs with a membrane of shadow, but Madara's striking force far surpassed before. With Hashirama's sage chakra fused into him, every single punch he threw carried an impact capable of shattering a perfect Susanoo. Gaara's sand hands rose from beneath Madara's feet, and Killer Bee's octopus tentacles came sweeping in from the flank. Madara slammed a single palm against the ground, and the sage chakra burst outward as a shockwave, scattering both the sand hands and the tentacles in one blow. Sasuke! Tobirama used Flying Thunder God to teleport Sasuke directly behind Madara. Sasuke's Chidori stabbed toward Madara's back once more, but Madara evaded with a sidelong shift, without even turning around, then drove a reverse palm into Sasuke's chest, and sent him flying. Hashirama was still pinned to the ground by the black rods, but his hands were still moving, painfully forming a single Jutsu Myojinmen. Several red torii gates descended from the heavens, slamming down precisely onto Madara's position. Madara caught the first torii gate with one hand. The second and third gates crashed down in succession, driving his legs deep into the earth. Hashirama coughed up blood and forced a hoarse word at Sasuke, telling him to come over, that something was being given to him. Tobirama used Flying Thunder God to deliver Sasuke directly before Hashirama. Hashirama pressed one hand to Sasuke's palm, sealing his remaining sage chakra and a single jutsu formula into his body, murmuring that this was his final power, the chakra resonance seal, which would resonate with the sage chakra belonging to him inside Madara's body and briefly bind it. He said that Madara had always been wary of his would release in life, yet had never deigned to guard against the sage jutsu he used to clasp the hand of his dearest friend. When it was done, he told Tobirama to send Sasuke back as close to Madara as possible. Sasuke nodded. Tobirama activated Flying Thunder God once more and sent him into the battle, locking onto the sage chakra within Madara that originated from the same source as Hashirama's. The 6 arms of Ikechi's Shadow Demon God drew their blades at once, and 4 shadow blades slashed at Madara from different angles. Madara sidestepped, then narrowed his eyes toward Sasuke, sensing the familiar chakra pinched between the Uchiha brat's fingers. By then Sasuke had already charged to point-blank range and pressed his palm against Madara's chest. Madara suddenly stopped moving, not because he couldn't, but because something inside his body had begun to resonate by force. In that very instant, Ikechi's 6 pitch-black blades slashed downward, simultaneously locking Madara firmly in place. Now, the sage chakra inside him is resisting him, Tobirama shouted. Sasuke activated the chakra resonance seal, and for the first time Madara was truly restrained, if only for a moment. Hashirama knelt on the ground, one hand on his knee, slowly rising to his feet. What I was trying to say earlier, even if you gave up on me, I never once gave up on you. In the past and still now. You were my friend. That clan monument carved with our clan crest that I owe you is still unfinished. And your name is still there on the cornerstone of the first Hokage building we raised together, Madara. Madara did not answer. The sage chakra inside him tore against Sasuke's seal, and after a moment of silence he forcibly drew the sage chakra out from within his own body and pressed it back into his chest. Then he vanished from the Shadow Demon God's sword formation in an instant, landing beside the empty husk of the Ten-Tails dozens of yards away. He pressed his left hand against the shell of the Ten-Tails and formed the summoning seal with his right. The demonic statue of the outer path burst forth from beneath the earth, and the husk of the Ten-Tails began to swell once more. This shinobi world no longer needs Hashirama's naive ideals. Come, hand over the rest of the tailed beast chakra as well. I will create the world I want with my own hands. Madara turned and walked toward Naruto. His eyes had still not been restored, but every step he took landed squarely on the hearts of all who watched. Ikechi withdrew the Shadow Demon God, fully aware in his heart that Madara was already this powerful even before reclaiming his eyes. Once he found his Rinnegan again, this resurrection battle against Madara in his complete form was only just beginning. Madara stepped out from the depths of the ruins. The light of the Rinne rebirth had faded completely. His eyes remained closed, but his perception swept across the entire battlefield like an incoming tide. He could see 9 enormous ancient masses of chakra approaching. The one tail through the 7 tail had already reformed, while the chakra of the 8 tail and 9 tail churned inside Naruto and Killer Bee. And there was that young man with a pitch-black abyssal shadow spreading beneath his feet, a shadow that even Madara had to acknowledge. So these are the 9-tailed beasts. Madara's voice was not loud, but every word carried steadily across the battlefield. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Perfect. That saves me the trouble of hunting them one by one. Shikaku attacked first. Its sand claw swept down at Madara wrapped in a storm, but Madara sidestepped, and with a single palm strike to the ground turned Sage Chakra into a shock wave that scattered the azure flames Matatabi had sent from the side. Isabu's water release and Koko's steam attacked from both flanks. Madara's perception captured the rhythm of all 4-tailed beasts' attacks, letting him slip through the gaps with pinpoint precision. He punched Shikaku's sand claw and used the rebound to leap into midair, evading both Saiken's corrosive liquid and Komiai's scale powder. The instant he landed, Naruto's Rasengan came straight at him. Madara tilted his head slightly, the Rasengan grazed past his ear, and the residual pulse of Sage Chakra flattened the hair on his forehead against his scalp. Naruto's other hand had already shaped a second Rasengan and drove it into Madara's abdomen. Madara took it head-on with his left palm, and the collision of the 2 chakra forces sent all the rubble around them flying into the air. At the same time, Sasuke's Chidori thrust from behind, its cold blue lightning aimed straight at Madara's back. Without turning, Madara knocked Sasuke's wrist aside with a backward sweep of his right arm, then slammed his left elbow into Sasuke's chest, blasting him back several steps. Jin stepped into the battlefield. The black shadow beneath his feet spread outward like a tide, seeping silently under Madara's feet. Before Madara could even sense it, the shadow tendrils had already coiled precisely around his ankles. Madara looked down at the black shadow beneath his feet. Jin gave no answer. He simply channeled the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts through the shadow tendrils and awakened it all at once. The 1-tail's wind bound Madara's feet and sand, the 2-tail's flame raced back along the shadow tendrils and burned through Madara's chakra pathways, the 3-tail's water hammered into his joints from the side, the 4-tail's lava release blasted a scarlet fissure open directly in front of him. The 5-tail's steam cushioned the backlash of the combined chakra for Jin. The 6-tail's corrosive liquid melted fine cracks across Madara's Susanoo armor. The 7-tail's scale powder sealed off Madara's vision from above. The 8-tail's ink coated the shadow tendrils in a slick layer, making them all the harder to break free from. Behind Jin, the 9-tail's golden tail, the one left inside his body, flickered faintly into view, using the 9-tails as the tuning center to make all the tailed beasts' chakra resonate in unison. Bombarded by the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts simultaneously, Madara was blasted back dozens of steps and slammed into a broken stone pillar with his back. He looked down at the wounds on his chest, burns, corrosion, and cuts left by tailed beast chakra. He was silent for a moment, then threw his head back and laughed. Now that's more like it. Madara wiped the blood from his lips, the corner of his mouth curving upward. All of you together with the 9-tailed beasts are barely enough to make me take this seriously. He formed hand seals, and Susanoo rose from the void, not the perfect Susanoo but a half-body skeletal form with chakra compressed to its limit, wrapped in deep blue chakra armor. This form was more agile than the perfect Susanoo. Every fist struck precisely into the gaps between Naruto's and Sasuke's attacks. Though tailed beast balls and Chidori repeatedly cracked the armor, the fighting spirit on Madara's face only burned hotter. The 9-tailed beasts launched their combined assault once more. Shikaku's sand spear, Matatabi's fireballs, Isabu's water cannon, Son Goku's lava fists, Koko's steam blast, Saiken's corrosive liquid, and Komiai's scale powder storm all converged on Madara's position at once. Madara used Susanoo to take the full barrage head-on. Fine cracks ran across the armor's surface, but Naruto had already leapt into the air from Shikaku's sand spear, and a Rasen shuriken wrapped in sage chakra crashed into the fissure on Susanoo's chest. A glaring crimson rent exploded across Susanoo's chest. Madara was driven back several steps, reached up to wipe away another trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, and laughed aloud. He could not remember when he had last been besieged by so many at once. At that moment a white figure rose silently from beneath the ground. White Setsu's main body slid down from the rock wall behind Madara. Embedded in its torso was an eye that had been soaked in chakra solution, a pale purple eye with the Rinnegan's unique ripples deep within its pupil. Madara's lips curled faintly as he murmured that Obito had hidden it away rather well. He stretched out his right hand and White Setsu took the rinnegan from the solution sack, placing it gently into Madara's palm. Madara pressed the rinnegan into his empty right eye socket. The instant his pupil was restored, a visible shock wave of chakra burst outward with Madara at the center. He rose slowly from the ruins and hovered in midair, the violet glow of his dual rinnegan casting down over the people and tailed beasts below. The cracks in the half-body Susanoo healed automatically once both eyes were reclaimed, and the chakra flames behind him deepened from deep blue to a heavier, colder purple, a purple close to ink. "Now which of you can still carve a wound out of me?" Madara's voice was low, yet every word weighed down on the battlefield until even the scattered stones trembled and rolled. Ingjian looked up at those complete rinnegan and sensed a fundamental shift in Madara's chakra. Earlier he had been able to restrict Madara's one-eyed sensory range with the Nine Tails chakra. But now Madara's chakra had already surpassed the limit of Ingjian's perception. He said that Madara had taken back one eye but not yet everything. This was still not the man's complete form. Madara looked down at Ingjian from above, acknowledging that his left eye was still inside Obito, but it would return to him soon. Before that he intended to collect the tailed beast's chakra. He raised his right hand and said coldly, "It is time to put leashes on all of you." Then he wove hand seals and with the power of the rinnegan summoned the Gedo statue. The colossal Gedo statue broke through the earth. Its withered wood-like body was covered with rinnegan markings, and the stumps of 10 tails swayed slowly behind it. From the statue's huge open mouth 9 purple chakra chains shot forth, their tips shaped like dragon heads latching unerringly onto the neck of every tailed beast. Even the chakra of the 9 tails and 8 tails inside Naruto and Killer Bee was locked onto at the same time. All 9 tailed beasts struggled at once, but the chains tightened automatically once they wrapped around their necks, dragging them toward the Gedo statue's open maw. Shikaka's sand claws gouged deep into the ground and Matatabi's flames scorched the chains, but none of it was any use. Ingjian poured the chakra of all 9 tailed beasts into the shadow tendrils at once, spreading them into a pitch-black barrier between the chains and the tailed beasts. The tendrils climbed back along the chains, trying to wrest their control away from Madara. But with both rinnegan supporting him, the Gedo statue's binding power was far beyond what it had been when Madara had only one eye. This contest was only just beginning. The chains of the Gedo statue shot out from its gaping mouth, and every dragon-headed tip had already wrapped precisely around the neck of each tailed beast. Shikaka's sand claws carved several deep furrows across the ground rubble, and grit churned into the air by its desperate struggle. Matatabi's flames scorched the chains, yet left only faint scorch marks on the violet links. Isabu's water cannon smashed against the statue's husk, but the statue did not move at all, and the splashes were evaporated by the rinnegan power radiating from the chains before they could fall. Naruto's 9 tails chakra and Killer Bee's 8 tails tentacles were likewise bound by the same web of chains. He tried to shatter the chain coiled around Shikaka's neck with a Rasengan, but the purple pattern at the broken spot dimmed for only an instant before the chain healed, and after healing it tightened even more. Sasuke's Chidori struck the chain from the flank, cold blue lightning crawling backward along the links. Yet the rinnegan power inside the chain absorbed all the lightning-natured chakra, and the blade could not advance an inch. "It's useless." Madara hovered in midair, the cold violet glow in his right pupil reflecting everyone and every tailed beast below. "These are the Gedo statue's chains controlled by the rinnegan. You cannot stop them." The pitch-black shadow beneath Ingjian's feet spread like a tide to its limit. Several shadow tendrils coiled around the roots of the chains, and together with the 9 tailed beasts pulled with all their might in the opposite direction. Only his body could bear the chakra of 9 tailed beasts. Now that the chains had already wrapped around their necks, he had to make himself the anchor and forcibly hold them back from the Gedo statue's chains. "Hold!" The chakra of the 9 tailed beasts poured into his channels through the shadow tendrils at once. One tail's wind formed a counter-thrust beneath his feet, nailing his stance firmly to the ground. 2 tails' flames seared backward along the shadow tendrils into the chain joints, bursting into dense blue sparks among the gaps of the purple links. 3 tails' water struck the chain's weak point from the side, every impact landing precisely upon the same crack on the contact surface between shadow tendril and chain. 4 tails' lava release detonated a crimson barrier directly before Ingjian, holding the chakra pressure that the Gedo statue cast toward him dozens of feet away. 5 tails' steam cushioned the backlash of the multiple chakra streams against Ingjian's meridian. 6 tails' corrosive liquid melted fine cracks across the chain's surface. 7 tails' scale powder scattered down from the air and sealed the chain's newly generated chakra supply lines. 8 tails' ink formed a lubricating layer on the shadow tendrils, making it harder for the chains to bind them tight. The golden tail that the 9 tails had left inside Ingjian's body spread fully open behind him, harmonizing all the tailed beasts' individually scattered chakra into a single resonant frequency. A tug of war. On one side was Uchiha Madara and the Geto statue he controlled, on the other Ingien and the nine-tailed beasts. Dozens of chains and countless shadow tendrils ground against one another, using the necks of the nine-tailed beasts as their battlefield. Every time a chain tightened, the shadow tendrils dragged it back to its starting point. Every time the shadow tendrils tightened, the chains suppressed them with even stronger Rinnegan power. The two forces seesawed over and over against the tailed beasts' necks, and the air was filled with the shrill screech of chains scraping shadow tendrils, and the suppressed roars of tailed beasts writhing in agony. But Madara had already taken back his right eye. His chakra was yet another notch higher than the upper limit Ingien had sensed before. He poured still more Rinnegan power into the chains, and cold violet light spread backward along every chain, peeling the shadow tendrils away from the chain roots inch by inch. Ingien clenched his teeth. He could feel the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts being forcibly drawn out by the chains, not from the surface of the shadow tendrils, but dragged inch by inch out of the very core of the tailed beast's own chakra by the pull of the Rinnegan. Shikaka's wind and sand for the first time became an extremely faint whimper. Matatabi no longer said that it merely hated Madara. Isabu began to move its tail away from the shadow tendrils. Son Goku pressed heavily on Ingien's shoulder with the last thread of chakra not bound by the chains and growled that it was enough. Madara must not be allowed to drag him in too. Ingien did not withdraw his shadow tendrils. He could feel the Ninetail's chakra inside him being siphoned away by the chains at an irreversible pace, and every time a chain tightened, that golden blaze dimmed a little further. But he still stood where he was, the pitch-black shadow beneath his feet still spreading like an abyss. In the extreme tug-of-war, his teeth ground together with the faintest creaking sound, yet he did not release a single shadow tendril. At the very moment when the chains were about to drag the nine-tailed beasts along with Ingien into the Geto statue's mouth, all nine-tailed beasts made a decision at once. There was no discussion, no hesitation. Rather, their chakra sensed one another's existence on the edge of life and death, and through the same origin resonance etched into their bloodlines. When the Sage of Six Paths separated them, they made the same choice in the same instant. Shikaka was the first to separate its chakra core from its body. The pure white sand core floated up from its chest, and the moment it left the body, the chains cut it in two. One half was dragged into the Geto statue's mouth. As the chains contracted, the other half was coiled around by Shikaka's last sand tail that had not been bound by the chains, and pushed hard along the shadow tendrils into Ingien's body. Then Matatabi bit apart the cold flame at the deepest heart of its azure flames. Isaba pushed the half-section of the mud shell that had shared its life since ancient times into the gap of the chains. Son Goku took out the lava core from the center of his heart, and placed it in Ingien's palm. Coco wound one last ring of steam around the roots of the shadow tendrils. Saiken melted one last scale mark onto the back of Ingien's hand with corrosive liquid, and Chomei wove one last translucent web over the tendril surface with scale powder. The chakra cores of eight-tailed beasts split from their bodies at the same moment. Half was dragged into the statue by the chains, while the other half surged into Ingien's body through the two-way connection of chains and shadow tendrils. 8 fragments of half-body chakra crossed the broken ends of the chains and plunged into the depths of Ingien's dantian, where they swiftly condensed into form like a second heart beating in synchrony with his own. The Ninetails was the last. He lowered his head to look at Ingien, and with the golden tail he had lent to Ingien curled around the core that Shikaka had split, saying in a low voice that he was just as foolish as Naruto. But the debt Madara owed the nine-tailed beasts was theirs to claim themselves. Then he embedded that core together with his own severed half-body chakra into the very center of the sun mark on Ingien's left hand. The golden tail cut itself off at the root, dissolving into light dust that scattered into the depths of Ingien's meridians. Ingien lowered his head to look at the second core in his palm, which was slowly gathering together the chakra fragments of all the tailed beasts. He said something in a low voice. Shikaka, dragged by the chains, turned its head toward him. Matatabi blinked its deep blue eyes through the gaps between the chains. Isaba's last unbroken tail whisker tapped softly against the tip of a shadow tendril, and the Ninetails, before its golden tail vanished completely, touched the shadow on Ingien's wrist with its final wisp of chakra. The chains did not stop because of their sacrifice. Shikaka's remaining half-sand body was dragged into the Geto statue's mouth. Matatabi's flames, Isabu's waterlight, Son Goku's lava, Koko's steam, Saiken's corrosive liquid, and Komiai's scale powder, the half-body chakra of 7-tailed beasts together with the fragments, forcibly torn from the 8 tails and 9 tails, were all swallowed into the statue's body. On the statue's husk emerged the 9 tomo markings unique to the Rinnegan. Each time it swallowed half of a tailed beast, one tomo lit up, and the 9 tomos slowly revolved behind it. The pattern spread all the way to the space between the statue's chest and abdomen, and the entire husk began to shift from withered wood color to a deeper, darker red. Madara looked down at Ingien and said that holding on to half of the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts was indeed worthy of praise. But he did not need every tailed beast to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. He stretched out both hands toward the Geto statue, and the statue's chains coiled around Madara's arms, once more turning into pure chakra that poured into him in a reverse current. Dark red Ten-Tails chakra flames surged wildly around Madara. The 9 tomo markings spread from the statue's husk onto the surface of his skin, and the silhouette of the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki slowly took shape within his body. Jien stood outside the Ten-Tails flame. The pitch-black shadow beneath his feet still spread like an abyss, and the second core in his palm, condensed from the half-share of chakra left behind by each of the 9-tailed beasts, resonated in tune with his heartbeat. The afterimages of the 9-tailed beasts being dragged into the statue by the chains still lingered deep in his pupils, but he knew that half of their chakra had not vanished. It was embedded in his sun mark. He looked down at the second core steadily rotating in his palm and murmured, "I haven't yet made you repay the entire debt. Leave the mark here and I'll wait for you all to return." After the demonic statue of the outer path dragged half of the 9-tailed beast chakra into its enormous maw, Madara's body began to undergo irreversible transformation. The blazing chakra flames of the Ten-Tails surged around him. His skin turned pure white, and behind him unfolded a translucent chakra halo with 9 pitch-black truth-seeking balls slowly revolving along its rim. Yet he knew the Ten-Tails' resurrection was incomplete. His left Rinnegan was still inside Obito, and Black Setsu was completing the final procedures for him in the Kamui dimension. Sasuke leaped from the back of his summoned hawk Kusanagi wreathed in the lightning of Chidori and thrust straight from Madara's blind spot, trying to prevent him from obtaining that left eye. Madara did not even turn his head. A subtle shift of his body let the blade's edge graze past his robe and pierce empty air. He seized Sasuke's wrist in a reverse grip, wrested away the Kusanagi crackling with lightning-release Chidori, and drove it through Sasuke's chest in a single stroke. Sasuke fell from the sky. Madara cast the bloodstained blade aside with an indifferent tone, then vanished from above the battlefield with a body flicker. On the other side, the clamor of battle and the heavy crash of Sasuke's fall seemed to have faded into the distance. Jien knelt on one knee amid the ruins while the surging aftershocks of chakra slowly dissipated around him. He lowered his head and looked at the core in his palm, condensed from the half-chakra left by each of the 9-tailed beasts. But an even greater force drew his consciousness downward, sinking him into an endless and profound spiritual world. He opened his eyes and found himself standing on a water surface as calm as a mirror. Beneath his feet reflected 9 small chakra silhouettes, the 9-tailed beasts as they had looked in their infancy. Shikaka was still a little tanuki flicking its tail. Matatabi was a small kitten with a fierce, adorable glare. Isabu was just poking its head out of its eggshell. Son Goku was a little monkey with tousled fur. Koko was still a foal whose mane had not yet grown. Saiken was a translucent tadpole, and Chome was a larva whose scale wings had not yet dried. The chakra fragments of Gyuki and Kurama also coalesced into 2 translucent little foxes quietly lying at the edge of the ripples. They were gathered around an ancient towering figure. The figure wore a white robe and bore a Rinne Sharingan on his forehead. It was Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the Sage of 6 Paths. Nara Jien. The Sage of 6 Paths' voice was deep and distant like a bell tolling from 1,000 years ago. You possess the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts. You are the second human after Naruto able to withstand the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts at once without collapsing. I see some shadows of myself in you, the self that stood in the same place 1,000 years ago. I have seen too many people try to subdue tailed beasts through violence, but you are one of the rare few who chose to listen to their voices with your own body. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the 9-tailed beast juveniles gathered at his feet, then continued. 6 paths Sage Mode Truth-Seeking Balls Yin Release. These are all paths I created myself. You are the first person to feel out a Sage Mode entirely your own. Your Sage Mode absorbs natural energy through shadows as a medium, a path I never could have conceived. None of the 3 sacred lands, Mount Maiboku, Ryuchi Cave, or Shikatsu Forest, ever taught it to you. All alone you traveled every detour, and yet you found the answer that lies closest to the source. To have evolved the Nara clan's hereditary Yin Release secrets into this form, your shadow is no longer merely a clan legacy. It has become a sage art core broad enough to contain the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts. Jien looked down at his own hands and said calmly, I did not come here to be praised. Madara is still alive. Tell me how to use their power against him. The Sage of 6 Paths nodded slightly, and began to recount the rewritten history. He told him that Madara had never been the mastermind behind this war. The true mastermind was Black Setsu. Black Setsu was the 3rd son Kagaya Otsutsuki, created from her own will and flesh before she was sealed away by Hagoromo and Hamura, the key to her resurrection. It had lurked in the darkness for over 1,000 years, altered the stone tablet that Hagoromo had left for the Uchiha clan, and dressed the infinite Tsukuyomi, as the only path to save the Uchiha. Everything Madara believed, the infinite Tsukuyomi, the Moon Eye plan, was all a trap set by Black Zetsu to resurrect Kagaya. Madara was only the sharpest blade in Black Zetsu's hand, and even after becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki he still did not know it. When you return to the battlefield, Black Zetsu will pierce Madara's heart from behind the instant he casts the infinite Tsukuyomi. Kagaya will descend upon this world using Madara's body as her vessel. By then what you will need is no longer Madara's power but the resonance between the nine-tailed beasts and yourself. Kagaya is the progenitor of chakra. All chakra separated from her will be drawn back into her the instant it comes into contact. Only one who maintains an independent resonance with the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts simultaneously can avoid being devoured before her. The Sage of Six Paths Rinne Sharingan rested on Ingjien. Naruto's path was to use his own body as a vessel and link the nine-tailed beasts through chakra seals. But you should use your Sage Art Core, the 9 truth-seeking balls, as their vessel. Each truth-seeking ball is already the highest crystallization of your Sage Art Chakra. It is more stable than your chakra pathways and better able to withstand the repulsive force of Tailed Beast Chakra. Temper the individual chakra nature of each of the 9-tailed beasts into one of the 9 truth-seeking balls: Shikaku's Wind, Matatabi's Fire, Isabu's Water, Son Goku's Lava Release, Koko's Steam, Saiken's Corrosion, Komiai's Scale Powder, Gyuki's Ink, and Kurama's Yang Release. Let each ball correspond to one tailed beast. When all 9 resonate together, your shadow will become the absolute core that links the chakra of all 9 tailed beasts. As long as the 9 truth-seeking balls keep spinning, your shadow will never sever its resonance with the 9-tailed beasts. Leave that to Kagaya. The progenitor of chakra will encounter the true creation of all things for the first time. As he spoke, the young Shikaku clumsily tapped Ingjien's ankle with its tail. Matatabi brushed against his wrist. Isabu poked its head out of its eggshell and blinked with its single eye. Son Goku hooked its tail around Ingjien's thumb. Koko touched his shoulder with its nose. Saiken left a small wet mark on the back of his hand. Chomei lightly swept the back of his hand with its scale wings, and Kurama and Gyuki, now 2 little foxes, lay quietly in the reflection at his feet. The Sage of Six Paths watched the scene with the faintest trace of a smile, remarking that in all his long life it was the first time he had seen all 9-tailed beasts lying together at one person's feet. He placed his hands over Ingjien's open palms and with the last trace of his chakra sealed the 1,000 years of struggling hatred into an extremely faint and gentle glow. He told him that the Yang Release chakra flowing in his body shared its origin with Hashirama Senju's, and that he was entrusting him with the half-chakra the 9-tailed beasts had given him. If one day he understood the path that neither Hashirama nor he himself had been able to walk alone, this seed might show him what to do. After the Sage of Six Paths faded away, Ingjien withdrew from the spiritual world and opened his eyes once more. He drew the core in his palm back into the depths of his shadow and let his perception unfold. Naruto's 9-tails chakra was now so faint it was almost undetectable. Sakura knelt beside Naruto, the light of her mystical palm technique barely visible. Gaara's sand hand gently lifted Naruto and flew at full speed toward the position of Minato Namake's chakra. Before being dragged into the demonic statue, the Nine-Tails had used its remaining chakra to tell Gaara that the other half of its chakra was still sealed inside Minato, Naruto's only chance to live. At the same time, Killer Bee knelt on one knee while Gyuki's severed tail injected its last chakra fragments into his body, barely preserving his vital signs. Ingjien retracted his perception and stood. Madara had already left the battlefield to find Obito. He would return with that left eye, regain a complete 6 paths form, cast the infinite Tsukuyomi, and then have his heart pierced by Black Zetsu. But before that, Ingjien had to complete the fusion of the 9 truth-seeking balls, not to kill Madara but to tear this world's chakra back from Kagaya's grasp the moment she descended. He took a deep breath and began to merge Tailed Beast chakra into the 9 truth-seeking balls one by one, starting with the deepest ball, which surged with the power of wind and sand. Deep within the Kamui dimension, Obito knelt on one knee upon the ice-cold rock. The left half of his body was wrapped in layer after layer of Black Zetsu, and the Rinnegan in his left socket bled a cold violet light through the gloom. Sakura stood before him, kunai in hand, its tip less than an inch from that Rinnegan's pupil. Her hand was trembling, and still she could not bring herself to strike. Obito had told her to destroy it. Sakura gritted her teeth, yet at the last instant she pulled the kunai back before the tip could touch the Rinnegan. Obito closed his eyes, thinking that she was still too gentle. The space ripped open. Madara stepped out from the vortex. His long silver-white hair shimmered in the cold white light of the Kamui dimension. The Rinne Sharingan pattern on his forehead was still only a rudimentary outline, but the violet glow in his Rinnegan was already so complete it stole one's breath. He darted past Sakura in a flash, seized Obito by the throat, and lifted the whole man off the ground, pinning him against the rock wall. Sakura tried to charge forward, but Obito used the last remnants of his chakra to cast her out of the Kamui dimension. Only Madara and Obito remained inside the Kamui dimension. Madara released his grip and Obito slid to the ground. Black Zetsu still held the left half of his body in shackles, but that no longer mattered. Madara looked down at him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. When he spoke, his tone was deliberately slow, every word cutting like a dull blade. I knew from the very beginning that you would betray me. You saved that girl, Sakura Haruno. Do you think I care? I don't. That's exactly why I let her play out this charade with you. You are a pawn I picked up. Every step you took was part of my plan. I am Madara Uchiha. Did you really believe you could escape the palm of my hand? Obito was silent for a long time. Then in a low voice he said, Madara, you promised me that if I worked with you, this world that is like hell could be changed. You said that once the Eye of the Moon plan was completed, everyone could live in an ideal world. No more war, no more death. I believed you. Then keep believing, Madara said in a tone that allowed no argument. Now return the eye to me. That is the only thing you can still do for me. Your existence was meant for this moment from the very beginning. From the day Rin died, you were no longer Obito Uchiha. You are a pawn of Madara Uchiha, my shadow. The only reason you survived was to keep this Rinnegan for me. Obito lowered his head. His left hand was still tightly bound in Black Zetsu's grip, but his right hand slowly rose and touched his left eye socket. He closed his eyes and removed the Rinnegan from its socket. Madara extended his hand and Obito placed the Rinnegan into Madara's palm. Madara set the left eye into his empty left socket. The instant both Rinnegan were restored, a visible shockwave of chakra exploded outward with him at the center. His form vanished from the Kamui dimension. Obito remained kneeling on the ground while Black Zetsu still coiled around the left half of his body, sneering that Obito still had one final use left. Outside the Kamui dimension, Kakashi knelt on one knee amid the ruins. The Sharingan in his left socket, the one he had received from Obito, was pulsing with faint resonance. Madara emerged from the Kamui dimension, both Rinnegan fully in place. He hovered in midair, gazing down at all the people and tailed beasts below. His voice was not loud, but every word pressed down on the battlefield so heavily that loose stones trembled and rolled. Now who among you can inflict even one more wound on me? But he did not activate the infinite Tsukuyomi right away. He looked down toward where Obito was and re-entered the Kamui dimension. Obito was still kneeling there. Madara said to him, I told you, you are my pawn. But you forgot the most crucial point. You were never meant to live for the Eye of the Moon plan. You are alive because I wanted you to live. You think you hate this world because I told you to. You think Rin's death was caused by the war. I told you that too. Every reason you had to live was a lie I fabricated for you. Obito kept his head lowered, silent for a long time. Then he suddenly laughed, not with mockery, not with contempt, but with an exhausted, bitter smile that had been pressed down for far too long, and had finally found release. His voice was so low that it seemed he was speaking to himself. The first time I met you, you told me this world was hell. You said only the infinite Tsukuyomi could bring true peace. I believed it. I believed it for far too long. He raised his head. The Rinnegan was already gone, but the Sharingan in his right socket still glimmered. His gaze passed through Madara and fixed on the void above the Kamui dimension. There was nothing there, but he knew Rin was there. In a low voice he said, but Naruto told me that even if I cannot find the answer, I can choose not to walk the path I am on now. Rin, I'm sorry. Madara reached out, about to touch Obito one last time and drag him out of these memories. But Obito caught his wrist. It was not resistance, it was contact. Obito's right hand reached the power of the 6 paths within Madara. The sand of the one-tailed Shikaku and the ink of the 8-tailed Gyuki, these 2 chakra fragments resonated faintly inside Madara's body. 1 tail. 8 tails. Come out. With all his might, Obito pulled out a portion of the chakra of the 1 tail, and the 8 tails from Madara's body. Shikaku's sand and Gyuki's ink transformed into 2 streaks of fading light, forcibly wrenched from Madara's body. One fell into Obito's right palm and the other coiled around his right arm. Madara looked down at the 2 chakra fragments missing from his chest. For the first time a flicker of surprise surfaced in his Rinnegan. Then he composed himself and said indifferently, so you can actually pull tailed beast chakra out of my body. It seems I truly underestimated you. Without another word he slid a black rod from his sleeve and drove it into Obito's chest, pinning him to the rock wall. Then he turned and walked toward the exit of the Kamui dimension. Obito clenched the chakra fragments of the 1 tail, and the 8 tails tightly in his palm. He looked down at the black rod in his chest. Blood still dripped from the corner of his mouth, but he did not let go. These 2 fragments were the only things he had left to give. He wanted to leave them for Naruto. In a low voice he spoke the name of the one who had always been gentle to him. Rin, wait for me just a little longer. I'm almost there. Madara stepped out of the Kamui dimension, both Rinnegan restored to their rightful places. The white robe of the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki drifted slowly behind him, 9 truth-seeking orbs revolving soundlessly around the edge of the halo at his back. The Rinne Sharingan on his forehead had fully matured, blood-red light swirling slowly in the depths of its pupil. He hovered in midair, drifting slowly up into the night sky, drawing closer and closer to the bright full moon. In that instant all the clamor of the battlefield fell still and everyone looked up at the silver-white figure. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Madara formed hand seals and the Rinne Sharingan on his forehead snapped open. Blood-red light shot from that eye, about to pierce the full moon hanging in the heavens. A pitch-black shadow shot upward from the ground. Ingien sprang out from the shadows directly beneath Madara, his left foot wreathed in the combined power of all 9-tailed beasts, and kicked Madara square in the chest. Madara was knocked out of the air by that force, his back slamming into a pile of rubble. At the moment of impact the red light of the Rinne Sharingan veered away from the moon. Ingien landed at the edge of the ruins, the black shadow beneath his feet spread out like an abyss. He looked down at Madara, his voice low but every word landing heavily over the battlefield. Uchiha Madara, you have already fallen into someone else's trap. Madara slowly rose from the rubble. For the first time a trace of genuine surprise surfaced in his Rinnegan, not anger at being attacked but bewilderment at Ingien's words. He told Ingien that no one knew the word trap better than he did. He was the one who laid the traps. Black Zetsu was not created by you. It is the third son Kagaya Otsutsuki, created from her own will and flesh before she was sealed by the Sage of Six Paths and Hamura. It has lived for over 1,000 years, altered the stone tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths to the Uchiha clan, and packaged Infinite Tsukuyomi as the only path to save the Uchiha. You think you are carrying out the Eye of the Moon plan, but in truth you are only paving the way for Black Zetsu, paving the road for Kagaya's resurrection. Ingien's voice was calm and steady, every word driving like a nail into the depths of Madara's consciousness. Madara fell silent for a moment. His Rinnegan reflected the pitch-black shadow beneath Ingien's feet as he spoke slowly, saying he had seen that stone tablet, the legacy the Sage of Six Paths left to the Uchiha clan. It recorded that Infinite Tsukuyomi was the only way to save the shinobi world. The stone tablet was altered by Black Zetsu. It has only one purpose, to resurrect Kagaya. It lurked beside you for decades, disguised itself as your will, manipulated Obito on your behalf and spied on the Akatsuki for you. Every step you took was part of its plan. You are not the one who set the trap. You are merely the prey, Ingien replied. At that instant an extremely subtle ripple passed through Madara's chakra. He knew Black Zetsu had lurked beside him for far too many years, and everything it had done had been far too obedient. He remembered the words Hashirama had spoken to him long ago. Madara, you are strong, but you will never understand that the power to protect something demands far more resolve than the power to destroy. He was silent for a long while, then lifted his head once more. In his Rinnegan there was no longer only arrogance but a cold sharpness that refused to yield even after being wounded. Even if what you say is true, so what? Black Zetsu or Kagaya, once I complete Infinite Tsukuyomi I will eradicate them both with my own hands. No one can manipulate me, Uchiha Madara. And while Madara and Ingien were locked in confrontation, Naruto lay collapsed on the rubble, his chest no longer rising and falling. With the 9 tails torn from him, his life was like a candle flickering in the wind. Sakura pressed down desperately on the still bleeding wound piercing Sasuke's chest. Yet, in that same instant both of their consciousnesses were dragged into a boundless spiritual world. The Sage of Six Paths sat cross-legged before them, recounting the story of his mother Kagaya, the altered stone tablet, and Black Zetsu's conspiracy, then entrusted the powers of Yin and Yang to Naruto and Sasuke respectively. A sun mark appeared on Naruto's right palm and a moon mark appeared on Sasuke's left palm. The Sage of Six Paths looked at the two young men and told them that they would need to join forces to seal Kagaya, and that the future of the shinobi world was theirs to protect. Madara suddenly sensed the change in those two chakra signatures. His Rinnegan contracted slightly as he turned to Ingien. They have met the Sage of Six Paths. Yes. While you have stood here listening to me talk, they have already obtained the key to sealing you. Black Zetsu used you, the Sage of Six Paths chose them. Will you continue down this path, Madara? Madara was silent for a long time, then threw back his head and laughed. There was no defeat in that laughter, no anger, only the calm of a man who, after being toyed with by fate again and again, had at last recognized the chessboard for what it was. He had walked too long a road, killed too many people, and believed too many lies. Yet even so he would not stop now. I have never been anyone's pawn. Not Black Zetsu's, not the Sage of Six Paths, and certainly not yours. I will end this war in my own way, with my own eyes. He formed hand seals once more, and the blood-red light of the Rinne Sharingan flared again. At that very moment Naruto and Sasuke rose from the rubble simultaneously. A sun mark appeared on Naruto's right palm and a moon mark appeared on Sasuke's left palm. The power bestowed on them by the Sage of Six Paths had already fused within that brief interval. They had returned, just as Infinite Tsukuyomi was about to be cast at the moon for the second time. The Rinne Sharingan on Madara's forehead once again glowed with a blood-red light, but this time he did not immediately form hand seals. He looked at Kagemi standing amidst the ruins. In those Rinnegan eyes reflected the pitch-black shadow spreading endlessly behind Kagemi, and deep within that shadow 9 truth-seeking orbs slowly rotated. Shikaka's sand, Matatabi's flames, Isabu's water light, Son Goku's lava, Koko's steam, Saiken's corrosion, Komiai's scale powder, Gyuki's ink entwining the surface of the 8th orb, and the golden chakra of Kurama glowing faintly at the core of the 9th orb. The 9 truth-seeking orbs formed a ring behind him, each orb fused with half of the chakra from each of the 9-tailed beasts. This was what the Sage of Six Paths had taught him, to use the Senjutsu core as a vessel and the shadow as a medium, gathering the power of all 9-tailed beasts into a single body. Your truth-seeking orbs are more numerous than when we last fought. Madara's voice was not loud, yet every word cut steadily through the clamor of the battlefield. Kagemi did not answer. He raised his right hand and the 9 truth-seeking orbs expanded simultaneously, transforming from a ring formation into 9 independent attack trajectories hurtling toward Madara from different angles. With the power of his Rinnegan, Madara summoned an invisible barrier before him. As the 9 truth-seeking orbs struck the barrier, 9 blazing flares of chakra of disparate natures erupted at once. The cutting of wind, the scorching of fire, the surge of water, the detonation of lava release, the crushing of steam, the erosion of corrosion, the paralysis of scale powder, the binding of ink, and the senjutsu resonance of the golden tail. 9 forces struck the Rinnegan barrier simultaneously, and the resulting shockwave blasted away every piece of rubble for hundreds of jang in every direction. Madara's feet carved 2 deep trenches across the ground, yet he still stood in place, the corners of his mouth curling upwards slightly. Now this is more like it. Madara raised his hand and the shadows of limbo silently split from his body. With both eyes active, he no longer produced only a few shadows as when he had just been revived with a single Rinnegan. Instead, 4 fully transparent clones charged at Kagemi from different directions at once. The pitch-black shadow beneath Kagemi's feet split apart in the same instant. The 3-headed 6-armed form of the Shadow Demon God rose from the earth's 6 shadow blades, blocking the attacks of the 4 limbo clones, while its other 2 hands manipulated 2 truth-seeking orbs to blast toward Madara's real body from the flanks. Madara deflected the first truth-seeking orb with his 6-pad staff while sidestepping the second. The limbo clones and the Shadow Demon God's shadow blades clashed ceaselessly in midair, and every collision erupted into a visible shockwave. The 2 fought from the ruins to the cliff face, from the cliff face into the high sky, and wherever they passed the earth was repeatedly plowed over by the shockwaves of truth-seeking orbs and limbo. Every time Madara's 6-pad staff collided with Kagemi's shadow blade, the surrounding air compressed into visible white billows, and the exchanges between truth-seeking orbs and limbo clones blasted cluster after cluster of chakra flares of differing natures above the battlefield. Your shadow is different from Hashirama's wooden golem. Madara spoke after another clash, a rare note of appreciation in his voice. Hashirama's golem is alive, it can fight on its own. Your shadow is dead, yet you have brought it to life. Each arm possesses its own will, and yet all of them obey the same mind. This is not puppet technique. It is your own consciousness split into 6 parts, each part fighting independently. Are you complimenting me or analyzing how to break me? Kagemi used 4 arms of the Shadow Demon God to seize Madara's 6-pad staff simultaneously, while the other 2 arms clenched into fists and drove toward Madara's chest. Both. Madara used the limbo clone to slam into the Shadow Demon God's fists from the side, then borrowed the momentum to leap backward and create distance. I have already found the way to break it. Although your shadow splits into 6 parts, your true body is only 1. The shadows of limbo are not limited to 4. He formed hand seals and the limbo shadows split from his body once more. This time their number was so great that even Kagemi's perception could capture only a blur of outlines. Dozens of limbo clones attacked Kagemi from every direction, sealing off every possible avenue of escape. Shadow Domain. Kagemi did not retreat. The pitch-black shadow beneath his feet suddenly swelled, spreading outward in all directions with him at the center. Within the shadow domain, gravity, density, and spatial sensation were twisted simultaneously. As the limbo clones charged into this domain, their lightning-fast speed was forcibly dragged down. Every inch of movement demanded several times the usual expenditure of ocular power. In the shadow domain, the 6 arms of the Shadow Demon God slashed simultaneously, shredding each limbo clone that entered its range one by one. The shattered clones dissolved into transparent remnants of ocular power, and scattered into nothing. Kagemi stood at the center of the shadow domain gazing coldly at Madara. Madara watched his limbo clones being dismantled by the shadow domain, and for the first time a trace of irritation surfaced in his Rinnegan. This young man's shadow had become far more troublesome than in their previous encounter. Last time Kagemi could only draw on the chakra of the nine-tailed beast simultaneously, but now each truth-seeking orb was fused with the nature of one-tailed beast, so when all 9 attacked at once it was equivalent to 9 utterly different chakra natures bombarding his barrier simultaneously. And this shadow domain was even trickier. Limbo was disrupted by the spatial distortion within the domain, and his clone advantage was greatly diminished before it. Even more troublesome was that Kagemi's regenerative ability was stronger than Madara had anticipated. The chakra of the nine-tailed beast formed a complete cycle within his body, allowing him to heal himself at tremendous speed after being wounded. Although Madara's 6 paths body also possessed self-regeneration, every burn inflicted by tailed beast chakra required additional ocular power to repair. With the scales tipping back and forth, neither could do the other in. "You cannot kill me and I cannot kill you!" Kagemi stood at the center of the shadow domain, his tone calm. "You have already reached the 6 paths level. Unless one uses a sealing technique, either of us can kill the other." Madara fell silent. He knew Kagemi was speaking the truth. He told Kagemi that since Hashirama no one had ever truly been able to harm him, but now Kagemi had forced him to admit that he could not kill him. This era was indeed far more interesting than he had imagined. But he would not keep grinding against Kagemi here forever. Using the brief opening created when a limbo clone forced Kagemi back, he body flickered dozens of zhang away. Kagemi's pupils contracted. Madara formed hand seals. The limbo shadows split anew behind him, and under the cover of his limbo clones he body flickered high into the sky. By the time Kagemi and Sasuke reacted, only an afterimage disguised by a limbo clone remained on the ground. The 6 shadow blades of the shadow demon god pierced that clone simultaneously, but the instant it shattered it dissolved into intangible remnants of ocular power, and vanished into the air. They had all been deceived by Madara. Madara had already risen into midair, and the Rinne Sharingan on his forehead reflected the full moon in the night sky perfectly. "Infinite Tsukuyomi." Madara's voice descended from the sky calm and indifferent. A blood-red light shot forth from the Rinne Sharingan on his forehead, piercing straight into the full moon in the heavens. Reflected by the ocular power of the Rinne Sharingan, ripple-like patterns unique to the Rinnegan slowly surfaced on the moon's face, layer upon layer, spreading until they covered its entire surface. Blood-red moonlight poured down, piercing through clouds and smoke alike, shining indiscriminately upon every person. Those caught by the infinite Tsukuyomi would have their eyes show the ripple pattern of the Rinnegan in that very instant. Whether it was the allied shinobi forces of the 5 great nations or the civilians scattered across every corner of the battlefield, Tsunade collapsed beside her Katsuyu clone. Jiraiya's hand still clutching his fountain pen, Shikamaru leaned against the edge of the sand table in headquarters with his eyes closed, and the bag of chips in Choji's hand slipped to the ground. One after another they all sank into an eternal dream. The moment the moonlight touched Sasuke's Susanoo, it unfolded of its own accord, its purple chakra flames enveloping Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi, and himself. The pitch-black shadow beneath Kagemi's feet still spread out like an abyss, and together with the Susanoo his shadow domain kept the moonlight at bay. They looked up at the silver-white figure in the sky. Madara hovered directly beneath the moon, the blood-red light of his Rinne Sharingan now perfectly aligned with the Rinnegan ripples on the lunar surface. At last it is complete! Madara descended slowly to the ground. He raised his hands and looked at his own open palms, his Rinnegan reflecting the allied shinobi below, bound by the branches of the divine tree. They were all smiling. Within the eternal dream, every one of them was realizing their most cherished wish. Tsunade saw Dan and Iwaki. Jiraiya saw the day Tsunade finally became Hokage. Shikamaru saw Asuma, an unlit cigarette dangling from his mouth, giving that helpless smile before the shogi board. A perfect world. This was the eye of the moon plan he had pursued his entire life. He laughed quietly, a very light, very soft laugh. He recalled Hashirama's final words at the Valley of the End. Madara, you are strong, but you will never understand that protecting something demands far more resolve than destroying it. Those memories were too distant now, so distant that only a shadow wrapped in time remained. Black Zetsu silently surged from the darkness behind him, his pitch-black tar-like body slowly covering Madara's back. Madara still lingered in the perfect world he had created without the slightest awareness. Madara, you did well. But you are no savior, you are merely a key. Black Zetsu's right hand pierced through Madara's back and into his heart. Madara lowered his head and looked at the black hand protruding from his chest. What surfaced in his Rinnegan was not anger, but confusion. He opened his mouth, but all that welled up from his throat was a pool of dark red blood. Black Zetsu brought his mouth close to Madara's ear and whispered the truth he had concealed for over 1,000 years. I am not your will. I am the will of Kagaya Otsutsuki. You were never my master. I was merely waiting for the moment you became the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, waiting for your body to become the vessel for Mother's resurrection. The infinite Tsukuyomi was never a technique to save the world. It is the first step to reviving Kagaya, gathering all of humanity's chakra at the roots of the divine tree, pouring that chakra into your body, and then using your body to bring Mother back into this world. Do you understand now, Madara? You were my pawn from the very beginning. Madara's body began to swell violently. The chakra of the divine tree's roots surged up from beneath the earth, pouring into Madara's body through Black Zetsu's arm. His body twisted, expanded, and deformed at an irreversible pace, from human shape into a rolling torrent of dark red chakra, and at the center of that torrent the silhouette of a woman slowly coalesced. Kagaya Otsutsuki, the progenitor of chakra, the divine tree itself, was revived in the resonance between Black Zetsu and the divine tree's power within Madara's body. Madara's body was utterly swallowed, leaving only Kagaya suspended in midair, her white hair cascading like a waterfall down onto the ruined remnants below the Rinne's Sharingan on her forehead, reflecting the full moon-stained blood red. Kagemi retracted the shadow demon god, the pitch-black shadow beneath his feet still spreading like an abyss, 9 truth-seeking orbs rotating slowly behind him. He said quietly to Naruto and Sasuke, now is the time, seal her according to the plan. Kagaya hovered in midair, her white hair cascading down onto the ruined debris below like a waterfall. The Rinne's Sharingan on her forehead reflected the full moon-stained crimson. She looked down at the figures below who were still putting up futile resistance. There was nothing in her pure white pupils, not coldness, not killing intent, but something far more primal. Like a human gazing at ants beneath his feet, she felt neither hatred nor pity. She simply existed, and they were merely obstacles blocking her way. Ing Jian's pitch-black shadow spread out beneath his feet like a tide. 9 true-seeking orbs fused with tailed beast chakra formed a ring behind him. Chikaka's sandstorm howled in the depths of the first orb's core. Matatabi's blue flames burned soundlessly across the surface of the second. Isabu's watery light flowed slowly within the third. Son Goku's lava core boiled in the fourth. Koko's steam. Saiken's corrosive fluid and Komiai's scale powders surged in turn within the fifth, sixth, and seventh. Gyuki's ink coiled around the eighth, and Kurama's golden chakra glimmered faintly deep within the ninth. Naruto, Sasuke, her weakness is the Rinne's Sharingan on her forehead, Ing Jian said in a low voice. Naruto's six-path sage mode blazed in the morning light, and the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts resonated within him at once. Sasuke's Rinnegan rotated slightly, the Kusanagi sword already back in his grip. Kagaya gave them no more time to prepare. She raised her slender palm and chakra condensed into a solid fist in her palm, 80 God's vacuum attack. Countless chakra fists poured down on the three like a violent storm, each one strong enough to flatten a mountain. Ing Jian slammed a palm to the ground and his shadow domain burst outward, enveloping all three of them. The 80 God's vacuum attack hammered against the shadow domain. The black shadow shook violently, every blow splitting hairline cracks along the domain's edge. He counted silently to himself, this was only the first wave. She had not yet unleashed her true strength. Kagaya's assault did not pause for an instant. She raised her hand and countless gray bone spikes shot from her palm, all killing ash bones, any one of which could reduce any living thing to atoms. Ing Jian's shadow tendrils and Sasuke's Chidori lashed out at the same moment, deflecting the first wave of bone spikes. Naruto swept away the second wave with a raisin shuriken, but the third came right on its heels. A bone spike grazed Ing Jian's shoulder, and his robe instantly corroded into a hole whose edges still gave off ash-white smoke. Ing Jian frowned. This woman was trying to exhaust them. Her chakra was even more bottomless than the 10 tails. He had to test the upper limit of her defenses. He called all 9 truth-seeking orbs back at once, condensing them into a single black sphere spinning at high speed before him. Wreathed in the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts, a composite shockwave blasted toward Kagaya's chest. Kagaya did not dodge. Behind her a pitch-black space-time rift opened, Yamatsu Hirasaka, and swallowed the truth-seeking orb shockwave. The next instant another rift split open silently behind Ing Jian, and the shockwave poured back out, crashing into his own shadow domain. The shadow domain shook violently, and Ing Jian was blasted back dozens of steps by his own attack. She can swallow an attack and spit it back out. Ing Jian steadied himself, the edges of his shadow domain still trembling in the lingering shock. Black Zetsu sneered from inside Kagaya's sleeve, mother, deal with the shadow user first. His chakra can restrain all of our chakra natures at once. Kagaya formed hand seals, Amanamanaka. The entire space was torn apart in an instant. Ying Jian barely had time to hear a dull smothered sound of space collapsing before the shadow domain beneath his feet was forcibly peeled away, and his body was dragged into an abyss as if by an invisible giant hand. When he opened his eyes, he was surrounded by a scorching world of lava. This was not an illusion, it was a real primordial dimension created and freely controlled by Kaguya. Kaguya hovered above the lava world and formed hand seals once more. Lava erupted from beneath the earth, twisting into dozens of crimson torrents that lashed toward Ying Jian to crush him. Ying Jian transformed two truth-seeking orbs into a shadow shield around himself. The lava struck the shield and exploded into a sky full of sparks. But Kaguya gave him no time to catch his breath. She activated Amanamanaka again, switching the space to a world of bitter ice and snow. His shadow tendrils had no sooner been scorched red by the lava than they were frozen by the extreme cold, covered in countless hairline cracks. He knelt on one knee on the ice, the 9 truth-seeking orbs spinning wildly around him. Every shift of space forced his shadow domain to endure pressure beyond its limits, but he could not stop. If he stopped, he would be pierced through by all-killing ash bones. Just as Kaguya was about to launch all-killing ash bones, once more a golden figure exploded out from her flank. Naruto, using the few breaths in which Ying Jian had held Kaguya at bay in the frozen world, appeared behind her with the extreme speed of 6 paths Sage mode. The Raisin Shuriken wreathed in the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts slammed into Kaguya's back. She faltered for a moment, and Sasuke's Chidori struck from the front, its cold blue lightning piercing precisely through her left arm. Kaguya looked down at the wound on her left arm, slowly healing. A faint ripple finally rose in her Rinne Sharingan. Mother, these humans are more troublesome than expected. Do not be stingy with your chakra, crush them all at once. Black Setsu's voice came from Kaguya's sleeve. Kaguya dragged Sasuke into another layer of the primordial dimension, separating Naruto and Sasuke from each other. As long as the two could not touch her simultaneously, the 6 paths Chibaku Tensei could not be activated. Obito cut through the boundary of dimensions with Kamui and forcibly pulled Sasuke back from the depths of the primordial dimension. Sakura's strength of 100 surged into him from behind, but Obito's chakra was already nearly spent. In Kakashi's left eye socket, Obito's Sharingan was blazing with its final warmth. Obito pressed that Sharingan into Kakashi's left socket. This is the last gift I can give you. Protect Naruto for me. Kakashi opened his eyes. A perfect Susanoo rose from the void. Team 7, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi, joined by Ying Jian, charged at Kaguya together in the final assault. Kakashi's Susanoo drew Kaguya's attention. With Kamui Raikiri, Sasuke struck from the right, Naruto from the left, and Ying Jian spread out all 9 truth-seeking orbs at once, sealing off every route Kaguya might use to escape from the front. Kaguya had no time to retreat into another dimension. The only way left was upward. Sakura was already waiting there. A single punch of monstrous strength hit Kaguya squarely in the forehead, sending her body crashing down from the air. Ying Jian stretched the pitch-black shadow beneath his feet to its limit. Shadow tendrils coiled around Kaguya's limbs and waist, and with the 9 truth-seeking orbs as anchors reinforced by the resonance of the 9-tailed beast chakra, he forcibly locked Kaguya at the intersection of Naruto's and Sasuke's attack trajectories. Now! Ying Jian shouted in a low voice. Naruto and Sasuke reached out at the same time. The sun seal on Naruto's right palm and the moon seal on Sasuke's left palm met in front of Kaguya. 6 paths Chibaku Tensei. The earth split open and countless boulders rose from beneath the ground, converging on Kaguya. Kaguya's body was wrapped in layer after layer of boulders, and for the first time fear appeared in her Rinne Sharingan, the memory of being sealed by her 2 sons 1,000 years ago. The boulders kept piling up, compressing and condensing until they became one enormous sealing sphere. Kaguya was sealed. Black Setsu let out a furious howl from her sleeve, and together with Kaguya's body he was sealed into that eternal rock. Kaguya was sealed in the deepest core of the 6 paths Chibaku Tensei. The enormous stone sphere floated in midair, its surface covered with overlapping Rinnegan patterns. Naruto's and Sasuke's yin-yang marks slowly revolved on either side of the sphere, locking Kaguya's chakra firmly within the seal. Ying Jian rose from the edge of the ruins. 9 truth-seeking orbs infused with the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts rotated slowly behind him, every one of them trembling faintly. It was not a lack of power. The chakra of the 9-tailed beasts inside him was resonating with him. They had sensed the instant Kaguya was sealed, and sensed that this fate stretching on for 1,000 years was about to come to an end. It's not over yet. Ying Jian's voice was not loud, but every word landed with steady weight over the ruins. The sage of 6 paths once said that Kaguya is the progenitor of chakra. As long as even a trace of her chakra remains in any corner of this world, she will never truly vanish. This sealing sphere can imprison her for 1,000 years. But what about after that 1,000 years? Someone has to seal her away in a place no one can ever open. For example, inside my shadow. The 9 truth-seeking orbs formed a ring behind him, and 9 chakra flames of different natures blazed to life deep within their cores. He spread both hands at once, the sun mark on his left palm and the moon mark on his right palm flaring together. He would use his own hands to drag the 6 paths Chibaku Tensei, and the woman inside it, into the innermost depths of his shadow domain. Shadow tendrils rose silently from beneath his feet, coiled around the colossal stone ceiling sphere and eroded backward along the Rinnegan markings covering its surface. The moment the shadow tendrils touched them, those Rinnegan markings let out a piercing screech, not from Kaguya resisting but from the chakra she had left on the sphere's surface when she was sealed, instinctively rejecting the shadow tendrils. Ingien gave them no chance to fight back. The 9 truth-seeking orbs shot out from behind him, at once embedding themselves at 9 different points on the sphere's surface. Each orb corresponded to the chakra nature of one-tailed beast. All 9 resonated together, locking Kaguya's chakra-sealed sphere firmly within a sealing net woven from shadow tendrils. Ingien began forming hand seals. His hands shifted without pause, locking one by one the fusion and transmutation paths of all the chakra within his body into the core of the sealing array. He slowly raised the secondary core that the 9-tailed beast had left in his palm and pressed it into the exact center of the stone sealing sphere. The 9 tails golden chakra inside the core collided with Kaguya's chakra deep within the sealing sphere, blasting out a visible shockwave. The pitch-black shadow domain beneath Ingien's feet swelled violently, spreading outward in every direction and swallowing the entire sealing sphere, and himself along with it. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in the depths of a pitch-black space. There was no lava, no ice, no gravity, only endless darkness. Kaguya was wrapped in layer after layer of rock from the 6 paths Chibaku Tensei, only her pale face left exposed. Her long white hair cascaded into the darkness like a waterfall. Her Rinne's Sharingan reflected the 9 truth-seeking orbs slowly rotating behind Ingien. She spoke in a low voice, still as ethereal and cold as 1,000 years of ice. "You've come to take my life. I've come to give you a place to belong." Ingien stood before Kaguya, the black shadow beneath his feet spreading in silence. "You don't hate this world. You're merely afraid of human beings, afraid they will use the chakra you planted to slaughter one another, afraid they will once again create wars you cannot control. That's why you wanted to take back all chakra and return to being the god tree itself. But let me tell you, human beings can survive without your chakra, and they can find peace without you. So please stay here, and watch with your own eyes how this world you once feared finds its own path to peace without you." Kaguya's Rinne Sharingan turned slowly in the darkness. She suddenly thought of Hagoromo and Hamura. The look those 2 children had given her when they sealed her on the moon had been exactly the same. It wasn't hatred, wasn't anger. It was something she still could not understand to this day. She asked Ingien what he planned to do if she refused to be sealed in this shadow. Ingien summoned the 9 truth-seeking orbs before him in a single motion and said in a low voice that the sage of 6 paths had taught him a sealing technique, using the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts as anchors and the truth-seeking orbs as chains to seal Kaguya's chakra core forever in the depths of his shadow domain. This seal was different from Chibaku Tensei. Chibaku Tensei is an external cage, while the shadow seal absorbs Kaguya into his shadow from within. He pointed to the pitch-black shadow domain beneath his feet and said it would become Kaguya's new vessel. As long as he lived, the shadow domain would never break. And his sage mode had already been completely fixed at the level of meridians and cells, so even if she probed this shadow domain 100 years from now, his shadow would still be embedded here. "You would use your own lifespan to be my cage." Kaguya looked down at him. For the first time, a tremor that transcended hatred and fear surfaced in those pure white pupils. "Not a cage, a promise," Ingien said calmly. He pressed the 9 truth-seeking orbs into the very center of the Rinne Sharingan on Kaguya's forehead, and the shadow seal began to seep into her body from the point of contact. Kaguya closed her eyes and spoke one last line. "Hagoromo, your children are even more foolish than I imagined." Her body transformed into countless chakra torrents absorbed at once by the 9 truth-seeking orbs. Shikaku's wind, Matatabi's fire, Isabu's water, Son Goku's lava, Koko's steam, Saiken's corrosion, Komiai's scale powder, Gyuki's ink, and Kurama's golden chakra. The 9 truth-seeking orbs split Kaguya's chakra core apart, and absorbed it, then channeled it back into the depths of the pitch-black shadow domain beneath Ingien's feet. After losing its core, the outer rock of the 6 paths Chibaku Tensei began to disintegrate, turning into countless fragments that fell and dissolved above the shadow domain. Ingien opened his eyes. A minuscule black tomo pattern emerged on the palm of his right hand. It was not the secondary core from before, condensed from the half-chakra each of the 9-tailed beasts had left behind. It was the sealing mark Kagaya had left on his palm after being drawn in by the shadow seal. He had sealed Kagaya inside his own shadow. Kakashi looked at him, was silent for a moment, then asked how long the seal could hold. Injian said that as long as he didn't die, Kagaya would never escape. Naruto stepped forward, his voice soft. Pineapple Head the second, this time you didn't stand behind anyone, you stood at the very front. Injian did not answer. He looked down at the sealing mark on his palm, then at the pitch-black shadow beneath his feet. Within it now slept the most dangerous being in the entire shinobi world, and he would carry that weight as he continued down the path that belonged to him. Not to become a hero, but simply to protect the peaceful future in which he could lie on a hillside and watch the clouds. Kagekimi stood on the ridge at the edge of the Valley of the End, the battlefield where Naruto and Sasuke had just departed, lying beneath his feet. Their chakra still clashed fiercely in the distance, every collision making the earth tremble. But he did not pursue them. That was their fated battle, the one person Naruto had chased since he was 6, the path Sasuke had fled since he was 7. They needed to walk this path on their own. He retracted his perception, sinking his consciousness deep into the pitch-black shadow domain beneath his feet. After Kagaya's chakra core had been divided and absorbed by the 9 sinister truth orbs, it lay quietly asleep at the very bottom of this shadow realm. He stood in that spiritual realm where only he could enter, speaking softly. Kagaya, I know you can hear me. You are afraid, not of me, not of Naruto, not of Sasuke. You are afraid of the Otsutsuki clan. You fear they will come to this planet, that they will take everything you left behind here. You fear the war from 1,000 years ago will repeat itself again. Kagaya did not answer. But Kagekimi could sense the cold chakra core deep within the shadow realm trembling slightly. Look outside. Naruto and Sasuke, one inherits the yang power of your son, the other inherits the yin power. They tore the Ten-Tails apart, defeated Madara, and sealed you away. They are still fighting, not out of hatred but because Naruto wants to bring Sasuke home. With such 2 individuals, do you truly believe they cannot defeat the Otsutsuki clan? Do you think this shinobi world still looks the way it did 1,000 years ago? You have lived too long, feared too much, and already forgotten what trust means. But now you can slowly remember here, in my shadows in this world I have created for you. He activated the 9 sinister truth orbs one by one. The spiritual wolves of the 9-tailed beasts, the wind and sand of Shikaku, the azure flames of Matatabi, the water light of Isabu, the lava of Son Goku, the steam of Koko, the corrosive power of Saiken, the scale powder of Komiai, the ink of Gyuki, and the golden chakra of Kurama, condensed into forms within the shadow realm surrounding Kagaya. They did not attack her, nor did they harbor hatred toward her. For the first time across those endless years capable of grinding away any resentment, they were willing to coexist peacefully with her. From now on, this place will be where you all live together. Not a cage, not a seal, but a home. You are all life forms born from the same god tree. From before the Sage of 6 Paths separated you, you were already of the same root. Now you can slowly grow accustomed to one another here. As for what happens outside, leave it to us. The 9-tailed beast emitted low resonances. Shikaku gently pushed Son Goku aside with his sand tail, complaining that he was blocking Kagaya's hair. Kagaya's Rinnegan reflected those 9 distinct chakra silhouettes behind Kagekimi, and she remained silent for a very long time. Then she closed her eyes, her chakra slowly receding to the deepest part of the shadow realm without resistance or struggle. Only before fully sinking into the embrace of the 9-tailed beasts did she leave an extremely soft whisper. Don't let them die. Kagekimi withdrew from the shadow realm, sensing the final clash of Naruto and Sasuke's chakra explode above the Valley of the End. He turned and walked toward Konoha. The things that needed to be done were finished, the words that needed to be said were spoken. The battle at the Valley of the End was Naruto and Sasuke's fated duel. It belonged to them alone, not to him, not to anyone else. He simply wanted to go home now. The maple leaves in the Nara clan territory were turning brilliant red. An autumn breeze swept through the forest, carrying a few crimson leaves onto the chessboard beneath the veranda. Shikamaru sat on the veranda holding Asama's lighter, its brass base worn through from years of use, and slowly cleaning the flint wheel with lighter fluid. At the sound of footsteps, he did not even look up. You're back. I'm back. Kagekimi sat across from him, glanced at the unfinished game on the board, and asked how long this match had been going on. Shikamaru said it would be over 12 years tomorrow, but it never ended, so he just left it as is. At the other end of the veranda, Jirobo sat polishing Kimimara's bone fragments with a deerskin cloth. The bone surface felt warm and smooth as before, casting a pale cold white glow in the autumn sunlight. He could now fully control his sage body, and bouts of berserker rage were long in the past. Yet he still polished this bone fragment every day, not to suppress his power but simply to remember the boy who had remained forever at the bottom of Orochimaru's hidden base. Naruto and Sasuke's chakra at the Valley of the End was slowly settling, both still alive. Kagekimi sensed all of this, but he made no further attempt to extend his shadow trace to follow them. He simply rose from the veranda and walked to the old maple tree in the courtyard, pressing his palm against its rough bark. His mother called from the kitchen that it was time to wash up and eat. The red bean soup was ready, and she asked him to go fetch Shikamaru as well. Kagekimi acknowledged her, and walked back toward the veranda. Behind him a maple leaf drifted down, gently landing on Shikamaru's shoulder. The sun mark on his left palm still glowed faintly, while the seal mark left by Kagaya and the cores from the nine-tailed beasts rotated quietly on his right palm. Deep within his shadow slept the nine-tailed beasts, and the progenitor of Chakra herself, and on his courtyard table sat the endless game of shogi that would never be completed. He was Nara Kagekimi, Shikamaru's cousin Naruto and Sasuke's classmate, a troublesome person who simply wanted to lie on the hillside and watch the clouds drift by. He had protected Konoha, protected the shinobi world, protected everyone he cared about. Now he simply wanted to savor a bowl of red bean soup, then continue finishing that game of shogi. The end.